It is rumored that she possesses an appearance reminiscent of a fierce demon, with her green bean-like eyes, round face, gaping maw, protruding ears, and flat nose. Tales abound of her frightening the 7 servants and 8 maidens of the noble house when she attended to her nightly needs. Whispers suggest that her father, the prime minister, would offer a staggering sum of 10,000 taels of gold and a doe of pearls to rid himself of her. It is said she is inherently cruel. Wielding her authority with reckless abandon, those who dare to oppose her are met with dire consequences, their families suffering alongside them. Yet, these are but rumors, and she remains the most unwed woman in the Demo dynasty. However, she finds herself pursued by the most exceptional man within the realm. She firmly believes that fortune does not simply fall from the heavens, and thus, her matrimonial fate is hers to dictate. Thus begins her meticulously crafted escape from marriage. Rumor has it that he is the most ardent prince of the Demo dynasty, strikingly handsome and charmingly suave. It is said he is the most favored prince, yet he shuns the position of crown prince for the sake of love. Legends tell of his unparalleled intellect and martial prowess, having quelled chaos with a single battle. His demeanor is likened to that of jade, embodying the essence of a gentleman. However, these are mere tales. He has buried his affections and distanced himself from the company of women. Yet he is resolute in marrying the most unattractive woman in the realm. Not only is she deemed unattractive, but on the day of their wedding, she dares to place a green hat upon him. Thus commences the riveting saga of their impending divorce. Chapter 1. The Perfect Plan. Since the Demo dynasty quelled the Northern Rebellion, peace has reigned across the realm. The emperor, wise and benevolent, governs with integrity, caring for his people. Consequently, within a few short years, the nation has flourished, brimming with vitality as its citizens enjoy a tranquil and prosperous life. With the populace thriving, leisure and wealth abound, leading to the proliferation of tea houses and taverns, particularly in the capital city of Feud. Among these establishments, the most renowned is the Yulong Tea House. The Yulong Tea House bustles with patrons daily, hosting the most celebrated storytellers of the Demo dynasty, drawing in a diverse crowd of the city's idle folk. Here, not only commoners, but also nobles often gather to pass the time and exchange news. It is said that within the walls of Yulong Tea House, no tidbit of gossip remains unspoken. Naturally, some information, once embellished by the storyteller's eloquence, transforms black into white and vice versa, making the tea house the most gossip-laden venue in the entire Demo dynasty. The philosophy of Yulong Tea House is words can be formidable, gossip is innocuous. Humans possess an innate curiosity, and certain tales, when told with flair, become even more captivating. One such story that has recently stirred the citizens of Feud is the much-discussed wedding of Prince Qin. Prince Yuxiu, not only the most favored royal of the current reign, but also the wisest and most strategic lord of the Demo dynasty, played a pivotal role in quelling the Northern Rebellion 5 years past, earning them both everlasting renown. Rumor has it that Prince Qin excels in both scholarly and martial endeavors, and possesses a striking presence, making him one of the most sought-after suitors among the noble ladies of the capital. Although the noble ladies of the imperial capital yearn to marry him, he, consumed by lingering grief over a lost love, chose instead to bury his heart and sever all affection, leaving the position of the rightful consort of the Prince of Qin perpetually vacant. The infatuated man captivated many, igniting the hearts of countless young women in the capital. These ladies resorted to various means, enlisting matchmakers or leveraging the influence of their fathers and brothers, and some even dared to scale the walls of the prince's residence under the cover of night, hoping to consummate their desires and bind themselves to him in matrimony. Yet, none achieved their wishes. After being escorted out of the prince's residence by the guards, those bold women who had trespassed never dared to speak of marrying the prince again. When questioned about the reason, they all displayed visible trepidation, treating the matter with utmost discretion. Only one outspoken lady, after being pressed repeatedly, finally gritted her teeth and exclaimed, He is not human." Her words, however, did not deter those enamored by the prince whenever he appeared in public. Countless women would cast flirtatious glances and feign dropping handkerchiefs, yet the prince remained oblivious, unknowingly breaking the hearts of many. Just as everyone believed the prince would never wed, news emerged that he intended to marry the 7th young lady of the Xiong family, Shu Exent, with the emperor himself bestowing the match. Upon hearing this, the ladies were incensed. How could the 7th young lady possibly be worthy of the prince? They had assumed that if he were to take a bride, it would surely be a woman of exceptional beauty and talent, akin to the renowned beauty Gushi of your. Yet the prince had chosen the most grotesque woman imaginable. Rumor had it that the seventh young lady was not only exceedingly unattractive, but also possessed a peculiar temperament and a ruthless disposition, making her unmarriageable within the capital. Descriptions of her features were ghastly: beady eyes, a round face, a gaping mouth, prominent ears, and a flat nose. As if that were not enough, her pancake-like visage bore a birthmark as red as blood, and her figure was as corpulent as a pig ready for slaughter during the festivities. It was said that her nocturnal visits to the restroom terrified the 7 young servants and 8 maidservants of the Xiong residence. To rid themselves of her, her father was purportedly willing to provide a dowry of 10,000 taels of gold and a bushel of pearls. Under such enticing conditions, a few audacious men agreed to marry her, but upon beholding her countenance, half of them fled in horror, while those who dared to return for a second encounter declared they would rather wed a sow than her. When asked for their reasons, these brave souls admitted, she is not human. Although Shu Xian had frightened away so many suitors, a few were still enticed by her substantial dowry. However, those who expressed a desire to marry her found themselves beset by misfortune in the 3 days leading up to the wedding, falling inexplicably ill, suffering grievous injuries, or experiencing sudden family tragedies. Thus, Shu Xian not only earned the notorious title of the world's ugliest woman, but also garnered the infamous reputation of being the husband killer. Rumor has it that Shu Xian treats her servants with extreme cruelty. Although the governor has decreed that no private punishment should be inflicted within the residence, the maids and young servants attending to Shu Xian are relentlessly tormented, their bodies left in a state of utter ruin. It is one thing for them to endure such suffering, however. Should they wish to leave the governor's estate, their families would face dire repercussions: houses burned, limbs severed from parents and siblings alike. How could such a woman be deemed worthy of the esteemed, gentle, and widely admired King Qin? Thus, when news of the king's intention to marry her spread throughout the imperial capital, it stirred an uproar. At this moment, within the Yulong Pavilion, the foremost speaker, Qin Ling, declared, "The king marrying Shu Xian is akin to a celestial herb being placed upon dung. This is not merely an elevation, but a gross waste." Chun Yu, chiming in, countered, "Your assertion is mistaken. The king's willingness to wed Shu Xian may not be as straightforward as it appears. The governor wields immense power and enjoys the emperor's trust. Although the king has achieved remarkable feats, he is not the crown prince. The governor has 10 daughters, yet only Shu Xian remains unmarried. This move may very well be an attempt to curry favor with the governor, with aspirations toward the throne." At this pronouncement, the crowd erupted in astonishment. To speak so boldly about matters of state in broad daylight, one could not tell if it was audacity or ignorance. Qin Ling remarked, "There is merit in your reasoning, yet the king has always been indifferent to fame and fortune, showing little interest in the throne. It is said that the emperor once intended to appoint him as the crown prince, but he declined. How could he now make such a choice? It is noteworthy that Shu Xian is not merely unattractive; his willingness to marry her is indeed perplexing." Chen Yu replied with a smile, "There is nothing perplexing about it. Considering their status so a prince, the other a daughter of the governor, they are somewhat matched, despite their stark differences in appearance. Perhaps the king is not a man who judges solely by looks; otherwise, his palace would be filled with wives and concubines by now." Qin Ling added, "Yet Shu Xian is not just unattractive, she is notorious for bringing misfortune to her husbands. How could the king possibly wish to marry her?" Chun Yu suggested, "Perhaps the king sees a semblance between them." Qin Ling retorted, "Placed side by side, one is akin to a beautiful jade, while the other resembles a stone from a foul ditch. How could they possibly share any similarity?" Chen Yu chuckled, "Consider this. When the king married Gushi, she met an untimely death under mysterious circumstances. Each time Shu Xian is on the verge of marrying, her suitors inexplicably encounter misfortunes. If Shu Xian is indeed fated to bring misfortune to her husbands, then the king may be cursed to bring misfortune to his wives. Who knows which of them might be the harbinger of calamity? Their union remains uncertain." Qin Ling laughed heartily. "That makes sense." A bearded listener interjected, "The king marrying Shu Xian is, in itself, a remarkable oddity. In this world, anything is possible. The pairing of an unattractive woman with an exceptional prince is quite amusing. I believe they will indeed wed." A scholarly-looking listener chimed in, "Who is the king? After all, what kind of trick did Shu Xian employ to secure his affection? How could someone like her ever be deemed worthy of a dragon among men like the king? I doubt they will ever marry." The burly man glared at the scholar, raising his voice a notch. The emperor's decree for marriage has been issued. How could it possibly fail? The scholar rolled his eyes in response, saying, the two are fundamentally mismatched. Even with the emperor's decree, the Prince of Qin would likely never marry Shu Xian. The burly man, known for his explosive temper, slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, I have heard that it was the Prince of Qin who actively sought to marry Shu Xian naturally. The marriage will take place. The scholar scoffed, you have merely heard rumors. You are not the Prince of Qin. So how can you claim to know that he sought to marry Shu Xian? The burly man seized the scholar by the collar, retorting, what if I do know? The scholar rolled his eyes again and asked, if you were the Prince of Qin, would you wish to marry Shu Xian? The burly man paused, releasing his grip, and awkwardly replied, of course I would not. Once freed, the scholar snorted disdainfully. If you would not marry her, why would the Prince of Qin? The burly man was about to erupt again when Qin Ling interjected, gentlemen, let us not lose our tempers. The wedding date between the Prince of Qin and Shu Xian is set for a month from now. Why not place a wager to see if they will indeed marry? This way, those who guess correctly may reap some rewards. The burly man pulled out a silver ingot from his pocket and tossed it onto the table, declaring loudly, I wager 10 taels that the Prince of Qin will marry Shu Xian. The scholar scoffed again, casting a sidelong glance at the burly man. He produced a silver note from his own pocket and placed it on the table, stating, I wager 100 taels that the Prince of Qin will not marry Shu Xian. A bystander shouted, the decree cannot be changed. I'll wager 10 taels that they will marry. Others chimed in, I also bet they will marry. On the second floor of the Yulong Pavilion, a handsome young scholar bore a subtle smile as he observed the commotion below. Beside him stood a small servant who occasionally glanced down, his face a mix of joy and concern. Miss, I've roughly calculated that the majority are betting on your marriage to the Prince of Qin. We stand to gain significantly this time. However, the one referred to as Miss was none other than Shu Xian, the 7th Miss of the Xiong residence. Dressed in a long black robe adorned with subtle patterns and a jade ornament tied at her waist, her dark hair was elegantly gathered with a cloth ribbon. She held a folding fan, exuding an air of vitality in her male disguise. Though not an unparalleled beauty, she was far from the rumors. She possessed delicate features, bright eyes, an elegant nose, a heart-shaped face, and a cherry-red mouth, her sparkling gaze full of spirit. Before the servant could finish, she gently tapped his head and said, Yu Ling, you have been by my side for so long yet remain so impatient. Wealth is inexhaustible. Even if this time the odds are 1 to 100, we would only earn 1,000,000 taels, just enough to settle that scoundrel's debt. Yu Ling extended her tongue, contemplating the insatiable appetite of her mistress. Earning 1,000,000 taels of silver, yet still feeling it insufficient, unable to suppress her thoughts, she ventured, Mistress, perhaps it is time to cease your rivalry with the third young master. His previous remarks were likely made in jest. Observing Shu Xin's unperturbed demeanor, Yu Ling mustered her courage and timidly added, this time, you've truly gone too far, jesting about your lifelong commitment. The Qin Wang is reputed to be formidable. Do you not fear inciting his wrath with your machinations? Moreover, it is a rare occasion for the Qin Wang to consider marrying. You having such a son-in-law is not without merit. Shu Xin rolled her eyes at Yu Ling, muttering, what benefit has that scoundrel bestowed upon you to have you perpetually advocate for him? Are you my maidservant or his? The mere mention of that individual soured her mood, and the memories of their ongoing battle of wits over the years clenched her teeth in frustration. Noticing her mistress's displeasure, Yu Ling hesitated to speak further. Shu Xin glanced at her sideways and continued, the Qin Wang is a worthy husband? Do you genuinely believe that your mistress is as incapable of securing a marriage as the rumors suggest? The chancellor held a prominent position in court, and the Qin Wang frequented the minister's residence. Although she was part of the inner household and, by convention, barred from the front courtyard, the rules of the world held little sway over her. She had covertly observed the Qin Wang. While she acknowledged his exceptional qualities, she discerned a profound sorrow concealed within his eyes. Such a man, burdened by emotional scars, would find it exceedingly difficult to welcome another woman into his heart. She would not naively presume that she could unlock his affections. As for the Qin Wang's willingness to marry her, she preferred not to ponder too deeply. One was the daughter of a minister, the other a prince. It was evident that their union was merely a political arrangement. The underlying factors were of little interest to her. Her love would be her own domain, indifferent to any so-called sacred obligations. Yu Ling hastily interjected, certainly not. My mistress is naturally endowed with beauty, intelligence, and charm, how could she possibly remain unmarried? Flattery is a sweet melody to all ears, and having accompanied Shushin for 5 years, she knew precisely what her mistress enjoyed hearing. Though this time, she had miscalculated. Shushin's expression brightened, and she playfully lifted Yueling's chin with her finger, saying, "You are becoming increasingly eloquent. It seems my guidance over the years has not been in vain." She vividly recalled their first meeting, when Yueling appeared timid. It appeared her own affability had led the maid to grow increasingly unruly. Upon witnessing Shushin's radiant demeanor and the sparkle in her eyes, Yueling quickly exclaimed, "Having been by your side for so long, I have naturally absorbed a fraction of your astuteness yet. In comparison to you, I am but a mere novice." Shushin feigned a smile, her tone laced with irony. "I see Yueling becoming ever more enchanting. Perhaps I should find you a suitor? The eldest son of the Zhao family seems decent enough, though he has a slight physical ailment and a wife already. With your beauty, becoming a secondary wife ought to suit you well." Yueling's delicate face suddenly turned pale. The eldest son of the Zhao family referred to the son of the minister Zhao. He was a man with only one leg and possessed a notorious penchant for carnal pleasures. Marrying him would spell disaster for her future. She hurriedly replied, "Yueling won't marry anyone. She only wishes to serve her mistress well." Shushin chuckled softly. "Is that so? I thought our little maid was yearning for romance, eager for me to wed and then help you find a good match. My reputation is already quite tarnished, and should you remain by my side for life, others may think I am coercing you. How about this? If you're unwilling to marry the Zhao family's eldest son, perhaps you could consider wedlock with the 7th son of the Li family. He is known for his gentle and considerate nature, truly cherishing women." Yueling's face fell into a state of despair. "Mistress, Yueling realizes her mistake and will never again speak of the 3rd young master. Please spare me." The 7th son of the Li family was infamous in the capital for his lascivious ways. Marrying him would likely lead to a fate worse than death. A slight smile graced Shushin's lips as she released her hold on Yueling's chin, her almond-shaped eyes narrowing playfully. "Spare? You have done nothing wrong. Where is the need for mercy?" Seeing a flicker of leniency in her mistress's expression, Yueling quickly said, "My lady has a kind heart and a broad mind. A noble person does not dwell on the faults of the humble." Noticing Shushin's eyes softened, she skillfully diverted the subject. This time, Qiling and Xinyu performed admirably. "But with the emperor's decree already issued, how can you ensure that the king of Qin does not take you as his bride?" Qiling and Xinyu were Shushin's confidants, disseminating a multitude of information on her behalf. Shushin recognized that this little maid had been thoroughly frightened, and as Yueling changed the topic to a matter she had been contemplating, her brows arched in delight. "I have my own plans regarding this. Despite the rumors surrounding me, if he dares to marry me, his audacity is indeed commendable. However, just because he has the courage to pursue me does not guarantee he will succeed." Shushin had never allowed anyone to impose their will upon her, especially concerning such a significant decision as marriage. While many believed she was aspiring to the lofty heights of the king of Qin, little did they know that in her heart, it was the king who aspired to her. Remembering her scheme, a subtle smile crept across her lips. A grand performance was about to unfold. Observing the sparkle in her mistress's eyes, Yueling could not help but pray for the king of Qin. Chapter 2. Selling Oneself to Bury a Husband. Part 1. Outside the Prince of Qin's residence in the western part of Feud City, the prince was known for his reclusive nature, which rendered his abode, despite its location in a bustling area, a serene oasis. The doorframe was a deep black, adorned with a striking vermilion gate. Lacking imposing stone lions, the entrance was flanked only by 2 stately green pines. This type of entrance was commonplace in Feud City, and had it not been for the 3 bold characters Prince of Qin prominently displayed above, few would associate such an ordinary facade with the powerful prince. In times past, it was rare for anyone to linger outside the prince's residence. Even those who came to pay respects would merely inform the gatekeeper, awaiting either permission to enter or the courtesy of departure, seldom lingering. Although it was well known that the prince preferred solitude, it was equally understood that when he chose to unleash his wrath, even the crown prince would tread cautiously, especially given his favored status with the emperor and the substantial power he wielded. However, exceptions abound today. A throng of people surrounded the entrance of the Qinhuang mansion, causing such a ruckus that even the magpies nesting in the pines could no longer endure the disturbance and relocated their entire family. Who possessed such audacity to stir trouble outside the Qinhuang mansion? The Qin Wang cherished tranquility and abhorred clamor, who dared to gather and create a commotion before his residence. At the heart of the crowd stood a woman clad in simple attire, adorned with a white flower in her hair. Her features were strikingly delicate tealman-shaped eyes, a graceful nose, an oval face, and a petite mouth. Alas, the left side of her face bore a vivid scarlet mark, a birthmark that marred her beauty. When viewed from the left, she appeared charming, however. From the right, she could instill fear in many. Yet, it was not her frightening appearance that drew the crowd, it was the piece of white cloth she held aloft, boldly inscribed with the words, "Selling myself to bury my husband." While such occurrences are not uncommon in the marketplace, they seemed utterly incongruous at the gates of the Qin Wang mansion. Strangely, despite her claim of selling herself to bury her husband, her countenance bore no trace of sorrow. Rather, a faint smile graced her lips, and her bright eyes sparkled with liveliness. Typically, women engaged in such transactions would have a corpse beside them, yet hers was devoid of any such presence, save for the white cloth proclaiming her intent. A curious onlooker ventured to inquire, "Miss, you claim to be selling yourself to bury your husband, yet where is your husband's body?" The woman replied, "Some may die, yet their essence lives on in the hearts of others. Conversely, some may live, but their hearts are already dead. Those whose hearts have perished are no different from the deceased. My husband's heart is dead, and today I sell myself to bury that heart." Upon hearing her words, the crowd felt a peculiar intrigue. Such a philosophy was unprecedented. A middle-aged man asked, "Miss, has your husband taken another?" She answered, "He buried his heart and severed his affections. He has never loved anyone. So how could he take another? When did his heart die? He claimed it had already perished before he wed me. If his heart was dead before marrying you, why did you marry him? Power compelled me. I had no choice but to wed. Therefore, you must understand, I do not love him. So why would I grieve for his dead heart? It is precisely because I do not love him that I must bury him." At this, the crowd deemed her a madwoman. The middle-aged man shook his head, seemingly pitying her, yet her eyes radiated clarity, dispelling notions of madness. He sighed, "Miss, do you realize where you stand?" She slightly pouted. "Of course, I do. This is the entrance to the Qin Wang mansion." "Knowing this is the Qin Wang mansion, how dare you act so audaciously?" The woman lifted her head slightly, a glimmer of mirth illuminating her bright eyes. "Because my husband is the Qin Wang. If I do not come to the Qin Wang mansion, where else shall I bury him?" At her words, the crowd erupted in astonishment. The woman observed a seemingly lowly attendant venture through the crimson gate. A subtle smile graced her lips. The middle-aged man inquired, "You must be Miss Shu Exine, the seventh daughter of the Xiang residence?" To which the woman replied, her eyes shimmering, "Indeed, I am Shu Exine." Nearby, a young lady remarked, "The Prince of Qin wields immense power. How many women aspire to marry him? It is a stroke of fortune for you, a plain girl, that he would consider you. Truly, you are unaware of the blessings you possess." Shu Exine smiled and retorted, "Who decrees that a handsome prince must wed an unattractive woman? Love, in its essence, demands mutual desire. In my heart, even though the Prince of Qin is exceptionally talented and handsome, he is not the one I cherish. Why should I marry him?" The young lady rolled her eyes and replied, "A woman's marriage is traditionally governed by her parents' wishes and the matchmaking of others. Your actions and words are rather audacious, are they not?" Shu Exine glanced at her and countered, "Are you suggesting that if your parents instructed you to marry a pig, you would comply?" The young lady, incensed, retorted, "How could the Prince of Qin be compared to a pig?" Shu Exine stepped closer and said, "Indeed, he cannot be likened to a pig. However, if a man harbors no love for you and has no intention of ever loving you, while you two feel nothing for him, yet he marries you merely to mock you, would you accept such a union?" The young lady answered, "Of course not." Shu Exine gently lifted the young lady's chin and asked, "Then how does such a man differ from a pig?" Though her smile was radiant, an intense gleam filled her eyes, momentarily stunning the young lady, who involuntarily murmured, "Such a man is indeed inferior to a pig." Shu Exine's face brightened with joy. "So, in your heart, the Prince of Qin is even less than a pig." Upon hearing Shu Exine's words, the young lady turned pale and stammered, I did not mean it that way." Just as Shu Exine was about to respond, a man in his 40s, sporting a long beard, approached her and said, "Miss Seven, the prince requests your presence." With an even broader smile, Shu Exine replied, "Please lead the way." He could no longer resist the urge to meet her. Chapter 3. The Sale of One's Body to Bury a Husband. Part 2. Shu Xian followed the bearded man into the Qin King's residence, where lush greenery enveloped the grounds in a tranquil embrace. The atmosphere was serene, with only the watchful guards and the diligent maidservants breaking the silence. Even their whispers were hushed, as if they feared disturbing the profound stillness. The residence boasted elegantly designed pavilions and corridors, exuding an air of refinement, quietude, and serenity, revealing the owner's discerning taste. Throughout the estate, magnolia trees flourished, their blossoms gracing the season with intoxicating fragrance. The snow-white petals nestled among the verdant leaves, embodying grace and purity, shyly revealing their beauty. Upon entering the Qin King's abode for the first time, Shu Xian's brows furrowed slightly. Her only prior acquaintance with the Qin King had been a fleeting glimpse at the Prime Minister's residence. Observing the meticulous arrangements within the estate, she began to question the rumors surrounding the Qin King. A man of such discernment could hardly lack a passion for life. A faint smile graced Shu Xian's lips as she dismissed any concern regarding the Qin King's appreciation for life. Her sole objective was to achieve her aims, and all else was irrelevant to her. The thought of the 100,000 taels wager only intensified her smile. Indeed, those who cherish life are often intolerant of slander before them, making her goals all the more attainable. The Qin King's residence was vast, and after a considerable time, equivalent to the brewing of tea, Shu Xian finally arrived at a pavilion. Upon reaching the spot, the bearded man announced, "The prince awaits Miss Qi ahead. I shall take my leave." Shu Xian's gaze fell upon a man clad in white, languidly leaning against the railing. From her vantage point, she could only see his back, his lustrous black hair casually bound with a golden ribbon. In his hands, he scattered crumbs to the fish below, where koi eagerly surfaced, creating glimmers of splashing water, their golden scales shimmering brilliantly in the sunlight. Beside the koi thrived a flourishing white lotus, still shy of bloom, its budding flowers poised alongside the lush green leaves, enhancing its delicate beauty. Recognizing the man as the Qin King, "You Xiao?" Shu Xian nodded to the bearded man. The latter glanced at her with a hint of scrutiny and a trace of mockery in his gaze, yet he offered a courteous bow before departing. Shu Xian's eyes flickered as her smile faded. She found the oppressive quietude unnerving, casting an inexplicable pressure upon her. Although she had only glimpsed the man's back, an intangible aura around him unsettled her. Apart from the occasional splashes of the koi, the surroundings remained silent. As she approached the man, her brow furrowed slightly, attempting to dismiss her unease. Just as she opened her mouth to speak, a voice as smooth as jade reached her ears. "I hear you intend to sell yourself to bury me?" The voice was exquisitely gentle, soothing to the ear, and the words were delivered with an unassuming calmness, reminiscent of a casual conversation about the weather. Yet, within that mellifluous tone, Shu Xian discerned a subtle dominance and a hint of derision. Upon hearing his voice, Shu Xian was momentarily taken aback, then replied with a smile, "I am not here to bury you, but rather to inter your heart." Yu Xiao, still not turning around, remarked, "My heart resides within me. If it were to perish, how could I continue to live?" He continued to scatter crumbs for the koi in his hand. Shu Xian then spoke earnestly, 5 years ago, after the passing of my beloved sister, the king of Qin has not loved another woman. Thus, I boldly conjecture that your heart has died. And as the most overlooked seventh miss of the residence, and indeed the most unattractive woman of the Desert Dynasty, I dare not hope for your affections. Therefore, it would be best to assist you in laying your heart to rest and abandon any plans to marry me. Having already confronted him, she felt compelled to express her thoughts candidly. Yu Xiao, without turning his head, inquired, "Was it Minister Shu who sent you?" Shu Xian replied, "This is solely my own intention and has nothing to do with my father." She feared that should her father discover her audacious actions, he might sever their father-daughter bond. By the time he learned of it, it would likely be too late. At most, he would scold her or force her to kneel in the ancestral hall, a punishment she had endured before. Yu Xiao remarked coolly, "In that case, you are indeed a woman of strong convictions. Yet, do you not realize how much your father has worried over your marriage? He has exhausted every means to see you wed. And if he were to learn of your outrageous conduct, it might very well be the death of him." His tone remained calm and detached, as though all his concern was for Shu Xian. Shu Xian smiled lightly. "So, your highness is willing to marry me to alleviate my father's troubles. I am profoundly grateful. But my father is my father, and I am myself." Twisting his words was her forte, and it also provided Yu Xiao with a graceful exit. Eventually, Yu Xiao set aside the fish food and turned to face Shu Xian, saying, "So, you have caused such a stir before my residence simply because you do not wish to marry me." Shu Xian was momentarily stunned by his gaze. Though she had seen the king of Qin from afar before, she had never been this close. knowing he was exceptionally handsome. She could not help but marvel at the sight of him up close. He was indeed a paragon of male beauty, and the rumors of his looks were clearly not exaggerated. His thick brows framed elongated eyes that sparkled with brilliance. His high nose and thin lips curled into a smile, while his hair was loosely tied at the back. Dressed in well-tailored white garments that accentuated his tall figure, he wore a jade pendant at his waist. Though he smiled, an aura of impervious nobility surrounded him, creating a paradox of warmth and aloofness. As he spoke, he gently clapped his hands, his long fingers far more graceful than Shu Xian's delicate ones. Noticing her dazed expression, a flicker of disdain crossed his eyes, yet his smile remained. Originally, whether you were willing to marry me could have been discussed amicably, but now, with my father's decree in place, should you refuse, it would be seen as defiance. And defiance could lead to execution. His voice was soft, yet a glimmer of menace flickered in his eyes. Chapter 4. Selling Oneself to Bury a Husband, Part 3. Upon hearing Yu Xiu's words, Shu Xian felt a sudden shock. While it was her inclination to admire handsome men, a dashing fellow who so readily spoke of beheading was decidedly unappealing, no matter how extraordinarily attractive he might be. His imposing demeanor left her feeling quite unsettled. Though her heart fluttered with a hint of anxiety, she maintained her composure and replied, "Prince Qin, you are mistaken. It is not that I am unwilling to marry you. Rather, I am unwilling to marry your heart." With a charming smile, Shu Xian gracefully approached Yu Xiu and tilted her right cheek towards him, saying, "A remarkably unattractive woman marrying an exceptionally handsome man is, in any calculation, a tremendous gain for me. In terms of appearance, I genuinely feel sorry for you. A man of your caliber marrying a woman as unattractive as I am is indeed a significant loss. However, when it comes to matters of the heart, I find myself at a disadvantage. My emotional world is utterly barren, devoid of any other man, while your heart has been permanently marked by the shadow of a woman. That shadow, even if she were a paragon of beauty, cannot be replaced, let alone by someone as woefully unattractive as I." Yu Xiu, intrigued by her words, narrowed his eyes and asked, "So, by your reasoning, are you at a loss or a gain?" The grotesque birthmark on his face loomed large before him, rendering his visage truly repugnant. It was indeed a sight that could turn one's stomach. However, the woman's audacity was unexpectedly remarkable. He discerned that she was not afraid of him, and in fact, seemed to regard him with a hint of disdain. Seeing the spark of interest in his eyes, Shu Xian felt an inexplicable flutter of unease, yet she maintained her cheerful demeanor. "By the standards of this world, I am indeed at a great advantage. However, by my own reckoning, I find myself at a considerable loss." Yu Xiu glanced at Shu Xian and prompted, "Oh, please, go on." With a glimmer in her eyes, Shu Xian continued, "A person's appearance is a gift from their parents, unchangeable once born. Thus in this regard, everyone is equal. However, one's heart is determined by oneself, who to cherish, who to harbor, or even who to despise. When you intended to marry me, you had no intention of offering your true heart. As a woman, once I am married, I can never form attachments with other men again. My heart can only belong to you. Therefore, when considered this way, I am indeed at a considerable loss." Yu Xiu, upon hearing her words, could not help but smile slightly. It was the first time he had encountered such a philosophy, and the first instance of someone expressing reluctance to marry him, especially from a woman deemed exceptionally unattractive. He took another look at Shu Xian. She was not as hideous as the rumors suggested. Although she presented her exceedingly unattractive right cheek before him, he could not overlook her delicately featured left cheek, particularly her bright eyes, which sparkled with intelligence, a stark contrast to the tales he had heard. Leaning lazily against the railing, a smile playing on his lips, Yu Xiu inquired, "What is it that you desire?" Shu Xian replied earnestly, "I wish for you to bury your heart for Gu Cixi and devote yourself entirely to me. In return, my being and my heart will be wholly yours." She paused for a moment before adding, "This, indeed, is the very essence of my selling myself to bury a husband." Though her expression was one of utmost seriousness, a smile danced within her heart. The affection that the king of Qin harbored for Gu Cixi was known to all. It was inconceivable for him to bury his fervent feelings for her merely for the sake of an unattractive woman. To the king, she was merely his betrothed. And at that moment, they were meeting for the first time. How could he possibly forsake his feelings for Gu Cixi for her, who was exceptionally plain? Yu Xiu, observing the fleeting cleverness in her eyes and her confident, yet somewhat arrogant words, couldn't help but feel amusement stir within him. It appeared that the seventh miss of the Su family was far more unpredictable than the rumors suggested. He spoke lightly. "Are you negotiating terms with me?" Shu Xian, maintaining her serious demeanor, replied, "I am not negotiating terms. I am contemplating my own lifelong happiness. Perhaps, Your Highness, you could consider my plight. My husband has no feelings for me at all. How could I endure such a life? She bit her lip and continued. If Gusisi had not perished, even if she married you, her heart would be with another man. Could you truly accept such a wife? Yu Xiu's expression shifted slightly, as the shadow of a memory resurfaced in his mind. Upon hearing Shu Xian's analogy, a wave of anger surged within him, and his gaze turned icy. You are not her. Do not dare to make comparisons. Shu Xian noticed the change in his demeanor, feeling an abrupt chill envelop her. A slight shock coursed through her as she realized she had struck a nerve. With a calm smile, she said, Your Highness, please temper your anger. Admittedly, my appearance cannot compare to Gusisi's, but in my heart, there exists a man who holds a place in my affections akin to that which Gusisi holds in yours. If I were to marry you, I would no longer dwell on him, for each person must take responsibility for their choices. If Gusisi truly means that much to you, then marrying me irresponsibly would not only be unfair to me, but also a desecration of the love you profess for her. Isn't it merely a nerve? A gentle prod wound lead to death. It was precisely because she had touched that nerve that she could clarify his thoughts and gain the upper hand in this negotiation. Yu Xiu found himself momentarily taken aback by Shu Xian's words. Desecration? He pondered who had truly desecrated whom. His gaze, glimmering coldly, settled on her. The world knows only of your plainness, yet they are unaware of your sharp tongue. Shu Xian was momentarily stunned, a smile curving her lips. Thank you for your compliment. Your Highness, a sharp tongue is preferable to being a mere pawn. If my wit can earn me gold, then let it be sharp. The icy demeanor that had graced Yu Xiu's face melted away, replaced with a gentler expression. I had initially contemplated persuading my father to retract his intentions, believing you unworthy of me. However, upon meeting you today, I have dismissed that thought. Your peculiar ideas are quite entertaining, and perhaps marrying you would alleviate the monotony of my life in the palace. With that, a charming smile danced upon his lips, filled with endless allure. Chapter 5. Young Master Qiao. Upon hearing Yu Xiu's words, Shu Xian found herself momentarily taken aback, perplexed by the absurdity of the situation. A sense of defeat washed over her, yet a sidelong glance revealed a hint of mischief flickering in the eyes of the prince, leading her to realize that his words were merely a jest at her expense. Her thoughts raced like lightning. It seemed her act of selling herself to bury her husband had not provoked his ire. If she truly wed him, his days would be far from dull, while hers would become unbearable. Noticing Shu Xian's somewhat dazed expression, Yu Xiu surmised her thoughts with a knowing smile. Did you orchestrate this elaborate charade just to see me? He inquired, stepping closer to her side. With a gentle motion, he tucked away the disheveled strands of hair from her forehead and continued, You are my fiancée. Should you wish to see me again, simply instruct the doorman to announce your arrival. There is no need for such convoluted schemes. As Yu Xiu extended his hand, Shu Xian found herself momentarily frozen. It was only when his fingers brushed against her cheek that she regained her composure. Upon hearing his words, she smiled nonchalantly, her bright eyes widening as she leaned closer to him, resting her head against his chest. Your Highness, how astute you are, discerning my thoughts so swiftly. If you can utter such words, does it mean you have buried your heart, leaving no room for Gushi, but solely for me? With her head nestled against Yu Xiu's chest, Shu Xian inwardly chastised herself, realizing she had inadvertently piqued his interest. However, when it comes to captivating a man, the most effective strategy is often to extinguish all his newfound intrigue. She intended to make him believe that her actions were merely to draw his attention, all in pursuit of marrying him. Her left cheek rested against Yu Xiu's embrace, exposing her unattractive right side for him to see. Despite her playful demeanor, her gaze subtly scrutinized his reaction. As expected, a flicker of disdain and revulsion passed through Yu Xiu's eyes, prompting her to stifle a triumphant laugh within. With the wisdom of the 21st century at my disposal, how could I possibly be outmatched by someone from an ancient era? Yu Xiu discreetly pushed Shu Xian away, a look of distaste crossing his face as he regarded her vividly red right cheek. The memory of her earlier actions made him wish to change his garments immediately. Yet, Shu Xian seemed oblivious to his discomfort, inching closer once more and playfully saying, Your Highness, is that not true? Yu Xiu's brow furrowed slightly, but upon catching a glimmer of cunning in the corner of her eye, he pushed her away again, replying coolly, Why must the seventh miss be in such a hurry? While he understood her intentions, he ultimately found it impossible to accept her. Her exceedingly unattractive visage repulsed him. Shu Xian replied with a coy smile, As we are engaged, a degree of intimacy is hardly inappropriate. Yet, Your Highness, you have yet to answer me. Will your heart henceforth belong solely to me? Yu Xiu responded with a soft scoff, You and she are worlds apart. If you wish to usurp her place in my heart, it shall prove quite the challenge. Shu Exine furrowed her brows, snorted softly, and muttered, that wretched goose she, even in death, still dares to compete with me for a man. Though her voice was barely audible, it reached Yu Xiu with crystal clarity. Yu Xiu's eyes turned icy, and he replied coldly, what are you saying? Just as Shu Exine was about to respond, a cheerful male voice rang out. Cousin, Prince Qin, what are you discussing so intimately? Upon hearing that voice, Shu Exine knew without turning around who it belonged to. Anger boiled within her, but as she turned to face the newcomer, her expression transformed into a radiant smile, and she rushed towards him. Throwing herself into his embrace, she sweetly exclaimed, Cousin, what brings you here? As soon as she spoke, she seemed to remember something. Climbing out of his arms cautiously to glance at Yu Xiu, uttering, Your Highness. Her face, marred by an awkwardness, was an eyesore, and her exaggerated demeanor evoked a sense of nausea. Yu Xiu addressed the newcomer, Young Master Qiao, it's rare to see you. I wonder what wind has blown you here. His tone remained nonchalant, yet a hint of fury lingered in his eyes. Shu Exine observed him standing tall by the pavilion, a smile gracing his lips, yet his gaze toward her was laden with warning. Her outward smile was like a blooming flower, but internally, she cursed him, thinking how absurd it was for a man with such an enchanting visage to have a red mole at the corner of his brow. Who was he trying to seduce? In truth, aside from that mole, young Master Qiao was exceptionally handsome, with alluring peach blossom eyes, perfectly shaped brows, a straight nose, and a perpetually smiling mouth. The red mole added an intriguing charm to his appearance. When he smiled, Shu Exine often referred to him as a fox. Today, he donned a long black robe adorned with golden wave patterns at the collar and sleeves, cinched at the waist with a golden belt, from which hung a piece of purple jade. His inky black hair was elegantly tied up with a golden ring, exuding a refined and spirited demeanor. Young Master Qiao continued, I heard at home that my mischievous little cousin was causing a ruckus at Prince Qin's residence, so I came to see for myself. I entered without the doorman's announcement. I hope His Highness will excuse my intrusion. With a slight bow, his smile widened, yet a glacial undertone flickered in his eyes. Shu Exine noted that despite the smiles exchanged, a chill permeated the atmosphere. She smirked slightly, finding the two men amusing. They truly lived up to her efforts in bringing them together. Chapter 6. New Love and Old Flames. Yu Xiu's lips curled into a slight smile as he remarked, in the entirety of Fian City, none are unaware of young Master Qiao's unparalleled musical talents. The populace takes great pride in hearing his melodies, and thus he is welcomed wherever he goes, the Qin Wangfu being no exception. As he spoke, a glimmer flickered in his elongated eyes, and his tone softened. I had the fortune of listening to young Master Qiao's music 3 years ago. At that time, I deemed it celestial. It is indeed a rare delight for young Master Qiao to grace the Qin Wangfu. Might I be so bold as to request another serenade of divine music? Young Master Qiao replied, with your command, Your Highness, how could I possibly refuse? However, I must confess that I arrived in haste today and did not bring my instruments. I find it quite difficult to play on others' instruments. Perhaps I could prepare my own and return to the Wangfu another day. Would that be agreeable to you, my lord? Yu Xiu's eyes sparkled with mirth as he replied, to hear young Master Qiao's music, even a wait of several years would be of little consequence. A smile danced at the corners of Qiao Yuren's eyes, and the small red birthmark seemed to come alive, flickering at the edge of his gaze. He said, Your Highness is too kind. He then turned to the onlooking Shu Exine. My little cousin is rather thoughtless and has troubled you, my lord. I shall take her home now and ensure she is properly guided by my uncle. He had intended to say that he would personally discipline Shu Exine, but realizing he was merely her cousin, he refrained, leaving his words to reference her uncle instead. Yu Xiu glanced at Shu Exine, who at that moment revealed only her left cheek, obscuring the vivid mark on the right side of her face. She possessed a certain ethereal charm, though not breathtakingly beautiful. Her features were delicate and refined. Her bright eyes darted around, exuding an alertness and vibrancy that starkly contrasted with the rumors surrounding her. A cold smile involuntarily flitted across Yu Xiu's mind. With a demeanor as gentle as jade, Yu Xiu spoke softly, the 7th miss is my betrothed. While her entrance to the Wangfu was rather extreme, it was certainly amusing. He then turned to Qiao Yuran. I kindly ask that upon returning the 7th miss to the Xiang residence, you convey to Xiang that I shall arrive in due time to wed her. So there is no need for concern. Upon hearing Yu Xiu's declaration, Shu Exine was momentarily taken aback, her heart brimming with resentment. She thought to herself that the Qin Wang must be quite foolish. Even as she wished him ill, he still dared to marry her. She could not decide whether to label him magnanimous or simple-minded. As Shu Exine prepared to speak again, Xiao Yuran interjected coolly. I am most grateful to His Highness for alleviating a significant burden from my uncle. I shall take my leave now. He then disregarded Shu Xian's sentiments, pulling her along towards the Wangfu's exit. In that fleeting moment of turning his head, the calm expression on his face vanished, replaced by a darkened countenance. Upon noticing Shu Xian's evident displeasure, his charming eyes brimmed with warnings. Shu Xian, witnessing her plans on the verge of fruition, felt a surge of anger at Xiao Yuran's interference. Yet, with the Qin Wang present, she could not unleash her fury and suppressed her wrath. Sensing the intensity of Xiao Yuran's warning gaze, she gently bit her lip, her eyes shifting, yet she allowed him to lead her, her body leaning against him. As Shu Xian leaned against Xiao Yuran, she softly spoke, "Cousin, it turns out you truly hold me in your heart. I am so happy. I do not wish to marry that so-called prince. Will you marry me instead?" Hearing Shu Xian's words, Xiao Yuran felt an overwhelming anger rise within him. This girl indeed thrived on chaos. He had already forged a feud with the Qin Wang. Adding this matter was of little consequence. Yet, with her dragging him into this mess, he feared future complications. Indeed, he soon heard the calm voice of Yushio remark, "I did not anticipate that Miss Seven shares such a profound affection with Third Master Qiao. It seems I have unwittingly disrupted a pair of lovebirds." Xiao Yuran halted, wanting to clarify, but Shu Xian swiftly interjected, "Qin Wang, I implore you to annul our engagement, considering my genuine love for my cousin." With her stirring the waters so, it was inevitable they would become muddied. Upon hearing her plea, Xiao Yuran's peach blossom eyes brimmed with ire. He truly should not have come here today. This girl was becoming increasingly outrageous. Witnessing her overly flirtatious gestures and startling declarations, along with the gleam of mischief in her eyes, he couldn't help but sigh. After contending with Shu Xian for so long, he realized he had ultimately lost this round. With a soft sigh, Xiao Yuran turned to Yushio and said, "Yuran is acutely aware of my relationship with my cousin. She is already the fiancée of the Qin Wang, and despite my deep feelings, I dare not entertain any further fantasies. From now on, I shall remember my place. Please rest assured, Qin Wang." With that, he took Shu Xian's hand and began to walk away. Shu Xian found the situation amusing, observing the disdain on Xiao Yuran's face. Yet her hands remained entwined with his. With a melodramatic tone, she lamented, "Cousin, how can you be this way? Have you forgotten our vows of eternal love? I do not wish to marry him. I only want to marry you." Xiao Yuran understood that engaging in a debate with Shu Xian at this moment would only worsen matters. He was well aware that even if the Qin Wang despised Shu Xian, she currently bore the title of his fiancée. In this world, any man would likely find it intolerable for his wife to be entangled with other men. However, he did not overlook the significant glance the Qin Wang cast towards Shu Xian. It was as if a mirror had been held to his heart. With a fierce glare directed at Shu Xian, he spoke with deceptive gentleness. "Cousin, cease this folly. I know your old habit has resurfaced, so I shall take you back to the residence to take your medicine." He turned back to Yushio and added, "My cousin has suffered from madness since childhood, and it tends to flare up at this hour. If she does not take her medicine, she may act even more outlandishly. I sincerely apologize for this embarrassment, Qin Wang." With that, he lightly pressed on Shu Xian's mute point to prevent any further outbursts and led her away. Upon hearing Xiao Yuran's words, Shu Xian's anger surged. How dare he call her insane when she was perfectly fine? Just as she was about to retort, she realized no words would come forth. In her heart, she fumed, yet felt powerless. Lacking martial skills, she could not retaliate against this scoundrel. She longed to voice her indignation, but at that moment, she found herself wishing she truly were a madwoman. As the thought emerged in her mind, she turned her gaze and slightly tilted her head, which rested against Xiao Yuran, before playfully biting into his chest. Though not employing all her strength, the bite carried a significant force, infused with resentment, eliciting a pained grimace from Xiao Yuran, who, though unable to retaliate, could only endure. In that moment, she swiftly grabbed Shu Xian and exited the Wangfu. After their departure, Yushio observed with icy eyes, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth, as he murmured, "Shu Xian, it seems I truly must make you my bride." Chapter 7. Long Road of Enmity. After Zhou Yuran carried Shu Xian out of the Qin Wang mansion, he unceremoniously tossed her onto the horse's back and galloped towards the wheat fields on the western outskirts of the city. With a swift motion, he dismounted her and carelessly flung her into the adjacent wheat field. The tender green sprouts became the most comfortable carpet for Shu Xian. Fuming, Shu Xian scrambled to her feet and approached Zhou Yuran, poised to unleash a tirade of curses. However, she found her voice restrained, unable to produce a sound. and could only glare at him in frustration. Zhou Yuran regarded her coldly, remarking, "You truly possess remarkable abilities. Provoking the Qin Wang is one thing, but dragging me into your schemes is another. Shu Xian, your name suggests tranquility, yet you bring nothing but turmoil." Shu Xian shot him a resentful glance. If he had brought her to this remote place merely to torment her, she had no intention of indulging him. With a flicker of determination in her eyes, she hastily approached the horse and leapt onto its back. As she squeezed the horse's belly to urge it forward, she felt a tight grip around her neck, followed by a sudden tumble that landed her painfully back in the wheat field. Just as she was about to explode with anger, a handsome face loomed before her, the small red mole dancing like a beautiful performer in her vision. A voice laced with mild irritation resonated in her ears. "Perhaps I should inform my uncle to confine you before your wedding." Upon noticing her nonchalant gaze, he scoffed. "But before your wedding, you ought to return me 100,000 taels of silver first." The moment Shu Xian heard his words, her fury intensified. Zhou Yuran, with a mere gesture, released her from her constraints, prompting her to unleash a torrent of invectives. "Do you not comprehend the situation? I toil to earn silver to repay your debts, and you come here to ruin everything and demand money from me." Zhou Yuran, perplexed, seemed to recall something, his lips twitching slightly. "Shu Xian, you are truly remarkable. I only now realize that the wager at the Yulong Tea House was orchestrated by you." Noting her expression of disbelief, a hint of resignation flickered in his peach blossom eyes. "You dare to scheme against the Qin Wang? You must be courting death. Had I not arrived in time, you would have surely met your end." Shu Xian scoffed derisively. "Zhou Yuran, do not attempt to frighten me with your exaggerated claims. Numerous witnesses saw me enter the Qin Wang mansion. If anything were to happen to me, how would he explain it to my father?" Zhou Yuran's eyes, once warm, now reflected frost. "I have always praised your intelligence, yet you have turned into a fool the moment you turned away. Do you realize what kind of person the Qin Wang is? If he wishes to eliminate someone, he requires no justification. Even if he brazenly took your life, his power would leave your father utterly powerless to retaliate." He continued with a cold snort. "Moreover, your father has exhausted himself for your sake. If you were to die, it would likely relieve him of many burdens, and he might even be grateful to the Qin Wang." Shu Xian shot him a sidelong glance, pursing her lips. "Why do I get the feeling that the one who wishes for my demise most in this world is you? You seem to devise endless schemes against me. And now you claim the Qin Wang wants to kill me, dragging me away from his mansion, perhaps merely to exact revenge." In truth, she was well aware of the formidable nature of the Qin King and could sense his murderous intent. Thus, when she caused a commotion before the Qin King's residence, she subtly instructed Yu Ling to relay her movements and intentions to Qiao Yuran. She understood that if she were to encounter genuine danger, only Qiao Yuran could rescue her. The arrival of Qiao Yuran allowed her to better manipulate him to provoke the Qin King, with the ultimate goal of annulling their engagement. However, the depths of the Qin King's heart were as unfathomable as the sea, and it seemed unlikely that her antics today would achieve her desired outcome. Qiao Yuran cast a sideways glance, snorting disdainfully. "If you seek revenge, you must wait until I reclaim the 100,000 taels of silver. It seems you truly fail to recognize the kindness of others." Shu Xian, her anger flaring, retorted, "Kindness? You consider yourself kind? That is perhaps the most ludicrous joke in all the world. Since my earliest memories, you have never allowed me a single day of happiness, and you dare to claim you are a good person before me." A smile graced Qiao Yuran's lips, yet his eyes glinted with frost as he replied, "Do not forget who turned my Jade Dragon Tea House into a den of vice, who lent you money to conduct your business. You, on the other hand, squandered it gambling, losing it all within an hour. Had I not arrived in time, you would have lost a finger and still dare to boast here." Shu Xian shot back, "But I clearly lost only 100,000 taels. You arrived, and suddenly it became 1,000,000 taels. Don't think I am unaware that the gambling house is yours. You recovered your own money and then came back to extort me. You are truly shameless." Qiao Yuran retorted, "If you choose to believe that, there is nothing I can do. Shall I invite the gambling house to collect the debt from the residents tomorrow?" Shu Xian seethed, "Qiao Yuran, you are ruthless." Qiao Yuran chuckled, "My ruthlessness pales in comparison to yours. 3 years ago, you drugged my tea, leaving me to suffer for 3 days and nights, nearly costing me my life. 2 years ago, you set fire to my instrument workshop, incinerating all my instruments. Do you have any idea how much effort I invested to gather them? A year ago, you trespassed into my Guizhi courtyard and scalded the begonia planted by my mother on her deathbed. 6 months ago, you shattered my spirit snake wine, which I had painstakingly preserved for 5 years. Adding up all these grievances, 100,000 taels would scarcely suffice for your reparations. Most grievously, some are priceless treasures. How could you ever compensate for those? Shu Xian coldly replied, do you intend to settle accounts with me? Let us calculate our debts. 3 years ago, I merely caused you to suffer for 3 days and nights, while you nearly drowned me by throwing me into the pond. What of your instruments? You incinerated my home with a single flame. Had I been inside, I would likely have perished. And that begonia, in my current state, I endure enough hardship. Yet you had your brother compose a poem likening my face to that of the delicate begonia. Should I not destroy your begonia? Shall I simply await your mockery? Xiao Yuran regarded Shu Xian with a frosty gaze. Since her recovery from a severe illness 3 years prior, she had transformed remarkably. Once shy and reclusive due to her appearance, she now displayed a boldness and sharp tongue that was astonishing. The rivalry between the two has persisted for 3 long years, with each experiencing victories and defeats. Xiao Yuran remarked nonchalantly, in any case, given your ghastly appearance, you are unlikely to find a suitor. What harm is there in discussing it? Moreover, were you not the one who allowed Qin Ling and Qin Yu to portray you in such a dismal light? I am merely offering my assistance. Shu Xian replied with a forced smile. Indeed, my cousin has always been exceedingly fond of me. After all, I have never contemplated marriage. How about this? Once the Prince of Qin calls off the engagement, you can marry me. With that, she took 3 steps closer. Rising onto her toes to bridge the gap between them, their breaths palpable in the air. Xiao Yuran quickly stepped back and declared, I can assure you that the Prince of Qin will never annul the engagement. Thus I have no need to marry you. Chapter 8. Sleeping with pigs, Shu Xian gazed at Xiao Yuran with lively eyes and inquired, how did you know? A smile danced on Xiao Yuran's lips as her beautiful almond-shaped eyes fixed on her. The temperament of the Qin Wang is notoriously elusive, and your antics today have likely piqued his interest. Therefore, my dear cousin, congratulations. It seems you may finally be on the verge of marriage. Though he spoke with mirth, his eyes brimmed with mockery, and his tone was laced with teasing. Upon hearing his words, Shu Xian felt an inexplicable surge of anger and retorted, are you so eager for me to be married off? If memory serves me right, my father once mentioned that we had an arranged betrothal. Should the Qin Wang truly call off the engagement, I would not oppose it. Marrying you would certainly relieve my worries. The betrothal, once established, had been annulled when they reached their teenage years, the reason being her perceived lack of beauty. Xiao Yuran's lips twitched slightly as he waved his hands dismissively. You might as well worry to your heart's content. Marry whoever you wish, but for heaven's sake, do not marry me. My family's abode is far too small to accommodate a deity such as yourself. Noticing Shu Xian glaring at him, he added, moreover, our houses are too closely packed. Should you truly wed into our family, a mere quarrel could lead to your fiery wrath engulfing our home. Shu Xian moved closer to him, grinning mischievously. Rest assured, I have no intention of setting your house ablaze, for you shall never have that chance. Xiao Yuran laughed. I wouldn't desire such an opportunity even if it were offered. Suddenly, his smile vanished, and he stood rigid, fuming. Shu Xian, you have resorted to poison again. Shu Xian's smile radiated brightly. And what of it? You have been using your meager martial skills to bully me day in and day out, and after enduring such torment for so long, I deserve to reclaim some interest. Before her journey to this realm, her family had a long lineage in traditional medicine. Although she had little interest in it, years of exposure had imparted some knowledge. Upon her arrival, and assuming the identity of the true Shu Xian, she discovered a tome on the preparation and application of poisons buried in the depths of Shu Xian's wardrobe. Initially, she had no intention of studying it. Life here was dreadfully dull without the internet, computers, or television, stretching the days interminably. Coupled with her rivalry with Xiao Yuran, she longed to gain an advantage, prompting her to delve into the book. Thus, during their relentless skirmishes, although she did not gain significant advantages, she also did not suffer losses, as she consistently managed to triumph through her wit. When cunning failed her, the peculiar poison recipes always provided her with a means to turn the tide. Xiao Yuran sighed. What do you intend to do? If his martial skills were truly as rudimentary as you claim, there would be no experts left in the world. Each time they clashed, it was not due to his carelessness. Rather, Shu Xian's unique methods of employing poison were exceedingly unconventional, leaving him perpetually on guard and causing him to stumble time and again. He was well acquainted with her temperament. Although he had come today to rescue her, he had inadvertently disrupted her plans, and just moments ago had unceremoniously tossed her into the wheat field. Given her disposition, it was likely she would retaliate with interest. He could only wonder how she would choose to deal with him this time. A sigh escaped his lips as he pondered this. despite frequently professing his disdain for her. He felt an inexplicable concern when he heard she had caused a ruckus at the Qin Wang mansion. He was all too familiar with the nature of the Qin Wang, and although he knew she had deliberately lured him there, he could not shake the fear of her encountering any mishap, prompting him to rush to her aid, only to find her completely unappreciative of his efforts. He lifted his gaze to Xu Xin, observing her slightly pouted lips, her face alight with mirth. From his vantage point, he could only see her delicate left profile. Her skin was as smooth as jade, her nose petite, and her cherry-red lips complemented by her sparkling apricot-shaped eyes. Should he choose to ignore her right side, her beauty exuded an ethereal charm. His heart stirred, yet he was acutely aware that beneath her enchanting exterior lay a devilish nature, much like her peculiar and audacious disposition. Xu Xin playfully lifted his chin with her finger, her eyes shining with amusement as she remarked, "Cousin, your reputation is unparalleled. In Fian City, you are renowned alongside the artistic genius Luo Shi and the literary talent Zhao Qingshu as the three paragons of Fian. I have heard that because you frequently assist the courtesans of the brothels with lyrics and melodies, the courtesans take great pride in having won your favor. I have always admired your talents in that regard, but I wonder, how many can you manage in a single night?" Qiao Yuren's expression darkened as he retorted, "Xu Xin, do not act recklessly." He genuinely questioned the sanity of this girl. How could a lady speak so freely of such matters? Yet, he thought to himself, in all the world, there was likely nothing Xu Xin would hesitate to do or say. He could hardly believe she would genuinely wish for him to indulge in such pleasures. She must have devised some torturous scheme instead. Xu Xin smiled mischievously. "Cousin, you need not worry. I would never act irresponsibly." Indeed, she would not act irresponsibly, but rather in a whimsical manner. As he beheld her smiling face, it felt as though a blizzard had descended upon his heart, leaving him weak and immobile. His peach blossom eyes filled with helplessness, even the beauty mark at the corner of his eye having lost its luster. With all her strength, Xu Xin dragged Qiao Yuran onto the back of a horse, mounting it herself, and they meandered to a nearby farm. The farm operated on a principle of maximizing resources, raising numerous sows. The piglets born were nurtured until maturity, only to be slaughtered later, while the waste from both sows and piglets was utilized to cultivate vegetables and fertilize fruit trees. Leading Qiao Yuran to the pig pen, Xu Xin cheerfully said, "Cousin, I know you possess remarkable abilities in that regard, and I initially intended for you to showcase your prowess once more. However, I pondered how you would fare in the presence of these sows, given your usual command over beautiful women. You know I tend to act on impulse, so I thought I would invite you to give it a try." As Xu Xin halted before the pig pen, his face was a picture of dark dismay. The ice in his eyes was palpable as he coldly warned, "Xu Xin, cease this folly. Otherwise, you shall regret it." Xu Xin cast a sidelong glance at him and remarked, "If I do not allow you to experience this sensation today, I shall surely regret it." With a spirited demeanor, she continued, "Therefore, my dear cousin, I entreat you to snuggle with the swine tonight." Chapter 9. Causes and Consequences. After Xu Xin cast Qiao Yuran into the pigsty, she watched as several plump sows surrounded him, a smile curling at the corners of her mouth. She mounted her horse, humming an unknown tune as she meandered toward the Xiong residence. She was well aware that today's commotion would surely provoke endless admonitions from her father, the Prime Minister, upon her return, and the concubines within the residence would undoubtedly unite against her. Yet, she felt no fear. Rather, she lamented for her ears, knowing full well that she would suffer tonight. The sunset blazed like rouge, painting the originally pristine clouds with a rosy hue, charming and bashful. As Xu Xin rode past a pond, its waters were crystal clear, reflecting her image. Upon glimpsing the visage in the water, a face as flushed as the sunset, she could not help but frown, though a moment later, her expression transformed into one of delight. Xu Xin vividly recalled her solo adventure in the wild 3 years prior, when she encountered a wild bear and fought valiantly, only to be knocked unconscious by the beast's paw. Upon awakening, she found herself in an intricately carved bed. She had always been adaptable in the face of circumstances. Having experienced such a rare phenomenon as time travel, how could she not cherish it? However, when she stood to gaze into the mirror, she was horrified by the grotesque reflection staring back at her. Startled, she hurriedly wiped away the crimson stains upon her face, which faded away with a mere touch. She could not fathom why the original owner of this body would mar her face so. After all, is it not a universal truth that girls take pride in their beauty? She used rouge to restore the color she had wiped away, meticulously observing the behavior of those around her. Of course, she feigned ignorance like the heroines of other time travel novels, claiming that a severe illness had caused her to forget everything from her past. She distinctly remembered the surprise she felt when first encountering Qiao Yuran, the most handsome man she had ever laid eyes on. Clad in white, he stood before the flower trees in the Xiong residence, and for a fleeting moment, she believed she had encountered a celestial being. Yet, as time passed, she began to feel that she had instead encountered a demon. When she discovered a journal in her room, her heart ached for the true Shuxin. The journal was filled with her thoughts and the agonies of unrequited love, the object of her affection being the very man who resembled a demon, a man who responded to her with nothing but indifference. Initially, she had hoped to coexist peacefully with this demon, at least ignoring him altogether. Yet, it appeared she could never escape him, as he resided in the Xiong residence for the majority of the year and seemed perpetually displeased with her, often mocking her with scornful jests. In the 21st century, Shuxin had always detested self-important men. When she resolved to avenge the true Shuxin, a war between them commenced. Thus, engaging in a battle of wits with this demon became her greatest delight in this new world. She was aware of her own appearance. Although she had yet to unravel the mystery behind the true Shuxin's decision to render herself so unattractive, she understood that it was precisely her lack of beauty that deterred suitors. Whenever a proposal did arise, the moment she made her presence known, those suitors would promptly withdraw their intentions. Despite her father's high rank as a chancellor, no one was willing to marry this woman, who would awaken each night to find herself in fear. It was precisely because of her extreme unattractiveness that she found solace in her own space. Her courtyard, aside from her chancellor father, was avoided by the other concubines, who regarded her as a monster, thus, who would seek her hand in marriage. Consequently, she exaggerated her ugliness and coupled it with her cruel demeanor, making her infamous throughout Fian City for her unparalleled hideousness and vicious nature, which deterred any suitors. She had expected this life to continue indefinitely, yet unexpectedly, a royal edict bestowed upon her the hand of the most sought-after prince in the city. In that moment, she realized her extraordinary existence was about to come to a close, and for reasons unknown, she felt a twinge of reluctance. She pondered whether she truly had to marry the Prince of Qin, and upon reflection, concluded that she would not. The reason was simple. Who decreed that a time-traveling woman must marry a prince? She refused to tread this cliché and outdated path. Hailing from the 21st century, her life and love were to be governed by her own will. Furthermore, the so-called Prince of Qin was not a paragon of virtue. According to the intelligence she had gathered, he was a man of cunning and malice. A time-traveling woman marrying a dark-hearted man was a plot too trite for her taste. She did not believe she possessed the irresistible charm that could thaw the icy heart of such a man, nor did she naively consider herself to be the unique exception. These realizations were only solidified upon her encounter with the prince. Yet, deep down, she was acutely aware that her current behavior might be excessive. If the prince truly intended to marry her for ulterior motives, no amount of ruckus on her part would deter him. As Shu Xian contemplated this, a smile crept onto her lips. His unwillingness to back out did not imply that she would not escape the marriage. While this tactic might be a bit worn, it remained quite effective, perhaps even the best solution to her current predicament. However, upon returning to the chancellor's residence, she was taken aback by the sight before her. The grand hall was filled with gifts, an overwhelming number adorned with red silk ribbons. The steward, upon seeing her return, hurried over and exclaimed, "Miss Seven, you have finally returned." Shu Xian inquired, "What is the meaning of all this?" The steward replied, "These are all gifts sent by the Prince of Qin, intended as your betrothal presents." With a scoff, Shu Xian carelessly opened a box, only to be astonished. It was overflowing with jewelry, vibrant and exquisite. As she examined the other boxes, she found fabrics and ready-made garments, an array of items from the most prestigious shops in Fian City. Chapter 10. Such a father and daughter. Shu Xian gazed at the mountain of gifts before her, her lips curling in disdain, and inquired, "When were these things delivered?" The steward, observing her displeasure, cautiously replied, "They arrived this evening." Shu Xian sank into the large chair, letting out a soft huff through her nose. "Return them all. These worthless trinkets are not fit to be bridal gifts." If the Prince of Qin does not feel embarrassed, then he is indeed foolish. The steward was taken aback by her words. Not a single item was inexpensive. How could their seventh young lady dismiss them as mere junk? Most importantly, these were the bridal gifts from the Prince of Qin. Who would dare return such offerings? It could very well be tantamount to courting disaster. Moreover, returning bridal gifts implied a desire to break off the engagement, a gesture of profound discontent with the gifts received. Even if he had 10 lives, he would not venture to the Prince of Qin's residence to return them. However, he knew well the temperament of his seventh young lady. If he failed to comply with her demands, the consequences could be far worse than facing the Prince of Qin. while facing the prince might lead to death. Ignoring her wishes could result in a fate worse than death. Cold sweat broke out on the steward's forehead as he stammered, Miss, it seems. It may not be appropriate. Yet, as her almond-shaped eyes glared at him, all his subsequent words retreated. This is none of your concern. You may leave. A voice of authority resonated, allowing the steward to breathe a sigh of relief. The master had arrived, swiftly wiping the sweat from his brow. He bowed and exited the parlor with haste. Shu Exine pouted, turning around to find her father, the chancellor, clad in a dark robe, standing imposingly behind her. His goat beard was flecked with gray, and his sharp, contained gaze was fixed coldly upon her. Shu Exine broke into a bright smile, approaching him with a charming innocence as she linked her arm through his. Father, you're back. Allow me to give you a massage. The chancellor snorted in disapproval. His daughter always adopted this demeanor after causing trouble, and her peculiar massage technique, while effective, left him feeling unsettled. This time, however, her mischief had escalated significantly. He brushed her hand aside, his tone icy. Will you be spending your nights in the woodshed or the ancestral hall this time? Shu Exine stuck out her tongue playfully and pouted. Father, if someone were to hear you, they might think I'm not your daughter. What father would confine his own daughter to either a woodshed or an ancestral hall? Upon hearing her words, the chancellor's expression shifted slightly. Her remarks seemed to strike a nerve, and a fleeting look of helplessness crossed his eyes. But in an instant, his demeanor turned cold again. At this moment, I would rather you were not my daughter. A young lady should not be gallivanting around, causing mayhem. And now, you have inexplicably provoked the Prince of Qin. Do you wish for me to live in constant worry for your life? Shu Exine rolled her eyes slightly and coldly retorted. Perhaps I was at fault in the past, but this time, I assure you, I am not to blame. I truly wish to inquire of my father, my 6 sisters, each possessing remarkable beauty, have either married an emperor or a great general, and they have already helped you recover your investments. Unexpectedly, I, who am so unattractive, am still not spared, as you insist on marrying me off to a prince who knows nothing of love. Father, each daughter you have borne has contributed to solidifying your position in the court. Could you not show a modicum of mercy and release me, this ugly duckling? He is already aware of my actions today, so let us speak plainly. If I could achieve the goal of annulling the marriage through my father, the Prime Minister, it would indeed be a fortunate outcome. Hearing Shu Exine's words, Prime Minister Shu's eyes widened in anger, and his slightly white goat beard trembled as he exclaimed, You wretched girl, is this how you speak to your father? I have fretted endlessly over your marriage. Can't you learn from your sisters and live peacefully as the 7th miss in the residence? Yet, you seem to revel in chaos, and not only are you plain, but you also stir trouble everywhere. Now that you are finally betrothed, and to the King of Qin no less, what discontent do you harbor? Shu Exine retorted coldly. Perhaps every woman in the world yearns to marry the King of Qin, but I, Shu Exine, do not wish to. Father, do not think I am unaware of your intentions. Had it not been for your debts to mother, you would have likely sent me away from the Prime Minister's residence long ago. Shu Xiang paused, and upon mentioning Shu Exine's mother, his voice involuntarily softened. If you do not wish to marry, you could simply tell your father. There is no need to cause a ruckus at the King of Qin's residence. Creating a disturbance is one thing, but to curse the King of Qin is another. Do you realize that even the Emperor has reservations about him? I, your father, dare not provoke the King of Qin. Shu Exine scoffed. Is it of any use to tell you? Can you persuade the Emperor to change his decree? She glanced at Shu Xiang and added, Moreover, you just admitted your own fear of the King of Qin. How could you dare to annul the engagement? Shu Xiang, now somewhat irate, responded, You truly are unaware of your own limitations. How is it that I have given birth to such a daughter? For the past 3 years, you have not allowed your father a moment of peace. Since her grave illness 3 years prior, she had seemed like a different person altogether. Shu Exine replied with a grin. Father, please return all the betrothal gifts and dissolve the engagement with the King of Qin. I assure you from now on, I shall remain quietly in the Prime Minister's residence, patiently awaiting your guidance. Shu Xiang clenched his teeth. Do you think the Emperor's marriage decree is a trivial matter? I truly cannot comprehend. Other daughters would give anything to marry the King of Qin, yet you. He could not bring himself to finish his thought. Shu Exine tugged at Shu Xiang's hand. It is precisely because I understand the seriousness of the Emperor's decree that I wish for you to intervene, Father. I know the Emperor holds you in the highest regard. Shu Xiang interrupted. Flattery will not serve you here. This time, I will not allow you to act recklessly. I see that your heart is set on Yuran, but my dear girl, you must trust your father. Such a man is truly unsuitable for you. Upon hearing her father's words, Shu Exine was taken aback. It dawned on her that he believed her reluctance to marry stemmed from her feelings for Qiao Yuran. Is there some sort of misunderstanding? Her father's imagination seems excessively vivid. Which of his eyes has seen her harbor any affection for Qiao Yuran? Just as she was about to retort, she overheard Xu Xiang state, I was contemplating whether to confine you in the woodshed or the ancestral hall, but knowing your remarkable abilities, I fear those places would not suffice to contain you. Bring the seventh miss to the cliff of remorse. As soon as Xu Xiang's words fell, two burly servants seized her. Upon hearing that she was to be taken to the cliff of remorse, losing her freedom, Xu Xen could not help but exclaim in anger, if you dare to imprison me there, I assure you, when I emerge, I will surely set your beard ablaze. Xu Xiang merely scoffed, disregarding her threat, and addressed the two servants. Keep a vigilant watch over the 7th Mississippi. If she manages to escape before the wedding of Prince Qin, be wary of your heads. Chapter 11. The Ms. Painted Bird Xu Xen elegantly gathered her hair into a high bun, stealthily donned a set of ordinary male attire pilfered from the street, and cradled the rolled-up sketchbooks in her arms. Her keen eyes darted around, and upon ascertaining that no one was tailing her, she confidently strolled through the streets of Fian City. To reach the calligraphy and painting shop in the eastern part of the city, one must traverse Chunyin Street, which was bustling with throngs of people at that moment. A large crowd had gathered in a particular spot, seemingly engrossed in something intriguing. Gossip is an innate human tendency, especially among women. Xu Xian mused that since she was not in a rush and had not spotted anyone from the aristocratic residence pursuing her, she might as well join the commotion and discover what was transpiring. With this thought, she slung the cord of her sketchbook over her shoulder and followed the tide of humanity. The sheer number of people was overwhelming. She was jostled and pushed forward, leaving her little choice but to move along. Unbeknownst to her, the sketchbook she had secured on her back had vanished amidst the crowd. By the time she realized this, she found herself at the forefront of Chunyin Street, the very epicenter of the gossip. Panic surged within her upon the realization of her lost sketchbooks. She attempted to turn back and retrieve them, but the throng was too dense, thwarting her escape. Anger bubbled within her, yet she felt utterly helpless. Accepting her misfortune, she decided to observe what was unfolding before her. Her gaze fell upon several exquisite landscape paintings displayed ahead, each far surpassing her own artistic skill. The mastery of ink and the delicate balance of light and shadow meticulously captured distant mountains and flowing waters, while vibrant flowers and lush foliage adorned the corners, encapsulating the ethereal essence of a post-rain village or portraying the grandeur of mountains and the rushing rivers in all their glory. Xu Xian could not help but swallow hard. If her instincts were correct, the artist behind these masterpieces must be the renowned Luo Shi, known as the Sage of Painting. Indeed, she spotted Luo Shi's seal in the corner of one painting. Just then, Luo Shi's steward, Luo Yun, called out loudly, "My master, a connoisseur of art, has created several pieces for your appreciation." As soon as his words fell, the crowd erupted into chatter. Luo Yun continued, "My master has proclaimed that those who identify flaws or shortcomings in the paintings will not only be rewarded with 100 taels of silver, but will also have the honor of becoming his friends, sharing tea and drinks with him." At this announcement, shrill cries of excitement echoed through the crowd. Luo Shi was famed in Fian City for his striking good looks. While his status may not rival that of Prince Qin, he was a talented scholar from a prestigious lineage, making him the object of countless women's affections, and he was still unmarried. Luo Yun surveyed the crowd before adding, "However, those who create trouble or critique inappropriately, beware. The Luo residents will not be kind." With this warning, the crowd recoiled in unison, but Xu Xian remained captivated by the grandeur of the artwork before her, momentarily forgetting to retreat. As the throng surged back, she stood out like a crane among chickens, cursing her misfortune in silence. She attempted to weave her way back into the crowd, only to be seized by Luo Yun. "You must be an admirer of art as well," he remarked. "I greatly admire your presence. Please, share your thoughts on the paintings." Though Xu Xian had dabbled in painting and possessed a rudimentary understanding of artistic concepts, she was merely a novice and felt ill-equipped to offer a critique. In times past, she might have leveraged the prestige of the marquisate to evade trouble or perhaps resorted to petulance to wriggle her way out. Yet today, burdened by the fear of being caught, she dared not court controversy. However, Luo Yun showed no intention of releasing her, and she could not afford to be as audacious as before. In an effort to quell the situation, she forced a smile and exclaimed, "Your painting is truly exceptional." The crowd erupted in laughter. If Luo Shi's art was subpar, whose could possibly be better? Xu Xian, desperate to escape, found herself ensnared by Luo Yun's tight grip, leaving her no chance to flee. With a resigned sigh, she remarked, The painting is indeed commendable, and the calligraphy is splendid. But the quality of the paper is also noteworthy. This elicited another wave of laughter. After all, how could Luo Shi's paintings, made on the finest Xian paper from the falling sunset pavilion in Fian City, be anything but exquisite? Seeing her ruse unraveling, Shu Xan bit her lip and steeled herself to say, "Your painting is magnificent. Yet there is one error." A hush fell over the crowd as Luo Yun fixed his gaze on her, inquiring, "Pray tell, where lies the mistake?" Gathering her composure, she scrutinized the artwork once more and stated earnestly, "This is a post-rain mountain-dwelling scene. Although it has rained, not a single bird is in sight, which is rather peculiar. Conversely, this is a vast river landscape, intended to be grand, yet you have depicted several birds here, which diminishes its essence. In summary, your esteemed gentleman has erred in his avian portrayal." At her words, Luo Yun's expression darkened, and the crowd burst into uproarious laughter. As Shu Xian heard the mirth surrounding her and recalled her own words, she inwardly cursed the day. What a wretched fate! How could fortune turn so cruelly against her, transforming her attempt to blend into a blunder? In previous times, she would have been indifferent to the consequences, but today was different. No longer daring to linger on such thoughts, she seized the moment while Luo Yun was momentarily stunned, wrenching his hand free. Just as the burly man who had been pursuing her closed in, she slipped through the crowd and fled like the wind. Luo Shi and Shu Xian were acquaintances, and given the uproar surrounding her impending marriage to the prince, she was determined to avoid capture at all costs. Her precious freedom felt so precarious. With legs propelled as if wound by a spring, she sprinted forward, the footsteps behind her closing in ominously. Panic surged within her as she scolded herself. It was merely a few misplaced words. Must they pursue me so relentlessly? She had no idea how many streets she had traversed when her energy waned, and, aware that the rogue had carelessly discarded a banana peel, she slipped on it, tumbling head over heels. As she braced herself to rise and unleash a torrent of curses, a pair of entirely black, gold-trimmed official boots halted before her. Startled, she looked up to see a white silk shirt adorned with elegant golden embroidery. And when her gaze met the narrow, piercing eyes, her heart sank. She vowed to herself that henceforth, she would consult the almanac before stepping out. The man standing before her was none other than her betrothed, Prince Yuxiu. With a gentle smile, he extended a hand to assist her, teasingly remarking, "Why, Miss Seven, what a disheveled appearance you present. What has led to such a state?" Shu Xian truly wished to end it all, lamenting her ill fate that had led her to encounter him. In her distress, she clumsily rose from the ground, casting her gaze around, relieved to find no one else in pursuit. It was then she spoke. "Isn't the prince usually one for solitude? What brings you to the bustling streets today?" Yuxiu replied lightly. "After spending an extended period within the confines of the palace, I found myself rather weary of the monotony and sought a breath of fresh air. To my surprise, I stumbled upon the 7th Miss S. lost painting. When I overheard her exquisite metaphors regarding the 2 paintings by Luo Shi, it truly opened my eyes. However, as I attempted to return the painting to the 7th Miss, she dashed away with remarkable speed, one that I could scarcely match. I chased her through 3 bustling streets before finally catching up." As he recounted this, his elongated eyes sparkled with mirth, exuding a gentle warmth that hinted at both genuine interest and subtle curiosity. This Shu Xian was far more intriguing than he had initially imagined. Upon hearing his words, Shu Xian felt an overwhelming sense of dread, her gaze landing on the painting in his hand, which was none other than the spring scene she had meticulously crafted. Chapter 12. Trouble begets trouble. Upon witnessing Yuxiu glance back at the painting, Shu Xian hastily fled. Regardless of her audacity, she was acutely aware of the consequences of being seen perusing explicit artwork in the public square. She knew that even if Yuxiu possessed a gentle temperament, he would not hesitate to dismantle her for such an affront. Moreover, the man was notoriously cunning, appearing amiable while harboring a temperament of utmost severity. In times of peril, retreat is the wisest strategy. The wisdom passed down through generations rang true. She dared not dwell on the matter of the silver. If need be, she could always recreate the artwork. In future endeavors, she would consult the almanac before venturing out to avoid the misfortunes that plagued her this day. However, upon returning, still shaken, to her modest abode, she found herself accosted by 2 burly men the moment she opened the door. With a sigh of despair, she lamented that today was evidently ill-suited for her to venture forth. Calamity seemed to have sought her out at every turn. The steward, with utmost caution, addressed her, "7th Miss, I beg your pardon. I am merely following the orders of the master, compelled by circumstance." I implore you to overlook my transgressions and not hold this incident against me. Although he was there to apprehend her, he was well aware of her character and deemed it prudent to speak kindly, lest he invite further misfortune in the future. Shu Xian cast a frosty gaze at Yu Ling, who shivered and stammered. Miss, I was merely hungry and attempted to pilfer a morsel from the residents. The remainder of her explanation was unnecessary, as Shu Xian understood all too well. With exasperation, Shu Xian scolded, "You foolish girl! Will you perish if you go a day without food?" The cause of her predicament lay solely in that simpleton's inability to withstand hunger. Was this not a tragedy worthy of a mere bon? Yu Ling, sheepishly sticking out her tongue, dared not utter another word. Upon their return to the residence, Shu Xiang, having not laid eyes on Shu Xian, ordered her and Yu Ling to be confined to the woodshed. A sense of utter defeat washed over Shu Xian. Shu Xiang's refusal to see her signified the cessation of any opportunity for explanation or rebuttal, leaving her bereft of an outlet for her frustrations. With Yu Ling imprisoned alongside her, her last glimmer of hope for escape was extinguished. It appeared that her father, the Chancellor, had resolutely decided on her confinement. Feeling a tumult of emotions yet powerless to act, Shu Xian cast a cold glance at Yu Ling before dismissing her entirely. Aware of the gravity of her misdeed, Yu Ling sat quietly beside Shu Xian, refraining from speech. The woodshed was in disarray, dust coating the floor, and with the onset of early summer, unidentifiable insects merrily serenaded one another, their incessant chirping grating on Shu Xian's nerves. Just as she felt on the verge of an outburst, she unexpectedly heard footsteps, followed by Shu Xiang's commanding voice, "Open the door." A surge of elation coursed through Shu Xian as she sprang from the rickety stool. The moment Shu Xiang stepped into the woodshed, she leapt to his side and seized his beard, exclaiming, "At long last, you old man show a semblance of conscience." Shu Xiang, already irked, found his irritation magnified by her brazen grasp of his beard. With wide eyes, he caught hold of her hand and pushed her away, declaring, "Wretched girl, it seems I have indulged you too much, utterly lacking in propriety." Shu Xian let out a cold huff. "I initially intended to singe your beard, but considering your timely decision to release me, let us consider our affairs settled." The fact that Shu Xiang had come to the woodshed implied he was there to liberate her, though she could not fathom his motive. Assuming perhaps it was a moment of conscience, Shu Xiang retorted coldly, "Settled? Humph. You have created a grave calamity, and yet you speak of settling matters? I would rather you had never been born." With that, he flung a scroll of paintings at Shu Xian's face. Shu Xian paused, catching the scroll, but her smile faltered upon glimpsing its contents. Shu Xiang's voice dripped with sarcasm. "What remarkable talent you possess. My daughter creates such art, it truly opens my eyes." Shu Xian chuckled awkwardly. "Well, that's merely a personal interest, father, no need to take it seriously." Upon seeing the album, she had instinctively shifted from calling him the old man to father. Yet, her interest in painting such explicit scenes was indeed shocking. The ladies of the Shu household were renowned throughout the vast desert kingdom for their strict upbringing, and now, under such rigorous discipline, emerged a seventh miss with an interest in painting lewd illustrations. Should this news spread, Shu Xiang would certainly feel compelled to find a wall to bang his head against. Shu Xiang, with a face darkened by clouded thoughts, remarked, "My daughter's interests are indeed refined. I have much to learn from you." Gathering her resolve, Shu Xian replied, "What else could I do when you forced me to marry the king of Qin? I merely wished to exchange some silver. Is that so outrageous?" She had not anticipated that Yushio would deliver such explicit artworks to the Shu residents, and her mind began to ponder Yushio's intentions. Shu Xiang coldly interjected, "Indeed, I need not feign surprise, for the king of Qin has requested your presence at the palace tomorrow to discuss the contents of that painting." The last phrase was nearly spat out through gritted teeth. The family's reputation had been utterly tarnished by her actions. He could not comprehend how her mind was filled with such bizarre notions, why her actions always strayed so far from propriety. For her sake, he felt he might lose at least a decade of his life. Shu Xian stood momentarily stunned. She could surmise that Yushio's invitation to the Qin palace boded ill. Cautiously, she inquired, "Father, did you agree?" Shu Xiang shot her a glare. "Do you think I had a choice?" When Xuanwu delivered the paintings, he stated that should the seventh miss fail to appear tomorrow, the prince would hang your art at the front of the Shu residence. Fuming, Shu Xian exclaimed, "That Yushio is utterly excessive. He chose to exhibit his paintings on the street, and now he shifts all the blame onto me." Shu Xiang glared at her. "I warned you not to provoke him, but you refused to listen. Now, you shall face the consequences of your actions tomorrow when you research with him." With that, he flicked his sleeve and stormed out of the woodshed. His anger flared at the thought of a young woman engaging in such discussions with a man, regardless of whether he was her betrothed. Shu Xian's reputation was already tarnished, and through this incident, she feared she would earn the ignoble title of a wanton woman. A sense of defeat washed over her. It seemed matters were spiraling further from her grasp. She bit her lip, her almond-shaped eyes shimmering with a flicker of determination. Research is merely research. Who is afraid of whom? Regardless, she is a representative of the new generation of the 21st century. Although she lacks experience in that regard, has she not witnessed the antics of swine, even if she has never tasted pork? When adversaries approach, one must stand firm. When water flows, the earth shall cover. It is best to drown that scoundrel in the torrent of passion. Chapter 13. Such conduct. When Shu Xian arrived at the Qinhuang mansion, it was already afternoon. She gazed coldly at the sun-drenched plants, which appeared as lifeless as the entire estate itself. A slight smile graced her lips, wishing that Yuxiu would share the same fate as these plants, languishing in a state of disinterest. However, upon encountering Yuxiu, he resembled a striking white lotus blooming in a pond, radiant and resplendent, yet exuding an ethereal, aloof beauty, both proud and reserved. Today, he donned a pure white garment, almost translucent and somewhat deceptive, leaving one perplexed. His dark hair was lazily tied back with a golden ribbon, and around his waist was a unique black ornament, the material of which Shu Xian had never encountered before. He sat in the small pavilion, not feeding the fish as he usually did, but instead sipping tea. The tea appeared scalding, with steam swirling from the exquisite teapot, making his countenance somewhat surreal, devoid of any discernible emotion. The fragrant aroma of the tea wafted toward Shu Xian from a distance. Upon catching a whiff, she recognized it as the finest Longjing tea. She couldn't help but swallow, recalling how long it had been since she had savored such exquisite tea. Without hesitation, she approached the stone table, poured herself a cup, and after taking a delicate sip, exclaimed, "Indeed, this is the finest Longjing." She then consumed the entire cup in one go, smacking her lips in delight and proclaiming, "What a splendid tea." With that, she poured herself another cup. Yuxiu watched her actions with a faint smile, his tone gentle as he remarked, "I never imagined that the seventh miss, aside from painting spring palace scenes, would also possess a taste for fine tea. You seem to embody both the mundane and the refined, which is quite impressive." His amber eyes sparkled with a mix of mockery and admiration. Shu Xian chuckled and replied, "Your Highness is both serene and fond of revelry, harmoniously blending tranquility with exuberance, which I find equally admirable." Though she intended to scold him for his gossiping nature, she suppressed her displeasure, reminding herself of her purpose for being there. With a mild smile, Yuxiu inquired, "Seventh Miss is skilled in painting. I wonder if she has a talent for chess as well?" Shu Xian laughed lightly, writing, "How impressive, Your Highness, that you even know I can ride. You must have conducted considerable inquiries about me. I wonder if I have met your expectations? As for chess, let us skip that. I can manage Gamoku, but Go is beyond me. Better to jest than to pretend." Yuxiu's amber gaze swept over her, assessing her before he spoke. "The name of the seventh Miss is renowned throughout Fian City. It can be said that few are unaware of it, and I hold a deep admiration for you. However, regarding the rumors, I find them somewhat biased." With that, he fixed his gaze steadily upon Shu Xian. Shu Xian offered a languid smile, remaining silent as she awaited his next words. Yuxiu continued, "You are not as unattractive as the rumors suggest. Whether you possess a heart of stone, I cannot ascertain. Yet, I must say, you truly are a talented woman of Fian City. Those paintings from yesterday were nothing short of extraordinary. Even Luo, she would likely concede defeat." Finally, they had arrived at the crux of the matter. With a gentle smile, Shu Xian remarked, "In terms of painting skills, I cannot compare to even 1/11th of Luo Shi. However, when it comes to subject matter, he is indeed no match for me. The reason is simple, he lacks experience." Yuxiu's expression remained unchanged, but curiosity flickered in his eyes as he inquired, "Has Miss Seven had any experience?" Shu Xian playfully curled her finger, yet Yuxiu merely gazed at her without approaching. She appeared somewhat disappointed as she said, "I recall mentioning to the prince last time that I once had someone I cared for." Yuxiu asked, "And what of that?" Shu Xian's eyes brimmed with disdain as she retorted, "Prince, are you truly unable to guess, or are you feigning ignorance?" Yuxiu regarded her in silence. Shu Xian looked at him, her eyes sparkling, and continued, "When a solitary man and woman spend extended time together, it is inevitable that certain matters will arise. Those few paintings were not mere coincidences. When feelings are stirred, everything follows suit naturally. Prince, am I not speaking the truth? Even a fool could discern the meaning, let alone the cunning Qin Wang." She anticipated that this statement would provoke Yuxiu. leading him to declare how a woman of such questionable virtue as herself could possibly be worthy of him, thus calling off the engagement. Contrary to her expectations, Yu Xiu's expression did not waver. Instead, he calmly asked, "I wonder when this occurred?" Shu Xian was momentarily taken aback. Perhaps only a fiancé like Yu Xiu could pose such a question. Unable to restrain her curiosity, she asked, "Does the prince not care?" Yu Xiu smiled and replied, "What is there to be concerned about? Someone has already taken the liberty of educating Miss Seven, thus sparing me the effort of doing so." He then gazed at her with those long eyes and added, "In fact, since yesterday, I've been pondering how your skills in bed compare to those of the courtesans in the pleasure quarters." With that, he stretched out his long arms and pulled her into an embrace, attempting to kiss her left cheek, but the right side of her face flushed crimson, and he could not bring himself to do so. Shu Xian's heart seethed with anger. How could this wretched fox dare to liken her to women of the brothel? Yet, this was a matter she had initiated, and his inquiries flowed naturally. She smiled sweetly. The prince shall know once he tries. With that, she boldly wrapped her arms around Yu Xiu's neck, her movements teasing and practiced. The adult films she had watched in school were not for naught. Lack of experience did not equate to ignorance. She was acutely aware of her own beauty, and she did not believe there existed a man capable of resisting her allure. Even if he did dare to kiss her, Yu Xiu was not lacking in attractiveness either, and given her appearance, it seemed she would not be at a loss. Yu Xiu was momentarily stunned. Her actions were so adept, her demeanor so provocative, that an uncontrollable surge of anger swelled within him. Yet, recalling her peculiar nature, he managed a slight smile, leaning closer to her ear and softly blowing, his tone laden with innuendo. "Your painting is so exquisite. Why not we try out the pose from your first artwork?" With that, he laid her back upon the stone bench. Shu Xian feigned helplessness, laughing lightly. "Prince, that pose from the painting is rather outdated now." Yu Xiu softly questioned, "Then what sort of pose is considered timeless?" His voice carried a hint of ambiguity, yet was tinged with a subtle restraint. Shu Xian gritted her teeth and turned her face away, her lips brushing against Yu Xiu's cheek. Breathing lightly, she remarked, "In that painting, it depicts a man above and a woman below. Why does the prince not consider the opposite arrangement?" Chapter 14. The prince and the fair lady. Yu Xiu coldly pushed Shu Xian aside and remarked indifferently, "Why has the sixth prince come here?" Shu Xian, caught off guard, tumbled elegantly to the ground, her backside stinging with pain. Internally, she cursed Yu Xiu for his utter lack of compassion. Yet, she begrudgingly rose, casting a resentful glance at him. Yulin withdrew his astonished gaze from Shu Xian, a flicker of understanding crossing his eyes, before breaking into a playful smile. It was quite a challenge to summon the fifth brother. Hence, I decided to pay him a visit. Moreover, I am not alone. The seventh prince has arrived with Su Su and Qian Qian and will be here shortly. The reason for the seventh prince Yu Mian's tardiness was that he had gone to the Ministry of Rites to fetch Li Su and Li Qian. Yu Xiu replied with a faint smile. The seventh prince possesses considerable charm, managing to entice both Su Su and Qian Qian. Yulin looked at Yu Xiu and said, "The seventh prince's ability to attract them is undoubtedly due to the fifth brother's influence. Who doesn't he know that both young ladies are infatuated with the crown prince?" Thus, when the seventh prince mentioned coming to the Qin Wangfu, they eagerly followed. He then cast a glance at Shu Xian, noticing only a faint smile gracing her lips. From Yulin's vantage point, he had a clear view of Shu Xian's face and could not help but lament the unfortunate birthmark that marred her otherwise exquisite beauty. Shu Xian interjected, "Are the Su Su and Qian Qian you speak of the esteemed daughters of the minister Li, renowned as the beauties of the imperial capital?" "Indeed," Yulin replied with a smile. As they spoke, a tall and handsome man accompanied by two graceful ladies approached from a distance. Shu Xian's lips curled into a subtle smile. It seemed she had come to the Qin Wangfu at just the right moment. Not only would she behold the famed beauties, but she also seized the opportunity to extinguish any lingering thoughts Yu Xiu might have of pursuing her. With this thought, her bright eyes sparkled with delight and anticipation. Yu Xiu stated coolly, "Sixth brother, let us refrain from jesting. My future princess is present, and we must avoid any unnecessary misunderstandings." Despite his words, he did not cast a glance at Shu Xian. Shu Xian chuckled lightly, linking her arm through Yu Xiu's. "I did not realize my status in your heart was so elevated. It truly takes me by surprise." Though she feigned astonishment, her demeanor remained unfazed. Yu Xiu's eyes held a note of warning, yet upon seeing the approaching trio, he softened his tone. "We shall soon be husband and wife. Hence, we must be mindful of many matters, wouldn't you agree?" His tone was exceedingly gentle, yet Shu Xian could sense an underlying tension. Understanding his implication, Shu Exine blushed and replied coyly, "It is indeed rare to find a prince with such thoughts." Yulin watched the pair with a smile playing at the corners of his mouth, amusement dancing in his eyes. It appeared that his royal brother had encountered a worthy rival. This rather unattractive girl, despite her flaws, exuded a lively aura. Ever since his arrival, the dynamic between the two had become quite intriguing. Two individuals who clearly despised each other could still be so intimately entwined. It was, without a doubt, an entertaining spectacle. Perhaps the rumors were not entirely unfounded after all. On Shuxin's face was a sweet smile, yet her dark, lustrous eyes scanned the surroundings. Upon encountering the astonished and resentful gazes of two stunning women, her smile only deepened. After Li Su and Li Qian exchanged pleasantries with Yuxiu, Li Su inquired, "Who might this be?" Her voice was as gentle as a warm spring breeze, bringing immense comfort to those who heard it. Shuxin turned to Li Su, silently marveling at her beauty. The title of the most beautiful woman in the imperial city was well-deserved. With her delicate oval face, jade-like skin, smoky eyes, peachy cheeks, thin lips, and pearly teeth, her flowing black hair and willow-like figure evoked a sense of pity in others. Although Li Qian's features lacked the exquisite refinement of her sister, the two shared a striking resemblance, being biological siblings, with an additional flair of carefree charm. When Li Qian's gaze fell upon Shuxin, it reflected surprise, but no hostility. Yuxiu replied, "She is the 7th young miss of the Xiang residence, Shuxin, and also my future princess." His tone was neutral, devoid of joy or anger, yet subtly imbued with the aura of royalty. After appraising Shuxin from head to toe, a flicker of disdain and a hint of sorrow appeared in Li Su's eyes. In contrast, Li Qian's gaze brimmed with astonishment. Shuxin, standing alongside Yuxiu, seemed markedly discordant. The man was exceedingly handsome, while the woman appeared rather plain. Li Su concealed her disdain and spoke with utmost gentleness. "I have long heard of the esteemed 7th young miss. It is indeed a rare fortune to meet you in person today." Shuxin giggled and replied, "I caught a glimpse of Miss Su's exquisite beauty from afar that day and have been wondering when I might have the chance to draw closer. I truly feel fortunate today." Although her words were sweet, her thoughts were less than kind. She recognized that while beauty graced their appearances, their hearts were rather small. She was acutely aware of her own unfavorable reputation, and despite their contempt, they chose to speak so grandiosely. Truly a match made in heaven with Yuxiu. It was rumored that Li Su had pursued Yuxiu for quite some time, and it seemed he had been moved by her beauty. However, just as everyone anticipated their grand wedding, news spread of Yuxiu's impending marriage to Shuxin, a twist of fate that was both dramatic and somewhat absurd. Yulin chuckled. "It is rare for two young ladies to connect so effortlessly upon their first meeting. Why not sit down and engage in a delightful conversation?" Shuxin smiled innocently. "What the 6th prince says is quite right." She feigned ignorance to Yuxiu's warning glances, her unattractive face lit with a broad smile. Not caring whether she might provoke distaste, her spirits were undeniably high. Yuxiu commanded his attendants to bring forth tables and chairs, along with seasonal fruits, and the 3 women and 3 men settled by the pond to converse. Initially, they exchanged trivial pleasantries, but as the discussion turned to the talented individuals of the imperial city, Yulin regarded Shuxin and remarked, "I have heard that the Xiang family excels in nurturing their daughters. Each of the 10 young ladies possesses remarkable talents. I wonder what skills the 7th young miss possesses." With a smile, Shuxin replied, "I can paint." She glanced at Yuxiu, who maintained an expression of indifference, though she could perceive the warnings in his eyes. Li Su chimed in, "The 7th young miss is truly multi-talented. I am deeply impressed, and shall certainly seek a painting from you in the future." With a mischievous grin, Shuxin responded, "I will undoubtedly present you with an exquisite painting, Miss Su, in due time." Li Su smiled faintly and said, "I have heard that the 7th miss and Lucien Xiao Yuran are cousins. It is said that he once imparted his zither skills to the 7th miss, who has performed a piece at the Rui Tower. Those fortunate enough to have heard it claimed that the melody is unparalleled in the world. Might I be so fortunate today as to hear the 7th miss's transcendent celestial music?" Shu Exine inwardly cursed. When had she ever played the guzheng? Rui Tower? No recollection. Suddenly, she recalled a certain notebook that seemed to mention that very incident. The real Shu Exine, after finishing her performance, appeared to have received a gift from Xiao Yuran. The thought made her silently lament. She was tone-deaf and had never learned the guzheng. Was Li Su asking her to play merely to embarrass her? Recommended. The Misfortune of the Bad Husband and the Unfortunate Wife synopsis. Mo Nanyan, the most eligible spinster of the capital, remains unmarried past 20. After her fiancé perishes and her 3 betrothals dissolve inexplicably, the people of the capital assume she is destined to remain single. Yet, On the eve of her 20th birthday, the emperor decrees her marriage to Bai Luofei, the son of the king of Qingqiu. The populace collectively breathes a sigh of relief. In a blind marriage, how can a 21st century woman accept Bai Luofei, who is both cowardly and lecherous, as a match? She resorts to hiring fake pirates to abduct herself, believing freedom is within reach. Little did she know, the imposters turn out to be genuine pirates. A woman unable to find a suitor must reconcile with her fate. How could Bai Luofei swallow such indignation? Rumors abound that the woman is not only unappealing but possesses an eccentric temperament. Bringing her home would be nothing short of a farce. Feigning foolishness has been a facade for far too long. This time, she can no longer maintain the charade. Chapter 15. The enchantress of the Guqin Shu Xian smiled and replied, Miss Su Su, you flatter me. I am not as formidable as you claim. Her thoughts raced like lightning as she contemplated how to evade this predicament. Yu Xiu observed the flicker in Shu Xian's eyes after several encounters. He had begun to discern her intentions and suspected that she might not possess any musical talent. Recalling how she had embarrassed him the previous day, he was curious to see how she would extricate herself this time. With a gentle smile, he remarked, I was unaware that Miss Seven had such a talent. Today, I shall listen attentively. As soon as Yu Xiu finished speaking, he commanded Xian Wu to fetch the Yaoqin, and it was too late for Shu Xian to prevent it. Moreover, she realized that even if she wished to intervene, she could not, for there were those who were intent on making her appear foolish. Shu Xian's smile was bright, yet her words were laced with irritation. Am I not already known to possess some skill, Your Highness? Perhaps you found my painting yesterday lacking in excitement and desire something more fervent? Internally, she cursed, lamenting that this was yet another cliché trope from a time travel novel, an artistic duel. Was there truly no more inventive approach? These ancient individuals seemed utterly bereft of originality. In such tales, the female protagonists either possessed remarkable talents or had the male lead to assist them. Yet here she was, devoid of any skill, while Yu Xiu seemed determined to humiliate her. She was acutely aware of her tarnished reputation. A little more disgrace would matter little. But it did not mean she could endure the mockery of those present. Yu Xiu, maintaining his composure, remarked, Miss Seven's painting skills are unparalleled, and I hold them in high esteem. However, I wonder if your musical abilities can evoke the same blush and heartbeat as your artistry? Li Su, intrigued, inquired. What kind of painting would cause one to blush and have a racing heart? Shu Xian, forcing a smile, replied, I was just discussing this with His Highness. Perhaps it would be better for Miss Su Su to inquire of him. He seemed intent on coaxing her to reveal her experience with spring-themed paintings. But she believed it more fitting for him to confess his own encounters with such artworks. Even though that incident had become widely known, she doubted he would dare to speak of it openly. After all, he was a dignified prince and would surely be mindful of his reputation. Yu Xiu responded with a serene smile. Miss Seven's artistry is exceptional, imbued with exquisite sentiment. One glance is simply insufficient, compelling the viewer to look again. And with each gaze, the allure becomes increasingly indescribable, inevitably causing a blush and a quickened heartbeat. Am I not correct, Miss Seven? Shu Xian could not help but smile. He truly had a way with words. This Prince Qin could likely tell a lie without flinching, as everything he uttered seemed perfectly reasonable. His power, status, and striking appearance lent an undeniable credibility to his words, leaving no room for doubt. After a slight bow, Shu Xian said, Thank you for your compliments, Your Highness. If you wish, I shall create a few more paintings to display at the entrance of the Qin Wangfu tomorrow. Li Su, beaming with delight, replied, In that case, I shall surely visit the minister's residence seeking your artwork. Shu Xian smiled radiantly. It would be my utmost honor. If you fancy them, I would not mind gifting you a few volumes of richly colored paintings. At that moment, Xian Wu returned with the Yaoqin. Li Su turned to Yu Xiu and said, Miss Seven's musical talent is remarkable. I, lacking in skill, would like to borrow her celestial music to dance a piece. Would that be acceptable? In truth, Li Su's intent in having Shu Xian play the piano was not to expose her flaws, but rather to showcase her own exquisite dance skills during Shu Xian's performance. She was acutely aware that Shu Xian had received the emperor's decree of marriage, and thus her position as the primary consort was unassailable. Furthermore, it was implausible for the esteemed Qin Wang to have only one primary consort, particularly one as unattractive as Shu Xian. Li Su believed herself to be extraordinarily beautiful and uniquely talented, convinced that one day she would be able to touch the iron heart of the Qin Wang. Yulin exclaimed, Su Su's dance is incredibly graceful. Today, I am blessed not only with delightful music, but also with a feast for the eyes. However, upon glancing at Shu Xian's somewhat pallid complexion, He inquired, Miss Chi, are you feeling unwell? Shu Xian's gaze flitted around, and upon seeing Yu Xiu's displeased expression, she chuckled lightly. It is nothing, merely a monthly inconvenience that all women experience, as you well know, Your Highness. With that, she leaned slightly against Yu Xiu. Yu Lin felt a twinge of embarrassment. He had never encountered a woman so unabashedly candid. The memory of their earlier interaction struck him, and he suddenly realized why Yu Xiu appeared so displeased. He was yearning for something unattainable. Yet, it seemed that Yu Xiu was rather impatient, not even allowing her respite during such a delicate time. Clearly, his royal brother had been abstinent for far too long. Although Yu Lin found Shu Xian exceedingly unattractive, she possessed an aura unique to her, which Yu Xiu, who did not judge people by conventional standards, might genuinely find appealing. If Yu Xiu were indeed to fall for Shu Xian, the unfolding drama would become increasingly intriguing. Yu Xiu cast a nonchalant glance at Yu Lin, subtly distancing Shu Xian from his side, and remarked, I am eagerly awaiting the melodious strains of Miss Chi's performance. Shu Xian had initially intended to evade the situation, but upon hearing Yu Xiu's words, her eyes sparkled with determination. With a smile, she declared, Then I shall present my humble offering. Internally, she chastised, You wish to embarrass me? I shall ensure you are the one who feels the shame. Let them laugh, if you truly marry me. The humiliation will be yours as well. Let us see if you dare to wed me then. Li Su smiled gracefully, inquiring, May I ask what piece Miss Chi intends to play? I would be delighted to coordinate my dance accordingly. Shu Xian shyly replied, The piece I have chosen is quite unique, one that has never been attempted throughout history. Perhaps it would be best for Miss Su to decide on her dance after I conclude my performance. Li Su felt a flicker of annoyance but maintained a gentle demeanor, saying, I pride myself on having heard every renowned piece in the world and have yet to encounter one that I cannot dance to. Do you doubt my abilities, Miss Chi? Shu Xian smiled faintly and replied, Since you are so confident, I shall begin my performance now. She recognized the predictability of such a contest for affection, and how tiresome the pursuit of love had become. In this era, being virtuous was a futile endeavor. Let Li Su dance as she pleased, it was beyond her concern. With that, Shu Xian approached the qin, a smile gracing her lips as she did not even look at the instrument before plucking its strings. The qin, originally a fine instrument, produces a deep and melodious sound. However, under her manipulative touch, its enchanting tones were transformed into an excruciating cacophony. The notes fluctuated wildly, sometimes sharp and piercing, other times low and jarring, creating a dissonance that was utterly unbearable. Li Su had already positioned herself in the open space, ready to dance as soon as the music commenced. Yet, with the chaotic playing of Shu Xian, the melody was utterly lost, rendering her dance impossible. She could only stand there foolishly. Yu Xiu and Yu Lin, upon hearing the dreadful noise, both frowned in dismay, convinced that this was undoubtedly the most unpleasant piece they had ever encountered. Finally, after Shu Xian concluded her performance, a collective sigh of relief swept through the audience. Yu Xiu, suppressing laughter, maintained a serious demeanor and inquired, Might I ask, Miss Seven, what composition you just played? Shu Xian, after offering a respectful bow, earnestly replied, In response to your highness, the piece I played is titled The Demon of 10 Fingers. Chapter 16. The melodious tune. Yu Xiu furrowed his brows slightly and retorted, The 10-fingered piano demon? He felt that the melody just played could hardly be dubbed as such. It should rather be called the 10-fingered discord or the 10-fingered devil-esque sound. Anyone who heard such a tune would surely go mad. It was so discordant that it could drive one to insanity. Shu Xian replied, Indeed, has the prince ever heard this piece? She herself had never heard it. So how could he have? Yet, her inquiry was earnest. Li Qian, upon hearing Shu Xian's response, cast a glance filled with both admiration and envy towards her. Just as she was about to speak, she caught a glimpse of Li Su and, sticking out her tongue, swallowed her words back down. Yu Xiu smiled faintly and remarked, This melody should only exist in the heavens. How rare it is to hear it in the mortal world. I would very much like to hear it once more. If the seventh miss would grant me the honor. He jested, I fear that even the celestial beings above would tumble down upon hearing it. How could ordinary mortals like us ever endure it? He was skeptical that she could replicate it. As Yu Xiu's words left his lips, the expressions of those present, except for Shu Xian, shifted dramatically. To label such a piece as melodious truly took Yu Xiu's audacity. To hear it again? Let us avoid that. They wish to live a few more years. Shu Xian maintained her composure and said, as the prince stated, that melody belongs to the heavens and does not pertain to our realm. Should it be played again, I fear the deities above would be angered. Whether the deities would indeed be incensed was uncertain. However, she had long forgotten how to play that chaotic tune and could not possibly replicate it. Yulin quickly interjected. What the seventh miss says is quite true. Why not instead appreciate Miss Su's graceful dancing? He was genuinely reluctant for his ears to endure further torment. Yushio sighed. Miss Su's dance is exquisite, yet without music, it seems to lack something essential. Li Su's expression shifted slightly, casting a resentful glance at Shu Exine. Such a melody might only be played by her alone, yet Li Su distinctly remembered Shu Exine's superb skills on the instrument. Today's performance, she suspected, was meant to embarrass her. After hearing Yushio's words, she remarked, it is entirely Su's fault for failing to harmonize with the seventh Miss' music, thus disappointing His Highness. The Qin Prince, Shu Exine, observing the emotions reflected in Li Su's eyes, could already discern her thoughts. A sense of derision arose within her. Li Su was excessively self-assured. Even if she could indeed play the piano, Li Su's graceful dance would likely never capture Yushio's heart. His heart was as unfathomable as the depths of the ocean. However, Li Su's embarrassment today was entirely of her own making. After all, it was she who had suggested that Shu Exine play. What a dreadful proposal it had been. It had also brought her a slight sense of triumph. At that moment, the steward approached and announced, Your Highness, young Master Qiao seeks an audience. Yushio's lips curled into a subtle smile. Young Master Qiao arrives at an opportune time. Please let him in. As he spoke, his gaze subtly shifted towards Shu Exine, where he noted a hint of surprise in her eyes. A barely perceptible flicker of anger rose within him, yet his smile did not wane. Upon hearing of his arrival, Shu Exine's lips curled into a smile, and an inexplicable warmth blossomed in her heart. As soon as Qiao Yuran arrived, Yushio remarked, Whenever the seventh Miss graces my residence, one can always expect to see Master Qiao-san. The bond between Master Qiao-san and the seventh Miss is indeed akin to that of siblings. However, Master Qiao-san need not fret excessively. The seventh Miss is the fiancée of this prince, and I assure you, I am not a beast. The seventh Miss shall not lose a single hair during her visit. After paying her respects to Yushio and Yulin, Qiao Yuran continued, Prince Qin has misunderstood. My previous visit to the palace was prompted by my cousin's indiscretion, as I feared it might provoke your ire. I had previously promised Prince Qin a performance, but on that day, I lacked my instrument and thus disappointed you. Today, I have brought my instrument specifically for this occasion, and fortuitously, I encountered my cousin. Had I known she was here, I would not have dared to come, lest I cause further misunderstanding. I am truly filled with trepidation. Her words were both reasonable and unassailable. After administering her antidote, Qiao Yuran stormed off to the minister's residence to confront Shu Exine, only to learn of her elopement. Soon after, she heard of Prince Qin's scandalous display of spring paintings in the streets, and it was evident who was behind this mischief. A chill of anxiety gripped her heart for the girl. She had warned her against provoking Prince Qin, yet she had only escalated her defiance. Indeed, when Qiao Yuran sought her out at the minister's residence, she was informed that Shu Exine had gone to Prince Qin's palace. Torn between anger and concern for her cousin, she hurried home to retrieve her instrument before hastening to Prince Qin's residence. Yushio chuckled, I was merely jesting, yet Master Qiao-san took it to heart. Qiao Yuran replied earnestly, This matter pertains to my cousin's reputation. Even if your highness was joking, I feel it necessary to clarify. Yushio gazed intently at Qiao Yuran and said, I have always trusted the teachings of Minister Shu. Thus I believe the women of his household possess commendable character. Am I not correct, seventh Miss? Shu Exine responded with a playful smile, Your Highness's opinion of me is precisely how it stands. She felt no need to oppose or endorse his words, allowing him to think and speak as he wished. Yushio, with a subtle smile, inquired, May I ask what piece Master Qiao-san has prepared for us today? Qiao Yuran replied, It is a rare occasion to have both Prince Qin and Prince Qin present, along with the enchanting beauties of the capital. I, lacking in talent, would like to present a piece titled The Enchanting Melody. I wonder what Prince Qin thinks of this. Yushio beamed. To hear Master Qiao-san's music today, and to behold Su's dance is indeed a stroke of fortune in my life. Standing tall and graceful, Qiao Yuran bowed slightly, saying, Your Highness is too kind. Turning to Li Su, she invited, Miss Su, please. With that, she produced a long flute resembling white jade, transparent and glistening. Li Su smiled gently and bowed to the assembly. As the music commenced, the dancers twirled gracefully. The flute's melodious notes resonated far and wide. After enduring Shu Exine's rather discordant performance, the audience felt as though they were listening to celestial music. The sound permeated their very beings, bringing an indescribable comfort and exquisite delight. Li Su moved like a willow in the breeze, her beauty akin to blooming flowers, her feathered attire fluttering gracefully. reminiscent of a celestial being descending to the mortal realm, embodying the essence of the enchanting melody to perfection. The flute's enchanting notes captivated the heart, while the dance stirred the soul. Though this marks the first collaboration between Xiao Yuran and Li Su, one a prodigious musician and the other a graceful dancer, they vividly encapsulate the exquisite details of the piece. In their interplay, mutual respect blossomed, their faces reflecting the stirrings of their hearts, adorned with smiles that radiated warmth akin to a gentle breeze in March. Although Xu Xian was familiar with Xiao Yuran, their encounters typically devolved into playful banter or outright conflict, and she had never before heard his melodies. Upon listening now, she found herself momentarily spellbound, never having anticipated that his music could be so enchanting. Turning her gaze to Li Su, she beheld her unparalleled beauty. When she danced, an indescribable elegance enveloped her, ethereal and transcendent. The breathtaking beauty rendered Xu Xian momentarily self-conscious, igniting a twinge of envy within her. Xu Xian was acutely aware that, even without intentionally downgrading her appearance, she could not compare to even a fraction of Li Su's allure. At that moment, the flush on her right cheek betrayed her feelings, rendering her particularly unappealing. Despite her inherently open-minded nature, she could not escape the feminine desire for beauty, and a slight pang of jealousy crept in. Most distressing was the subtle exchange of glances between Xiao Yuran and Li Su, which stirred an inexplicable unease within her heart. As Yuxiu listened intently to Xiao Yuran's melodies, his peripheral vision flickered towards Xu Xian. Noticing the colors that danced in her eyes, a faint smile graced his lips, yet his gaze remained chillingly detached. Chapter 17. You are a chicken rib. As the performance concluded, the audience seemed still entranced, lingering in the echoes of the melody. Xiao Yuran bowed slightly to Li Su, expressing, "Miss Su, your dancing is unparalleled. It is the finest I have ever witnessed." His praise flowed effortlessly, and though he had heard of Li Su's grace, he was unprepared for such exquisite beauty. Li Su returned the courtesy, saying, "I have long heard of young Master Qiao's exceptional musical talent, yet I have never had the fortune to experience it until today. It is indeed celestial music. To accompany young Master Qiao in dance is a blessing beyond measure." Xu Xian chuckled brightly. "You two are truly a perfect match. Your mutual compliments are delightful. Yet, when you bow to each other, it almost seems like a wedding ceremony." Her laughter was radiant and utterly charming. At her words, the crowd gasped slightly, and Li Su's complexion paled, as she awkwardly replied, "Seventh miss, you do enjoy jesting." She hastily averted her gaze from Xiao Yuran, gracefully stepping towards Yuxiu. Her head bowed slightly, delicate hands entwined nervously. Xiao Yuran, with a playful smile, remarked, "Cousin, you remain as playful as ever. Miss Su resembles a celestial being. How could I ever hope to match her?" Yet, his gaze shifted pointedly towards Yuxiu. Li Su's affection for Yuxiu was no secret in the imperial city. Meanwhile, Xu Xian was destined to be Yuxiu's future princess, and Xiao Yuran's look towards Yuxiu unmistakably conveyed a warning against any impropriety. Yuxiu, however, appeared oblivious to Xiao Yuran's caution, smiling as he said, "Young Master Qiao is renowned for his talents in the imperial city, and Miss Su is famed for her beauty. Both are remarkably well suited in terms of lineage and character. Perhaps I might act as a matchmaker for you two today. What say you?" Upon hearing this, Li Su's eyes sparkled with a hint of hope, yet she felt a pang of distress as she glanced pleadingly at Xu Xian, struggling to voice her thoughts. Xiao Yuran smiled faintly. "I appreciate your kind intentions, Your Highness. Although I harbor feelings for Miss Su, I am aware that her heart belongs to another. I would not dare impose." He added, "Tears of a beauty can break one's heart. Your Highness, perhaps you should consider this carefully." His gaze turned sharply towards Yuxiu, revealing a clear disdain. Xu Xian, upon hearing Yuxiu's words, could not help but smirk, but replied playfully, "Your Highness, you truly possess a heart of stone. Are you not concerned about breaking the heart of such a beauty?" Yuxiu gazed at Xu Xian with warmth, replying, "I pride myself on my understanding of people. Yet I have never encountered someone as generous as 7th Mississippi." Xu Xian laughed carefree. "Your Highness, you are charming and graceful. Every woman in the world would consider it an honor to marry you. But for me, it is nothing but a mere chicken rib. Even if all the women sought to wed you, I have little interest. Handsome looks cannot fill one's stomach, and a cunning heart may consume me. If my previous desire to break off our engagement was influenced by a wager of 100,000 taels, now it has transformed into a resolute refusal to marry a scheming man. Her freedom and future were not to be so easily relinquished." Casting a sidelong glance at Xiao Yuran's concerned expression, she felt a surge of indignation, enough to make her want to unleash a tirade. As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of the crowd changed dramatically. Yu Xiao, however, remained unfazed and inquired, "What is a chicken rib?" Shu Xian's eyes sparkled with amusement as she replied, "The prince's charisma is such that any woman would be moved. Yet, it is merely gold and jade on the outside, with decay within. Thus, for me, it is akin to a chicken rib, flavorless to consume, yet regrettable to discard. To deem him a chicken rib is a form of respect." In her heart, Yu Xiao was as repugnant as chicken droppings, filthy and foul, and she had no desire for him whatsoever. Li Su frowned slightly and remarked, "Seventh miss, your audacity is quite remarkable. Do you not fear the prince might call off the engagement?" Upon hearing Shu Xian's words, Yu Ling's eyes glimmered with appreciation. Perhaps only she would dare to speak so boldly of Yu Xiao. Yet, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of worry for Shu Xian, for reasons unknown. Despite their first meeting, he felt an inexplicable fondness for her, perhaps due to her audacious behavior or her forthright nature. Yu Ling chuckled, "Seventh miss, your words are truly amusing. My fifth royal brother has never been spoken of in such a manner." Xiao Yuran offered a slight bow to Yu Xiao, saying, "My little cousin is known for her unfiltered speech. I hope Prince Qin can excuse her." Yu Xiao smiled warmly and replied, "So you are aware of your cousin's bluntness, her temperament." His gaze turned frosty, and he paused, observing the varied expressions among the crowd. Li Su's face subtly revealed joy, while Xiao Yuran and Yu Ling exhibited a hint of concern, yet Shu Xian remained blissfully smiling. With a slight smile, Yu Xiao's icy demeanor melted away, and he spoke gently, "I truly appreciate it. My residence at the Qin Wangfu has been rather dull. If Seventh Miss were to marry here, it would surely bring a delightful change, a prospect that fills me with anticipation." As his words fell, Li Su's face was etched with disappointment, while Xiao Yuran and Yu Ling released a sigh of relief, and Shu Xian continued to beam brightly. Shu Xian, with a twinkle in her eye, said, "I do not harbor excessive expectations for life in the Wangfu. Rather, it is the prince's broad-mindedness that fills me with admiration. With a husband such as this, what more could a wife desire?" Yu Xiao, smiling warmly, gently took Shu Xian's hand, saying, "Seventh Miss has voiced my sentiments perfectly." While he appeared to tenderly hold her hand, he discreetly exerted pressure. A sudden pain shot through Shu Xian's hand, causing her smile to falter, her eyes momentarily flashing with resentment. Yet, in the next instant, she playfully quipped, "If the prince were a bit stronger in that regard, I would never again venture out in search of rabbits." She meant to provoke him. However, the pain was indeed severe. Did Yu Xiao intend to crush her? Upon hearing her words, the crowd nearly dropped their jaws in astonishment. They exchanged glances, realizing that perhaps only Shu Xian could utter such things in front of everyone. The smile on Yu Xiao's face froze, and he tightened his grip on Shu Xian's hand, enunciating each word carefully. "You shall discover the extent of my abilities once Seventh Miss arrives as my bride." Though he was already aware of her penchant for outrageous remarks, he had not anticipated her audacity in speaking so openly before the crowd. Such a woman was indeed unconventional. How could Shu Xiang, known for her strict adherence to propriety, have raised such a daughter? If she is not the daughter of Shu Xiang, then who is she? Chapter 18. Surrender to me. By the time the festivities reached their peak, it was already midnight. On the way back to the Prime Minister's residence, Xiao Yuran and Shu Xian shared a carriage. The atmosphere inside the carriage was profoundly silent. Xiao Yuran wore a dark expression and said nothing. Shu Xian, harboring some resentment, also remained silent. As they approached the Prime Minister's residence, Xiao Yuran finally broke the silence, declaring, "I shall certainly settle the score for being thrown into the pigsty." After that fateful day when Shu Xian had unceremoniously tossed him into the pig pen, he endured several bites from the sows. Had it not been for the timely arrival of the pig feeder, he might have become the first person in history to be killed by pigs. The mere thought of this incident tightened his jaw in irritation. Shu Xian chuckled mischievously. "Is it that you find those sows less gentle than the ladies of Tianxiang Tower?" Xiao Yuran shot her a sidelong glance and retorted with bitterness, "I've warned you countless times not to provoke Yu Xiao, yet you refuse to listen. If you continue this reckless behavior, be wary. Yu Xiao might very well end your days." Shu Xian lightly scoffed, "He dares not. If anything were to happen to me, the entire world would know he was behind it. Though my father may not hold a high office, he is still a chancellor, and that carries weight." With a glimmer of determination in her eyes, she continued, "Besides, you would never allow anything to happen to me." Xiao Yuran coldly responded, "A calamity like you would be better off gone sooner rather than later." Shu Xian gently intertwined her arm with his, her smile radiant. "If you truly thought that, you wouldn't have rushed to the Qin Wan's residence today to seek me out." Xiao Yuran pushed her hand away, insisting, Today was merely a coincidence. I promised Yu Xiao I would perform a piece for him. I only want to fulfill my promise. Despite his words, a lack of conviction lingered. The earlier bravado had faded, and a hint of melancholy emerged. A small frown accentuated the beauty mark between his brows, evoking a sense of sympathy. Unexpectedly, Shu Xian held on tightly, and he could not immediately pull away. Frowning, he glanced at her hand, only to discover a large bruise of red and purple. What happened? He inquired. Shu Xian replied with indignation. That scoundrel Yu Xiao did this. If it weren't for the crowd today, I would have made sure he never dared to act in such a manner again. The sharp pain reignited her anger. Xiao Yuran couldn't help but chuckle. This was indeed her true self. Her silence had always felt foreign to him. However, the words you spoke today at the Qin Wang's residence were hardly fitting for an unmarried lady to utter. Shu Xian laughed. That is precisely why I informed Yu Xiao early on that I have someone I adore. And I have gone so far as to. A playful smirk danced at the corners of her mouth. Xiao Yuran fixed his gaze on her, a sense of foreboding creeping into his heart. You didn't tell Yu Xiao that person is me, did you? He was acutely aware that her mention of someone implied a loss of innocence. With a teasing smile, Shu Xian replied, I did not reveal to him who I fancy, nor will I disclose who that person is. Xiao Yuran couldn't help but exhale a sigh of relief. Yet Shu Xin's subsequent words made him contemplate a leap from a high place. However, cousin, he hurried over tonight only to refuse to act as a matchmaker for you, so. Xiao Yuran retorted angrily, Shu Xin, it's one thing to provoke him, but why must you drag me into this mess? Shu Xin scoffed. You have already been embroiled in this, and I thought you, cousin, would have grasped that by now. Her eyes glimmered with mischief as she added, would it not be more scandalous to let you remain unscathed while you and Li Sume exchange glances? Xiao Yuran paused in surprise, then burst into hearty laughter. I wondered why my cousin appeared so glum tonight. It turns out you were merely envious of me. Shu Xin rolled her eyes. Who on earth would be envious of you? Xiao Yuran? Spare me your vanity. Xiao Yuran replied with a grin. Nevertheless, I am indeed the renowned third young master of the imperial capital. While you are merely an exceedingly unattractive girl, it is only natural for you to harbor feelings for me. Shu Xin smiled lightly, shifting from holding his hand to encircling his waist, leaning in to whisper in his ear, Cousin, you are quite right. It seems I have struck quite the bargain. With the moon shining brightly tonight, it is indeed a propitious time. Why not yield to my advances? Not only was the moon resplendent, but a gentle breeze wafted through, creating a perfect ambience for a clandestine affair. Xiao Yuran felt a jolt of excitement, a mischievous glint emerging in his eyes as he teased, Cousin, are you not attempting to take advantage of me? Shu Xin, with a hint of seduction in her smile, replied, Cousin, you truly understand my intentions. She had poison powder clasped in her hand, ready to sprinkle it upon Xiao Yuran. Just then, a most unwelcome cough broke the moment. Without needing to turn, he already knew it was Shu Xiang. Once the crowd dispersed, Yu Xiao sat alone at the table, his long fingers tapping rhythmically on the surface, his narrow eyes shimmering with a profound light. A stunning woman stood silently by his side. He remained silent, and she dared not utter a word. After a considerable pause, Yu Xiao inquired, Zhuke, is she truly Miss Shu Qi? In the Wang residence, the four elite guards known as Qing Long, Baihu, Xuanwu, and Zhuke were led by Zhuke, the only female among them, renowned for her exceptional agility, tasked with gathering intelligence and investigating news. Zhuke responded, Miss Shu Qi was originally timid and fearful, but since falling gravely ill 3 years ago, she seems to have transformed entirely. I once infiltrated the Xiang residence and discreetly inquired. Although her temperament has changed dramatically, her appearance remains unchanged. Furthermore, during her illness, no peculiar incidents occurred within the Xiang residence. In all the world, few can match her unique appearance. So the woman who arrived today is indeed Miss Shu Qi. Yu Xiao nodded, a cold smile playing at his lips, his narrow eyes glinting with icy determination. What movements have been made by Xiao Yuran and the Crown Prince lately? Zhuke replied, there have been no significant actions, save for the Crown Prince spending 2 hours at the Xiang residence 7 days ago, reportedly enjoying drinks with Minister Shu. However, from what I observed, he likely fears that the prince will turn against him after marrying Shu Xin, hence his recent behavior. Yu Xiao snorted coldly. Had I been in that position back then, he would have had no chance at all. During this period, keep a close watch on his actions. Zhuke nodded but then inquired, Your Highness, have you truly decided to wed Miss Shu Qi? Yu Xiao replied with a faint smile, Why should I not marry her? Zhuke spoke softly. I do not dare to question, yet Your Highness, you are well aware that Shu. Yu Xiao interjected, Have you not noticed how intriguing she is? Far more fascinating than I had anticipated. Moreover, she is rather reluctant to marry me. and I find myself particularly fond of compelling others against their will. Ultimately, marrying her would yield more benefits than drawbacks. Zhu Qiue's eyes darkened, yet she remarked, "Your Highness speaks the truth." After a pause, she added, "Last time, you tasked me with investigating the matter of your and Miss Shu Qi's marriage being turned into a wager. I have discovered that Miss Shu Qi is the mastermind behind it all." A smile crept onto Yu Xiu's face, with an increasing sparkle of amusement in his eyes as he said, "Thus, she is indeed quite fascinating, possessing considerable abilities. However, no matter her prowess, she cannot escape from my grasp." Zhu Ke lowered her head in silence. Chapter 19. A chance encounter at the pawnshop. Shu Xian walked down the bustling streets of Fian City. Her expression darkened, flanked by two burly men. The previous night, her attempt to tease Qiao Yuran had ended in failure, and after Qiao Yuran had departed, she had been lectured by Xu Xiang for what felt like an eternity. The incessant tirade revolved around the admonitions and decorum expected of a woman in her position, specifically, that as the fiancée of the Prince of Qin, she could no longer act with reckless abandon. Even if she disregarded the reputation of the Shu family, she must consider the dignity of the prince. As Shu Xian gazed at her father's mouth moving incessantly, her eyelids grew heavy, and she found herself on the verge of dozing off. Just as she began to drift, Xu Xiang sighed and said, "I understand that I cannot confine you within the walls of the residence, but I must also provide the prince with assurances regarding your safety. Thus, starting tomorrow, Zhang Qi and Zhao Ziang will accompany you to ensure your protection in order to prevent any further incidents." Upon hearing this declaration, Shu Xian's drowsiness vanished, and she somewhat obsequiously inquired, "But if Zhang Qi and Zhao Ziang are with me, who will protect you, father?" Xu Xiang fixed her with a steady gaze and replied, "In my many years navigating the corridors of power, I have faced more adversaries than you could imagine. Yet none pose as great a threat as your penchant for wandering about. How could I neglect your safety? As for myself, you need not worry. There are other guards within the residence." Shu Xian pressed, "May I refuse their company?" Xu Xiang conceded, "You may." Elated, Shu Xian's brows lifted, and her eyes sparkled with delight. But Xu Xiang's next words quickly dampened her spirits. "As long as you remain within the confines of the residence." The atmosphere within the residence was indeed stifling, and memories of her previous failed escape from marriage weighed heavily on her heart. She was determined to devise an infallible plan to elude the impending nuptials, yet Yu Xiu proved to be a formidable adversary. Each encounter left her with the unsettling sensation that his piercing gaze could see straight through her. Upon reflection, she realized she had employed 5 or 6 different strategies to persuade him to withdraw from the engagement, all of which had been met with indifference. She could scarcely believe that any man could be so magnanimous. His apparent lack of concern only fueled her belief that he was utterly uninterested in her while simultaneously insisting on marrying her, a contradiction that hinted at underlying complexities. Although she had long suspected that the prince had ulterior motives for marrying her, the confrontations had only solidified her suspicions. The more she yearned to annul the engagement, the more resolute the prince became in his intentions, heightening her conviction that a grand scheme was at play. Despite being able to surmise some elements, her interest in courtly affairs was minimal, and the dangers and mental toll associated with such matters made her reluctant to delve deeper. Thus, the most prudent course of action remained an escape from marriage. Following the lessons learned from her previous failed attempt, she resolved to keep a low profile this time. Deciding against bringing Yuling, it was essential to have a substantial sum of money for her escape to avoid encountering hardship along the way. With that in mind, she boldly retrieved a box of jewelry gifted to her by Yu Xiu from the residence, preparing to pawn it for her escape. When Zhang Qi and Zhao Ziang witnessed her producing a substantial collection of jewelry at the pawnshop, they were rendered utterly astonished. Zhao Ziang inquired, "Miss Qi, are these the betrothal gifts from Prince Qin? How could you?" Before he could complete his thought, he caught sight of Shu Xian's crescent moon smile, prompting him to abruptly cease speaking. Shu Xian cheerfully replied, "Since he has already bestowed these gifts upon me, it implies that I am free to dispose of them as I wish. After all, he has no intention of annulling our engagement, and Xu Xiang would not demand a dissolution either. Therefore, these items rightfully belong to me. Jewelry cannot be converted into silver, and honestly, carrying so much is rather inconvenient." This was the first time the pawnshop owner had encountered someone pawning such an extensive array of jewelry, each piece a fine creation from Baoyu Workshop. Observing Shu Xian's rather unappealing appearance, he felt a twinge of regret for the ornaments. He quickly asked, "Might I inquire how much you intend to pawn, and what sum you seek in return?" Without hesitation, Shu Xian declared, "Let us designate these as a dead pawn. I shall pawn them for 5,000 taels. I have no intention of redeeming them, so it is better to treat them as a dead pawn. Each item was worth several hundred taels. And with dozens of pieces in the box, the pawnshop owner, fearing she might reconsider, hastily produced the pawn ticket for her signature. After she had affixed her signature, she gleefully counted the banknotes when a melodious voice chimed in. "Miss Shu Qi, do you find the gifts I presented to you lacking? Or is the residence in dire need of funds, prompting you to pawn my offerings?" Without needing to turn around, she recognized the speaker. Caught in this predicament, a hint of embarrassment crept onto her cheeks, despite her usual boldness. When she turned to face Yu Xiao, the blush had faded, and her expression turned somewhat frosty. "These items are far inferior to those I previously possessed, and the quantity is simply overwhelming. I shall only select a few to pawn. Are you perhaps feeling sentimental, Your Highness?" Dressed in pristine white, as pure as snow, Yu Xiao's distinguished demeanor was accentuated. With a gentle smile, he remarked, "I now understand why Miss Qi is reluctant to marry me. It seems you deem my betrothal gifts too meager. I am truly embarrassed." He instructed Qing Long, "Could you please make a trip to Baoyu Workshop shortly and have Boss Su send all the items there to the residence for Miss Qi to select?" Qing Long replied affirmatively, but inwardly scoffed, considering that the previous jewelry presented had already been the pinnacle of Baoyu Workshop's offerings. Given Shu Xiang's frugal nature, he doubted there existed superior pieces in the residence. Furthermore, considering Shu Qi's rather unremarkable appearance, those ornaments would be somewhat wasted on her. Shu Xian smiled with her eyes sparkling. "I am most grateful for Your Highness's generosity. Who would refuse a gift of silver?" She was well aware of the value of Baoyu Workshop's items and could not help but silently chastise the pawnshop owner for his greed, completely forgetting that the price had originated from her own suggestion. With warmth in his gaze, Yu Xiao replied, "We are soon to be wed. Those items are inconsequential as long as you are happy." Shu Xian felt a wave of nausea wash over her, but maintained her smile. "With Your Highness's thoughtfulness, how could I possibly be anything but joyful?" Yu Xiao inquired. "An invitation is not as delightful as a chance encounter. I have invited a few friends to enjoy the lake. I wonder if the seventh miss would be inclined to grace us with her presence?" Just as Shu Xian was about to decline, Zhao Ziang interjected, "My lady has no other matters to attend to today." Yu Xiao chuckled. "In that case, the seventh miss surely would not refuse my invitation, would she?" Shu Xian lowered her head slightly, stepping forward with a hint of shyness as she replied, "As the prince has stated, we are soon to be wed. Such a rare opportunity to cultivate our feelings should not be dismissed. How could I possibly refuse?" However, she inwardly resented Zhao Ziang for his meddlesome remarks. As she advanced, she deliberately stepped on Zhao Ziang's foot, causing him to bite down on his teeth in pain. Yet he dared not utter a word. Chapter 20. The Banquet at Hongmen on the Serene Lover's Lake. A gentle breeze caressed Shu Xin's hair like the tender touch of a maiden's hand. The misty waters and verdant willows framed the scene, where delicate lotus flowers adorned the shallows, fully blossomed in their prime, their rosy hues evoking a sense of affection, while the lush greenery enchanted the heart. As Shu Xin and Yu Xiao arrived at the ornate boat, they found 3 individuals already seated, 2 young men and a woman. The men were unfamiliar to Shu Xin, both appearing to be in their 20s, possessing an elegant charm. The woman, however, was Li Qian, whom Shu Xin had encountered previously at the Qin Wang's residence, though they had scarcely exchanged words then. In the forward cabin of the boat sat several literati, all distinguished figures of the court, renowned for their literary prowess. Upon Yu Xiao's arrival, the assembly rose to greet him. Despite the crowd, they were acutely aware of Yu Xiao's reclusive nature. Thus, after inquiring about his well-being, the only sounds that filled the air were the gentle breaths and the soft lapping of water against the boat. Yu Xiao gestured toward one of the men clad in dark attire, introducing him. "This is Shujia Zhao Qingshu." Zhao Qingshu replied, "Shujia is merely a title bestowed upon me by others. Your Highness may simply call me by my name." He exuded an air of refinement, his demeanor imbued with respect. Yu Xiao chuckled lightly. "Qingshu's reputation in our time is unparalleled. To be called Shujia is hardly an exaggeration." He then glanced at Shu Xin and pointed to another man in purple attire, saying, "This is the renowned Huaxing Luo Shi." Upon hearing Luo Shi's illustrious name, Shu Xin felt a flutter of anxiety. Beside Luo Shi, Luo Yun had leaned in to whisper something as soon as Shu Xin boarded the boat. Dressed in purple, Luo Shi was adorned with a black belt at his waist and a white jade ornament. His thick brows were not overpowering, and his eyes sparkled with sunlight. His nose, though not high, was notably straight, complemented by thin lips and white teeth, while his lush black hair was elegantly secured by a golden ring. He remarked nonchalantly, "Does Your Highness not know that the title of Huaxing has been stripped from me by the seventh miss?" The town now speaks only of me as the painter who misdraws birds. Shuxin, aware that Luo Yun had recognized her presence, felt a shiver down her spine but managed to respond with a smile. Young Master Luo, you flatter me. Had you contemplated the essence of your paintings a bit more during that time, such errors would surely have been avoided. Understanding her position as the betrothed of the Qin Wang, she knew that despite Luo Shi's disdain for her, he would not dare to confront her in front of the prince. Luo Shi offered a slight bow. One cannot discern it easily. The seventh miss is indeed a master of the brush. Today, I humbly request your guidance. Shuxin inwardly cursed Yushio for his ill intentions. He was well aware that she had offended Luo Shi, yet today, under the guise of a lakeside excursion, he was covertly employing Luo Shi to embarrass her. Was it merely for a glimpse of the Spring Palace painting that he harbored such a grudge? Though she could indeed paint, her skills were limited to simple meticulous and ink-wash paintings. Having witnessed Luo Shi's artistry, she recognized that her own talent paled in comparison to even a fraction of his, leaving her questioning how she could possibly offer him any counsel. She feared that his request for guidance was nothing more than a veiled attempt to humiliate her. Shu Xian raised her eyebrows, a radiant smile gracing her face as she remarked, Master Luo's painting skills are unparalleled in the world. When it comes to artistry, it is I who should seek your guidance, rather than the other way around. However, you have always lived in splendid luxury, detached from the sufferings of the common folk, and your travels have been too few. Thus, your paintings lack a touch of the mundane and are instead filled with an ethereal quality. If one cannot paint well, then let one speak freely. Luo Shi was taken aback by her words, repeating them in his mind before casting a surprised glance at Shu Xian. Despite her apparent lack of beauty, conversing with her made him feel an extraordinary liveliness. Her words were sharp and intelligent, and her ink-black eyes often made one forget her appearance. She smiled brilliantly, speaking with remarkable candor. Luo Shi offered her a slight bow, saying, I was quite displeased upon hearing Miss Seven's critique from Luo Yun that day, but your words today have enlightened me profoundly. Shu Xian did not anticipate that her casual remarks would lead to such a drastic change in Luo Shi's demeanor. She was somewhat taken aback and thus responded with a slight bow. You flatter me, Master Luo. Little did she know that Luo Shi was an ardent lover of painting, and anything related to art piqued his interest. He had been secluded in his studio, rarely venturing out, and Shu Xian's unintentional comments had struck at the heart of his greatest artistic shortcoming. Yushio looked at Shu Xian and mused. I did not foresee that my future princess possessed such talent. It seems that your earlier painting was merely a stroke of luck. Yet, speaking of the plight of the common people, having grown up in seclusion, how could you possibly know of such matters? His gentle demeanor belied the sharpness of his inquiry. Unfazed, Shu Xian replied, My father is a minister, and he often speaks to me about the hardships faced by the populace. During his inspections of local conditions, he has taken me along, so I know a thing or two. My father has also taught me that everything we enjoy today is granted by the emperor and the people, and we must learn to cherish our blessings. With that, she turned to Yushio and asked earnestly, Am I correct, Your Highness? Yushio detected the underlying sharpness in her words, a flicker of admiration passing through his amber eyes as he responded with a smile. The daughter of Minister Shu is indeed well taught. It is a blessing for me to marry you. Although his tone was appreciative, it was delivered as a statement. Zhao Qingshu interjected. Even Luo Shi praises Miss Seven's paintings. Would it not be a kindness to bestow a piece upon me today? Shu Xian inwardly cursed, realizing that this was no innocent outing on the lake, but rather a trap set by Yushio to embarrass her. With Luo Shi present, how could she possibly paint? She smiled lightly, saying, The boat sways with the water, making it unsuitable for painting. If Master Zhao desires my work, please feel free to visit the Shu residence another day. Inwardly, she thought it amusing that everyone wanted her paintings. Upon returning home, she could create several spring-themed paintings to distribute among the households and see whose face would be more embarrassed, Yushio's or her own. Zhao Qingshu bowed gently, replying, Then I shall thank you in advance, Miss Seven. Shu Xian smiled faintly, but as she glanced at Yushio, she noticed his gaze fixed upon her, filled with a stern warning, cautioning her against any reckless behavior. Her lips curled slightly, and her almond-shaped eyes were subtly raised, filled with disdain. Upon witnessing her expression, Yushio surprisingly revealed a hint of amusement in his gaze. With a clap of his hands, a young servant stepped forward to arrange small tables before the assembly, presenting an assortment of exquisite fruits and pastries. The delicacies were crafted with remarkable artistry and exuded an enticing aroma that stirred one's appetite at the mere whiff. Shu Xian could not help but swallow hard. She had never tasted such delights within the confines of the residence. After surveying the surroundings, Yushio proclaimed, Today, We are fortunate to have the esteemed painter saint and the writer prodigy among us, especially with the breathtaking scenery by the lake. Why not commence with a drinking game? The guests nodded in agreement, and a young servant produced a beautifully crafted wine cup, attending to the side. Upon hearing the suggestion, Shu Xin felt overwhelmed, for she was acutely aware that participating in the drinking game meant reciting poetry upon the cup's arrival at her side. Regrettably, apart from those poems she had memorized for examinations, she was woefully unversed in the rest. The most daunting prospect was that, having not recited those verses for an extended period, even the essential ones had become nearly forgotten. Yet, before she could voice her reluctance, the others had already begun the game. Chapter 21. Her unique skill. The wine cup first paused beside Zhao Qingshu, a true prodigy of his time, who gracefully intoned. When facing fine wine, the gentle breeze stirs the lotus. After reciting, he downed the contents of his cup in one gulp. The audience erupted in applause. A nearby scholar swiftly took up a brush to record his words accurately. Yu Xiao, a figure known for his preference for tranquility, seldom partook in social gatherings. Yet he hosted an elegant poetry recital once or twice a year, inviting distinguished literary talents to a boat on Lover's Lake. The verses recited during these gatherings were meticulously documented, serving as a criterion for selecting talents. Thus, scholars took pride in receiving an invitation from the Qin Wang, as it indicated royal attention and a chance to showcase their ambitions in the court. Yu Xiao's poetry recitals revolved around a singular theme, the lotus. Consequently, these events were scheduled during the blooming season of the lotus flowers. Shu Xin had long been aware of Yu Xiao's passion and purpose, yet she was taken aback to find herself in a precarious position at this gathering. At that moment, she wished to implore Yu Xiao to relinquish her spot for someone more deserving, thereby allowing him to discover another worthy talent. The wine cup then came to rest before a fair-skinned scholar, who recited, "The wind carries the fragrance of the lotus, and the dew drops produce a crisp sound." He too drained his cup in one swift motion. Shu Xin found herself growing increasingly disinterested and drowsy, yearning for slumber. After a night filled with her father's incessant chatter, she now felt a wave of fatigue wash over her, her eyelids growing heavy despite the tantalizing spread of delicacies before her, which she could only gaze upon without tasting. Just as she was on the verge of dozing off, the exquisite white jade cup was presented before her. She mustered the strength to open her eyes and recited. The little lotus has just revealed its pointed tip, and already a dragonfly perches atop. With that, she reached for the wine. However, she was interrupted by Luo Shi, who remarked, "Seventh miss, that poem has already been recited. Had someone else already recited it? Who possessed such talent?" Shu Xin felt a surge of frustration and quickly followed with, "The lotus leaves reach endlessly to the sky, while the sunlight paints the blossoms in a unique red." Yet again, she was met with bewildered glances from the crowd. Zhao Qingshu stated, "This one has been recited as well." Yu Xiao's expression mirrored that of the others, filled with curiosity. How could she possibly be aware of the poems from the Biha Society? Although he organized the event, the verses recorded were never shared publicly. Only the attending scholars had access to them. How could she, a newcomer to the boat, possess knowledge of such works? At this moment, Shu Xin's drowsiness vanished entirely. It seemed as though fate was toying with her. The poems she recited were ones she had studied in her textbooks. How could she have heard them in a dynasty that had never existed in Chinese history? Intrigued, she gathered her wits and declared, "The morning sun dries the lingering rain on the leaves. The water's surface is clear and round, gently stirred by the wind and lotus." This line, a lyric by Zhou Bangyan, should have been unfamiliar to anyone present, or so she thought. However, the peculiar expressions on the faces surrounding her only deepened her dismay. With growing desperation, she recited, "I alone adore the lotus, emerging untainted from the mire, cleansing in the clear waters without being enchanting yet again." She noted the astonished looks, and her heart sank further. Upon witnessing her expression, Yu Xiao could not help but chuckle. He took a book from the hand of a nearby young attendant and handed it to Shu Xian. As she opened it, she was greeted by a collection of poems and essays by Yong He, including those she had just recited and others she had not. Within its pages were also some forums discussing Yong He, albeit with the authorship altered. Uncle Yang Wanli had transformed into Zhu Qianyong, and Uncle Zhou Bangyan into Lu Yingzhan. Who could enlighten her on the identities of Zhu Qianyong and Lu Yingzhan? Yu Xiao inquired. The Baihe anthology is only gifted to those attending the Baihe gathering. How could the seventh miss have come across these verses? Would she confess that these lines were merely learned from her textbooks? Even if she did, it was likely no one would believe her. As the crowd's gaze fell upon Shu Xian, and noticing the hint of mockery at the corners of Yu Xiao's mouth, Luo she felt a pang of sympathy and swiftly intervened, suggesting, if the seventh miss is unable to recite poetry, she could play the piano instead. Shu Xian felt increasingly disheartened. Glancing sidelong at Yushio, she found his smile still intact, and, biting her lip, declared, I cannot. A bolder scholar nearby questioned, seventh miss. If you cannot compose poetry or play the piano, what is it that you can do? This query echoed the sentiments of all present. Shu Xian contemplated responding that she could paint, but with Luo Shi in attendance, her artwork would hardly be deemed respectable. After surveying the crowd, she finally replied, I can tell stories and jokes. The assembly erupted in silent laughter, yet, out of respect for Yushio, none dared to vocalize their amusement. Gritting her teeth, Shu Xian shot a resentful glance at Yushio and asserted, storytelling is a form of creativity, and humor is a skill in itself. At this juncture, if she did not stand her ground, she feared she would not survive this trial. Yushio leisurely inquired, pray tell, what jest does the seventh miss wish to share with us today? Shu Xian shot him a glare, cleared her throat, and began at a measured pace. Once upon a time, a general was leading a troop of soldiers on a swift march. Under the blazing sun, their thirst became unbearable. The soldiers cried, thirsty, thirsty. The general urged, persevere a little longer. I recall there is a plum grove nearby. We shall reach it soon. The soldiers exclaimed, oh, we can eat plums. Half an hour later, the vice general announced, General, the scouts have discovered a plentiful water source. The general laughed heartily. Did you hear that? Water at last. The soldiers retorted, nay. We must find the plums. The audience fell silent, gazing at Shu Xian with peculiar expressions. She sighed and continued, a fish and water were in love. One day, the fish said, I keep my eyes wide open, yearning to remain by your side. Water replied, I flow tirelessly all day to embrace you gently. At this point, Shu Xian scanned the crowd, noticing their continued odd expressions, and felt a wave of disappointment wash over her. Perhaps her 21st century humor was ill-suited for these ancient souls, as their capacity for understanding seemed woefully lacking. At this moment, Chang let out a long sigh. She truly felt embarrassed this time, and it seemed that Yushio's wish had finally been fulfilled. She picked up her wine glass, intending to self-impose 3 drinks to navigate through this ordeal. Just then, Luo Shi inquired, what is the pot saying? His curiosity was piqued. Yushio took a delicate sip of tea, his eyes sparkling with mirth as he gazed at Shu Xian. There was a newfound brilliance in his gaze. She was undeniably intriguing, her mind brimming with eccentric thoughts. He found it hard to believe that a single grave illness could entirely alter one's disposition. Even if one's temperament could change, where could such bizarre ideas possibly originate? Shu Xian gritted her teeth and replied, the pot says, it's almost cooked, yet still so stubborn. Chapter 22. Affectionate bonds. Shu Xian clenched her teeth and exclaimed, the pot is nearly ready, yet it remains obstinate. She cast a glance at Luo Shi and Zhao Qingshu, only to observe them stifling their laughter. Yushio, who was sipping tea, nearly choked upon hearing her words, the discomfort causing him to clear his throat several times before regaining his composure. Despite the choking, his gaze towards her was notably bright, accompanied by a gentle smile devoid of mockery, merely a hint of appreciation and delight. Shu Xian was momentarily taken aback. Yushio often smiled, yet she understood that most of those smiles were mere facades. However, although he had choked, he bore no anger. Rather, his smile was as refreshing as a gentle breeze under the bright moon, revealing an unexpected vitality. Upon witnessing Yushio's laughter, the others could no longer contain themselves, erupting into hearty laughter, and the atmosphere within the boat became exceedingly jovial. Qing Long, standing beside Yushio, was taken aback. It was remarkable how formidable Miss Shu Qi's presence was. He could hardly recall the last time the prince had laughed so heartily. It seemed that since Gu Cici's passing, genuine smiles had evaded him. He scrutinized Shu Xian once more, noting that while she may not possess conventional beauty, she radiated an aura of vitality. His prior disdain for her diminished significantly, replaced by a tinge of admiration. Noticing Shu Xian's momentary daze, Yushio's amusement deepened. I had not anticipated that Miss Qi possessed such a remarkable talent for humor. I find myself rather looking forward to our life post-marriage. It promises to be quite entertaining. She was soon to be under Yushio's control, just as she had jested about being obstinate despite the pot nearing readiness. He was curious to see how long she could maintain her stubbornness. No matter how clever or eccentric she was, she could not escape his grasp. This thought filled him with a sense of delight. Shu Xian regained her composure, inwardly scolding herself for rekindling his interest just as she had managed to make him weary of her. With a faint smile, she replied, I too eagerly anticipate our life after marriage. Yet, she suddenly perceived herself as a fish on the verge of being boiled, ensnared by Yushio's overwhelming power. Even if she wished to flee from marriage, it seemed unlikely she could evade it for long, and the consequences of such an escape would be severe. Feeling disheartened by this realization, she recalled Xiao Yuren's warning and found herself questioning whether she had indeed provoked someone she ought not to have. Yet, moments later, she reassured herself that regardless of Yushio's might, she would devise a way to extricate herself from his clutches should she choose to flee. This thought lifted her spirits somewhat. The drinking game continued, and several times, a cup was brought before her, causing her great alarm as she fervently prayed it would not linger in front of her. Alas, fate was unkind, and that accursed cup once again found its resting place before her. Shu Exine could not help but lament. Ever since her betrothal to Yushio, she felt ensnared by a curse, beset by misfortune. She murmured, "Are we to compose verses or poetry again?" "Luo," she replied, "as per the rules established by the prince." Indeed. However, Miss Chi's humor is truly unique. If you would be willing to share another tale, it would surely be most entertaining. Shu Exine's face involuntarily darkened. What did it mean to be humorously tense? She was no monkey. After all, she had not come here to amuse the crowd. Casting a sidelong glance at Yushio, she found him still gazing at her with a smile, his eyes brimming with the predatory interest of a beast eyeing its prey. Shu Exine gritted her teeth, utterly perplexed by Yushio's intentions. Bringing her here was solely to embarrass her. Moreover, he had no intention of calling off their engagement. Her humiliation would reflect poorly on him as well. Did he not care? Resolving to face her embarrassment head-on, she forced a beaming smile and declared, "If I were to tell another joke, it would indeed be exceedingly dull. Instead, allow me to play the zither for everyone." Luo Shi, intrigued, remarked, "Did not the seventh miss just say she could not play the zither?" Shu Exan lowered her head slightly, a blush creeping onto the uncolored side of her face, and bashfully gazed at Yushio, saying, "Because I once promised the prince that my music would be played solely for him. However, seeing everyone so joyful today, I shall make an exception. Prince, what say you?" Only Li Qian and Yushio had ever heard her music, and upon hearing Shu Exine's words, Li Qian was nearly driven to cover her ears, as she had no desire to endure that enchanting yet dreadful melody again. Yushio, however, remained unfazed, smiling serenely as he replied, "As you wish, seventh miss." With that, he instructed a servant to fetch the zither. Luo she praised. Though the prince and seventh miss are not yet wed, their bond is truly enviable. As soon as he uttered those words, flattery echoed from all around. Shu Exine inwardly cursed, "What bond?" At this moment, I would gladly reduce Yushio to a mere pulp. She harbored no affection for him. Anyone who fell for him would be doomed to suffer a lifetime of misfortune. Indeed, not just 8 lifetimes, but 18. Yet, her face maintained a decorous smile, albeit slightly awkward, still dignified. The zither was soon brought forth and placed upon the long table at the head of the banquet. Shu Exine's face radiated delight as she lifted her skirt slightly and gracefully approached the table. She sat down elegantly, her hand gliding over the zither as she prepared to play. Just then, a pair of long, slender hands reached out and gently restrained her eager fingers, furrowing her brows. Shu Exine questioned, "What is your intention, prince?" Yet, she felt a twinge of pride. It seemed he feared her playing would embarrass him. With a gentle smile, Yushio encircled her from behind, his long fingers clasping her bony hands. A refreshing scent, reminiscent of orchids, wafted into her nostrils, fragrant yet cool. His chest pressed against her back, making her acutely aware of the heat in the June air, her heart racing in response. Shu Exen inwardly scolded herself for being so weak. Had she not teased him before? Why had she not noticed his scent then? She could not help but chastise Yushio as well. What was the purpose of a man smelling so appealing? Did he intend to seduce her? Yet, she felt utterly helpless. Just a whiff of his fragrance and his embrace left her feeling disoriented. Yushio spoke softly. "I have had the privilege of hearing your zither skills once, seventh miss, and it has left a profound impression on me. That piece was exceptionally unique, hence I made sure to memorize it. Today presents a rare opportunity. This prince wishes to collaborate with Miss Seven in composing that particular melody. I wonder how Miss Seven feels about this." Shu Exian secretly berated him, thinking how hypocritical it was for him to grasp her hand so firmly while feigning concern for her opinion. Did she truly possess the right to refuse? Yet, deep down, she understood that he was merely shielding her from embarrassment, which filled her with an inexplicable sense of pride. With a warm smile, she replied, "It delights me immensely that the prince remembers my composition." After saying this, she lowered her head slightly and added in a soft voice, "I shall defer to your arrangements." "Your Highness." The two were positioned remarkably close, allowing Shu Xian to hear the steady rhythm of his breathing and feel the strength of his heartbeat. To an outsider, their actions appeared exceedingly intimate, resembling the genuine affection between lovers. Yushio's actions nearly left everyone present dumbfounded. Was this truly the Qin Wang Yushio, known for his cool demeanor and gentle nature? Although he typically exuded warmth, ever since the demise of Gu Shishi, he had permitted no woman to approach him closely. Yet now, he was so intimately engaged with Shu Xian. Could it be true, as the rumors suggested, that the Qin Wang was deeply infatuated with Shu Xian, prompting him to beseech the emperor for a marriage decree? Chapter 23. Deep affection before anyone could regain their composure. Yushio grasped Shu Xian's hand and began to play the zither. The music flowed gracefully, like the bright moon illuminating the night sky and the gentle stream cascading down the mountains, harmonizing with the refreshing breeze and the red lotus in the lake. Truly a remarkable experience in life. Yet, the musician was Yushio, who would dare to exhibit excessive enjoyment. It was unprecedented for the Qin Wang to personally play the zither, a testament to his affection for Shu Xian, even choosing to share the instrument with her. Shu Xian had never anticipated that Yushio possessed such musical talent. Although his skills did not rival Qiao Yuran's, he displayed considerable proficiency. Moreover, with his hand enveloping hers as he played, his technique was inevitably influenced, yet he remained remarkably fluid in his movements. As she witnessed his hand gliding over the strings, she could not help but recall a springtime painting she had created. She knew he would not genuinely assist her in navigating this predicament. However, Yushio was cunning. On the surface, he appeared to rescue her while preserving his own dignity, conveying a facade of romantic affection that masked an unspoken warning. His grip on her hand was merely a way of asserting his desires. She would have to comply with his wishes. Realizing this, she understood his intentions. To outsiders, they seemed deeply enamored, creating a picturesque scene of love. Yet, beneath the surface, tension brewed. Shu Xian wished fervently to rise and tear his face apart. As the performance concluded, the audience hurried to express their admiration. Yushio leaned closer to Shu Xian, his voice soft and alluring as he inquired, "How did I play?" His tone was smooth and slightly seductive. Shu Xian, her eyes sparkling, replied, "Your Highness, your dedication is commendable. You have remarkably recalled my piece from that day. Such thoughtfulness truly touches my heart. Moreover, you have not only perfectly captured my melody but played it exquisitely." As if she turned to Yushio, her smile radiant, and continued, "As if you played it just as beautifully as I do." Li Qian, upon hearing Shu Xian's words, could not suppress a giggle, amused by Shu Xian's audacity to boast despite her lack of zither skills. Yet, she found herself quite fond of Shu Xian's quick wit and character. Luo, she inquired, "Miss Qian, what brings you such amusement?" Li Qian quickly composed herself and replied, "I envy the deep bond between the prince and the seventh young lady. I previously believed that the seventh young lady's beauty paled in comparison to my sister's, rendering her unworthy of the Qin Wang. However, after seeing her today, I have completely changed my mind. The prince and the seventh young lady are truly a match made in heaven." Yet, she secretly lamented for Li Su, resolved to dissuade her from harboring feelings for the Qin Wang, a man utterly unsuitable for her. Whether Li Su would heed her advice, she could not say. Li Qian's words prompted a chorus of agreement from the crowd. Shu Xian's smile nearly faltered. Were she and Yushio truly a destined pair? "I truly cannot discern whether it is their eyes or their intellect that is flawed. Do they not perceive that, in terms of appearance, one is celestial while the other is terrestrial? These sycophants are astonishingly adept at fabricating falsehoods, their capacity for deceit surpassing even hers." Yushio cast a glance at Shu Xian, only to find her eyes brimming with disdain, which inexplicably filled him with delight. With a broad smile, he expressed his gratitude for their flattering words, stating, "When this prince weds the seventh miss, I invite you all to join us for a modest drink." The power of the Qin Wang was something everyone sought to curry favor with. They often yearned for a connection, yet found no means to do so. Today, with his initiative, they eagerly nodded in agreement, while some flatterers proclaimed the couple to be a match made in heaven. Shu Xian felt an urge to retort, "Truly, a match?" Given her current appearance, it was a wonder she did not repulse others entirely. And as for being a beauty, what a ridiculous assertion. The name Lover's Lake was indeed an infuriating one. Lover? She was not Yushio's beloved, nor was he hers. Gazing at the shimmering azure waters, where golden sunlight danced in glimmers, and a faint mist lingered, one could understand its allure. Yet, her heart held no trace of tenderness. When would this infernal banquet cease? When would the oppressive and vexatious drinking games come to an end? Fortunately, she was spared from participating in the subsequent rounds. whether by Yushio's design or mere fortune. She could not tell. The pleasure boat finally docked as the sun dipped below the horizon, and one by one, the guests bid farewell to Yushio. Upon disembarking, Shu Xian felt no inclination to acknowledge him and intended to return to the Xiong residence alone. However, scarcely had she taken 3 steps when Yushio called out. The day is drawing to a close. Might this prince offer the 7th miss an escort? Shu Xian turned back and flashed him a grin, saying, Your Highness's kindness is greatly appreciated, but my carriage awaits just ahead, so there is no need for your assistance. An escort? No, thank you. Having endured his presence all day was quite enough. She longed to be free of him, and the very notion of him accompanying her felt disconcerting. She wished to live a few more years, and certainly did not want him to see her home. Without waiting for Yushio's response, she pivoted and walked away. Qinglong, witnessing Shu Xian's blatant disrespect, moved to intercept her, but Yushio gestured for him to withdraw. Qinglong hesitated. Your Highness. A mysterious smile graced Yushio's lips as he remarked, Let her be for today. After all, in just over 10 days, she will be wedded to the Wang residence. She cannot evade my grasp. As Qinglong noted the silhouette of Qiao Yuran at the street corner, he exclaimed, Your Highness. Qiao Yuran. Yushio scoffed. Wherever Shu Xian is, Qiao Yuran will surely follow. There is nothing remarkable about it. Yet, despite his words, his gaze turned frigid. Qiao Yuran, does your heart truly harbor feelings for Shu Xian? If so, this game becomes increasingly intricate. If not, why do you persistently appear in her presence? But just the thought of Shu Xian brought a trace of amusement to his eyes, only to be swiftly replaced by a hint of cruelty. In his heart, he mused, Shu Xian, do not blame this prince for being merciless. After all, you are the daughter of the Xiong family. This was originally none of your concern. He asked indifferently, What have you harvested today? Qinglong replied, Among the group that has arrived, there are indeed individuals associated with the crown prince. This gathering, which appeared to be a banquet for selecting talent, was, in reality, an opportunity for the crown prince to place his people within the Qin Wangfu. Yushio, with an icy gaze, remarked, Very well. Choose someone who seems astute and arrange for him to enter the palace. Qinglong, somewhat perplexed, inquired, My lord. Won't this reveal our actions to the crown prince? Yu, with a gaze that held inscrutable depths, responded, I intend for him to be aware of my movements. With that, he flicked his sleeve and turned to board the carriage, leaving behind a striking silhouette that invited boundless speculation. Chapter 24. The little rascal in a state of delightful contentment, Shu Xian strolled along the path back to the minister's residence. The absence of Yushio by her side was indeed a welcome relief. She had come to realize that engaging in a daily battle of wits with him was an exhausting endeavor. The mere thought of truly marrying him filled her with trepidation. After she boarded the boat, Zhang Qi and Zhao Xiang were left behind by Yushio, and they had presumably returned to the minister's residence, leaving her alone. The sensation of freedom was exquisite, accompanied by a gentle breeze and the warm embrace of the setting sun. As she hummed a cheerful tune and glanced about, her heart soared further upon catching a fleeting glimpse of a dark figure by the roadside. He cared for her, albeit cloaked in pretense whenever he was near. Did he truly intend to stand by and witness her wed to a man who harbored no love for her and possessed a heart as cunning as the devil's? The mere contemplation of this ignited a flicker of anger within her, prompting her to cross her arms defiantly. Suddenly, she was startled by a hard object against her chest. Retrieving it revealed 5,000 taels of silver, exchanged that morning at the pawnshop. A faint smile graced her lips as she regarded the silver. Though it was not an exorbitant sum, if she refrained from extravagance, it could sustain her for a decade or more. Moreover, with no one else around, this presented a perfect opportunity to escape. Seizing the moment, she decided that there was no better time than now to flee from the impending marriage. The thought of her newfound freedom brought a radiant smile to her face, restoring her good spirits entirely. Tucking the silver notes securely at her waist, she snapped her fingers with a crisp sound. The first step of her escape plan was to find a place to stay. The house she had won from Qiao Yuran was no longer an option, so a tavern would suffice. There were countless inns in Fian City, and as long as she chose a nondescript one, locating her would be a Herculean task for Shu Xiang. Approaching an inconspicuous little inn nestled in a bustling market, she could not help but admire the wisdom of the saying, the great hid in the small. Just as she was about to enter, a ragged little boy rushed towards her and collided with her. Frowning slightly, she helped him up and chided gently, How careless of you. In her current buoyant mood, she had no desire to scold a child harshly. After a light reprimand, she released him. However, as she bent down to observe the boy, she noted his tattered clothing and soiled face, yet his eyes sparkled with clarity. This sight evoked a reminiscent chuckle from her. She could not help but think of her own past. If you continue to be so reckless, you may not always be so fortunate, she warned playfully, producing a few leftover coins from her pocket to offer him. The moment the boy grasped his newfound freedom, he sprinted away. Upon catching sight of her, his small face scrunched in confusion, but her smile rendered him momentarily speechless. Yet, as he reached for the coins, a hint of embarrassment flickered across his face. But in the next instant, he seized the coins and dashed off. After securing a room at the counter, Shu Xian reached for her waist to pay, only to find it empty. Recalling the earlier incident, she bit her lip in frustration. It seemed she had fallen prey to a thief in a most unfortunate turn of events. How ironic that she had just felt a pang of compassion for that little boy, only to discover he was a thief. Such a scenario, typically reserved for the realms of television or novels, had unfolded right before her eyes, igniting a blaze of fury within her. How dare he pilfer her silver, shatter her meticulously laid plans? That audacious brat must have a death wish. He didn't even bother to inquire about her identity. Without a care for the innkeeper's bewildered gaze, she dashed outside, vowing to capture the scoundrel. She would not rest until she had him in her grasp. Most crucially, if she failed to seize that boy, her elopement scheme would be utterly thwarted. Yet, upon stepping out of the inn, there was no trace of the boy to be found. In the bustling city of Fian, teeming with people and buildings, where could she possibly begin her search? Frustration bubbled within her as she cursed, "You little rascal, may I never lay eyes on you again, or I shall flay your skin." Her voice resonated loudly, echoing through the skies of Fian. Passers-by turned their heads at her outburst, but upon catching sight of her face, they fled in haste. Seated on a stone bench by the street, she felt tears welling up within her. What had befallen her lately? Why was everything going awry? Truly, her fortunes were in a dismal state. Yet, she quickly reassured herself, it was merely 5,000 taels of silver. After all, it was never truly hers to begin with. So losing it was of little consequence. Worst-case scenario, she could return to the Xiong residence and hawk some of her belongings. She refused to believe she could not escape this marriage. With this thought, a semblance of comfort returned to her heart, though the sting of loss still lingered. 5,000 taels, not merely 5. Although it wasn't hers, it was still silver, gleaming silver. Sighing deeply at the luminous moon, Shu Xian felt a tinge of helplessness wash over her, despite her typically cheerful disposition. The moonlight enveloped her, illuminating her delicate, powdery yellow gown, which appeared particularly gentle beneath its glow. The soft hue graced her elegant form, reflecting the touch of resignation in her somewhat forlorn eyes, bestowing upon her an ethereal charm. A few lecherous men lingered at a distance, casting furtive glances at her profile with unsavory intentions, smirking as they approached. She let out a sigh and glanced back at one of them. The moment he caught sight of half her beautiful visage, he was struck by the other half. Marred as if by a demon's mark, the crimson hue akin to blood, coupled with the sorrowful glint in her eyes, it could easily terrify the most stout-hearted. The man yelped in fright, exclaiming, "A ghost," before fleeing in panic. Witnessing this, she couldn't help but chuckle. Was she truly that frightening? She gently touched her face, a smile tugging at her lips. If her appearance was so daunting by night, perhaps she should let someone glimpse her breathtaking beauty under the moonlight. Surely, no man would wish to marry a woman who could scare the very life out of him in the dead of night, thus dispelling any lingering notions he might harbor. With this thought, her previously sour mood, dampened by the loss of silver, transformed into one of optimism. She was determined to succeed. Rising from the stone bench, she brushed off the dust from her skirts, bit her lip in determination, and strode purposefully towards the Qin Wangfu in the western part of the city. At the corner of the street, a shadow cloaked in black was initially filled with apprehension about her safety. However, upon witnessing the cowardly retreat of the brash suitors who beheld her visage, a smile unconsciously graced his lips. Her appearance was indeed innocuous to the utmost degree, rendering his worries rather unfounded. Yet, as he trailed her to the entrance of the Qin Wang mansion, he could not help but be taken aback. What was she intending to do now? Chapter 25. Our union in the bath. Shu Xian heard his voice and was momentarily taken aback. Could he be referring to her? She realized she had not made a sound, so she remained still, submerged in the water, though the dwindling air in her lungs began to induce a sense of panic. Fortunately, the disguise on her face was crafted from a special formula in that book, impervious to water, yet prolonged exposure would leave traces, causing her heart to waver in uncertainty. Yushio observed the figure at the bottom of the pool with a hint of amusement, saying, "Miss Seven, if you do not emerge soon, I fear I shall have to carry your lifeless body to the residence tomorrow." Shu Xian sighed, having forgotten that he was a martial artist, likely aware of her presence long ago. It was not difficult to deduce why he had interrupted his previous encounter with that woman. He had sensed her. Suddenly, Shu Xian leaped from the water, her hair in disarray as she entered the room, further disheveled from her soak. As she sprang up, her unruly locks obscured her vision, and she unceremoniously tossed her hair aside. This motion sent droplets flying, splashing Yushio, nearly extinguishing the lamp. Yushio furrowed his brow slightly, wiping the water from his face. Yet he watched her with a smile and remarked, "Miss Seven, could it be that you missed me so dearly that you ventured into my chamber at this late hour?" His attire, disheveled from his earlier entanglement with that woman, hung loosely on him, his chest partially exposed. Under the flickering oil lamp, his shadow loomed large against the pristine fabric, inducing a sense of reverie. Perhaps it was the glistening droplets that lent his face a soft glow, his elongated eyes shimmering with an enigmatic light, sparkling brightly. A playful smile danced on his lips, tinged with both mockery and a subtle allure. Shu Xian chuckled, "Your words truly resonate with me, Your Highness. Ever since I disembarked from the pleasure boat, I have been longing for you, which compelled me to pay you a visit. Alas, it appears I have intruded upon your delightful affairs." Although she laughed, she swallowed hard. Yu Xiu's physique was indeed impressive. Yu Xiu's smile deepened, his gaze fervently fixed upon her. "Does Miss Seven truly not mind?" Shu Xian's smile remained undiminished. "What is there to mind? Your Highness is quite charming. It brings me great pride. Yet, I cannot fathom how those infatuated women in Fian City could be smitten with you. And how unfortunate I am to have caught your eye. Pride indeed. I have lost all semblance of dignity. Thankfully, I harbor no affection for you, or else I would be at a considerable loss." Yu Xiu's gaze remained locked on her face, questioning, "Is that truly the case?" With a playful glint in her eyes, Shu Xian replied, "Of course it is. It is certainly not fabricated. I had initially felt a twinge of guilt for having a lover of my own. However, upon realizing that your Highness has a cherished one as well, my heart feels less burdened." She noticed that Yu Xiu's smile appeared somewhat rigid and, oblivious to the gravity of the situation, declared, "Thus, in the days to come, the prince may pursue his beloved, while I too shall have the opportunity to meet my own romantic interest. It is truly a splendid arrangement." Yu Xiu's narrow eyes scrutinized her, filled with a sense of inquiry that made Shu Xian feel slightly uneasy, yet she maintained her smile, adding, "When I eventually marry into the family, you should also bring your beloved into the prince's residence." Yu Xiu inquired, "Do you not mind?" A peculiar glimmer flickered in his eyes, tinged with disbelief. Shu Xian boldly replied, "What is there to mind? Once she is welcomed into the residence, there will simply be another person to attend to the prince, allowing me a bit of leisure." Observing the tumultuous emotions swirling within Yu Xiu's gaze, she naively continued, "When I go to meet my lover, the prince will have company as well. I shall not have to bear the burden alone." With that, she sweetly smiled. Yu Xiu's expression darkened, as if shrouded in ink. He abruptly pulled Shu Xian from the pool, exclaiming, "Is that so? You sought me out in the dead of night merely to convey this. It appears my judgment is indeed commendable, to have the fortune of marrying such a magnanimous woman as the 7th Mississippi." His demeanor was frigid, exuding an air of chilling detachment. Although it was June, Shu Xian felt an intense cold enveloping her. The entire room seemed to be encased in frost, the dim yellow light appearing to pale into whiteness. A flicker of alarm coursed through Shu Xian's heart. While she was aware of Yu Xiu's cunning nature, he typically concealed his emotions well, often gracing the world with a charming smile. Yet tonight, his palpable aura of menace and fury instilled a sense of dread within her. In that moment, she truly comprehended the essence of Qiao Yuren's warning to avoid provoking Yu Xiu. Such a man was indeed beyond her capacity to contend with. But now that she had entangled herself with him, what could she possibly do? There was no alternative but to face him boldly. Still, she found his sudden outburst of anger rather perplexing. Maintaining her cheerful demeanor, she felt Yu Xiu's grip on her collar tighten. She wrapped one arm around his neck and the other around his waist, positioning her face directly before his. "Prince, what troubles you? Are you perhaps angry?" Noticing the dangerous gleam still lingering in his half-closed eyes, she added with a smile, "The prince treats me thus. Could it be that you have fallen for me?" To which, Yu Xiu, incredulous, thought, "Fall for her? Unless the sun rises in the west." She is painfully aware of her own appearance. She is undeniably unattractive. In a world where men often prioritize beauty, her visage could frighten even the bravest soul. She could scarcely believe that anyone would find her appealing. The woman who had sought Yu Xiu earlier, though her face remained unseen, had left an impression of unparalleled beauty through her voice and silhouette. It was inconceivable that a man would choose her over a stunning beauty. Yet, what Yu Xiu uttered next nearly caused her jaw to drop. "If I were to tell you that I have fallen for you, would you believe it?" Shu Xian's face betrayed an unmistakable astonishment, her eyes glimmering with mischief as she smiled enchanting. My lord, could it be that you speak the truth? Her gaze sparkled with brilliance, and she continued, if you, my lord, profess to love me, then it must indeed be love. What is there to doubt? If she were to truly believe that, it would be utterly absurd. Could he genuinely fall for her? Unless the sun were to rise in the west. Yu Xiu's eyes remained fixed upon her. Upon witnessing the sparkle in her gaze, the chill that enveloped him dissipated, replaced by a subtle smile. He placed the oil lamp on a nearby small table and, reaching out, encircled Shu Xian in his arms. With a gentle nibble on her ear, he murmured, since Miss Seven and I share mutual affection, and our wedding is merely days away, I find myself unable to wait any longer. Shall we consummate our union this very night? With that declaration, he did not await Shu Xian's consent, but lifted her effortlessly, striding purposefully towards the intricately carved bed. Chapter 26. As long as there is happiness upon witnessing the expression on his face, Shu Xian felt an involuntary shock surge within her. Could it be that he intended to silence her for revealing her lost maidenhood? She feigned composure and remarked, did you not already know of this matter, your highness? Why, then, the sudden concern now? Yu Xiu remained silent, his narrow eyes coldly scrutinizing her. He spoke in a detached manner. You have come to my chambers in the dead of night without a word to your father. Even if you had confided in him, I doubt he would dare confront me regarding such a scandalous act. Shu Xian, alarmed, inquired, what do you intend to do? Suddenly, she laughed playfully. Could it be that you find me unattractive and feel I have strayed from my duties as a woman, wishing to eliminate me? Yu Xiu gently lifted her chin with his finger. Your appearance is not your fault, and I am not particularly concerned. I initially found your character amusing and thought it could provide some diversion in the palace. However, I despise promiscuity in women, so do not blame me for my ruthlessness. With that, his gentle touch morphed into a grip around her throat. The swift change took her by surprise. She had not anticipated Yu Xiu's abrupt shift in demeanor. It was her negligence that brought her to this juncture. In a panic, she sought to retrieve her poison powder, only to realize it had been washed away in the bath moments earlier. A wave of dread swept over her. Was she to perish here tonight? No, she could not succumb so easily, especially not at the hands of this cunning man. She had yet to find her true love, nor had she experienced the joys of marriage or the pleasures of life. How could she allow herself to die now? As Yu Xiu's grip tightened, Shu Xian acutely felt the fragility of life. She understood that if he exerted any more pressure, her existence would be extinguished. In that moment, she perceived a distorted visage of the man before her, grasping the terrifying essence of his nature. Yu Xiu's gaze met hers, and to his surprise, he found no trace of panic within her eyes. Instead, they radiated a chilling calmness and a profound disdain, devoid of fear. A flicker of admiration ignited within him, causing his grip to loosen slightly. Shu Xian sensed a modicum of relief in her throat and hastily spoke, to kill me would be quite unwise. Each word came with great effort. Yu Xiu eased his hold further and inquired, what makes it unwise? With both hands, Shu Xian strained to pry his fingers away, signaling him to relent further. Aware that she could not escape his grasp tonight, Yu Xiu finally released her. As soon as she regained her freedom, she coughed violently, struggling to catch her breath before continuing. Your desire to marry me is solely for my father's influence, seeking his assistance. However, should you take my life, even if my father were unaware of your involvement, you would sever all ties with him and forfeit any hope of his support. After disembarking from the pleasure boat today, I did not return to the residence. My attendants witnessed me boarding your boat with their own eyes. If I were to meet my end, your highness, do you believe my father would simply let it go? A glimmer of appreciation flickered in Yu Xiu's eyes as he urged her, continue. Shu Xian glanced at him and added, to outsiders, your highness appears to be a carefree prince, seemingly indifferent to power. Yet, you alone are aware of your unyielding ambition for the world. At this juncture, in the interest of self-preservation, I can only utter these absurdities in hopes of striking a chord with you. A fleeting danger glinted in Yu Xiu's gaze as he inquired, did Minister Shu inform you of this? Shu Xian replied nonchalantly, how could my father possibly divulge such matters to me? These revelations are, in fact, from your highness. Yu Xiu furrowed his brow in puzzlement. When did I ever share this with you? Shu Xian fixed her gaze upon him and stated, in all of Feud City, among the multitude of women, you chose to marry me, a woman of extreme plainness, for but one reason. You covet my father's power. Otherwise, with your noble stature and position, you would never have considered me. Yu Xiu responded coolly, elucidate further. Shu Xian bit her lip upon encountering me. Your highness clearly detests my appearance and my unconventional behavior. Yet, upon learning of my entanglements with other men, you still refuse to annul the engagement. The reasons behind this need no further elaboration. Yushio smiled faintly. It appears you are far more astute than I had imagined. Such cleverness suggests you are aware of the consequences your actions may invoke. His narrowed eyes revealed a hint of menace. Shu Xian replied, I have never claimed to be clever. I merely wish to be with the one I love. If your highness holds no affection for me, why force the issue? Yushio regarded her. At this moment, you acknowledge that your behavior has been feigned. Shu Xian smiled lightly. Some of my actions were indeed pretense, with the sole aim of dissolving the engagement. However, your highness, you are exceptional, and as an ordinary woman, how could I remain unaffected? Not all my actions are mere facade. Some stem from genuine feelings. Internally, she cursed. Genuine feelings? What nonsense. Today has brought me misfortune. Had I my poison, I would not waste my breath on you, but would have ended your life directly. Yushio remained silent, a smirk playing on his lips. Shu Xian continued, I am aware that you harbor disdain for me, yet I do not wish for death. As a frail woman, I am ignorant of courtly affairs, and at this point, I dare not expect kindness from you. I simply wish to propose a transaction. If a transaction is possible, then I might survive. For now, I shall whet your appetite. Yushio questioned, do you believe you possess the standing to bargain with me at this moment? Shu Xian replied, I know I lack the standing. Yet I am certain that you would not sacrifice years of meticulous planning for your fleeting whims. Danger radiated from Yushio's eyes as he asked, what do you know? Shu Xian swallowed hard and said, I am merely a fragile woman, utterly ignorant of the world. All I know is that the prince is an ambitious man, and marrying me is merely a step in his grand design. He would never disrupt his plans for my sake. Yushio scoffed, what is it that you desire? Seeing his expression soften slightly, Shu Xian let out a gentle sigh of relief and replied, I can assure you that my presence will only aid the prince's ambitions, never hinder them. My desires are quite simple. She glanced at Yushio and continued, I only wish for my own happiness. Chapter 27. Her reasons. Yushio gazed into Shu Xian's eyes, which sparkled with curiosity. This woman was so different from the rumors that surrounded her. Her bright, luminous eyes conveyed an extraordinary intelligence, and after several encounters, he recognized her cleverness and cunning. A woman of such caliber, should she adhere to the traditional roles of a wife, would not be a poor choice for marriage. Yet her audacity often surpassed his tolerance. He coldly inquired, what do you mean by happiness? Shu Xian, her gaze radiant, replied, happiness is being with the one you love, engaging in the activities you cherish, and living the life you desire. Though such happiness is simple, attaining it is indeed challenging. The mention of a loved one brought a subtle smile to her lips. Could that person truly be her happiness? Yushio, captivated by the light in her eyes, felt a fleeting moment of distraction. The thought of being with a loved one seemed a distant opportunity for him. At that moment, he comprehended the essence of her unconventional behavior. Her myriad actions were driven by the pursuit of her own happiness. She had her aspirations, and in comparison, his life appeared to have diverged from his expectations. A sudden wave of jealousy washed over him regarding the person she spoke of with such affection. His gaze darkened, and a simmering anger brewed within him as he coldly declared, you possess no leverage to negotiate with me. Your happiness bears no relevance to my decisions. Therefore, your only option today is death. After a brief pause, he continued, unless you can provide me with 10 reasons not to kill you. The first part of his statement frightened Shu Xian, while the latter half offered a glimmer of hope. Finding reasons for her survival was an exceedingly simple task, and she could easily conjure a multitude of justifications. She promptly responded, Reason 1, my existence enables you to realize your plans. Reason 2, as long as I live, my father will ally with you to fulfill your ambitions. Reason 3, should you take my life, a plethora of troubles would ensue, thus you cannot eliminate me. Reason 4, my death would turn your former friends into foes, causing you significant chaos. Reason 5, while I live, you have the opportunity to marry countless concubines, and all would deem it entirely reasonable. Reason 6, my survival would lead the world to perceive you, the prince, as magnanimous. Any man capable of accepting such an unappealing woman must be the finest in the realm. Reason 7, while I am alive, I can assist you in managing all the arrangements for your future marriages. Reason 8, your spirits would improve significantly with my presence. After all, do you not often say my personality is quite amusing? Reason 9, my existence allows you to occasionally express your frustrations, which is beneficial for your mental and physical health. Reason 10, I can regale you with many jokes. As the saying goes, laughter can add years to one's life. Reason 11, my presence accentuates your nobility, charm, and elegance, making you the epitome of grace and allure. As Yushio listened to her, he initially found her arguments somewhat plausible, but as she continued, her words began to sound absurd, particularly the final reason, which felt nothing short of flattery. Much of his anger dissipated. She truly had a knack for weaving tales. Yushio could not help but feel both exasperated and amused as he interrupted. Enough. Shushin blinked her eyes, looking at Yushio and asked, "Will the prince not kill me?" Yushio scoffed. "Though your reasons are numerous, few are truly convincing. Your life is already indebted. Should you ever act contrary to your own words, I shall take your life then." Strangely enough, despite being seething with rage moments ago, he found it difficult to maintain his anger in the face of her antics. Shushin's heart soared with joy, and she swiftly turned to leave. Yushio called out, "Where do you think you are going?" Shushin replied with a somewhat obsequious smile, "Since the prince has spared my life, I shall, of course, return to the residence." Yushio retorted coldly, "I have said I would not kill you, but I never mentioned allowing you to leave. After all, you are already my fiancée. You shall spend the night here." He paused before adding, "At worst, I will send you back to your residence tomorrow." Shushin was taken aback and mumbled, "Your Highness, I can return on my own. You have many matters to attend to. There is no need for you to escort me. I shall leave at once." The thought of spending a night here made her heart race. Who knew what tricks this cunning man would play? Sending her back? No, thank you. If he did that, her already tarnished reputation would be utterly obliterated. Rumors might spread that Yushio married her because she had sneaked into the prince's residence at night and lost her virtue, and out of respect for Shushin's family, he had no choice but to wed her. Yet, her feet would not budge, for a pair of strong hands had grasped her shoulders. Anxious, Shushin inquired, "What does the prince intend to do?" Yushio replied coolly, "You must have heard about the fate of those women who sneak into the prince's residence at night. Should you insist on leaving, I would not hesitate to treat you as they were treated." His grip tightened slightly, and Shushin felt as though her shoulder might shatter under his hold. She inwardly cursed him and resolved, what he inflicted upon her today, she would surely demand back tenfold in the future. In pain, Shushin clenched her teeth and retorted, "I wonder how the prince deals with them?" Yushio answered nonchalantly, "It's nothing much. They merely spend a night in the snake pit." Shushin laughed. "The prince has just stated that they are they, and I am the prince's fiancée, thus I cannot be treated the same." Noticing a shadow outside the window, she contemplated briefly, then suddenly turned and bit down hard on his hand that gripped her shoulder. "How dare you underestimate me, thinking I am a feeble cat? You have truly grown accustomed to bullying." Yushio was taken aback, not expecting her to resist at that moment. His grip loosened involuntarily. As soon as his hand relaxed, she dashed out of the room, shouting curses, "You scoundrel! Even now, you do not come to save me." Although she knew that escaping would only deepen the rift between her and Yushio, her life was far more precious than any consideration at that moment. Outside, the shadow sighed and picked up a handful of stones, hurling them at Yushio. He paused in surprise as the stones successfully thwarted his movement. The shadow darted swiftly into the room, seizing Shushin in its arms, and with a few leaps, vanished into the night. Zhuke emerged from an unknown location, rising to pursue. But Yushio calmly remarked, "Let her go for today. After all, she cannot escape my grasp." Chapter 28. The midnight howl. The figure clad in black rushed with Shu Xian towards the direction of the Xiong residence. Halfway there, Shu Xian exclaimed, "Put me down. I can return on my own." The black-clad man coolly inquired, "Are you certain?" Shu Xian retorted angrily, "Of course." With a cold smile, he loosened his grip, causing her to tumble to the ground, nearly landing painfully. Rising from the ground, she cursed, "Xiao Yuran, you scoundrel! How could you let go like that?" Xiao Yuran removed the cloth from his face and said, "Did you not ask me to let go?" His peach blossom eyes brimmed with disdain, slightly lifted at the corners, causing the red mole on his cheek to quiver. Upon seeing his expression, Shu Xian realized he was upset. However, her own anger flared. She retorted, "You let go just because I asked. How obedient. Why is it that when I tell you to die, you refuse to comply?" Xiao Yuran's eyes narrowed slightly. "If I were to die, who would save you tonight?" Her actions and words always astonished him, enough to provoke a desire to bang his head against a wall. He had repeatedly told himself to ignore her, to let her be, yet he could not restrain his heart, always compelled to reach out and care for her, to protect her. Shu Xian smiled. "Indeed, I almost forgot that you came to rescue me today. This favor is truly as vast as the sky and as deep as the sea. In light of this, I am at a loss for how to repay you, except to offer myself." She leaned closer to Xiao Yuran. He did not shy away, instead embracing her, to offer oneself. What a splendid proposal. How about this? You annul your engagement with Yushio, and I shall marry you. After all, I am not as petty as Yushio. Even if you are not a maiden, I would not mind. Shu Xian froze momentarily before leaping up, exclaiming, Xiao Yuran, you jerk. You've lingered there for so long. Why did you not reveal yourself sooner to save me? I had to deal with that heartless scoundrel for such a long time. Xiao Yuran, with an innocent smile, replied, Deal with him? I saw two people in love, practically wishing to consummate their relationship before marriage. I had anticipated a delightful spectacle, only to find Yu Xiu's temperament so small. At this, Shu Xian could hardly contain her fury, wishing to silence him, and raised her foot to kick him. They were so close that Xiao Yuran, familiar with her temperament, swiftly seized her leg before it could strike. He remarked, Yu Xiu is indeed petty, and dear cousin, you are rather unromantic. Were I in your position, I would find a way to sneak into his bed tonight and ensure that the deed is done, lest he find a reason to call off the engagement. Hearing his increasingly outrageous suggestions, Shu Xian ceased her struggles, a cold smile gracing her lips. Cousin, your magnanimity is truly touching. But as you've heard, Yu Xiu would never agree to annul the engagement. How about this, let us elope? A hint of discomfort crossed Xiao Yuran's face as he chuckled. Elope? Cousin, your audacity is impressive. Have you considered the capabilities of the Prince Qin? His men are entrenched throughout the court. While our elopement may seem trivial, inciting his wrath would be catastrophic. Should he choose to annihilate your family, none of us would emerge unscathed. Shu Xian, with a smile that belied her true feelings, remarked, Isn't my cousin always claiming to be quite capable? Why then does he fear a mere Yu Xiu? Xiao Yuran replied with a calm demeanor, It is not fear of him that troubles me, but rather concern for you. How many times have I warned you against provoking him? Yet you persist, and today you nearly paid with your life, still unrepentant. Shu Xian retorted with a cold scoff, Spare me your hindsight. You are well aware of the kind of person he is and his intentions. Yet you conspired with my father to force me into marriage with him. Is this not pushing me into the fire? Xiao Yuran was taken aback. Her almond-shaped eyes filled with inquiries. Who told you such things? Shu Xian, initially only speculating, realized from her question that her suspicions were correct. Anger surged within her as she bitterly stated, I was once ignorant of everything, and now I am painfully aware. Xiao Yuran, understanding that Shu Xian's previous statement was mere conjecture, responded calmly, You overthink matters. Your uncle has always cared for you deeply. Shu Xian replied icily, Indeed. He cares for me immensely. So much so that he is eager to cast me aside as a pawn in your schemes. And my cousin, trailing behind me in the dead of night, is likely not there to protect me, but to spy on Yu Xiu's movements. You all are so clever. While I am the only fool, thoroughly used by you, still reminiscing about my good father and my amiable cousin, having always loathed being manipulated. She found herself ensnared time and again, first in her past life and now in this one. Although she had long recognized that no daughter of the Xie family could escape the clutches of a political marriage, she had foolishly believed that her perceived lack of beauty might spare her. Alas, she was mistaken. They had long since plotted her inclusion in their designs. Xiao Yuran sighed. Believe me or not, I have no intention of exploiting you. We never wished for you to be embroiled in the affairs of the court. However, when Yu Xiu unexpectedly petitioned the emperor last month, both your uncle and I were taken aback. Seeing the resignation and worry in Xiao Yuran's eyes, Shu Xian found it hard to discern truth from deception. She plopped down onto the ground, declaring, I care not what role I play in your schemes. I can assure you I shall not assist any of you nor wish to become entangled in your convoluted affairs. A sense of inexplicable discomfort settled within her, a tightness in her chest. Though she claimed otherwise, she knew full well that, whether she liked it or not, she was already caught in the turmoil. No matter her disinterest, both sides would surely utilize her to their advantage. The struggles for power and the throne were indeed age-old and tiresome. Yet she had unwittingly become embroiled in them. Xiao Yuran remained silent, unable to guarantee anything regarding the unfolding events, for he understood all too well how matters would evolve. Only heaven knew. Shu Xian felt a pang of bitterness as the night breeze swept over her. She suddenly became aware that she was clad in a nearly transparent garment. She instinctively wrapped her arms around her shoulders, sitting on the desolate path. And in the stillness of the night, an impulse to weep washed over her. Upon witnessing her forlorn expression, Xiao Yuran could not help but feel a surge of compassion. With a sigh, he removed his outer garment and draped it over her shoulders. The warmth enveloping Shu Xian brought a flicker of comfort to her heart. However, as memories of the evening flooded back, a deeper sense of grievance washed over her. Without regard for her surroundings, she sank to the ground and wept bitterly. Her sobs were haunting and intense, steeped in sorrow and frustration. The volume of her lamentation was startling and came as a sudden shock. not only to Xiao Yuran, but also to the slumbering townsfolk on either side of the road. In the aftermath, tales spread of a ghostly presence that night, its wails echoing mournfully for hours on end, leaving the villagers so terrified that they summoned a priest to exorcise the spirit. From that day forward, no one dared to venture out on that road after nightfall. Chapter 29. The charming woman Shu Xin wept sorrowfully, while Xiao Yuran stood helplessly by her side, unsure of how to console her. He murmured, "Do you truly despise Yushio so much?" Shu Xin wiped her tears and replied, "I not only detest him as a person, but I loathe this marriage that I have no control over. Must a woman's fate be solely dictated by others, with no room for her own choices?" Xiao Yuran sighed deeply, ceasing his attempts to comfort her. He extended his arms and picked her up effortlessly. Startled by his sudden action, Shu Xin momentarily forgot her tears, instinctively wrapping her arms around his neck. "What are you doing?" she asked, noticing the remnants of tears on her face and the redness around her eyes. Xiao Yuran observed how her usual arrogance and defiance had faded away, revealing a hint of charm and pouting innocence in the moonlight. The bright red mark on one side of her face, at that moment, struck him as somewhat endearing. As the word charming flitted through Xiao Yuran's mind, he was taken aback. Her appearance and temperament hardly aligned with such a description. He had not forgotten that just days prior, she had cast him into a pigsty. He had sought her out to settle the score, but upon witnessing her tears, his anger evaporated. He had never seen her cry before, yet to his astonishment, even in her apparent ugliness, her tears rendered her as delicate as a pear blossom in the rain. Perhaps it was the gentle moonlight that night, or perhaps it was her unmarred half-face playing tricks on him, but he found her quite beautiful, though her eyes lacked tenderness. They conveyed a subtle sense of helplessness and sorrow that softened his heart, awakening within him an unfamiliar sensation. He struggled to reconcile this strange feeling, convincing himself that it was merely compassion, nothing more. With a playful smile, Xiao Yuran said, "Did you not wish to elope with me? I shall take you away this very instant." His words nearly caused her to faint in his embrace. "Xiao Yuran, have you been kicked in the head by a donkey?" she replied. Though he often spoke nonsensically, this was the first time he had uttered such a phrase. Xiao Yuran merely smiled, remaining silent. Of course, he did not actually elope with her, but rather brought her to his villa, Shuanyu Mountain Manor. Upon seeing the plaque of the manor, Shu Xin coldly huffed at Xiao Yuran. "You refused to bring me here before, and now you bring me to this place. Are you planning to hide a beauty in a golden house?" Xiao Yuran couldn't help but laugh. He truly saw no trace of beauty in her, neither in her appearance nor in her character. He replied with a light chuckle, "The reason I didn't bring you here before was that I feared you might set my villa ablaze." Shu Xin shot him a sidelong glance. "Are you not afraid I might burn this place down now?" Xiao Yuran raised the corner of his eye, nonchalantly saying, "If you feel dissatisfied, then feel free to set it on fire. After all, Yushio has plenty of money. I shall ask him for compensation later." Shu Xin, unable to contain her anger, turned her head away, unwilling to engage with him. Yet he continued, "If my memory serves me correctly, cousin, you still owe me 1,000,000 taels of silver, an amount you will likely never repay in your lifetime. And should you truly set this place ablaze, I shall have every right to seek recompense from Yushio." Turning back to glare at him, Shu Xin retorted, "Xiao Yuran, you scoundrel, are you here to elope with me, or to settle old scores?" The notion of eloping with him was absurd. She was acutely aware of his ulterior motives. With a sigh, Xiao Yuran replied, "It is neither." He then gently clapped his hands, prompting several maidens to present exquisitely crafted pastries upon the table. Upon seeing those confections, which she adored, Shu Xin could easily discern that they were handcrafted by the finest chefs from the Zhe. Xian Lu, faced with the tempting pastries, her resolve crumbled, and she began to devour them ravenously. She recalled that she had not eaten since the previous morning, having been occupied with that wretched drinking game upon her arrival at the boat. Observing her voracious appetite, a smile crept upon Xiao Yuran's lips, tinged with a hint of melancholy. He poured her a cup of water and, with a touch of indulgence, said, "Take your time, no one is vying for your share." Only when her belly was full did Shu Xin finally pause, savoring a sip of tea before she spoke slowly. "You brought me here merely to prevent me from provoking Yushio further, thus sparing you unnecessary trouble." Xiao Yuran raised an eyebrow, but remained silent. Wiping her mouth, Shu Xin continued, "In truth, you need not have brought me here at all. I am utterly fatigued these days and simply wish to rest at home, far from any unnecessary entanglements." His heart sank at her words, as they implied her decision to marry Yushio. While this was what he had hoped for, her docile demeanor left him feeling somewhat disoriented. He could not help but inquire, "Have you truly resolved to marry Yushio?" The moment the question left his lips, he regretted it. When Shu Xian's gaze fell upon him, he quickly added, "What I mean is, should you genuinely not wish to marry him, I might be able to devise a solution." Shu Xian fixed her eyes upon him, asking, "What possible scheme could you concoct to persuade him to withdraw his proposal? You are well aware that his interest lies not in me as an individual, but in my status as the daughter of the Prime Minister. Do you truly believe he would rescind the engagement? Furthermore, you witnessed last night's events." With a sigh, Xiao Yuran remarked, "I find it rather peculiar, considering you are." Shu Xian interjected, "Are you inquiring about the whereabouts of my maidenhead?" Noticing the surprise in his gaze, she huffed lightly, rolling up her sleeve and stating nonchalantly, "In fact, it remains here." Seeing her ungraceful gesture, Xiao Yuran was taken aback, yet he understood her disregard for societal conventions. Following the line of her arm, he noticed the vivid crimson mark upon her otherwise alabaster skin, and he gasped, "But last night." Shu Xian lightly scoffed, "I merely applied some potion to deceive you, Xiao." Having said that, she let out a long sigh and remarked, "Had I known that deceiving him would provoke such a violent reaction, I would have refrained from courting my own misfortune. However, with him believing this truth, others are bound to face dire consequences." Xiao Yuran paused for a moment, then suddenly realized, shouting, "Shu Xian." Shu Xian responded with a faint smile, "I am well aware of my own name. Cousin, there is no need for your reminder. However, do exercise caution when you venture outside, for your reputation as a scoundrel is now firmly established. Beware, lest one day Yushio comes knocking to confront you about your infidelity." Chapter 30. A choice between two Xuanyu Villa is perched upon a hillside to the west of Fian City, where the scenery is enchanting, adorned with flowers blooming in every season. At this moment, early summer envelopes the villa in a gentle fragrance, with the courtyard brimming with pale yellow blossoms, delicate yet unpretentious, vibrant yet not gaudy, their beauty inviting admiration. This is the first time Shu Xian has encountered such extraordinary flowers. She cannot resist leaning in to inhale their refreshing aroma. After doing so, she feels a wave of tranquility wash over her, and standing by the flowering trees, she stretches luxuriously. Recently, she has been entangled in a battle of wits with Yushio, leaving her unable to properly organize her feelings. In this serene and elegant setting, the mingling of floral scents and birdsong compels her to relax completely. Xuanyu Villa truly lives up to its reputation for beauty. A languid male voice interrupts her reverie. "I truly cannot fathom why Yushio would choose to marry you. You possess neither beauty nor talent, and your manners are utterly uncouth. To achieve his aims, he has made significant sacrifices. Truly, you are a fortunate one." Turning around, Shu Xian sees Xiao Yuran smiling beside the flowering tree. Today, he wears a long black robe with subtle patterns, its collar and cuffs adorned with golden trim. A golden belt cinching his waist. His hair is casually tied back with a white ribbon, and the corners of his mouth curl into a smile. His peach blossom eyes sparkling with mirth, the mole at the corner of his brow slightly raised, giving him an air of both forthrightness and charm. Shu Xian swallows hard, grinning as she remarks, "Today, I've realized that my cousin's charm rivals that of Yushio. When you mentioned eloping last night, it seems you were not merely jesting. This Xuanyu Villa is truly an enchanting place for clandestine affairs." Pausing, she adds, "Two eligible bachelors in the imperial city are infatuated with me. It's quite a feather in my cap." Xiao Yuran's smile deepens as he responds, "Indeed, my dear cousin, you have garnered quite the reputation, already a celebrity in Fian City, and with such adorable looks, it is no wonder you are beloved by many." Shu Xian bursts into laughter, sidling up to Xiao Yuran like an octopus, inhaling the refreshing scent of the trees that fills her nostrils. After greedily taking in several breaths, she exclaims, "After knowing you for so long, I've only just discovered how delightful your scent is." With that, she nuzzles against his chest a few times. Xiao Yuran can't help but chuckle. "Your demeanor is hardly different from that of the ladies at Tianxiang Tower." Despite the teasing tone, his expression is gentle, the smile on his lips warm. As she clings to him, he catches her feminine scent, fresh and captivating, intoxicating him more than the faint floral aroma surrounding them. Although a voice in his heart cautions him against this intimacy, he finds himself reluctant to push her away. Shu Xian pouts, "Now I finally understand why you frequent Tianxiang Tower. It seems you enjoy the company of such ladies." Though she smiles outwardly, a tinge of bitterness stirs within her. With a smile, Xiao Yuran says, "This flower is called summer wax plum, blooming only in early summer. If my memory serves me right, today is your birthday. You are like this fragrant summer wax plum. When not in bloom, you appear clumsy and unremarkable, but when the time comes, you capture hearts effortlessly." Although her appearance was exceedingly unattractive, He was acutely aware of the remarkable intelligence that resided within her heart. What she remained oblivious to was the fact that this rare summer flowering plum was notoriously difficult to cultivate. It had been transplanted by him 3 years prior and tended to by a skilled gardener, blooming for the very first time this year. Shu Xian could not help but pause, for although she had been here for 3 years and celebrated 2 birthdays, she had never truly acknowledged them, always feeling that the stolen birthday held a certain peculiarity. With a gentle smile, she leaned close to Qiao Yuren's ear and whispered, "Cousin, since you remember my birthday so well, could it be that you truly hold me in your heart?" Having said this, she buried her head against his neck, her eyes softly closing. Her breath was fragrant, and her voice, though not as willful as usual, carried a playful and slightly petulant tone, yet it was crisp and melodious. With an enchanting allure that made his heart flutter, leaving his throat slightly parched as he murmured, "Among all my cousins, you are the only one yet to be married. How could I possibly not care for you?" A flicker of disappointment crossed Shu Xian's heart, yet she extricated herself from his embrace, beaming brightly as she remarked, "Cousin, it is indeed a rarity for you to admit your feelings for me in my presence. Since today is my birthday, I wonder if you have prepared a gift?" Qiao Yuran smiled faintly, remaining silent as he produced a beautifully wrapped box from behind him. Shu Xian's eyes sparkled with excitement as she eagerly snatched it, tearing open the wrapping to reveal an object reminiscent of a die. The exterior was white, encasing a red bead. Upon closer inspection, the white appeared bone-like while the red resembled a shiny red bean, albeit more lustrous than the ordinary versions. The simplicity of the item prompted her to wrinkle her nose as she shoved the box back into his hands, exclaiming, "Cousin, how stingy you are. My birthday gift is merely a broken bone. If you have grievances, just say so. There's no need to insult me indirectly. Only dogs eat bones." Qiao Yuran sighed at her words, finding her response exactly as he had anticipated, yet he was at a loss for how to explain the significance of the gift. His gaze darkened as he pressed the box back into Shu Xian's hands, his demeanor serious. "This is not a bone. It is." He hesitated, fixing her with a stern look. "In any case, you must take good care of it. If you lose it, I will not be kind." Shu Xian retorted, "It's just a broken bone. Why make it so mysterious?" Then, her eyes brightened as she grasped Qiao Yuren's hand. "Cousin, since it is my birthday, you cannot possibly give me just a broken bone. How about gifting me something more?" Sensing her expression, Qiao Yuran felt an ominous premonition creeping in and snorted coldly. "If you desire this villa, forget it." Shu Xian giggled. "This villa or the 100,000 taels you owe me? Which shall it be?" Observing the vexed look on Qiao Yuren's face, she continued, "If you fail to grant me one of these, I shall set your villa ablaze. Furthermore, if you intend to extract any benefits from Yuxiao, I fear there may be neither door nor window, for I can undoubtedly incite Yuxiao's intense hatred towards me." Qiao Yuran glared at her through gritted teeth, exclaiming, "Shu Xian, you are truly ruthless." With that, he turned on his heel to leave. Shu Xian hurriedly trotted after him, grasping his hand and saying, "Cousin, you haven't yet mentioned which gift you'll bestow upon me. You cannot escape." With a beaming smile, she gazed up at Qiao Yuran. Qiao Yuran retorted bitterly, "You needn't worry about repaying that 100,000 taels of silver." He was aware that with her capabilities, repaying that sum was hardly a daunting task. Moreover, that amount merely represented his capital, while the item he had gifted her was worth far more than that. He possessed ample silver, but this estate was invaluable. He also knew that even if he offered to gift her the estate, she would undoubtedly respond with a proposition to sell it back to him for 100,000 taels, leaving him with the same dilemma. Shu Xian burst into laughter, then threw her arms around Qiao Yuran, showering his face with kisses, and declared, "I knew you were the best, cousin. Had I known I could earn 100,000 taels just by celebrating a birthday, I would celebrate 7 or 8 birthdays a year, depleting all your silver." Qiao Yuran was momentarily taken aback by her affection, his face unexpectedly flushing, yet he coldly replied, "Shu Xian, can't you exhibit a modicum of feminine modesty?" He had never encountered a woman quite like her. Had that fever 3 years ago truly affected her mind? But who could explain to him why his face was flushed? Why did his heart race so fiercely? Why did he feel a hint of fondness? To celebrate my own recommendation, I shall provide an additional chapter today, with an update expected around 2 o'clock in the afternoon. I also recommend my completed work, The Mischievous Husband and His Unfortunate Wife, which is available at this link. Mo Nanyan, the capital's most eligible woman, remained unmarried past 20, having inadvertently caused the demise of her fiancé. After 3 suitors withdrew their proposals without cause, the capital's populace believed her prospects were dire. Yet, just before her 20th birthday, The emperor decreed her marriage to the noble by Luofei, son of the king of Han. The people collectively sighed in relief. Engaged in an arranged marriage, how could a 21st century woman be paired with by Luofei, a cowardly and lecherous prince? She attempted to buy her freedom from a faux pirate, only to discover that the pretender was indeed a genuine pirate. A woman who could not find a suitor was to be forced upon him. How could Bai Luofei accept such a fate? Rumors spoke of her not only possessing an unattractive appearance, but also an eccentric personality. Bringing her home would be nothing short of a jest. Having feigned ignorance for far too long, she could no longer maintain the charade. This narrative has reached its conclusion, with a tightly woven plot that is brimming with excitement, not to be missed. My dear wife, do not be so arrogant has also been completed. In the realm of whimsical tales, we encounter the spirited young girl Duan Xinghan, a mere 16 summers old, who descends the mountain on her father's behest to fulfill her grandfather's vow, to protect the illustrious Miss Ling of the Xiankai Manor. As she embarks on her journey, calamities abound, nearly turning the hidden city into chaos. Just as she revels in her mischief, she encounters the ethereal beauty, Miss Ling, clad in male attire, and inadvertently provokes her, only to face Miss Ling's swift retribution. Duan Xinghan, unyielding and proud, finds it intolerable to suffer indignities. She initially schemes to humiliate Miss Ling during her bath, but to her astonishment, the heavenly beauty transforms into an enchanting young man, Ling Ruoxin. He is renowned as the head of the world's foremost embroidery house, a prodigy in both commerce and needlework, capable of shaking the very foundations of Fengyin country with a single gesture. Yet, unbeknownst to many, he has been masquerading as a woman since childhood, bound by a nonsensical imperial decree that dictated the inheritance of Xiankai Manor to females only. His mother, however, insists he wed Duan Xinghan's cousin, Duan Xinghan herself. Despite his disguise, he remains a quintessential man. How could he ever entertain the notion of marriage? This narrative unfolds with an engaging blend of humor and intrigue, promising a delightful reading experience. Chapter 31. Beautiful moments behind the Shuanyu Mountain Villa lies a serene pond, its waters crystal clear to the very bottom. Shuxin had discovered this tranquil haven 2 days prior and was utterly enamored by its peacefulness and refreshing coolness. Seizing the opportunity when no one was around, she disrobed and began to bathe. The water was cool, and her heart felt equally serene. The sun warmed her skin while the refreshing scent of earth and blooming flowers enveloped her senses. The melodious chirping of unknown birds serenaded her, creating an exquisite sense of comfort. Were it not for the absence of any disguise, she would have relished the chance to wash her face and erase the vivid birthmark that marred her skin. Occasionally, fish would swim by, some brushing gently against her, eliciting a soft laugh from her lips. Life indeed felt marvelous, and she momentarily cast aside the troubles brought by Yushio. In high spirits, she couldn't help but sing as she bathed. I love bathing. My skin feels divine on the shore. Xiao Yuran observed her joyous demeanor, unable to suppress a smile. Her skin, far superior to that of her face, was a pristine white, blooming with a rosy hue. Though he could only see her back, his body involuntarily reacted, prompting a self-deprecating smile, tinged with a hint of melancholy in his peach blossom eyes. When he heard her sing that peculiar song and absorbed the lyrics, he could no longer contain his laughter. Hearing his laughter, Shuxin pouted and remarked, "Cousin, so you truly harbor a secret affection for me. To steal a glance while I bathe." Xiao Yuran sighed. "If your face were as beautiful as your back, I fear every man in Fian City would be infatuated with you." Shuxin inquired, "And would you, cousin, also be captivated by me?" Her gaze was as clear as the pond's depths, laced with anticipation and unease. With a smile, Xiao Yuran replied, "Perhaps I would, for who could resist something so delightful?" Shuxin retorted in mock anger, "So you are cleverly insulting me. How dare you call me an object?" Yet, she understood the futility of engaging him on this matter. If he deemed her an object, she would find herself at a loss for words. Such trivial debates about worth had been a frequent pastime in the 21st century. Xiao Yuran couldn't help but chuckle. Perhaps only she could articulate such sentiments with such ease. Strangely, her words did not evoke lewdness, but rather a refreshing innocence that warmed his heart. He recalled how, 3 years ago, she had hidden herself away, too shy to emerge due to her appearance, blushing at the mere sight of him. "I did not insult you. I was praising you. But you must be cautious, for too much sun will darken your skin. Girls are vain, despite your lack of conventional beauty," he jested. Shuxin laughed. "Does cousin wish for me to return to shore? I wonder if you enjoy the sight of a lotus emerging from the water?" With that, she pretended to rise. Xiao Yuran quickly turned away. "All right. Stop your antics and come ashore. If you linger there any longer, I won't be able to catch any fish. He knew her fondness for fish. Shu Xin's eyes sparkled, and she cheered, wonderful. There will be fish to eat. Having spoken, regardless of whether Qiao Yuran had turned around, she joyfully dashed to the shore to don her garments, exclaiming as she dressed, "Cousin, you need not feign such gentlemanly conduct at this moment. I wouldn't mind if you occasionally took advantage of me." Qiao Yuran's enchanting peach blossom eyes shimmered with a glint as she replied, "You may not mind, but you would certainly care. I have no desire to solidify the title of a scoundrel." Shu Xian pursed her lips and remarked, "I have long been curious as to who is more formidable, you or him." Qiao Yuran remained silent, yet the brilliance in her gaze deepened considerably, and the hue of the vibrant red mole appeared to darken slightly. Shu Xian raised an eyebrow, choosing not to dwell on the matter further. Just as she finished dressing, Qiao Yuran turned around, and she sighed. "Had I known you would turn back now, I wouldn't have hurried to dress." A hint of reluctance lingered in her voice. Qiao Yuran playfully tapped her head, saying, "I wonder what nonsense fills your mind. You simply chatter away all day." In truth, he had listened with his ears, only turning back after she had finished dressing. Shu Xian retaliated by tapping his head in return, asserting, "My favors are not for just anyone. It's a pity for you to squander such a splendid opportunity." Qiao Yuran towered over her by nearly a head, necessitating her leap to reach him. With a sigh of resignation, he seized a sharpened bamboo pole and thrust it into the water. When he drew it up, a carp was ensnared upon the pole. Shu Xian exclaimed, "How impressive! Let me try?" Qiao Yuran chuckled, "If you manage to catch a fish, I shall swallow it whole." Shu Xian huffed lightly through her nose, raising her skirt and rolling up her trousers before leaping into the pond, forming a circle of mud, and then splashing water outward with both hands. Qiao Yuran inquired curiously, "What are you doing?" Shu Xian retorted, "I'm drying up the water to catch fish. Just wait to feast on raw fish." Qiao Yuran laughed heartily. "By the time you dry up this water, the sun will have set." He then plunged the bamboo pole into the water again, catching yet another lively fish. Shu Xian pouted, feeling somewhat disgruntled, yet realizing the water's depth confirmed his words to be true. Just then, a fish swam beside her, startling her. As she reacted and reached to grab it, the fish swiftly darted away, and in her attempt, she lost her footing and fell with a splash into the pond, eliciting peals of laughter from Qiao Yuran. Shu Xian, begrudgingly climbing back to the shore, caught Qiao Yuran's slight smile as he mysteriously produced a pile of firewood, cleaned the fish, and kindled a fire to roast it. In no time, the aroma of grilled fish wafted through the air. Shu Xian couldn't help but swallow her saliva. Asking, "Is it ready yet?" Qiao Yuran replied, "Almost." Yet, it was not until she inquired for the 18th time that he finally declared, "It's ready. You may eat." Shu Xian took a bite, only to discover that the fish was scalding hot, prompting her to cry out in surprise. Qiao Yuran could not help but burst into laughter. Yet deep down he understood that such happiness as this would likely be hard to come by again in the future, and his gaze inevitably darkened. He noticed Shu Xian's delightful smile, but within her eyes lingered something else, revealing that she too cherished this rare moment just as he did. The two engaged in merriment while dining, continuing their playful banter until dusk settled. At that moment, a servant approached, saying, "Third Master, the Crown Prince requests your presence. Please return promptly." Recognizing the man as a close attendant of the Crown Prince, Qiao Yuran sighed softly but nodded in acknowledgement. He glanced at Shu Xian, who still wore a smile, albeit one tinged with stiffness. He remarked, "You stay here and enjoy yourself. I shall return shortly." Chapter 32. Return my silver. It was utterly impossible for Shu Xian to remain obediently confined in the other courtyard. The steward, Qiao Feng, watched in astonishment as Shu Xian entered Qiao Yuran's room, where she busied herself for quite some time before emerging with a substantial bundle wrapped in a bedsheet. Qiao Feng promptly intercepted her, stating, "Seventh Miss, the third young master has instructed that you are not to leave the manor for the next few days." Shu Xian narrowed her almond-shaped eyes, scrutinizing Qiao Feng before responding. "If Qiao Yuran returns, tell him that if he does not wish to elope with me, he should refrain from bringing me back here next time." As she turned to leave, she added, "With your appearance, how dare you call yourself Qiao Feng?" With a raised eyebrow and a disdainful curl of her lip, she attempted to stride past him. Qiao Feng quickly positioned himself in her path, exclaiming, "Seventh Miss, if you depart, how shall I explain this to the third young master?" Shu Xian's eyes narrowed further, and Qiao Feng felt a chill run down his spine as she retorted, "What concern is that of yours? Do you wish to relive last night's ordeal?" At her words, Qiao Feng immediately fell silent, not daring to impede her further, and could only watch helplessly as she forcefully pushed past him and exited the manor. After she left, He hastily mounted a swift steed to inform Xiao Yuran of her departure. Shu Xin, burdened with the package, meandered out of the manor and sought a pawnshop in a nearby town to trade the items she had hastily gathered from Xiao Yuran's room. Unsure of their worth, she casually requested 3,000 taels, opting for a straightforward transaction. The proprietor, upon hearing her request, swiftly produced a pawn ticket for her to sign, anxious that she might change her mind. Little did he know that the modest vase nestled within her bundle was worth 10,000 taels, and the entire assortment was likely valued at several tens of thousands. Upon receiving the silver, Shu Xian's spirits soared. With no one from the mansion trailing her and free from the shackles of marriage, she reveled in her newfound liberty. The fresh air and joyful breeze were a delightful escape from the impending nuptials. She exchanged the silver at a money shop, spent a mere tael to purchase a horse, and ambled aimlessly along the quaint paths of the town. It struck her that she had not ventured out on her own for quite some time. In her preoccupation with evading marriage, she had forgotten the beauty of the world beyond. Indeed, one must not possess a narrow outlook. It is essential to broaden one's perspective and not be entranced by immediate circumstances. Ahead stood a temple bustling with people, and she suddenly recalled that it was the renowned Yulao Temple. When she first arrived in this world, the 9th and 10th young misses of the mansion had yet to be married and had visited this temple to seek blessings for love. At that time, she had scoffed at their efforts, knowing their fates were firmly in the hands of Xu Xiong, rendering their pleas futile. However, her emotions at this moment were vastly different. Sitting atop her horse and gazing at the throng, a wave of melancholy washed over her, prompting her to ponder. Even if she successfully evaded marriage, where could she possibly go? In a world where patriarchy reigned supreme, how could she ever find the happiness that rightfully belonged to her? As the thought crossed her mind, she couldn't help but feel a tinge of frustration. Spotting a gambling den ahead, she dismounted from her horse, her heart heavy with vexation, and stepped inside. The establishment was bustling with people, their shouts, curses, and gasps merging into a cacophony, embodying a realm of both joy and despair. Observing the faces around her, Shu Xin found it rather intriguing. This gambling house played host to countless spectacles of human emotion daily, even if it led many to ruin. Yet people continued to rush in, undeterred. Suddenly, a small figure caught her attention, a pair of dark eyes and tattered clothing, unmistakably recognizable even in their dilapidated state. A cruel smile crept across her face as she gritted her teeth and thought, "You little rascal, after searching high and low, you've appeared before me effortlessly. Let us see how I deal with you today." Shu Xin sauntered over to the boy, who was intently placing bets with his silver coins. With a grin, she remarked, "Oh dear, why are you betting small? This round clearly calls for a big bet." The boy turned, startled at her presence, and instinctively tried to flee. She swiftly grasped his ear and chided, "What's the rush? You've just placed your bet and haven't even collected your silver yet. No need to panic." The boy stammered, "I need to go urgently." Shu Xin, with a sardonic smile, replied, "Hold it in." The boy, seeing the fierce glint in her eyes and the unnerving smile on her face, fell silent, resigning himself to continue betting. Shu Xin clenched her jaw. If she didn't teach this boy a lesson today, she would no longer be Shu Xin. Feeling a pang of fear, the boy's wide, glossy eyes darted around, searching for an escape. Yet, the crowd was dense, and he could not find a familiar face. Shu Xin remained steadfastly by his side, leaving no avenue for retreat. With his focus on her, he lost all interest in the game. Shu Xin, beaming, urged, "Little brother, it's your turn to place a bet." The boy bit his lip, reluctantly placing a tael of silver on the small bet. Shu Xin pouted, "Is that all? How dull. Bring out all the silver you have and bet on small." The boy, puzzled, questioned, "Didn't you just say to bet big? Why the sudden change?" With a twinkle in her eyes, Shu Xin replied, "Haven't you heard? The tides of fortune shift. It was big before, but now it's small." The boy countered, "If it's not, you owe me silver." Shu Xin cleverly retorted, "Regardless of the outcome, you must return my silver." The boy shot her a glance, asserting, "You've mistaken me for someone else." Shu Xin lightly scoffed, "I haven't said anything specific. How do you know I've mistaken you? You're merely a little rascal trying to outsmart me." The boy, momentarily speechless, placed another tael of silver on the small bet. Shu Xin raised an eyebrow, giving a soft huff as she snatched all the silver from the boy's grasp and tossed it onto the small bet. The boy glared at her with resentment, yet felt utterly helpless. With a dismissive hum, she glared back, causing him to pout and turn away, lapsing into silence. The dealer then rolled the dice, announcing 1, 2, 3 small. The young boy was filled with joy as he gathered the pile of silver coins in his arms. Shu Xin flashed a slight smile, her lips curling. Yet she remained silent. When it was time to place bets again, the boy glanced at Shu Xian, who shrugged her shoulders and said, "This time, bet on big." Hesitant yet trusting, the boy placed all his silver on the big bet. As the dealer revealed the outcome, it was indeed a big win once more. During the next round of betting, the boy inquired, "What should I bet on this time?" Shu Xian responded, "Bet on big." Once again, the boy placed all his silver on the big option, and true to form, it was a big win once more. After several rounds, it seemed that whatever Shu Xian suggested, the outcome would align perfectly, and soon the boy's silver had accumulated into a mountain-like heap. Shu Xian smiled gently and approached the dealer to exchange the scattered coins for banknotes. Observing the remarkable streak of wins, other gamblers began to follow suit, mirroring their bets, resulting in substantial gains for them as well. The dealer, noticing this unusual trend, exchanged glances with his associates. As Shu Xian saw that the boy's fortune had reached nearly 5,000 taels, she smiled at him and said, "Little friend, take your time enjoying the game. I have some pressing matters to attend to, so I must take my leave." With that, she tucked a handful of banknotes into the boy's embrace and cheerfully made her way toward the exit of the gambling house. The boy stood momentarily stunned, and just then, several burly men approached him, stating, "Our master requests your presence, young brother." Having navigated the bustling streets for some time, the boy understood their intent. He quickly retrieved a stack of banknotes from his pocket and offered them to the men, saying, "I was merely here to enjoy myself. I just wanted to break even." The imposing man, recognizing his pragmatic approach, accepted the banknotes and spread them open, only to raise a hand and strike the boy across the face, exclaiming, "You insolent brat. Daring to deceive us with mere paper." The boy cried out, "I came to gamble with my sister. These banknotes were given to me just now. You all witnessed it. The authentic banknotes were taken by my sister." He pointed accusingly at Shu Xian, who was nearly out the door. Chapter 33. You resemble my mother. As Shu Xian was on the verge of stepping out of the gambling den, the words of a small boy ignited a fierce resentment within her, causing her teeth to grind in frustration. The best tactic in a dire situation is to flee. Yet, her horse, tethered at the entrance, had mysteriously vanished. With a sigh, she lamented the misfortune of being outsmarted by a mere child. However, the thugs from the gambling house were not about to let her escape easily. 5,000 taels of silver was enough to cover the establishment's expenses for half a year. Shu Xian ran with great speed, but the thugs pursued her with relentless vigor, their legs moving as if wound by a spring. In her panic, she took a wrong turn and stumbled into a dead-end alley. Breathless, she glared at her pursuers and exclaimed, "Aren't you tired from chasing me so far?" The thugs replied menacingly, "Hand over the silver, or don't blame us for being ruthless." Shu Xian shouted back defiantly, "Call your boss to see me. How dare you threaten his aunt after winning just a few taels from him?" The thug, with a menacing sneer, retorted, "With your appearance, you think you can meet our boss?" Shu Xian narrowed her almond-shaped eyes and, with a playful smile, countered, "Just because you don't wish to see him doesn't mean your boss feels the same." With a flick of her fingers, she whistled and clapped her hands, preparing to leave. Furious, a thug shouted, "You're asking for trouble." He brandished a wooden club and swung it toward her. With a cold grin, Shu Xian calmly counted, 1, 2, 3. As soon as she finished speaking, the thugs collapsed to the ground. With a snort, she declared, "Go back and tell your boss to be more discerning before he acts. How dare you pursue me? Next time, you might not even know how you met your end." With that, she strutted out of the alley. The little boy, seeing the thugs had gone after Shu Xian, swaggered out of the gambling house and ambled forward, brimming with self-satisfaction. He hummed a tune, "Ugly woman, you think you can challenge me, HM." He reached into his pocket and slowly unfurled the pile of banknotes Shu Xian had given him. However, upon spreading them out, his expression shifted to one of shock and dismay. He hastily pulled out the notes beneath and fumed, "Ugly woman, how dare you deceive me? You've given me a stack of paper money." A nearby feminine voice inquired, "Who is it that is living so recklessly?" The boy turned around and found Shu Xian, arms crossed and her sharp, almond-shaped eyes fixed on him with an intimidating gaze. His instincts warned him that this woman was not to be trifled with. He quickly stammered, "It's those thugs who are living recklessly. They even dared to bully my sister." As he spoke, he sought an escape route. But Shu Xian had cornered him in the alley, the only exit blocked by her presence. Shu Xian twisted his ear and asked, "Who are you calling sister?" The boy, eyes darting, replied, "How could someone like me have a sister as remarkable as you? You must be the celestial Guanyin Bodhisattva incarnate, gentle, graceful, and infinitely kind." Amused by his flattery, Shu Xian couldn't help but smile. Yet, with a firmer grip on his ear, she teased, "You little rascal, do Do you dare wish me ill? The boy protested. I did not. Shu Xian coldly scoffed. The Bodhisattva resides in the Western Paradise. What purpose do you have in wishing for my demise? Watch how I deal with you. With that, she raised her hand, prepared to strike him. The little boy cried out, Mother, please spare me. Shu Xian was taken aback and retorted angrily. I have yet to be married. How could I possibly bear such a wretched child as you? The boy wiped his tears and replied, You just now resembled my mother so closely. When she was alive and grew angry, she would twist my ear just like you did, so I called you mother. Seeing the boy's tear-filled eyes, which evoked a sense of pity, her heart softened momentarily. Yet, in the blink of an eye, she noticed a flicker of cunning in his gaze that nearly provoked a laugh. This little rascal's acting skills were commendable, almost deceiving her. Her eyes sparkled, and she loosened her grip on his ear, only to catch hold of his trousers instead. With utmost gentleness, she asked, Do I truly resemble your mother? The boy, sensing her release of his ear, brightened and exclaimed, Yes, exactly like her. Shu Xian then swiftly tugged at his belt and yanked his trousers down, delivering a few slaps to his bottom, questioning, Did your mother ever strike you like this? Caught off guard by her sudden shift in demeanor, he momentarily forgot his tears. Staring blankly at Shu Xian, observing his expression, she mused aloud, I expected you to say you had an elderly grandmother and younger siblings to care for, hence your thievery. Yet here you are, calling me mother as if that would compel me to shower you with silver. The boy, momentarily stunned, felt tears welling up again as he insisted. I truly did not intend to steal your money. Shu Xian, with a grin that belied her words, replied, I know you did not mean to steal. Noticing his expression brighten, she continued, But you intended to, did you not? The boy blinked innocently. I promise I won't dare steal from you again. Shu Xian, matching his innocent expression, quipped, Oh, so you still wish to steal my money in the future? He quickly assured her, I guarantee I won't. How could I steal from my own mother? With a beaming smile, Shu Xian extended her hand towards him. The boy, holding up his trousers, asked what? Shu Xian scolded, Are you feigning ignorance? Of course, I mean silver. The boy glanced at her. Did you not win a fortune at the gambling house? Why do you still seek my money? Though he spoke bravely, his eyes darted around, avoiding her gaze. Shu Xian chuckled. Have you forgotten who made me run such a long distance just now? Should I strip you of your trousers and hang them at the city gate for all to see your bare bottom? The boy hastily tightened his trousers, fear evident in his eyes. I spent all the silver. Shu Xian laughed brightly. My dear child, you are indeed remarkable. In just 3 days, you've managed to squander 5,000 taels of silver. I am truly impressed. However, it matters not if you have spent it all. After all, I possess an abundance of time, so you may repay me at your leisure. At this moment, the young boy realized her formidable nature and, in a rush of panic, exclaimed, I truly have nothing left. You saw it yourself at the gambling house today. I lost everything there. With gritted teeth, Shu Xian retorted, That is of no consequence. You can simply sell yourself to me to settle your debts. The young boy chuckled, albeit somewhat awkwardly, and replied, You might as well let me go, otherwise, I will require food and drink, and you will have to spend money to support me. His laughter had taken on a rather unseemly tone. Shu Xian's smile turned sinister as she declared, Fear not, I am well equipped to care for you. All you need to do is chop 10 bundles of firewood each day, wash 20 pounds of clothing, and carry 300 buckets of water. Chapter 34. He is your father. The little boy, terrified by Shushin's words, cried out, I truly lost all the silver. I am not deceiving you. His tears, mingled with snot, flowed freely down his cheeks. Witnessing his pitiful state, Shushin realized he was speaking the truth this time. She muttered, Today's children have no sense of danger. He managed to lose so much silver. That amount could sustain an ordinary family for a lifetime. Yet he squandered it all. He's even more reckless than I am. Such a young lad possesses an undeniable talent for spending money. The boy sobbed, I wanted to win more so I could buy Inging a big house. But I didn't expect to lose even more. By the time you arrived, I had only 10 taels left. Shushin found herself both amused and exasperated. You little rascal. At such a tender age, how dare you gamble like this? What kind of upbringing have you had? Wiping his tears, the boy looked at her and replied, I have never seen my mother since I was born. He longed for a mother to guide him, but could only dream of her visage. Seeing the stark contrast between his current distress and his earlier mischievous demeanor, Shushin's heart swelled with compassion. When he referred to her as mother, her eyes glimmered with a thought. Since you can't repay me the silver, as I mentioned earlier, you shall work off your debt with yourself. If you obey, you won't have to toil and can enjoy the finer things in life. But if you defy me, well. Her words dripped with a hint of menace. The boy hurriedly proclaimed, I will do whatever you say. Those who are practical are truly wise. Shu Xin laughed heartily, reaching out to ruffle his hair. You are quite the obedient one. By the way, how old are you? What is your name? The boy replied, I am 5 years old. He glanced at Shu Xin shyly and added, I don't have a name. I was raised on dog-s milk, so everyone calls me Dog Boy. Shu Xin felt a wave of dizziness wash over her, frowning at the unappealing name. Dog Boy. That sounds dreadful. How about this? I'll give you a proper name. From now on, you shall be called Wind Chaser. The boy's eyes sparkled with delight. Wind Chaser. What a wonderful name. I love it, he exclaimed joyfully, only to lose his grip in his excitement, causing his pants to drop to the ground. Seeing his comical predicament, Shu Xin couldn't help but laugh, though a pang of sadness tugged at her heart. She had taken him in with purpose, yet he was overjoyed simply because she had given him a name. Despite being a street child, he was still just a boy. She could see his intelligence shining through, and perhaps adopting him was the best fate he could have. Wind Chaser asked, I have a name now, but how shall I address you? With a gentle smile, Shu Xin replied, Didn't you say I resemble your mother? Henceforth, you shall call me mother. Having traversed into this world at the age of 17, she was now 20, and the absurdity of being a 20-year-old woman with a 5-year-old son sent a shiver down her spine. Contemplating the customs of this era, it is quite common for young women to wed at the tender age of 14 or 15, and many bear children shortly thereafter. Thus, if she were to give birth to him at the age of 15, it would not be deemed particularly unusual. As Shu Xin concluded her statement, a male voice interjected, Cousin, you are truly remarkable. In the blink of an eye, you have a son of such stature. Truly a cause for celebration. Without turning around, Shu Xin continued to assist Chasing Wind in fastening his waistband, replying, Cousin, do you possess the nose of a dog? How is it that you can follow me wherever I go? Your sense of smell is truly impressive. Though she had long been aware of his ability to catch up, she had not anticipated it would occur so swiftly. That steward, Xiao Feng, is indeed quite efficient in his endeavors. Should she attain great success in the future, she would certainly recruit him to assist her. Xiao Yuran touched his nose and murmured, I am not as capable as you suggest, cousin. It is merely that your striking appearance draws attention wherever you go, often accompanied by a host of incidents that make it difficult to lose track of you. As soon as Xiao Feng notified me, I abandoned my tasks, fearing you might cause another ruckus. You not only turned my gambling house into chaos, but also adopted a little beggar as your son, truly seeking to create disorder. With Chasing Wind's waistband secured, she took his hand and turned to Xiao Yuran, saying, Cousin, you flatter me. Chasing Wind, come here and call him father. Xiao Yuran was taken aback by Shu Xion's words and was about to respond when Chasing Wind, with his large, bright eyes, scrutinized Xiao Yuran and exclaimed, Mother, his eyes are too small, and he looks like a woman. How could my father possibly be so ugly? Xiao Yuran despised being compared to a woman, and his charming eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a hint of menace. He glared at Shu Xian and demanded, What scheme are you concocting this time? Shu Xian, unable to contain her laughter at Chasing Wind's remark, finally managed to compose herself and replied, Cousin, you exaggerate. I have no ulterior motives. I merely felt pity for him and took him in. He may have me as a mother, yet he is still without a father, which is indeed pitiable. Now that you are here, I thought it fitting to have you assume that role. Xiao Yuran gritted his teeth and retorted, Shu Xin, a father is not something to be taken lightly. With a playful smile, Shu Xin countered, Cousin, why speak in such a manner? Among all the people on this street, you are the only one I know. If Chasing Wind is to have a father, who else could it be but you? Besides, we have known each other since childhood. After all these years, the bond of kinship has naturally evolved into something deeper. Seeing Xiao Yuran's vexed expression brought Shu Xin immense satisfaction. She playfully patted Chasing Wind on the head and remarked, You are being quite foolish. He does not resemble a woman at all. Do you not realize he is the illustrious Xiao Yuran of the Imperial City, adored by the most esteemed young ladies? Most importantly, he possesses wealth beyond measure, ensuring that you would never lose out in any wager. While his looks may not be extraordinary, considering his fortune, it would not be a loss to recognize him as your father. Now quickly call him father. Chasing Wind eagerly complied, calling out, Father, while glancing back and forth between Xiao Yuran and Shu Xian. Xiao Yuran's face darkened, resembling the bottom of a pot, as he regarded Shu Xian with a dangerous glint in his eyes, stating, Shu Xian, you have truly gone too far this time. Rushing into my gambling den. Creating a ruckus is one thing, but finding me a son as well? You truly possess remarkable abilities. Shu Xian, with a face full of astonishment, exclaimed, So that gambling house is also yours. You are truly heartless, even resorting to cheating your own son's earnings. How utterly inhumane. After saying this, A smile returned to her face as she added, "Although I lost a considerable amount of silver during my last visit, I have now discerned your rules and managed to win back our son's money. However, your subordinates were excessively relentless, pursuing me for 3 whole streets." Xiao Yuran retorted angrily, "I have already stated that he is not my son. If you continue to spout such nonsense, I shall be irrevocably labeled as his father." Chapter 35. The grievance born of the heart. Shu Exine spoke with a hint of grievance. "Chasing Wind, your father denies you." With that, she blinked at him. Chasing Wind, feeling the weight of her words, approached Xiao Yuran's side, clutching his robe and weeping. "Father, you cannot abandon me. Do you have any idea how much I have endured over the years in search of you? After all this time, I finally find you. And yet you claim I am not your son." Xiao Yuran's face transformed into a tapestry of colors, yellow, red, blue, purple, and black flickering across his visage. His eyes turned icy, reminiscent of December's frost, as he narrowed his peach blossom eyes into a mere slit. With a swift motion, he cast Chasing Wind aside, enunciating each word with chilling clarity. "Shu Exine, you are merciless." The force of his shove, though only moderate, was too much for the young boy to withstand. With a resounding thud, he crashed against the adjacent wall, his head striking it and drawing blood. The sharp pain elicited a wail, one that starkly contrasted the earlier feigned sobs. This cry was one of true despair, tears and snot cascading down his face. Shu Exine rushed to lift Chasing Wind, her eyes narrowing with cold fury upon seeing the blood trickling from his head. "Xiao Yuran, how can you call yourself human, to inflict harm upon such a child?" Xiao Yuran hesitated. His intention had never been to hurt Chasing Wind. Witnessing the blood flow from the boy's head stirred a pang of guilt within him, for Chasing Wind was innocent in this matter. Yet, he felt an overwhelming sense of frustration, casting a glance at Shu Exine and scoffing quietly, but remaining silent. Shu Exine huffed in disdain, producing a handkerchief from her pocket to bandage Chasing Wind's wound, deliberately avoiding any glance in Xiao Yuran's direction as she took Chasing Wind by the hand and made her way out of the alley. Xiao Yuran sighed deeply, pondering the state of the world. He was evidently the victim, yet found himself feeling as though he had committed some grievous error. He watched the 2 figures depart and inquired, "Where are you going?" Shu Exine responded coldly, "Rest assured, I will not flee from marriage. In 3 days, I shall wed Prince Qin as you desire." Upon hearing her declaration, a wave of discomfort washed over Xiao Yuran. The knowledge that she would marry Prince Qin was not new to him. It was a prospect long wished for by both him and Shu Xiang. Yet, her words stirred a profound unease within him. He understood her character, rebellious and untamed. She would never meekly submit to anyone's plans, particularly concerning her marriage. Though she was not conventionally beautiful, the power of the Shu family attracted many suitors. However, the reason no one dared to propose was her notorious treatment of those who approached her, leaving them utterly devastated. He was aware of her strong will and independent thoughts, never easily compromising. When the imperial edict was announced, both he and Shu Xiang were deeply concerned and had warned her multiple times, but she had always dismissed their concerns, continuously provoking Yuxiu. Despite the hardships she faced with him, Xiao Yuran knew her nature well. The more Yuxiu pursued her, the more it would fuel her resistance. She would never easily acquiesce to marrying Yuxiu. Though he verbally expressed his profound disdain for her, he found himself inexplicably concerned for her well-being, fearing that she might provoke Yuxiu and incite an even greater calamity, particularly after he had witnessed Yuxiu's fury that fateful night. Thus, he took the audacious step of extricating her from the Qin Wang residence, intending for her to reside comfortably at Xuanyu Mountain Villa for a spell. However, an unforeseen incident involving the crown prince necessitated his immediate attention. He was acutely aware that the steward could not keep her in check, yet he was unprepared for her swift escape, during which she had emptied his chamber and pawned away its treasures. By the time he caught up with her, she had indeed stirred up quite a commotion and even managed to find him a son. Xiao Yuran could not help but inquire, "Are you truly resolved to marry Yuxiu?" Shu Exine halted, casting a glance back at him and retorting, "If I do not wed him, shall I marry you instead?" After a brief pause, she continued, "Could it be that my cousin has long harbored feelings for me and wishes to compete with the Qin Wang for my hand?" Noticing Xiao Yuran's continued gaze, a flicker of disdain crossed her eyes as she added, "Yet such a farce of elopement is reserved for beauties. A plain creature like myself could never expect such a fate. Should my cousin actually desire to elope, tomorrow in Fian City, an extraordinary headline will emerge. The Qin Wang and Lu Xian vying for the affections of a woman both unattractive and lacking virtue. I wonder what my cousin would think of that." Xiao Yuran's eyes darkened, and he bit his lip, responding, You know full well that such a thing is impossible. Shu Exine smiled faintly. I am indeed aware that it will not happen, so there is no need for my cousin to reiterate that truth. With that, she turned away, taking hold of Chasing Wind and striding away. Yet, at that very moment, as she turned her head, her eyes brimmed with tears, the moisture threatening to spill over. However, in the next instant, the tears receded, returning to her eyes, and moments later, her inky black eyes regained their clarity. Within her bright apricot eyes lay a hint of mockery as she softly murmured, I know it is unlikely, yet I cannot help but harbor a glimmer of hope. Why is it, then, that when that hope fades, I still feel a twinge of sorrow? Chasing Wind's wound had ceased to bleed, and he glanced back at Xiao Yuran, who stood there, enveloped in melancholy. He then turned his gaze to Shu Exine, and upon overhearing her muttering, he asked, Mother, do you like him? Shu Exine playfully tapped his forehead. Him? Who is he? Chasing Wind rubbed his head. Mother, if you keep hitting me like this, I shall become foolish. He is that effeminate fellow from earlier. Having been injured by Xiao Yuran, he harbored a negative impression of him, naturally refraining from employing any flattering terms to describe him. Shu Exine could not help but chuckle. It was likely the first time anyone had referred to Xiao Yuran as effeminate. She recognized that while Xiao Yuran's appearance might possess a touch of softness, the aura he exuded never led others to perceive him as feminine. He conducted himself with steadiness and propriety, endowed with keen intellect and strategy, serving as the crown prince's right-hand man. Who would dare to underestimate him? Shu Exine's mood improved somewhat as she gently patted Chasing Wind's head and said, From now on, you shall not refer to him as a sissy when you see him. You will call him father. Do you understand? Chasing Wind replied, somewhat aggrieved. But he just hit me. Shu Exine retorted with a light scoff. If he dares to strike you, it is his fault. Mother will ensure you are compensated for it. But when you see him, you must call him father. Xiao Yuran, just wait and see. Chasing Wind looked on in confusion and asked, Why? Shu Exine, with her almond-shaped eyes wide open in irritation, exclaimed, Why are there so many questions? You will call him as I say. Chasing Wind stuck out his tongue and replied, All right. But mother, where are we going now? A glint of coldness flashed in Shu Exine's eyes, yet her face was adorned with a smile as she replied, We are not going anywhere. We are going home. Chapter 36. My mother Shu Xiang gazed, somewhat astonished, as Shu Exine returned to the residence with Chasing Wind. Just as he was about to inquire, Shu Exine interjected, I am aware that you have a multitude of questions for me. In truth, I harbor many inquiries for you as well. However, I am certain you will not provide me with honest answers. So let us forego questions altogether, for I too shall not be truthful with you. But take solace in one matter. I shall dutifully heed your wishes and, 3 days hence, I will ascend the bridal sedan chair. This is my utmost concession. Once I am wed, you need not seek information from me regarding this or that. I refuse to be a filling in a sandwich. Rest assured, I shall not assist anyone but myself. Let the political strife of the court be cast far away from me. Shu Xiang paused, slightly taken aback, and sighed. If you have come to this realization, it is indeed for the best. I have never wished for you to undertake any burdensome tasks. My only desire is for your happiness. Among all his daughters, she was the most astute, and it came as no surprise that she perceived the truth of their circumstances. Shu Exine let out a small huff. Happiness? What nonsense. To be fully aware of what Yushio is truly like, and still entertain notions of happiness. At that moment, she yearned to strip away Shu Xiang's feigned compassion, but she felt too weary for such exertions. It seemed an unnecessary endeavor. Regardless, she still resided in the minister's household, and he had provided her with a stable life. Thanks to him, she was spared the struggles that protagonists in many transmigration novels faced upon their arrival in this world. Taking Chasing Wind by the hand, she intended to traverse the parlor back to her quarters when Shu Xiang spoke again. Your mother, while she was alive, made a wish at the matchmaker's temple, hoping that you would marry a man of your dreams. He glanced at Shu Exine, noticing no change in her expression, and continued. Regardless, the Prince of Qin is an exceptionally admirable man. Marrying him would indeed be a stroke of fortune. You should accompany your aunt to the matchmaker's temple tomorrow to fulfill that vow and pray for your future happiness. Shu Exine furrowed her brow, but nodded in acknowledgement before returning to her chamber with Chasing Wind. As soon as they entered, Yu Ling, with tears streaming down her face, exclaimed, Miss, you have finally returned. I heard the master say. Impatiently, Shu Exine interrupted, Enough, enough. Do not mourn for me while I still draw breath. Take Chasing Wind to wash and change into clean garments. Only then did Yu Ling notice Chasing Wind and, wiping her tears, nodded before leading him away to bathe. Chasing Wind glanced between Yu Ling and Shu Exine, timidly uttering, Mother. Though he had roamed the streets with audacity, he had never imagined that Shu Xian was the daughter of the current chancellor. The grandeur of the minister's residence, with its deep courtyards and elegant pavilions, struck him as extraordinarily opulent. He had never encountered such a vast and splendid abode, which instilled a sense of trepidation within him. Shu Xian, recognizing his thoughts, could not help but chuckle. Go wash yourself. Are you not aware of the stench that clings to you? Chasing Wind grimaced, but followed Yu Ling downstairs. Upon hearing him address Shu Xian as mother, Yu Ling was taken aback, eager to inquire further. Yet, noticing Shu Xian's sour demeanor, she swallowed her questions, fully aware that it was best not to provoke her mistress when in a foul mood, lest the consequences be dire. Shu Xian sat gloomily in her room, a cold smile flickering on her lips as she resolutely rejected any notion of yielding to fate. The depths of her obsidian eyes sparkled fiercely with defiance. If they wished for her to marry, then marry she would. After a while, Yu Ling entered, accompanied by Chasing Wind. Upon seeing Chasing Wind's appearance, Shu Xian's eyes widened in astonishment, her earlier mood dissipating entirely. She playfully pinched his soft, rosy cheek and exclaimed, I never realized my son was so handsome. Look at that nose, those eyes, that face. Indeed, one is adorned by their attire, just as a Buddha is by gold. Come, bestow a kiss upon your mother. Chasing Wind's skin, freshly washed, was as delicate as jade, his large, dark eyes reminiscent of black gemstones. With a prominent nose and thin lips, his hair was tied high with a ribbon, and he donned a charming royal blue tunic, exuding an adorable innocence. It was the finest attire he had ever worn, and he had never been so clean before. At Shu Xian's compliments, he felt his face flush and awkwardly protested. This outfit feels uncomfortable. I want to take it off. Yu Ling chuckled softly beside them, remarking, Miss, you have no idea how dirty he was. My hands were sore from scrubbing him. Shu Xian retorted playfully, No, you cannot take it off. You'll grow accustomed to it. As my son, you must be both handsome and clean. Chasing Wind's appearance was beyond her expectations. He was utterly adorable, and she felt as if she had struck gold. Exchanging 5,000 taels of silver for a son seemed a fair bargain after all. The table was adorned with colorful pastries, and Shu Xian picked one up, offering it to Chasing Wind. You must be hungry. Have a bite. He took a piece eagerly, biting into it, only to burst into tears a moment later. Shu Xian was startled and quickly inquired, Does it not taste good? After taking a bite herself, sweet and fragrant with no fault, she looked back at him. It took a while for Chasing Wind to compose himself. No one has ever treated me this well. In my dreams, I always imagined my mother making food for me, and now I can finally enjoy it. Mother. And with that, he began to cry once more. His tears tugged at Shu Xian's heartstrings. She remembered her original intentions of bringing him home, but he had already come to see her as his closest kin. A wave of melancholy swept over her, yet she silently vowed never to cause him pain. Gently, she wiped the tears from his cheeks and soothed him. Be good, do not cry. Your mother will cherish you and will not allow anyone to bully you. Human emotions are indeed peculiar. When someone genuinely cares for you, even the most insincere among us can feel a pang of guilt. Nestled in Shu Xian's embrace, Chasing Wind murmured, Now that I have a mother, my friends are still being bullied. Mother, could you help them too? At this, Shu Xian felt overwhelmed. The residence was hardly a charitable institution, capable of accommodating so many, especially as she was on the cusp of marrying the king of Qin, and her own security was at stake. How could she possibly assist his friends? Seeing the anticipation in his eyes, she recalled the surplus house and sighed. I will find them a place to stay, but they must learn to be self-reliant. Otherwise, I cannot afford to support them. Chasing Wind embraced Shu Xian and planted a kiss on her cheek, exclaiming, My mother is the best in the world. Shu Xian glanced at him and noticed a hint of pride and a glimmer of mischief in his gaze. Deep down, she understood that she had been outmaneuvered by this little rascal. However, upon reflection, she realized that it was not truly a scheme. Providing those orphans with a home was indeed a noble endeavor. Chapter 37. The Beauty and the Ugly. At the break of dawn the following day, Shu Xian, accompanied by Yu Ling, followed the matriarch to the Moon Elder Temple to offer incense and fulfill her vows. Due to the arrival of the family members from the residence, the temple was already cleared of visitors, leaving only them and the royal guards within the vast, desolate space. The stark contrast between the quiet entrance and the bustling scene Shu Xian had witnessed days prior was striking. The matriarch cast a cold glance at Shu Xian and remarked, After sitting in the palanquin all morning, I am weary. You may go fulfill your vows alone. I shall retreat to the side room for a rest. It baffled her that Shu Xian, possessing such an unappealing visage and being the daughter of a lowly maid, consistently received special attention from the master. Shu Xen smiled radiantly and replied, "As you wish, dear aunt." After a respectful bow, she led Yu Ling to the back hall where the fateful tree stood. She was well aware of her aunt's disdain, yet she harbored no fondness for her in return. It was said that the fateful tree was extraordinarily effective. Many young women who were unable to find suitors would often make wishes here and subsequently find their ideal husbands. The tree, lush with foliage, was adorned with countless wish strips, the red tags and green leaves clashing violently with the tree's original beauty. Ideal husband? A cold smirk crossed Shu Xian's lips as she considered her impending marriage to Yu Xiu. She could not perceive him as anything resembling an ideal partner. Recalling her plans, her mood lifted. Marriage was merely a formality, after all. His audacity was commendable. Despite her disfigured appearance, he still dared to marry her, earning her begrudging admiration. Yet, she also found him somewhat frightening, willing to disregard everything for his own desires. However, she was not an ordinary woman. Her fate and her love must rest firmly in her own hands. If Yu Xiu had the courage to marry her, he must possess the resolve to keep her in the royal residence as well. A sigh emerged from behind her, prompting her to call without turning, "Yu Ling, fetch me a wish strip. I am curious to see if he is indeed my ideal husband." A melodious voice resounded from behind. "Even if you were to draw a wish strip, it would be of no use. He holds no place for you in his heart." The voice, icy yet somewhat familiar, did not belong to Yu Ling. Startled, Shu Xian turned to find an exquisitely beautiful woman standing behind her. The woman possessed elegantly arched brows, starry black eyes, a jade-like nose, flower-like red lips, and cloud-like black hair, clad in a gown as white as snow, standing gracefully before her. Yet, the hint of hatred in her gaze diminished her beauty considerably. Shu Xian had previously believed that Li Su was a peerless beauty, but in comparison to the woman before her, she appeared rather ordinary. The animosity in the beauty's eyes puzzled her. While she knew herself to be a master of causing trouble, she had no recollection of having antagonized such a stunning woman. Meanwhile, Yu Ling had collapsed to the ground, unconscious, making it evident that this enchanting figure was not one to be trifled with. With a faint smile, Shu Xian addressed her, "You possess remarkable grace, my lady. Yet, I am curious, who is the he you speak of?" Upon turning to see Shu Xian's face, the beauty's expression was one of utter disdain. Her eyes filled with contempt as she declared, "Ugly, truly ugly. I cannot fathom what Xiu is thinking, to willingly marry a woman as hideous as you." With a radiant smile, Shu Xian remarked, "So, it turns out that the young lady has come for Prince Qin. In this city of Fian, the number of women wishing to marry him is as plentiful as the stars in the sky. Who would have thought that even a beauty like you, resembling a celestial being, would be unable to escape the allure of Prince Qin? However, your words are somewhat harsh. One's appearance is a gift from one's parents, and cannot be altered in the slightest. Just as your extraordinary beauty is entirely due to your parents' exceptional looks, it has nothing to do with your own merit. As for my marriage to the prince, it is decreed by the emperor. Even if I wished to decline, I would be powerless to do so." She did not know the identity of this woman, but she recognized her voice. This was indeed the same woman who had intruded into Yu Xiu's chamber that night. For reasons unknown, she felt an aversion towards her, but given that this woman had successfully bypassed the guards and stealthily brought down Yu Ling, she could not help but feel a sense of caution. The beauty's expression shifted slightly, and she coldly retorted, "Have you not looked in the mirror? How could someone as unattractive as you ever be worthy of Prince Qin?" Shu Xian chuckled and replied, "Your words are rather peculiar. Whether I look in the mirror is of no concern to you. Moreover, my appearance is irrelevant to you. Besides, my potential marriage to Prince Qin is a mutual agreement. If it is indeed a matter of mutual consent, how could there be any question of worthiness?" The beauty's face flushed with anger, and she snapped you. After sizing Shu Xian up, she continued, "You are quite naive. Do you truly believe that Prince Qin would willingly marry a hideous creature like you? If it were not for your father's influence, you would scarcely be worthy of holding his chamber pot." Unfazed, Shu Xian maintained her composure, her smile as bright as the blossoms of spring, and replied, "Even if he were to marry me for my father's power, it would still be his choice, not something I coerced him into." The beauty's face turned from red to purple with rage as she hissed, "Do you genuinely think you can marry him? You are surely overestimating yourself." With a sidelong glance, Shu Xian replied nonchalantly, "Even if I were exceedingly ugly and unable to marry him, it remains that despite your unparalleled beauty, if he does not wish to marry you, your anger here is utterly futile." Yu Xiu was indeed a coveted prize. Though she was unaware of the woman's background, she sensed a significant connection between her and Yu Xiu. The conversation they shared felt reminiscent of women vying for affection out of jealousy. Cold as ice, the beauty declared, even if he were willing to marry you, you could never become his bride. How could someone so unattractive possibly be worthy of such an elegant and handsome man? Shu Xian could not help but laugh, saying, you truly are like a worm in my belly, knowing so well that I would not want to marry him. If you possess any means to persuade him to break off the engagement, I would be immensely grateful. With that, she offered a slight bow to the woman. The beauty, taken aback by this sudden shift in Shu Xian's demeanor, quickly regained her composure and coldly responded, with your appearance, should you marry Prince Qin, it would surely be a miracle from your ancestors. Who would believe that you would not wish to marry him? Shu Xian smiled lightly. Whether you believe it or not is inconsequential. She understood that the woman would not be convinced. After all, anyone could see that her association with Yuxiu would seem to many as her having climbed beyond her station. A glimmer of murderous intent flickered in the beauty's eyes as she coldly proclaimed, I care not whether you are willing to wed him. Today, you shall not leave this place alive. With that, she swept her sword, the blade aimed directly at Shu Xian. Chapter 38. A life-devoted Shu Xian appeared oblivious to the sword poised at her throat, her smile radiant as she inquired, my dear lady, what brings you here? Are you seeking to vent your frustrations because you cannot marry the king of Qin? However, you are gravely mistaken. Whether or not he chooses to wed you is entirely his affair and bears no relevance to me. Moreover, while you possess extraordinary beauty and an alluring gentleness, your proclivity for violence detracts from your charm. Such a stunning woman ought to wield a needle for embroidery, seated gracefully in a garden. The beauty replied coldly, I have long heard of your renowned name, yet I am astonished to find you so exceedingly ugly, yet possessing a sharp tongue. Yet, here you stand, oblivious to the peril that looms before you. She felt a flicker of curiosity. How could Shu Xian remain so composed in such a dire situation? Did she perhaps have allies nearby? She scanned her surroundings, yet sensed no presence. Shu Xian chuckled, you have your sword drawn against my neck, yet you continue to engage in idle chatter, which suggests your intent to kill me is not as fervent as you claim. Rather, you seek to discern the nature of the person before you. A glimmer of admiration flashed in the beauty's eyes, quickly overshadowed by a menacing glint as she declared, I initially came to take your life, but upon witnessing your remarkable ugliness, I felt it unnecessary. However, your wit compels me. Thus, I have no choice but to eliminate you today. Perceiving the contradiction in her words and the lethal intent in her gaze, Shu Xian responded, I would advise against killing me. If I were not so unattractive, your own beauty might not shine through as brightly. If the king of Qin truly harbors feelings for you, my presence may only deepen his affection for you in comparison. I can only hope the Imperial Guards arrive in time to save me. The beauty paused, startled. Are you begging for mercy? Shu Xian sighed. I am not pleading for mercy. I am merely stating the truth. The reality is that I fear you not, for I have already prepared a poison in my hand. Should you choose to strike while the Imperial Guards are still absent, I shall seize the opportune moment to subdue you. The beauty retorted icily. If you intend to bide your time for the Imperial Guards to rescue you, I advise you to abandon such thoughts. They will not come to your aid. Shu Xian replied nonchalantly, your ability to reach this place indicates you possess a well-laid plan. I have never harbored the expectation of their arrival. You claim you wish to kill me, yet I find myself perplexed. What is your motive? Is it merely because the king of Qin desires to marry me? She spoke these words, yet her heart tightened with a tinge of sympathy. Such beauty squandered on a heart so cruel seemed a tragic waste. The beauty merely snorted in silence. Shu Xian's eyes sparkled with a new thought. If that is the case, perhaps we could strike a bargain. The beauty raised an eyebrow. Intrigued. What sort of bargain? Shu Xian's smile faded as she regarded the woman intently. You set me free, and in return, you shall take my place as the bride of the king of Qin. A flicker of light crossed the beauty's eyes, quickly replaced by resignation as she pressed her sword closer to Shu Xian. That is an impossible proposition. Shu Xian responded, and why is that? As I pondered the identity of this woman, I realized she was the former lover of Yuxiu. It was indeed perplexing that she would come to trouble me today, yet refuse to marry him. Moreover, such beauty had not graced the halls of the imperial capital with her renowned name. Who could she possibly be? The glint of lethal intent shone in her eyes as she declared, you need not concern yourself with the reasons, for today you shall undoubtedly meet your demise. With that, she poised her sword to strike. Wait, Shu Xin exclaimed urgently. The woman halted her hand midair, her gaze icy as she regarded Shu Xin. I am to die? Yet you must grant me the clarity of understanding. Shu Xin implored. The woman snorted disdainfully, better to remain a fool. And with that, She lunged forward once more. Seeing her unyielding resolve, Shuxin felt a surge of panic. The winds were against her, and if she were to release her poison powder now, it was likely to ensnare herself rather than the woman. With the sword poised to pierce her, she could not afford to remain passive. She crouched low, narrowly evading the deadly thrust. The woman's swordplay was exquisite. Having missed with her first strike, she swiftly aimed for Shuxin again. In a moment of desperation, Shuxin rolled to the ground, dodging the lethal blow. She then shouted, "Help! There is an assassin!" Regardless of whether the Imperial Guards would heed her cries, she felt a glimmer of hope in summoning aid. Silence would surely mean no one would discover her peril. The woman, frustrated by her inability to land a hit and Shuxin's loud calls, felt a pang of urgency. She twirled her sword into a flourish and lunged fiercely once more. Shuxin found herself cornered beneath the Qiu Yuan tree, which obstructed her escape. Inwardly cursing the accursed tree, she lamented its location. As the sword neared, she shouted, "I do not wish to die. Any hero who saves me shall have my eternal gratitude." With that, she closed her eyes. After what felt like an eternity, she sensed no anticipated pain, but rather the clashing of blades. She opened her eyes to find Qiao Yuran, who had arrived unbeknownst to her, valiantly wielding a branch to engage the woman in combat. A smile crept upon Shuxin's lips. His timing was impeccable, yet she felt anger towards the woman for her malice. As the two fought fiercely, Shuxin pulled a small bamboo stick from her pocket and blew towards the woman, who screamed, "My eyes!" With that, she fled, utilizing her agility. Qiao Yuran glanced at Shuxin, but chose not to pursue the fleeing figure. He sighed and remarked, "You were rather ruthless." Fuming, Shuxin retorted, "She was about to kill me. I merely blinded her. Is that truly so cruel?" Initially proud of her quick thinking, her ire flared upon hearing Qiao Yuran's words. He scrutinized her, saying, "Do you realize who she is? Your actions may have dire consequences." Shuxin coldly replied, "I care not who she is." Then, casting a sidelong glance at him, she added, "Is it possible you have taken a liking to her unparalleled beauty, cousin? It is indeed a pity. I should have merely incapacitated her with a softening powder, allowing you to keep her here, and I would have gained a stunning sister-in-law." Qiao Yuran furrowed her brows and exclaimed in anger, "What nonsense are you spouting? She is already a married woman. How could she possibly marry me?" Shu Exine chuckled lightly. "Oh dear, what a pity. Such a stunning beauty has already been taken. It seems a waste of your cousin's deep affection." Qiao Yuran sighed heavily and turned to Shu Exine, saying, "She is too." Upon noticing Shu Exine's eyes widen as if recalling something, she abruptly ceased her thought, adding nonchalantly, "It is impossible for me and her. You are overthinking it." Shu Exine replied coldly, "It seems you know her. I wonder who is truly overthinking, me or you?" With that, she turned her head away, refusing to engage further. Realizing she was genuinely upset, Qiao Yuran sighed again. It was not that he wished to withhold explanations, but the woman's identity was exceedingly unique. And today she had sown the seeds of great calamity, which would likely lead to significant trouble in the future. These matters could not be clarified in a moment. Yet he remembered something and a smile crept onto his lips as he asked, "I wonder if what you said earlier during your time of peril holds any weight?" Shu Exine was taken aback, understanding he referred to her declaration that any hero who saved her would have her willingly devoted to him. Chapter 39. The adulterer is the husband. Shu Exine smiled awkwardly, saying, "In the heat of the moment, I spoke thoughtlessly. Cousin, please do not take it to heart." But even if he did take it to heart, what difference would it make? In just 2 days, she would be wed to Yuxiu. Qiao Yuran gazed at Shu Exine and remarked, "If what my cousin said holds any weight." Shu Exine interrupted, "What if it does? Does my cousin truly wish to be that adulterer?" Her heart was a tumult of emotions. The feelings she could conceal from Qiao Yuran could not be hidden from herself. Qiao Yuran's gaze was gentle as water, yet tinged with complexity. "If we were to consider it closely, my engagement with you precedes that of my cousin. Therefore, I cannot be deemed an adulterer. People are often easily deceived by appearances." Shu Exine smiled. "What you say is quite reasonable. If you are not my adulterer, then why not be my husband?" Noticing Qiao Yuran gazing at her with his bright, peach blossom eyes, she continued, "I fear my cousin lacks even the courage to be an adulterer. How could he then fulfill the role of my husband?" Qiao Yuran furrowed his brow, about to speak when a male voice interrupted. "So the rumors are true. Indeed, young Master Qiao is enamored with Miss Shu. It seems I am encroaching upon another's affections." The voice was melodious and clear, neither angry nor upset, akin to a gentle stream, soothing to the ears. With a long sigh, Qiao Yuran replied, "Your Highness, you exaggerate. Just moments ago, my cousin jested during her assassination attempt, and I happened to be nearby to render assistance. We often share such playful banter. I hope your highness does not take offense. Shu Xin maintained a composed expression, but a chill crept into her heart. She cast a fleeting glance at Xiao Yuran. Perhaps she was overthinking, for he held no feelings for her. Yu Xiu remarked lightly. You two cousins certainly have a knack for humor, even jesting about adulterers. As he spoke, his narrow eyes scrutinized Shu Xin, revealing a hint of detachment. Shu Xin smiled radiantly and approached Yu Xiu, gently linking her arm with his. What brings you here, your highness? Observing her gesture, Xiao Yuran's expression shifted, yet he remained silent. Yu Xiu glanced at Shu Xin's hand, then at her face, and with genuine delight, said, I happened to pass by here today, and upon hearing that Miss Seven was present, I recalled that we have not met for several days. A sense of longing prompted me to come and see you. Shu Xin noticed that although he smiled, the warmth did not reach his eyes, which still held a hint of coldness. She smiled back, So, your highness, you miss me as well? It seems our hearts are in sync. When my mother was alive, she made a wish for me here, hoping I would marry a worthy husband. I often thought, how could someone as unattractive as I ever find a suitable match? Yet, unexpectedly, sincerity brings forth results. And the deity of marriage has sent you my way. Thus, I have come to fulfill that wish, and by chance, I encounter your highness. It appears our fates were destined by heaven. Yu Xiu smiled gently. So, Miss Seven, you too consider yourself unattractive? Rest assured, I am not one to judge by appearances. After you marry me, all you need do is uphold your duties as a wife. The delicate fragrance emanating from her body wafted into his nostrils, momentarily causing him to lose his composure. Yet, this fleeting distraction was soon replaced by an icy clarity in his gaze. Shu Xin remarked with a smile, in life, one must possess a modicum of self-awareness. I am fully cognizant of the vast chasm that lies between the prince and myself. However, I have never felt unworthy of him. The rationale is simple. All humans are equal. A woman's beauty, designed to please a man, serves little purpose beyond that. It is far more valuable to possess an astute and discerning mind, capable of perceiving the chaos of the world and bypassing it to lead a tranquil existence. Yu Xiu's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he inquired, Does the seventh miss imply that you possess such a clever heart? Shu Xin met his gaze and replied, Does your highness think otherwise? I dare say I am more empathetic than that ethereal lady in white. Yu Xiu burst into laughter, declaring, Indeed, the seventh miss is delightful. With a bride like you, what more could one desire? He was acutely aware of whom she referred to as the lady in white, and a sense of desolation stirred within him. Shu Xion's eyes twinkled like a crescent moon as she expressed her gratitude. Thank you for the compliment, your highness. However, it is rather unfortunate that the lady in white sought me out just now. Thankfully, my cousin was present. Otherwise, I fear she would have pierced me with several transparent holes. A flicker of indifference crossed Yu Xiu's eyes, swiftly transforming into a mask of coldness. Yet he wore a faint smile as he addressed Xiao Yuran. I must thank young Master Qiao for his assistance. Xiao Yuran smiled knowingly, casting a significant glance at Yu Xiu. Your highness need not thank me. Protecting my cousin from harm is my duty. Yu Xiu regarded Xiao Yuran with a cool demeanor, stating, Young Master Qiao is undoubtedly astute. I trust you can discern what falls within your purview and what does not. His gaze was icy, tinged with a hint of displeasure. Xiao Yuran's brow furrowed slightly as he replied, I am but a simpleton, unaware of what your highness refers to. He returned Yu Xiu's gaze with a calm, yet frosty expression. Yu Xiu retracted his smile, speaking softly, Is that so? With your intelligence, young Master Qiao, you must be able to see through all matters. As there are no outsiders present today, let us speak candidly. In this life, it is far better to seek out a patron who appreciates your worth. Xiao Yuran chuckled lightly. Does your highness believe you are my patron? Yu Xiu's narrow eyes glimmered with a discerning light as he replied, I would not presume to claim such a title, yet I know he is certainly not. Xiao Yuran's eyes narrowed slightly, the mole on his cheek twitching as he coldly stated, If he is not, then neither are you. At least he is of royal lineage. Whereas you are not. His tone was frigid, and his expression mirrored that chill. Yu Xiu, unfazed, responded with nonchalance, a fine assertion regarding royal blood. Young Master Qiao, you may one day pay dearly for your choices. His eyes brimmed with an ominous glint. Shu Xin, growing weary of their discourse, interjected. If you wish to discuss matters of the court, perhaps it would be best to choose another venue. Before the temple of Yulao, it is indeed a suitable place for expressing love and affection. Perhaps I could recount a tale to the prince to ease the mood? Yu Xiu chuckled. I have witnessed the storytelling prowess of Miss Seven. It is truly unparalleled, unmatched by anyone before or after. Yet, do you not feel any concern regarding this matter? It is quite possible that your paramour may meet a dire fate. Although he spoke to Shu Xian, his gaze was fixed on Xiao Yuran. Shu Xian replied with a smile, "Your Highness certainly has a way with words. As a young maiden, how could I possibly have a paramour? Moreover, if I were to have one, wouldn't that make you a turtle if you were to wed me?" Chapter 40. Rowing on the lake as Shu Xian had wished. She caught sight of Yu Xiu's somewhat pallid countenance and Xiao Yuran's face, which was brimming with suppressed mirth. She continued, "I often find it quite peculiar that the prince incessantly utters the term adulterer. Could it be that he has been celibate for too long, leading him to dwell on such matters? Upon careful reflection, my cousin and I share a mutual affection, having known each other prior to any entanglement. Thus it cannot be deemed as adulterous. Although the prince and I are betrothed, there is a hint of usurpation involved. However, the prince, with his handsome demeanor and elegant presence, stands in stark contrast to my cousin. Upon comparison, I realize that the prince's allure surpasses that of my cousin. Hence I have resolved to forsake my cousin and serve the prince henceforth." As she spoke, she entwined her arm with Yu Xiu's, her eyes sparkling with delight as she gazed at him. The words escaped her lips, leaving both men in stunned silence. Though they were aware of her disregard for propriety, they never anticipated such audacious remarks. Xiao Yuran's expression fluctuated between shades of anger and embarrassment. How could he possibly explain such a situation? Moreover, given his existing grievances with Yu Xiu, he was reluctant to clarify anything. A glimmer of danger flickered in Yu Xiu's eyes, yet he calmly replied, "You shall know whether I have been celibate for too long once the seventh miss weds." Shu Xian, her almond-shaped eyes gleaming like crescents, smiled and retorted, "I knew even before marrying that. It is a pity for that ethereal beauty in white, so stunning yet with a heart so cruel. Such a woman. The prince desires her. Could it be anything other than prolonged celibacy?" Yu Xiu's narrow eyes glinted with frost, causing the temperature around him to plummet. He fixed his gaze on Shu Xian, who returned his stare with a hint of derision. After a prolonged moment of eye contact, he chuckled. "It appears the seventh miss's unrestrained words stem from jealousy." Shu Xian pouted and replied, "Indeed, a man of your caliber, any woman who encounters you would inevitably develop feelings. I must be vigilant in guarding the prince. It will require considerable effort. After all, he shall ultimately pay a grievous price for his actions." Yu Xiu responded nonchalantly, "Is that so?" Observing the exchange between Shu Xian and Yu Xiu, Xiao Yuran's brow furrowed slightly. Who could ascertain how Yu Xiu would treat her once she married into his household? Despite her audacity and capabilities, she remained a woman, devoid of any martial prowess. A myriad of emotions swirled within him, and he couldn't help but worry for her. His enchanting eyes reflected sorrow. Were some people and events truly destined? Had it not been for that particular incident, perhaps their relationship would have unfolded differently. Xiao Yuran interjected, "It is nearly noon. I dare say we are all quite famished. The vegetarian fare here is quite exquisite. Shall we indulge?" The matter held no need for further deliberation, whether deemed an adulterer or a mutual affection. It could not alter Yu Xiu's perception. Furthermore, he and Yu Xiu had already laid the cards on the table, their facades torn. There was nothing left to fear. Shu Xian smiled. "Ah, my cousin truly understands my sentiments. However, do assist me in rescuing Yuling first." With that, she released Yu Xiu's arm and, with a playful demeanor, strolled alongside Xiao Yuran, seemingly oblivious to Yu Xiu's presence. Xiao Yuran let out a sigh. Realizing that Yuling had merely been put into a deep sleep, he promptly released her acupoints. When Yuling awoke, she appeared somewhat dazed, yet upon seeing Yu Xiu, she obediently stood to the side, her mind brimming with questions that she dared not voice, sensing an odd atmosphere enveloping them. Yu Xiu maintained an air of calm, though a hint of irritation flickered in his eyes. During the meal, both Yu Xiu and Xiao Yuran found little appetite, exchanging disjointed conversation. In contrast, one individual exhibited a voracious appetite, consuming the dishes on the table with a ravenous fervor. Whether in good spirits or not, one could indulge in food without restraint. Shu Xian watched the antics of the two men with amusement. If they wished to fight or argue, they should simply do so rather than engage in this silent battle of glances. She found it quite tiresome. Just as she was about to express her annoyance, Yu Xiu spoke in an exceptionally gentle tone. "It is still early. There lies a lotus pond behind the Moon Elder Temple. Would the seventh miss care to join me in a leisurely boat ride to gather lotus flowers?" Shu Xian was initially reluctant to accompany him, but upon seeing the warning in Xiao Yuran's eyes, her anger flared anew. With a cheerful demeanor, she responded, "It is rare for the prince to have both time and intention. Should I decline, it would seem I lack appreciation for romance." Internally, she chastised him, lamenting the repetitive nature of their outings to the lake, devoid of novelty. Yushio continued. Might the third Master Qiao be inclined to honor us with his presence on this excursion? His inquiry served to subtly remind Qiao Yuran of his place. He was merely an outsider, while Shu Xian was his fiancée. A faint tremor coursed through Qiao Yuran's red mark, yet he replied, Today, I am less at leisure than the prince. I have other matters to attend to. I shall not intrude upon my cousin and the prince's boat ride. After speaking, he cast a concerned glance at Shu Xian, who smiled brightly, seemingly oblivious to his gaze. His heart sank momentarily. The lake shimmered with a captivating beauty, though it could not rival the expansive azure of Lover's Lake. Yet the scene was adorned with vibrant lotus blossoms, their green leaves and red and white petals stretching towards the sky, with the lotus pods just beginning to form. Still immature, Shu Xian sat silently in the small boat, captivated by the enchanting scenery, allowing the breeze to tousle her ebony hair. The sound of a flute wafted from the shore, filled with longing and melancholy. She felt an inexplicable annoyance, having followed out of concern. She questioned the necessity of lingering on the bank for unneeded clarifications. Yushio sat opposite Shu Xian, from where he could only glimpse her left cheek, unblemished by the red mark. He realized she was indeed beautiful. Her porcelain skin, cloud-like hair, delicate nose, and rosy lips, though lacking the striking features of someone from his memory, possessed a refreshing and vibrant charm that stirred his heart. As she gazed at the lake, a faint trace of sadness shadowed her countenance. It was rare to witness her in such a tranquil and graceful state, a stark contrast to her usual fiery demeanor, leaving him astounded by this serene side of her. With the sound of the flute drifting closer, Yushio perceived a flicker of anger cross her features, awakening within him a long-dormant sentiment, a blend of pity and ire. He quietly shattered the oppressive atmosphere by saying, The bond between you and him appears to be rather extraordinary. Shu Xian turned to him and replied, Indeed, it is extraordinary. We grew up together, and it is only natural that affection would blossom over time. Yushio responded nonchalantly, In 2 days, you and I are to be wed. Yet your heart remains tethered to another man. Are you not concerned that I might feel jealous? Shu Xian regarded him with a serious expression and said, There are no outsiders here, so why must the prince continue to put on an act? There is no place for me in your heart. So why speak as if you are aggrieved? She paused before adding, Moreover, given your temperament, I doubt you even comprehend the concept of jealousy. Most importantly, to you, I am merely a thorn in your flesh, a bone in your meat, something to be swiftly removed once I cease to be of use. I hope that when my value has diminished, you might still grant me a path for survival. She made her position clear, asserting that how matters unfold is not for Yushio to dictate. Yushio's expression shifted slightly as he gazed at the expanse of green lotus leaves and water, stating, I too am a being of flesh and blood, possessing desires and emotions. Observing Shu Xian's unconvinced demeanor, he continued, Everyone harbors aspects of themselves they prefer to keep hidden. And I am not as cold and unfeeling as you imagine. Chapter 41. Heart to heart on the lake, Shu Xian spoke softly, Your Highness, you are well aware of your own thoughts. I have already conveyed to my father that I shall not partake in the conflicts between you two. Therefore, there is no need for you to share your concerns with me, as they would be of no use, and even if you did, I would be unable to comprehend them. Yushio snorted coldly, It is not that you cannot understand, but rather that you choose not to listen. Our relationship has been predetermined since the emperor issued his decree, and you shall never escape from it throughout your life. He paused before continuing, As for your previous transgressions, as long as you do not repeat them, I shall not hold them against you. This was his greatest concession. She had caused him to lose face and fiancity. In the past, he would have ensured that anyone committing such acts would not see the light of the next day. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to him, he found himself unable to be harsh with her. Shu Xian chuckled lightly. So, it appears that your highness holds me in high regard. Her eyes sparkled with mischief as she added, Those unaware of your words might assume that you have fallen in love with me. Yushio fixed his gaze upon her and replied, If you were to obediently heed my words, it is possible that one day I might indeed fall for you. Shu Xian erupted into laughter. Your highness certainly has a sense of humor. I am no small dog to be obediently compliant. Moreover, while your affection may be treasured by women across the realm, it holds little value in my eyes, so I dare not hope for your love. She continued, This is the second time you have spoken similarly to me. Such words, repeated too often, may lead to misunderstandings. Other people's misconceptions do not concern me. But if that ethereal woman in white were to misunderstand, your highness, you would suffer greatly. She dismissed his affection with disdain. Yushio's gaze grew cold. Is it because of him? A wave of frustration and helplessness washed over him. This enchanting woman could not be measured by ordinary standards. He felt a mixture of pity, anger, and deep-seated resentment. Shu Xian was momentarily taken aback, but quickly grasped whom he referred to. With a playful smile, she responded, "Whatever your highness believes is as it is." Yet, a tinge of sadness lingered within her. Where, after all, was her love? Gazing at the fox-like man before her, she suddenly felt weary. Yu Xiao, hearing her ambiguous response, felt his anger surging anew. Yet halfway through, he found himself questioning, had he perhaps developed feelings for her? The thought ignited a flicker of annoyance within him. Did he truly lose control of his emotions? Noticing the peculiar shift in Yu Xiao's expression, fluctuating between gloom and brightness, Shu Xian could not help but chuckle. "Does your highness have any worries weighing on your mind?" Yu Xiao fixed his eyes upon her and asked, "Shu Xian, are you truly the daughter of Shu Xiang?" Shu Xian was startled, wondering if he had discerned something. She saw the intensity in his narrow eyes, filled with scrutiny and a hint of helplessness. Before she could respond, he continued, "Shu Xiang is composed and judicious, maintaining strict discipline over his daughter. It perplexes me that he would allow you such freedom." Shu Xian smiled faintly, just about to speak, when he leisurely remarked, upon closer reflection, "The reason he indulges you so freely is likely his inability to restrain you. Your innate charm and astute intellect render it impossible for anyone to be harsh with you." Noticing the depths of his gaze, akin to a profound abyss filled with scrutiny and inquiry, Shu Xian replied with a gentle smile, "Is the prince praising me or reprimanding me?" Yu Xiao leaned lightly against the side of the boat and asked, "What do you think?" Shu Xian smiled softly but remained silent. Such inquiries hardly warranted a response. The melody from the shore grew increasingly urgent, laced with concern and worry. Shu Xian let out a soft huff, to which Yu Xiao commented indifferently, "He seems quite concerned for you. However, I assure you, I am not a beast." His worries appear somewhat excessive. A twinge of bitterness surfaced in Shu Xian's heart, yet she smiled and said, "If he is indeed concerned for me, the prince should feel a sense of pride." She was aware of his concern, but it was merely concern, and in 2 days, she would wed Yu Xiao. His attentiveness only heightened her agitation and led her to regard him with a hint of disdain. Yu Xiao, intrigued, inquired, "Why is that?" Shu Xian replied with a sweet smile, "Your future princess may be quite plain in appearance, yet she possesses undeniable allure. Shouldn't he, the prince, feel proud?" Yu Xiao scoffed softly, "That jest is hardly amusing. I only know that my woman belongs solely to me. No one else is permitted even a glance." Shu Xian smiled slightly, "Fortunately, I am not your woman, so others may gaze as they please." Yu Xiao retorted coldly, "Yet one day, those who gaze upon you will pay a grievous price, especially him." Shu Xian shot him a sidelong glance and said, "I've stated before that I shall not involve myself in your affairs, so you may proceed as you wish, even if it leads to a life-and-death struggle. It bears no relation to me, thus there is no need to discuss it." Yu Xiao's gaze hardened. "Do not forget, I am your fiancé, while he is your cousin. You have Shu Xiang behind you, all of whom are your closest kin. Do you not care at all?" Shu Xian replied with a chilling smile, "Didn't he, the prince, just say that you are all my dearest? Yet your relationships are exceedingly delicate, resembling that of friends and foes. Regardless of which side I stand on, one of you will inevitably suffer. Rather than that, it is better to offer no assistance. To care for no one, it allows one's spirit to remain unburdened. For the ignorant, ignorance is bliss." She found conversing with him to be an exhausting endeavor and regretted boarding his vessel out of spite. Yu Xiao's gaze deepened, though he agreed with her sentiments. He felt a twinge of frustration. Noticing his silence, Shu Xian truly grasped the principle of relativity. Being with someone she did not favor made each minute feel like an eternity, and she was loath to endure time dragging on. Thus, she said, "It's getting late. Prince, shall we return?" Yu Xiao glanced at her and remarked, "Are you afraid of his worry? However, today you are fated to cause him concern. For this boat lacks oars, and even if I wished to return, I could not." A hint of subtle pride flickered in his elongated eyes. Upon hearing his words, Shu Xian felt a surge of indignation. She retorted fiercely, "How could a boat possibly lack oars? Even if there are none, knowing your character, you would certainly arrange for someone to come for you. Yet, there is not a soul on the lake, which means, Yu Xiao, you are doing this on purpose." Yu Xiao beamed with a dazzling smile. "Indeed, I am intentional in my actions. I merely wish to ascertain the depth of your affection for one another. Shu Xian, let us make a wager to see if he will pursue you." Shu Xian cast him a cold glance, remaining silent. Yu Xiao continued, "Should he choose to come after you, I shall grant you both an opportunity. However, if he does not pursue, then Shu Xian, a man like that is not worth your time. You might as well stay with me." Chapter 42. The lonely man and the soul woman, Shu Xen, glared at Yushio with resentment, turning her head away to ignore him. However, Yushio stood up, approached her side, and grasped her hand, saying, "What is the matter? Are you afraid?" Shu Xian understood that as long as the delicate barrier between her and Xiao Yuran remained unbroken, he would never come. She replied coolly, "Your Highness, you are perhaps overthinking. Although he and I share mutual affection, he is also my cousin. In your presence, he would surely have his reservations." Yushio looked into her eyes and asked, "Is he truly just a cousin? I have never witnessed a cousin who shows such concern for his female relative." Noting a flicker of avoidance in her gaze, he continued, "It is said that concern can lead to chaos. You hold him in your heart and worry that he may not come. Thus your mind is troubled, is it not?" With a deep sigh, Shu Xian replied, "Your Highness, there is no need to provoke me into this wager. I know that if you keep me here, he will certainly come." Yushio smiled lightly, saying, "I will not keep you here indefinitely. The waters are flowing, and if nothing unforeseen occurs, based on the current pace, we should reach the mysterious crossing by dawn. If calculated properly, he has ample time." Shu Xian glanced at the sky, now cloaked in dusk, as the sun's dying rays cast a golden hue over the lake, infusing it with tenderness and allure. She turned to Yushio and remarked, "Your Highness's certainty suggests you believe he will not arrive. If I am to spend the night alone with you on this small boat, it is likely that there will be yet another scandal in Fian City come morning." Yushio narrowed his eyes, his nearly amber irises shimmering with an enchanting light. With a hint of pride, he replied, "Have there not been enough rumors about us these past days? One more would hardly matter. If he truly arrives, that rumor will hold far more weight than our mere overnight escapade." At that moment, the music from the shore ceased, leaving only the calls of waterfowl, creating a sense of desolation and solitude. She regarded Yushio and said, "Your Highness's calculations are indeed impressive. You must have arranged everything meticulously. Thus, even if he cares for me, he likely cannot reach this lake today. Therefore, regardless of whether I take this gamble, I am bound to lose." A glimmer of appreciation appeared in Yushio's eyes as he exclaimed, "You are even more astute than I had imagined." Yet, Shu Xian looked at him with disdain, stating, "Even if your Highness has foreseen everything, I shall still wager against you." She detested his self-satisfied demeanor and the expression that suggested he had orchestrated everything. Yushio asked in surprise, "You know you will lose, yet you still wish to wager with me?" Shu Xian's eyes sparkled with determination as she asserted, "If I dare to bet against you, it signifies that I am certain I will not lose." Seeing the confusion in Yushio's eyes, she added, "However, the terms of this wager must change." Yushio's interest was piqued, prompting him to inquire, "What shall they be changed to?" Shu Xian met his gaze and proposed, "If I reach the shore before sunset, you shall annul our engagement. Should I fail to reach the shore, I shall remain by your side from henceforth, disregarding all others and their affairs. What say you, Your Highness?" Yushio glanced at the small boat, then at the distant lakeshore. The boat was over a mile away from the shore, and the sun was setting rapidly. Even the most proficient swimmer could not reach the bank in time. He turned to Shu Xian and declared, "Very well, I shall wager with you. I am eager to see the extent of your abilities." Shu Xian smiled playfully and asked, "Does the prince's word hold weight?" Yushio replied sternly, "I am a man of my word." Shu Xian inquired further, "And if you were to break that promise, what then?" Yushio met her gaze and responded, "If I were to renege, I would bestow the Qin Wang mansion upon you." Shu Xian frowned slightly and countered, "I have no desire for the Qin Wang mansion. Instead, let us agree on this. Should you fail to keep your word, you must crawl around the Xiang mansion like a little dog. How does that sound?" Yushio rubbed his nose and mused, "Do you truly think I am so untrustworthy?" Shu Xian laughed brightly, "Not at all. Rather, it is wise to guard against unforeseen circumstances. The Qin Wang mansion is of little consequence to you, but to crawl around the mansion like a dog would indeed be a source of embarrassment." Yushio laughed heartily. "I have always considered myself rather arrogant. Yet today I find someone even more so." He paused and added, "However, I am certain of victory in this wager. Thus there is no need to contemplate the matter of breaking promises. Whatever you propose shall be accepted." Shu Xian, in great delight, approached Yushio's side and declared, "Then it is settled." With that, she wrapped her arms around his neck and gently leaned in, whispering, "My prince, I fear you are destined to lose this time." Her brows arched playfully, her eyes sparkling with mischief, and a hint of mockery graced her smile. Yushio was momentarily taken aback, uncertain of her intentions. As he looked toward the lakeshore, he saw a small boat approaching, and his brow furrowed slightly. Glancing back at Shu Xian, he caught a glimpse of her enigmatic smile before she suddenly leapt into the water with a splash. A surge of anger coursed through Yushio as the thought struck him. He reached out instinctively to grasp her, but she had already dove deep into the lake. His swimming skills were mediocre at best, and as he observed her agile movements in the water, it became clear that her abilities far surpassed his. Even if he were to plunge into the lake to seize her, it would be too late. Shu Xian swam far away, and despite his remarkable agility, even with the lotus blossoms beneath him to aid his leap, he could not reach her side. Even if he managed to get close, she could easily evade him with a mere shift of her position in the water. The small boat swiftly approached the spot where Shu Xian had fallen in, and Yu Xiu clenched his fists in frustration. For the first time in his life, he felt a sense of defeat, a rare moment of regret for his actions. Had there been oars on that boat, the situation might have been different. Since he could remember, apart from an incident 5 years ago, everything had been within his grasp. Yet today, despite his meticulous calculations, he had failed to anticipate Shu Xian's exceptional swimming skills, or that she would cleverly manipulate him to achieve her goal. Thus, he could only concede that today, he had lost, and he did so with a sense of reluctant admiration. If he recalled correctly, the intelligence provided by Zhu Ke indicated that Shu Xin, after nearly drowning in her childhood, had refrained from any contact with water. Yet, how could her apparent mastery of swimming today be explained? Was Zhu Qiu's information erroneous, or had she hidden her true abilities too well? He regarded Shu Xin coldly as she ascended the small boat, uttering something to those aboard. The vessel swiftly made its way to the shore, arriving at the very last moment as the sunlight was utterly eclipsed. A faint smile unconsciously graced his lips. Not only was she more astute than he had imagined, but she also possessed greater cunning. It seemed he had consistently underestimated her. Standing on the bank, he observed the small boat draw nearer and saw Shu Xin wave at him, forming an incomprehensible gesture with her hand. Were she before him now, she would likely have unleashed a torrent of scornful remarks. His expression darkened, as impenetrable as the midnight sky, devoid of any glimmer of light. His narrow eyes narrowed slightly, brimming with a tide of fury. Chapter 43. Her countenance after Shu Xian climbed aboard the boat. She realized that it was not rowed by Qiao Yuran, but rather by Yuling. A pang of disappointment washed over her, prompting her to inquire, "Where is Qiao Yuran?" Yuling responded, "Someone came looking for the third young master," stating there was an urgent matter that required his immediate attention, so he left. Observing Shu Xian's fluctuating expression, she asked, "Miss, what troubles you? Is it that insufferable prince making advances?" Shu Xian could hardly conceal her disappointment and shot Yuling a glare, retorting, "Silly girl, does my tofu taste that delectable?" Yuling, sticking out her tongue, fell silent. Shu Xian eventually grasped why Yu Xiu was so assured of victory. He had meticulously orchestrated everything in advance. Knowing that Qiao Yuran harbored feelings for her, he had someone divert him, but he hadn't anticipated Yuling following along, thus perfectly executing his plan. Her victory today was indeed a stroke of luck. Suppressing her discomfort, Shu Xian's almond-shaped eyes sparkled as she stood on the boat, flashing a V sign at Yu Xiu, exuberantly shouting and jumping on the shore, determined to win completely. She wanted Yu Xiu to believe that it was Qiao Yuran who had come to fetch her. Although he would undoubtedly discover the truth later, she was determined to spoil his mood today. A self-righteous man deserved his comeuppance. Yuling was also swept up by Shu Xian's joy, unable to suppress a chuckle. Shu Xian sighed. "Had I known it would be this easy to call off the engagement, I wouldn't have exerted so much effort." Her words startled Yuling, who exclaimed, "The Prince of Qin wants to call off the engagement? How could that be? You have orchestrated so many events without altering his decision. Yet a mere boat ride changes everything? If that were possible, my lady's abilities would be quite extraordinary." With a hint of pride, Shu Xian declared, "One must accept defeat when one gambles. Who told him to underestimate me? Yet today, I owe much to my clever Yuling. Otherwise, I might not have triumphed." Yuling pouted. "You are not even wed, yet he wishes to take advantage of you. I must intervene." Shu Xian couldn't help but laugh. Yuling had always believed her and Qiao Yuran to be a pair, thereby siding with him. Her original plan involved Qiao Yuran remaining on the shore, observing the boat's every move, hesitating to approach. When she and Yu Xiu stood at the bow, she intended to act intimately with him, knowing that from Qiao Yuran's perspective, her leaning close to Yu Xiu would appear exceedingly flirtatious. If Qiao Yuran truly cared for her, this moment would compel him to make a decision and row over to her. She only needed Qiao Yuran to row closer before she would leap into the lake. In her previous life, she was an exceptional swimmer, aware that even if Yu Xiu excelled in water, he could not match the prowess of a professionally trained swimmer of the 21st century. The only aspect that unsettled her was Qiao Yuran himself. Did he truly care for her? Would he row over for her? This uncertainty lingered, yet she was resolute in seizing this singular opportunity. Thus, She decided to wager against herself, betting on her position in Qiao Yuren's heart. However, the protagonist of this affair became Yu Ling, leaving her both amused and exasperated. Fortunately, Yu Ling was fiercely protective of her. Otherwise, her plans for today would surely have come to naught. The wager with Yu Xiu was perilously high stakes. She couldn't help but wonder if Qiao Yuren were present. Would he row over to her? She could not answer herself and let out a long sigh. Yu Ling inquired, "Miss, why do you sigh?" Shu Xian, in a foul mood, retorted, "How could that Prince Qin so readily agree to annul the engagement? Unless he wishes to scurry around the Xiang residence like a little dog, he has no say in the matter. And with his status, such a thing is utterly inconceivable. So I am free." Upon reaching this point, her spirits lifted slightly as she embraced Yu Ling, exclaiming, "The feeling of freedom is delightful. Truly a reward for my long endeavors. Yet, I never anticipated it would come so easily." Yu Ling chuckled, but her smile suddenly faltered as she reminded, "Miss, something has fallen from your face." Shu Xian's complexion was mottled, and to her shock, a large patch of the vivid red on her left cheek had vanished. Glancing at Yu Ling's attire, she noticed a bright red stain left behind. Startled, Shu Xian brushed her fingers against her cheek and recalled that although the disguise was effective, prolonged exposure to water would cause it to wash away. She had spent too much time submerged during her journey, and upon reaching the shore, she had neglected to wipe her face, allowing the disguise to loosen. Now, as she brushed against Yu Ling, she had inadvertently transferred it. Fortunately, Yu Xiu was far off on the boat and could not discern her appearance, nor the fact that her vibrant red had faded. She smiled at Yu Ling and surveyed their surroundings, noting that the sun had long set and darkness was enveloping the land. "We should hasten back to the Xiang residence. In my current state, I cannot be seen by others," she remarked, taking Yu Ling's hand as they retraced their steps. The two entered through the dog hole of the Xiang residence, a passage they had often used when Shu Xian donned male attire. Now, in the dead of night, they tread carefully toward her chamber. Their path led them past Shu Xiang's room, which was illuminated, and voices could be heard. She stuck out her tongue, lightening her steps to avoid disturbing Shu Xiang, but inadvertently overheard her own name, igniting her curiosity. She gestured to Yu Ling, who understood immediately, holding her breath as they leaned against the wall to eavesdrop. They heard Shu Xiang's furious voice. "You and Cheer are impossible. You should abandon that notion at once." Cheer was Shu Xiang's reference to Shu Xian. Another male voice responded, "Uncle, do you not think you are being cruel? You know very well she does not love Yu Xiu, yet you insist on marrying her off to him. Have you considered her feelings?" The voice was strikingly familiar. It was Qiao Yuren's. Shu Xian was momentarily taken aback, realizing that he indeed held her in his heart. A flicker of joy ignited within her, dissipating much of her earlier evening gloom. As long as he cherished her, she feared nothing. With Yu Xiu having consented to the dissolution of their engagement, Qiao Yuren was now firmly within her grasp. The mere thought filled her almond-shaped eyes with delight. To share a passionate bond with the one she loved was an unparalleled bliss. Shu Xiang retorted in anger, "If she does not marry Yu Xiu, does that mean she will marry you? Do not forget, you are her biological brother, not a cousin." Upon hearing this, Shu Xian was left utterly astonished. Qiao Yuren was her biological brother? How could that be? Her mind became a tumult of confusion. Her brother? How could this be true? No wonder he had always brushed off her outrageous actions with mere laughter, treating them lightly. It was because they were siblings, not lovers. This realization washed away the joy bubbling within her, leaving her head buzzing. She longed to rush in and confront Shu Xiang, demanding an explanation for this bewildering revelation. Yet, what would it change? The established truth remained unchanged. A wave of bitterness surged within her heart, and her mind blanked. She could no longer bear to listen, and she numbly retreated to her room. Seeing her like this, Yu Ling felt a pang of sympathy but dared not speak, hastily following Shu Xian. Qiao Yuren's peach blossom eyes brimmed with disdain as he remarked, "Biological brother? Uncle, or perhaps I should address you as father. Is it not a tad too late to remind me of this now?" A hint of guilt crossed Shu Xiang's face as he sighed. "I know I owe you an apology and understand your feelings for her. However, you must realize she is indeed your biological sister. If you were to marry her, it would be a violation of familial boundaries." Qiao Yuren gazed at Shu Xiang, saying, "Violation of familial boundaries? Biological sister? Father, at this juncture, do you still wish to deceive me? Though I am your biological son, she is not your biological daughter." Chapter 44. The Mystery of Heritage. Upon hearing Qiao Yuren's words, Shu Xiang was taken aback, exclaiming in anger, "If she is not my daughter, whose daughter could she possibly be?" His words were fierce, yet lacked conviction, as a flicker of pain and uncertainty danced in his astute eyes. The weight of past memories surged within him. Xiao Yuran coldly retorted, "Do not forget. Aunt Shui came to the Xiang residence when I was already 5 years old. Although I was unaware of the turmoil that transpired 17 years ago, it does not imply that I remain ignorant of it now." He vaguely recalled a woman, strikingly similar to Shu Exine, who spent her days weeping in the farthest corner of the residence. Shu Xiang, astonished, stared at Xiao Yuran and demanded, "What do you know?" He had sent Xiao Yuran to his sister's side out of necessity, fully aware of the young man's intelligence. Yet he never anticipated that Xiao Yuran's knowledge would far exceed his expectations. Xiao Yuran replied indifferently, "I am aware that Aunt Shui entered the residence with child, and that she was a beloved concubine." My gaze lingered on Shu Xiang's expression of horror before he continued. "Initially, I paid little attention to this matter, as the grievances of the previous generation were not my concern. I found it curious why you showed such extraordinary care for seventh sister. However, throughout these years, I have adhered to the boundaries of brother and sister, refraining from harboring excessive hopes or taking liberties. Yet, father, you must understand that the truth of the world cannot remain hidden indefinitely." Shu Xiang's face turned ashen, and he sighed deeply, lamenting, "What a tragic fate." He had never comprehended why Shu Exine, whose appearance could be described as unattractive, could evoke feelings in someone as exceptional as Xiao Yuran. Xiao Yuran continued, "Had I not been commanded by the Crown Prince to investigate Yushio's affairs today, I might never have stumbled upon that dusty dossier. Had I not seen that document, I may have continued to endure immense inner turmoil while maintaining propriety in my relationship with her. Yet, upon discovering that dossier, I realized my years of restraint were entirely unnecessary. Do you know how much I regret having meddled in Yushio's marriage?" He paused before adding, "Father, you should be well acquainted with her character. She is not the type to be easily manipulated. Thus, even if you were to wed her to Yushio, it is unlikely that events would unfold as you envision." Shu Xiang sighed heavily. "I too harbor some regret now. Her temperament is strikingly similar to Shui Heir's. However, Ran Heir, there are countless women in this world. Why must you cling to her, especially given her appearance?" Xiao Yuran interjected, "Your words carry wisdom. Yet why do you not question yourself about your own obsession with Aunt Shui? The primary difference between Aunt Shui and Shu Xian is merely the absence of a conspicuous birthmark on her face." Shu Xiang closed his eyes, gazing at Xiao Yuran. "You are my only son, and I do not wish for you to become entangled in that affair. As for seventh daughter, I have always treated her as my own. To her, marrying Yushio would be a commendable fate." Xiao Yuran exclaimed with indignation, "Enough? A splendid destination indeed. How can you utter such words without the slightest twinge of shame? I fail to comprehend how, as a father, you could be so cruel. You have 10 daughters, each reduced to mere instruments to fortify your position, and not even her appearance has spared her from your grasp. And now, you dare to proclaim that this is her splendid destination. Have you ever asked her if she is willing?" Shu Xiang retorted angrily, "How dare you speak to your father in such a manner for her sake? Just because she refuses to marry Yushio, does that mean she would accept you? Do not forget, in her heart, you are nothing more than a cousin." Xiao Yuran replied with a cold smile, "There has always been a thin veil between us. I believed her to be my biological sister, which compelled me to maintain my boundaries. Alas, I have discovered that she is not my sister. Today, I shall tell her that I love her and wish to marry her." With that, he turned to leave. Shu Xiang's face flushed with rage as he shouted, "Stop right there. Do you think that by doing this you will attain happiness? Do not forget, she has already boarded the boat with Yushio today, which indicates that her heart belongs to him, and their marriage has the emperor's personal decree. Do you intend to disrupt an imperial marriage?" Seeing Xiao Yuran remain unmoved, he softened his tone. "Ranner, there are countless women in the world. Why must you fixate on her alone? Moreover, there are many women whose beauty surpasses hers. Please, do not stir the waters any further." Xiao Yuran turned back and said, "Father, you seem quite aware of her whereabouts. Have you sent someone to follow her?" His eyes, usually filled with charm, now burned with a cold and fierce intensity. Shu Xiang sighed, "I merely fear for her safety and have sent someone to protect her." Xiao Yuran scoffed, "Protecting her safety? You are merely afraid she might flee from the marriage. She likely sees through everything. Yet she remains oblivious to the fact that her father is such a despicable and shameless man. It seems to me that in your heart, besides power and status, you care little for familial bonds." Shu Xiang closed his eyes, filled with helplessness. "Ranner, you must dispel such thoughts. She is on Yushio's boat today. Even if nothing occurs, their relationship is already ambiguous. Furthermore, she is to marry Yushio the day after tomorrow. This matter cannot be altered. So please do not make it difficult for her." Xiao Yuran gazed coldly at Shu Xiang before finally saying, "Make it difficult? Have you ever asked her what she truly desires? How can you presume to know I am making it difficult for her? Perhaps it is you who is being troubled. I now realize that their marriage is not solely Yushio's decision, but yours as well. It is truly appalling how you play the role of a benevolent father before her. Just the thought of it makes me feel nauseous. With that, he made to leave. Shu Xiang called out, "Where are you going?" Xiao Yuran replied with a melancholic tone, "Where else would I go? I am certainly going to find her. Although it is now the dead of night, I still wish to thwart them." He turned back to look at Shu Xiang and lamented, "I truly regret not seeking her out at the lake directly. Though the schemes of my uncle and King Qin may be clever, they are merely schemes. I shall not allow you to succeed." With that, he strode away without another glance. By addressing Shu Xiang as uncle, he made it clear that he did not recognize him as a father. Shu Xiang called out, "Ranner, Ranner." Yet, Xiao Yuran paid him no heed. With a light step, Xiao Yuran exited the residence and mounted a swift steed, galloping toward Lian Lake. His heart was a mixture of ease and impatience. For years, he had known that she resided in his heart. He cherished her wit and intelligence, as well as her vibrant spirit. When he fell in love with all these qualities, her appearance became secondary. A woman's beauty, though heavenly, is but fleeting, lasting only a few years. Once age takes its toll, beauty fades, and in that moment, the distinction between beauty and ugliness ceases to matter. Once the knot in his heart was untied, he felt an overwhelming urgency, hoping fervently that time had not run out. After Qiao Yuran's departure, Shu Xiang let out a long sigh, tears welling in his eyes, murmuring, "Oh, the misfortune." Although he had long suspected their affection for one another, he never anticipated the depth of their feelings. He had thought all their secrets were buried, that they would never discover the truth, yet he was mistaken. Qiao Yuran had unearthed it. Perhaps in this world, if one wishes to keep a secret, one must act without any involvement. Still, he could not comprehend how Qiao Yuran could love Shu Xian so profoundly. Perhaps a woman's beauty is not as significant as the world proclaims. Indeed, in the realm of true love, physical appearance may hold little weight. Chapter 45. Heavy rain drenches sorrows. Upon returning to their chamber, Yuling reached for the lamp. But Shu Xian interjected, "There is no need to light it. After a day of such exertion, you must be weary. Go to sleep." Her tone was somewhat frigid, tinged with indifference. Yuling, aware of her mistress's discontent, could not help but say, "Miss," regarding the third young master. Shu Xian interrupted sharply, "If I tell you to go, then do so, linger further, and I may very well sell you by tomorrow." Her voice lacked its usual clarity, carrying a hint of suppressed emotion and coldness. In the darkness, Yuling could not discern her expression, but the tone of her voice made it clear that she was genuinely upset. Consequently, she refrained from further comment, offering, "Please rest well, Mississippi. I shall take my leave." Before departing, Chasing Wind, half asleep and with eyes still closed, inquired, "Mother, who are you going to sell?" Since being brought into the Xiang residence, he had been sleeping alongside Shu Xian. Shu Xian replied, "If you do not settle down and sleep properly, I shall sell you into labor to recover my silver." A sense of suffocation gripped her heart. She felt an overwhelming urge to vent her frustration on anyone who crossed her path. Frightened into silence, Chasing Wind buried his head under the covers, soon slipping back into a deep slumber. Listening to his rhythmic breathing, Shu Xian let out a deep sigh, lamenting, "If only life were as it was upon first meeting, how splendid that would be." The myriad trajectories of existence, however, were never truly within her grasp, and the gears of fate often refused to turn according to one's desires. In this vast expanse of the world, she felt insignificantly small, almost pitifully so. Sitting alone at the head of her bed, she grappled with a sense of helplessness. Her connection with him was ultimately unattainable, destined for futility. Though she possessed considerable boldness and was indifferent to the judgment of others, she could not escape the confines of her own heart. The taboo of a sibling's forbidden love remained an insurmountable barrier in her soul. Her heart mirrored the pitch-black night, lost and disoriented. An unexpected wave of vulnerability washed over her, a feeling unfamiliar and unsettling, accompanied by a flicker of fear that crept into her thoughts. Her body trembled involuntarily, her palms damp with perspiration. As she wiped her eyes, she realized that tears had unknowingly begun to flow. Perhaps she had long overestimated her own resilience. She was not as strong as she had envisioned. The moon had vanished behind the clouds, the once vibrant glimmers of light now entirely extinguished. Life is often driven by various purposes, yet when one loses sight of their aim, everything begins to feel insignificant. She had exerted herself tirelessly to dissolve her engagement with Yushio, once oblivious to the underlying motivations. At this moment, She understood that her efforts were merely an allegiance to her own heart. Subconsciously, she might have been striving for her own love, perhaps already aware of her feelings for him, though she had yet to acknowledge this truth, or perhaps she was simply afraid to confront her own emotions. After all her endeavors, she found herself witnessing the anticipated outcome. Yushio had indeed agreed to annul their engagement. Yet, in the end, this was the result she had garnered. She might have been slow to realize, but as love began to blossom, she remained blissfully unaware. It was only when she recognized the impossibility of the situation that she understood she had invested her heart and emotions. Reflecting on the 3 years spent in this dynasty, she suddenly realized that he had always been by her side. Initially, his presence was merely to champion the original owner of her body, but gradually, he had unconsciously seeped into her heart. How foolish she felt, the most naive of all. Feeling somewhat weary, she leaned against the headboard. The firmness of the wood oddly provided her with a sense of security. It dawned on her that his concern for her was nothing more than sibling affection, and she had been reading too much into it. It was commendable that he always stood up for her during her misadventures. Yet all of it had no connection to love. She was simply his sister. This realization left her feeling somewhat despondent, heartbroken, and at a loss. Her life seemed to have suddenly lost its direction. On this sweltering summer night, a breeze wafted in through the window, and she felt a chill. She couldn't help but shiver, curling herself into a ball, her bright eyes losing their luster as they stared vacantly into the pitch-black sky. The night was dark, devoid of stars, and the moon was shrouded by clouds. Rain began to fall softly, gradually intensifying, and soon water gathered at the eaves, cascading down noisily. The sound of the rain striking something was muffled in her ears, only registering as a cacophony. Her thoughts mirrored the chaotic downpour, droplets of confusion mingling in her mind and heart, causing a dull buzzing in her head. Rubbing her temples, she inadvertently brushed against her wet cheeks. Realizing she was in tears, with a deep sigh skyward, she felt a tinge of helplessness. Why did fate treat her so cruelly? As the night deepened and the rain grew heavier, she was unaware that her tears had dried. Her eyelids became increasingly heavy, and eventually, she drifted into a deep slumber. When she awoke, it was already dawn. The rain had ceased at some point, and the sun burst forth from behind the clouds, its rays peering in at her. Schweifeng, with wide eyes, looked at her and timidly inquired, "Mother, are you all right?" He longed to ask about the state of Shu Xian's face, curious as to why the dreadful red mark had vanished. Yet, seeing her poor complexion, he hesitated, well aware of how fearsome she could be when angered. Schweifeng's voice jolted her back to reality, prompting her to ponder her own condition. Memories of the previous night flooded back, and she couldn't help but pout, stating, "Mother is well, nothing at all, just a bit hungry." "Schweifeng, could you fetch a bowl of porridge from the kitchen for me?" He nodded vigorously and sprang from the bed, hurriedly slipping on his shoes before dashing outside. Watching him, she couldn't suppress a smile. It seemed her words from last night had frightened the child. Sunlight streamed onto the windowsill, bright and clean, dispelling the shadows of the previous night. And a smile flickered in her heart. She stretched widely, realizing that regardless of one's mood, the sun would always rise. The unpleasant events of the past were merely that, past. Why trade yesterday's sorrow for today's happiness? With this newfound clarity, her spirits lifted considerably. Perhaps, after all, he was just a brother, and she had been overthinking from the very beginning. Although there are many aspects she does not comprehend, the presence of a conclusion suffices. Why must one delve into the origins? To rephrase, having a brother who cares for her is not a misfortune. She has never engaged in matters of wishful thinking. Her happiness rests firmly in her own hands. A smile graced her face, albeit tinged with a hint of desolation and sorrow. She pursed her lips and took a deep breath, feeling her spirits lifted considerably. The thought of Yushio's impending cancellation of their engagement brought her further solace. After countless encounters of rivalry with him, she had finally gained the upper hand, and from now on, she could escape his shadow. For she had resolved that after Yushio annulled their engagement, she would traverse the majestic mountains and rivers of the desert dynasty alongside Yuling and chasing wind, all the while pursuing the love that truly belonged to her. She retrieved her disguise tools, cleansed her face, and applied the vivid red dye. Just as she finished, the door swung open, and a gust of wind swept in. Without turning her head, she called out, "Chasing wind, just place the porridge on the table. I will come to eat shortly." However, she heard no response from Chasing Wind, which struck her as odd. As she turned around, she found herself enveloped in a somewhat chilly embrace, damp and frigid, with droplets of water clinging to the hem of the garment. Startled, she looked up to see Qiao Yuren's somewhat fatigued visage. Chapter 46, Deep Affection and Shallow Bonds, Part 1. Shu Xian pushed him away with a sudden force, only to behold his disheveled appearance. His once neatly tied black hair, secured with a golden ring, was now in disarray, damp strands clinging to his garments. Beads of water trickling down. His exquisite peach blossom eyes, devoid of their usual brilliance, were now bloodshot, yet filled with an unmistakable delight. A touch less seductive and considerably more concerned. Such a gaze was undeniably captivating. A stubble of dark hair had sprouted thickly along his jawline, prickling her forehead as he embraced her, causing a slight itch and a twinge of discomfort. His black embroidered attire bore several unsightly tears, wrinkled and soaked, with droplets cascading from the hem. Shu Xian was acutely aware of his usual fastidiousness regarding his appearance. He had never looked so disheveled. Remembering the events she had overheard the previous night, she sighed, contemplating whether it was possible that Shu Xiang had put him in a difficult position. Yet, the thought seemed implausible. After all, he was Shu Xiang's biological son. With a radiant smile, she teased, "Cousin, have you come to seek me so early because you miss me?" Her laughter remained carefree, though a hint of melancholy lingered in her bright eyes. Upon hearing her words, Qiao Yuren's face transformed like a sky cleared of clouds, fresh and resplendent. Despite his disheveled state, he appeared spirited and vibrant. A slight smile tugged at the corners of his mouth, illuminating his eyes with joy, while the vibrant red mole at the corner of his brow seemed to dance with newfound life. Looking at Shu Xian, he replied, "You are absolutely right. I have indeed missed you dearly, and I miss you fervently." With that, he reached out once more to embrace her. Seeing her standing there, serene and untroubled, all the myriad speculations that had previously occupied his mind dissipated, leaving only joy. The previous night, when he had galloped to Lianhu, he found no trace of them. A plethora of emotions surged within him: fear, concern, and a deep sense of longing. He chastised himself repeatedly, lamenting that had he known their true identities sooner, devoid of that initial resistance, he and she would never have arrived at this juncture. He would never have passively allowed Shu Xiang to betroth her to Yu Xiu. When he reached Mizin Ferry and awaited dawn, he encountered only Yu Xiu disembarking from a small boat, with no sign of her. Now, he could hardly recall whether he felt joy or sorrow upon seeing only Yu Xiu. Noticing the expression on his face, Shu Xian paused slightly. Such sentiments were common in their past exchanges, but typically, his demeanor was subdued, his peach blossom eyes lacking in any profound emotion, always tinged with a hint of indulgence and a touch of helplessness. Yet today, she perceived a depth of affection in his gaze, an intensity that was both genuine and rare. However, her own mood had shifted. Something between them had quietly transformed. Shu Xian chuckled lightly as she sidestepped. "Cousin, what has befallen you today? You appear so disheveled this early in the morning. If any of your admirers were to see you in this state, they might not recognize you as the charming and dashing Qiao Yuran. I suggest you return to your room and tidy yourself up first." Her heart ached inexplicably. What had befallen him today? Why was he in such disarray? Yet his behavior so peculiar? Though concern lingered in her heart, it could no longer be expressed as it once was. The playful banter and sharp retorts now required a measure of restraint. Qiao Yuren's hand hovered in the air, and a bittersweet smile crossed his face as he remarked, "I understand that you are upset with me. I should not have left you alone on that small boat yesterday. The events of yesterday were orchestrated by someone with meticulous calculations. Despite my vigilance, I still fell into their trap." Shu Xian smiled faintly and replied, "Cousin, what are you saying? Yu Xiu is my fiancé. You created an opportunity for us to get acquainted. I cannot thank you enough, so why would I be angry? Look, I am in high spirits now. If I had not returned late yesterday, I might have missed hearing that secret." Yet, the thought of that matter sent a pang of pain from her heart to her core. Her almond-shaped eyes sparkled with joy, yet the trace of sadness lingered beneath the surface, impervious to her attempts to erase it. Qiao Yuren's gaze darkened, his eyes fixed intently on hers as he asked softly, "Do you truly believe he is your true love?" Shu Xian's smile widened, her eyes glimmering with anticipation. She replied with a carefree laugh, "Prince Qin Yu Xiu is the romantic ideal of every woman in Fian City. To become his princess, who knows what fortune I must have amassed in my past lives." Qiao Yuran regarded her, hoping to glean some insight from her eyes, yet he sighed and asked pensively, "How do I compare to him?" Shu Xian was taken aback. She had not anticipated such a question. She chuckled, "Cousin, your reputation as a charming man is well known throughout Fian City, just as Prince Qin's devotion is. For a woman seeking marriage, it is essential to find a man who inspires confidence, and it seems that Prince Qin, in comparison to you, captivates women more profoundly." Qiao Yuran furrowed his brow and sighed. "Then why were you previously unwilling to marry him?" Shu Xian pouted slightly. The reason I hesitated before was that I did not wish to become a pawn for my father, nor did I want to be caught in the middle of you two, torn in my loyalties. However, after sharing a boat with him yesterday, my perspective has shifted entirely. He is not as disagreeable as I once thought. Moreover, he has agreed that we shall first annul our engagement and date before committing to marriage when we both feel mutual affection. Her initial statement was sincere, but her latter words were mere folly. Upon hearing that she had annulled her engagement with Xiao Yuran felt a surge of joy and instinctively overlooked the latter part of her statement. He looked at her and said, "If Prince Qin truly annulled the engagement, and if my cousin does not mind, I would like to marry you." Shu Xian laughed heartily. "Cousin, have you been caught in the rain and lost your senses? If you genuinely wish to marry me, it seems the sun would have to rise from the west. Nonetheless, hearing you say that brings me joy. I never expected that in this appearance I could attract both your affection and that of Prince Qin. It seems I am quite the charmer." Xiao Yuran replied with a faint smile, "Have you not always believed in your boundless allure? Such an outcome was well within your expectations. At this moment, you have severed your engagement with Yuxiao, making my proposal to you a harmonious convergence of time, circumstance, and fate." The shadows in his enchanting eyes dissipated entirely, replaced by an overwhelming joy. Chapter 47. A Deep Affection with a Shallow Bond. Part 2. Shu Xian furrowed her brow slightly, resting her left hand against her chest while her right hand caressed her chin. "Only now do I realize that I am not the sole one infatuated with my cousin. He harbors feelings for me as well. Yet, I have already pledged to Xiao that I would embark on a meaningful romance with him. If only my cousin had spoken sooner, I could have declined Xiao's advances." A troubled expression clouded her face as she continued, "But now that I have committed to him, what am I to do?" The mere mention of Xiao sent a wave of unease through Xiao Yuran. In just one night's absence, her perception of Xiao seemed to have transformed dramatically. What transpired yesterday that could have instigated such a profound change? Xiao Yuran pondered for a moment before gazing into her eyes and said, "You have merely agreed to be with him. Yet, you frequently confide in me about eloping together. Why not seize today for our escape?" Upon uttering those words, he felt an unexpected lightness in his heart, and his enchanting peach blossom eyes sparkled with delight. However, the hand concealed within his sleeve clenched involuntarily, revealing a hint of his nervousness. Shu Xian's expression betrayed her sorrow. Had she not heard of last night's events, she might have leapt for joy at his words, but her current mood was a stark departure from the past. Eloping? Her brother, taking his own sister away? That would surely be the most ludicrous jest in the world. She replied softly, "I once believed I was the only one prone to fanciful notions, but I never anticipated my cousin would engage in such folly today." "Eloping? On the day you rescued me from the palace, there was no talk of elopement. How could we possibly entertain such thoughts now?" Her tone gradually acquired a bittersweet edge. Previously, she had dismissed their relationship without concern, but now that she understood the truth, how could she contemplate an escape with him? At that moment, she felt it would be better to shield her heart from such painful truths. She realized that at times, ignorance could be more comforting than knowledge, for it spared her the burden of distress. Xiao Yuran was momentarily taken aback. Although she often spoke freely and had half-jokingly suggested elopement in the past, he could sense a flicker of hope in her eyes. Yet, he had consistently disappointed her. Today, he had finally broken through the barriers of his heart and revealed his true feelings, but her demeanor was strikingly cold, leaving him in a state of confusion. "Do you truly believe Xiao is suited for you? Are you genuinely willing to be with him?" Xiao Yuran inquired. A tinge of bitterness stirred within Shu Xian. Why did he have to pose so many questions? If he continued, her facade of a smile would soon crumble. She replied, "Wasn't my cousin always enthusiastic about my marriage to Xiao? Now that I have recognized his merits, why do you suddenly oppose it?" Recalling the deceptions of the past years, she felt a surge of anger, and she muttered gloomily, "If I do not marry him, am I to marry you? I fear my cousin may profess his desire to wed me while secretly mocking my plight." She felt helpless in the face of her love, as if fate itself were playing tricks on her. Xiao Yuran gazed at Shu Xian and asked, "Why can't you marry me? As long as our feelings are genuine, what could possibly stand in our way?" In the past, he had missed countless opportunities due to the demons that plagued his heart, but today, he vowed not to repeat his former mistakes. He would fight for his own happiness. Shu Xian felt a surge of anger. He was well aware that she was his own sister, yet dared to utter such words. A sense of grievance mixed with irritation welled up within her, and she retorted, "Xiao Yuran, you are truly insufferable. You know perfectly well that I could never marry you, yet you continue to speak like this. Do you find it amusing to bully me?" In that moment, she realized that she was far less resilient than she had imagined. and her facade crumbled under the weight of her emotions. Noticing the glimmer of tears in her eyes, Xiao Yuran was momentarily perplexed by her thoughts. He sighed and said, "If you are angry with me, it is indeed deserved. However, I implore you not to reject me so swiftly. I know I have been cowardly, only bringing this up now, but please believe that my feelings for you are sincere." Shu Exine felt as though her heart was pierced by needles, and a wave of fury surged within her. She coldly replied, "Sincerity? What does that even mean? If we were truly meant to be together, we wouldn't have to wait until now. Cousin, is that not the case?" Previously, she had always believed that there was merely a thin veil separating them, and if only it could be torn, they would be together forever. She had planned to call off her engagement with Yushio and, with a bit of courage, shatter that veil. However, last night's events had revealed to her that the barriers between them were far too numerous, and his feelings for her were merely familial, a one-sided affection from her end all along. Today, his peculiar behavior left her questioning if he harbored feelings for her as well. Yet she was uncertain, unable to break through her own emotional walls. The events of the day seemed as ephemeral as clouds on the horizon, visible and tangible, yet ultimately out of reach. Xiao Yuran's words only fueled her anger further. Though she was not the true Shu Exine, this body belonged to her. Even if they were to fall in love and be together, how would they navigate their future? Would they elope to a place where no one recognized them? Such thoughts remained fanciful, utterly impossible, for she could not first reconcile her own heart. Xiao Yuran, bewildered by her inexplicable fury, heard footsteps approaching from outside. His enchanting eyes narrowed slightly as he gently took her hand and said, "I admit I was wrong in the past, unable to see my own feelings clearly. But you must trust my heart." He then guided her hand towards his chest. Shu Exine felt a wave of anxiety wash over her, yanking her hand back and coldly stating, "Cousin, what is the meaning of this? Are you professing your feelings to me? If you truly wish to declare your love, please choose the right person. To toy with my emotions is not the behavior of a true man. Matters of the heart cannot be forced. If I once despised you, Shio, then I find myself growing increasingly disdainful of you. Your actions may satisfy my vanity, but they leave me looking down upon you." Xiao Yuran watched as she withdrew her hand, her expression devoid of warmth. His face turned pale, bewildered by the stark contrast. Although she had been angry with him yesterday, her eyes had not been as frigid and unfeeling as they were today. The aura she exuded yesterday was entirely different from that of today. His heart began to race with unease. Could it be that after spending the day alone with Yushio, she had developed feelings for him? He was unaware of what transpired between her and Yushio yesterday that could have prompted such a dramatic transformation. Xiao Yuran inquired, "Do you truly believe you could fall for Yushio, and that he would treat you well?" Shu Exine chuckled lightly, replying, "If a romantic rogue like my cousin can be moved, how much more so the deeply devoted Yushio." At that moment, the door swung open, and Shu Xiang entered. Noticing Xiao Yuran standing there in a daze, he let out a long sigh, a tender expression gracing his features. "Ranner, your clothes are completely soaked. You must change them quickly. Be cautious not to catch a chill." He then instructed the servant beside him, "Take young master to change into something clean and fresh." Xiao Yuran remained motionless, prompting Shu Xiang to sigh inwardly. "Cheer, the king of Qin has come again to deliver betrothal gifts. You should see if they meet your approval." Upon hearing this, Shu Exine furrowed her brow. What does he send gifts for again? A wave of foreboding washed over her. Could it be that Yushio was truly contemplating breaking his word? Chapter 48. The cunning prince, Shu Xiang replied, "The Qin Wang is exceedingly concerned about your marriage, fearing that the betrothal gifts are insufficient. As tomorrow marks your wedding day, he has decided to send additional gifts." Shu Exine let out a soft huff through her nose. Additional gifts? Is he personally delivering them? Anger welled within her. How could Yushio be so untrustworthy, breaking his word? Her mood was already far from pleasant, and this revelation ignited her fury, stirring within her an impulse to lash out. Noticing her dismal expression and seeing Xiao Yuran looking at her with a worried demeanor, Shu Xiang couldn't help but sigh inwardly. The stakes of this game seemed excessively high, and the situation was spiraling beyond his control. Although he had long been aware of the mutual affection between Xiao Yuran and her, he had not anticipated the depth of their feelings. Her current expression, fraught with anger and resentment, suggested that this affair might not conclude favorably. He began to contemplate how to quell the turmoil and secure his own position. With a benevolent smile, Shu Xiang said, "Indeed, the Qin Wang sent gifts early this morning to express his sincerity." Upon hearing this, Shu Exine immediately turned to leave. Shu Xiang swiftly caught her arm, saying, "You are to be wed tomorrow. According to tradition, you must not meet today." Shu Exine inquired with a smile, "What if we do meet?" Shu Xiang replied, It would be highly inauspicious according to customs, bringing misfortune to both families, and the days ahead would not be harmonious. In truth, he was uncertain of the actual consequences. He merely aimed to frighten Shu Exine, knowing well that Yushio's father was the emperor. Shu Exine glanced at Qiao Yuran, snorting softly. Father's words are truly frightening, yet I find them hard to believe. Besides, my mother has long since passed, and a resilient man like you should hardly fear such things. Moreover, the Qin Wang has come to personally deliver gifts today. He likely intends to see me under the guise of this visit. With such intentions, how could I allow him to go home empty-handed? With that, she strode toward the door. A hand caught her firmly, and upon turning, she met Qiao Yuran's eyes, which were filled with melancholy and anguish. He asked quietly, "Do you truly wish to marry him?" Shu Exine felt an overwhelming sense of injustice. She had no desire to wed Yushio. Yet, upon seeing the emotions reflected in Qiao Yuran's gaze, her anger surged once more. With a radiant smile, she declared, "The Qin Wang is the dream lover of every woman in the imperial city, myself included." With that, she forcefully pulled her hand away and marched out without looking back. Qiao Yuran reached out to her again. "You truly do not regret this?" His voice trembled slightly, disappointment rising within him. Shu Exine did not turn back. Tears brimmed in her eyes as she strove to keep her voice steady. "Cousin, you jest. To have a man like the Qin Wang willing to marry me is a blessing. How could I possibly regret it?" After uttering these words, she forcefully freed her hand and strode out decisively. Qiao Yuran's hand lingered in the air, his entire being feeling withered, unable to comprehend how, in the span of a single day, their relationship had deteriorated to this extent. He could not comprehend why. Just yesterday, she had smiled so charmingly at him, even scolded him, yet today she was so cold and unfeeling. His peach blossom eyes had lost their luster, and his handsome face was ashen, resembling dead ash. Apart from a single bright red mole, his visage bore no other color, and that small red mark seemed as mournful as a drop of blood, lamenting its owner's helplessness and desolation. Shu Shi's words and actions were entirely beyond Shu Xiang's expectations. Despite having prepared countless persuasive phrases, not a single one was uttered. Though his heart ached for Qiao Yuran, he could not help but feel a great sense of relief. Finally, Shu Exine had spared him from a headache. Shu Xiang gently placed his hand on Qiao Yuran's shoulder and sighed. "Child, love cannot be forced. You see, she does not hold you in her heart. Her affection lies with Prince Qin." Qiao Yuran turned his head and coldly regarded him, brushing aside the hand resting on his shoulder. His eyes held no hatred nor disappointment. Rather, they were vacant, devoid of any expression. He slowly walked out of the room, but encountered Chasing Wind and Moon Spirit returning with Kanji at the door. Chasing Wind harbored a poor impression of Qiao Yuran and, seeing his current state, merely scoffed without acknowledging him. Moon Spirit, noticing his demeanor, let out a soft hum. Also ignoring him, Qiao Yuran had intended to inquire of Moon Spirit about what had transpired the previous day, but the pain in his heart was overwhelming. She truly held no affection for him. This realization drained him of all strength, rendering him incapable of even asking Moon Spirit. Dizziness overcame him, and he slowly made his way back to his chamber in the Xiang residence. Shu Xiang, observing Qiao Yuran's condition, felt a pang of sadness but reasoned that enduring short-term pain was preferable to prolonged suffering. Though Qiao Yuran experienced anguish today, it would ultimately save them from a tangled trio in the future. In the parlor of the Xiang residence, Yushio sipped tea leisurely, his demeanor remarkably elegant. He wore the same attire as yesterday, the hem of his snow-white robe stained with specks of mud, and the cuffs bore numerous creases. His narrow eyes, tinged with bloodshot veins, still sparkled with vitality, glinting with a mix of calculation and smugness. Despite coming to deliver betrothal gifts, no gift boxes were present around him. Upon Shu Xiang's entrance into the parlor, a smirk played at the corners of his mouth, and his eyes shimmered with a peculiar light. Everything remained under his control. Seeing his demeanor, Shu Xiang felt a surge of anger but forced herself to remain composed, vowing not to lose her temper or her poise in front of him. Her smile was both elegant and captivating. "It is indeed a surprise to have the prince visit the Xiang residence personally." Yushio replied nonchalantly. "I have come to see my future princess, so Miss Seven need not feel surprised." A slight smile played on his lips as his narrow eyes sparkled at Shu Exine. Shu Exine's almond eyes narrowed slightly as she replied coolly, "Is the prince perhaps planning to take a stroll around the Xiang residence? It seems he intends to go back on his word." Her hands clenched into fists within her sleeves, and she longed to knock his teeth out. Her mind rife with curses. "You turtle, you shameless dog." Yushio gently sipped his tea, reclining against the back of the chair, and remarked softly, In yesterday's wager between you and me, on the surface, it appears that you emerged victorious. However, upon closer examination, it is evident that I am the true winner. Shushin scoffed. Does your highness intend to be deceitful? Yushio rose and approached Shushin, towering over her by nearly a head, and lowered his gaze to say, I have no need for deceit, for it was I who triumphed in yesterday's game. Observing the flames of anger igniting in Shushin's eyes, he added with a sense of delight, as for the reason for my victory, it is quite simple. When I declare that I have won, it is so. Chapter 49. The Lock of Hearts. Upon hearing his words, Shu Xen was so infuriated that she felt blood rise in her throat. What manner of man is this? Externally, he appeared impeccably groomed and dignified, yet inwardly, he was nothing but a shameless rogue. Did his words carry any weight, or were they merely empty air? With venom in her voice, she retorted, Are you a dog, your highness? Yushio responded with a faint smile, lifting her chin with one hand to ensure their eyes met. His expression exuded tenderness, yet his gaze brimmed with mockery as he remarked, The wager between us was whether he would come seeking you. However, it was your maid who rode over to find you yesterday. Thus, I have not lost. You are the one who has, for he ultimately departed, unable to forsake his duties at court, leaving you behind. Shu Xian managed a smile, albeit one tinged with resentment. She brushed aside Yushio's hand and commented, So, should I express my gratitude to your highness for revealing my standing in his heart yesterday? Yushio raised an eyebrow and replied, As we are betrothed, there is no need for excessive gratitude. Shu Xian's smile grew even brighter as she quipped, Then should I not be even more grateful for your highness's astute plan that compelled him to leave, thereby ensuring my defeat? Where is my loss, after all? He is merely engaging in sophistry, taking advantage while feigning innocence. Who would have thought that the seemingly refined Yushio was, in fact, a scoundrel? Truly, one should not judge by appearances. Yushio replied calmly, Miss Seven, your words are rather exaggerated. I have orchestrated nothing. His feet are his own. And if he wishes to depart, I cannot hinder him. He must have known that Xiao Yuran would not leave, which is why he was invited to go. Shu Xian scoffed. What a fine excuse. If he wishes to leave, you cannot stop him. Your highness, you have calculated everything. Yet how could you not foresee this outcome? When we wagered yesterday, we were not debating whether he would seek me, but whether I could reach the shore before sunset. Yushio chuckled. Even so? You did not arrive at the shore before dusk. If I recall correctly, you merely reached the bank at best. He certainly did not misremember, for he had seen her dancing on the shore and had not forgotten his own anger. Shu Xian was momentarily taken aback. This rogue was playing word games with her. Infuriated, she sought to retort but found herself at a loss for words. Her spirits, already low, sank further under Yushio's provocation, and she felt tears welling up in her eyes. Yet, she reminded herself that she must not show weakness before him, forcing the tears back with great effort. Noticing her expression, Yushio was momentarily stunned. Her stubborn demeanor evoked a feeling of tenderness within him. The glimmer of tears in her eyes tugged at his heart. Did she truly not wish to marry him? He admitted that his tactics were somewhat underhanded, yet he felt compelled to wed her. Therefore, he would not permit her to slip from his grasp, even if it required employing dubious methods, however distasteful they may be. Shushin gritted her teeth, aware that his words were no different from mere childish play, yet she found herself utterly powerless against him, suppressing the fury within her. She cast a sidelong glance with her apricot eyes and coldly inquired, Isn't the prince here to deliver a betrothal gift? Pray tell, where's the gift? Yushio, observing her swift emotional adjustment, couldn't help but harbor a flicker of admiration. He chuckled softly and produced a resplendent golden object from his bosom, declaring, This is a heartlock, an item I intended to gift 5 years ago. However, I lacked the opportunity to present it then, as it was meant for my betrothed princess. Today, I bestow it upon you. With that, he placed the heartlock into her palm. As Shushin examined the exquisite heartlock, she noted its meticulous craftsmanship. The outer circles of the two hearts were fashioned from pure gold, and at their intersection lay a gem as red as blood. Yet, she could not identify the nature of the stone. With a gentle smile, she remarked, It appears quite exquisite, but this item is not only precious. It carries profound significance, suitable only for two souls intertwined in love. Yet, the prince's heart does not hold me, and mine belongs solely to my lover. Such an extravagant gift is far beyond my means. You should present it to your beloved instead. With that, she pushed the heartlock back toward him. What was the meaning behind his gesture? Was it guilt stemming from his own trickery? The heartlock, which symbolized unity, was ironically a mockery of their disparate feelings. Yushio's expression shifted slightly. Although he had anticipated her rejection, The mention of her beloved still struck a chord of sorrow within him. Her affection was merely a jest directed at him. His thoughts drifted to distant memories of a transcendent beauty, standing hand in hand with him, and the joy he felt while crafting this very lock. Yet, the heart lock remained, while the person it was meant for had changed irrevocably. He did not reclaim the heart lock, but maintained an exceptionally gentle smile as he stated, "What this prince offers will never be withdrawn." Shuxin replied with a faint smile, "I too have never accepted what was never rightfully mine, nor would I take something that remains unbestowed." Yu Xiu's expression altered slightly, his smile tinged with uncertainty. Yet he slowly grasped her hand and declared, word by word, "What this prince wishes to give cannot be refused by anyone." With that, he placed the heart lock back into her hand, folding her fingers over it, enclosing the heart lock within her palm. Chapter 50. The wedding tomorrow. Shu Xian's anger intensified. How could anyone be so forceful in imposing gifts upon another? She raised her head and glared at Yu Xiu, only to discover a similar fury reflected in his eyes. This unexpected realization made her smile, radiant as spring blossoms. It would be rather petty of me to refuse such a generous gift from the prince. Upon hearing her words, Yu Xiu relaxed his grip, yet she continued, "This heart-shaped lock appears to be rather unique compared to ordinary ones." Yu Xiu's gaze deepened as he replied, "Indeed. It is unlike any other. It was crafted by the unparalleled artisan Lu Ji, and the central red heart is fashioned from the finest blood jade. There exists no other like it in the world." Shu Xian, her joy evident, inquired, "Such a heart-shaped lock must be worth a considerable fortune, I presume?" Yu Xiu furrowed his brow, observing her intently. "What are your intentions?" Shu Xian tucked the lock into her bosom, countering with a question, "Surely, a gift from the prince cannot be retracted?" Yu Xiu stood with his hands clasped behind his back, stating, "I rarely give gifts lightly, but once given, they are never reclaimed." Shu Xian's face lit up with delight. "With your assurance, I feel at ease." Noticing Yu Xiu's narrow eyes fixed upon her, seemingly filled with inquiry, she added, "Given the value of this lock, should I ever find myself expelled from the Wangfu, I might sell it for silver, ensuring my future is secure." A chill crossed Yu Xiu's eyes as he grasped her chin, demanding, "Do you dare?" Shu Xian shrugged her shoulders, forcefully breaking free from his grip, and rolled her eyes. "Your Highness is truly formidable. You have seen right through my thoughts. Indeed, I would not dare." While she would not sell the heart-shaped lock, she would consider pawning it, perhaps even at a significant loss. Yu Xiu recognized the bravado in her eyes, devoid of fear, yet brimming with disdain. She had clearly dismissed his threat. He said coolly, "Since you have accepted my heart-shaped lock, you must henceforth share my sentiments." Shu Xian smiled faintly, but remained silent, inwardly cursing. She had not anticipated that his visit today would carry such implications. Though she accepted the gift, she felt no obligation to heed his words. Share his sentiments? Perhaps in another lifetime. He could twist words and truth as he pleased, and so could she. Yu Xiu continued, "Once you marry into my household tomorrow, you shall be my princess. It would be prudent to temper your actions." With that, his gaze pierced her like a sword. Shu Xian, her smile unwavering, replied, "Your Highness, I shall keep your words close to my heart. However, I must inquire what aspects of my behavior require correction to avoid repeating past mistakes." She was resolute in her disbelief that he would openly criticize her. Yu Xiu gritted his teeth and stated, "You know your own mind. In any case, I wish to hear no further gossip concerning you." He paused before adding, "Should you continue to act recklessly, I will ensure that every member of the Xiang family pays the price." Shu Xian found the situation quite amusing, contemplating the absurdity of the entire residence being buried alongside her. She felt a twinge of fear, yet it was unfounded. Not to mention that Minister Shu was no ordinary figure, and the 9 other sisters married off from the residence were wed to men of considerable influence. Yu Xiu's grand proclamation seemed utterly misplaced, as if he held an inflated opinion of himself. Furthermore, even if Yu Xiu possessed the capability to eliminate everyone from the Shu household, it would not concern her. She was merely a wisp of a soul from another realm, and, strictly speaking, had no familial ties to them. Feigning fear, Shu Xian remarked, "To marry the prince is a fortune accrued over countless lifetimes. How could I dare to take it for granted?" She would indeed cherish it, perhaps to the point of causing him considerable frustration. She vowed that one day he would regret his actions. In the past, she might have engaged in verbal sparring with Yu Xiu, but today, her mood was far too dismal for such banter. She glanced at Yu Xiu and stated, "Your Highness has brought with you the invaluable heart lock and delivered a profound lesson, which I have duly absorbed. If there are no other matters, I shall return to my quarters." Casting a sidelong glance at Minister Shu standing at the entrance, she added, "Moreover, My father has declared that it is inauspicious for betrothed couples to meet. I would not wish to bear the brunt of any royal displeasure should a misfortune befall the emperor. Just as Yushio was about to speak, she interjected. I understand that your highness is preoccupied with thoughts of me, but there is no need for such urgency. We shall wed tomorrow, and thereafter. You will no longer suffer from this longing. With that, she turned to leave. Marrying Yushio tomorrow? What a profound irony. Despite her best efforts, she was ultimately bound to him. Let it be. She had resolved to embrace the marriage wholeheartedly before their lakeside excursion yesterday. She was determined to make their wedding unique and unforgettable. Yushio replied calmly, I had thought myself the only one with such sentiments. It seems that the seventh miss shares my thoughts. Today's visit to the Shu residence has yielded much. It has proven worthwhile. Minister Shu entered, suggesting, Since your highness has graced us with your presence, might you stay for lunch before departing? With composure, Yushio responded, Tomorrow, Minister Shu shall be my father-in-law. Out of both sentiment and propriety, I ought to frequent the Shu residence. However, with our wedding impending, I have numerous matters to attend to, and I fear I may neglect my future princess. I shall take my leave now. He cast a glance at Shu Exine, who had just exited through the side door, a faint smile gracing his lips. Yet, the hand tucked within his sleeve tightened unconsciously. An inexplicable concern for the morrow's wedding lingered in his heart. Given her temperament, there was a likelihood of unforeseen events arising. Regardless of her antics, she could not elude his grasp. Minister Shu chuckled lightly, bowing respectfully. Then I shall not insist any longer. Allow me to escort your highness out of the residence. Yushio flicked his sleeves, his gaze turning cold, nodding slightly before striding out through the main entrance of the parlor. Chapter 51. The Grand Wedding of the Qin King. As Shu Exine stepped out of the living room, her brow furrowed in deep thought, and a cold smile played upon her lips. With a soft scoff, she realized that, whether she wished it or not, she had become embroiled in a conflict that was never hers to begin with. Yet, her destiny was hers to shape, particularly when it came to matters of the heart. Upon returning to her chamber, her expression darkened further as she took in the vibrant crimson decorations that adorned her room. The grand door, the screens, and the windows were all festooned with auspicious red characters, while several servants bustled in and out. The overwhelming display of red served as a constant reminder of her impending marriage to Yushio. With a resigned sigh, she addressed the servants, You may all leave. I wish to rest. The steward interjected, But Miss Seven, you are to be wed tomorrow. Your boudoir must be arranged accordingly. Shu Exine cast a sidelong glance at the steward and inquired, Did my father send you? The steward nodded affirmatively. Shu Exine replied with a hint of disdain, It is I who am marrying, not my father. I shall decide how things are to be arranged. Now, please vacate the room. The steward hesitated, reluctant to depart. Shu Exine's eyes widened slightly. Do you truly believe that once I am wed, this household will lose its significance? After a brief pause, she added, If you do not leave at once, go inform my father that I shall not marry. If he wishes to wed, let him do so. With that, she fixed him with a steely gaze, her arms crossed defiantly. Realizing her ire, the steward trembled and quickly ushered the bustling servants out of the room. Though she was on the verge of marriage, her authority remained unchallenged, and he was well aware of the consequences of disregarding her wishes. Feeling discontent and having had a restless night, Shu Exine decided to cast aside her troubles. She flung back the covers and nestled into her bed, wishing for all her vexations to vanish. Soon, she fell into a deep slumber. When she awoke, it was already dusk. Stretching languorously, she acknowledged that a good sleep could indeed alleviate many burdens. A smile crept across her lips, tinged with a hint of sarcasm, as she felt rejuvenated and ready to confront the events of the morrow. As Yuling noticed her awakening, she began preparing dinner. Observing Shu Exine devour her meal, she hesitantly spoke, Miss, the third young master is unwell. Shu Exine paused momentarily, merely nodding in response, choosing to remain silent. Yuling cautiously inquired, Are you not going to see him? Setting down her chopsticks, Shu Exine glared at Yuling. He is merely ill, not on the brink of death. What purpose would it serve for me to visit him? Although she spoke dismissively, her heart was heavy with a sense of bitterness and helplessness. Chasing Wind, oblivious to the gravity of the situation, remarked, He is so detestable. It would be better if he were dead. He hasn't forgotten who inflicted that scar on his forehead. Yuling playfully tapped his head, prompting him to jump up and protest. Why did you hit me? You saw how pitiful he looked this morning. It was truly distressing. Shu Exine was taken aback, realizing that he too could appear so fragile. What good would it do for her to visit him now? The fact remained that he was her biological brother, a truth she still needed time to come to terms with. As Yuling observed Shu Exine's silence, She playfully tapped Chasing Wind's head and exclaimed, "You fool, do you not realize how severe his fever is? I have heard that the master has summoned Dr. Xie, but he stated that the third young master has been afflicted by a chilling malady, compounded by damage to his heart and lungs. This fever came on swiftly and fiercely, and since he refuses to take medicine, I fear for his very life." Although her words were directed at Chasing Wind, her gaze remained fixed on Shu Xian. Chasing Wind retorted, "I have already told you to stop hitting me. If you continue, I shall become even more foolish." Shu Xian lifted her head and coldly remarked, "Given your concern for the third young master, perhaps after his recovery, I might assist you in securing a proposal to become his concubine." Despite her words, an inexplicable pain gripped her heart. He was gravely ill and refusing medication. Did he wish for death? Yuling pursed her lips and replied, "Miss, regardless of the circumstances, he has brought this upon himself for your sake." Her mistress had always been remarkably stubborn. Although she deeply cared, she insisted on feigning indifference. Shu Xian raised an eyebrow at her and asked, "For me?" Yuling responded, "If it weren't for you, he would not be refusing medicine. Miss, were you perhaps too harsh on him this morning?" When she and Chasing Wind arrived, he had been conversing with Shu Xian. She had missed the earlier part of their exchange, but she heard the latter part clearly. Despite having heard that conversation the previous night, Yuling felt compelled to defend Xiao Yuran. After all, she was not Shu Xiang and could not be held accountable for the past. A hint of a smile graced Shu Xian's lips as she said, "Yuling, since you care for him so much, why not tend to him yourself?" Tears welled in Yuling's eyes as she replied, "If my presence would make a difference, I would not be here urging you. Miss, regardless of your relationship, you cannot be so heartless. I refuse to believe that if you were to perish, you could find peace." For years, she had witnessed the ongoing rivalry between Shu Xian and Xiao Yuran. Although she did not fully understand love, she recognized her mistress's feelings for him. Otherwise, she would not have fled in disarray upon hearing the news last night. Moreover, the third young master was gentle and considerate, treating her mistress with kindness. Though he was her biological brother, witnessing his current plight was unbearable for her. Shu Xian cast a cold glance at Yuling and declared, "If you are so concerned for him, then stay by his side. You need not serve as my handmaid any longer." Yuling had originally accompanied her to the prince's residence. Upon hearing this, tears streamed down Yuling's face as she knelt before Shu Xian and said, "Ever since you rescued me 3 years ago, my life belongs to you." I did not wish to speak further, but given the circumstances, why not reflect on your relationship? Even if he is your brother, you cannot abandon him. Moreover, throughout this ordeal, he has done nothing wrong. The fault lies with fate itself. Shu Xian found herself momentarily stunned. Indeed, he had done no wrong. The true fault lay with destiny. She had become ensnared in her own turmoil. Ultimately, she realized that when it came to matters of the heart, she was not as detached as she had believed. It was precisely because she cared that she had chosen to act so coldly. However, in the current situation, despite her exceptional ability to conceal her emotions, she remains at a loss on how to confront Xiao Yuran. Her indifference is merely a fade when the matter is laid bare before her. She realizes that she is far less courageous than she had imagined. Evasion is never a solution to one's problems. She closes her eyes, bites her lip, and helps Yuling to her feet, exhaling a sigh as she declares, "Let us go see him now." Yuling wipes away her tears and inquires, "Do you still need me, miss?" Shu Xian finds herself both amused and exasperated. This girl is so eager to remain by her side. She gazes into Yuling's eyes and states, "If you wish, you may accompany me to my marriage. However, I must forewarn you that the princess residence is not the same as the minister's estate, and you are well aware of your mistress's temperament. What may transpire after the marriage is known only to the heavens. Should you choose to follow me, do not regret your decision." Yuling looks at Shu Xian and replies, "If I do not go with you, that is what I would truly regret. Since I have been by your side, I have discovered that life can be this splendid. Thus, even if the prince's residence is a den of danger, I am unafraid. Even if my lady is a troublemaker, I shall not be daunted." Shu Xian turns her attention to Xiao Yuran, who lies on the bed, appearing to have lost considerable weight in just a day. A flush of fever reddens his cheeks, and he lies there with his eyes closed, exuding an air of loneliness and sorrow. For reasons unknown, seeing him in such a state stirs a pang of discomfort within her. Seated at the bedside, she instructs a maid to bring his medicine, softly calling out, "Cousin, it is time for your medicine." Let her continue to play the role of an ostrich. While their identities remain undisclosed, she still considers him her cousin. Xiao Yuran remains silent, his eyes still shut. Shu Xian queries, "Dr. Xie, is he truly unable to take his medicine due to fainting?" Dr. Xie hastily replies, Although the third master is suffering from a high fever, his constitution is robust due to years of martial training. He should not be in a faint. He must merely be asleep. However, if he refuses to take his medicine, his illness may worsen, and it could lead to pneumonia, which would be troublesome. Concern is evident in his words. Shu Xian chuckles lightly and addresses Qiao Yuran. If my cousin is indeed too faint to take his medicine, I shall have a Niu feed you. A Niu is a servant renowned throughout the minister's estate for his simplicity and unappealing appearance. Upon hearing her words, the others exchange glances, bemused by their seventh miss's unconventional approach. Suggesting that two grown men should feed medicine to one another is rather peculiar. Qiao Yuran remains utterly still, seemingly oblivious to her remarks. Shu Xian pouts and continues. Has my father come to see the third master? A nearby maid responds. He was here until just before dinner and has now returned to his room to eat. Shu Xian nods and gazes at Qiao Yuran. Cousin, it is time for your medicine. Otherwise, not only will it grow cold, but I truly shall summon a Niu. Without any sign of movement from Qiao Yuran, she sighs and adds, if you do not rise to take your medicine, I shall set fire to your secluded residence. Qiao Yuran remained silent and continued, since you do not wish to keep your other residence, I hereby declare that the Xuanyu cottage is now mine. After speaking, she turned to Yu Ling and instructed, go and remove all the instruments from the west chamber, chop them up, and use them for firewood. Yu Ling hesitated, uncertain whether to comply, for everyone in the residence knew that the instruments in the west chamber were Qiao Yuran's lifeline. Shu Xian snorted coldly and shot a glare at Yu Ling, who quickly responded yes. Although she verbally agreed, her feet remained rooted in place. Shu Xian found herself both amused and exasperated, unsure of where the maid's loyalties lay. Qiao Yuran still had not opened her eyes. She let out a soft hum and took a small sip of the medicine. It was truly bitter, yet no longer scalding. A smile flickered across her lips as she lifted the bowl of medicine and splashed it onto his face, startling those nearby. The dark, bitter concoction drenched his handsome visage, staining the bedding significantly, but Qiao Yuran finally opened her eyes. His gaze, filled with bloodshot veins, met Shu Xian's calm stare. Upon seeing him awake, Shu Xian sighed inwardly but managed a faint smile. You all may leave. I have something to discuss with the third young master. As the others exited, she directed the maid attending to Qiao Yuran, prepare another bowl of medicine. Once everyone had vacated the room, Shu Xian took a silk handkerchief and gently wiped the medicine stains from his face, speaking softly, I never knew my cousin's character could be so obstinate, even in illness. He refuses to take his medicine. Is he truly seeking to court death? Qiao Yuran replied in a melancholic tone, the world is but a transient traveler, and life is merely a difficult journey. What joy is there in life, and what fear in death? His voice was hoarse from fever, and this raspiness inexplicably pained her heart, while his words evoked a deep melancholy. Shu Xian was taken aback. Qiao Yuran had always struck her as remarkably optimistic. No matter the gravitas of the situation, his enchanting peach blossom eyes were forever filled with mirth and vitality. Yet now, they reflected no spark of anger. Even the tiny red mole at the corner of his brow seemed devoid of life, drooping lifelessly, its vibrant hue diminished. She smiled faintly and teased. Could it be that you were so heartbroken over your failed courtship with me that you wished to end it all? Qiao Yuran's gaze shifted to her, and he replied, if I were to say yes, you would likely look down upon me. Yet the truth remains. Life, love, and longing are intertwined. Without love, what meaning does life hold? It would indeed be better to end it all. His eyes were deep, resembling a tranquil pool or an abyssal sea. Shu Xian, initially jesting, found herself at a loss for words at his admission. Had the events of that night irrevocably changed their relationship? No longer could she speak freely before him. Her heart grew increasingly perplexed. After all, she was his own sister. If his previous resistance stemmed from their unique bond, could his current candor be a result of her impending marriage to Yu Xiao, leading him to finally let go? Once, she could face him with ease, allowing herself to engage in idle chatter, yet his current response left her at a loss. He had come to terms with their relationship, but she had not yet reached that point. Biting her lip, she remarked, though your words are not without merit. We both know in our hearts that what we desire is unattainable. Qiao Yuran smiled sadly, saying, indeed, it is impossible now. You are to marry Yu Xiao tomorrow. While it may not be ascending to the heights of a phoenix, you will nonetheless be part of the royal lineage. And you are aware that my relationship with Yu Xiao is akin to fire and water. Who knows what the future holds for us when we meet again? Upon hearing his words, Shu Xian was momentarily stunned. She was to marry Yu Xiao, and he belonged to the faction of the crown prince. If they were to stand on opposing sides in the future, they would be adversaries. Such a scenario seemed unlikely. She had no intention of living with Yushio nor of falling for that cunning fox. For the wedding tomorrow, she had prepared a substantial gift for Yushio. Vowing to repay those who offended her manifold, she replied coolly, "Cousin, it seems you are considering matters too far ahead. It is likely that what you suggest will never come to pass." Xiao Yuren's eyes flickered with a glimmer of hope, only to dim again as he murmured, "I merely wish to know what transpired between you and Yushio yesterday." A pang of bitterness surged within Shu Xian. Nothing had happened between her and Yushio. She had only been striving for their feelings, expending much effort only to realize it was all but a fleeting illusion. With a calm smile, she stated, "In truth, nothing significant occurred yesterday. We merely engaged in conversation." Xiao Yuren's heart felt like ashes as he sighed. "It seems Yushio is adept at captivating your heart. With just a few words, he has made you, who once found him detestable, willing to marry him." The more she hesitated to speak, the stranger he found it. Sensing deep secrets at play, yet she remained silent. Since when had she begun to conceal matters from him? Shu Xian smiled faintly, saying, "If Yushio had no charm, he would not be Yushio. However, his allure does not pertain to me. If you truly wish to know what happened yesterday, perhaps you should ponder within yourself." Xiao Yuren's peach blossom eyes brimmed with confusion as he retorted, "Ponder within myself?" Shu Xian replied with a gentle smile, "Someone once told me that love relies on fate. A notion I never truly believed until today, when I find myself convinced of it to a great extent." Her eyes concealed her disappointment as she continued, "Whether the bond is deep or shallow ultimately resides within one's heart. I cannot overcome this hurdle. Thus, it seems we are destined to remain merely as siblings in this life." At this juncture, she undoubtedly conveyed to Xiao Yuren that she had come to realize their true relationship as siblings. To Xiao Yuren's ears, the term siblings referred to their current status as cousins. Yet the implication of being merely siblings indicated that they could never become husband and wife. A shadow fell over Xiao Yuren's eyes as he let out a long sigh. He spoke softly, "I shall not interfere with your decision. Tomorrow, you will marry him, and I sincerely wish you happiness." His peach blossom eyes held a hint of warmth and mirth, yet were predominantly filled with sadness and resignation. Shu Xian laughed heartily, "Rest assured, I will be happy. However, my happiness is something I will fight for myself, not something bestowed upon me by others." For women of this era, their happiness was typically granted by their husbands. Yet she understood that her own happiness lay firmly within her grasp. Xiao Yuren sighed deeply. "You always said you wanted to find someone who truly loves you. I once thought I could be that person, but now I see that reality is far from my expectations. You should be well aware of the complexities involved in your marriage to Yushio. At this moment, I still wish to ask you, do you truly love Yushio?" He felt overwhelmed by the circumstances that were difficult to accept, yet impossible to disregard. The nature of her relationship with Yushio eluded him. Even if he understood it, what would it matter? She had stated that they could only be siblings. It was precisely this infuriating term that had cost him numerous opportunities in the past. Love Yushio? How could that be possible? A man like Yushio was not worthy of love. Yet at this moment, she found herself at a loss for how to answer his question and could only respond with a faint smile, "Whether I love or do not love, I am quite clear in my heart. Cousin, your question seems rather superfluous. You know my character. My love must be determined by me alone." On the 8th day of the 8th month, under the auspicious watch of the 6 gens, all affairs proceeded smoothly, heralding great fortune. The grand wedding of the Qin Wang remained unaffected by any wagers and unfolded magnificently within the imperial city. As the ceremony commenced, it brought joy to some while causing despair to others. Some faced losses of 10 to 1, while others gained tenfold. The path from the Xiang residence to the Qin Wang's estate was adorned with colorful banners and flowers, and the opulence of the wedding was astonishing. Reportedly costing only slightly less than that of the emperor's own nuptials, far surpassing that of the crown prince's wedding. The marriage of the 7th miss of the Xiang residence brought a collective sigh of relief from the men of the imperial city. The infamous ugly woman had finally been wed, freeing them from the worry of being chosen as a suitor by the prime minister. Shu Xian sat in her boudoir, listening to the cacophony outside, a smile of derision playing on her lips. Clad in a vibrant red wedding gown, the dragon and phoenix motifs boldly emblazoned upon it, she appeared a striking figure. The hideous right side of her face had been thickly coated with powder by the matchmaker, an attempt to mask the ghastly red marks. Yet the depth of those scars was such that the white powder could not conceal them, creating a grotesque contrast that made her once relatively delicate features all the more jarring. Shu Xian had initially intended to forego makeup, but upon seeing the matchmaker produce a powder as white as flour, she dismissed that thought. Since she was already deemed unattractive, she resolved to embrace that unattractiveness fully. The reflection in the copper mirror failed to reveal her countenance, yet she was acutely aware of her grotesque appearance. As she observed the trembling figure of the old woman beside her, a smile crept upon her lips as she inquired, "Lu Ma, do I appear beautiful?" Lu Ma, her teeth chattering, replied, "Miss Chi, you are extraordinarily beautiful, akin to a celestial being gracing the mortal realm. Dressed thus today, you truly embody the beauty that can sink fish and humble swans, the allure that eclipses the moon and shames the flowers." Upon uttering these words, she was drenched in cold sweat, realizing for the first time how agonizing it was to utter falsehoods and flatter insincerely. Shu Exine erupted into a fit of giggles, brushing her hand lightly against her right cheek, her smile taking on an odd twist as she remarked, "Indeed, Lu Ma's skills are unparalleled in the imperial city. Should I earn the favor of the prince today, I shall reward you handsomely. To sink fish and humble swans, to eclipse the moon and shame flowers. I fear, however, that this utterly hideous visage of mine might frighten both fish and swans to death, and cause the moon and flowers to cower in fright." She could not help but admire Lu Ma's talent for fabrication. With a grateful tone, Lu Ma expressed, "Thank you, Princess Qin." Yet internally, she was terrified. For Shu Exine's appearance was one that could inspire nightmares even in daylight. The notion of receiving a reward was beyond her contemplation. She merely hoped that the prince would not hold her accountable for any ill dreams he might have. She found it unfathomable that a man as extraordinary as the prince would consent to marry someone as plain as Shu Exine, who was not only unattractive but also utterly oblivious to her lack of charm. Yu Ling adorned herself in a pink gown, appearing delicate and lovely. Traditionally, women accompanying a bride in the Desert Empire were required to don bright red attire, but due to Shu Exine's peculiar looks, she had instructed Yu Ling to wear pink. Otherwise, they might struggle to distinguish the bride from the attendants, for such an unattractive bride was unprecedented. Once Lu Ma exited, Yu Ling stood anxiously beside Shu Exine and asked, "Miss, you and third young master are no longer possible. Why then do you present yourself in this manner before the prince? After all, he is your husband, are you not?" Shu Exine beamed at Yu Ling, saying, "What is this? Has little Yu Ling succumbed to springtime feelings? Would you like to marry the prince on my behalf today?" Yu Ling found her smile unsettling and sighed deeply. "Miss, I truly do not comprehend. You are already wed to the prince. How can you still appear before him in this manner? Are you not afraid of losing his favor?" Having accompanied Shu Exine for quite some time, she had absorbed many of her thoughts, yet she still believed that for a woman, failing to win her husband's affection after marriage was an exceedingly embarrassing predicament. Though she had always stood by Qiao Yuran, she now recognized their impossibility, causing her internal scales to tip in favor of Yu Xiao. Despite knowing her mistress's reluctance to wed the prince, the current state of affairs was difficult for her to accept. Shu Exine playfully tapped her on the head, exclaiming, "You are such a wishy-washy silly girl. After being by my side for so long, you've made no progress at all. If the prince cared about my looks, he would not have married me. He has sent so many gifts. Naturally, I must reciprocate. Should he dare to go back on his word, I shall bestow upon him gifts both precious and unique, for it would be a disservice to waste the prince's earnest intentions." Her lips curled into a cold smile, and her eyes were as frigid as ice. Moon's spirit had accompanied her for a considerable time, yet she had never witnessed such an expression on her face. Deep within, she silently prayed that today's events would not spiral into chaos due to her mistress's whims. Sitting before the bronze mirror, Shu Exine gently tapped the surface of the dressing table and softly inquired, "What are the odds you gathered about the wager yesterday? How much do they pay out now?" Moon Spirit replied, "Chen Yu informed me that the odds have reached 1 to 100. Now that the Prince of Qin is nearly at the door to propose, it is likely to rise to 1 to 200. Shu Exine giggled, "It seems the heavens have taken pity on my poverty and wish to bestow silver upon me." Moon's Spirit gasped, "Mistress, even at this juncture, do you still not wish to marry the Prince of Qin?" Shu Exine shot her a sidelong glance. "When have I ever expressed a desire to wed that scoundrel?" Moon's Spirit bit her lip and hesitantly said, "But, mistress, the third master is your own brother. If you refuse to marry such an exceptional man as the Prince of Qin, it seems no one will dare to take you as their bride." Shu Exine scoffed, "Are you worried that if your mistress cannot marry, you too shall remain unmarried, hence your anxiety?" Moon Spirit sighed, "I am not concerned for myself, but for you, mistress. I also feel a sense of dread for the Prince of Qin and worry for the master. Knowing your temperament, this marriage could very well lead to a considerable uproar, possibly causing a rift between the prince and the master, which may drag the entire residence into turmoil." Just then, a cacophony of firecrackers and gongs erupted from outside. Shu Exine snorted coldly, a smile spreading across her face. she realized that Yushio had arrived to propose. She mused to herself, the grand performance is about to commence. Moon Spirit hurriedly placed the phoenix crown upon Shu Xian's head, and once secured, she draped the bridal veil over her. Shu Xian grasped Moon Spirit's hand and said, I shall grant you one more opportunity. It is not too late for you to join me in this bridal procession. Moon Spirit, with a sulky demeanor, replied, Mistress, what time is it that you still speak of such things? My life belongs to you. Wherever you go, I shall follow. Although I know that your temperament will not allow for tranquility in your new home, I also understand that if I remain in the residence, those concubines will surely make my life miserable. While you are present, they dare not act against me, but once you marry, I am acutely aware of my fate. Shu Xian sighed. Life in the Prince of Qin's residence will certainly not be as serene as it is here. Your loyalty may lead you to endure much hardship. Moon Spirit, with unwavering resolve, declared, I fear nothing. What is there to be afraid of? If calamity should truly befall us, my mistress would never abandon me. Shu Xian regarded her with a long sigh. You truly are a foolish girl. She opened her mouth, but ultimately refrained from speaking further. Some words were better left unvoiced. And she chose to let events unfold naturally. Yushio arrived at the residence on a fine chestnut steed, a magnificent creature of pure breed, unmistakably a fine horse. Draped in a resplendent crimson ceremonial robe, he sat astride his steed. A stark contrast to his usual attire of subtle white garments that exuded an air of nobility and ethereal detachment from the mundane world. Yet today, this vivid red attire imbued him with an aura of festivity. A gentle smile lingered on his lips, enhancing his handsome features with a touch of warmth. His elongated eyes sparkled with mirth and a hint of joy, rendering him more relatable to the world around him. Regardless of his attire, the Prince of Qin was a true dragon among men. As Yushio gazed at her, veiled by a wedding canopy, he found himself momentarily entranced. Her appearance, if not for her countenance, would ignite a myriad of fantasies in his mind. She possessed a striking figure, her tall frame and slender waist complemented by shoulders that appeared sculpted. However, the thought of her temperament dimmed his admiration. Despite his strategic orchestration of this union, he was now beset by an unexpected complexity of emotions. To him, marrying her seemed infinitely more appealing than he had anticipated. Initially, his intent to wed her was driven solely by ulterior motives, selecting her based on rumors of her unattractiveness and volatile nature. To him, women were mere symbols devoid of personal significance. Their beauty or lack thereof was irrelevant since he had no intention of falling in love. Yet, through their recent interactions, he found himself irresistibly drawn to her, the scars of his past fading in her presence. Her wit and vibrant spirit elicited genuine admiration, marking her as the most extraordinary woman he had ever encountered. With this realization, a subtle smile graced Yushio's lips. Marrying her promised to be far more enjoyable than he had conceived, ensuring his forthcoming days in the royal residence would not be so dreary. He recalled the previous day's clumsy attempt to deliver a token of affection to her family. A wave of helplessness washing over him as he noted her apparent reluctance to marry him. Yet, in his heart, her willingness or lack thereof bore no true consequence. She was destined to become his bride. Though he acknowledged the somewhat unscrupulous nature of his approach, it could not alter his plans. As he observed her being guided into the bridal sedan, a smirk formed on his lips. He had anticipated her to be vexed by his actions, knowing her spirited nature would likely lead to some form of resistance. To his surprise, she exhibited an unexpected docility, defying his expectations entirely. The journey to the wedding was remarkably smooth. He had assumed her bond with Qiao Yuran was profound enough that, should Qiao be a man, he would have intervened. Although he had been informed of Qiao's recent illness rendering her bedridden, he had taken precautions, deploying personnel along the route to avert any unforeseen disruptions. However, contrary to his expectations, the procession unfolded without incident, devoid of any disturbances. The air was filled with the jubilant cheers of men and the lamentations of women. Men rejoiced at Yushio's union with Shu Xian, celebrating the removal of a nuisance from Feiyan City, while women mourned the loss of a golden bachelor in the capital. Upon the procession's arrival at the Shu residence, Yushio exhaled a sigh of relief. Yet, as he reflected on his own actions, a jolt of realization struck him. When had he become so apprehensive about gain and loss? Was it his concern for her that made him wary of her potential tricks? A wave of silence washed over her heart, though her countenance remained composed. Yushio approached the bridal sedan and symbolically kicked the door, before lifting the joyous curtain to extend a beautifully tied red silk ribbon to her. The ribbon was as soft as water, and Yushio's expression mirrored that gentleness. Shu Xian obediently accepted the crimson ribbon. gracefully stepping out from the sedan adorned with a vibrant red veil. However, upon exiting, she paused and tenderly called towards the sedan, "Chasing Wind, you may come down too." The onlookers were taken aback by her words. Was there another person in the bridal sedan? This was an unprecedented occurrence. Never had they heard of a bride concealing someone within her carriage. Upon hearing her remark, Yushio's eyes turned icy, though his smile remained gentle. Internally, he sighed, recognizing that she had indeed taken action, albeit in a manner entirely unforeseen by him. His mind began to ponder her intentions. A sweet, youthful voice emerged from within the sedan. "Yes, mother." With that, a cherubic little boy stepped out, his beauty striking, particularly his bright, lively eyes. Despite his charm, the single utterance of mother from the boy stunned the gathered crowd into silence. The bride had borne a child before marriage, and here stood a boy of considerable age. Good heavens, had the Qin Wang what a woman of ill repute? Everyone present had heard of Shu Xian's notorious reputation, but they were astonished to discover that, beyond her infamous tales, she had so blatantly disregarded propriety. The crowd exchanged glances, each reflecting shock, which soon morphed into sympathy. Yet, such sentiments remained unvoiced. Who would dare confront the Qin Wang, known for his formidable presence? Upon hearing the boy call her mother, the customary, elegant smile on Yushio's face froze. He felt a deep-seated rage, yet was rendered powerless. He recognized her audacity and disregard for societal norms, but he never anticipated her boldness would extend so far as to tarnish her own reputation. To her, this additional blemish might seem trivial, yet to him, it was a source of profound humiliation. The notion of an unmarried woman bearing a child was a scandalous concept indeed. Yushio had been vigilant against her maneuvers, yet he had underestimated her courage. He distinctly recalled her entering the sedan alone, yet when had the child slipped inside? Had he been there prior to Yushio's arrival at the Xiong residence? The sedan was a possession of the Xiong family, and despite his meticulous planning, he had overlooked this crucial detail. However, as the bridal procession was a matter of sentiment and propriety, he found it difficult to scrutinize the carriage, especially since he had never foreseen she would employ such a stratagem. Yushio smiled softly and inquired, "What is the princess up to?" Shu Xian, her face concealed beneath the bridal veil, could not be seen, yet her playful laughter rang out. "Though I know bringing Chasing Wind to marry the prince may not be ideal, he has always been exceptionally well-behaved. I simply couldn't bear to leave him behind in the Xiong residence, so I decided to bring my son along with me. There is no need for the prince to inquire about the identity of the child's father, for it is abundantly clear in his heart." Her voice was barely above a whisper, audible only to Yushio. She understood that Yushio must surely believe that Chasing Wind was the offspring of her and Xiao Yuran, and the ensuing verbal sparring promised to be quite entertaining. She eagerly anticipated his reaction. Anyone daring to speak insincerely in her presence or to impose upon her would inevitably face a tenfold retaliation. Let us see whether Yushio values his own reputation more than the pleasure of mocking her. The smile on Yushio's face deepened, his elongated eyes narrowing slightly as he regarded Shu Xian with a nonchalant expression. "Since Miss Seven has already boarded the bridal sedan, she is now considered my princess. However, while the royal residence is vast, it cannot accommodate this little Chasing Wind." Upon witnessing the shift in Yushio's demeanor, Qing Long recognized that the prince was seething with rage. Had it not been for the presence of numerous guests, he would have readily dismembered Chasing Wind on the spot. Qing Long approached Chasing Wind and said, "Little fellow, today marks the prince's wedding day. Do not cause a ruckus here. Uncle will give you some sweets shortly." With that, he attempted to carry Chasing Wind away. The gravity of the situation was evident to all. Before Qing Long could reach him, Chasing Wind swiftly turned and evaded his grasp. Leaping to Shu Xian's side, "I am not here to cause trouble. Today, my mother is getting married, and I intend to stay with her." Though Chasing Wind lacked martial prowess, he had grown up in the bustling marketplace, adept at discerning danger, particularly since Shu Xian had previously given him careful instructions before the wedding. Qing Long chuckled, "Little fellow, you have mistaken your target. You are embracing the future princess, not your mother." With a slight huff, Chasing Wind retorted in a childish voice, "I warn you, I am not just any little fellow. I have a name, Chasing Wind. I have not made a mistake. Your future princess is indeed my mother." His words were pronounced with clarity and authority. To reinforce his statement, he tightened his grip on Shu Xian's hand, which she willingly reciprocated. Though Shu Xian could not discern Yushio's expression beneath the bridal veil, she could easily envision the look of astonishment that must have crossed his face, dispelling her earlier melancholy. One must inevitably face the consequences of their actions, and today's farce would serve as Yushio's reckoning. The onlookers, upon hearing Chasing Wind's declaration, wore expressions of firm conviction. It appeared that Miss Shu, indeed, had not adhered to proper decorum, having borne such a sizable child. They could not help but wonder how Shu Xiang had managed to raise his daughter. Yet, they secretly admired Shu Xiang for having kept such a significant secret within the residence for so long, without anyone being the wiser. His discretion was truly remarkable. Due to the emperor's ill health, he was unable to attend Yu Xiu's grand wedding, and the empress, occupied with caring for the ailing emperor, also did not attend. The crown prince remained in the south, dispatched by the emperor to manage flood relief, and had yet to return. Consequently, only a few princes and princesses from the royal family graced the occasion. The unexpected turn of events left them in utter shock. This was undoubtedly a scandal for the royal family. However, as the majority of the guests were high-ranking officials, the abruptness of the situation rendered any attempts to intervene far too late. Qinglong cast a glance at Yu Xiu, noticing that although his expression remained largely unchanged, his eyes were as cold as ice, and even the aura surrounding him felt like a chilling frost, freezing those nearby to the core. He contemplated seizing Chasing Wind, yet to act in front of so many would only serve to highlight his intentions. Neither could he kill nor capture him. Zhu Ke approached Chasing Wind and said, "Little brother, you must have mistaken someone. How could the Qin King's consort possibly be your mother?" With that, her striking eyes locked onto his. Zhu Ke, renowned not only for her unparalleled lightness of foot, but also for having studied soul-capturing techniques under the southern barbarian saintess, could control another's actions merely by gazing into their eyes. The highest level of this technique allowed one to ensnare their target within their aura simply by speaking. Yet Zhu Qiu's mastery was not so profound. She still required eye contact. Shu Xin was aware that Yu Xiu was flanked by 4 formidable experts. Apart from Zhu Ke, she had encountered the other 3 before and had previously investigated their backgrounds. Knowing that Zhu Ke possessed the soul-capturing skill, upon seeing a woman emerge, she deduced that it was indeed Zhu Ke. Consequently, she became cautious and immediately embraced Chasing Wind, rendering Zhu Qiu's technique ineffective. Through the veil, Shu Xin declared, "He has not mistaken anyone. He is indeed my son." Her voice rang out loud and clear, melodious yet striking fear into the hearts of those present. She would not afford them the opportunity to act against her and Chasing Wind. Zhu Ke, taken aback by the ineffectiveness of her technique, realized from Shu Xin's reaction that she had anticipated her move. Her gaze darkened. This Shu Xin appeared more formidable than she had initially presumed. Yu Xiu observed Qinglong and Zhu Qiu's failure with a slight tightening of his lips and a deepening of his gaze. Sensing that Shu Xin had come prepared, indicating that today's events were premeditated, was she so unwilling to marry him? Did she prefer to tarnish her reputation rather than accept her fate? A wave of inexplicable anger surged within him, igniting a desire for violence. Most of those present were high-ranking officials, who had merely speculated about this connection until Shu Xin's admission solidified the truth of her illegitimate child, nailing it to the proverbial board. Upon hearing her declaration, everyone instinctively turned their gaze toward the Qin King, as this was his wedding. They awaited his reaction, curious about how he would navigate this predicament and save face. The ministers aligned with the Qin King loathed Shu Xin for her actions, which seemed to ruin his reputation, while the Crown Prince's faction reveled in the spectacle, eager to witness how he would contend for the throne now. Royalty is particularly concerned with honor, and the Qin King's consort had already placed a significant stigma upon him before their marriage by bearing his child out of wedlock, making it exceedingly difficult for him to maintain his dignity in court thereafter. The smile on Yu Xiu's face vanished as the eyes of the assembly turned towards him. He longed to rend Shu Xin into 1,000 pieces. Her cruelty was unparalleled, and this move had stripped him of all semblance of honor. He could overlook her not being a virgin. At worst, he could marry her and never touch her again. However, at this moment, she had brought forth such a large child during their grand wedding, casting an enormous green hat upon him. How could he possibly endure this? Yu Xiu's hand clenched into a fist within his sleeve. If it were permissible, he would have relished the thought of tearing her apart. Yet, under the scrutinizing gazes of the crowd, despite his inner fury erupting like a volcano, he could only suppress it. Nevertheless, the icy aura emanating from him betrayed his sentiments entirely. Yu Xiu slowly approached Shu Exine, who was merely separated from him by the vibrant red embroidered ball. A distance that, though only 3 feet, felt like an insurmountable chasm. This marriage was originally intended as a political alliance. Shu Xiang's 10 daughters had all wed high-ranking officials, some even entering the palace as consorts, yet none were betrothed to the crown prince. The last remaining daughter was to marry the king of Qin. A union solidified the moment the emperor issued the imperial decree. However, should the king of Qin choose to annul the engagement, or, worse, harm Shu Exine publicly. Their alliance would collapse. The implications behind this union were fraught with complexities. The Crown Prince's faction could not help but feel a sense of triumph. Whether the King of Qin withdrew his proposal or proceeded with the marriage, he would become the subject of ridicule throughout the imperial city. They had initially contemplated ways to sabotage the union, yet now they found themselves victorious without lifting a finger. The spectators, aware of these intricate relations, observed the wedding scene, which should have been filled with joyous celebration, transform into an atmosphere of profound silence. Everyone held their breath, awaiting the King of Qin's next move. Yushio stood beside Shu Exine, a smile reappearing on his lips, gentle as a spring breeze in March, warm as the winter sun. His eyes sparkled with mirth as he reached for the child, chasing wind, but Shu Exine, sensing his aura, clutched the child tightly. Knowing that if he were to take chasing wind away, the child would be in grave danger. Ignoring Yushio, Shu Exine held chasing wind even closer. And when Yushio's hand brushed against hers, a sharp pain shot through him. Startled, he looked down to find a large blister forming on his hand, causing him to wonder what she had applied to her skin. Was it poison? It seemed she had prepared for this encounter, even going so far as to bring poison with her. If Yushio had known that Shu Exine was a master of toxins, he would have been at a loss for words. Seeing that he could not seize chasing wind, Yushio smiled at Shu Exine and remarked, "I had intended to reveal the child's identity after some time, but it appears the princess is rather impatient, bringing him here today. Very well. There is no better day than today. Before the esteemed officials gathered here, I shall declare chasing wind as my heir." He contemplated the repercussions of his words, yet chose to gamble with her. This proclamation also served as a gesture of concession, hoping she would recognize the advantage and not press further. Upon hearing this, the crowd gasped in astonishment. Could it be that this child was the offspring of the King of Qin and Shu Exine? Had they been enamored with each other for years? Yet, the boy appeared to be 4 or 5 years old, and 5 years prior was when the King of Qin wed Gu Shishi. Did this mean that during his affection for Gu Shishi, he had been unwilling to marry Shu Exine? Is it possible that the integrity of King Qin is not as commendable as the rumors suggest? While he marries Gu Shishi, he is entangled with Shu Exine. However, it is said that Shu Exine is remarkably unattractive. Surely King Qin's taste cannot be so poor. Or perhaps Shu Exine is not as hideous as the tales depict, enough to captivate the king's heart? As the crowd gazed at chasing wind, they noted his resemblance to Yushio, particularly in the nose and mouth, which were almost identical. Numerous conjectures swirled in their minds, leaving them perplexed about the true nature of the two individuals. If chasing wind is indeed the son of King Qin, then Shu Exine would not be considered to have betrayed Yushio. Hearing Yushio's words, Shu Exine couldn't help but chuckle. This Yushio truly possesses remarkable composure. She used chasing wind's name to mock him, yet he managed to endure. Recognizing chasing wind as his legitimate son for the sake of his reputation and status, this courage and adaptability were genuinely admirable. Yet, chasing wind was not her biological son, and she was far from the delicate woman he envisioned. She had clearly warned him, but he dismissed her caution, persisting in his obstinacy, and today, he must face the consequences of his unilateral decisions. Not every matter is within his control, nor is every fate dictated by him. A pawn. She refused to be their pawn, nor would she be a victim of a political marriage. His actions not only salvaged his reputation in front of the crowd, but also conveyed that regardless of her past, he bore no grudge, and even proclaimed her son as the heir. She truly admired his ability to make decisive choices on the spot. Yet, it was merely admiration. She had no intention of marrying him today. Her purpose was to disrupt the proceedings. His decisiveness only made her more determined to worsen the situation. Shu Exine spoke with a clear voice. "Your Highness, I truly admire your magnanimity. However, I must clarify that Feng is not your son. Have you forgotten that day?" At this point, she intentionally paused, leaving ample room for speculation among the onlookers. She was acutely aware of the power of speaking only half a sentence. Chapter 52. Retribution. The smile on Yushio's face froze once more, despite his significant concession. She remained unyielding. Today, it seemed she would not relent easily. He genuinely grasped the essence of the saying. It is better to offend a rogue than a woman, especially one who is destined to become his princess. How could her audacity reach such heights? Her actions were utterly incomprehensible. Yushio's narrow eyes narrowed slightly as he softly spoke. "I have long wished to explain that day to you. In truth, that person was I." That day? Which day? He could not ascertain, nor could he know. He felt ensnared by her, compelled to follow her lead, fervently hoping she would recognize when to withdraw and not push the boundaries too far. Generally, he maintained control over his surroundings, never having experienced such a loss of composure. His heart blazed with a fury on the verge of eruption. Had he not understood her temperament, had he not anticipated her refusal to let matters rest, he might have been driven to madness by her today. Yet, despite his inner turmoil, his countenance remained serene, betraying no signs of his emotions. Shu Xen found it immensely amusing. Beneath her veil, she struggled to suppress her laughter, striving to keep her voice steady as she replied, "My lord, you truly misunderstand. You were clearly at Xuanxiang courtyard that day. I went there seeking you, only to find." She paused, then continued, "I had intended to keep that matter buried within my heart, but every time I see you, I am consumed by guilt. My lord, I cannot overcome this within myself." She was utterly unaware of whom she referred to as he, yet she declared to all that chasing wind was not Yuxiu's son. To Yuxiu's ears, everything was intertwined with Qiao Yuran. As she valiantly suppressed her laughter, her voice trembled slightly, sounding to others as though she were lamenting. The crowd was taken aback by her words. It appeared that the bond between the Qin Wang and Gu Sisi was not as unbreakable as the rumors suggested, for he had indeed been entangled with Shu Xian and had even visited a brothel. Her statement confirmed what many had merely speculated. At that moment, Yulin discerned Shu Xian's intentions. Although he shared a closer rapport with Yuxiu than many of the other princes, Yuxiu's reserved nature left him uncertain of any entanglement with Shu Xian. Yet, recalling how they interacted that day, perhaps there was some truth to it. He wished to extricate Yuxiu from this predicament, yet he did not know how, as he was not directly involved. Yulin approached Shu Xian's side and gently said, "Fifth sister-in-law, perhaps we should discuss your matters with the crown prince at a later time. I can see that the fifth prince holds you in great affection. It would be prudent to avoid unnecessary conflict." At that moment, he felt he had no choice but to act as a mediator, secretly hoping Shu Xian would heed his words. Shu Xian responded with a faint smile, recognizing Yulin's voice and sensing his goodwill. However, today she was intent on causing a stir and had no intention of seeking peace. With a hint of grievance in her voice, she lamented, "Is it better to avoid trouble than to confront it? Have I ever been a source of trouble? I merely wish to recount the events of years past. Do you have any idea of the injustices I have endured over these years? Though the Qin prince holds a lofty position of power and reputation, I have borne this burden for far too long, constantly tormented by my own conscience. Each time I reflect upon those past events, I find myself unable to sleep in the darkness of night, perpetually suffering." Her voice was soft, yet just loud enough for those nearby to hear. Yulin sighed. As he was not directly involved, he remained unaware of what truly transpired between them, rendering him speechless. Moreover, even the parties involved seemed oblivious to the full extent of the situation, leaving others in the dark as well. Yuxiu could feel the gaze of those around him. At that moment, he wished to silence Shu Xian, or perhaps incapacitate her. Yet, he was acutely aware of her caution, fearing that any action on his part might provoke her to act even more rashly, having already suffered a setback from her earlier antics. Could he simply allow her to continue her nonsensical tirade? Yuxiu clenched his teeth tightly, finally articulating, "So you have concealed so much from me, Shu Xian. How can you justify your actions toward me?" Pausing, his eyes icy, he commanded, "Summon someone. The princess has strayed from her duties and consorted with others. Confine her to the east courtyard. No one is permitted to enter without my express permission." He could no longer tolerate her behavior. If he did not act decisively now, who knew what further declarations she might make? Yet, even in his fury, he remained rational, refraining from calling off their engagement. Once the bridal sedan was carried into the palace gates, she would be his princess, regardless of whether a formal ceremony took place. Her status was already established. Her outrageous conduct today, should it reach the ears of Shu Xiang, would only instill guilt in him, furthering Yuxiu's plans. His narrow, piercing eyes fixed intensely on Shu Xian, his demeanor devoid of its usual gentility, his gaze deep as an ocean, yet fraught with helplessness. However, as he recalled other matters, his eyes sparkled with cunning. Though she had embarrassed him today, he would not easily let her off the hook. Upon hearing his words, Shu Xian felt a surge of pride. Today, everything was within her control. If he wished to play, she would engage him thoroughly. She was acutely aware that men were often more swayed by women's words. For men, taking multiple wives was commonplace. While a woman's deviation from her marital duties was a profound disgrace, no one would expect a woman to tarnish her own reputation in such a setting, unless she had no intention of marrying. The truth was, Shu Xian indeed did not wish to marry Yuxiu. In reality, her reputation was already tarnished, and she cared little about further damage. Yet, she still needed to maintain appearances. Shu Xian spoke with a tone of profound regret. "Your Highness, I truly did not intend for this to happen. I acknowledge that I was at fault that day, but I implore you to consider our years as husband and wife and allow us to complete the ceremonial rites before punishing me. She had no desire to participate in the wedding ceremony with him, yet since it was merely an act, she resolved to portray the role with utmost realism, ensuring that the unique essence of a forlorn wife was fully expressed. Moreover, she was acutely aware that the more she insisted, the less likely Yushio would agree to the ceremony. Most importantly, Yushio's refusal would mean a substantial influx of silver for her. If her calculations were accurate, she would earn not merely 1,000,000 taels, but rather 2,000,000. Additionally, she managed to vent all the frustrations she had endured during her time with him, and that sensation was indescribably gratifying. Yet, amidst this exhilaration, thoughts of her relationship with Qiao Yuran stirred a bittersweet ache within her heart. Was he doing well today? Had his fever subsided? He was well aware that they were siblings, yet he still uttered those words to her. Perhaps he was indeed braver than she, while she struggled to overcome her own barriers, despite being but a lingering spirit from another realm. Chasing Wind interjected, "Father, Mother has told me about that day. It truly has nothing to do with her." His voice was filled with a sense of injustice, though his dark eyes darted about. Upon hearing Chasing Wind's words, Shu Xian could not help but chuckle. The boy was remarkably clever. She had not instructed him to refer to Yushio as father, yet he instinctively did so. It seemed he grasped her intentions, eagerly fanning the flames of chaos, oblivious to the fact that he could not possibly comprehend events that transpired before his birth. Yet, amidst the revelry of the crowd, who would notice such a detail? Yushio gritted his teeth in anger. She was far too excessive, pushing boundaries relentlessly. He replied coolly, "Some mistakes, once made, leave no room for correction. This marriage cannot proceed. Having brought matters to such a juncture, how could there still be a wedding?" While she had placed the proverbial green hat upon him, she could not fasten it securely. What infuriated him further was being unjustly portrayed as someone who frequented brothels. The most enraging part was that the entire world believed he had taken advantage of her. The most vexing aspect was that he had no choice but to wear that green hat. His hands clenched tightly beneath his ceremonial robe. He had marked this account, not only against Shu Xian, but also against Qiao Yuran. Shu Xian, in a sorrowful tone, said, "The fault lies with me. I beg you, Your Highness, do not blame my father. He is entirely unaware of this matter." At this moment, she felt the need to remind Yushio not to forget her identity, nor the root of the situation. She also sought to caution him that, despite his anger, he must not lose sight of his plans. If victory was the aim, it must be absolute, without allowing Yushio to inflict harm upon her. Yushio replied coldly, "I shall explain this matter to Minister Shu, but I do not intend to annul the engagement. Although we have not wed, having entered the Prince of Qin's residence today, you shall never escape for the rest of your life." Shu Xian's voice trembled with despair. "Your Highness, I recognize my error in this matter, but you cannot evade responsibility either. Therefore, I implore you to show mercy and allow a path for me and the child. Although the Wind is not your biological son, the situation arose because of you, and you must bear some responsibility." Unable to leave the Qin Wang residence? A jest. There is no place in this world that can confine her. Yet, she must continue to play this role, especially before the court officials. Today, the one who lost face is not only her, but also Yushio, who should be said to have lost even more dignity. His previously lofty reputation has been utterly shattered. She remains indifferent to how others perceive her. Thus, it matters not. Shu Xian tightened her embrace around Chasing Wind. While she disregarded her own predicament, she had to consider Chasing Wind, for he is innocent. Today's events will undoubtedly enrage Yushio, and given his temperament, he will not let it rest easily. Yushio's eyes brimmed with murderous intent. He realized that once her words were uttered, he could not lay a finger on Chasing Wind. Those present were all officials of the court. If he were to harm a child, he would be deemed exceedingly cruel. Furthermore, he could never act against Chasing Wind again, for should anything befall him, the entire world would attribute it to him. In that case, he would bear the infamy of being a brutal tyrant. After all, even a tiger does not consume its young. This hidden loss vexed Yushio greatly, yet he found himself powerless against her. He replied coolly, "The fault lies with you. The child is innocent, and this prince will not let his wrath fall upon him." Though he had lost thoroughly, he could not lose his composure before the crowd. Despite his simmering anger, he could not allow others to perceive him as a cruel man. Upon hearing Yushio's words, Shu Xian felt reassured that Chasing Wind was safe, and she released him, taking his hand and offering a slight bow to Yushio. "Thus, I thank His Highness. Your generosity is truly admirable." Regardless of whether he wished to acknowledge it, he had indeed donned this proverbial green cap. The only regret was not witnessing his expression. What a pity. She understood that her commotion would likely lead Yuxiu to shift the blame onto Qiao Yuran. However, how he chose to do so was his prerogative. Their relationship was already strained, and a further deterioration would matter little. As Shu Xian bowed, a gust of wind swept through, dislodging her veil. As she lifted her head, a chorus of gasps arose. Among the crowd, several women, upon seeing her appearance, could not suppress their cries, and one timid soul fainted on the spot. Everyone internally remarked, "Ugly, truly too ugly." One wonders how she could ever have been associated with Yuxiu. It seems the Qin Wang's taste is rather questionable. It is a shame that the exquisite Gu Sisi fell to the hands of this hideous woman. Had she lived, she might have died of indignation. Seeing her countenance, Yuxiu's expression darkened, resembling the ominous sky before a tempest. She seemed intent on creating further chaos. Her face was already grotesque in its own right, and with such makeup, one could only imagine the fright it would instill in the dark of night. The right half of her face, stained crimson, was obscured by patches of white powder, while the left side, seemingly intact, was adorned with bright red rouge after being dusted with the same powder. A dark smudge encircled her eyes, and her lips were accentuated with a vibrant red lipstick, exaggerated in size. In her current guise, even a true demon would appear more exquisite. Zhu Ke and Qing Long exchanged glances, both perceiving surprise and disgust in each other's eyes. What an audacious woman she was. Qing Long had encountered Xu Xin before. Though he found her unattractive, he had never deemed her as repulsive as she appeared today. Yulin slightly furrowed his brow. During their meeting at the Qinwangfu, Xu Xin's aura had imparted a unique charm, even amidst her plainness. However, today, she embodied not only ugliness but also vulgarity. Yuxiu sighed. Despite his displeasure, he managed to compose himself, his voice remaining remarkably gentle as he addressed Xu Xin. The actions of the princess consort today have been duly noted. He then leaned closer to her ear, whispering, "In due time, I shall repay you tenfold." Xu Xin replied with a light smile, "If my memory serves me correctly, I have previously advised the prince against marrying me, and the prince conceded to my persuasion. Therefore, regarding today's events, you cannot blame me. It is entirely your own doing." Her voice was barely audible, known only to Yuxiu. He straightened up, speaking loudly enough for all to hear. "Qing Long, escort the princess consort to the eastern courtyard." With that, he turned his head and strode into the royal residence. The nails of his hand, concealed in his sleeve, had embedded into his flesh. For so many years, he had orchestrated everything, yet today was an undeniable exception. A tide of fury surged within him, almost overwhelming him. He had been careless. He should have sealed her vocal cords when he went to fetch her, preventing her from speaking recklessly. Yet, regardless of Yuxiu's willingness to admit it, today's contest had ended in his defeat, and a thorough one at that. Although he had always recognized her intelligence, he had not anticipated her audacity to such an extreme. Today, he had underestimated her, falling into her trap. From now on, he would no longer regard her lightly. Despite his loss today, she remained within his grasp, and he possessed ample opportunities to render her life a torment, where she could neither live nor die. Qing Long addressed the assembly. Though today's events were unforeseen, the prince expresses his gratitude to all esteemed officials for taking the time to attend his wedding. Please take your seats. Regardless of the circumstances, the banquet must continue. The farce had been witnessed, yet the guests could not simply be dismissed. Thus, the officials of the Damo dynasty partook in the most unpalatable wedding feast imaginable. Years later, they would still recall the heavy atmosphere of menace, the peculiar ambience, and the unappetizing fare, leading most to excuse themselves after barely a few bites. Observing this scene, Yulin could not help but sigh. It seemed his royal brother had indeed encountered trouble. Xu Xin, accompanied by Chasing Wind and Moon Spirit, took up residence in the eastern courtyard under Zhu Qiue's watchful eye. Upon entering the courtyard, Zhu Ke opened the door, revealing a pungent mustiness that greeted them, along with overgrown weeds in the neglected yard. Xu Xin pursed her lips, unable to suppress a grin. She initially believed that residing in the east courtyard, as arranged by Yuxiu, would offer some semblance of comfort. However, it turned out to be nothing more than a desolate space akin to a cold palace. Was Yuxiu truly underestimating her, thinking that such a dreary courtyard could confine her? Zhu Ke observed Xu Xin's tranquil demeanor with cold disdain, utterly perplexed by how a woman could possess such audacity. To speak so shamelessly in public was beyond her comprehension. Perceiving the contempt in Zhu Qiue's gaze, Xu Xin's dark eyes flickered as she retrieved a piece of jewelry from her bosom and presented it to Zhu Ke, saying, "Miss Zhu Ke, I implore you to speak kindly of me before the prince in the future." Her tone was laced with sorrow. Believing that bribing Zhu Ke with a gift from Yuxiu was an advantageous transaction, Zhu Qiue's expression remained frosty as she declined the jewelry, responding coolly. You possess the audacity to commit such acts today. Surely you must also bear the consequences? Having served alongside Yushio for a decade, she was keenly aware of his affairs and knew well that he had not even laid eyes on Shuxin before their engagement, let alone had any illicit relations with her. Furthermore, she comprehended that her prince was a man of exceptional caliber, marrying Shuxin merely as a means to an end. It was inconceivable that he would hold any genuine affection for her. Zhu Ke also recognized that the remarkably unattractive woman before her was merely attempting to embarrass the prince she admired so deeply. With a sigh, Shuxin lamented, "The prince has treated me with such kindness. I truly do not wish to deceive him. Today's events were entirely beyond my control." She resolved to play the wronged woman to the fullest, even though she knew that Zhu Ke would likely remain skeptical. Zhu Ke turned her head away, scoffing, "Your tricks may work on others, but do not feign innocence before me. Now that you are here, you shall never escape this place." Her voice was frigid and dripping with scorn. A flicker of surprise crossed Shuxin's mind. It appeared that this woman was not as easily manageable as she had presumed. Zhu Ke remarked coldly, "I cannot fathom why, after your actions, the prince has yet to command your execution. Whether it is due to your luck or the prince's mercy remains to be seen. Prepare to remain here for the rest of your days." With that, she forcefully pushed Shuxin inside. Shuxin furrowed her brow, soon hearing the sound of a lock clicking shut. Zhu Ke had secured the door, indicating that Yushio intended to imprison her here. Yuling sighed, asking, "Miss, what shall we do now?" Her mistress's audacity was truly terrifying. Who knew how frightened she had been standing beside Shuxin today, hearing her words and feeling Yushio's icy presence. Shuxin pursed her lips and replied, "What shall we do? We must devise a plan to escape. How could a living person be confined by this inanimate structure?" With that, she began to survey the surroundings of the house. After a thorough inspection, Shuxin's brows knitted in concern. The east courtyard was surrounded by towering walls. Scaling them, given their capabilities, seemed implausible, as the only items within the room were a few dilapidated tables and chairs, offering no means of leverage. Even if they stacked everything available, it would barely reach the midpoint of the walls. As they entered, she surveyed the so-called eastern courtyard, situated above a small lake, surrounded by water on 3 sides. The only exit had been sealed by the Zhu Ke, and she scrutinized the iron door, forged from pure metal, without a key. Neither she nor Yuling possessed the strength to force it open. It appeared that Yushio was intent on trapping her here. Indeed, he aimed to confine Shu Xian within this place, as the eastern courtyard was originally constructed as a prison, fortified to an extreme degree. It was evident that a frail woman like Shu Xian, devoid of any martial prowess, would find escape impossible. Even skilled fighters would struggle to flee from such a stronghold. Seeing the dire situation, Yuling timidly asked, "Miss, what shall we do now?" Shu Xian retorted with anger, "What shall we do? Feast on cold dishes? That despicable Yushio intends to imprison me here indefinitely." She harbored no fear of Yushio. She believed that escaping from this room was well within her capabilities, thanks to her exceptional swimming skills. However, both Yuling and Chasing Wind were not aquatic, which made her suspect that Yushio's intention to confine them together was merely a ruse to restrain her. Yuling, sensing her fury, dared not speak further. Yet Chasing Wind, oblivious to the gravity of their plight, exclaimed, "Mother, I'm hungry." Shu Xian felt a wave of despondency wash over her. Indeed, her own stomach had been rumbling for quite some time. The mention of hunger made her feel even more irritable. She lamented silently about the abhorrent custom of forbidding food during the wedding, despite having previously arranged for Yuling to sneak some food from the kitchen. Now, however, she was famished. In frustration, she declared, "If you're hungry, let us just slaughter that wretched Yushio for a meal." Earlier, when she had inspected the courtyard, she noticed the absence of any food supplies. The thought of relying on Yushio to send meals was utterly absurd. Now she grasped his true intention for leaving her here, as he sought to starve her, to eliminate her invisibly. Both Chasing Wind and Yuling fell silent at her outburst. Chasing Wind, however, glanced around and spotted a turtle basking in the sun in the corner. He shouted, "Mother, look, there's a turtle over there." Shu Xian paused, and indeed, there was a turtle nearly the size of a basin. Her face lit up with a smile. "Yushio, oh Yushio, you think it's easy to starve me? Today, I shall feast on your kin. And another day I shall strip your skin and savor your flesh." With that, she approached the turtle, delighted by its plump form, and cheerfully announced to Yuling and Chasing Wind, "Today, we shall enjoy a delightful turtle soup." Yuling and Chasing Wind exchanged startled glances, as a rumor circulated in the Dune Empire that turtles were sacred beings from the heavens, deemed inedible. Thus, When Shu Xian uttered her intentions, both were greatly alarmed. Ignoring the astonished expressions of the two, Shu Xian gleefully carried the turtle into the kitchen. Fortunately, when Yushio constructed this courtyard, he thoughtfully equipped the kitchen with all necessary utensils, which had not been cleared away. Surprisingly, oil, salt, and firewood were all present. Although time had passed, they remained usable. In the 21st century, Shu Xian excelled in the culinary arts, possessing remarkable skills in the kitchen. Despite the less-than-ideal conditions, this did not hinder her performance. With great efficiency, she cleaned the turtle and had Yuling tend to the fire, while she wielded the spatula, creating a delightful symphony of clinks and clatters. Within a quarter of an hour, a tantalizing aroma wafted through the air. The three of them, famished, could not help but salivate at the scent. Yuling inquired, "Miss, are we truly eating this?" Shu Xian, with a fierce glint in her almond-shaped eyes, retorted, "Do you have anything else to eat?" Yuling shook her head, but added, "But miss, if we consume this, will the celestial beings in the heavens not hold us accountable?" Shu Xian rolled her eyes and replied, "Where we come from, such naturally raised turtles are rare. Consuming them is a great tonic. If you fear the celestial beings' retribution, then just hand over your share to me. Your miss is still hungry." With that, she attempted to snatch Yuling's bowl. Yuling tightly guarded her bowl, deciding that satisfying her hunger was of far greater importance than worrying about celestial retribution, which was uncertain at best. As she ate, she asked, "Miss, did you not grow up in the Xiang residence? How have you never seen such a turtle before?" After just one bite, she discovered the turtle's meat was tender and delectable, a culinary delight she had never encountered. Yet her curiosity compelled her to voice her question. Shu Xian paused, tapping her head with chopsticks, and retorted, "If you're going to eat, then eat. Why so much chatter?" Saying this, she made a move to extract turtle meat from Yuling's bowl. Yuling pouted but quickly protected her bowl. Such a delicious dish deserved to be savored, especially since her stomach was still growling. Seeing Yuling's actions, Shu Xian couldn't help but chuckle. But her thoughts quickly turned to the resentment she felt toward Yushio for confining her in this wretched place. Consequently, while devouring the turtle meat, she muttered bitterly, "I'll snap your neck, strip off your skin, and consume your flesh. Let us see if you dare to bully me again." Due to the courtyard being surrounded by water on three sides, there were indeed plenty of turtles in the lake. A canal connected the courtyard directly to the lake, typically used for water retrieval. As the weather warmed, the turtles crawled ashore to bask in the sun, resulting in a significant number of them in the yard. Over the following days, Shu Xian, along with Yuling and Zhue Feng, engaged in catching turtles in the courtyard. Fortunately, in the Day's dynasty, turtles were revered as sacred creatures, and no one dared to eat them. Thus, the turtles here were plump and thriving. Given this situation, even if the three of them had hearty appetites, the turtles in this small courtyard would suffice for quite some time. Shu Xian found this way of life not too unbearable. She no longer had to ponder the sinister machinations that plagued her thoughts. Each day, as long as she resolved the 3 meals, her life unfolded with a leisurely grace. One night, while the three were soundly asleep, they were suddenly awakened by a hissing sound emanating from within the house. Initially faint, the noise grew louder and closer. Chasing Wind, in a state of confusion, rose from his slumber to relieve himself in the yard. He paid little heed to the strange sounds around him. However, upon finishing his business and attempting to return to his room, he felt an icy chill beneath his feet. Perplexed, he reached down to grasp it, only to find his hand clutching a cold, slithering serpent. The sight jolted him awake, extinguishing his drowsiness, as he beheld the triangular head of the snake twisting in his direction. Chasing Wind had always harbored an intense fear of snakes, and the mere sight of this creature sent him into a panicked scream. "Mother! A snake!" He flung the serpent away and dashed toward the house. But as he lifted his foot, he slipped, a sharp pain shooting through him. In the moonlight, he realized that the yard was teeming with snakes. Terror gripped him, and disregarding the pain in his foot, he fled into the room, exclaiming, "Mother, there are snakes. Many snakes." Shu Xian and Yuling were deeply asleep. Yet Chasing Wind's initial shout roused them. Shu Xian cursed inwardly, irritated by his disturbance in the dead of night. Just as she turned to resume her slumber, Chasing Wind's terrified cries pierced the silence, jolting her fully awake. In the next instant, he had dashed into her arms. The commotion had startled the snakes, causing them to scatter throughout the yard, with many following Chasing Wind into the room. Shu Xian exclaimed, "Where on earth did these snakes come from?" No sooner had she spoken than she noticed several serpents had climbed onto the windowsill, illuminated by the moonlight. Fear surged within her. She had intended to unleash a torrent of reproach upon Chasing Wind, but now, she swallowed her words. The 3 of them, 2 women and a young boy, shared a profound fear of snakes, and with no time to prepare, they were all greatly alarmed. Chasing Wind clutched Shu Xian, crying, "Mother, my foot hurts terribly." Shu Xian's heart raced in panic. In the moonlight, she saw his face pale and his lips tinged with blue. She quickly lifted his foot and discovered a wound that resembled a snake bite. A wave of fury washed over her. She realized the treachery of Yuxiao, who had intended not just to confine her, but to endanger their lives. The thought that he could silently eliminate them, only to dismiss the incident as mere snake bites due to the dilapidated condition of the yard, filled her with deep resentment. Suddenly, a realization struck her. Despite Yuxiao's cunning plans, he had overlooked one crucial detail. Though she was a woman, she possessed the knowledge of a healer. Anticipating that Yuxiao would attempt to harm her, she had hidden various poisons and antidotes within her ceremonial robe. The snake venom was trivial. It posed no threat to her. Without a moment's hesitation, she retrieved a packet of medicinal powder from her garments and hurriedly administered it to Chasing Wind. Beside her, Yu Ling trembled, her voice quaking as she whispered, "Miss, there are so many snakes. What shall we do?" She was paralyzed with fear, having never encountered such a multitude of serpents. Shu Xian shouted back, "What is there to fear? When soldiers come, we shall meet them with arms. When the waters rise, we shall build dikes, and when snakes appear, we shall drive them away with our medicine." Having said that, she picked up a packet of poison and scattered it by the bedside. This poison was exceedingly lethal, and although the snakes were venomous, they were even more terrified of this particular toxin. Those that came into contact with it perished instantly, while the remaining snakes observed from a distance, too fearful to approach. A sigh of relief escaped Shu Xian as she encircled the bed with the powdered substance. No snake dared to come closer, and she exchanged a glance with Yu Ling, finally feeling a sense of respite. Yet, the number of snakes continued to multiply, densely surrounding the foot of the bed, their tongues flicking in a sinister display. The door remained ajar, allowing the moonlight to seep through, casting a chilling ambience. The slithering of the snakes sent shivers down her spine. Although Shu Xian was adept at using poison, she harbored an intense fear of snakes, and the sheer volume of them heightened her dread. However, with Yu Ling trembling by her side and Chasing Wind incapacitated by poison, she felt the weight of responsibility as the pillar of strength for the trio. Thus, she could not succumb to fear or show any signs of weakness, lest her companions become even more terrified. She tightly embraced Chasing Wind and murmured, "Do not be afraid. Chasing Wind, Mother is here. I won't let those creatures harm you." Her tone was resolute, though her voice quivered slightly. Internally, she chastised Yuxiao. "You lack any semblance of humanity. I merely caused you some embarrassment, yet you have put us in mortal peril. Fortunately, I had some poison on hand. Otherwise, we would surely perish today." Yu Ling, trembling, interjected, "Miss, I am so frightened. Where did all these snakes come from?" Shu Xian smiled faintly and replied, "Where else could they have come from? It is undoubtedly Yuxiao's doing." Yu Ling sighed, "Miss, do you think your actions today have provoked the king of Qin to seek our lives?" Shu Xian retorted coldly, "Yuxiao's desire for our demise is not so easily fulfilled. My life is mine alone to determine, not his." Yu Ling continued, "But miss, we are currently in his grasp. If he wishes to harm us, it would be all too simple. What shall we do now?" Shu Xian looked at Yu Ling and said, "So now you know fear, but it is too late. I warned you not to follow me, yet you refused to listen." She did not blame Yu Ling, but felt a twinge of regret. Though she anticipated Yuxiao's persistence, she had not expected such underhanded tactics. Bringing Yu Ling along merely subjected her to suffering. Yu Ling, feeling wronged, replied, "Even so, I do not regret coming with you, miss. I know that as long as you are here, I will be safe. Although I am terrified today, I also believe those wretched snakes cannot harm us. After all, I know how formidable you are." Shu Xian couldn't help but chuckle. "You silly girl, even at this moment, you still remember to flatter me. This praise truly pleases your mistress. In truth, as long as one is alive, there is nothing to fear. Yuxiao thinks he can intimidate me? Not a chance. He wishes to kill me? Not on my watch." Her laughter instilled immense courage in Yu Ling and Chasing Wind, and the three huddled together, sharing a smile. The venom from the snake that bit Chasing Wind was indeed formidable, yet the antidote prepared by Shu Xian proved even more potent. In a mere quarter of an hour, the bruising on his body had significantly diminished, and he appeared much more coherent. That night, under the silver glow of the moon, both Yu Ling and Chasing Wind, placing their trust in Shu Xian's abilities, nestled against her and fell into a deep slumber. However, Shu Xian felt a tinge of unease. Gazing at the serpentine creatures slithering in the moonlight, she couldn't shake off her worries. Fortunately, her potent toxin powder had kept the snakes at bay, and none had ventured into their vicinity throughout the night. Eventually, she too succumbed to sleep. By dawn, the snakes had completely retreated, leaving not a single one in the courtyard. A sigh of relief escaped her lips as she noticed that Yuling and Chasing Wind were still fast asleep. She couldn't help but exclaim internally about their unwavering faith in her. Gently, she roused them one by one, only to realize that her body was aching all over. She sighed again, reflecting on how arduous the night had been. Seeing that the snakes had dispersed, both Yuling and Chasing Wind exhaled in relief. Yuling opened her mouth to speak, but Shu Xian preempted her, saying, "I know you wish to flatter me, but let's save that for another time. Your lady has barely slept through the night and is utterly exhausted. Allow me to rest for a while." Without waiting for their acknowledgement, she collapsed onto the bed and fell into a deep sleep. Yuling and Chasing Wind exchanged glances, astonished that she could still find sleep at such a time. Yet, they had forgotten that even amidst the chaos of the previous night, they too had managed to sleep. How much more so could Shu Xian now? Nevertheless, a lingering fear kept them from straying far from her, and they remained in bed, too apprehensive to move or speak, lest they disturb her rest. When Shu Xian awoke, the sun was already high in the sky. Seeing the two of them still by her side brought a smile to her face. "Aren't you hungry?" she inquired. Chasing Wind replied, "Mother, I am indeed very hungry, but I am even more afraid." A pang of guilt struck Shu Xian. If it weren't for her, they would not have endured such hardships alongside her. After inspecting Chasing Wind's wounds and examining his eyes and mouth, she felt relieved to find that the poison had largely subsided, and he seemed to be out of danger. She retrieved some medicinal powder from her pocket for him to take before saying, "Your poison is no longer a concern, but we must not allow you to thwart us. Now, I shall prepare some food. If you are frightened, you may stay in bed." Yet, as soon as she rose, she noticed that both Chasing Wind and Yuling were following closely behind her. She couldn't help but chuckle, remarking, "There is no need for fear. These snakes are from the Miao region and, although venomous, they hide during the day. So worry not. We shall go catch some turtles to eat." Despite her reassurances, the two remained apprehensive, trailing closely behind her. Amused, she observed the courtyard basking in bright sunlight. If it weren't for the many weeds that had fallen and withered, the events of the previous night would seem like a mere dream. With a faint smile, Shu Xian noticed groups of turtles making their way into the courtyard, and she couldn't help but laugh. Whether Yu Xiao intended to starve or poison her, she would not acquiesce to her designs. The turtle soup and meat were delicious, yet the mood of the trio was markedly different from the previous day, each of them anxious about what the night might bring. Upon observing the silence enveloping the two, Shu Xian chuckled. "Even if serpents were to return tonight, there is no need for fear. I possess ample quantities of poison powder. As long as it is scattered around the bed, those vile creatures shall not harm us." Hearing her words, the two exhaled in relief, and the atmosphere brightened once more. That evening, the trio ascended to their bed early, diligently surrounding it with poison powder. Yet, that night, it was not a serpent that approached, but rather a scorpion. Nonetheless, whether snake or scorpion, neither dared to cross the barrier of poison powder laid by Shu Xian. On the third night, a colossal spider made its entrance, and on the fourth night, a snake returned, albeit of a different variety from the first night. This cycle continued. Initially, Yuling and Zhue Feng felt trepidation. Yet as the nights passed with much commotion but no harm befalling them, they seemed to acclimate to this peculiar existence. By day, they feasted on turtles, and by night, they slumbered soundly. Though monotonous, their days were peaceful. Only Shu Xian harbored secret concerns. Despite her considerable stock of poison, she realized that with this method of usage, it would not be long before her supply dwindled. The thought of what might transpire then was too dreadful to contemplate. Presently, they had two paths before them. One was to escape through the water, but lacking a boat made crossing the small lake impossible. The other was for Yu Xiao to release them, though this option appeared even less reliable than the first. Noticing the absence of furnishings in the room, save for a large table, a cunning plan began to form in her mind. Without a boat, she could have Yuling and Zhue Feng sit upon the wooden table, and with her adept swimming skills, she could surely support the plank and carry them to safety. The mere thought of this brought a smile to her face. And just as she was about to put her plan into action, she heard a sound emanating from the heavy iron door. Shu Xian smiled faintly. It seemed her peaceful days had come to an end, and trouble was once again at her doorstep. Yu Xiao, clad in white, slowly entered the eastern courtyard. Upon entry, he was met with a delightful aroma that caused him to furrow his brow. He had originally intended to starve her for several days to dampen her spirit and employ nightly terrors to frighten her, yet it appeared she was thriving in this place. Could it be that there existed a woman unperturbed by snakes and venomous creatures? A sense of wariness began to rise within him. However, if his memories served him correctly, there were no provisions in this courtyard. What were they consuming? Shu Xian and Yu Ling were engaged in preparing soup, and upon noticing his arrival, they paid him no mind and continued their task. Zhue Feng, upon seeing Yu Xiu enter, initially wore a face of disdain. But soon his eyes widened in delight as he rushed towards Yu Xiu, sweetly exclaiming, "Father, it has been several days since you last visited me and mother. I've missed you." In his heart, he favored Yu Xiu over Qiao Yuran, for at least Yu Xiu had not struck or scolded him, despite the nightly frights he endured. Most importantly, he yearned to approach Yu Xiu and bite him fiercely in retribution for the scares. Yet upon witnessing Yu Xiu's icy demeanor, fear crept back into his heart, and he dared only to call out, refraining from coming closer. Upon hearing his call, Yu Xiu's countenance, which was originally as gentle as jade, darkened with a hint of murderous intent. Yet he merely regarded Chasing Wind with a cool demeanor and inquired, "Did your mother inform you that I am your father?" Chasing Wind, with wide eyes, shook his head and responded, "My mother did not say you are my father. It was you who claimed you would bestow upon me the title of heir. If you are not my father, how could you grant me such a title?" Yu Xiu found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Although he had not formally conferred the title upon him, he had indeed spoken of it on the day of the grand wedding. With innocent candor, Chasing Wind continued, "But father, you do not keep your promises. To this day, you have yet to bestow upon me the title of heir, and you have imprisoned both me and my mother here. It would be one thing to keep us confined, but to frighten us each night with those dreadful things is truly wicked." His small lips pouted slightly, his words laden with grievance, yet his expression remained utterly endearing. Listening to the exchange between Chasing Wind and Yu Xiu, Shu Xian could hardly suppress her laughter. The questions posed by Chasing Wind were indeed quite clever. Noticing the fleeting flash of malice on Yu Xiu's face, she pursed her lips and stepped closer to Chasing Wind, cheerfully remarking, "The prince possesses quite the magnanimous spirit. I have adorned you with a green hat, and yet you still come to see me. How utterly surprising." While she feigned surprise at being favored, her demeanor was one of vigilant caution, for she was acutely aware of her precarious situation and the necessity to protect both Chasing Wind and Yu Ling. Yu Xiu smiled faintly and replied, "There is no need for your feigned surprise. I had initially intended to torment you thoroughly before ending your life. Yet it seems I have miscalculated. Your days appear to be rather pleasant." He then fixed his narrow eyes upon Shu Xian and declared, "It seems I must revise my plans. Today, I shall eliminate this little imp to prevent further idle gossip." Chapter 53. Shu Xinxiao, with a light and carefree demeanor, remarked, "We are all reasonable individuals. Why must your highness be so aggressive? Your words merely aim to elicit my surrender. Yet you must realize that Chasing Wind is not someone you can kill, at least not for the next year or two." Her almond-shaped eyes narrowed slightly as she continued, "Despite the numerous poisons you have sent our way these past few nights, they have failed to extinguish our lives, so you should trust that we cannot be killed. Nor can you succeed in ending our lives. Moreover, you are, after all, his surrogate father. How could you possibly be so heartless?" She had always despised threats, yet she understood that Yu Xiu's words were not mere intimidation. He indeed possessed the capability to act. Yu Xiu's long eyes narrowed, revealing a glimmer of cruelty as he stated, "I certainly will not kill him. But that does not mean I cannot provide him with something that renders him unable to live or die." Surrogate father? How could she utter such words? That term had caused him considerable embarrassment. The current Prince of Qin was on the verge of becoming a laughingstock in Fian City. Shu Xinxiao smiled brightly. "Given your highness's temperament, if you truly intended to act against Chasing Wind, you would have done so the moment you entered. You would not have waited until now." Though she spoke with bravado, her heart was on high alert, her hand discreetly holding onto the poison powder. Should he dare to harm even a single hair on Chasing Wind, she would not hesitate to eliminate him. She was acutely aware of the grave consequences. Yet she had foreseen such outcomes since the day of her marriage to Yu Xiu. Presently, she found herself in a position of vulnerability, thus requiring utmost caution. Her guiding principle had always been, "If one does not offend me, I shall not offend them, but if one does offend me, I shall repay them double." Yu Xiu fixed his gaze upon her and queried, "Are you truly so certain?" He had always wondered how they managed to endure so many days unscathed. Despite the lethal nature of the poisons, what secrets did she harbor that he was oblivious to? Shu Xinxiao responded lightly, "I am not certain. I am merely speculating about your highness's thoughts, for you know that keeping Chasing Wind by my side brings only benefits." She glanced at Yu Xiu and added, "Even a tiger, fierce as it may be, does not harm its own offspring. No matter how ruthless your highness may be, you cannot surpass the nature of a tiger. A cold smile crept across Yushio's lips as he remarked, "It appears I have underestimated you. You seem to have calculated everything meticulously." Shu Xinxiao, with an innocent demeanor, replied, "Your highness holds me in too high regard. I am but a frail woman, seeking only to live a tranquil and blissful life. I implore your highness to grant me this." In her smile lingered a hint of longing, as if her life had veered off its original course since the decree of her marriage. Happiness? Where was happiness? Her hand clenched into a fist within her sleeve. No one would deter her resolve to seek happiness. Her love, her joy, could only be governed by her own will. Yushio's eyes gleamed like blades as he regarded Shu Xinxiao, saying, "If I were to fulfill your desires, who then would fulfill mine?" He had initially perceived marrying her as merely a strategic move. Despite her notorious past, he had confidence in his ability to keep her within his grasp. Yet, as events unfolded, it seemed that everything had spiraled beyond his control. His heart was a tumultuous blend of love and hatred for her, her cunning and resourcefulness, her calm demeanor in the face of adversity, her indomitable spirit, and her tenacious personality left him both astonished and somewhat in awe. At times, he found himself questioning the very existence of such a woman in this world. How could a lady of such complexity arise from the rigid confines of the aristocratic household? If it were not for the intricate web of their relationships, she might have made a commendable wife. The thought startled him. When had he begun to entertain such notions about her? Shu Xian remarked lightly, "Hasn't your highness already calculated everything to perfection? What need is there for others to intervene?" She wished to avoid delving into the myriad connections between Yushio and Shu Xiang, yet her heart remained as clear as crystal. Yushio retorted with a cold laugh. "On the day of our grand wedding, you completely disrupted my plans. I truly ought to thank you, my princess." With that, he extended his long arms and drew Shu Xian into his embrace. Even after several days had passed, and despite knowing she had endured considerable hardship, the mere recollection of that day ignited his anger. Shu Xian smiled coyly. "What does your highness intend? Are you perhaps feeling a sense of impatience?" She playfully winked at him. Yushio's large hand grasped her waist as he said, "I have been waiting for your lover to arrive and rescue you. Yet he has utterly disappointed me. After 7 days, there has been no sign of Qiao Yuran, which I find quite unexpected. Should Qiao Yuran truly come, he would find himself ensnared in an elaborate trap." Unbeknownst to Shu Xian, the seemingly simple room was surrounded by an impenetrable barrier, rife with hidden dangers. If the poisons from the night were terrifying, the outside trap was even more so. A tinge of bitterness welled up within Shu Xian, though she maintained an innocent smile as she said, "The power of the Wangfu casts a shadow over all. He must fear your highness's authority, hence he has forsaken me." Despite her words, concern for him lingered in her heart. Was he still unwell? Did his failure to rescue her stem from her rejection of him that day? Yushio softly scoffed, "Is that so? Surely he would not abandon his own son." He then glanced at Chasing Wind, adding, "Yet the boy bears no resemblance to him at all. You haven't, perchance, placed a green hat upon him, have you?" Shu Xian felt a jolt of surprise. When she first adopted Chasing Wind, it was indeed to sow discord between Yushio and Xiao Yuran. However, upon discovering that he was her biological brother, she had no desire to provoke such matters further. Yet, despite her lack of intent, she had inadvertently laid the groundwork that led Yushio to believe that Xiao Yuran was her lover and Chasing Wind's biological father. Shu Xian smiled faintly. "I never imagined that your highness would indulge in gossip. It is quite surprising that you would concern yourself with him. Allow me to express my gratitude on his behalf. As for whether I placed a green hat upon him, that is a matter you need not ponder. It is of no concern to you. Perhaps it would be wiser to focus on how to solidify an alliance with my father and achieve your goals instead." Yushio's hand slipped from her waist. Yet he grasped her hand and said, "I have been contemplating this issue as well. However, Shu Xiang believes that your failure to uphold the principles of a virtuous woman reflects his negligence in upbringing, thus bringing shame to the royal family. He has submitted a petition to resign in disgrace." Upon hearing his words, Shu Xin could not help but feel a pang of astonishment, observing the surprise in her eyes. Yushio chuckled. "It seems the saying that a father and daughter share a bond is indeed true. You often present yourself as impervious to influence, yet your demeanor changes when your father is mentioned. Nevertheless, Shu Xiang is truly innocent. Having raised a daughter like you, he possesses considerable talent. Yet his immense power has led all your brothers-in-law to rally in support of him. Even if the emperor wished to grant him leniency, it would be impossible." Shu Xiang's south influence in the court was far greater than he had anticipated. Shu Xin sighed. "It appears my father is genuinely in trouble this time." This outcome was not unexpected for her, Yet she feared that Shuxiang could not have imagined that the alliance with Yuxiu would devolve into this predicament because of her. Could their alliance still be salvaged? Yuxiu fixed his gaze upon her, saying, "The troubles your father faces pale in comparison to the predicaments you have created for me. Do you realize that you have become quite the celebrity in the capital, while I have become the subject of ridicule? Shuxin, you are remarkably unscrupulous in your endeavors. If your machinations were solely for the sake of acquiring those 200,000 taels of silver, you could have simply told me earlier. I would gladly have gifted you 400,000. His words dripped with scorn. At the Yulong tea house, the odds were 1 to 100, and Shuxin had secured an effortless victory, earning her 200,000 taels of silver. It was difficult for him to characterize the nature of such a woman. Her courage and decisiveness compelled him to regard her with newfound respect. With a playful smile, Shuxin asked, "Is the prince having regrets?" Her eyes sparkled, and her face radiated joy as she continued, "If memory serves me right, I did warn you initially. Yet it seems you did not take it to heart." Yuxiu's gaze was frigid as he replied, "Regrets? Not at all. I merely worry that you may earn that silver, yet lack the means to enjoy it." An aura of coldness enveloped him. Recalling that wager only intensified his frustration. No matter what, he was unwilling to concede defeat at the hands of a woman, yet the truth was undeniable. He had indeed lost to her, and quite thoroughly. Shuxin, still smiling, remarked, "Although you are currently brimming with hostility, I know you will not harm me, for I still hold some value for you. Moreover, since these matters arose from me, it is only fitting that I resolve them. As the saying goes, to untie the bell, one must be the one who tied it." Her face beamed with delight, yet her mind was occupied with strategies to gain Yuxiu's greater trust. Yuxiu glared at her coldly. "You believe you can resolve this? I doubt you ever considered how to quell the turmoil you instigated." Shuxin covered her mouth with a laugh. "So this is how I am perceived in your eyes. Yet no matter how wicked I may be, I would never go back on my word to a weaker woman as you have." Yuxiu sneered. "I once believed you to be a frail woman, but Shuxin, if you were indeed such a delicate creature, then scarcely any man under heaven could truly claim to be a man." He paused momentarily before continuing. "Your name is Shuxin, yet you bring no sense of comfort whatsoever." The latter statement was laden with helplessness. Upon hearing those words, Shuxin could not help but be momentarily taken aback, as memories from the past surged within her mind. He used to say such things to her, but the distinction between Yuxiu and him lay in the tone. His voice was gentle, imbued with affection, and tinged with a measure of helplessness, while Yuxiu's was cold and simmering with anger. Yet now, a chasm of insurmountable distance lay between her and him, piercing her heart with pain, and her expression subtly shifted, unwilling to engage in further banter with Yuxiu. Shuxin replied coolly, "Your Highness's compliments are too much for me to bear. However, have you considered that the uproar surrounding us has led the entire world to believe that your relationship with my father is utterly strained?" A flicker of realization danced in Yuxiu's narrowed gaze, as if he discerned the underlying implications of her words. He fixed his penetrating stare upon her and commanded, "Continue." Shuxin pursed her lips and said, "It is precisely because the world believes there is discord between you and the Chancellor that your adversaries will be remiss in their vigilance. They will assume your alliance has faltered, leading them to underestimate you, thus presenting you with an excellent opportunity to strike back. This vile power play and its nefarious strategies, I vow, once I extricate myself from this predicament, I shall no longer entertain such troublesome matters." Yuxiu's eyes deepened like the ocean, shifting from anger to astonishment as he regarded Shuxin. "What do you wish to achieve?" he inquired, having grasped her intent. Shuxin smiled with delight, her innocent apricot eyes gazing at Yuxiu. "I do not desire anything, and as I mentioned earlier, I merely seek your Highness's grant of freedom. I yearn for my own happiness." With a cold snort, Yuxiu retorted, "Freedom? Do you truly believe you can escape unscathed? You have tarnished my reputation and become the laughingstock of the entire imperial city. Do you think I would easily let you go?" Shuxin scoffed, "Your Highness, have you considered the trials you have imposed upon us in recent days, which have nearly cost us our lives? If that has not brought you satisfaction, then I have no further words. Or perhaps your pride outweighs your schemes. In that case, dismiss my previous remarks as mere folly. Farewell, Your Highness. I shan't see you out." With that, she attempted to pull her hand away, but Yuxiu's grip was unyielding. Yuxiu's eyes roiled with tumult, and as he regarded her, a new layer of contemplation emerged. This woman, whom he deemed utterly unattractive, possessed an astoundingly sharp intellect, one he had consistently underestimated. He had initially confined her here to witness her plea for mercy, to observe her spirit wane. Yet, against his expectations, she appeared vibrant, seemingly reveling in her confinement. Her eyes sparkled with vitality, devoid of any negativity or capitulation. The confidence radiating from her was irresistible, stirring within him an involuntary admiration. Her spirited essence left him somewhat awestruck. Regardless of his willingness to admit it, she was the most extraordinary woman he had ever encountered. Perhaps he should have anticipated that she was capable of such an act, inevitably foreseeing the consequences. Was her composure derived from this awareness? In that moment, although she found herself at a disadvantage, she continued to radiate a brilliant smile, audaciously daring to bargain with him. Yushio coldly remarked, "You possess no bargaining power. Do you not realize your life is firmly grasped in my hands?" For reasons unknown, he longed to witness her in a state of panic. From their initial confrontation, she appeared remarkably composed, perpetually smiling radiantly, and he was intrigued as to what circumstances would prompt her to change her demeanor. Shu Xian could not help but laugh, turning to Yushio and saying, "Your Highness's question is truly amusing. My life may be in your hands, but is not your fate equally ensnared in mine? Upon careful consideration, we are indeed evenly matched. Therefore, your Highness ought to contemplate whether your pride or your kingdom holds greater significance." It was rather tiresome to force her to speak so plainly. Threats, what else could he resort to? Her boldness was undoubtedly backed by preparation. She was no pushover to be trifled with. Yushio chuckled coldly and replied, "Shu Xian, you perhaps overestimate your own worth. Shu Xiang's willingness to marry you to me signifies his allegiance to my cause. Thus, even in your absence, he would still support me." Shu Xian smiled softly and responded, "If that is the case, why waste so many words, Your Highness? Let us make a wager. You could eliminate all three of us right now and witness the ensuing consequences." Though her lips curled in a smile, her eyes brimmed with disdain. She gazed at Yushio and continued, "Do not presume that my father would stop at nothing for power. Yet, do not forget that he also values his reputation. I am unaware of why he does not assist the crown prince, but I do know that although I am the least favored daughter of the Shu family, I am his most cherished one. Should you dare to kill his most beloved daughter, he would undoubtedly turn against you. Regardless of his esteem for you, he would cease to aid you and become your adversary. At that point, Your Highness, your alliance would not only falter but also gain a formidable enemy. Given your intelligence, I trust you have already discerned this connection. Otherwise, you would not be engaging in such lengthy discourse with me at this moment." Yushio glared at Shu Xian, who met his gaze without reservation, causing the atmosphere to grow tense. Yuling couldn't help but feel concerned for Shu Xian and herself, grasping Chasing Wind's hand. Her palm slick with perspiration. Conversely, Chasing Wind, despite his exceptional intellect, was still young and could hardly grasp the palpable menace surrounding them. After a considerable pause, Yushio finally released her, his eyes filled with admiration as he remarked, "Shu Xian, you are even more astute than I had imagined." Shu Xian offered a faint smile, replying, "Your Highness flatters me." Yushio, smiling warmly like a spring breeze, with a glimmer in his eyes, said softly, "Yet you have miscalculated. In our dynamic, you are clearly at a disadvantage. You should not have this little creature and your maid by your side. While I may not be able to harm you directly, I can render this little one in a state of despair and make your maid's existence a living hell." Shu Xian smiled warmly and remarked, "Since I dare to negotiate with the prince in this manner, it signifies that I can ensure their safety." Having clashed with Yushio several times, she recognized him as a cunning adversary and had anticipated his actions, having prepared herself accordingly. Yushio's gaze flickered, and he said softly, "Is that so?" Yet, he was somewhat astonished by her unwavering confidence. He knew she possessed no martial prowess, and with water surrounding them on three sides and high walls blocking their escape, coupled with the net of guards outside, she had no allies to assist her. Thus, where did her certainty stem from? As he spoke, his companions, the white tiger and the black tortoise, moved to apprehend Chasing Wind and Moon Spirit. However, as they approached, both collapsed to the ground, frothing at the mouth. Yushio's expression turned icy, and he stared coldly at Shu Xian, asking, "You know how to poison?" On the day of the grand wedding, although he was aware she had used poison, he merely assumed she had taken precautions. He had not anticipated her proficiency in the art of toxicity. He suddenly comprehended why she had managed to navigate the past few days unscathed. It was due to this very skill. Shu Xian smiled innocently and said, "Your Highness, is it not a tad too late for you to realize this?" Observing the slight change in Yushio's expression, she continued, "I am truly touched by your concern for your subordinates. But why not spare a moment for yourself? Perhaps to check your hand?" Previously, she had always regarded poison as a vile substance, and her reluctance to utilize it stemmed from the fear of it backfiring. However, before arriving at the prince's residence, She had weighed all possible consequences and ultimately decided to bring her carefully crafted poisons for her own protection and to ensure the safety of chasing wind and moon spirit. It was these very toxins that preserved their lives and became her most advantageous bargaining chip. Yushio was taken aback to find that his hand had become an ominous shade of black, which spread ominously up his arm. A wave of astonishment washed over him. How had he been poisoned without even realizing it? Suddenly, he recalled having embraced her and held her hand moments earlier, all the while she had been conversing with him, merely to divert his attention. Yushio took a slight breath, feeling a sharp pain in his chest, and his vision darkened. Coldly, he stated, "Shu Xian, I have underestimated you." No sooner had he uttered these words than he felt his body weaken, his breath becoming labored, and he collapsed to the ground. He was well versed in many types of poison, but this particular one was utterly unfamiliar and exceedingly peculiar. Shu Xian clapped her hands and laughed. The prince did not underestimate me. He merely overestimated himself. With that, she crouched beside Yushio, grinning as she asked, "I wonder if your highness now believes I possess the ability to negotiate with you?" Yushio's eyes were filled with frost. He had never suffered such a significant loss, nor had he ever been outmaneuvered by anyone. Despite having the upper hand in their encounters, he had failed to gain any advantage from her. Now, he found himself at her mercy, feeling a mix of frustration and helplessness. Yushio coldly inquired, "What do you wish to achieve?" He meticulously searched through her records, yet there was nothing that indicated her proficiency in poison, let alone the peculiar and unique methods she employed, which he had never encountered before. Shu Xian plopped down onto the ground and gazed at Yushio, declaring, "I have already informed the prince of my desires. All I seek is my happiness and freedom. If I recall correctly, this is the 4th time I have expressed this to you, yet it appears you have paid little heed, asking repeatedly. Isn't it bothersome? Freedom is something I could grasp immediately, but where lies happiness?" Her life seemed to mock her continuously. Nevertheless, the mere thought of escaping Yushio's grasp was indeed a cause for celebration, and her spirits lifted somewhat. After a brief pause, she continued, "I have never wished to be adversarial with the prince. I merely long for a tranquil existence. I have always hoped for the dissolution of our engagement. Yet the prince has never taken my words to heart. What infuriates me most is that a grown man would go back on his word, lacking the slightest semblance of manly resolve, which I find quite contemptible. Therefore, do not take today's events to heart. Consider it a lesson learned from underestimating a woman." Yushio replied coldly, "Is what you desire truly so simple?" He had not forgotten her words. Rather, he had always believed that a woman's happiness was governed by a man. Born into a prominent family, her fate was seemingly predetermined, and her happiness was not within her own control. Yet, each time he heard her articulate such sentiments, he felt an inexplicable stir within his heart. She could pursue her happiness, but where was his? The memory of that exquisite visage lingered in his mind. Yet he was acutely aware that she could never bring him happiness, only pain. Shu Xian responded with a cold smile, "I am merely an ordinary woman, quite unattractive. Yet my lack of beauty does not equate to foolishness. Your status is unique, and in your eyes, I am but a pawn. Thus, I understand that you cannot provide me with happiness. Therefore, I must impose upon you to see us off today, once we leave the prince's residence. We shall have no further ties. Whether you are an enemy or a friend to my father is of no concern to me." I wonder if the prince could acquiesce to this. Yushio reclined on the ground, staring up at the azure sky dotted with white clouds, and mused, "Shu Xian, you have calculated every mechanism, and it seems I possess no capacity to refuse. The sky is exceptionally blue, the clouds are exceedingly white, yet my heart feels frigid. I realize that my fate is now entwined with yours, and I cannot help but feel a sense of resignation." Shu Xian smiled adorably. "It is good that you understand. Let us set forth at once." The quest for her freedom was indeed no simple matter. Look at the lengths she had gone to. Yushio blinked and said, "But I am currently under your influence, lacking the strength to even rise. How could I possibly escort you out of the prince's residence?" His eyes, already narrow, appeared even more profound with that blink, tinged with a hint of allure. Shu Xian found herself momentarily taken aback, letting out a soft sigh. Such a handsome exterior, yet such depth of thought, seemed a considerable waste. She couldn't help but ponder if, in the absence of their vested interests, she would have fallen in love with him. A wry smile crossed her lips at the thought that had unexpectedly surfaced in her mind. How absurd to be contemplating such matters at this juncture. She had tarnished his reputation, and he had nearly taken her life. It was likely that he harbored nothing but disdain for her, just as she had only felt animosity towards him up to this point. How could love possibly blossom between them? Shu Xian chuckled. "I never expected the prince to resort to such antics. The poison coursing through your veins will merely render you powerless for a time, Yet here you are, lying on the ground, and playing the part so convincingly. Despite her laughter, a sense of unease crept into her heart. Yushio sighed deeply. From the moment I gained consciousness, everything has been within my control. Yet you seem to be the exception. It is not that I am being unreasonable. Rather, I find myself feeling rather stifled. I have never laid on the ground like this before, and gazing at the expanse of the azure sky, I realize it has been quite some time since I have allowed myself the luxury of simply observing the heavens. As he spoke, he cast a sidelong glance at Shu Xian, who sat beside him. Surprised by his admission of vulnerability, Shu Xian momentarily froze. She had anticipated that even in defeat, he would maintain his pride, refusing to concede any ground verbally. She offered a faint smile. Had the prince been less self-absorbed, perhaps today's events would have unfolded differently. Yushio closed his eyes and replied calmly. Every situation can harbor unexpected outcomes. Your presence has reminded me not to underestimate anyone, particularly women. His long eyelashes, like a fan, cast shadows over his slender eyes as he lay under the sun, which highlighted his skin with a subtle glow, accentuating his prominent nose and alluring lips, momentarily causing Shu Xian to lose her composure. Opening his eyes, he noticed Shu Xian gazing at him with a smile. He returned a gentle smile and extended his hand towards her. What do you mean by this, Your Highness? She inquired. Yushio blinked and replied softly. Do you not wish to leave the prince's residence? Seeing her remain seated, he added with a smile. If you do not assist me in rising, how can I escort you out of the palace? Shu Xian laughed. Are you truly planning to send me away? Yushio countered. Does it appear that I have any alternative at this moment? A soft smile graced her lips as she finally stood to help him. However, just as her hand reached out, she found herself suddenly in Yushio's embrace. With swift precision, he sealed her vital points, rendering her immobile, and she could not even release the poison powder she held. Shu Xian gasped in astonishment. Aren't you poisoned? Your martial prowess. Yushio smiled gently, warmth radiating from his eyes. Did you not just question my affliction? Perhaps your suspicions were correct after all. His narrow eyes fixed upon her as he continued. Perhaps you are right. One should not be overly self-assured. However, I must admit that I had a slight advantage in our recent encounter. Had you possessed martial skills, it would have been me lying helpless on the ground. Having said that, he produced a cerulean gem from his bosom, exclaiming, had I not gazed upon the azure sky, I might have nearly forgotten this. Shu Xian recognized the gem as the detoxifying treasure, the jade pearl. While it could not dispel all poisons, it could alleviate most toxins. Yushio had been lying on the ground to facilitate the flow of his meridians, his eyes closed in a moment of meditation to detoxify. It was fortunate that she had indulged in some frivolous thoughts. She couldn't help but sigh and asked, what do you intend to do? She had discerned some clues earlier and initially planned to poison him again, but he had seen through her intentions. Yushio extended his hand, stating hand it over. His demeanor was as warm as a spring breeze, yet inwardly he felt a stroke of luck. His earlier invitation had merely been a ruse to draw her closer, thus eliminating any opportunity for her to poison him. However, she was remarkably astute, having uncovered his ulterior motive. Had she possessed even a modicum of martial prowess, he would have been the one collapsing just now. Shu Xian understood that he sought the antidotes for the white tiger and black tortoise. She smiled lightly and replied, but your highness possesses the jade pearl. You can simply use it to detoxify them. Yushio chuckled. You must know that the jade pearl recognizes its master. It can only cure the poison of its owner, not others. Shu Xian, feigning innocence, responded, without releasing my acupoints, how could I possibly procure the antidote for you? Unaware of the pearl's characteristic, she felt a twinge of disappointment, but soon realized she had not entirely lost her advantage. Based on her inquiries, she knew that Yushio held his 4 bodyguards in high regard, treating them like brothers. Thus, as long as the poisons afflicting the white tiger and black tortoise remained unresolved, they would be safe. Yushio's eyes sparkled with warmth as he remarked, if I were to release your acupoints, I fear our positions would be reversed. Noticing a flicker of disappointment in Shu Xian's gaze, he paused and added, yet, how can I detoxify them if I do not first release your acupoints? Observing the glimmer of hope in her eyes, he couldn't help but smile inwardly. He slowly circled around her, contemplating, and finally conceived a brilliant solution that would please both parties. Shu Xian, noting the glint of mischief in his eyes, sensed that no good would come of this, yet she couldn't resist asking, what scheme has your highness devised? With a smile, he replied, if you think about it, you are already somewhat of a princess to me. Thus, my actions should not be deemed impolite. With that, he swiftly tugged at her outer garment, tearing it away. Shu Xian's brow furrowed slightly as she grasped his intentions, a deep sigh escaping her lips, and an inexplicable resentment surged within her. Surely, he did not intend to strip her bare before an audience. Shu Xian coldly inquired, "What do you intend to do, Your Highness?" Yushio met her gaze and asked, "What do you believe I would do?" Shu Xian remained silent, casting him a disdainful glance. Yushio smiled faintly, embracing her gently, leaning close to her ear, and tenderly whispered, "My princess, I fear you may have misconstrued my intentions." As soon as he finished speaking, a glimmer of mischief danced in his eyes. Shu Xian inwardly lamented her misfortune, and in the next moment, he tossed her into the water pit. It seemed his malice was not yet satiated, as he hoisted her up and down in the water several times before finally pulling her out. Shu Xian sputtered and choked on the water, cursing in her heart, "You wretched Yushio, you vile creature, you better not fall into my hands, or I shall ensure that you find neither life nor death desirable." Once she was pulled from the water, she spat out the water that had filled her mouth all over Yushio, then grinned and said, "Indeed, Your Highness is quite resourceful." Yet inwardly, she vowed, a woman's vengeance is not to be delayed, even for a decade. When the water landed on Yushio's face, his expression darkened considerably, but he remained composed, retrieving a handkerchief from his pocket to wipe his face. With a cold smile, he released her acupoint, saying, "You may now save them." At that moment, he felt an overwhelming urge to wash his face. Yet he was acutely aware that the water in that pit was no longer suitable for such a task, so he endured. Yushio's gaze swept over her form. The summer garment she wore was exceedingly thin, and now, soaked, it revealed her curves. Were it not for the conspicuous red birthmark on her face, he might have deemed her a beauty. Drenched and disheveled, she appeared rather pitiful. To his surprise, a flicker of pity stirred within him. Shu Xian, feeling indignant under Yushio's scrutiny, smiled innocently and asked, "Your Highness, do you think my figure is pleasing?" Though her words sought affirmation, her thoughts conveyed a warning. "Look all you want, but should the opportunity arise, I shall have your eyes for my satisfaction." Yushio was momentarily taken aback. Perhaps she was the only one bold enough to pose such a question. Any lingering fantasies he harbored were swiftly extinguished by her words. He chastised himself for feeling even a hint of attraction towards someone he knew to be unattractive and a woman of questionable virtue. No, it wasn't attraction. It was admiration for her cleverness. He refrained from responding, merely stating, "You may now save them." Shu Xian smiled subtly and snatched her outer garment from his grasp. Yushio, however, tightened his grip on the clothing. Anger simmered within her, yet she feigned a sultry demeanor as she asked, "What is Your Highness doing? Do you find it insufficient to see me in but one garment, hence you refuse to return it?" Not receiving a reply, she added with a laugh, "Your Highness, if you do not return my garment, it must be because you believe I look better without it, yet are too shy to admit it. Am I right?" Yushio furrowed his brow, but remained silent. Shu Xian stifled a laugh, saying, "Oh, Your Highness, you truly should just voice such thoughts openly. There is no need for embarrassment." With that, she began to unfasten her garment. Yushio's gaze turned icy as he seized her hand, declaring, "Enough. You must go save them now." He then tossed her garment onto her. Shu Xian caught the clothing but burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Your Highness, you have already submerged me in water, dissolving all my poisons and antidotes. I truly do not know how to save them now." He yearned for amusement. "Very well. Let the revelry be even more thorough." Yushio gritted his teeth and declared, "Shu Xian, do not overreach. Should you fail to provide them with the antidote, beware, for I shall not hesitate to eliminate them." With that, his gaze, frigid as ice, fell upon chasing wind and moon spirit. Shu Xian replied indifferently, "If that is the case, Your Highness, please proceed. If we are to perish, let us all meet our end together. However, should you lose the white tiger and the black tortoise, it would undoubtedly be a significant loss, while the three of us are but worthless lives. Moreover, your alliance with my father would be utterly shattered." With that, her eyes hardened, her head held high. Yushio closed his eyes momentarily and murmured, "What do you intend to do?" Shu Xian sighed, "I have already conveyed my intentions to the prince." Yushio scoffed, "Someone, escort the princess out of the manor." Shu Xian smiled joyfully, "Your Highness indeed knows how to discern between familiarity and formality. I cannot help but feel relieved. It is truly exhausting to engage in a battle of wits with that infuriating Yushio, yet I have ultimately achieved my objective." However, as she and Yushio exited the eastern courtyard, a ripple disturbed the surface of the lake, startling her. Upon closer inspection, she beheld a creature resembling a water snake, yet its head was triangular. She was acutely aware that serpents with triangular heads are often venomous. She could not help but feel fortunate. Had she truly attempted to escape the lake with Moon's spirit and chasing wind, the consequences would have been dire. Naturally, Shu Xian would not directly provide the antidote to the white tiger and the black tortoise. Glancing at them, she said to Yu Xiao, I cannot give you the entire antidote at this moment. I will provide you with half now, while the other half will be delivered to the royal residence once we have successfully evaded danger. And if your highness sends someone to follow us, I assure you, they shall not survive. Yu Xiao appeared to have anticipated this, remaining non-committal as he watched the three ascend the carriage. Shu Xian made a face at Yu Xiao, giggling mischievously before cracking the whip, and the carriage sped away. The three of them hurriedly led the way to a grand courtyard, where 8 identical carriages awaited them. They boarded one, and the carriages set off in 8 different directions out of the city. Chasing Wind, filled with curiosity, asked, Mother, why did you prepare so many carriages? Shu Xian, in high spirits, replied with a hint of pride, Who is Yu Xiao, after all? Today, he suffered a covert setback at my hands and shall not let it rest. He has a history of speaking empty words, so your young lady was well prepared. I am eager to see the extent of his capabilities. To have escaped is indeed a stroke of fortune. Chasing Wind gazed at her with admiration and asked, So, you mean to say you had all this arranged even before your marriage? Shu Xian, her spirit soaring, declared, Naturally. Although events did not unfold as smoothly as I had envisioned, they were not far from it. Henceforth, we are all free. Ever since the day Yu Xiao reneged on his promise, I instructed Moon Spirit to make all necessary arrangements. Should we be pursued from the royal residence, we would be ready for action, Chasing Wind remarked. But mother, I cannot shake the feeling that the prince will not let this matter rest. He is a prince, wielding immense power. What shall we do if he decides to hunt us down in the future? Shu Xian embraced Chasing Wind and gently kissed his cheek, saying, Then let us ensure he cannot find us. Chasing Wind inquired, How can we make it so he cannot find us? Shu Xian simply smiled in silence, while Yuling playfully tapped his head, saying, You need not worry about that. Your mother has her own ways. Chasing Wind exclaimed in frustration, How many times must I tell you not to tap my head? Shu Xian and Yuling exchanged amused glances. The taste of freedom was indeed delightful, especially the freedom acquired after triumphing over Yu Xiao. Although their safety was not yet guaranteed, the feeling was exhilarating. Yuling asked, But miss, where do we go from here? Shu Xian replied with a hint of pride, I have long since devised a plan. After we leave Fian City, we shall head south. I have heard of a city called Feifeng, renowned for its delectable cuisine. We shall indulge ourselves there first, and then proceed to Luoyun City nearby, where there is a place known as Feilai Mountain, said to be both awe-inspiring and perilous. I have longed to see it, and now my wish shall be fulfilled. Upon hearing of the food, Chasing Wind leaped with joy in the carriage but paused mid-jump to ask, But mother, indulging in such delicacies must cost a fortune. Do we have the means? Yuling laughed heartily. Fear not. Your mother has already anticipated this and prepared 200,000 taels of silver. Behold, the silver bills are right here. Saying this, she produced a large stack of banknotes from her bosom. It turned out that on the day of her marriage, Shu Xian had placed a wager which, due to her wedding's misfortune, multiplied 200 times, earning her 200,000 taels of silver. Although she was confined by Yu Xiao in the eastern courtyard, she had already instructed Chun Yu to stash the silver in this very courtyard. As the three of them entered, they promptly retrieved the money. Chasing Wind was overjoyed, hugging Shu Xian and gushing, Mother, you are truly remarkable for having foreseen all of this. However, that prince was terrifying today. I was quite frightened when you spoke with him. Shu Xian asked, But you weren't the one conversing with him, so why should you be afraid? Chasing Wind widened his eyes at Shu Xian and replied, Mother, do you not recall how furious the prince was, his face darkening as he threatened to kill us? How could I not be frightened? I have but one head. If he were to sever it, I would cease to exist. His words elicited hearty laughter from both Shu Xian and Yuling then questioned, Miss, how can you be so certain he will not harm us? To be honest, I was also somewhat afraid when he threatened us. She could not forget the murderous glare of Yu Xiao, nor the chilling aura that made her tremble. Shu Xian chuckled, In truth, I was taking a gamble at that moment. Just like Yu Xiao now, he is in need of loyal followers. It would be unwise to eliminate 2 trusted allies in a fit of anger. I wagered that he would not wish to lose by Hu and Xian Wu. For while you two may not matter much to him, you are of utmost importance to me. Yuling, somewhat apprehensive, replied, If you had guessed incorrectly, miss, then Chasing Wind and I would have been in grave peril. Moreover, the Qin King, while appearing cultured and gentle on ordinary days, possesses a fearsome countenance when enraged. Shu Xian rolled her eyes and remarked, Do you truly lack faith in your own lady? Yuling, eager to flatter, replied, I have immense confidence in my lady. She is the most intelligent person in the world, and that Yu Xiao is hardly her match. For him to contend with her is akin to striking an egg against a stone. Shu Xian interjected, "All right, enough with the flattery. We are already fortunate to have escaped. Let us hope Yu Xiu possesses the magnanimity not to pursue us with a large force. Otherwise, if we fall into his clutches again, it may be quite dire. The poison within me has already been diluted in water by him, and should he send more men, I would be utterly helpless." If Yuling continued, "She might elevate her praise to the heavens. That girl's tongue has grown ever sweeter." At this moment, they were not entirely safe, and it seemed premature to celebrate. Yet regardless, her spirits were high. Striving for freedom was far better than surrendering to despair. However, a hint of worry lingered in her heart. Freedom is indeed splendid, but life is of utmost importance. Yuling stuck out her tongue and said, "If they truly pursue us, we shall flee with all our might." Shu Xian sighed. "None of us possess martial prowess. If they catch up, it would indeed be disastrous. I can only hope Yu Xiu is somewhat forgiving." Though she spoke thus, her heart remained troubled. Flee? Where could they possibly escape to? An unsettling foreboding gnawed at her. After exiting the city, the carriage arrived at a dwelling where 8 more carriages were stationed. They boarded one among them, and the 8 carriages then sped off in 8 different directions. This process repeated thrice before they ceased changing vehicles. Observing this situation, Yuling sincerely praised, "Miss, your planning is truly meticulous. Initially, I thought it was merely about 8 directions, but now it is evident that such carriages are everywhere. Even if the Qin King is exceptionally skilled, he will likely struggle to discern which carriage we occupy." Shu Xian smiled faintly. This was precisely the outcome she desired. Yet, knowing Yu Xiu's astuteness, she wondered whether he might see through her ruse. The carriage raced swiftly southward, but after covering less than 5 li from the city, they encountered Zhu Ke blocking the way. Before she could react, Zhu Ke swiftly struck at her vital points. Turning to the coachman, she found him slain by Zhu Ke, causing her brow to furrow. This Zhu Ke was indeed extraordinarily ruthless. When Zhu Ke emerged, Yu Xiu had previously advised her, "Shu Xian is adept with poison. Should you capture her, you must take the initiative to subdue her, lest she easily escape." While she had been skeptical, she nevertheless heeded Yu Xiu's counsel. A cold glimmer crossed Shu Xian's eyes as she coldly inquired, "Is your lord not planning to go back on his word?" The higher the elevation of virtue, the more formidable the evil. She could not help but admire Yu Xiu for being able to track her down. An air of dejection settled within her. If such an escape could lead to recapture, future attempts would be exceedingly difficult. Zhu Ke replied coolly, "Your Highness speaks too harshly. The king has said, how fortunate it is that the princess is so clever. With such a wife, what more could a husband desire?" Thus, the prince commanded his subordinate to summon the princess back to the manor. She claimed it was an invitation, yet her demeanor was exceedingly haughty, devoid of any semblance of respect. Shu Xian seethed, exclaiming, "That scoundrel Yu Xiu, a deceitful wretch." Yu Xiu had once again broken his promise, although it was entirely expected. A flicker of rage still surged within her. Zhu Ke furrowed her brow, raising her hand to deliver a sharp slap to Shu Xian, coldly stating, "Who do you think the prince is? Even if you are his princess, you have no right to insult him." With those words, her eyes glimmered with a lethal intent. Were it not for Yu Xiu's explicit instructions to treat Shu Xian well upon her arrival at the manor, she would have relished the opportunity to end her life. Chasing Wind, furious, retorted, "You wicked woman, how dare you strike my mother?" With that, he rushed towards Zhu Ke, seizing her hand and biting down fiercely. Enraged, Zhu Ke raised her hand, poised to strike Chasing Wind's crown with force. Chapter 54. Shu Xian closed her eyes momentarily and bit down hard on Yu Xiu's lip. The force of her bite was such that she immediately tasted the metallic tang of blood. Yu Xiu, feeling the pain, halted the kiss and, with a faint smile, remarked, "This is the first time I have erred twice on the same matter." Though he smiled, a shadow of gloom flickered in his eyes. He could discern her profound disdain for his kiss. Such aversion towards his kiss surely extended to his very being. As this thought crossed his mind, an unprecedented wave of frustration washed over him. He had always been pursued by women he did not desire, yet here was one who unequivocally stood as an exception, igniting within him a desire to conquer. However, the mere thought of her having borne a child with Qiao Yuran caused a knot of unease to form in his heart. After spitting out the metallic taste of blood, Shu Xian laughed and said, "I once believed that as a member of the royal family, your blood would differ from that of ordinary folk. Yet upon tasting it, I find that you are merely immortal, with blood just as pungent and foul as ours." She forcefully expelled the blood, wincing in pain, yet managing a smile. Yu Xiu lifted her chin with his hand, a flicker of confusion crossing his gaze as he inquired, "Shu Xian, what manner of woman are you? Had it not been for Zhu Qiue's investigation revealing her true identity as the seventh miss of the Xiang residence, he would have genuinely questioned her origins. Xu Xian was momentarily taken aback by his unexpected question, but quickly responded with a smile. I am the ugliest woman in Fian City, the princess who never received the royal wedding, and a mere pawn in your game. Upon hearing her words, Yu Xiu appeared momentarily lost in thought. Rising slowly, he circled Xu Xian before saying, since you are so acutely aware of your identity, you should know what comes next. Xu Xian's eyes darted as she replied, I certainly know what I must do, but in my current state, I fear I am incapable of accomplishing anything. Moreover, my son and maid are missing. I have forgotten everything and can do nothing. She had been immobilized for several hours. Who could say how such prolonged pressure on her acupoints might affect her health? She was also unaware of where Chasing Wind and Moon Spirit had been taken by Yu Xiu. She needed to regain some leverage. Yu Xiu smiled lightly. The matters you have forgotten, I shall help you remember. The skills you lack, I will teach you. Xu Xian retorted, yet you are well aware of my disposition. No one can force me into actions I disdain. Furthermore, if you do not provide me with a firm assurance, my memory is rather poor. By tomorrow, I may even forget you and all that has transpired. Yet, I am somewhat vengeful. I will reclaim all that others have wronged me with interest. Yu Xiu raised an eyebrow, a glimmer of amusement in his smile. Are you implying that if I return your son and maid, our grievances will be resolved? Xu Xian smirked. In your heart, what truly weighs on you is the embarrassment I caused you on the day of our wedding. But have you considered your own breach of promise? If we tally our accounts, it seems we are even. As for the renowned King Qin, I am but a woman who defies the conventions of propriety. You could present countless justifications for dismissing me. My proposal is simple. Should your highness return them to me and provide a formal divorce decree, I am confident our collaboration would be exceedingly agreeable. A cold smirk flickered in Yu Xiu's elongated eyes, yet his demeanor remained remarkably gentle. He replied with a hint of disdain. To grant you a divorce and allow you to unite with Qiao Yuran, bringing your family together, only to secure a green hat upon my head? Xu Xian chuckled softly, her apricot eyes fixed on Yu Xiu. Your highness is a person of great ambition. You would not be so petty. The paramount consideration is that with a divorce decree, you could gain the world. What is there not to relish? Her eyes glimmered as she continued. Moreover, apart from acquiring what you desire, a divorce holds numerous advantages. Intrigued, Yu Xiu inquired, what advantages? Xu Xian's gaze was steady and sharp as a blade. She replied coolly, for your highness. Harboring murderous intent towards me only signifies that my existence is a source of shame for you. Thus, it is better for you to be rid of me. That is the first advantage. For the citizens of Fian City, your magnanimity and the grace of facilitating a union is the second. For me, I would be profoundly grateful for your actions, compelling my father to assist you. That is the third. With such benefits, does your highness still find this arrangement unworthy? Yu Xiu laughed heartily, locking eyes with Xu Xian. You present a compelling argument, as if my refusal to divorce you would render me irredeemably wicked. Xu Xian smiled in a somewhat obsequious manner. Your highness is always wise and astute. I fear you had already contemplated these benefits before I even spoke. Yu Xiu regarded her with a newfound scrutiny. To be candid, I had not considered any of those benefits. However, hearing your perspective, I find there is indeed some merit to your words. To me, you are merely a source of shame, and it is unnecessary to keep you by my side. Xu Xian chuckled. Your highness is indeed enlightened. Yet inwardly, she cursed him. What a lunatic. It is evident that keeping me around serves no purpose. Yet he continues to create difficulties for me, expending so much energy on such trivial matters. Yu Xiu reclined in his chair, propping his head on his hand. Once the matter is settled, I shall return your son and maid, along with a divorce decree. However, as the day wanes and I grow weary, I wonder if the princess has any other requests. Xu Xian replied cheerfully, I have no demands. I merely wish to wash away the sweat of a long day and ease the discomfort from the numerous pressure points that have been prodded. I long to stretch my limbs. A mischievous smile crept across Yu Xiu's lips as he said lightly, that is easily arranged. He clapped his hands, and a maid entered. Bowing respectfully, what are your orders, your highness? Yu Xiu instructed, take the princess to bathe, and be sure to attend to her every need. As he spoke of comfort, a slight smile graced his lips. Although Xu Xian could not foresee what was about to transpire, she was acutely aware that it would not bode well. The maidservant responded, this servant obeys. Xu Xian, smiling, remarked to Yu Xiu, I had thought that the prince would personally bathe me. It appears I have overindulged in my imagination. Yu Xiu chuckled, I too wished for that, yet I am aware that the princess is unwilling. With that, he gestured, and the maidservant bowed before effortlessly lifting Shu Exin, causing her to scream in alarm. Shu Exin exclaimed, "Yushio, you despicable scoundrel. Your maidservant is inhuman." Never had she witnessed a woman so effortlessly hoisting another. And to make matters worse, it was she who was being carried, head down, a wave of dizziness washing over her. After a night filled with scheming, she was on the verge of breaking down at this moment. Yushio, seemingly unperturbed, paid her no mind. He let out a soft sigh, picked up the teacup from the ground, and took a delicate sip. The remnants of her fragrance lingered in the cup, and as he gently closed his eyes, a faint smile crept upon his lips. This woman, both obstinate and spirited, intelligent yet kind, stirred a tumultuous blend of love and resentment within him. When the word love surfaced in his heart, a cruel smirk appeared at the corner of his mouth. How could he be moved by a woman who defied propriety, and one who was undeniably unattractive? Such an infatuation was a disgrace. His grip tightened around the teacup, and with a surge of strength, it shattered into a myriad of pieces, scattering tea leaves across the floor. Shu Exin could assure anyone that this was the most dreadful bath she had ever endured. Though the maidservant appeared delicate and graceful, Shu Exin believed that even the most brutish of men could not compare. Despite ostensibly assisting her with bathing, the force she exerted was far from gentle. It was evident she sought to strip away her very skin. What was most infuriating was that she could not move, forced to endure the indignity. When Shu Exin protested, the maidservant feigned meekness yet promptly silenced her with a pressure point. Shu Exin glared intensely at the maidservant, who shyly smiled and said, "Your Highness, I sincerely apologize. The prince has decreed that if you are not thoroughly cleansed, I shall face dire consequences, hence your suffering." Shu Exin felt an overwhelming urge to sigh at the heavens. Indeed, one could discern a master by the qualities of their servant. This maidservant was as cunning as Yushio. After the bath, the maidservant gathered her garments with a long pole and, upon returning, presented her with an exquisitely crafted pink gown adorned with delicate flowers, vibrant yet tasteful. However, upon wearing the beautiful dress, it only served to accentuate Shu Exin's own plainness. Observing the maidservant's meticulous actions, Shu Exin sighed. Even a common maidservant of Yushio's was so diligent, revealing the prince's own meticulous nature. Once everything was arranged, the maidservant finally released her from restraint, allowing her to move. Yet she was met with an overwhelming, fiery pain coursing through her body, as if her very bones were on the verge of disintegration. With a smile, Shu Exin inquired, "What is your name? You are so diligent in your duties. I shall certainly ensure that the prince rewards you handsomely upon my return." Yet, inwardly, she seethed with resentment, for her inquiry was merely a convenience for future retribution. The maid, with a playful smile, replied, "I am called Mingyue. It is my duty to serve, and the princess need not take it to heart." As she spoke, there was an air of tranquility about her, her smile radiating warmth. Shu Exin patted her shoulder and exclaimed, "Mingyue, what a delightful name. Truly commendable." However, her heart burned with bitterness, feeling utterly powerless. She discerned that this maid possessed formidable skills, and without any poison at her disposal, she was no match for her. Thus, she reminded herself that revenge for a woman is never too late. She meticulously noted every detail of this day, vowing to repay it tenfold in the future. Yet, upon entering her chamber with the maid, a wave of frustration washed over her. With chasing wind and moon spirit now in Yushio's grasp, she had lost her leverage. She dreaded to contemplate how Yushio would treat them once they ceased to be of use. The entire night was spent in restless contemplation, and it was not until dawn that she finally succumbed to a deep slumber. In the midst of her sleep, she felt a peculiar, damp itch upon her face. Startled, she opened her eyes to behold a colossal dog's head. Thinking she was mistaken, she rubbed her eyes, only to confirm that it was indeed a dog. She sprang up to see the creature, its fur as white as snow, exuding an adorable charm. Unable to resist, she embraced the dog, exclaiming, "Oh, you are simply delightful. Much cuter than that wolf who wears human skin while donning white robes." With that, she affectionately kissed the dog's head. However, the dog seemed displeased with her gesture, barking loudly and leaping off the bed. Furrowing her brow, she remarked, "I was just praising you. Yet you, like him, present a charming facade but harbor a wicked heart." The dog barked at her a couple of times. Truly, it was a case of a tiger fallen in the lowlands being bullied by a dog. Indignant, she retorted, "What are you barking for? Keep it up, and I shall stew you for dinner." Just then, a melodious male voice resonated, "So, the princess has a fondness for dog meat. Perhaps I should host a canine feast for you one day." Upon hearing his voice, the dog scampered towards him. Shu Exin chuckled. Indeed, like master, like pet. Both are quite handsome, yet merely a dog. Yushio smiled faintly. What the princess says holds some truth. However, if I am a dog, then you would be the dog-esque princess, making us truly equal in stature. With a sardonic smile, Shu Xian quipped, Your Highness's words bear a semblance of reason. By that logic, your father is a royal dog, and your mother is a lady dog. It seems I have married into the canine clan. How splendid. Yushio's expression darkened. Perhaps she was the only one audacious enough to utter such blasphemous words. As he was about to speak, Shu Xian interjected, I wonder what brings you, Dog King, to seek me so early in the morning. I must declare in advance that unless I see Chasing Wind and Moon Spirit are safe and sound, I shall refuse to assist you in any matter. Yushio smiled faintly and replied, The request of the princess is indeed simple. He then earnestly commanded, Bring forth the hands of that little scoundrel and the maid, so that the princess may confirm. No sooner had he finished speaking than a servant entered and acknowledged, Yes, your highness. He prepared to depart. Wait, Shu Xian exclaimed angrily, glaring at Yushio. What exactly do you wish me to do today, your highness? She inwardly cursed Yushio for his lack of humanity. Yushio addressed the servant. That will be all for now. You may leave. He turned his gaze back to Shu Xian and asked, Does the princess not require confirmation? His eyes sparkled with a mischievous delight, revealing a hint of pride. Shu Xian felt a mix of rage and amusement, responding with a smile. I have always believed in your highness's kind heart and your trustworthy nature, so there is no need for confirmation. Yet, in her heart, she had already sent curses to his ancestors. Yushio inquired, Are you truly not going to confirm? Shu Xian, maintaining her light-hearted demeanor, replied, No need. I trust you, your highness, but I also trust myself. Anything that I can assist you with, I can just as easily destroy. She added with a smirk, Wouldn't you agree? She had never believed in any of his promises and was searching for the best course of action. However, despite contemplating every possible solution, none seemed feasible. Yushio retained his relaxed smile, saying, I have never doubted your abilities, princess. Why not accompany me back to the Xiang residence today? Shu Xian was taken aback. He was indeed eager to act so swiftly. Yushio continued nonchalantly, Do not be surprised, for I should have accompanied you back to the Xiang residence the day after our wedding. However, you have been occupied with games alongside me, hence the delay. I trust that Minister Shu will not mind. Shu Xian felt her teeth grind with frustration. The Qin King made a grand entrance with Shu Xian into the Xiang residence, prompting her to sigh. This Yushio was indeed cunning. He was effectively declaring to the world that he had brought her home. Such ostentatious behavior was quite unlike his usual demeanor, leaving her to wonder if those with ulterior motives would decipher his true intentions. Minister Shu had heard the news of the Qin King returning with Shu Xian early that morning. He let out a long sigh and instructed his servants to prepare everything necessary, taking his place at the entrance to await their arrival. As soon as Yushio and Shu Xian crossed the threshold of the Xiang residence, Minister Shu knelt before them and said, I have failed in raising my daughter, bringing shame upon the royal family. I implore your highness to punish me. Yushio did not assist him, but replied with a gentle smile, In truth, Minister Shu is also my father-in-law and an elder. Such a grand gesture is too much for me to accept. Though he claimed to be unworthy of such respect, he made no move to help him up. Minister Shu sighed deeply. Your highness still acknowledges me as your father-in-law. I am truly filled with remorse. Yushio smiled warmly, akin to the gentle spring breeze, and said, Shu Xiang, there is no need for such words. The seventh miss is already my consort, and this matter is irrevocable. On the day of our grand wedding, I have reconciled with my beloved, so there is no need for you to harbor unnecessary concerns. Shu Xiang knelt before Yushio and replied, Your highness's magnanimity humbles me. Yushio stepped forward to assist Shu Xiang to his feet, saying, You flatter me, Shu Xiang. We are all family, and some matters require a degree of tolerance. I have ascertained that the events of that day were merely the mischief of my consort. Hence, I shall not pursue the matter further. Moreover, the entire Shu residence is now intricately connected to me, so there is no need for excessive formality. Shu Xian observed how Yushio's succinct words unveiled the entire situation, combining both benevolence and authority. He truly was a man of considerable cunning. Although Shu Xiang appeared humble, he clearly articulated his stance. As long as Yushio did not press her, everything was negotiable. It seemed that despite her father's pragmatic tendencies, he still cared for her well-being. She had initially worried that Shu Xiang's heart had already tilted towards Yushio, and even before she could voice her concerns, he had readily acquiesced to Yushio. Yet, it appeared her cunning father was indeed living up to his reputation, concealing his true intentions with great skill. These realizations lifted her spirits. as she recognized that she still held leverage, and that both Yueling and Juefeng could be rescued. Xu Xiang stroked his goatee and remarked, "Your Highness speaks truly." A faint smile graced his lips as he cast a concerned glance at Xu Xian. Understanding his sentiment, Xu Xian returned a subtle smile. However, she found the interplay between the two men tiresome, interjecting with a light-hearted tone, "Father, Your Highness, let us speak inside. If this continues, the entrance to the residence will be completely obstructed." Yushio was accompanied by numerous attendants and maidservants. Without entering, they would merely linger outside, causing the street to overflow with onlookers. Xu Xiang shot a disapproving glance at Xu Xian, reproaching, "It is your misdeeds that have brought about this trouble." Yet he respectfully invited Yushio, "Your Highness, please enter and enjoy some tea." After which, he gestured for Yushio to proceed. However, when Xu Xiang noticed the large bruise on Xu Xian's face, resembling a handprint, his expression shifted slightly. Clearly, Yushio had struck her. A pang of pity surged within him. But he could not voice it before Yushio. After all, what Yushio could have done to her for her actions that day was far worse than a mere slap. Yet he still felt a twinge of sorrow. Seeing Xu Xiang's reaction, Xu Xian couldn't help but smirk, saying, "Father, regardless of the circumstances, I am now the Princess Consort of Qin. There is no need for you to put on an act any longer." Upon hearing this, Xu Xiang's expression changed subtly. He glanced at Yushio, who remained smiling, seemingly oblivious to her underlying message. With a sigh of relief, he conceded, "Indeed, I was mistaken. You are now married and have become the Princess Consort of Qin. Please, do come in." Though his words were polite, his eyes bore a warning. He knew his daughter well. Her penchant for reckless chatter was bound to cause further complications. His daughter is destined to be a lifelong source of worry for him. Upon hearing that Xu Xian had been imprisoned in the East Courtyard by Prince Qin, he was well aware of the nature of that place. He initially intended to wait until Yushio's anger subsided before devising a plan to rescue her from the East Courtyard, but unexpectedly, Yushio returned with her in tow. Unable to fathom Yushio's intentions, he decided to observe the situation quietly. Little did he know that Xu Xian had already brushed against the gates of death. With a gentle smile gracing his lips, Yushio tenderly took Xu Xian's hand and led her into the Xiang residence. However, in his gaze, Xu Xian perceived a plethora of warnings, causing her to chuckle softly. What role was she to play in today's performance? Once they were seated, Minister Xu remarked, "It is indeed a blessing for my daughter to marry His Highness. However, having been pampered since childhood, she can be somewhat willful. I kindly ask His Highness for your understanding." Yushio replied with a calm demeanor. Minister Xu is renowned throughout Fian City for his strict upbringing of his daughter. It is a fortune for me to marry the daughter of Minister Xu. Though the princess may exhibit a touch of petulance, her spirit is quite delightful. It has been a long time since the Qin Wangfu has experienced such liveliness, to the point where it almost drives me to distraction. Xu Xian interjected with a smile. If His Highness enjoys a lively atmosphere, I assure you that it will only grow more vibrant in the future. Not merely lively. I can guarantee that the Qin Wangfu will be in disarray. Minister Xu shot her a reproachful glance and said, "It is well known that His Highness prefers tranquility. If the princess has the time, it would be advisable for her to spend more moments with His Highness playing chess or painting." Xu Xian laughed heartily. "Father, you know well that I cannot sit still on a chair for more than 3 minutes without becoming restless. Chess and painting are best left aside. As far as I know, your chess skills are exceptional, and since His Highness is here, why not engage in a game today?" Upon hearing her words, Minister Xu couldn't help but sigh inwardly, though he replied, "How could my humble skills compare to His Highness?" Yushio, with an innocent smile, stated, "My father often praises Minister Xu's meticulous mind and keen insight into worldly affairs. I have long wished to play a game of chess with Minister Xu, but due to your busy schedule, it has been difficult to find the opportunity. Today presents a rare chance, and I sincerely hope Minister Xu will indulge me." Minister Xu chuckled modestly. To indulge would be too much to ask. Bring forth the chessboard. Observing the expressions of the two men, Xu Xian couldn't help but smile slightly. How the game unfolded was of no concern to her, as she was content to watch the spectacle unfold. Minister Xu's style of play was meticulous, with each move carefully calculated, while Yushio's approach was expansive, revealing brilliant strategies amidst apparent chaos. Though his moves seemed devoid of trickery, they often contained ingenious tactics, allowing him to carve a path to victory even from seemingly dire situations. Each of his potential escape routes interconnected, rendering his seemingly erratic moves rife with lethal intent. Halfway through the game, beads of sweat began to form on Minister Xu's brow. Despite his adeptness and strategy, he found himself at a disadvantage. While Yushio maintained a gentle smile, yet within his eyes flickered the glint of lethal intent. The two were seated in a pavilion, where the wind caressed Yushio's white robes, making him appear ethereal and otherworldly. Shu Xian, though not particularly versed in the game of chess, was aware that a single match could often reveal the intricacies of one's character. Although she had long recognized that Yushio was the type to masquerade as a simpleton while hiding his true prowess, witnessing his intense stalemate with Shu Xiang led her to realize that he had transcended mere trickery. The depths of this man's cunning were rather formidable. Feeling somewhat bored, Shu Xian stifled a yawn, and just as she was on the verge of surrendering to slumber, she heard the hearty laughter of Shu Xiang. "Your Highness's chess strategy is exceptionally exquisite. I am truly in awe," he exclaimed. Yushio smiled faintly and replied, "Shu Xiang, your chess style is meticulous and your layout refined. If you could cast aside your preconceived notions and broaden your perspective, I fear it would be I who would face defeat." Shu Xiang sighed. "I am but an old man. To attain the level you describe is no simple feat. Mastery of chess cannot be achieved overnight. The game is fraught with unpredictability, and my age renders me incapable of discerning many of your hidden strategies. Had you not played so ruthlessly, I would still be ensnared in confusion." Upon hearing this, Shu Xian could not help but chuckle inwardly. Her expectations had been met. This was no mere game of chess, but rather a clear commentary on the political machinations at court. It seemed that their match was also a subtle probe into each other's thoughts regarding the state of affairs, each seeking to ascertain the other's position amidst the politics of the realm. Her father was indeed astute. Although he conceded defeat before Yushio, he had already discerned the myriad thoughts swirling in Yushio's mind. With a slight smile directed at Shu Xiang, Yushio remarked, "In this game, you hold the reins. Shu Xiang, were it not for my princely status and your reservations, even if you were to lose, the outcome would not be so dire. Hence, I urge you to broaden your horizons, to eschew stale conventions, and perhaps introduce a novel perspective. The tide of the game may yet turn, and my victory would not be so assured." Shu Xian grasped the underlying message. Yushio was advising Shu Xiang not to be deceived by the prince's seemingly pristine exterior, for his cunning far surpassed that of the crown prince. Furthermore, his scholarly and martial prowess eclipsed that of the prince as well. Clinging too tightly to principles and ethics could lead one into a quagmire from which escape would be impossible. Yushio was, after all, the emperor's favored heir, albeit slightly altered by the events of 5 years prior. His actions were merely a means to reclaim what was rightfully his. After speaking, Yushio placed a black piece on the board and continued, "Consider this position. If you had the audacity to place a piece here, it may seem devoid of vitality. Yet that is not the case." He lifted a cluster of pieces and added, "Now, how about this?" Shu Xiang's expression shifted subtly as he gazed at Yushio, murmuring, "To place oneself in a position of peril to emerge anew?" Yushio, with utmost seriousness, affirmed, "Precisely. Should you choose such a path in this match, it would indeed be a case of placing oneself in jeopardy to be reborn." He then gently placed several white pieces on the board, smiling lightly. "If so, the outcome would change entirely." Shu Xiang sighed. "Your Highness speaks with great wisdom. It is indeed my limited vision that has prevented me from perceiving the intricacies at play." After speaking, he bowed slightly to Yushio and remarked, "Your Highness possesses remarkable insight and discernment, yet it seems your audacity is rather excessive. Should this move reveal the subsequent pieces, it would signify a new beginning. However, if it fails to do so, it may lead to a path of demise." Yushio, with a faint smile, replied, "Minister Shu is renowned for his meticulous and far-sighted thinking. With merely a few moves ahead, how could there be any inscrutable logic?" With that, he fixed his piercing gaze upon Minister Shu. Minister Shu returned the look and said, "While your Highness's assertions are indeed profound, the subtleties within this game require further contemplation on my part." Yushio smiled slightly and placed a black piece upon the board, stating, "Had Minister Shu made this particular move, the situation would have unfolded differently." With a light touch, he then picked up a white piece and gently placed it down. Gazing at Minister Shu with a smile, without progressing far into the game, the outcome has already been determined, and Minister Shu would not merely lose those few pieces, but the entirety of the board. Upon witnessing the placement of that piece, Minister Shu's expression changed dramatically, filled with astonishment and doubt as he looked at Yushio. "Your Highness's chess skills are indeed unparalleled. I find myself utterly outmatched." Noticing Minister Shu's alarming change in demeanor, Shu Xian felt a surge of curiosity and peered at the game. She realized that with just one piece, the entire situation had been transformed, capturing a significant number of white pieces. Even without a comprehensive understanding of the game, she recognized that Minister Shu was thoroughly defeated. having been manipulated by Yushio from the very beginning. Shu Xian remarked, "It appears that your highness had already orchestrated the entire game with a single move." The notion of strategizing from behind the scenes to secure victory from afar is indeed exemplified here. The depth of Yushio's thoughts was astoundingly formidable. She understood that Minister Shu was quite skilled in chess. Even if he had not intentionally conceded today, he could never rival Yushio. Before Yushio could respond, a male voice interjected, "Your Highness has calculated everything impeccably. Your chess skills are truly awe-inspiring. I wonder if you would have the time to indulge me in a game?" Upon hearing that familiar voice, Shu Xian was momentarily taken aback. Turning to look, she saw Qiao Yuran standing in the corridor, clad in black attire. After only a few days apart, he appeared considerably thinner and somewhat haggard, yet his captivating peach blossom eyes still shone brightly, and the small red mole between his brows remained strikingly vivid. He stood there, hands clasped behind his back, with the wind gently tousling his black hair, creating an ethereal and profound aura. He cleared his throat softly, suggesting that he had not fully recovered from his illness. His gaze swept over the crowd, and when it landed on Shu Xian, her heart involuntarily raced. Yet, his expression remained indifferent, devoid of any discernible emotion. A sense of disappointment washed over her, accompanied by a pang of bitterness. Perhaps she had overthought things. After all, he was her own brother. She knew he was the one who cared for her the most in this world, always standing up for her during her misadventures. However, since her decision to marry Yushio, he had grown distant, leading her to wonder if there lingered any resentment in his heart. Did he truly care about the day she rejected his confession? Perhaps she lacked his courage, unable to overcome her own inner demons. In recent days, she has traversed the realms of life and death, yet he remains conspicuously absent. Accustomed to his protection, the absence of his presence has rendered her somewhat disoriented. Whenever she encounters a crisis, a flicker of hope ignites within her. Will he come? Yet, he ultimately leaves her with a tinge of disappointment. However, upon witnessing his gaunt figure, her concern swiftly eclipses her dismay. Deep down, she comprehends that the true reason for his absence lies in the persistent deterioration of his health. Qiao Yuran, observing the bruises marring Shu Xian's complexion, cannot help but feel a pang of sympathy, though her countenance remains inscrutable, betraying not a trace of emotion. Shu Xiang interjects, "Ranner, your health has yet to fully recover. The doctor has advised you to avoid the wind." Qiao Yuran replies with a hint of nonchalance, "Thank you, Uncle Shu, for your concern. I am much improved. Today, as the Prince of Qin accompanies my cousin back home, it is only fitting that I make an appearance. Moreover, I have grown somewhat unaccustomed to the absence of my cousin's incessant chatter during this time." Turning to Shu Xian, she adds, "It is only today that I realize my cousin has truly matured and is now wed. Had I not been gravely ill recently, I would have certainly attended her wedding." Shu Xian, upon hearing his words, feels a bittersweet pang within her heart. She replies faintly, "Just days ago, I lamented to the prince about my cousin's absence at the ceremony, unaware of the severity of your illness that has rendered you so diminished." Her words carry both reproach and concern. A glimmer of light flashes in Qiao Yuran's eyes, the joy evident within her peach blossom-shaped gaze. She indeed cares for him. Yet, her heart also harbors regret. How despicable of Yushio to resort to violence against a woman. She reflects remorsefully that had Shu Xiang not concealed the news, preventing him from knowing of Shu Xian's tumultuous behavior on her wedding day, he would never have allowed her to be treated so poorly, regardless of his own suffering. Or perhaps he had simply underestimated her. Given her nature, how could she possibly yield to marrying Yushio? Or maybe he had been truly deceived. How could she, possessing her own heart, genuinely fall for Yushio and willingly wed him? In that moment, Qiao Yuran perceives herself as the most foolish of fools, bewildered by how he could have believed her words that day. After years of companionship, he should have discerned her utterances as mere folly. Why did she utter such words? Was it to shield him from entanglement? Yet, even that seems incongruous, for prior to that day, she had meticulously crafted countless misunderstandings before Yushio, leading him to believe there was an affair between them. Her thoughts swirl and tumult, leaving her perplexed and unsettled. Qiao Yuran states softly, "I am merely beset by physical ailments. It is far preferable to being tormented by emotional afflictions." Her gaze lingers lightly on Shu Xian's face, a tender concern subtly manifesting. Upon meeting his caring gaze, Shu Xian feels warmth envelop her heart, and all her earlier speculations and displeasures dissipate into the ether. She realizes that she remains significant in his heart, just as before. This realization brings joy to her spirit, whether as a cousin or a brother. To be cared for is indeed a source of happiness. She smiled faintly and remarked, The ailments of the heart require remedies of the heart. Yet perhaps such remedies do not exist in this world. I congratulate my cousin, for he suffers only from physical maladies, and with proper medication, there will surely come a day of recovery. Upon seeing Xiao Yuran, Yushio glanced back at Shu Xian, only to notice her expression was markedly different from usual. A flicker of annoyance stirred within him, yet his demeanor remained unperturbed. His smile as warm as the spring breeze, he gently said, "The bond between you two cousins truly evokes my envy. It seems that in just a few days of separation, the longing is boundless." He paused before continuing. "I have only heard of young Master Qiao's prowess in vocal arts, yet I am surprised to learn he excels in the game of chess as well. Today, as I accompany the princess to her family home amidst such leisure, it would be delightful if you could join me for a game." For reasons he could not fathom, a tempest of rage surged within him, wishing to rend Xiao Yuran into pieces at that very moment. His heart was in turmoil, as if gripped by 100 claws. Tight and painful, yet he maintained an air of elegance, the facade on his face nearly crumbling. He found it perplexing that he felt such distress. It had been years since his heart had been so tumultuous. He then reasoned that he could never truly love Shu Xian, otherwise, he would not have harbored murderous thoughts towards her while she was in the palace. Thus, he should not concern himself with whom she loved. Yet, as he watched Shu Xian and Xiao Yuran exchange glances, he could not understand why his heart felt so heavy. When he witnessed Shu Xian being injured by Zhu Ke, why did he feel such compassion? He could not provide answers to himself, his heart becoming increasingly chaotic. What was happening? Suddenly, he recalled the agreement he had with Shu Xian. Perhaps it was simply the inability to bear the reality of her infidelity that tormented him. She had tarnished his reputation. Perhaps his discomfort stemmed from this very situation. Yes, that was indeed the source of his distress. With this realization, his heart calmed slightly. Xiao Yuran smiled gently and said, "Your Highness bestows such honor upon me. I am indeed fortunate." With that, she approached the stone table and seated herself, her gaze fixed on Yushio, inviting him to join. Yushio, with a broad smile, replied, "I have long admired young Master Qiao's talents. If after our game I could also hear your melodious tunes, it would be even more splendid." Xiao Yuran smiled subtly. "Your Highness is a distinguished guest. How could I dare to refuse? Please, Your Highness." With that, she gestured for him to play. However, Yushio insisted, "I hold great respect for those with exceptional talents. Today, to hear your celestial music is indeed a privilege. Thus, I insist you take the lead." Xiao Yuran, with a calm demeanor, replied, "Your Highness is overly flattering. If I were to decline, it would appear disrespectful." With that, she picked up a black stone and placed it on the board. Yushio smiled faintly and took a white stone in hand. The black and white pieces clashed on the board, each side fiercely contending. As the game commenced, the atmosphere between Xiao Yuran and Yushio grew icy. Shu Xian observed the two as they engaged in their strategic battle, sensing the palpable tension surrounding them. She understood that they were no longer merely playing chess. They were intensely scrutinizing each other's strategies. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense. In the sweltering heat of summer, Shu Xian found the surroundings of the pavilion chilling to the bone, a frigid aura enveloping her. She glanced at Xiao Yuran, noting the fine beads of sweat that had begun to form on his forehead. Then her gaze shifted to Yushio, who appeared no better off, his usual nonchalance replaced by an air of solemnity etched across his features. This was the first time Shu Xian had witnessed such a transformation in both Xiao Yuran and Yushio. Typically, Xiao Yuran wore a playful grin, exuding a roguish charm. Even in moments of anger, a hint of mirth lingered in his expressions. His charming beauty, accentuated by the small mole between his brows, would subtly twitch, revealing his inner thoughts. To Shu Xian, he had always seemed like a mere paper tiger, and thus she had never feared him. Yet now, Xiao Yuran was a stark contrast to his usual self, radiating seriousness and an aura of competence, with an underlying hint of hostility. His enchanting peach blossom eyes were devoid of warmth, and the familiar twitch of his mole was absent. Seeing Xiao Yuran in such a grave state evoked a sense of unfamiliarity in Shu Xian, as if overnight he had transformed from the cousin who shared laughter and merriment with her into someone altogether different. As for Yushio, he was like a wolf in sheep's clothing. Beneath his gentle smile lay a heart full of malice. Their daily encounters were fraught with schemes and rivalries. She had once successfully unmasked his facade and witnessed his fury. However, she had never encountered the gravity and steadiness that now characterized him. His hostility was even more pronounced than Xiao Yuran's, and she could almost sense his desire to tear Xiao Yuran to shreds. Shu Xian abhorred this version of Xiao Yuran and Yushio. The oppressive atmosphere of animosity was overwhelming, devoid of any martial prowess. she found herself unable to move. A glance at Xu Xiang beside her revealed perspiration beading on his forehead, his sharp eyes filled with concern. It was unclear whether he wished for Yuxiu or Qiao Yuran to prevail. Suddenly, a perplexing thought crossed her mind. Since Qiao Yuran and Xu Xiang were father and son, why did their thoughts diverge so completely? Xu Xiang seemed to bear no fondness for the crown prince, consistently aligning himself with Yuxiu, while Qiao Yuran appeared unwaveringly devoted to the crown prince from the outset. A sigh escaped her lips as she pondered this situation. Xu Xiang had married her off to the king of Qin. Yet the king and the crown prince were sworn enemies. On the surface, it seemed that she and Qiao Yuran stood on opposing sides, and it was Xu Xiang himself who had turned his daughter and son into adversaries. Why had he chosen this path? Over the past 3 years, Xu Xian had recognized Xu Xiang's unwavering affection towards her. She often found it strange that among all his daughters, he treated her with such kindness. Despite her being the least attractive, could it be that her perceived lack of beauty made him feel a sense of obligation towards her? This reasoning, however, seemed insufficient. Lost in her musings, she suddenly heard Yuxiu speak. The chess skills of young Master Qiao are truly commendable. I had no idea that young Master Qiao was a disciple of Du Tianqi. Indeed, I have been blind. As soon as he uttered those words, she felt an immense lightness enveloping her. Regaining her composure, she glanced at the chessboard, which was now teeming with an intricate array of black and white pieces, rendering it impossible to discern a victor. Turning her attention to Yuxiu and Qiao Yuran, she observed that both were drenched in sweat. A subtle smile played on Qiao Yuran's lips as she remarked lightly, "Your Highness's esoteric techniques are truly impressive. Today, it is you who has graciously conceded." Yuxiu narrowed his slender eyes slightly and replied, "It is not that I have conceded, but rather that I have underestimated Master Qiao all along. However, I never anticipated that Du Tianqi, who has been missing for a decade, would be hiding away as the mentor to the third young master. Du Tianqi was the esteemed grand tutor of the current dynasty, a rare prodigy who excelled in both literature and martial prowess, embodying the legendary ideal of a well-rounded scholar-warrior. When Du Tianqi chose to retreat from public life, Yuxiu had dispatched inquiries regarding his whereabouts, yet there had been no word. As if he had vanished from the mortal realm, Qiao Yuran addressed Yuxiu, saying, "My master has lived a hermit's life since parting ways with the emperor, and the bond between us is merely a coincidence. It is also not quite accurate to say that my master is hiding. He has simply chosen to withdraw." Yuxiu replied coolly, "Du Tianqi's abilities are renowned throughout the realm. It is evident that third young master Qiao must possess extraordinary insights to have earned his true teachings. Yet, you seem adept at concealing your talents. Were it not for this game of chess today, I fear I would have remained entirely oblivious." With that, his gaze pierced through to Qiao Yuran. Qiao Yuran smiled gently and said, "Your Highness is too kind. It is not that I intend to deceive, but rather that my master has repeatedly instructed me that should the court remain tranquil, there is no need for anyone to know of my status as his disciple. However, if treacherous ministers were to arise, I would be compelled to support the crown prince in quelling the internal strife." Yuxiu's expression darkened, his eyes fixating on Qiao Yuran as he questioned, "In this time of peace within the court, where could such treacherous ministers possibly emerge?" Chapter 55. Qiao Yuran smiled faintly and remarked, "Whether there are treacherous ministers and rebellious subjects, the prince is undoubtedly aware." His tone was exceedingly calm, yet his eyes gleamed with a sharpness akin to blades. Upon hearing this, Xu Xian grasped the underlying intention behind Qiao Yuran's appearance today. A sigh escaped her lips as she finally comprehended why Qiao Yuran had chosen to assist the crown prince. It turned out that his martial prowess and strategic acumen were all imparted by the grand tutor Du Tianqi, who had stipulated that upon taking him as a disciple, Qiao Yuran was to aid the crown prince in ascending to the throne and subsequently assist him in governing the realm. This matter pertained to the very lifeblood of the Desert Dynasty, and at that time, Qiao Yuran was still quite young, indoctrinated by Du Tianqi with the belief that the crown prince was destined to ascend, and thus he would unconditionally support the crown prince in becoming emperor. Yuxiu chuckled coldly and remarked, "The words of the third young master Qiao seem rather peculiar. In my eyes, I see no treacherous ministers or rebellious subjects, but rather individuals with unclear intentions, unable to distinguish right from wrong." His gaze was as sharp as a knife, a hint of murderous intent barely concealed. Yuxiu was well aware of Du Tianqi's ideologies, and in his view, the notion of the crown prince being destined by heaven was sheer nonsense. Xu Xian felt a jolt of alarm, realizing that should the two continue their discourse, they might indeed come to blows. After a few awkward chuckles, she interjected, "Your Highness, Accompanying me back home today was meant to be a joyous occasion. Why bring up treacherous ministers and rebellious subjects with my cousin? She continued. You have been exceedingly busy of late, and it is rare for you to find time to accompany me. Discussing matters of state is rather dull and quite dispiriting. With that, she nestled closer to Yushio, tugging at his hand and pouting her lips. Her demeanor suggested a playful charm, and had one disregarded the hues of green, purple, and red on her face, many a man would have found her utterly enchanting. Seeing her antics, Yushio's gaze darkened momentarily, yet he soon chuckled. What the princess says is indeed true. Today is a day of joy, and we shall refrain from discussing national affairs. Although he spoke thus, he cast a cold glance at Xiao Yuran, his eyes brimming with warning. Noticing Shu Xian's actions, Xiao Yuran felt a pang of melancholy, yet he merely smiled faintly. He inclined his head slightly towards Yushio and said, Your Highness mentioned before the game that you wished to hear Yuran play a piece. I wonder if you still possess the inclination? Yushio laughed heartily. I fear no one would refuse to listen to the melodies of the third young Master Qiao. Princess, what say you? His gaze, sharp as a blade, concealed a simmering ire, yet his demeanor remained deceptively serene. Shu Xian smiled at Xiao Yuran. Indeed, she had recently quarreled with Yushio far too often and found herself truly weary of disputes at this moment. With a gentle smile, Xiao Yuran drew forth a jade-like flute from within his robes and began to play. The notes soared and wept, enchanting yet imbued with an inexplicable sorrow. As Shu Xian listened to the tune, memories of their 3 years together flooded her mind. Despite their constant bickering, whenever matters escalated too severely, Xiao Yuran would invariably yield to her. She clearly recognized that had it not been for his patience, her life over these years would not have been nearly as vibrant. The sound of the flute fluctuated, and just as she believed the piece was nearing its conclusion, the melody unexpectedly soared, becoming slightly jarring, yet following that subtle dissonance. An extraordinary comfort enveloped her ears. Upon hearing this, Shu Xian's eyes gleamed momentarily, though she maintained her composure. As the flute ceased, Yushio remarked, This piece by young Master Qiao is indeed a first for me, quite remarkable. May I inquire about its title? His gaze was casually fixed on Xiao Yuran. Xiao Yuran replied, This composition is a recent creation of mine, inspired by some profound sentiments, which I sought to encapsulate in this melody. I am pleased to know the prince appreciates it. His tone was exceedingly respectful, yet his eyes brimmed with disdain. Yushio chuckled. It appears the title of musical immortal bestowed upon young Master Qiao is truly fitting. I hold you in high regard. While his words expressed admiration, his eyes betrayed a sense of disbelief. Observing the interaction between the two men, Shu Xian could not help but sigh. These two were indeed natural adversaries, exchanging barbs without needing more than a few words. Little did she realize that had it not been for her constant instigation, their animosity would not have reached such a sharp intensity. With a playful smile, Shu Xian commented, Cousin's flute playing has improved remarkably. It is rare for the prince to show such fondness. If you have the leisure, do visit the royal residence often. Yushio felt a surge of anger at her words, wondering at her audacity to flirt openly with her lover in his presence. What did she take him for? Yet, before the assembled company, he refrained from showing his ire, though his narrow eyes were filled with a brewing tempest. Xiao Yuran spoke slowly. Thank you for the invitation. Princess. He did not glance at Shu Xian, standing with his hands clasped behind him, and addressed Yushio coolly. You inquired about the title of this piece. As it was created spontaneously, it remains unnamed. Since your highness appreciates it so, perhaps you might bestow a name upon it? Shu Xian momentarily froze. The title of princess sent a jolt through her. It dawned on her that she was now Yushio's consort, and their relationship could never revert to its former state. Yushio observed her expression, a flicker of anger igniting within his eyes, though he remained composed. With a slight smile, he suggested, Since young Master Qiao stated that this piece was created spontaneously, let us call it spontaneity. Xiao Yuran repeated the name spontaneity twice, then smiled gently at Yushio. Your highness's intellect is indeed admirable. Spontaneity signifies where the heart leads, where emotions dwell, love and hate intertwining, merely a matter of fate. The name spontaneity truly encapsulates the essence of this piece. I am grateful for your gracious bestowal. He then offered a slight bow to Yushio. Yushio's gaze turned frigid as he replied coldly. So, it appears that young Master Qiao had already predetermined the title of this composition. Why then request a name from me? Xiao Yuran smiled faintly. Your highness, your words are overly severe. My earlier remarks were merely heartfelt expressions. In this world, love is inherently about fate. When the time is right and the person is right, it is perfect love. Yet if either aspect is amiss, it becomes a doomed romance. Love and hate are dictated by the heart and cannot be forced. Upon hearing Xiao Yuren's words, Shu Xin was momentarily taken aback. Realizing that this statement was directed at her, a twinge of bitterness arose within her. Was the timing between them simply not right? She could not help but ponder if they would be considered fated souls without that layer of connection. At that moment, a melodious male voice broke the silence. Today, as I passed by the Xiang residence, I noticed it was bustling with people from the Qin Wang's household. Curiosity compelled me to take a look, and upon arriving, I discovered that the Qin Wang is accompanying the Wang Fei on her return visit. Since it has been a while since I last saw the Qin Wang, I thought to come in and pay my respects. Surely, the Qin Wang and the Xiang family would not mind my presence. Shu Xin turned to see Prince Yu Zhao standing by the corridor, accompanied by 2 attendants. He wore a golden crown atop his head, bearing a slight resemblance to Yu Xiao, though his features possessed a more commanding presence. Clad in a deep brown outfit and black-soled official boots, he exuded an air of authority simply by standing there. Upon his arrival, everyone rose to pay their respects, except for Shu Xin, who stood there, entranced. After the formal greetings, Xiang Xian said, "I was unaware of your highness's visit and failed to extend a proper welcome. Please forgive my oversight." Yu Zhao smiled lightly. "Today, I am in plain clothes, so there is no need for such formalities. Ignorance is excusable, and there is no need for you to adhere to strict etiquette." He glanced at Shu Xin and continued, "I presume this is the Qin Wang Fei? Regrettably, I was on official duty and missed your wedding. I hope you can pardon my absence." Shu Xin replied with a cheerful smile, "Your highness is too gracious. As the crown prince, you must prioritize state affairs. The Qin Wang would not hold it against you. However, it is quite disappointing that you did not attend to offer your congratulations. Might I ask what gift you have sent?" She looked at Yu Zhao with wide, expectant eyes. Yu Zhao was momentarily taken aback, then awkwardly chuckled. "It is not that I am stingy. Rather, I have a long-standing friendship with the Qin Wang. A customary gift would appear trivial. Thus, during my journey south, while quelling the rebellion, I sought an appropriate present, which has already been dispatched to the Qin Wang's residence." He then regarded Yu Xiao with a calm expression. "I believe the Qin Wang will appreciate my gift." Yu Xiao responded with a faint smile, "Your highness is known for your thoughtfulness, and I am certain your gift will be exceptional. I shall certainly cherish it." Despite his words, there was no hint of joy on his face. From their conversation, Shu Xin discerned that the two were at odds. Otherwise, they would not refer to each other in such formal terms, nor would they adopt the titles of your highness and this king, indicating a deep-seated rift between them. She quickly understood the true reason behind Yu Xiao's ostentatious return to the Xiang residence. With a playful glint in her eyes, Shu Xin cheerfully inquired, "Your highness, please do not mock me. I have a fondness for gold and treasures. May I ask what you have brought?" Yu Zhao smiled and remarked, "The Princess of Qin is truly an intriguing individual. In this world, treasures abound, and the Qin manor is filled to the brim with wealth. Should the princess desire such possessions, the prince will certainly oblige. As for the gift I present, it may not delight the princess, yet I am certain it will please the prince." Shu Xin curled her lip, her expression betraying her disappointment, yet her almond-shaped eyes widened as they fixed upon Yu Zhao. Yu Zhao inquired, "Might I ask if there is something unsightly upon my face that warrants such scrutiny?" Noticing that one side of Shu Xin's visage was a vivid crimson, while the other bore a ghastly blue and purple hue, resembling a handprint, he could not help but find her appearance rather grotesque. However, her eyes, dark and bright, sparkled with a lively charm that momentarily overshadowed her unfortunate looks. With utmost seriousness, Shu Xin replied, "It is not that your highness bears any blemish. Rather, it is my first encounter with you, and I am genuinely curious about what makes the crown prince so exceptional." Fearing her tendency to speak recklessly, Shu Xin's father, Shu Xiang, intended to intervene. But now that she was the princess of Qin, he found himself at a loss for words. Upon Yu Zhao's arrival, Yu Xiao's gaze deepened, a subtle smile gracing his lips. After hearing Shu Xin's words, he momentarily pondered her intentions, but chose not to intervene. Xiao Yuran, overhearing Shu Xin's comment, let out a quiet sigh within, knowing that she always delighted in stirring the pot. Yu Zhao queried, "Oh, does the princess of Qin perceive any clues?" A gentle smile adorned his face, yet his eyes were cold as ice. He could discern the underlying sting in her words and was curious to hear her reply. Seeing his demeanor, Shu Xin felt a chuckle rising within her. Truly, he was a brother of Yu Xiao, as even their expressions mirrored one another. Indeed, blood runs thicker than water. She smiled charmingly. "Of course, I have perceived it. When I first encountered the Prince of Qin, I thought he was the most handsome man in the world, and my heart could not help but flutter. Yet upon meeting you today, I realized that while the prince is indeed remarkable, He pales in comparison to your highness. Yu Zhao glanced at Yu Xiao, who remained unfazed, exuding an air of nonchalance. Winking, he remarked, "Is the princess not afraid of inciting the prince's ire by praising other men in his presence? It seems the rumors surrounding the wedding day are not entirely unfounded. She is indeed no paragon of wifely virtue." He could not help but admire Yu Xiao for daring to marry such a woman in pursuit of Shuxiang's assistance. Once, he had contemplated marrying a lady from the Shuxiang family to garner favor, but upon learning that all of Shuxiang's other daughters had already been promised to suitors, only the seventh daughter, Shuxin, remained. Upon hearing of her unfortunate countenance, he abandoned the thought altogether. A sense of unease crept into his heart. Yu Xiao had indeed married such an unattractive woman to fulfill his ambitions. Yu Xiao spoke calmly, "Your Highness speaks too highly. My wife's nature is one of unfiltered honesty. Whatever comes to her mind, she speaks, and I have long since grown accustomed to it. If she wishes to flatter, so be it." With a playful smile, Shu Xian tightened her grip on Yu Xiao's hand and said, "I knew the prince would not be angry." She then turned to Yu Zhao and remarked, "As the crown prince, his demeanor is unparalleled, second only to the current emperor. Thus, even if Prince Qin is exceptionally talented, he cannot compare to his highness." This statement was undoubtedly flattery. Yu Zhao laughed heartily and replied, "The Qin princess is indeed delightful. I found it quite strange when I heard that Prince Qin wished to marry her, but after meeting her today, I no longer find it odd. Although she may not possess beauty that captivates nations, she has a remarkably clever tongue." Releasing Yu Xiao, Shu Xian approached Yu Zhao's side and after appraising him, remarked, "In addition to his extraordinary grace, his highness also possesses keen perception." Yu Zhao furrowed his brow and asked, "What makes you say that?" Shu Xian smiled gently and replied, "As soon as Prince Qin entered the minister's residence, the crown prince followed closely behind. Is that not impressive?" Upon hearing this, the expressions of those present changed dramatically. Yu Zhao calmly stated, "It is not that my perception is remarkable, but rather the profound understanding between Prince Qin and myself. I did not intend to take this path. Yet somehow my legs led me here, and I fortuitously encountered Prince Qin and the Qin princess." He smiled at Shu Xian and continued, "I had always thought to visit the renowned Qin princess at the prince's residence, and today, my wish has been fulfilled." Shu Xian inquired, "Did his highness find me as the rumors suggested?" Yu Zhao chuckled and said, "To speak candidly, the reputation of the Qin princess can indeed be intimidating. When my father arranged the marriage, I felt a twinge of concern for Prince Qin. However, upon meeting her, I realized that Prince Qin has excellent taste. While the Qin princess's appearance may not warrant high praise, as Jin Wang said, she radiates a certain spirit that makes one forget her looks." He referred to Jin Wang as Yulan. Shu Xian laughed lightly, winking at Yu Zhao with her almond-shaped eyes. "Your highness's praise is truly flattering. However, it is fortunate that you spoke these words in front of Prince Qin, otherwise it might reach the ears of those with ill intentions, and they would surely twist it into claims of the crown prince teasing the Qin princess in public." This remark caused the crowd's expressions to change once more. Yu Zhao felt a bead of sweat forming in his palm but maintained his smile, saying, "It is said that the Qin princess enjoys jesting, and today, I can confirm it. Yet, I have numerous consorts, any one of whom surpasses the Qin princess in beauty by several folds." Yu Xiao interjected, "Your highness need not take offense. My wife often speaks frivolously." His tone was gentle, yet he shot a warning glance at Shu Xian. However, Shu Xian seemed oblivious to Yu Xiao's gaze and smiled softly. "Yet, your highness has also mentioned that one should not judge merely by appearance. Moreover, while delicacies are delightful, consuming them daily can lead to monotony. Eventually, one may crave the simplicity of vegetables and radishes, which, when savored occasionally, bring immense satisfaction." With that, she stepped a little closer to Yu Zhao. Yu Zhao was taken aback by her audacity, daring to speak such nonsense in front of so many people. He instinctively took a step back, yet managed a faint smile as he remarked, "It seems the rumors are not entirely unfounded. The courage of the princess consort of Qin is truly formidable." Shuxin smiled subtly, her lips slightly pursed, and said, "Does your highness's statement serve as a compliment to me?" With that, she stepped closer to Yu Zhao. He retreated another step, but glanced at Yu Xiao and said, "I now believe that not only is the princess consort of Qin audacious, but the king of Qin is even more so." Shuxin furrowed her brows and inquired, "What do you mean by that, your highness?" Yu Zhao replied, "On the day of the grand wedding, after the princess consort behaved so outrageously, the king not only refrained from dismissing her, but boldly returned with her, unabashedly defying societal judgment. I must express my admiration for such courage." Shuxin secretly chuckled to herself, quite pleased. She lifted her foot to approach Yu Zhao once more, only to be halted by a hand gripping her arm. Turning around, she saw it was Yu Xiao. She smiled and asked, "Why does His Highness restrain me?" "I merely wish to clarify the intentions of the Crown Prince." Yu Zhao's meaning was crystal clear. He was mocking Yu Xiao, and she had become the source of Yu Xiao's greatest embarrassment. Yu Xiao replied coolly, "I am aware of the princess's intentions. However, your maidservant, she truly shows no remorse." His Highness's ostentatious return to the Xiang residence with Shu Xin was indeed an attempt to provoke Yu Zhao, yet she seems to have forgotten her own precarious situation, warranting a reminder. Shu Xin hastily interjected, "The Crown Prince shares a profound bond with the King of Qin." Yet, inwardly, she berated Yu Xiao as a despicable and shameless scoundrel, resorting to threats involving Yueling and Zhuefeng. Yu Xiao cast a glance at her but addressed Yu Zhao. "In truth, it is not that I am particularly bold. Rather, it is the depth of my feelings. Regardless of her transgressions, I can find it in my heart to forgive." Besides, her words on the day of the wedding were merely fanciful nonsense. "My princess has always been pure and virtuous." The way he gazed at Shu Xin appeared to be filled with deep affection to others, yet she discerned the threats concealed within. She deemed it excessively audacious of her. It was one thing to be involved with Qiao Yuran, but it was another to brazenly exchange glances with Yu Zhao in his presence. Qiao Yuran observed Shu Xin's antics and couldn't help but laugh. She had seen such behavior numerous times, and with a mere movement, she recognized Shu Xin's motives. She remained, as ever, eager to stir chaos. At this point, he had confirmed one thing. Shu Xin's heart harbored no feelings for Yu Xiao. He felt a surge of joy at this revelation. Yu Zhao laughed heartily. "I have long perceived that the Princess Consort of Qin was merely jesting." Shu Xin's persistent instigation of discord aimed at tearing apart Yu Xiao and Yu Zhao could lead to unforeseen chaos. Thus, she interjected, "Princess, since your marriage, your aunt has missed you dearly. Why not go and converse with her?" Shu Xin frowned slightly. "I truly did not anticipate that my aunt would miss me so much, but I would prefer to see my biological mother before visiting her." Shu Xiang merely wished to send her away, allowing her to choose her own destination. He nodded and remarked to Yu Zhao and Yu Xiao, "It is nearly noon, and the heat here is unbearable. His Royal Highness and Prince Qin shall take their leave to the parlor." Shu Xian found herself stifling a laugh at the farcical scene unfolding before her. With a smile, she strolled alone to the small lake behind the Xiang residence. Though noon was approaching, the lakeside was shaded by lush greenery, and a gentle breeze provided a refreshing coolness. Gazing into the crystal-clear waters, a smile graced her lips as she discerned footsteps approaching from behind. "I knew you would come," she exclaimed with a playful laugh. A melodious male voice replied, "Ah, my princess, you truly possess remarkable insight to deduce that it is I." Startled, Shu Xian turned around, her eyes betraying a hint of disappointment, yet she smiled and responded, "As husband and wife, we naturally share a deep connection." However, she felt a twinge of irritation. Why was it Yu Xiao who stood before her instead of Qiao Yuran? Where had Qiao Yuran gone? The expression in her eyes did not escape Yu Xiao's notice. He chuckled coldly. "What is this? Does my princess harbor disappointment?" After a derisive snort, he continued, "So it appears you are waiting not for me, but for your lover." Shu Xian burst into laughter. "Indeed, your highness possesses a delightful sense of humor, recognizing that the thrill of being lovers surpasses that of being merely a married couple. A wife is less than a concubine, and a concubine is less than a secret affair. It is no wonder that your romance with Gu Cece captures the public's imagination. I now find myself eagerly anticipating our future together." She attempted to feign innocence, yet she knew it would be a challenge to do so in front of Yu Xiao. Yu Xiao's smile turned icy as he said, "Shu Xian, cease your pretenses before me. You are not waiting for me, but for Qiao Yuran, are you not?" For reasons unknown, this realization filled him with frustration, and his usually composed demeanor began to falter. Shu Xian smiled faintly. "Is it possible that your highness is feeling jealous?" Though inwardly alarmed, she maintained her demeanor. Yu Xiao scoffed, "Jealous? Shu Xian, do you believe you are worthy of such sentiment?" With a calm smile, Shu Xian replied, "If you were not jealous, then what prompts you to rush over here to interrogate me?" Yu Xiao paused, momentarily taken aback, but then chuckled, "Your audacity truly astonishes me, as does your apparent coldness, to disregard even the life of your own son." With that, he lightly brushed off the stone bench and took a seat. The smile on Shu Xian's face faltered as she coldly inquired, "What do you intend to do?" Yu Xiao looked at her with an indifferent gaze. "It seems it is I who should be asking you that. What do you wish to do?" Shu Xian met his gaze, stating, "I do not believe I have done anything wrong today." Yu Xiao retorted with a scoff, "You may not have erred, but you certainly wish to provoke a rift between me and the crown prince at this very moment." Shu Xian scoffed in return. Do you truly find it entertaining to maintain this charade? You clearly cannot stand each other, yet you feign brotherly affection. Do you not find it repulsive? Moreover, what difference does it make whether you confront each other or not? Both of you are acutely aware that you are adversaries. I merely wish to assist you a little. Yet you not only refuse my help, but also scold me for it. Yushio furrowed her brow slightly and remarked, do not forget that this is the royal family, not an ordinary household. My father despises discord among princes the most. Shushin pursed her lips and replied, you want me to persuade my father. So I will employ my own methods to assist you. My actions are merely to prompt my father to establish his stance swiftly. Do you wish for him to remain indecisive indefinitely? She paused and continued, moreover, the prince's grand entrance today into the Xiang residence is undoubtedly an attempt to draw the crown prince here. Since he has already arrived, it would be a squandered opportunity to waste it. Besides, my father's demeanor earlier must have been apparent to the prince. He has not genuinely decided whom to support yet. Yushio coldly retorted, do you think I am a fool? You would do well to suppress your little schemes. You merely wish to incite discord between me and the crown prince, hoping I would confront you directly to win Xiao Yuren's favor. Shushin looked up at the sky and said, if the prince did not trust me, he would not have brought me to the Xiang residence today. I am merely employing my own methods. She paused again and added, according to your thinking, no matter what I do, it will always be wrong. For Xiao Yuran is my lover, and he is associated with the crown prince. I must assist him, mustn't I? Yushio grasped her chin tightly, stating, you are finally admitting that Xiao Yuran is your lover. Anger surged within him, and he exerted a bit more pressure with his hand. Shushin felt a sharp pain in her chin, and upon seeing the icy fury in Yushio's eyes, her own temperament flared. Yet, she maintained a radiant smile and said, the prince still claims he is not jealous? I can already sense the sourness. Yushio replied coolly, I have been pondering how much of your words can be trusted. Now, I realize that none of it can be believed. If it were not for the sake of Minister Shu today, Shushin interrupted with a cold huff. You wish to kill me, don't you? Yushio let out a light snort, but Shushin continued with a grin. However, the prince should keep that thought to himself for now. I cannot die just yet. Even if I were to cause the greatest calamity or get into the most trouble, you must endure it. For you have already confirmed my significance with my father. Moreover, you should also refrain from plotting against Yueling and Juefeng. If you truly harm them in any way, I shall perish alongside them. Should I die, I will certainly take you down with me. From the interactions between Yushio and Yu Zhao, it was evident that the two were at odds, and Yu Zhao possessed a remarkably narrow-minded disposition. If he were to ascend to the throne, Yushio would be the first to be eliminated. While Yushio held substantial power, Yu Zhao was still the crown prince, and inevitably, the majority in the court would side with him, especially with Xiao Yuren's assistance. Should Minister Shu choose to support Yu Zhao, Yushio would undoubtedly face defeat. Yushio coldly threatened, do you believe I would kill you? Shushin, enduring the pain, replied, for you, killing someone is not a rare occurrence. However, do not forget that the alliance between you and my father has yet to be established. If you exert even a bit more force, it could cost me my life. But I assure you, the moment I die, my father will undoubtedly support the crown prince. Not you. Yushio sensed the faint sound of breathing behind him, igniting his anger further. A flicker of uncertainty crossed his narrow eyes as he coldly declared, is that so? I am quite eager to test it. With that, he tightened his grip on her chin, moving towards her throat. However, just before his hand could make contact with Shushin, another hand struck out, prompting Yushio to snort disdainfully and redirect his attack towards the intruder's chest. The newcomer appeared to have anticipated this move, swiftly transforming his left hand from a block to a hook aimed at Yushio's eyes. Taken aback by the rapid change in tactics, Yushio pulled Shushin back and retreated, while the newcomer remained still, refusing to press forward. Yushio remarked coldly, it seems that young Master Qiao has indeed inherited the true teachings of Du Tianqi. This phoenix seizing the food technique is quite ruthless. Xiao Yuran replied nonchalantly, Your Highness, you flatter me. Your Mianyu skill is also commendable, even from such a distance. You were able to detect my presence. Such prowess is rare in this world. After a pause, he added, however, Your Highness possesses a status of great nobility, yet displays such brutality. Though my cousin has married you, if you do not treat her well, do not blame me for being impolite. Yushio scoffed, my disciplining of my wife is merely a family matter. It seems young Master Qiao is overstepping his bounds. Xiao Yuran gazed at Yushio and said, Shushin is, first and foremost, my cousin, and only afterward your princess. Your Highness must not forget, despite her tarnished reputation, she is still your wife and the daughter of Minister Shu. Concern for her welled up within him as he noticed the bruises on her face, causing his fists to clench tighter. How could Yushio treat her in such a manner? He was acutely aware of Yushio's strength. Had he truly grasped Shushin's throat? The thought was unbearable. Surely, her days in the Qin Wangfu must be exceedingly difficult. Yet, how could she be so stubborn, repeatedly provoking a man as formidable as Yushio? For a moment, Xiao Yuran hoped she might acquiesce to Yushio's wishes, thus sparing herself from further suffering. However, if she were to truly comply, he feared he would feel an overwhelming sense of loss. His gaze fixed intently upon Shushin, filled with both worry and compassion, yet tinged with helplessness. The melody he had just played, though perhaps lost on others, would surely resonate with her. That piece clearly conveyed his message, for her to wait here, as he had something to discuss with her. Yet, he had been delayed by Minister Shu, and upon his arrival, he was confronted with this scene. Yushio sighed inwardly, recalling the purpose of his visit to the Shu residence. His behavior today had been somewhat erratic. Shushin had a peculiar way of provoking his ire. He had never acted in such a manner before, and he found himself questioning whether he was truly feeling jealousy. Yushio, noticing the tension between Xiao Yuran and Shushin, coldly stated, "I am fully aware of these matters. There is no need for young Master Xiao to remind me." With that, he grasped Shushin and began to lead her away. With her chin throbbing from his grip and her anger already simmering, Shushin, emboldened by Xiao Yuran's presence, defiantly declared, "Your Highness, you treat me this way, and my cousin has witnessed everything. I am acutely aware of my own identity and circumstances. Having returned today, I have no desire to go back to the royal residence. I am a person, not a mere puppet for the prince's whims." As she spoke, tears welled in her eyes. Yushio scoffed. "The name of the princess has already spread throughout the entire Fian city. Even if I were to tear you apart, I doubt that Shushan would dare to speak a word." Though he spoke thus, he could not suppress a sigh within. She was indeed quite a troublesome individual. Xiao Yuran, observing from the side, remarked, "I have always held great admiration for the prince's character, but upon witnessing today's events, I realize he merely bullies defenseless women, which is truly contemptible." Yushio replied coolly, "There is no need for young Master Qiao to concern himself with my family matters." Without regard for whether Shushan was willing, he took Shushin back to the hall of the residence. Upon seeing them, Shushan was taken aback and inquired, "Your Highness, what has happened?" Yushio let out a cold snort, saying, "Shushan certainly knows how to raise a daughter. I admire that." After a pause, he added, "As for the deeds of your own daughter, there is no need to ask me. Farewell." With that, he disregarded Shushan's feelings and dragged Shushin out of the residence. This left Shushan standing in the parlor, overwhelmed with fear and confusion. Yu Zhao, witnessing this scene, felt a surge of satisfaction and advised, "It is entirely normal for a young couple to argue. You need not take it to heart, Shushan." With a deep sigh, Shushan replied, "Your Highness, you may not know that seventh daughter is the least attractive of my 10 daughters. I have always felt guilty towards her. Thus I have indulged her greatly and sought to find her a worthy husband. However, her appearance has always instilled disdain in capable suitors. I had heard that Prince Qin possessed a gentle temperament and had taken the initiative to propose a marriage to the emperor, leading me to believe that he was unlike other men and would appreciate my seventh daughter's intelligence. Thus, I did not refuse when the emperor made the match. I had always thought I had found her a suitable husband, but now I realize I was gravely mistaken." As he spoke, he wiped the corners of his eyes with his garment. Yu Zhao, with a calculating glimmer in her eyes, consoled him, "I have known Prince Qin since childhood. Though his temperament can be rather unruly, he has never before shown such a loss of composure. It is likely that he holds deep affection for your daughter, which accounts for his unusual behavior." Shushan sighed again. "Enough, enough. The fortunes of my descendants are their own to bear. As an old man, my worries and concerns are of little use. In truth, this incident cannot be entirely blamed on Prince Qin. Seventh daughter has also acted exceedingly foolishly. If I were in Prince Qin's position and such a situation arose on the wedding day, I would likely have long since sought to annul the marriage. Yet Prince Qin has not done so, indicating that he is aware of seventh daughter's mischief. He understood very well the true reason behind Yushio's decision not to dismiss Shushin, and he recognized that the marriage to Yushio was fraught with many complexities. In his view, Yushio was ambitious, possessing a unique approach and perspective that differed from ordinary men. Perhaps only such a man could manage Shushin and provide her with true happiness. Yu Zhao sighed, remarking that although the appearance of the Qin princess was not exceptionally beautiful, her character was undeniably intriguing. Unlike ordinary women who would either fear or tremble before her, the princess dared to jest with her, which was indeed remarkable. However, Yu Zhao observed that the Qin king did not seem to cherish her, and the fact that she bore a handprint on her face after marrying him was rather excessive. Most concerning was that today marked the princess's return to her family, yet the Qin king had the audacity to strike her within the residence of the minister. As time passed, with her remaining often in the Qin palace, Yu Zhao could not help but feel a sense of worry for her. It was unclear whether her words were meant to comfort Xu Xiang or to instigate discord. Upon hearing Yu Zhao's words, Xu Xiang let out a long sigh, murmuring, "What should be done? What should be done?" His expression was one of deep concern, and he wiped his weary eyes with his sleeve. Yu Zhao reassured him, saying, "There is no need for excessive worry. However, the way the Qin king treats his princess is worse than divorce." Xu Xiang lamented, "Alas, it is all my fault for pushing my own daughter into the flames. Although Qi'er may have acted a bit excessively, it was merely in jest. Why must he take it so to heart?" Yu Zhao blinked and sighed. "Yet the marriage between the Qin king and your daughter was bestowed by the emperor. I fear the Qin king may not even dare to consider divorce." With a frown, Xu Xiang replied, "Indeed. If the Qin king were to truly divorce Qi'er, it would be a blessing. At worst, she could remain in the minister's residence for her lifetime, which is preferable to enduring daily humiliation from the Qin king. However, a marriage granted by the emperor would undoubtedly be akin to striking the emperor himself." Yu Zhao looked at Xu Xiang and suggested, "If you genuinely care for your daughter and wish to spare her from suffering, there are means to do so." Xu Xiang, wiping his tears, inquired, "What means?" Yu Zhao smiled faintly. "That method is indeed too cruel, better left unsaid." Xu Xiang urged, "I implore you, your highness, to understand the heart of a parent and reveal it to me." Yu Zhao sighed. "That approach is one I truly cannot disclose, nor can I enact it. You should pray fervently for the Qin princess. Perhaps, given time, the Qin king may genuinely come to love her." Xu Xiang gazed skyward and sighed deeply. As a man, I can understand the Qin king's sentiments. Yet if he truly does not favor Qi'er, why did he seek her hand in marriage in the first place? He paused, as if recalling something, and suddenly looked at Yu Zhao, asking, "Could it be what your highness is implying?" A hint of resignation crossed Yu Zhao's face. That may indeed be the only solution. Xu Xiang regarded Yu Zhao. Yet that solution seems unfeasible, after all. Yu Zhao sighed. "I grasp your intent, Xu Xiang, and I believe everyone is well aware of the Qin king's true feelings over the years. Would you truly wish for your most cherished daughter to endure such torment indefinitely? Had you known that your most beloved daughter was the remarkably unappealing Qi'er, you may have married her off without a second thought. Yet the current outcome is not wholly unfavorable. It is merely that Yushio does not appreciate what he has." After a lengthy silence, Xu Xiang finally asked, "Does your highness intend to assist me?" Yu Zhao replied, "I merely find it hard to bear." Xu Xiang glanced at Yu Zhao and remarked, "Your highness, your profound empathy is deeply appreciated by this old man. Please, come this way and let us discuss matters thoroughly." With that, he gestured invitingly. Yu Zhao nodded slightly and accompanied Xu Xiang into the inner chamber. Once Xu Xian and Yu Xiu settled into the carriage, Yu Xiu leaned back against the seat in silence, enveloping the atmosphere within the carriage in a chilling tension. Xu Xian pursed her lips and said, "All right. They can no longer see us, so you needn't pretend any longer." Yu Xiu turned to glance at her, his voice calm as he inquired, "Pretend at what?" Although it was a question, a hint of amusement lingered at the corner of his lips, and a glimmer of appreciation sparkled in his elongated eyes. She was indeed more astute than he had initially presumed. He had underestimated her significantly, for one should not judge a person by their appearance. Xu Xian scoffed. "You still think you can deceive me at this point? Do you take me for a fool?" Yu Xiu smiled softly, observing her as he said, "I confess I do not fully comprehend your words. Could you elucidate further?" Xu Xian retorted with a cold laugh, "If you do not understand, then no one in this world could. Yet today, your highness has successfully deceived the crown prince with this charade played before my father, but you cannot fool me." Few possess the ability to provoke Yu Xiu into losing control of his emotions. Yu Xiu studied her intently and slowly asked, "How did you discern that?" The admiration in his eyes grew ever more pronounced. Xu Xian replied nonchalantly, "When you mentioned taking me home this morning, I found it peculiar. My face bears the marks of the injury inflicted by Zhu Ke, and yet you have the audacity to bring me home, unafraid of my father's wrath. Moreover, your usual preference for tranquility contrasts sharply with your ostentatious demeanor today. Does that not strike you as odd? Although I may not be adept at Go, it does not mean I am utterly oblivious. If I am not mistaken, you and my father orchestrated a scheme during your game. While I am unaware of its precise nature, it evidently conveyed your intentions to him. Then you feigned provocation, ostensibly out of jealousy, but in truth, you sought to draw out my cousin, staging a splendid performance for the crown prince. Am I correct, Your Highness? Upon finishing her words, she widened her almond-shaped eyes at Yushio, her gaze sparkling with mirth yet tinged with disdain. Yushio smiled slightly and remarked, "You have a remarkably clear insight into the matter. Deceiving you is indeed far more challenging than deceiving the crown prince. However, you have misjudged one aspect. I did not deliberately seek to draw out Xiao Yuran. Rather, you truly incited my ire." With that, his slender eyes fixed intently on Shu Exine, a trace of helplessness glimmering within them. Shu Exine was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter, saying, "I knew it. Your Highness's demeanor today is rather uncharacteristic. It is not easily provoked. Yet to the unknowing observer, your display of anger appears quite fitting." Noticing Yushio's unwavering gaze upon her, she continued with a teasing tone, "If you keep looking at me like that, I might genuinely misconstrue your feelings for me." Yushio inquired, "Is it impossible for me to harbor affection for you?" He acknowledged that many of his expressions today were feigned, yet the flames of anger and jealousy burning within him could not be concealed from himself. Shu Exine smiled with evident delight and said, "Your Highness, we are no longer in the residence of the Prime Minister, so there is no need for you to continue the pretense." Yushio, languidly reclining in the carriage, replied, "It seems you do not fully believe my words." After assessing Yushio from head to toe, Shu Exine responded, "It is not that I do not trust Your Highness, but rather that your heart is as elusive as a needle lost in the depths of the ocean, utterly unfathomable. Most importantly, for the sake of your ambitions, you have even endured the green hat I placed upon you on our wedding day. What else could possibly be beyond your tolerance? However, Your Highness, I must implore you to show some mercy next time you decide to take action. My chin may very well fall off." Yushio replied coolly, "Shu Exine, if I were to confess that I have genuinely fallen in love with you, would you reciprocate my feelings?" His tone was casual, yet as those words escaped his lips, an inexplicable tension gripped his heart. It had been many years since he felt such emotions. In this moment of unease, how unlike the composed demeanor he was accustomed to. Chapter 56. Xiao Yuran smiled faintly and said, "I would like that too, but I fear you might not permit it." Though he spoke these words, he turned his body away. He recalled the last time at Xuanyu Villa, she had displayed a similar demeanor. It felt as though time had reverted to the past, and the loneliness and melancholy of the intervening period vanished in an instant. Shu Exine laughed joyfully. "I thought my cousin believed I had suffered and intended to elope with me, thus seeking to take advantage of me first, forcing me into a runaway." Once she grasped the implications, her words flowed freely. He was indeed Shu Exine's brother, yet not her biological sibling from this world. Although their bloodlines intertwined in a forbidden bond, they could simply choose not to have children. She might seek a remedy at a brothel to ensure childlessness, and they could cherish their love and simplicity. There was nothing inherently wrong with that. In the 21st century, such incestuous love did exist. She was neither the first, nor would she be the last. Let it be. She would surrender her love to her heart. Casting aside the antiquated customs of this realm, let the dictates of female propriety and restraint be banished. She was she, independent and autonomous, daring to love and to hate. Xiao Yuran gazed thoughtfully at the pale sky and said, "Indeed, if you are willing, I could whisk you away right now. What concerns of state or obligations to my master? To the devil with them. I only desire my love, my happiness." If his earlier rejection had been compelled, he was now convinced of her genuine emotions. Observing her radiant smile, unmasked by any pretense, he understood that her heart also belonged to him. Eloping, while seemingly a rebellious act, appeared to be their most viable means of remaining together. Mutual affection sufficed. Let the mundane conventions be cast aside. For the sake of happiness, he too must summon courage. As Shu Exine donned her garments, she momentarily paused at his words, then chuckled, "Cousin, I have not forgotten where you intended to take me when you spoke of eloping." The notion of elopement uttered by Xiao Yuran surprised her, yet the smile that graced her face revealed her true feelings. Recalling his previous attempt to elope, she felt a twinge of anger, although they had shared beautiful moments there. A sense of regret lingered within her. Could he truly be as resolute as he claimed? She was uncertain, but she relished hearing him speak in such a manner. However, the realization that he was aware of their sibling bond, yet still possessed the audacity to entertain such thoughts, filled her heart with conflicting emotions of joy and sorrow. Why did fate seem to toy with her? Was it so difficult to attain love and happiness? Even though she had reconciled her feelings, believing she could disregard everything for him, she still hesitated to envision their future. Though they adored each other, they remained siblings. Her daring spirit and disregard for societal norms could not erase the reality that their relationship was a thorn in her heart. Xiao Yuran, with a resolute gaze, declared, "If you are willing to accompany me now, wherever you wish to go, I shall take you there." Wandering through the realms. To be a pair of celestial lovers is indeed one of life's greatest delights. Shedding the burdens of responsibility and the chaos of life is truly a liberating endeavor. Yet can he genuinely achieve the lightness of being he desires? Shu Exan found herself momentarily stunned. Did he, like her, comprehend all matters, hence his unwavering resolve? A wave of profound joy surged within her as she fastened her belt and approached his side, asking, "Is what you say truly sincere?" Xiao Yuran turned to gaze at her, saying, "Why would I deceive you?" His enchanting eyes were filled with deep affection and determination, imbued with a palpable longing. Happiness can sometimes be exquisitely simple. By breaking free from one's constraints and reclaiming one's freedom, the pursuit of happiness becomes attainable, lying just before one's eyes. He had kept her waiting far too long, merely because he couldn't overcome his own inner demons. He had thought Yushio would be her destined partner, only to realize how gravely mistaken he was. It was no small feat for someone as devoted and headstrong as her to survive in the presence of Yushio. Regret washed over him, berating himself for his foolishness. How could she possibly love him when she so vehemently rejected Yushio? Had he known earlier that her heart was solely his, he would never have allowed her to wait for him in vain. Matters of the court. Who ascends to the throne? What concern was it of his? The demands of his mentor were hard to defy. However, he had already fulfilled numerous obligations on behalf of the crown prince over the years, thus repaying his teacher's nurturing grace. Besides, with such a temperament, even if the crown prince were to become emperor, he likely would not be a wise ruler, nor would he necessarily surpass Yushio. Let them vie for power. May the strongest ascend to the throne. Shu Xian longed to tell him, "Let us depart at once," but then she recalled Chasing Wind and Moon Spirit, and added, "We cannot leave just yet. We must find Chasing Wind and Moon Spirit first, and take them along." Both had fallen into perilous circumstances due to her actions. How could she possibly abandon them? In that moment, she couldn't help but regret her previous cowardice and irresponsible behavior. Yet, it was fortunate that her attempt to flee had been in vain. Had she succeeded, she would not have encountered Xiao Yuran today, nor would she have learned of his current thoughts. She admired a man who was both passionate and courageous in love. He had not disappointed her. A sense of bliss welled up from her heart. Her steadfastness had finally borne fruit. The suffering endured during this time felt trivial in that moment. As her words lingered in the air, she found herself enveloped in a warm and solid embrace. Xiao Yuran's voice trembled slightly as he spoke. "The last time you spoke to me in such a manner, I thought you would never regard me again. Today, I have come to realize my error, rest assured. I will find Chasing Wind and Moon Spirit as swiftly as possible." As happiness felt within reach, he suddenly felt a pang of anxiety. Though he was unaware of where Yushio had confined them, he had unwavering faith in his abilities. He would locate them. Shu Xian leaned against him, a faint fragrance of cosmetics wafting into her nostrils. She furrowed her brow and remarked, "Xiao Yuran, have you been frequenting the pleasure houses again?" The delicate and refined scent was unmistakably of high quality, unlike that typically worn by common courtesans. Xiao Yuran, truly incorrigible, professes his affection while simultaneously indulging in the pleasures of the brothel. Such behavior is utterly contemptible. Xiao Yuran, taken aback, protested, "I did not." He inhaled deeply, attempting to discern any scent upon himself, but could detect nothing. Shu Xian scoffed, "If you haven't been drinking flower wine, how is it that you reek of cosmetics?" If he had not visited the brothel, yet carried the fragrance of a woman, it would infuriate her even more. After just a few days of silence from her, he could not resist seeking the company of another woman. She would see to his reckoning. Xiao Yuran, momentarily stunned, recalled something and said, "I truly did not partake in flower wine. That scent likely belongs to the 13th princess." When he ventured out to find her, he had encountered the 13th princess's maid upon leaving the residence. Unable to refuse her entreaty, he had been obliged to visit the 13th princess's residence. When she had accidentally fallen, he had kindly assisted her, and that fragrance must have clung to him from that moment. Shu Xian extricated herself from his embrace and asked, "The 13th princess? You went to the palace?" A wave of foreboding washed over her. Xiao Yuran's gaze became somewhat hazy as he sighed deeply, expressing, "Indeed, I did visit the palace at the 13th princess's request, and I could not decline." Shu Xian's anger flared. "So you aspire to entwine yourself with the illustrious 13th princess?" She suddenly felt as though she appeared quite the shrew. She realized she had not been as magnanimous in front of Yushio. Jealousy had taken root within her. Perhaps every woman experiences jealousy. It merely depends on the worthiness of the object of affection. Her agitated tone shattered the previously warm atmosphere between them. "Xiao Yuran, With a languid gaze, inquired, "Are you envious?" Shu Exine retorted coldly, "Indeed, I am envious." She felt no need to disguise her emotions. Love is love, and hatred is hatred. Had she not come to terms with her feelings, she might have remained silent in her anger. A broad smile adorned Xiao Yuren's lips, and he pulled her into his embrace, exclaiming, "Your jealousy brings me joy. Now that I understand your feelings, I shall establish clear boundaries with the 13th princess. What matter is it to me, the connections of royal lineage? They are but mere mortals, sharing a bed, a room, and a meal like everyone else." Shu Exine gently pounded his chest, saying, "You may desire to be the favored son-in-law of the emperor, forsaking me, this unremarkable woman." A pang of discomfort and fear stirred within her. Their relationship had blossomed only after she had dismantled her own defenses, and after finally confronting her feelings. She deeply wished for no further complications. With unwavering determination in his eyes, Xiao Yuran asserted, "To me, you have never been unattractive. Moreover, beauty is not merely skin-deep. It resides within one's heart." Shu Exin buried her face in his embrace, urging, "Xiao Yuran, remember the words you speak tonight. Should you dare betray me, I shall surely flay your skin, extract your tendons, and boil your bones for soup." Xiao Yuran furrowed his brow. "Must you be so ruthless?" Despite his frown, his eyes sparkled with mirth. He relished witnessing her caring nature, finding her jealousy utterly adorable. It is indeed a delightful revelation to discover that someone cares for oneself. Shu Exin remarked, "If you do not betray me, such events would never occur. Conversely, I would cherish you like a precious gem." Her voice bore a hint of threat, a touch of petulance, and a whisper of affection. Xiao Yuran replied gently, "Indeed, indeed. With your fierce disposition, even if I possessed tenfold courage, I would not dare." It was not fear that restrained him, rather a complete absence of such thoughts. Yet, as memories of the evening's events surfaced in his mind, a wave of concern rose within him, though his exterior remained serene and unperturbed. Beneath his flowing sleeves, his hands clenched into fists, solidifying his resolve. Shu Exine softly declared, "So you find me intimidating?" Her tone was gentle, yet her gaze was filled with warning. Xiao Yuran chuckled, "Do you truly intimidate me? I fail to perceive it." The well-placed falsehood served as a seasoning to their affection. Shu Exine smiled with delight. "At least you are perceptive." However, she seized his hand and bit down fiercely, inflicting a painful wound that drew blood. Xiao Yuran, racked with pain, inquired, "Why must you bite me?" Cold sweat beaded on his forehead, yet he bore the agony, knowing he was in the Qin Wangfu. Shu Exine huffed, "Because you made me wait so long, tormenting my heart. Thus, you must face punishment. And since I am uncertain how to penalize you, I shall leave a mark on your hand, ensuring you remember me wherever you go." This method was not of her own invention, but borrowed from the character Zhu'er in Jin Yang's writings. She deemed it harmless to adapt. Xiao Yuran found himself at a loss for words. Her justifications were always plentiful. The pain in his hand was excruciating, blood oozing from the wound. Noticing his discomfort, Shu Exine felt a pang of sympathy and fetched a cloth from the cabinet, wrapping his injury while saying, "Let us see if you dare to forget me in the future." After a pause, she asked, "Does it hurt?" Seeing his pained expression, her heart ached for him. With a sigh, Xiao Yuran admitted, to claim it does not hurt would be a lie. He longed to deceive her, to assert that he felt no pain. Yet the throbbing in his hand was undeniable. Observing the beads of sweat on his forehead, Shu Exine regretted her excessive bite. Sensing her remorse, Xiao Yuran smiled faintly. "If this bite brings you comfort, then I would endure even greater pain." A warmth spread through Shu Exine's heart, though dizziness washed over her. As her nose tingled, she succumbed to a series of sneezes. Xiao Yuran inquired, "What ails you?" Shu Exine sighed, "In causing harm to others, I have harmed myself. I believe I have caught a chill." Noticing the concern in his eyes, she added, "Do not fret. Dawn is nearing, and you should return now. Moonling and Chasing Wind will notify me should there be any news." For reasons unknown, she felt their clandestine encounters bore the semblance of an affair. Xiao Yuran, unable to quell his worry, asked, "Are you truly untroubled?" Shu Exine glared at him. "Do I appear to be the sort of frail woman easily swayed?" Shu Exine has made a grave error this time. Although she is not a fragile woman, she has forgotten that her current body lacks the resilience of her 21st century form. Lying in bed, she cannot help but lament, fearing she might be the first person in history to develop a fever due to her own urine. In an attempt to protect herself from Yushio's advances, she resorted to a method that nearly drove her to despair, yet still paid a harrowing price. It appears that one must be prudent in their actions. Deceit must be employed judiciously. She vowed never to admit again that she had wet the bed at night. As the saying goes, sickness descends like a mountain, but departs like a thread. With a sense of grievance, she gazed at the pitch-black medicine, more bitter than the most acrid herbs, yet she must drink it. The royal physician, having perhaps received instructions from Yushio, after taking her pulse, stated, "The princess merely caught a chill. Although she has a slight fever, it is of no consequence. The ailment previously mentioned by the prince seems to stem from kidney deficiency. I shall prescribe a tonic to invigorate her qi and nourish her kidneys, which should restore her health." Upon hearing the physician's words, Shu Xian cursed the quack in her heart. Yushio nodded, saying, "Thank you, Dr. Wu. Bai Hu, please escort the physician home." After a bow, Dr. Wu departed with Bai Hu. Yushio's complexion remained somewhat pale, and with a furrowed brow, he remarked, "How could she be so careless?" Although she did not exhibit her usual flamboyance in illness, her radiant eyes still sparkled, albeit lacking their usual vigor. The side of her face untouched by fever bore a hint of softness. He cherished her gentleness. Shu Xian, her voice a bit hoarse, countered, "If the prince had not forced me to stay at your residence, I would not have caught a chill from the night wind. Thus, the primary responsibility for my illness lies with you. Had she not bitten Xiao Yuran, she might have attributed some blame to him as well, for insisting she stand and speak for so long." Yu Xiu smiled faintly and declared, "Therefore, I have decided that once you recover, you shall move to my chambers. This way, I can see you often and spare you from engaging in a plethora of inexplicable antics." Shu Xian's expression turned somewhat displeased. Does the prince not fear I might wet the bed again? Having brought this fever upon herself, it seemed a rather significant sacrifice if he remained resolute in this notion. Yu Xiu smiled lightly and replied, "The physician has assured me of your recovery, so I have no fear. During your treatment, I shall have Mingyu set up another bed in my room, thus alleviating my longing for you." As she fell ill, her determination waned slightly, and he found delight in witnessing her changing expressions. Shu Xian smiled brightly. The prince is indeed considerate. Yet, internally, she began to extend her greetings to his ancestors. Yu Xiu smiled softly. To reside with the princess requires considerable thought. By the way, those paintings in my study are your masterpieces, are they not? This morning, upon entering his study, he was taken aback, for the walls were adorned with explicit spring scenes. The audacity of these images shocked him, stirring discomfort within. She truly excelled in this domain. Unbeknownst to him, he found it difficult to harbor any anger. Instead, a hint of amusement flickered within. Soon after, he beheld the inscription once more, which stirred a sense of melancholy regarding his own fate. It appeared that fate delighted in playing tricks on him. As none of the women he cherished could remain by his side, a wave of frustration washed over him, prompting him to incinerate the painting he had once treasured. As he watched the artwork turn to ashes, a sense of relief enveloped him. He realized that in burning that painting, he had relinquished the memories of a past romance. Shu Xian sighed and remarked, "The prince is rarely present in the palace, and the monotony here is unbearable, so I found some activities to occupy my time, lest I suffocate from boredom." She blinked and turned to Yu Xiu, saying, "Your Highness, those illustrations are undoubtedly more entertaining than the ones you admired by the roadside. I wonder if you experienced a nosebleed?" Yu Xiu replied nonchalantly, "No nosebleed occurred. However, upon viewing those illustrations, I couldn't help but ponder that my princess must possess remarkable skills in bed." His tone was so indifferent that it was impossible to discern his emotions. After a brief pause, he continued, "I never realized that my princess had such exquisite calligraphy." He struggled to comprehend how a woman could render those illustrations with such precision. The boldness of it all left him speechless. Though a twinge of displeasure lingered within him, he acknowledged that this was indeed her nature. When they first met, she had made him a laughingstock in Fian City by compelling him to view erotic art in public. That moment marked the inception of their complex entanglement. What he did not know was that those images were derived from Shu Xian's clandestine experiences with adult films in the 21st century. In this day and age, who had not witnessed a pig run, even if they had never tasted pork? His gaze was deep and reflective, yet Shu Xian could discern a trace of sorrow within. She assumed he lamented the loss of the painting and smiled, saying, "As for my skills in bed, Your Highness, you need only to experience them to find out." With a playful glint in her eye, she added, "You profess your love for me, yet your thoughts linger on your former lover. I merely inscribed a verse upon the painting, and you seem to take offense." Yu Xiu gently took her slightly warm hand and replied, "Some people and experiences belong to the past. No one wishes to dwell in the shadows of memories. Thus, I chose to burn that painting." Shu Xian was taken aback. "You burned Gu Cici's portrait? How could that be?" she inquired. "Surely, you did not destroy the image of your beloved due to my mere verse. If so, I would become the perpetrator. While she considered the woman to be cruel and a perfect match for Yushio, she did not wish for him to destroy the painting, as it was undeniably beautiful and worthy of admiration. Yushio's eyes held a profound depth, tinged with a hint of bitterness as he stated, "Initially, I believed her to be deceased, which made it difficult to let go. I felt a lingering regret, hence I kept the painting. Later, upon learning she was alive, yet merely a pawn in someone else's game, resentment took root in my heart, and I retained the painting to direct that animosity. However, I have suddenly come to realize that both past love and hate merely serve to adorn another's wedding attire." Shu Exine could not help but be slightly taken aback by the unmistakable sorrow in his tone. This was the first time she had witnessed such a vulnerable side of Yushio. She suddenly felt a surge of compassion as she noticed the sadness reflected in his elongated eyes. Beneath his polished exterior lay a heart heavy with melancholy. His calm demeanor was merely a facade, a result of his physical condition that rendered him perpetually serene. At that moment, she realized that she did not truly understand Yushio. The formidable prince of the Desert Dynasty was, in fact, a pitiful soul wounded by love. Despite his intelligence, he fell prey to the schemes of others. She had prepared a plethora of mocking remarks, yet at this instant, she found herself unable to utter a single one. Her gaze shifted, and she murmured, "That painting is rather beautiful. If the prince does not wish to keep it, he might as well give it to me rather than destroy it." Yushio looked at her and replied, "Although we have not yet exchanged vows, I am nonetheless your husband. You truly do not mind at all?" His gaze was deep and gentle, as tranquil as water, revealing no hint of joy or anger. Shu Exine chuckled lightly. "What is there to be concerned about? Did you not marry Li Su as your concubine the day after our wedding? With such a beauty by your side, you will surely forget that flower-like enchantress with a heart as venomous as a serpent." Li Su was indeed a striking woman, perfectly matched beside Yushio. Yushio's eyes flickered, and he softly inquired, "Is the princess feeling jealous?" Though he had not married Li Su, he had allowed Mingyue to spread a false rumor that he had, wishing to gauge her reaction. However, as he had anticipated, she seemed entirely unperturbed. A sense of vexation welled within him. Had he known her disposition, realizing that she held no affection for him, he would not have subjected himself to such needless testing. Such trials only served to deepen his own sorrow. He suddenly perceived the childishness of his actions. How could he, the shrewd and composed Qin Wang, be reduced to such folly? Love truly has the power to cloud one's judgment, prompting one to engage in inexplicable behaviors. Shu Exine declared earnestly, "I recall mentioning to you before that I am not a jealous woman. Your noble status is unparalleled, and it is only natural that I would not be your sole consort. The addition of several concubines would be advantageous. Having more sisters to attend to you would grant me some leisure." Her voice grew faint, her head spinning, weariness beginning to overtake her. After speaking, she yawned audibly, her intent to dismiss him quite evident. Yushio smiled faintly, his narrow eyes blinking slightly. "I must apologize. The princess is unwell and ought to rest more. I shall visit you again this evening." After adjusting her blanket, he turned to leave, pausing at the door to instruct Mingyue to take good care of her. Yet, burdened by countless responsibilities, he found himself unable to remain at her side, and he sensed that she would not wish for him to do so. A wave of bitterness washed over him. Fate can be quite cruel. Shu Exine pursed her lips as she watched Yushio, clad in a flowing white garment, slowly depart. For reasons unknown, she felt an air of solitude, melancholy, and helplessness in his retreating figure. Biting her lip, she dismissed the unsettling emotions and recalled her promise to Qiao Yuran, a smile gracing her lips. Moments later, she noticed Mingyue entering the room. A glimmer of opportunity for revenge flickered in her eyes. Having endured torment at Mingyue's hands, she was determined to return the favor. A sense of pride colored her gaze. Yet weariness crept in. With her almond-shaped eyes fluttering shut, she succumbed to a deep slumber. After Yushio exited her chamber, a figure, light as a feather, alighted before him. After a courteous bow, she spoke, "Your Highness, the Emperor's condition has worsened significantly. It is feared he may not survive the summer. The Crown Prince has already taken action, ordering his attendants to closely monitor the Emperor's quarters." The visitor, clad in black, was a woman. A faint smile curled on Yushio's lips as he remarked, "He seems rather impatient. Yet, no matter his schemes, I am unafraid." Pausing, he inquired, "What of the situation with the southern rebels?" The woman replied, "As you predicted, since the Crown Prince's last pacification efforts, the unrest has intensified. The Emperor is quite displeased with the Crown Prince's journey to the south. However, after your last intervention, order was restored in just a few days, much to the Emperor's satisfaction." A fleeting glimmer of menace crossed Yushio's gaze as he exclaimed, "Excellent. What news from Minister Shu?" He understood that this maneuver had yielded a significant victory, yet the court was filled with obstinate officials, and the foundation of Yu Zhao's influence was substantial. Claiming the throne would require careful strategizing. The woman continued, "Since your and the princess's return, Minister Shu has grown closer to the crown prince. Due to the deterioration of relations between you and Minister Shu, the crown prince's followers have advised him that this is the optimal moment to petition the emperor for a decree of succession." A sardonic smile graced Yu Xiu's features as he coldly remarked, "How the emperor issues decrees is determined by my father, not by Minister Shu." After a moment's thought, he asked, "And what of Qiao Yuran and the 13th princess?" The woman bowed lightly, stating, "As you anticipated, ever since Qiao Yuran saved the 13th princess, she has taken a liking to him. I have heard that she has requested the emperor's blessing for their marriage." Yu Xiu replied nonchalantly, "Did not the 13th princess host a banquet for Qiao Yuran last night? Why does he still hesitate?" The woman explained, "He maintains a distance from the 13th princess, yet she is deeply enamored with him. With the emperor's blessing for their union, it seems Qiao Yuran cannot refuse her." Yu Xiu smiled slightly, noting the hesitation in her demeanor. "Fian, speak your mind," he urged. Fian said, "Your Highness, I am perplexed. The 13th princess is favored by the emperor, and should she marry Qiao Yuran, it may not bode well for you." Yu Xiu replied with a faint smile, "Though Qiao Yuran is aligned with the crown prince, the 13th princess is my sister. Would you say that Qiao Yuran truly belongs to the crown prince, or does he belong to me?" Fian was momentarily taken aback, and after a while, she finally comprehended the situation. She offered a respectful bow to Yu Xiu and remarked, "Your Highness, this stratagem of sowing discord is indeed formidable. The crown prince, by nature, is quite suspicious. Regardless of whether Qiao Yuran marries Princess 13 or not, he is likely to lose her trust." She continued, "If the crown prince were to lose such a steadfast ally as Qiao Yuran, it would greatly benefit our cause." Yu Xiu's gaze was deep, and he replied with a calm demeanor, "It is surprising to discover that Qiao Yuran is a disciple of Du Tianqi. This revelation elucidates why the crown prince has become so astute over the years. It appears that Qiao Yuran has been aiding him. The connections and influence amassed by Du Tianqi over the years are undoubtedly Qiao Yuran's greatest assets." Fian inquired, "Your Highness, given Qiao Yuran's formidable prowess, your plans may prove challenging to realize." Yu Xiu, with unwavering conviction, responded, "My father would never deny the requests of Princess 13. The unfolding of events shall be a spectacle worth observing." A trace of a smile graced his lips, laced with a hint of mockery and calculation. No matter how formidable Qiao Yuran was or how steadfast her feelings for Shu Xian, she could not escape the decrees of the emperor. It was akin to Shu Xian's reluctance to marry him. In the end, she would still be bound to him. As he thought of Shu Xian, a gentleness crept into his gaze. To marry her was a strategic move on his part. He had heard tales of her supposed ugliness and sharp wit, yet the more they interacted, the more he found himself admiring her. Her vibrant spirit, lustrous black eyes, and keen intellect drew him in unexpectedly. She was not what he had anticipated. At times, he mused that he and Shu Xian shared certain similarities. Both were vastly different from the public personas they projected. Perhaps the images others held of them were mere facades, while their true selves concealed their emotions deep within. Thus, the more he learned about Shu Xian, the more he recognized her uniqueness among women. She possessed a boldness that was almost disconcerting, and her behavior was unconstrained by societal norms. Initially, he suspected that her lack of virginity was merely a fade. However, the day he unveiled her arm and found no ceremonial mark, combined with her ability to depict scenes that even courtesans could not, led him to realize that she was far from the conventional woman. Moreover, her ambiguous relationship with Qiao Yuran left him somewhat disillusioned. Yet, inexplicably, he felt drawn to her. The aura she exuded often made him forget the reality of her past indiscretions. At times, he even contemplated that regardless of her past, as long as she loved him sincerely, he could overlook her previous transgressions. This feeling was unfamiliar to him, even when he adored Gu Sisi deeply. Upon discovering her deceit and unfaithfulness, all he felt was resentment towards her. Fian then added, "Your Highness, last night after Qiao Yuran departed from Princess 13's Yinhua Pavilion, she visited the Wangfei's Wangchen Pavilion and did not leave until dawn." A chill flickered in Yu Xiu's eyes as he responded with a dismissive snort, "I see. You may leave now." Fian bit her lip and suddenly knelt before Yu Xiu. He furrowed his brow and asked, "What are you doing?" He instinctively reached out to assist her. Fian said, "Though I am aware of my humble standing and the insignificance of my words, I implore you, my lord, to spare Sister Zhuke." Yu Xiu, initially inclined to assist her, halted midway and remarked, You have been by my side for quite some time. You should know my character well enough. The words I utter are not ones I retract. He paused for a moment before continuing. Have you not always been at odds with Juke? If she were to perish, you would have the opportunity to assume her position. Fian bit her lip and replied, while it is true that Juke and I do not see eye to eye, she once saved my life. Despite my personal feelings towards her, I owe her a debt of gratitude. Yushio regarded Fian thoughtfully and said, I had not perceived you as a woman of such loyalty and sentiment. It is indeed a rarity. You may rise. Overjoyed, Fian stood and exclaimed, Does this mean you have consented to release Sister Juke? Yushio replied coolly, You may fetch Juke, but inform her that she must understand the rules of the Wangfu, distinguishing between master and servant. Even if I trust her, she must recognize her own standing. Fian bowed deeply, expressing her gratitude. Thank you, my lord. Yushio nodded and said, You may leave. As Fian prepared to depart, she hesitated and asked, My lord, there are a few matters I wonder if I should address. Yushio glanced at her and replied, If you believe it unwise to speak, then refrain from doing so. Be cautious. Excessive words may not only fail to save Juke, but could also endanger your own life. Taken aback, Fian chose silence and quietly slipped away into the fragrant blossoms. After her departure, Yushio let out a deep sigh. He understood that Fian wished to express her belief that Shushin, in both appearance and character, did not deserve him. How could he consider taking Juchua's life over a mere slap? Human emotions are beyond one's control, if given the choice. He would not allow himself to be swayed by her, yet he could not rein in his heart. Shushin's fever had finally subsided. As she re-entered the Wangfu, the sky appeared bluer, the clouds whiter, the flowers more fragrant, and the grass greener. Even Yushio's little snow-white dog seemed considerably more adorable. Yushio appeared quite busy. During her illness, he had visited her several times, merely instructing the physician and maidservants to care for her. More often than not, he sat silently by her bedside, though she sensed his gaze upon her. His eyes burned with an intensity that was impossible to ignore. During her fever, she was aware that Xiao Yuran had also visited her twice, both times late at night. In her dazed state, she found it difficult to keep her eyes open, and by the time she could, he had already departed. She could hear his sighs, though she was uncertain of their meaning. She could only imagine his expression, with the telltale red mole dancing between his brows and his beautiful peach blossom eyes filled with concern. The atmosphere in the Wangfu felt stifling. Sitting by the window and gazing at the lake outside, she unexpectedly spotted Luo, she passing hurriedly by. A sense of curiosity washed over her. What could have brought Luo Shi to the Qin Wangfu? She wished to follow him to uncover the truth. But he veered left and right, ultimately entering Yushio's study. A slight furrow crossed her brow. If memory served her correctly, Yushio was not present in the Wangfu today, and he was rather averse to allowing others into his study, often assigning guards to keep watch. Where had those guards vanished today? She recalled her last intrusion, where she had resorted to both coercion and persuasion to gain entry. Curiously, today there seemed to be an absence of guards within the Wangfu, and even the maids and attendants were scarce. Frowning slightly, she contemplated entering, but suddenly recalled something. Observing Luo Shi's demeanor, it seemed she was likely searching for something in the study. She had previously stated her desire to remain uninvolved in the entanglements here. Ignorance, it seemed, was sometimes preferable to knowledge. After a moment's reflection, she turned to leave. Yet, at that very moment, she caught a fleeting glimpse of a figure in the grass across from her. Letting out a sigh, she mused that it was improbable for the Qin Wangfu to be devoid of inhabitants. Yushio was indeed adept at creating an air of mystery. Yet many fools would invariably fall for it. Those who fancied themselves clever often proved to be the greatest simpletons. Shaking her head, she retraced her steps to her room, unaware that someone in the distant loft had exhaled a sigh of relief, a glimmer of satisfaction evident in their narrow, elongated eyes. Shu Xian truly despised the atmosphere of the Qin Wangfu. As she shook her head, a soft sound caught her attention, and a familiar figure appeared before her, framed by enchanting peach blossom eyes. A smile involuntarily graced her lips as Xiao Yuran gestured for silence. Understanding, her apricot-shaped eyes curved into a crescent moon. Xiao Yuran led her out of the Qin Wangfu with a few deft leaps, while someone in the loft, witnessing their departure, felt a chill sweep through his eyes. Qinglong sensed the shift in his aura and remarked, My lord, shall I intercept them? Yushio narrowed his eyes, coldly responding, Let them go. They won't find joy in each other's company for long. Though he spoke thus, a sense of unease gnawed at him. Some matters were better left to unfold naturally. A slight smirk tugged at his lips, his warm gaze rife with calculation. Watching her leave stirred a tumult of emotions within him. Her heart was solely devoted to Xiao Yuran. This time, He would allow her to witness the true nature of Qiao Yuran and discern whether he was worthy of her affections. If Qiao Yuran could see through everything and be with her, then he would withdraw, wishing her happiness. But did such men truly exist in this world? Would others simply allow Qiao Yuran to slip away? He was eager to see how this situation would ultimately unfold. Yushio waved his hand gently, instructing Qinglong. Send someone to follow them and ascertain their destination. As Qiao Yuran and Shu Xian emerged from the Qin Wangfu, they mounted a swift steed and galloped westward. Shu Xian inquired, "Where are we headed?" Qiao Yuran replied, "Eloping." Shu Xian paused in surprise. When had he begun to use such a term? She laughed lightly. "Cousin, you are becoming increasingly amusing. Eloping seems to roll off your tongue with such ease." In Qiao Yuran's peach blossom eyes lay a profound melancholy. He sighed and declared, "I am not merely speaking idly. This time, I truly intend to elope with you." His words emanated from the depths of his heart, accompanied by actions that substantiated his intentions. Shu Xian was taken aback, tightening her embrace around his waist. "Did we not agree to rescue Yu Ling and chasing wind before we departed?" The reality of him wanting to take her away filled her with an indescribable joy, yet her thoughts lingered on Yu Ling and chasing wind. Qiao Yuran bit his lip, stating, "There is no time to waste. We must leave now." He had to concede that Yushio was exceptionally cunning, capable of devising such schemes. Marrying the 13th princess was a coveted dream for countless men, yet for him, it represented the greatest calamity. The crown prince spoke words of congratulations, but Qiao Yuran could discern the undertones of sarcasm and distrust. To marry someone one does not love is an excruciating ordeal. At that moment, he comprehended Shu Xian's previous sentiments. Loving someone who is not reciprocated, even if they belong to royal lineage, brings no joy, only profound resistance and helplessness, for one must yield to the imperial decree. His past grievances had long led him to resist his own thoughts and feelings, not only failing to assist her, but also sowing discord. In hindsight, she had exhibited far greater courage than he ever did. She must have been burdened with worries at that time. With a sudden thought, he held her even tighter. Sensing his unease, Shu Xian inquired, "What is it? What has happened?" Having known each other for over 3 years, she could not be deceived by his thoughts. His current demeanor was markedly different from before. They had initially planned to leave together with Yu Ling and chasing wind, yet now he appeared so hurried. Seeing the concern reflected in her gaze, Qiao Yuran realized he could not voice his feelings. He sighed and replied, "It is nothing. I merely wish to be together with you, free from all disturbances." Shu Xian smiled softly, teasing, "What? Do you wish to defy your master's orders? Abandoning the crown prince to stay with me, a so-called ugly girl?" Her eyes sparkled with curiosity and delight. If he chose not to share, she would not press him. As long as he found clarity, that was sufficient. Qiao Yuran tightened his embrace further, saying, "From now on, do not refer to yourself as an ugly girl. For in my eyes, you are not ugly at all." His words stirred ripples of emotion within Shu Xian's heart. She had finally found someone who valued her beyond mere appearances, and most importantly, she loved him in return. Over the years, she had concealed her beauty from the world, ensuring no one discovered it, and her actions had often been unconventional, disregarding societal judgments. She believed that most men were inherently lustful, and her happiness lay with the man who did not judge her by her looks. In this moment, she had finally found that man who cherished her for who she was. Burying her head in his embrace, Shu Xian asked, "Am I truly not ugly?" Qiao Yuran gazed thoughtfully, his tone gentle as he remarked, "The beauty or ugliness of a person cannot be solely determined by their outward appearance. Some may indeed possess striking beauty, yet harbor a heart blackened and tainted, while others, though seemingly ordinary in visage, may possess a heart as intricate as a finely crafted jewel. Ultimately, everyone must face the inevitability of aging. Beauty will fade, and even the most enchanting countenance will eventually succumb to the ravages of time, leaving behind nothing but a mere shell and a visage marked by wrinkles, devoid of beauty." Shu Xian vowed that this was the most exquisite declaration of love she had ever heard. Her heart swelled with warmth, embracing the kind of love she had always yearned for. How fortunate she felt to encounter such a profound affection. Leaning against his chest, she inquired, "Are you praising me?" Qiao Yuran replied with a faint smile, "I am not praising you. I am merely speaking the truth. In this life, if I can remain by your side, I seek nothing more." Shu Xian's heart brimmed with sweet nectar, the delightful sensation radiating from her core to her cheeks. She softly replied, "I too wish only to be with you," desiring to ignore all those vexing matters. In her heart, she added a silent "I love you," yet for reasons unknown. She felt a sudden shyness that rendered her unable to voice it. In that moment, She comprehended why those before her had expressed such sentiments. It was love that instilled timidity, that brought forth the fear of loss, and it was love that could transform even the most ferocious of women into gentle souls, capable of softening the coldest of hearts. Xiao Yuran, witnessing her innocent demeanor for the first time, felt a sweetness within, yet a tinge of bitterness also stirred. In an instant, his gaze regained its unwavering resolve. He resolved that regardless of the consequences that might arise from this situation, he would ensure her happiness. Previously, he had overthought and been ensnared by constraints, nearly losing her. Now that she was willing to grant him another chance, how could he betray her trust? Having faltered once, he vowed never to do so again. What of the princess? What of imperial decrees? If he were to disregard his own heart, if he were to sacrifice his own happiness, no amount of power could restore it. For the sake of his own happiness, he would fight with all his might. Xiao Yuran declared with conviction, indeed, there is no need to dwell on those bothersome matters. We shall pursue our own happiness. Happiness, at times, is quite simple, merely being with the one you love. Yet, happiness can also be elusive, as mutual affection may be thwarted by various circumstances that prevent them from being together. Chapter 57. Shu Xian was acutely aware that something must have transpired around Xiao Yuran, yet since he had resolved to be with her, she chose not to dwell on other matters. As long as she was alive, how could she abandon Yu Ling and Zhui Feng? Leaning against his embrace, she said, Ran, regardless of the circumstances, I cannot forsake Yu Ling and Zhui Feng. If we leave like this, I fear that Yu Xiu will indeed harm them. Xiao Yuran sighed and replied, I understand your concern for them, but we must leave this place. How about this? Let us find a place to stay first, and then I will send someone to locate them. What do you think? Yu Xiu's power of concealment was extraordinary. In recent days, he had deployed all his resources to discover their whereabouts, yet had gleaned not a single clue. From what Xiao Yuran knew of Yu Xiu, if they could not be found under such circumstances, their prospects were grim. However, this was merely conjecture, a thought he could not voice, for he could not bear to see her distressed. Shu Xian bit her lip and said, but if Yu Xiu discovers I am absent from the palace tonight, it may place them in jeopardy. His temperament is unpredictable. Though he is not a cruel man, he shows no mercy when taking action. Xiao Yuran looked at Shu Xian earnestly and said, you must have faith in me. I would not have dared to bring you out of the palace today had I not been prepared. Even if Yu Xiu realizes you are missing, he will not immediately threaten Yu Ling and Zhui Feng. Moreover, I have already assigned someone to monitor every movement within the palace. The moment his people step outside, my men will follow and can locate Yu Ling and Zhui Feng. These reassurances, rather than comforting Shu Xian, were more akin to benevolent fabrications. Noticing the dusk settling in, with the sunset casting a blood-red hue upon the sky, she suggested, this place is quite close to your Sunyu villa. Let us stay there for now. Once your people find Yu Ling and Zhui Feng, we can flee together. Would that be agreeable? When one's spirits are lifted, even words become gentler. Despite her worries for Yu Ling and Zhui Feng, she cherished the rare happiness shared between them. Xiao Yuran sighed. It seems you are the only one who would treasure a found son and maid, for the ruthless woman depicted in rumors bears no resemblance to you. He was truly taken aback by her ability to elicit such an image from Chunyu and others. Shu Xian chuckled softly. You said it yourself. Those are merely rumors. After a pause, she added earnestly, you promised me you would ensure their safety. Xiao Yuran smiled faintly, though a hint of melancholy lingered in his eyes. Yet he nodded in agreement. Shu Xian beamed with joy, for she knew that Xiao Yuran was unlike Yu Xiu. He had never broken a promise made to her. The mere thought of Yu Xiu caused her heart to sigh. Despite their similarities in some aspects, she could not bring herself to appreciate a man with such deep-seated schemes. Most importantly, Yu Xiu could never possess the single-minded devotion that Xiao Yuran had for her. Reflecting on Xiao Yuran's words, her spirits soared. She chose to overlook the myriad implications behind those matters. Perhaps love often blinds a woman to reality. In the tranquil confines of Xuanyu Mountain Villa, the summer wax flowers have all but withered, leaving only the long, lush, and verdant leaves. A faint fragrance lingers in the air, yet the remnants of the yellow-tinged, darkened petals evoke a tinge of melancholy. Though she is not a woman prone to lamenting the spring or mourning the autumn, her heart harbors a unique sentiment. However, nourished by love, she perceives even the withered blossoms before her as exquisite. As the two arrived at Xuanyu Mountain Villa, the sun was nearing its descent. Shuxin playfully wrapped her arms around Xiao Yuran's neck and whimpered, I am hungry. I desire fish. Xiao Yuran paused momentarily, recalling their previous fishing escapade on the back mountain. A smile unconsciously gracing his lips. He teasingly brushed her nose and inquired, "Are you hoping to fish again this time?" With a giggle, Shushin replied, "With you. The fishing expert, do I even need to lift a finger?" Xiao Yuran gazed at her and remarked, "Isn't this time different from before?" Shushin burst into laughter. "To those who do not respect me, I am indeed a grand lady, but to the one I love, I am merely a young lady, and in the future, I shall be a proper wife. The future is always bright, yet having ideals does not necessarily guarantee a future." Xiao Yuran smiled softly. "Oh, are you so eager to marry me?" His face bore a smile, yet an undercurrent of worry stirred within him. He remained uncertain whether they could escape this time. If they failed, they might not have a future at all. Noticing a hint of unease in his smile, Shushin inquired, "What is wrong? Do you not wish to marry me?" The peculiar smile on his face unnerved her, and she feared that events were not as smooth as he claimed. Drawing her close, Xiao Yuran reassured her, "If I weren't willing, I wouldn't have gone through such lengths to bring you out of the prince's residence." He then pressed a gentle kiss upon her forehead. His kiss was tender, soft, and incredibly warm. His eyes radiated a gentle affection, deep and sweet as honey. They stood close, and she could catch a whiff of a subtle fragrance emanating from him, not the delicate scent of orchids or musk, but rather a fresh, woodsy aroma, serene and elegant, which she greatly cherished. Shushin cradled his face in her hands, urging him to meet her gaze. "Tell me, what has transpired that necessitated your hasty departure from the prince's residence?" Initially, she had wished to retreat into her shell, yet she recognized that some matters could not be ignored. If he faced troubles, she was willing to share the burden. Xiao Yuran gently caressed her head, saying, "A minor issue has arisen, but I can handle it, so there's no need for you to worry. You wanted fish, didn't you? Let's head to the back mountain." His eyes sparkled with mirth, as if the troubles he faced were trivial. Shushin beamed with delight, wrapping her arms around his neck. "All right, fish it is." Then, with a playful glint in her eyes, she added, "My feet hurt so much, I can hardly walk. Why don't you carry me over?" When the opportunity to be playful arises, one must seize it. In moments of happiness and sweetness, she aimed to savor every bit to the fullest. Xiao Yuran couldn't help but chuckle, extending his arms to lift her effortlessly, exclaiming, "You, as always, are incorrigibly playful." Yet, in the past, her mischief never directed towards him. Shu Xian pouted and replied, "What? You don't relish such a significant advantage?" Her eyes sparkled mischievously, a blend of playfulness and joy, with a hint of cheekiness. Xiao Yuran laughed heartily. How could I not enjoy it? Her smile made him cast aside his troubles. He suddenly felt that their current situation resembled not a clandestine escape, but rather a leisurely excursion amidst nature. Perhaps some matters need not be overthought. Simplicity and joy are sufficient. Indeed, happiness may be quite uncomplicated. Being with the one you love is the greatest bliss in the world. Disregarding worldly affairs and machinations, at this moment, he desired nothing more than to cherish their uncomplicated happiness. There was no need to dwell on tomorrow. If changes were to occur, they would face them when the time came. Embracing her, Xiao Yuran employed his lightness of spirit to soar towards the back mountain, the cool mountain breeze enveloping them, while the brook meandered gently, and the tranquil pond lay undisturbed. As soon as he set her down, she beamed and approached the pond, preparing to disrobe. His brow furrowed slightly as he inquired, "What are you planning to do?" His heart raced. Shu Xian laughed. "After a day's journey, I'm utterly sweltering, of course. I intend to bathe." She relished such tranquil days. During her recent struggles with Yuxiu, she felt utterly exhausted. With Xiao Yuran beside her, those troubles faded into oblivion. She was merely an ordinary woman, yearning for simple happiness, tranquility, a stable life, and the freedom to indulge. Xiao Yuran rubbed his nose and remarked, "Are you really going to undress before me?" She had always been so carefree, perhaps because she regarded him as no stranger. He adored this side of her, unrestrained and genuine, though her behavior could easily lead to misunderstandings among those around them. Shu Xian's almond-shaped eyes twinkled as she said, "I once thought you a gentleman, but today I see you are but a phony." She added with a playful defiance, "I shall undress as I please. Whether you look or not is entirely up to you." Her eyes sparkled like a crescent moon, fresh and lively, devoid of lust or ulterior motives, only mischief and happiness. Xiao Yuran's own eyes sparkled with mirth, the mole at the corner of his eye dancing with his laughter. He sat upon a nearby stone, saying, "You might inquire in Fian City. Lucien has never been a paragon of virtue." His eyes twinkled with amusement. Though teasing, there was no hint of desire. And their banter floated through the air like the gentle breeze and bright moonlight, elegant and pleasing. In the Damo dynasty, there was no person named Lu Xiaohui. But Xiao Yuran knew of him because she had once shared a story about him, which took him a quarter of an hour to comprehend fully. Shu Exine laughed. In that case, I shall attempt to entice you and see if you take the bait. With that, she made a show of wanting to undress. Xiao Yuran replied with a grin, a woman shedding her garments is always the most exquisite sight. How could I not appreciate it? With a light snort, Shu Exine remarked. Xiao Yuran, you seem quite experienced. Pray tell, how many women have you seen disrobe? Xiao Yuran pondered for a moment and replied, well, let me calculate. It's not less than 1,000, but certainly several hundred. Shu Exine frowned, commanding, Xiao Yuran, I order you to never gaze upon another woman undressing again. If you must look, it shall only be at me. After a pause, she added, and furthermore, you are forbidden from even glancing at other women. If you dare to do so, I shall, she contemplated, I shall poison your eyes. Xiao Yuran chuckled, poison my eyes? How ruthlessly you speak. However, we are not yet wed, and you impose such demands. Are you not afraid that I might be frightened and reluctant to marry you? Moreover, weren't you once quite magnanimous? Why now this pettiness with me? Shu Exine giggled. Only those devoid of love would disregard such matters. If one truly feels affection, no woman in the world would maintain a generous spirit. Besides, Xiao Yuran, you have taken me from the royal palace. You are responsible for me. I care not whether you dare to marry me. I am determined to cling to you for life. There is a certain delight in being dependent on someone, allowing for playful whims and caprice, all because the one she clings to cherishes and adores her deeply. Xiao Yuran laughed heartily. It appears I truly should not have brought you out from the royal palace. A woman like you will likely ensure that I can never indulge in romantic escapades again. Alas, what a poor bargain. He spoke of it being an unwise choice, yet his eyes sparkled with delight. Shu Exine feigned seriousness, unwise. Xiao Yuran, you truly lack a conscience. With that, she scooped a handful of water and splashed it onto his face. Taken by surprise, Xiao Yuran was instantly drenched. He laughed. I cannot tell if it is I who lacks a conscience or you. Previously, you would slander me before you Xiao, and now you douse me with cold water. Let us see how I shall retaliate. He then rushed to the stream, scooping water to splash back at Shu Exine. Shu Exine laughed heartily yet chided. Xiao Yuran, you bully women. In that moment of astonishment, she splashed him with water, soaking his face. Xiao Yuran sighed, realizing her cunning. He pondered whether to drench her or let her continue her playful assault. After a lengthy contemplation, he resolved to strike back. Otherwise, he would surely become a drenched fool. As night fell, the moon rose, and a gentle breeze caressed the air, enveloping the pond in warmth. The two had exhausted their playful antics. Shu Exine was bathing in the water while Xiao Yuran roasted fish on the shore. From Shu Exine's vantage point, she could only see his back, and at that moment, he was intently focused on grilling the fish. She found him most charming like this, devoid of his usual air of arrogance, displaying instead a determination and earnestness that warmed her heart. She cherished the fleeting tenderness of this moment, reflecting on the days to come when they would face the world together. The garments hung above were drying, still exuding wisps of steam by the fire. The scent of fish lingered by her nose, and her stomach began to rumble, signaling her hunger. A gentle smile graced her lips as she exclaimed, "How fragrant!" Without turning back, Xiao Yuran touched the garments drying nearby and chuckled. Your clothes are not yet completely dry, but the fish is ready. I shall indulge first. Shu Exine retorted, if you dare to eat that fish, I will come up right now. She was completely bare, and as she spoke, she made a motion to rise, splashing water all around. Xiao Yuran sighed. All right, I fear you, all right? He then retrieved her clothes from the rack, felt them to be nearly dry, and placed them at the shore nearest to her before returning to the fire. Shu Exine understood that he had dried her clothes to prevent her from catching a chill, and warmth surged within her heart. Once she donned her attire, she approached the fire, declaring, I want to eat fish. Yet, she couldn't help but sneeze. Xiao Yuran, with a hint of affection, remarked, no one is competing with you. As he spoke, he removed his outer garment and draped it over her shoulders. Remembering how unwell she had been a few days prior, he felt a pang of concern. His gestures were gentle and considerate, prompting a playful smile from her as she wrapped his outer garment around herself. Her fever had subsided, and the thought of the bitter medicine she had taken made her shudder. After grilling the fish to perfection, Xiao Yuran handed it to her. Observing her devour the meal hungrily, he couldn't help but chuckle. This time, you've shown some wisdom by not burning yourself. Just remember to eat slowly, and be cautious of the bones. If possible, he would gladly assist her in removing every single bone from the fish. Shu Exine boasted, in my prime, my fish-eating prowess was unmatched. I traversed the world without encountering a single bone. However, before she could finish her boast, she instinctively touched her throat. realizing that heaven indeed had its eyes. Those who bragged would invariably face retribution. Seeing her roll her eyes and cough, Xiao Yuran felt a mix of concern and amusement. He quickly placed his hand on her neck, channeling his energy into her. Shu Xian felt a surge within her, and with a sudden pop, the bone lodged in her throat was expelled. Once she was free from distress, he sighed in relief and affectionately remarked, "Let us see if you dare to boast again." Shu Xian stuck out her tongue defiantly, declaring, "I was not bragging. It was just this fish misbehaving. Any fault lay not with her, but with the fish whose bones were so fine and fortuitously lodged in her throat." Xiao Yuran smiled softly, embracing her as he said, "If you wish to eat fish again, I will remove all the bones for you, ensuring no troublesome fish will cause you distress. How does that sound?" Shu Xian felt a rush of sweetness within her heart and replied, "Are you implying that you will stay by my side from now on, never to leave?" She recalled her mother from the 21st century saying, "Love can sometimes be very simple. It is in serving you a bowl of rice when you are hungry, pouring you a glass of water when you are thirsty, and being the one who removes the bones when you crave fish." Xiao Yuran nodded and remarked, "Today, I invite the gentle breeze and the bright moon to bear witness. My heart for Shu Xian shall remain unwavering in this lifetime. Regardless of the tempests that may arise, I shall remain steadfast by your side." These words, emanating from the depths of his heart, encapsulated his greatest wish, to share his life with the one he loved. For that was the essence of true happiness. In that moment, he wished fervently that Xuanyu Villa was a secluded paradise, known only to them, where they could spend an eternity together. His gaze grew somewhat distant. Would they truly let him go after this departure? Shu Xian felt as though she were the happiest person in the world, leaning in his embrace. She declared, "You must keep your word, from henceforth. You are not to stray more than 10 paces from me." Xiao Yuran met her gaze, stating seriously, "In that case, I shall have to bring you along even to the restroom, lest I inadvertently maintain that 10-step distance." His demeanor was utterly earnest, as if he were speaking of the gravest matters. Shu Xian shot him a glance, exclaiming, "I had no idea you could tell jokes. However, this one is not amusing at all." Xiao Yuran responded earnestly, "I am not jesting. I speak only the truth. In my heart, I would prefer you not to be more than 3 steps away from me." Shu Xian regarded him with a playful glare, saying, "Xiao Yuran, I now understand why those women in Fian City fawn over you. It appears your tongue is quite sweet. How did I not notice this before?" She feigned annoyance, yet her expression lacked the ferocity of genuine anger. A subtle smile lingered at the corners of her mouth and in her eyes. Xiao Yuran's gaze softened like water as he replied, "I do not possess a sweet tongue. I simply speak the truth. Do you not agree?" Shu Xian smiled, nestled against his chest while gazing at the moon ascending the horizon, feeling the gentle mountain breeze and watching fireflies dance about them. The atmosphere was exquisite, and the world felt utterly enchanting. As they leaned together, warmth and happiness flowed between them. Shu Xian felt that this night was the most beautiful she had ever witnessed. Her heart soft as pristine cotton, delicate, pure, and lovely. Although he did not concern himself with her appearance, she felt compelled to reveal her most beautiful self to him. With that thought, she gracefully rose from his embrace. Noting her sudden movement, Xiao Yuran was taken aback and inquired, "What is it?" Shu Xian chuckled mischievously, feigning mystery. "I have a secret to share with you. Wait for me here." With that, she walked with a smile to the edge of the pool, cupping her hands to splash her face with water. This transformative essence was particularly unique and difficult to wash off. As she gently applied the water to her face, the stream flowed like silk over her soft skin. Xiao Yuran, unaware of her intentions, observed her with a faint smile as she approached the brook's edge. Her lips curled into a faint smile, and her heart brimmed with joy. In that moment, her emotions mirrored those of an ordinary woman. She yearned for love and wished for her beloved to witness her most exquisite self. This aspect of her, known only to the moon spirit and the flower butterfly, had yet to be unveiled to anyone else. The flower butterfly, however, had sacrificed its lifelong freedom merely to behold her true beauty. Joy washed over her like a gentle stream, caressing her face and seeping into her heart. She pondered what expression he would wear upon seeing her genuine visage. Would it be one of astonishment, elation, or perhaps the usual nonsensical chatter? Her anticipation for his reaction was palpable. The disguise she wore was nearly washed away when suddenly, she heard footsteps approaching. A flicker of surprise coursed through her. As she recalled the trace of unease that had marred his joy earlier that day, a foreboding sensation crept into her heart. From her vantage point, she could only discern Xiao Yuran's silhouette, seemingly unperturbed by the arrival of another, as if he had anticipated it. Upon their meeting, they began conversing, though their voices were barely audible. She strained to listen, catching fragmented phrases, prince, emperor, woman, and treason, before the wind whisked away their words completely. Though she stood at a distance, she could sense the turmoil and resistance within Xiao Yuran. Her almond-shaped eyes narrowed slightly, and she bit her lip, contemplating whether to approach now or wait until their conversation concluded. The mountain breeze had lost its warmth, replaced by a chilling draft that sent a shiver down her spine. It was evident that Xiao Yuran was embroiled in a heated debate with the visitor, growing increasingly animated while still keeping his voice low, as if reluctant for her to overhear. A sudden chill rose from her feet, and a wave of fear washed over her. She bit her lip and rose, making her way towards them. The moonlight illuminated Xiao Yuran's face, where she discerned a palpable aura of fury, and in his eyes, a glimmer of malice and hatred. As she drew closer, she overheard the visitor saying, "If you truly were to commit such an act, you would not only betray the nation, but also the painstaking efforts of your master who has nurtured you. You must understand that without your master, there would be no you today." Xiao Yuran's voice was laced with anguish and restraint as he replied, "Please convey to the prince that although I have not fulfilled my master's orders over the years, I have also contributed significantly to the prince's endeavors. Today, I merely seek my own happiness. I implore the prince to spare us." The visitor retorted with indignation. "As the prince has said, you are beyond redemption. Setting aside the fact that Shu Xin is the princess of the Qin, even if the prince were to grant you mercy, would the Qin king do the same? Moreover, with the emperor's grave illness, every matter is at a critical juncture. Yet you remain ensnared in your romantic entanglements." Xiao Yuran sighed and declared, "In this life, aside from achieving great deeds, one must not relinquish their own happiness." A visitor coldly snorted. "Fortunately, His Highness the Crown Prince anticipated this and instructed me to bring this item. You may handle it as you see fit." With that, he produced an object from his bosom and placed it before Xiao Yuran. Upon seeing the item, Xiao Yuran's expression changed dramatically. His peach blossom eyes fluttered shut, and he spoke with profound anguish. "I promised her that I would cherish her for a lifetime, and thus, I shall not return with you under any circumstances, not even if commanded by my master or the crown prince. Relay my message to the prince. Over the years, I have accomplished many tasks for him, paving the way for his ambitions. As the saying goes, man proposes, but heaven disposes. If there is any debt owed, it is to my master, not to the crown prince. On the contrary, it seems the crown prince owes me. I have done so much for him, yet he regards it as merely my duty." The visitor retorted, "Xiao Yuran, you are truly ungrateful. Without the crown prince's nurturing over the years, would you be where you are today?" Xiao Yuran replied calmly, "While I acknowledge the crown prince's support, it does not necessitate that I sacrifice my happiness for the sake of expressing gratitude." The visitor, now enraged, exclaimed, "Xiao Yuran, do not tempt fate." Xiao Yuran scoffed, "I apologize, but I have never been one to indulge in alcohol." The visitor burst into laughter. "The crown prince foresaw your defiance and prepared for it. Yet today, events will not yield to your whims. Do not fault me for my lack of courtesy." With that, he clapped his hands, and a multitude surrounded Xiao Yuran. Shu Xin, witnessing this alarming situation, was taken aback. It seemed far more serious than she had anticipated. She rushed to Xiao Yuran's side, asking, "What on earth is happening? Who are they?" Xiao Yuran gently kissed her lips and reassured her. "I promised you that I would stand by your side for all eternity. Trust me, I shall never break my word." Shu Xion's anxiety deepened upon hearing his vague words. Though she lacked martial skills, she could discern that the newcomers possessed formidable abilities. The moonlight illuminated her face, revealing skin as smooth as jade, glistening like crystal. The droplets of water on her face, yet to be wiped away, shimmered softly under the moonlight, exuding a sense of purity, beauty, and charm. Joy sparkled in Xiao Yuran's eyes as he tenderly caressed her face. "Is this the secret you wish to share with me? Having grown up together, I never realized that beneath her seemingly plain appearance lay such breathtaking beauty." He had never cared for her looks, yet he couldn't help but feel elated upon seeing her now. Such beauty, he mused, likely had never been witnessed by Yushio. A faint smile spread across his face, his enchanting eyes reflecting joy, affection, reluctance, and profound love, intertwined with a sweet tenderness. Shu Xion's eyes betrayed her worry as she nodded in response. Xiao Yuran embraced her, planting another gentle kiss on her forehead. "Believe me, in this life and the next, my heart will belong solely to you. However, should misfortune befall me, I implore you to forget me and live peacefully alongside Yushio. Though he may not be a virtuous man, I discern a flicker of affection for you within his heart. He will treat you well." As these words escaped his lips, he felt a searing pain in his heart. Yet he was acutely aware of the peril he was to face that evening, leaving him utterly helpless. His love for her was profound. For her sake, he would defy his master's dying wishes, renounce worldly riches, and even forsake his own life. Shu Xian retorted with anger. Xiao Yuran, what nonsense are you spouting? Is this how you express your love for me? If you cannot protect me, do you wish to cast me aside for another man? Though her heart simmered with rage, a greater concern loomed within her. The palpable aura of impending doom encircled them. She understood his disposition. He would never utter such words unless compelled by dire necessity. Xiao Yuran tightened his embrace around her and spoke softly. Trust me, if I could care for you, I would never allow another man to approach you. Yet, a voice nearby scoffed. What a pair of star-crossed lovers. No sooner had the words been spoken than a dagger was thrust forth. The blade glimmered under the moonlight, casting a chilling light reminiscent of Death's specter. Xiao Yuran's gaze turned steely as he cradled Shu Xian in his arms, swiftly drawing from within his cloak a flute that shimmered like white jade. With a deft flick, the base of the flute revealed a sharp blade. Shu Xian was momentarily taken aback. In the past, during their escapades, Xiao Yuran had come to her aid without weaponry, and she had never known that the flute capable of producing enchanting melodies was, in fact, a weapon. Desiring to assist him, she realized that the poison she had carried had long since fallen away during their playful banter. Biting her lip, she nestled closer to him, under the bright moon. With the gentle mountain breeze, the insects by the brook had fallen silent, intimidated by the overwhelming aura of death that surrounded them. Fearing they might be swept into the turmoil, under the moonlight, danger loomed. Xiao Yuran maneuvered with Shu Xian in his arms, his flute striking like a haunting talisman against the encroaching assassins, creating ripples of cold light, yet he could not breach the tightening circle around them. The blade of a sword had already sliced into his foot while he protected Shu Xian, yet he made no sound, allowing the blood to flow freely. He feared for her worry, yet he understood that this night would inevitably cause her distress. The assailants were exceptionally skilled, and despite Xiao Yuran having dispatched 4 of them, the pressure around him remained unyielding. On the contrary, the loss of blood from his foot rendered him increasingly fatigued. He knew that if this continued, both he and Shu Xian were likely to perish here. In a moment of shock, just as his gaze faltered, the leader of the assailants struck, slicing through his right arm, sending a wave of excruciating pain coursing through him. His strength faltered, and he could no longer hold Shu Xian aloft. She tumbled to the ground. Panic surged within him as he swung his flute to save her, only to find her neck ensnared by several swords. Xiao Yuran cried out. Release her. The leader replied coldly. You are barely able to save yourself. Why should I release her? Xiao Yuran spoke each word deliberately. Release her, and I will accompany you back. He directed his words at the assassins, yet his gaze, imbued with a sense of longing, remained fixed on Shu Xian. Shu Xian, filled with indignation, retorted, Xiao Yuran, I would rather die than allow you to return with them. She understood that should he return, the consequences would be dire and unpredictable. Her intuition warned her that he could not go back with them, no matter the cost. The leader of the group coldly remarked, who would have thought that the renowned Lexian would prove to be a romantic at heart? After casting a cursory glance at Shu Xian, he continued, though she possesses some beauty, she is not the kind that could topple nations. Yet, you defy the crown prince for her? Her allure must be considerable. Such a woman cannot be allowed to live in this world. With that, he raised his blade to strike at her. Xiao Yuran interjected coldly. If you dare to harm a single hair on her head, I assure you, the crown prince will never obtain what he desires. The leader hesitated momentarily, pausing the knife above Shu Xian's head, and scoffed. Why should I believe you? Xiao Yuran sighed. Because I love her, and that leaves me no other option. I guarantee that upon my return, the crown prince's wishes will be fulfilled effortlessly. The leader withdrew the knife from Shu Xian's neck, stating, I shall trust you this once. But should I discover that you deceive me, her life will be forfeit. Xiao Yuran ignored the leader, stepping beside Shu Xian, whispering softly, wait for my return. With that, he pressed a finger to her acupoint, knowing well her spirited nature. If he did not restrain her, who could predict what she might do? Shu Xian seethed. You wretched scoundrels. You treat me this way today. I will surely make you pay for it in the future. Turning to Xiao Yuran, she scolded, Xiao Yuran, you jerk. Release me at once, or I will hate you for eternity. He cast her a pained glance, filled with sorrow yet resolute, and through the veil of night, he spoke. I must return to the crown prince's residence to address an urgent matter. Wait for me here. I will come to find you as soon as I am done. His voice trembled slightly, and he dared not meet her gaze again. Shu Xian sighed, perceiving a vast difference in him compared to before. She had harbored a sliver of hope, thinking perhaps she was being overly sensitive, yet everything unfolded as she feared. A sense of foreboding washed over her. His departure would surely bring complications. Was he truly so burdened with guilt that he could not even bear to look at her? Tears shimmered in her eyes, and her heart brimmed with grievance. Yet she knew that at this moment, she had no control over the situation. With a faint smile, she replied, "I will wait for your return." Though her voice was bright, it quivered with emotion. Xiao Yuran nodded, not casting her another glance, and limped away hastily with his companions. It was not that he wished to avoid her gaze. Rather, he feared that one more look would bind him to her, making him reluctant to part. Yet he understood that they could not be together today. He wanted her to live, to thrive. Shu Xian felt an overwhelming sense of bitterness in her heart as she called out behind him, "Xiao Yuran, do not forget your own words. I shall await your return here." Xiao Yuran paused momentarily, nodded, and then vanished into the night with the visitor. The night was as cool as water, and the dew glistened. She felt as though her heart was being hollowed out, a discomfort that was unbearable. For in the moment Xiao Yuran turned away, she beheld the wounds upon him. The blood stained the earth by the stream and soaked her heart. Tears streamed down her cheeks, falling into the water, creating ripples that soon settled into tranquility. She could not tell how long it had been. The sun rose, illuminating all of creation. Eventually, her body regained motion. She laboriously stirred her arms, but could not manage her legs, feeling slightly dizzy. A chill enveloped her, and she realized the dew had soaked her garments. A wave of coolness washed over her, prompting an involuntary sneeze. Steeling herself, she rose and slowly descended the mountain, arriving at Xuanyu Manor. The manor was eerily quiet, and she recalled her previous visit when she had ransacked Xiao Yuran's bedroom, stripping it of its treasures, which she had sold for a pittance. However, her state of mind today contrasted starkly with that day. Then, she was unaware of his true feelings, but now, she understood his affection for her. Upon returning to Xuanyu Manor, she retrieved her disguise materials and painted half her face a vivid red. Her visage remained grotesque, her beauty obscured beneath the mask of ugliness. She once more entered Xiao Yuran's chamber and was taken aback. His room was nearly unchanged from the last time she had plundered it. She distinctly remembered the little vase, which she had pawned, now reappearing before her. A smile crept across her lips. That pawn shop in the small town was likely also his enterprise. He was indeed a commercial prodigy. By her estimation, his ventures had spread throughout the entire desert dynasty. Perhaps one day, when her funds were depleted, she could reclaim everything from his room to sell once more. Yet the thought of his expression as he departed filled her with unease. Could he truly return for her as he promised? She was uncertain, and her thoughts drifted to Yuling and Zhui Feng, causing her to bite her lip. Exhausted, she sat in the courtyard, watching the sun rise and set, the dawn fading into the encroaching dusk. Although Xuanyu Manor was remarkably tranquil and picturesque, her mood grew increasingly restless. She had waited 3 days, yet he had not returned. Moreover, she had fallen ill, rendering her incapable of leaving the manor. By the 3rd day, her head ached less fiercely. She bit her lip, resolving that if he did not return by the next day, she would go to the prince's residence to demand his presence. Just as this thought solidified, she turned to find a figure in white beneath the flowering tree of the summer plum, a person of striking charm, with narrow eyes that appeared shrouded in obscurity. Much like the oppressive twilight, she could not help but gasp in astonishment, turning abruptly without noticing the stones beneath her feet. Suddenly, she stumbled and was about to fall, when a white figure nimbly caught her. A voice, as clear and refreshing as a spring's babble, reached her ears. "It has been 3 days since I last saw the princess. Upon our first meeting, is there truly a need for such haste? Should you wish to embrace, simply say the word. I would not refuse." Shu Xian chuckled softly, attempting to wriggle free from his hold, yet he embraced her tightly, rendering her momentarily immobile. The hand gripping her wrist applied just enough pressure to cause her discomfort. When she raised her gaze to him, she found his face adorned with a smile, though his eyes were as cold as ice. She understood the vast disparity in their strengths and did not attempt a futile struggle. With a bright smile, she remarked, "Your Highness possesses remarkable skill to have found this place." Yu Xiu replied nonchalantly, "Rather than crediting my skills, it would be more accurate to commend the princess's prowess. The princess managed to elude me and flee with her lover, contemplating a secret elopement while disregarding her own child. Such audacity and decisiveness are indeed worthy of my admiration." His voice remained icy and flat, revealing no trace of emotion. Shu Xian speculated his intentions while maintaining a serene smile. "Regardless of my talents, I cannot escape the grasp of your Highness's fingers." Yu Xiu smirked coldly, loosening his grip and releasing her. "You are not entirely foolish. You possess this awareness. However, had you contemplated these matters when you first eloped, your son and maidservant would surely not have been put at risk. His tone was frigid, tinged with a hint of cruelty. Shu Xian was taken aback and inquired, "What have you done to them?" Yu Xiu brushed off the dust from his clothes and seated himself at a nearby stone table, speaking with calm composure. "When you had the audacity to flee, you should have anticipated the consequences. What has become of them is a question you ought to pose to yourself, not to me." He cast a cold glance at her and added, "Princess, would you not agree?" Shu Xian bit her lip, ready to respond, but Yu Xiu interjected with a measured tone. "Over the past few days, I have been quite curious whether that lad named Chasing Wind is indeed your son with Qiao Yuran. If so, it is quite unreasonable for you to elope without bringing him along. If not, then why does he so eagerly call you mother and Qiao Yuran father?" Shu Xian clenched her teeth and retorted bitterly, "Your Highness is not ignorant of my affair with Qiao Yuran. Why then must you feign indignation today? Furthermore, what sort of man threatens a frail woman with a child?" Yu Xiu shot her a cold glance and replied, "It is unlikely that there exists a woman as feeble as you in this world. I have warned you from the beginning. It was you who chose to break that agreement. Alas, my poor princess, you are likely unaware that the one you long for is on the verge of marrying another woman, while you remain here, eagerly awaiting his return." His voice was frigid, laced with mockery. Upon hearing his words, Shu Xian was shocked internally, yet her expression remained composed as she replied with a faint smile, "Your Highness, in addition to being untrustworthy, you excel at spreading slander, which is indeed quite contemptible." Yu Xiu sighed and remarked, "Whether you choose to believe or not is entirely up to you." After a brief pause, he turned his gaze towards her and proposed, "How about we make a wager? Let us set a term of 3 days. If he returns to elope with you, I shall grant you your freedom. However, should he fail to return, you shall remain by my side for the rest of your days, unable to depart even a single step. What say you?" Shu Xian had been waiting here for 3 days, and her heart was already wrought with doubts. The events of that fateful night replayed vividly in her mind, and she was acutely aware that Qiao Yuran must have encountered grave troubles. Observing the worry etched upon her features and the flicker of uncertainty in her bright almond-shaped eyes, Yu Xiu coldly chuckled, "Were you not supposed to be inseparable? Why, at this moment, do you hesitate to wager with me?" Shu Xian responded with a faint smile, "Your Highness, there is no need to provoke me. I have never doubted the bond between him and me. I fear not wagering with you. My only concern is that when he returns, your Highness may yet again go back on your word. If memory serves, you still owe me a wager, an obligation to circle the entrance of the residence." With a dismissive huff, Yu Xiu retorted, "I have stated before that I did not lose last time. Should you truly dare to bet with me again, your defeat is all but assured." Shu Xian rolled her eyes. "Your Highness is ever so self-assured. It was thus last time, and it is thus again. How tiresome. As you have said, no one would knowingly wager on a loss. I trust him implicitly, certain that he would never betray me, whereas your words have never been trustworthy. Therefore, I shall not engage in a wager with you." Though she spoke confidently, her heart was already tumultuous with uncertainty. Yu Xiu sighed again. Love often blinds one's vision. Even someone as astute as you cannot evade this truth. A pang of bitterness surged within him as he realized he was no different. Had he adhered to his previous methods, he would not be here exchanging words with her, but would have ended her life with a swift stroke. Yet, he found himself unable to act, instead wishing to witness the expression of disappointment that would follow. Chapter 58. Shu Xian scoffed, "Say what you will, but I will not wager with you again. Otherwise, your declaration of this king says he wins, so he wins means that regardless of the outcome, I will be the loser." Yu Xiu gazed at the setting sun on the horizon and remarked with a faint smile, "It matters not whether you wish to gamble with me. However, the fact remains that your elopement with Qiao Yuran is now a reality, and my dignity has been thoroughly tarnished. If my tolerance during the wedding was an act of leniency towards you, I assure you that this time, I shall not be so forgiving." His tone was measured, yet his eyes were icy, filled with a chilling malice. A sense of trepidation welled up within Shu Xian. In this secluded courtyard, apart from a few attendants, there was no one else. She feared it would be exceedingly difficult to escape Yu Xiu's clutches. Wherever he went, he was always accompanied by several hidden guards, though she remained unaware of their whereabouts. Nevertheless, she found her hand instinctively tightening around the poison powder. Noticing her guarded demeanor, Yu Xiu offered a faint smile. "I am aware of your proficiency in poison, yet today I do not intend to force you, for I understand the anguish of losing one's beloved. If you dare accompany me today and remain so composed, I shall overlook your recent actions." Shu Xian felt a pang of confusion and inquired, "Where do you intend to take me?" Yu Xiu replied with a subtle smile, I shall take you to a wedding feast." As she observed the coldness and mockery in his smile, an ominous premonition arose within her, prompting her to ask, "Whose wedding feast?" Yushio looked at her and explained, "Today marks the wedding of my 13th royal sister. Out of both sentiment and propriety, her brothers and sisters-in-law should extend their congratulations, should they not?" Upon hearing the mention of the 13th princess, Shu Xian was taken aback, vividly recalling that just days prior, Xiao Yuran had mentioned visiting the 13th princess's residence that very night. Was this celebration not the union between Xiao Yuran and the 13th princess? Did the crown prince send someone to urge Xiao Yuran to return and marry her? Clenching her teeth, Shu Xian stated, "Though I share the title of wife with the prince, we have no true marital bond. There is no necessity for me to attend the princess's wedding." A wave of anxiety washed over her. If it were indeed the wedding of Xiao Yuran and the 13th princess, what was she to do? Did fate revel in tormenting her, snatching away the happiness she had almost grasped? Was her path of love destined to be fraught with such twists and tribulations? Yushio observed her, noting the flicker of uncertainty and fear that now clouded her once resolute gaze. A cold smile crept across his lips as he rose and slowly approached her side, saying, "Is it that you have no need to go? Or is it that you dare not? Have you already guessed who the groom is?" Shu Xian met his gaze, but answered evasively. "He asked me to wait for him here, so I shall wait. It matters not if I do not partake in the princess's celebration." Though she had the audacity to confront the crown prince's residence for him, she lacked the courage to attend this wedding feast. A wave of dizziness overcame her, and she felt as if she might collapse at any moment. Yushio suddenly burst into laughter, a sound imbued with both pity and mockery. After a considerable pause, he restrained his mirth and said, "Shushin, oh Shushin, I once held you in high regard, believing you to be a woman of both openness and intelligence. Yet, in this moment, I realize that you are anything but. You are, in fact, a coward, lacking even the courage to confront the situation. If you insist on waiting for him here, I shall not stop you. But I can guarantee that the man you await will not be the same as the one who departed." Shushin bit her lip. Today? She was a far cry from her former self. Was it because of her concern that she felt such trepidation? Rather than cower like a turtle in its shell? Perhaps it would be wiser to heed Yushio's words and seek the truth, especially since 3 days had passed without his return. Resolute in her decision, she stated, "What kind of person I am does not require your highness's judgment. However, given your unwavering certainty, I believe I must accompany you on this journey." Yushio smiled joyfully, exclaiming, "Now this is the Shushin I know." Yet, upon seeing his smile, Shushin felt a tumult of emotions rise within her, her heart racing. Her mind buzzed with thoughts. She had finally overcome her inner barriers to love him sincerely, but what if he truly betrayed her? Recalling his past actions and the way he had protected her, her heart ached profoundly. As they rode away from Shuanyu Mountain Villa, her unease intensified. Upon arriving at the royal residence of the 13th princess's consort, she gazed at the bustling crowd within and felt an inexplicable fear, hesitating at the entrance. Yushio stood beside her, a smile gracing his lips. "What troubles you? Are you afraid? Did you not always believe in the strength of your love? Why, then, do you hesitate to enter? Perhaps my information is mistaken. The 13th consort may not be Xiao Yuran after all." His voice was soft, yet laced with barbed sarcasm, his smile tinged with mockery. Shushin managed to smile in return, replying, "Your Highness, what are you saying? If I were afraid, I would not have accompanied you to the 13th princess's wedding." Despite her outward smile, her heart trembled at the thought of him marrying the 13th princess. She grappled with the question of what she would do if that were indeed the case. A voice within her declared, "If he truly marries the 13th princess, then cast him aside. A man who cannot remain true is not worth having." Yet another voice countered, "Even if he marries her, it may be under duress, not by his own desire. After all, his tenderness that day was genuine, having known him for so many years." "I can see that." Resolute, she smiled at Yushio and took his arm. Understanding her intent, Yushio returned her smile and gracefully led her into the consort's residence. Upon their arrival, the doorman, upon recognizing Yushio, called out, "Prince Qin, and the Princess Qin has arrived." Yushio offered a subtle smile, producing a stack of banknotes from his pocket and placing them in the doorman's hand before slowly guiding Shushin into the consort's abode. The 9-lantern banquet at the Duke's residence heralds a marriage that is destined to endure, harmonious and blissful. The banquet hall is surrounded by meandering canals, and in the midst of midsummer, the lotus blossoms are in full bloom, their elegance undiminished even beneath the hazy moonlight. The gentle breeze fails to disperse the subtle fragrance that lingers in the air. The atmosphere within the banquet hall is one of unbridled joy. adorned with vibrant red characters of good fortune. The hall is alive with the sounds of laughter and conversation, a cacophony of voices. But upon the arrival of the Qin Wang, a profound silence envelopes the crowd. Faces adorned with smiles turn to witness the graceful figure of Yu Xiao and the grotesque presence of Shu Exin entering together. The recent grand wedding of the Qin Wang lingers vividly in everyone's memories. How could he still tolerate such an abominable woman, one of such moral depravity? As Shu Exin stepped into the duke's residence, her eyes were drawn to Qiao Yuran, clad in striking red attire, a stark departure from his usual somber black garments. The vibrancy of the crimson hue was almost blinding, causing a sharp pain in her eyes that radiated to her heart. She could hear the sound of her heart shattering, each drop echoing like a relentless drip, a painful reminder of her torment. Her hands clenched tightly within her sleeves, and her once light footsteps felt burdened, almost impossible to lift. Yu Xiao offered a faint smile, choosing silence, yet inwardly he sighed, having anticipated her distress when he fetched her from Sunyu Villa. Witnessing her pale visage stirred a pang of sympathy within him. He grasped her hand more firmly, guiding her slowly toward the heart of the banquet. The vivid red of Qiao Yuran's attire contrasted beautifully with the small red mole between his brows, creating an enchanting allure. Yet, the charming glimmer in his peach blossom eyes was clouded with sorrow rather than joy. Upon seeing Shu Exin entwined with Yu Xiao, his gaze was filled with shock, disbelief, and a profound sense of guilt. Shu Exin entered with a smile shared with Yu Xiao, yet upon meeting Qiao Yuran's eyes, her smile faltered slightly, frozen in place. Their gazes locked, her bright black eyes reflecting a bittersweet self-mockery. Oaths and promises, merely empty words. In that moment, she recalled a saying, "It is better to believe in ghosts than in the words of a man." Despite knowing the burdens he bore, despite understanding that his return to Fian City with those assassins was largely due to her, the sight of him adorned in joyful attire pierced her heart anew. She had waited eagerly at Sunyu Villa for his return, only for him to swiftly marry the 13th princess. Is this the profound love he professed? She longed to ask him what love truly meant in his heart. After years of deep affection, could it all be eclipsed by the shadow of power? She cast a sidelong glance at Yu Xiao, only to find him observing her as well, his elongated eyes sparkling with warmth akin to a spring breeze. Yet, she could discern a mocking undertone hidden within those gentle eyes. To others, however, Yu Xiao's gaze would likely appear as nothing but tender affection. Her lips curled slightly upward, her eyes resembling shards of ice as they bore into Yu Xiao. At that moment, all her aids crumbled, particularly in his presence, leaving her with an overwhelming sensation of having her innermost thoughts laid bare. Observing her current state, he must have felt a sense of triumph. Her love was far from the idyllic vision she had conjured in her mind. As Yu Xiao perceived the chill in her gaze, intertwined with profound sorrow, an inexplicable ache gripped his heart, feeling the weight of her pain. Witnessing her expression, he found himself regretting bringing her here. Yet, in the blink of an eye, anger surged within him. How could Qiao Yuran hold such a significant place in her heart, while she harbored none for him? His eyes narrowed slightly. Suddenly, his demeanor shifted to a frosty demeanor, a sardonic smile gracing his lips as he leaned closer to her ear, whispering, "Today, I have come to realize that young Master Qiao is indeed a rare gem among men. No wonder the 13th princess has taken a liking to him. Inflicting salt on wounds seems to be his forte. Perhaps enduring prolonged pain is less preferable than a swift sting." Shu Exin replied with a cold smile, "Indeed, he is a rare gem. Just look at how splendid he appears in that celebratory robe." It was indeed a striking sight, one that bled beauty. At that moment, she found herself admiring her own composure, able to converse with Yu Xiao so calmly despite the circumstances. Yu Xiao paused for a moment, then, with a gentle smile, asked, "Is it he who looks splendid in the celebratory robe, or is it I who wear it better?" With a smile in her eyes, Shu Exin replied, "The one who loves me looks best in the celebratory robe." In her heart, she feared that Yu Xiao barely qualified as a person. As they exchanged whispers and intimate gestures, onlookers perceived a deep bond between the King of Qin and the Princess of Qin, oblivious to the undercurrents of tension that threatened to erupt. Qiao Yuran, witnessing their closeness, felt a deeper anguish blooming within his peach blossom eyes. Having known Shu Exin for so long, he was acutely aware of her sentiments. Upon seeing the hint of smugness in Yu Xiao's smile, he comprehended the situation all too well. Yu Xiao was indeed a master of manipulation. Yet, knowing this changed nothing. The will of the emperor was unyielding. His grip tightened beneath the celebratory robe, vowing that everything he endured today would be repaid doubly by Yu Xiao in the future. He understood that today's events would inevitably wound her, and while he did not expect her forgiveness, he hoped she might grasp the helplessness of his situation. As soon as Yushio entered, Yulin boomed, "Fifth brother, you've arrived late to the 13th princess's wedding. You must drink 3 cups as punishment." With that, he poured wine into a cup and handed it to him. Among the princes, Yulin shared the closest bond with Yushio. Yushio smiled warmly and replied, "Sixth brother speaks truly. I shall accept the punishment, both in sentiment and reason." With a smile, he raised the cup and drank it down in one go. Yu Zhao, standing nearby, chuckled softly and said, "Fifth brother is indeed straightforward. I was genuinely concerned you might not attend the 13th princess's wedding banquet today." Yushio beamed with sunshine-like warmth as he responded, "Your Highness, that statement is misguided. The 13th princess and I are of the same blood. How could I possibly miss her wedding? Moreover, she is marrying such an outstanding man. I must congratulate her." Yu Zhao's expression subtly shifted as she remarked, "Oh, I had thought the 5th prince would be reluctant to let the 13th princess marry, yet it appears he is quite magnanimous." Yushio narrowed his long eyes with a pleasant smile, saying, "Though my bond with the 13th princess is profound, a man must marry and a woman must wed. While I may feel a tinge of sorrow at her departure, I am nonetheless delighted that she has found such an admirable husband. Henceforth, I shall have another fine brother-in-law. Your Highness, do you not agree?" Yu Zhao's smile froze upon her face, a shadow passing through her eyes, yet her countenance remained cheerful, albeit the atmosphere between them was not as it usually was. Observing the two, Yu Zhao attempted to mediate. "It is rare for us brothers to gather, and today presents such a splendid opportunity. Let us drink to that." With this, she commanded the attendants to fill the cups of the 3 men. Yushio exchanged a smile with Yulin and, after drinking, he took Shuxin by the hand and approached the main table where Qiao Yuran sat. Arriving at the table, his lips and eyes both twinkled with mirth as he addressed, "Young Master Qiao, no, you are now my brother-in-law. Thus I should refer to you as the 13th Duke. You are the cousin of the Princess Consort and now my brother-in-law. This familial bond is indeed a cause for celebration, and I propose a toast to you." Qiao Yuran's gaze was icy, his peach blossom eyes slightly arched, the red mole at the corner of his eye quivering. His expression was one of indifference. Yet a trace of a smile lingered as he replied, "To be allied with the Qin Wang is indeed a stroke of fortune. The wine you offer is rich and fragrant. How could I possibly refuse?" With that, he raised his cup and drained it. Yushio finished his drink as well, smiling lightly. "Duke, you possess quite the capacity for liquor. However, no matter how well one drinks, moderation is key. Otherwise, the 13th princess may find herself alone tonight." Qiao Yuran chuckled coldly, "Your Highness speaks true. I regrettably missed the last wedding of my cousin and Your Highness. It has weighed on my heart. Today, I would like to toast to you and the Princess Consort to atone for that absence." He poured another cup and drank it down in one gulp. His charming peach blossom eyes were filled with melancholy as he glanced at Shuxin, who appeared calm, her smile inscrutable, though he sensed her discontent. Yushio offered a faint smile, finishing his drink as well. Shuxin regarded the 2 men with a frosty demeanor as they exchanged barbs before her. She understood Qiao Yuran's words. He was merely attempting to convey that his marriage to the 13th princess was a necessity. Presently, he was here as the Qin Wang's consort. Hoping she would grasp his predicament, Shuxin smiled gently, "Cousin, there is no need for concern. Your illness was well known, and there is no blame to be placed. Yet, as the Wang said, it would be wise for you to drink less. Do not squander this beautiful evening. However, it would indeed be a pity not to partake in this splendid occasion." With that, she lifted her cup and drank it down. She was the Qin Wang's consort, and he was the 13th Duke. If one were to scrutinize, their standings were now equal. Who was the fool who claimed that lovers would ultimately unite? Why had no one informed her that the pain of witnessing lovers marry could be excruciating? The wine is exquisite, a superb daughter's red. Its entrance is smooth and delicate, fragrant and soothing, yet for Shu Xian, it is bitter and astringent, stinging both her nose and throat. Nevertheless, she praises, "What a fine wine indeed. It is truly a joyous occasion that my cousin is to marry the Emperor's most beloved 13th princess." The entire Fian city is well aware of the Emperor's affection for the 13th princess, with whispers suggesting that whoever wins her hand shall also earn the Emperor's favor. After declaring this, she took the wine jug from a nearby attendant and filled Qiao Yuran's cup, saying, "I raise this toast to my cousin, wishing you and the 13th princess a long and prosperous union, blessed with children." Their union had surpassed her expectations, transforming love into a bitter resentment. Though her anger was not entirely consuming, as she empathized with Qiao Yuran's predicament, she vividly recalled the emotions of her own wedding day to Yushio. believing then that she and Xiao Yuran would never again share a bond. Little did she know that the so-called fate was nothing but an illusion, an escape from the demons within her heart. Their profound love was fraught with entanglements, even if they were to cast aside all ties. The awkwardness of their emotions and external pressures had led them to miss their chances. They had already missed those chances more than once. What would he feel upon seeing her now? Pain? Guilt? Regret? She harbored no hatred for him or the 13th princess, for she understood that he had his own burdens, and that being forced to marry another must surely cause him great sorrow, perhaps even more than her own heartache. The 13th princess, wed to a man who does not love her, may never find happiness in her life. Her ire was directed at the crown prince and Yu Xiao, who had relentlessly maneuvered her and Xiao Yuran into this position. Such wicked power plays and selfish ambitions have destroyed the happiness of countless souls. As Shu Xian spoke, Xiao Yuran involuntarily shuddered. His hand trembled around the cup, his peach blossom eyes filled with a sorrow that contradicted his attire. His expression darkened profoundly. He remained silent, refusing to take the cup, his gaze fixed intently upon Shu Xian. Shu Xian, her almond-shaped eyes now devoid of the previous playful anger, regarded Xiao Yuran with an icy indifference. At that moment, he longed for her to revert to her old self, standing on the table cursing him as a heartless traitor. Her apathy and composure inflicted a deeper pain upon him. He could not help but wonder how she and Yu Xiao came to be together in this place. Yu Xiao, observing the tension between them, bore a frosty gaze, yet smiled as if basking in the warmth of spring. He chimed in, "What troubles you, dear Prince Consort? Is it that you find the toast from the princess lacking in sincerity? If so, allow me to raise a glass to you as well." With that, he downed the contents of his cup in one gulp. Xiao Yuran stared blankly at Shu Xian, oblivious to Yu Xiao's words, ignoring him entirely. The 13th princess, Yu Mei, seated beside him, sensed the disquiet and, peering through her crimson veil, could vaguely discern the trio's demeanor. She furrowed her brow and gently tugged at Xiao Yuran's sleeve, whispering, "May thanks the imperial sister-in-law." Yu Mei's voice was as melodious and clear as the song of a lark, and as soothing as the gentle flow of a crystal-clear spring. Such an enchanting voice surely accompanies a beauty capable of captivating an entire nation. Shu Xin, with a delightful smile, remarked, "Your Highness need not be so formal. My cousin and I have grown up together, sharing a deep bond. I am well acquainted with his character, and if you wish to know more about him, I would be more than pleased to elaborate." Yu Mei smiled faintly and replied, "In that case, I must thank you, sister-in-law." Shu Xin chuckled, "Your Highness is far too courteous. My cousin is indeed a wonderful man, though he possesses some flaws. For instance, he has a weakness for beautiful women and is often rendered immobile in the presence of striking ladies. Even I, his less-than-fair cousin, have caught his eye at times. Do not be deceived by the charm of the mole between his brows. The one upon his posterior is even more appealing." Her voice, though soft, resonated throughout the table. The others were taken aback, and Xiao Yuran furrowed her brow momentarily, only to smile lightly in the next breath. This was indeed her true nature. For reasons unknown, she felt no anger, but rather a hint of amusement. Yu Xiao's smile suddenly froze upon his face. He had forgotten her tendency to speak indiscreetly without regard for the occasion. Yu Mei's face, concealed beneath her veil, turned a shade of green, although it was imperceptible through the fabric. Yu Xiao offered a mild smile, saying, "Princess, my wife has had a bit too much to drink. I hope you will not take her words to heart." Shu Xin laughed, "You jest, my lord. While I may not be impervious to intoxication, a single cup of wine cannot possibly sway me. As a man, you need not concern yourself with our feminine gossip. Having grown up with my cousin, I am well aware of his attributes, both commendable and otherwise. I merely wish to inform the princess of his most appealing and less favorable traits." Her voice rose in volume, easily audible at the adjacent table. Yu Xiao furrowed his brow. He had brought her to the grand wedding of Xiao Yuran and the 13th princess with the intention of severing her ties with Xiao Yuran. Yet he had forgotten her nature. She would never comply with his plans. Shu Xin, with eyes alight with mischief, leaned closer to Yu Mei and whispered, "Princess, allow me to share a secret with you. My cousin has a preference for women with ample figures. As for you," after surveying Yu Mei from head to toe, she frowned, "your form is rather flat. If you wish to entirely curb his wandering eye, I possess a private method to enhance your curves. Should you be interested, feel free to visit me at the Qin Wangfu. I would be glad to impart my secrets." Yu Mei found Shu Xin's words distasteful, her face beneath the veil reflecting her disgust. Yet out of deference to Yu Xiao, she responded blandly, "I must thank you, sister-in-law." Shu Xin replied, "We are all family here. There is no need for such formality. I merely hope that you can capture my cousin's heart and prevent him from being lured away by other women, ensuring he does not become enamored with the pleasures of the brothel. Beneath her veil, Yume's face flushed with embarrassment, yet she humbly replied, "Thank you for your kind intentions, sister-in-law." Yet she secretly etched this incident in her heart, irrevocably sealing the rift between her and Shu Xian. Xiao Yuren's heart was engulfed in bitterness. She was genuinely infuriated. If indulging in reckless talk here could alleviate her troubled spirit, then let her continue unabated. Yu Xiu's smile faltered, and he reached out to grasp her. But she deftly evaded him. She approached Yume and whispered in her ear, "My cousin, apart from the traits previously mentioned, possesses peculiarities in intimacy. For instance, before engaging in such activities, he delights in whipping a woman's backside, pricking her bosom with needles, and biting her shoulders. I have endured considerable suffering from these quirks, which is why I felt compelled to warn you, royal sister." Although she spoke softly to Yume, her voice resonated across several tables, causing Yume's eardrums to ache. The guests feigned ignorance, yet their ears perked up, intrigued. This Princess Qin, who had previously borne a son during her time with the crown princess, was presumed to have a child with the Qin Wang, thus earning his forgiveness. However, upon hearing her current remarks, the guests speculated that she might have had an affair with Xiao Yuran as well. Yu Xiu's face darkened, akin to the bottom of a pot, as he pulled her from behind Yume into his embrace, smiling slightly. The princess tends to speak recklessly when intoxicated. I shall escort her home. He could not fathom how she could utter such words. Xiao Yuran, upon hearing her, smiled faintly, realizing that in matters of the heart, he felt somewhat cowardly compared to her. As he observed Yu Xiu's intention to take her away, his gaze turned icy, yet he chuckled. The prince and princess have been wed for some time. Surely the prince is aware of the princess's penchant for unfiltered speech. I bear no grievance. So why should the prince? He added, moreover, the prince has just arrived. It would be unseemly for him to depart again, lest I be blamed for poor hospitality. Hearing this, Yu Xiu loosened his grip on Shu Xian's hand, allowing her to break free, and after stepping 3 paces away, she cheerfully declared, "Though I am wed to the prince, it seems my cousin truly understands me. Yet, my cousin also knows that my words today are no mere folly. If anyone doubts, perhaps my cousin should disrobe to check for a red mark on his backside." This statement was thunderous, leaving even Xiao Yuran at a loss for words. Yu Xiu cast her a frosty glance and sighed inwardly. She seemed intent on creating chaos. He had assumed that any woman faced with such circumstances would either suffer deeply or weep, thereby severing any lingering feelings for Xiao Yuran. Yet she, before attending the wedding banquet, appeared as any other woman, seemingly heartbroken. However, upon entering this space, she exhibited not a shred of sorrow or distress, and her words were such that even a modestly refined man would struggle to utter them. A sense of vexation inevitably welled up within him, and a flicker of anger ignited in his narrow eyes. Yet, upon observing her countenance, he noted the gentle smile gracing her lips and the corners of her eyes. However, within the depths of her gaze, a fleeting shadow of concealed sorrow lingered, vanishing almost instantaneously. Had he not engaged with her on numerous occasions, he would have surely overlooked it. He sighed inwardly, feeling a mix of irritation towards her current behavior and an undeniable pang of sympathy. Meanwhile, the literati and military officials gathered to drink were left to speculate about whether there truly was a birthmark on Xiao Yuran's posterior. Xiao Yuran looked at Shu Xian and said, "There is no need to remove my trousers. I have grown up alongside my cousin since childhood, playing together since the days of open crotch pants. It is hardly a surprise that I have a birthmark on my rear, but I do not share the interests my cousin claims I possess." He acknowledged the first part of his statement while denying the latter. Yet the onlookers couldn't help but wonder if he indeed harbored the proclivities that Shu Xian had alluded to. Shu Xian chuckled and remarked, "Cousin, you have yet to drink the toast I offered you. Do you find any of my previous statements to be inaccurate?" Xiao Yuran let out a long sigh, downing the contents of his cup before replying, "I shall first express my gratitude on behalf of the princess for the kind intentions of the princess consort." Though he claimed to be thanking Yume, he did not cast a glance in her direction. Instead, his alluring eyes remained fixed upon Shu Xian, filled with unspoken anguish. Shu Xian, catching the depth of his gaze, smiled gently and, after downing her drink, said, "I hope my cousin will never regret the decision made today." With that, she offered a light smile, found a table, and settled herself down. Holding a wine jug in one hand and a cup in the other, she merrily drank while proclaiming, "Toasting to wine, how fleeting is life. Like morning dew, the past is filled with bitterness. What alleviates sorrow? Only the essence of Kong. No, it should be the fine vintage of a maiden." Her laughter was joyous, and after reciting a few lines of poetry, She had already consumed several cups of wine. Upon hearing her words, Qiao Yuran was momentarily taken aback. He vaguely recalled a year prior when the two had climbed to the highest rooftop of the residence, spending an entire night sipping green plum wine. He remembered how, in a slightly tipsy state, she had recited this very poem. A stirring thought crossed his mind, as if he had grasped her underlying intention. He closed his eyes, realizing that she was offering him one final chance, not to wait for an explanation, but to take her away with him. He bit his lip and gazed deeply into her eyes. Resolutely, he steeled his heart and lifted his foot, intending to approach her. Yushio had been observing their every move. Although she was unaware of their shared history or the significance behind the poem, the expressions on their faces led her to surmise the general situation. A glint of coldness flashed in her eyes, and she was poised to intervene. However, just then, a middle-aged man approached Qiao Yuran, presenting him with something that caused his complexion to drain of color, revealing a profound sense of helplessness. He cast a glance at Shu Exine, and his feet became rooted to the ground. Seeing his reaction, Shu Exine's bright almond-shaped eyes misted over, the tears forming rapidly, threatening to spill. Yet, in the next moment, the moisture evaporated entirely, leaving no trace behind. A fleeting bitter smile crossed her eyes, yet her lips curled in derision. She took another sip of wine and softly recited, "This sentiment may someday be recalled, yet at that moment, I was lost." Upon hearing her words, Qiao Yuran felt a jolt of shock, his eyes filled with anguish. Gritting his teeth, he pushed the approaching figure aside, intending to move to her side, only to find that Yushio had already embraced her, a frown etched upon his brow. Yushio spoke gently, "The princess is truly inebriated. Let us return to the palace." Without waiting for her consent, he hoisted her and exited the banquet hall. Witnessing Yushio leading Shu Exine away, Qiao Yuran felt a tumult of emotions swirling within him. Gritting his teeth, he lifted his foot to follow, but before he could take 2 steps, he felt his garment being tugged. Turning back, he saw Yume grasping his sleeve, her gaze icy and resolute. Yume spoke sweetly, "Prince, I feel a bit dizzy. Could you assist me back to my quarters?" Qiao Yuran paused in surprise, and when he looked ahead again, Yushio had already escorted Shu Exine through the grand entrance. He sighed inwardly, coldly huffing, and shook off Yume's grip, determined to pursue them. A middle-aged man scoffed, "Have you forgotten your master's teachings?" He then revealed an ominous object. Qiao Yuran retorted sharply, "I shall repay my master's kindness in due time, but it shall not be with my own happiness." With that, he forcefully pushed the middle-aged man aside and swiftly exited the banquet hall, leaving behind a pale-faced Yume and astonished officials. Upon observing his hasty departure, Yu Zhao couldn't help but smile faintly, the smile concealing an unmistakable malice. As Qiao Yuran exited the princess estate, Yushio was just helping Shu Exine into the carriage. Furrowing his brow, Qiao Yuran executed a swift leap to the side of the carriage, his movements as quick as lightning as he struck Yushio's acupoint. His injuries had yet to fully heal, and he found himself far less agile than before. The sudden movement sent a sharp pain through him, reopening the wounds on his hands and feet, staining the vibrant red of his ceremonial robe. The blood was as crimson as the robe itself, rendering it difficult to discern which hue prevailed. Yushio let out a cold grunt, deftly evading, and placed Shu Exine into the carriage. With his left hand, he transformed his palm into a finger, aiming directly at Qiao Yuran's vital point. Qiao Yuran sidestepped the attack, his right hand curving to strike at Yushio's advancing fingers. Yushio swiftly altered his technique, transitioning from finger to palm, and their hands collided with a resounding thud, forcing both men to retreat 3 steps. Yushio's expression darkened, yet he smiled. "Prince, your skill surpasses even that of the esteemed Grand Tutor Du Tianqi in his prime. I am truly impressed. But to chase after me while leaving the princess behind, do you not fear your father's wrath?" Qiao Yuran's actions were anticipated, yet surprising to Yushio. He had expected the depth of feeling between him and Shu Exine, but he had not foreseen that Qiao Yuran would dare defy imperial command for her sake. Qiao Yuran replied coldly, "Yushio, there is no need for your theatrics before me now. Return her to me, and let our grievances be resolved." In Yushio's eyes, a chilling desolation lingered. He glanced at the carriage and remarked indifferently, "You wish to return her to me? I must have misheard. If my memory serves me correctly, she is my consort, while you are merely the prince consort of the 13th princess. Have you perhaps indulged too heavily in drink, leading you to utter such nonsense? Moreover, the entanglements between us cannot be dismissed by your mere words. It is a matter of whether I choose to reckon with you." As his words grew colder, each syllable was articulated with deliberate slowness, exuding an aura of frost and latent menace. Qiao Yuran's peach blossom eyes, once warm and charming, now brimmed solely with a potent sense of hostility. He glared at Yushio, his gaze sharp as a blade, and declared, "Yushio, do not be overly arrogant. While I may have faltered this time, it does not signify my inevitable defeat. When it comes to strategy and cunning, I assure you, my prowess is not to be underestimated." The night breeze caressed Yushio's white garments, transforming them into a delicate bloom against the dark sky. Standing there, he appeared both ethereal and imposing, and he replied coolly, "Is that so? Your confidence suggests I have underestimated you in the past. Since you are so assured, I am intrigued to see the extent of your abilities." Draped in crimson like fresh blood, Xiao Yuren's heart echoed his attire's hue. Though confined within the carriage, he could only glimpse the edge of her skirt, her presence shrouded in the shadows. He turned back to Yushio and warned, "Should you indeed make this choice today, one day you will come to understand the depth of my capabilities." Xiao Yuren's gaze shifted, and within his peach blossom eyes, a flicker of mockery ignited alongside concern and resentment. He coldly inquired, "I simply cannot fathom why, despite your indifference towards her, you insist on keeping her by your side. Are you still haunted by the events of 5 years ago?" Yushio's eyes turned icy, a flash of lethal intent passing through, yet he responded coolly, "The events of 5 years past are long behind us. What reason have I to dwell on them?" Xiao Yuren laughed heartily. "Ah, Yushio, despite your intricate schemes, you remain ensnared by the complexities of women. 5 years ago, you lost the title of crown prince for the sake of a stunning beauty, and now, 5 years later, you find yourself entangled with one deemed unattractive. Yet, your actions bear no benefit. The beauty of 5 years ago loved the crown prince, while this plain woman loves me. Not you. 5 years have passed, yet it seems you've made no progress." Yushio's expression shifted, his demeanor growing colder as he replied, "I disdain engaging in verbal sparring. 5 years ago, I admit I fell victim to your machinations. Such feelings hardly qualify as love. However, now I am acutely aware of what true love is. Though she may not possess beauty, she has a heart that is both perceptive and discerning. Despite her past entanglements with you, she possesses a profound self-respect. Though she may not harbor feelings for me at present, I firmly believe that one day she will come to love me." He regarded Xiao Yuren with a hint of pity, stating, "It is regrettable for you. Once, you and she shared mutual affection. Yet now you are bound to the 13th princess, and your opportunity has slipped away." In Xiao Yuren's eyes, a glimmer of murderous intent resurfaced as she coldly exclaimed, "You are truly despicable to employ such vile tactics." Yushio chuckled with delight. "My methods are far more honorable than yours. At least I do not cast aside my own woman as your master does." He paused, then continued with a smirk, "Yet, you and your master are indeed quite alike. 5 years ago, he thrust his woman upon me, and now, 5 years later, you do the same." He added with a sneer, "Such is the nature of master and dog alike." Yushio clearly recalled how Xiao Yuren had comported herself before the imperial marriage was bestowed. He found it puzzling that her attitude had shifted so dramatically. In his mind, the only explanation was that Xiao Yuren and Yu Zhao shared the same disposition. The charm of the beautiful woman 5 years ago succeeded only due to his own ignorance. However, he would never allow the ploy involving an unattractive woman to succeed. Even though he was acutely aware that he had fallen for Shu Xian, he would devise every means to separate Shu Xian from Xiao Yuren, compelling her to love him instead. Xiao Yuren cast a glance at the carriage and asked, "Yushio, do you truly believe that by taking her away today, you will win her heart?" Yushio replied with a gentle smile, "One day, her heart will willingly lay bare before me." He paused, fixing his gaze on Xiao Yuren as he proclaimed, "But I know, you shall no longer occupy a place in her heart." With that, his slender eyes conveyed a hint of disdain. Xiao Yuren bit her lip and cursed, "Despicable and shameless." Yushio responded with a nonchalant smile, "The despicable and shameless one is your master, not I. She has afforded you countless opportunities, yet you failed to cherish them. Therefore, you cannot blame me. Moreover, do not forget that your current status is that of the 13th princess's consort." With a flick of his sleeve, he gracefully leapt into the carriage. And as soon as he did, the coachman set off. Standing resolutely in the twilight, Xiao Yuren's figure melded with the encroaching darkness. Her hands clenched into fists beneath her celebratory robes. She murmured, "Yushio, you shall pay for your actions today." Yet, the mere thought of Shu Xian brought her heart unbearable pain. For who said that a man does not shed tears easily, but only when grief strikes deep? A tear slipped from her eye, and she made no effort to wipe it away. The red mole at the corner of her brow quivered slightly. Her gaze dimmed with coldness. Her once alluring visage now bore a hint of ferocity as she softly declared, "Once, I lost countless opportunities to love you. pushing you further away step by step. By the time I realized that my previous worries were mere self-inflicted torment, you had already departed from my life. But from this moment forward, I vow never to let you leave my existence, for without you, I truly do not know how to carry on. As Shu Xian stepped out of the banquet hall alongside Yushio, she felt an overwhelming dizziness. The gentle night breeze revived her senses somewhat, yet the potent wine she had consumed was no ordinary drink. Its after-effects were immense. With the wind against her, the effects of the alcohol surged, intensifying her headache even further. In a daze, she caught a glimpse of Qiao Yuran pursuing her, yet she merely thought it was a figment of her imagination. In the banquet hall, she had offered him an opportunity, yet he did not follow her. How could he possibly abandon the princess now? Indeed, she must be dreaming. The carriage was enveloped in darkness, and although she could hear faint sounds from outside, including his voice, she remained indifferent. Tears slowly streamed from the corners of her eyes. She was not as strong as she had imagined. The stubbornness she displayed in front of others collapsed in an instant when faced with the solitude of darkness. Heartache, compounded by the effects of alcohol, surged through her body. In that moment, she would have preferred to succumb to intoxication, wishing never to awaken again. Already weakened by illness and still recovering, she found herself beset by such events, causing her consciousness to blur. Tears marred her face, trickling down her cheeks and mingling with the crimson mark on her right side, eventually seeping into the hollow of her neck. At that moment, she grasped the wisdom of Li Taibai's words. Raising a cup to dispel sorrow only deepens it. Drawing a knife to sever water only causes it to flow more. Who was the fool that claimed that once one is drunk, they forget all pain? Though her head throbbed from intoxication, her mind was clearer than ever. Recalling each interaction she had shared with Qiao Yuran, his kindness, his thoughtfulness, his magnanimity, and his helplessness. Unable to contain herself, she clenched her hair and bit her lip. Her hair was torn, and blood welled from her lip, yet she felt no pain. Perhaps this physical torment was trivial compared to the anguish within her heart. She curled up in the carriage, her body trembling slightly, yearning to cry out, but found herself voiceless. Why did he behave this way? Why must she endure such suffering alone? Suddenly, darkness enveloped her, and she fell into a slumber. Upon mounting the carriage, Yushio retrieved a luminous pearl from his bosom and hung it on the hook inside. Upon seeing Shu Xian curled up in a ball, he was momentarily taken aback, a surge of anger rising within him. Yet, as he reflected, a gentle sigh escaped his lips, and he spoke softly. It is rare that you have seen through his true nature today. In his heart, he is likely more enamored with power, rather than suffer in the future. It is better to draw the line with him now. No one responded, yet he could hear her faint sobs and ragged breaths. A wave of pity welled up within him as he reached out to embrace her. However, upon lifting her, he felt a dampness and glanced down to find his hands glistening with tears. Looking at her face, he saw the trails of sorrow etched upon her cheeks, prompting another sigh from him. It dawned upon him that her laughter in public was merely a facade. Behind her facade of strength lay a tender heart. But her current state was for another man, not for him. Yushio's narrow eyes blinked, darkening with unspoken anguish, his heart laden with bitterness. Fate seemed to mock him cruelly. The one he loved did not love him in return, just as it had been 5 years ago, and still remained so. He could not fathom what he lacked compared to those two men. He truly could not comprehend that love never chooses based on one's abilities. The only thing that can provide options for love is fate. A pang of pain surged within his heart, and a wave of dizziness overcame him. He hurriedly seated himself with Shushin in his embrace, feeling the chaotic energy within him. After a moment of quietude, he gradually felt somewhat better. Shushin's head rested on his chest. He cast a glance at her, and her appearance was hardly commendable. Under the dim light of the luminous pearl, the right side of her face appeared somewhat frightening. Yet, strangely, in his heart, he could only vividly recall the flawless left side of her face and her pair of dark, expressive eyes. A bitter smile escaped him. He truly did not know when he had begun to love her. Her long eyelashes lay upon her eyelids like two exquisite fans, serene and elegant. It was the first time he had gazed at her with such tranquility. Typically, whenever they met, it was either a quarrel or a subtle competition, with her lively dark eyes constantly darting around. Yet at this moment, her eyes were closed, emanating a profound stillness. He realized that he not only adored her vivacity, but also cherished her tranquility. However, her current calmness was a result of another man, not himself. A wave of sorrow washed over him, and a trace of mockery flickered at the corners of his mouth as he observed the tear-stained marks on her face. With a sigh, he reached out to gently wipe away the tears at the corners of her eyes. However, upon doing so, he sensed something amiss. The redness at the corner of her eye had significantly faded, yet his hand was stained with bright red. A glint of scrutiny crossed his eyes as he hesitantly reached out again to wipe, but this time, only a little came away. The areas on her face, soaked with tears, had slightly diminished, revealing patches of fair skin beneath where the redness had faded. Chapter 59. Shu Xin will not only live on, but she will thrive spectacularly. She is also curious to see how splendid his life will be after marrying the 13th princess. Should their existence lack excitement, she would not hesitate to sprinkle in some zest to enhance their married life. With this realization, a smile graced her lips. Though radiant, it bore a hint of cruelty. Her grip on the vial tightened, and her brilliant apricot eyes sparkled with a unique brilliance. To bring her down has never been an easy feat. Her life and future are hers alone to dictate. As for men and love, one can survive without them. She cast a cold glance at the exquisitely refined gentleman beside her, letting out a disdainful hum. The current state of affairs with Xiao Yuran was all thanks to him. If he believed she could not see through the intricacies at play, then she would no longer be Shu Xin. If he thought that losing Xiao Yuran would lead her to love him, he was sorely mistaken. If he assumed she had only him as an option in her world, he was gravely misled. Her estrangement from Xiao Yuran did not signify a burgeoning affection for him. Though she harbored resentment toward Xiao Yuran, her loathing for him was even more profound. While she may not grasp every scheme between them, she was acutely aware of his machinations. Having known Xiao Yuran for several years, she could not claim to fully understand his character, yet she had a general idea. It required immense courage for Xiao Yuran to break through his taboos to love her. Such a man could not easily fall for another woman, even under duress. Yet, should Xiao Yuran truly marry another, regardless of the circumstances or manipulations involved, she would never forgive him, even if she wed Yu Xiu first and he married another thereafter. The nature of their situations was entirely different, albeit somewhat similar. They were both coerced. What did it matter if Yu Xiu beheld her beauty? It merely stripped away her protective veneer. In her heart, this revelation did not inspire any additional affection or a shift in perspective toward him. Nevertheless, she felt a tinge of defeat. The beautiful facade she painstakingly constructed had been laid bare due to a single drunken episode. Before him, she had no secrets left. And without that layer of protection, she felt as if she stood before Yu Xiu unclothed. She despised this feeling. Upon noticing the glimmer in her eyes, Yu Xiu felt a pang of concern. After their numerous encounters, he had come to understand her temperament. The expressions in her eyes clearly conveyed that she despised Xiao Yuran. But she also harbored animosity toward him. His gaze remained gentle, his voice soft and soothing, as he sighed deeply and asked, "Do you feel any better?" Shu Xin offered him a faint smile and attempted to rise from the bed. However, the excessive weeping from the previous day had left her body in a state of profound exhaustion, compounded by her lingering illness and the prior night's overindulgence in alcohol. Overwhelmed by a sudden wave of dizziness, she felt her legs give way, and she began to collapse. Yu Xiu, observing her condition, furrowed his brow slightly and swiftly caught her frail form falling softly into his embrace. With genuine concern, he remarked, "Your health is so fragile. It would be best for you to rest here." Without waiting for her response, he lifted her back onto the bed. Shu Xin frowned slightly, but he continued, seemingly oblivious to her discomfort. "There is no need for you to put on a brave face in front of me. Your drunken state the night before has revealed your innermost thoughts. Moreover, given your intelligence, I am certain you have deduced the essence of this matter. I do not wish to conceal it from you. The reason Xiao Yuran is to wed the 13th princess is indeed part of my scheme." A cold smile flitted across Shu Xin's lips. Yet, Yu Xiu appeared not to notice, proceeding to add, "However, this does not signify anything definitive. If he truly loves you, then any constraints are trivial. On the day you fled the royal residence, I witnessed everything. I had intended to grant you both an opportunity. Had he broken free from his shackles, I would have supported your union. Yet, he has disappointed me, and more importantly, he has let you down." He paused before continuing. "Nevertheless, you two are ultimately ill-suited. You are siblings by blood, and while you may take the contraceptive potion or disregard your future, the reality remains undeniable. It lies before you, and you cannot evade it." Shu Xin rolled her eyes in exasperation, wishing to convey that she was entirely indifferent to those concerns, and that he was merely fabricating excuses she could not accept. Yet, a pang of sorrow stirred within her. The love between her and Xiao Yuran faced numerous obstacles. First from Shu Xiong, and now from Yu Xiu. Yu Xiu, perceiving her thoughts, remained unfazed, his narrowed gaze shifting as he calmly stated, "I understand you will not agree with my perspective. I had no expectation of your concurrence. If you were so easily swayed, you would not be the renowned Shu Xian. Lying on the bed, Shu Xian was lost in her own melancholy, treating Yu Xiu as if he were invisible. He observed her for a moment, his gaze deepening as he remarked, "You may currently believe that everything you encounter is unfortunate. Yet I assert that your affair with Xiao Yuran pales in comparison to my past with Gu Sisi." Unwilling to endure any further of his rambling, Shu Xian pulled the covers over herself, concealing her form. Yu Xiu, undeterred, continued slowly, "I recall having shared some tales of my past with Gu Sisi, but you were disinclined to listen. It matters not whether you wish to hear. This matter has resided in my heart for many years, and I knew not whom to confide in. If you are willing to listen today, then so be it. If not, consider it my solitary musings." A soft huff escaped from beneath the quilt. Yu Xiu's voice, gentle as a whisper, spoke. "I vividly recall the spring when I first met her. Dressed in a flowing white gown, she stood beneath a peach tree, the blossoms in full bloom, resplendent in shades of pink. She appeared as if a celestial being had mistakenly descended to the mortal realm, her beauty unparalleled. At that moment, my heart raced uncontrollably. Her exquisite charm left me utterly captivated, and I felt she was the most beautiful and remarkable woman in the world." Shu Xian harbored a lingering curiosity. It was said that Gu Sisi had passed away, yet the woman she encountered that day bore an uncanny resemblance to the portrait hanging in Yu Xiu's study. He had claimed she was still alive. What had truly transpired? Though intrigued, she was reluctant to listen, yet his voice flowed softly like the spring waters of March, making it difficult to ignore. One could close their eyes to evade sights they did not wish to see, but one cannot block out sounds. No matter how tightly one covers their ears, some noise will inevitably seep through. Thus, she reassured herself that, with nothing else to occupy her time and unable to rise or speak, she might as well indulge in a tale, imagining different protagonists in her mind to render it less distasteful. Yu Xiu's gaze turned distant, his tone as gentle as the flowing waters. "In my youthful arrogance, having just been bestowed the title of King of Qin, I believed there was no challenge I could not conquer, no woman I could not win. She was the epitome of grace, offering me kindness and tenderness. I recall her gentle smile and soft-spoken words, as soothing as a tranquil stream." Shu Xian scoffed internally. Men are forever slaves to their desires, destined to be deceived. However, her curiosity about the events of that year persisted. Yu Xiu appeared lost in reminiscence, his voice softening. "Thus, I often took her on excursions, striving to fulfill her every wish while discarding all that displeased her. I believed that if I treated her with sincerity, her heart, being made of flesh, would eventually be moved. She indeed responded with utmost gentleness, even becoming compliant. Yet, in her eyes, I often glimpsed a trace of melancholy. I inquired about it several times, but she merely smiled softly, evading the question. That subtle sorrow, the slight furrow of her brow, was breathtakingly beautiful, and it captivated me further. I naively thought that if I treated her well, she would someday confide her innermost thoughts to me." At this juncture, his voice turned cold, laced with irony. "My father, whose health had always been frail, decided to select one among my 8 brothers to be crowned as the heir. As I frequently alleviated his burdens and was well versed in the nation's affairs, though lacking in the talent to govern, I possessed the ability to do so. And he favored me for the throne. While I harbored aspirations of becoming an emperor, my concern lay more with her feelings. On the day I visited her family to propose, joyfully conveying my father's intentions, she simply replied that she preferred a man who would love her wholeheartedly. If I ascended to the throne, regardless of my wishes, I would undoubtedly be surrounded by countless beauties, destined to have a harem of 3 palaces and 6 courts." Upon hearing this, Shu Xian felt a flicker of interest, and her head, hidden beneath the brocade quilt, emerged. He paused momentarily before continuing, but little did she know that in my heart, there was only her. Even though I ascended to the throne, and despite having 3 palaces and 6 courtyards, my heart belonged solely to her. Moreover, given my disposition, how could I ever marry those concubines? Yet, she remained oblivious to all this. Even if I were to express my feelings, I feared she would not comprehend. To me, she was of utmost importance, while the throne was merely an accessory. Thus, I promised her that if she would marry me, I would renounce the crown, desiring only to be with her for eternity. Upon hearing my words, she insisted that I swear an oath, never to seek the throne again, and to devote myself entirely to her. He glanced at Shu Xian's exposed head and continued, "Had it been in the past, I would have discerned the intricacies of the situation. However, I was utterly captivated at that moment. Nothing in this world mattered to me but her, prompting me to make a rash vow. She was overjoyed then, declaring her unwavering love for me, vowing that we would be together forever. My father, however, chastised me for my infatuation, and in a fit of rage, he appointed my elder brother as the crown prince. Shu Xian couldn't help but smile inwardly. Even someone as astute as Yushio could display such folly. It seemed that beauty truly had the power to cloud one's judgment, leading one to lose their sense of reason. It was no wonder that the art of seduction was consistently effective, especially against lustful men. She gazed wide-eyed at Yushio, her eyes brimming with disdain. Unperturbed, Yushio continued, "We set a wedding date, and soon the day of the wedding arrived. I rode joyfully to fetch her, seeing her seated in the bridal sedan. However, upon bringing her sedan to the Qin Wangfu, I kicked open the sedan door, yet she did not emerge. Growing anxious, I yanked open the door, only to find her lying inside, her complexion ashen. I was taken aback, reaching out to touch her, only to discover her body was already cold. Upon checking for her breath, I found none. His tone was remarkably calm, as if recounting another's tale, yet Shu Xian could sense his underlying fury and hatred. A faint smile crept across Yushio's lips as he remarked, "What a harrowing reality it was. My bride lay dead in the bridal sedan." Thus, the grand wedding of the Qin Wang transformed into a great mourning, becoming the greatest jest of the entire Damo dynasty and a tragedy of epic proportions. Upon hearing this, Shu Xian suddenly felt a pang of sympathy for him. When he married Gu Shishi, she passed away in the bridal sedan, and now, as he was to wed her, she had bestowed upon him a significant betrayal. His voice lowered, deep and detached. At that moment, all I wished for was to die alongside her, consumed by madness. To me, she was the most vital person in the world, even more so than myself. I held her for 3 days and nights, only to discover something was amiss. While it is known that a body undergoes changes after death, her transformation was alarmingly profound. On such a sweltering day, after embracing her for so long, I was astonished to feel her gradually soften in my arms. With a heavy heart, I examined her corpse closely, and the revelation plunged me deeper into despair. She had begun to weep, not with the fluid of decay, but with waxen tears. Had it not been for the events surrounding Xiao Yuran, she would have remained oblivious to the taste of losing a beloved. Yet now, upon hearing Yushio's account, she could not help but empathize with his anguish, recognizing that his suffering was likely far greater than her own at present. She propped herself up, leaning against the headboard, eager to hear more. A cold smirk danced upon Yushio's lips, his eyes glinting with frost. I must have been utterly bewildered at the time, to have overlooked such a significant flaw. But if my bride was not dead, where could she have gone? I commanded Zhuke to seek her whereabouts. Yet the findings were revelations I would prefer to remain ignorant of. She was, after all, the paramour of my elder brother, consumed with thoughts of being with him. For his sake, she was willing to do anything, even to seduce me. She would rather be the secret consort of my elder brother than my legitimate wife. Though she was alive, I would have preferred her dead. Although Shu Xian had long grasped the general outline of the situation, hearing him recount the entire saga stirred a profound pity within her. In comparison, her own suffering seemed trivial next to his. At the very least, she knew that Xiao Yuran had once held her in his heart, perhaps even loved her, while Gu Sisi had never harbored feelings for Yushio, who loved her deeply. Given Yushio's temperament, it was a testament to his resilience that he had not succumbed to illness upon discovering that Gu Sisi had approached him solely to assist the crown prince in his quest for the throne. A sudden thought struck her. Had Yushio perished from the anguish inflicted by Gu Sisi, perhaps the fates of both herself and Xiao Yuran would have shifted. Yet, a twinge of unease arose within her for contemplating such a notion. In unraveling the truth of the matter, she sensed that he bore burdens of his own. She admired those who loved wholeheartedly, but detested those who would cruelly interfere in the lives of others. Nevertheless, Gu Sisi was a truly fearsome woman, feigning deep affections for Yushio despite her lack of love for him. Such duplicity was utterly repugnant. In her life, she had always abhorred such women, and she had previously regretted blinding Gu Sisi that day. Now, hearing Yushio's words, she felt that the punishment had been far too lenient for a heart so wicked. Such a cruel-hearted woman did not deserve to inhabit this world. Yushio then looked at her and added, "I wonder if Xiao Yuran ever mentioned to you that he was involved in the scheme from 5 years ago. The animosity between us stems not only from his allegiance to the crown prince, but also from that very poison plot. I consider myself to possess greater integrity than he does. At the very least, I provided him with the opportunity to take you away, yet he failed to cherish it. In that entrapment from years past, they left me no means of survival. I lost both my position as the crown prince and the woman I held dear." Shuxin was momentarily taken aback. She had always believed that the animosity between Yushio and Xiao Yuran stemmed from Xiao's loyalty to the crown prince, while Yushio harbored aspirations of becoming emperor. Little did she expect that 5 years ago, there was a deeper narrative at play. However, since she had yet to arrive in this world at that time, the intricacies of the situation remained elusive to her. Nevertheless, she felt a twinge of sympathy for Yushio, who had poured his heart into love, only to discover it was but a ruse. Suddenly, it dawned on her that Yushio's relentless efforts to separate her from Qiao Yuran might be a form of retribution for the grievances he endured from her in the past. Yushio observed her swollen eyes, yet within them lay a clarity that hinted at disdain. He remarked, "Do you feel somewhat better now? There are countless others in this world who are far more pitiable than you." Noticing her lips pout slightly, he couldn't help but chuckle at his own misfortune. "You must be thinking that someone as wicked as I deserves such a fate. Am I right?" Shushin nodded, feeling no need to conceal her sentiments. Hatred is hatred, and love is love. Yushio sighed, "Yet, it is precisely a villain like me who fails to learn from past mistakes and finds himself enamored with a woman he should not love. And this woman, too, loves a man she ought not to." Shushin scoffed softly, unable to articulate her thoughts. Had she been able to speak, she would have unleashed a tirade against him. Her beloved Qiao Yuran's current plight was indeed a consequence of his actions. At that moment, a knock echoed from outside, as Qinglong announced, "My lord, Chasing Wind and Moon's spirit have arrived. Shall I bring them in?" Shushin's eyes widened in astonishment, and she gazed at Yushio with disbelief. He responded calmly, "There's no need for surprise. Although I was furious when you left with Qiao Yuran, I did not resort to killing them. Your son is exceedingly endearing. I found it impossible to harm him. Moreover, your maid possesses a sharp tongue akin to yours. Even Qinglong and Baihu could not best her in argument." Shushin, uninterested in his words, attempted to rise, but Yushio firmly pressed her back onto the bed, stating coolly, "If you do not lie still, a mere command from me will ensure they vanish from sight." She shot him a fierce glare, but reluctantly complied and lay back down. Yushio continued, "I suspect that aside from your own maid, the others would suffer greatly under your reign. Mingyue informed me that she is suffering terribly from itching. If you provide me with the antidote, I shall return your maid to you. What say you?" Shushin's face lit up with joy as she excitedly rummaged through her garments, only to realize that Yushio had removed her outer robe. She stared at him with wide eyes, and he, understanding her surprise, handed her the robe back. She then reached into the inner fold of the robe and produced a small packet of powder, offering it to Yushio. On that day, after she fell ill, Yushio sent Mingyue to attend to her medication. Seizing the opportunity while Mingyue was near, she bestowed upon her some additional rewards, avenging the grievance from the day she had been scrubbed during her bath. Those rewards had left Mingyue itching for several days. Yesterday, Yushio observed Mingyue as she brought in the medicinal soup, scratching herself incessantly. Suddenly, he recalled her nature and deduced much of the situation. Though Mingyue appeared to be an ordinary maid in the Wangfu, she was actually the leader of the secret division, having accomplished numerous tasks for Yushio over the years. At that moment, Yushio noticed that the inner lining of her outer garment was filled with medicinal powder. He couldn't help but glance at her again, a smile curving his lips, his eyes glimmering with intrigue. Shushin let out a soft huff, her head held high, her expression seemingly conveying, "If you dare to bully me, you shall foresee the consequences." Yushio chuckled, remarking, "It seems there are few in this world who can bully you." Shushin displayed a knowing expression, a hint of urgency flickering in her gaze. At that moment, she was unwilling to dwell on many matters. It had been so long since she had seen Yueling and Zhuefeng, and she wondered if Yushio had mistreated them. Yushio smiled lightly and said, "Qinglong, bring them in." As soon as he finished speaking, Qinglong entered with Yueling and Zhuefeng. Upon seeing Shushin, Zhuefeng joyfully scrambled onto her bed, exclaiming, "Mother, I missed you so much." But in the next instant, he cried out, "Mother, what happened to you? Where did that red mark on your face go? And why are your eyes swollen like fish? Your mouth looks like dry bark." Though Shushin was overjoyed to see him, the boy's words were anything but pleasant, causing her brows to furrow slightly. Zhuefeng, with wide eyes, awaited her response, but she found herself at a loss for words. He abruptly leaped off the bed, shouting at Yushio, "I knew you were wicked. How dare you bully my mother? I'll fight you." With that declaration, he charged at Yushio, using his small head as a weapon. Yushio, taken aback, was unprepared and felt the impact against his abdomen. A glint of surprise flashed in his elongated eyes as he smiled faintly and remarked, "Your son seems to truly care for you, Wang Fei. The bond between you two is indeed profound." Had he not known her to be a maiden, he might have been deceived by their remarkable acting and genuine emotions. This charming child, he mused, was a mystery of her own creation. It was indeed impressive that she could foster such heartfelt devotion from a child. It was quite audacious for an unmarried woman to adopt a child of such age, and even more so to allow the child to call her mother. As Zhuefeng's head collided with Yu Xiu's abdomen, it felt as if he had plunged into a pile of cotton, devoid of strength, and his head was ensnared, rendering him unable to extricate himself. He could not help but shout in frustration, "You despicable Qin Wang! What skill is it to bully us? If you have the ability, face my father in a duel." Yu Xiu inquired with a smile, "Who is your father?" Zhuefeng, puffing with pride, replied, "My father will surely scare you. He is the Jade Emperor of Heaven." He truly harbored a disdain for Qiao Yuran. Otherwise, he might have claimed that Qiao Yuran was his father at this moment. Indeed, he had inherited Shu Xian's unparalleled skills, and his fabrications were no less impressive than hers. Shu Xian couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. This little rascal was spinning tales without bounds. Yuhuang Dadi? Perhaps even Sun Wukong. It seemed that the stories she had shared with him were not in vain, for he remembered them vividly. Concerned that Yu Xiu might inadvertently harm him, she fixed her gaze upon Yu Xiu, her eyes brimming with an unspoken threat. Yu Xiu found the situation rather amusing. He relaxed the tension in his abdomen, and in a moment of surprise, Chasing Wind fell to the ground with a thud. In pain, he immediately sat up and began to wail, proclaiming, "The Qin King is bullying me, even a mere 5-year-old child." During his previous days wandering the streets, throwing tantrums and playing the victim had been his forte. Yu Xiu chuckled lightly, remarking, "The princess indeed instructs her child well, but this is the royal residence, not the marketplace." His eyes sparkled with mirth. He was aware that their acceptance of him would require some time. With a glint of warmth in his gaze, he added, "You and your son, as well as your servant, have not seen each other for quite a while. I am sure there is much to discuss. I have matters to attend to, so please take your time." Without waiting for Shu Xian's response, he smiled gently and departed. As soon as Yu Xiu left, Yu Ling hurried forward, asking, "Miss, what has happened to you? Has the Qin King bullied you?" Shu Xian sighed, gesturing to her throat to indicate her inability to speak at the moment. She looked at Yu Ling, her eyes filled with concern. Understanding her unspoken words, Yu Ling began to recount the events that had transpired since their separation. It turned out that after they had been brought back to the royal residence by Zhu Ke, Yu Xiu had arranged for them to stay in a separate courtyard surrounded by mountains and dense forests. Yu Ling and Chasing Wind had resided there for quite some time. Unable to discern where they truly were, they had attempted to escape, yet with one being a defenseless woman and the other merely a 5-year-old child, the dense woods offered no viable route of escape, despite the presence of only a few guards, each exceptionally skilled in martial arts. Fortunately, Yu Xiu had not mistreated them. Yesterday, when they were brought into the royal residence, they were bewildered and mistakenly believed that Shu Xian had been persecuted. One was eager to protect their master, and the other, their mother, leading to a fierce quarrel with Qin Long and Baihu. Amidst their uproar, Yu Xiu had reassured them that Shu Xian was safe within the royal residence and promised that if they behaved, they would be reunited with her. Listening to Yu Ling's account, Shu Xian furrowed her brow, struggling to recall the location they described, though it mattered little. What was paramount was that they were safely back by her side. The medicinal pills Yu Xiu provided had an excellent effect, and by the following day, she was able to speak, albeit her voice remained somewhat hoarse. Due to her still recovering throat, she refrained from excessive conversation, and Yu Xiu had not appeared in the past few days. Mingyue routinely delivered the medicinal pills punctually. Upon seeing Shu Xian, Mingyue felt a twinge of frustration but adopted a much more respectful demeanor, for she recognized that Shu Xian was not to be trifled with. Moreover, she was quite adept at reading the room, acutely aware of Shu Xian's significant standing in Yu Xiu's heart. On this particular day, Yu Xiu remained ensconced in his slumber when he was awakened by the cacophonous sounds emanating from the royal residence. Rising from his bed with a slight furrow in his brow, he pondered which inconsiderate soul dared to create such a tumult at this early hour. Fully aware of his preference for tranquility, he called out, "Baihu." Baihu entered from outside, inquiring, "What is your command, my lord?" With evident displeasure in his eyes, Yu Xiu responded, "Who is causing such a ruckus outside? Do they intend to dismantle the royal palace? Go and sever the hands of the one disturbing my peaceful dreams." Baihu glanced at Yu Xiu and replied, "My lord, it is the princess consort who has sent Mingyue to find individuals to tear down the walls of the western courtyard." He continued, "You exerted considerable effort to bring her away from Qiao Yuran, and if you were to truly maim her, it is likely that your own hands would be at risk." Yu Xiu furrowed his brow further, inquiring, "Why does she wish to demolish the walls of the western courtyard?" Baihu explained, "The princess consort expressed that the western courtyard has become too cramped due to the arrival of Yueling and Zhuefeng. She desires to expand the residence and feels that the palace is too quiet, Thus she has decided to adopt some cats and dogs. She even remarked that these pets are far more gentle and endearing than you, my lord. He hesitated, aware of Yu Xiu's temperament. Yu Xiu frowned. She truly has a penchant for causing upheaval. How is her health? I knew she would not remain quietly in the palace. It is troubling that she has already commenced her antics before fully recovering. Baihu responded. The imperial physician has assured that her condition is not severe. With a little rest, she shall return to her former self. He paused, seemingly reluctant to continue. Noticing Baihu's demeanor, Yu Xiu prompted, is there something else? Summoning his courage, Baihu revealed, while dismantling the structure, the princess consort ordered the felling of the several magnolia trees adjacent to the western courtyard. These magnolias were personally planted by Gu Sisi during her time at the Qinhuang residence, and they have grown quite tall over the years. Yu Xiu's gaze flickered momentarily, and he responded nonchalantly, if they have been cut down, so be it. It is not of great consequence. After a brief pause, he added, gather a few men to fell all the magnolias within the palace and inquire what trees the princess consort prefers. We shall plant only those she desires. Baihu stood in astonishment. Could it be that their lord had undergone a transformation? Everyone in the palace knew how the magnolias were cherished, yet today, due to the princess consort, he commanded the eradication of all the magnolias within the estate. Seeing Baihu's astonishment, Yu Xiu furrowed his brow and reiterated, are you truly questioning whether to remove all those magnolias? With a wistful smile playing on his lips, Yu Xiu remarked, why not remove them? Those trees, those flowers, were never meant to remain. The palace has already welcomed a new mistress. She shall do as she pleases. A glimmer of joy sparkled in Baihu's eyes. This decision indicated that the lord had finally moved beyond the events of the past. Though he held no fondness for Shu Xian, he harbored even less for Gu Sisi. That Shu Xian could inspire such a resolution in the lord was indeed a cause for celebration. With that, he rushed out with a spring in his step. On that evening, Yu Xiu was enjoying tea in his abode when he was startled by the sound of barking emanating from the royal residence. The words of the white tiger from the morning resurfaced in his mind, prompting him to furrow his brow. Indeed, she had acquired a dog. At that moment, he felt something brush against his foot. Looking down, he beheld the once pristine white dog now dirty and lying at his feet, its snowy fur marred by splotches of blood. The white dog nestled against him, its muddy paws soiling his immaculate shoes and socks. He frowned and gently touched the bloodied spot on the dog, causing it to bark and whimper before scurrying beneath the bed. Puzzled, Yu Xiu wondered how this dog, which had dedicated caretakers, could end up in such a state, especially since it had never before ventured under the bed. He softly called out, Mingyu. Mingyu emerged. Inquiring, what does the prince require? Yu Xiu asked, what has happened to Xiaobai? Why is it so dirty? And what of its wounds? Mingyu replied, the princess seems to have acquired a few wild dogs from somewhere. Upon sighting them, Xiaobai attempted to chase them away but was bitten in the process. Its current state is a result of the scuffle, as it fell into the gutter during the altercation. I intended to clean it, but due to its injuries, it would not allow anyone near. It bites when approached. Yu Xiu felt a headache coming on and glared at Mingyu. Are you simply going to let those wild dogs attack Xiaobai? Mingyu stammered, of course not. If I hadn't driven those wild dogs away, Xiaobai might have been killed. However, while I was chasing them off, the princess seemed to have objections. Shu Xian not only objected but voiced her dissent vehemently. Yu Xiu inquired, what were her objections? Mingyu explained, the princess stated that all dogs under heaven are alike, all possessing spirit. Xiaobai is a dog, as are Xiaohua, Xiaohe, and Xiaoma. She further remarked that compared to you lapdogs, they are far more endearing. Though angry, she is aware of Shu Xian's tactics and understands your fondness for her, thus she refrains from acting too harshly. After all, she has seen the consequences of crossing paths with Zhu Quebec Yu Xiu's side, knowing well that she had a plethora of nonsensical reasoning. He realized it had been a day since he had last seen her, and said to Mingyu, come, let us visit the princess. As Yu Xiu stepped outside, he noticed the white tiger directing servants to carry in a few large peach trees. Puzzled, he wondered where these trees had come from. Would they survive being planted in the height of summer? Yu Xiu stopped the white tiger and asked, what is the meaning of this? The white tiger replied, did you not ask me to inquire about the type of tree the princess prefers? She expressed a fondness for peach trees and instructed me to procure a few to plant in the western courtyard. Yu Xiu retorted coldly, your efficiency is commendable. Why was it not as swift when I requested white magnolias? The white tiger broke into a cold sweat, stammering, the princess threatened me with frogs. The remainder of his thoughts remained unspoken. In the morning, when he inquired about Shu Xian's favorite tree, she expressed her fondness for the peach tree and remarked that the western courtyard felt too empty, which was quite uncomfortable for her. urging him to plant the trees that very day. He merely replied that it was not the season for planting, to which she scoffed, commanding Yu Ling to bring forth a box of frogs. The sight startled him so much that his legs felt weak. Everyone in the Wang residence knew that the notoriously bold Bai Hu was, in fact, terrified of frogs. Yu Xiu sighed, recognizing her adeptness in exploiting others' weaknesses. Upon arriving at the western courtyard, they found it in utter disarray, with stones and flowers strewn everywhere. A few stray dogs lounged lazily against the wall, indifferent to his presence, while Chasing Wind was busy catching crickets in the corner, ignoring him entirely. Shu Xin was directing several servants to move stones and bricks, with Yu Ling standing beside her, who slightly bowed upon Yu Xiu's arrival. Seeing him, Shu Xin coolly remarked, "Are you here to seek justice for your dog, your highness?" Her voice was somewhat hoarse yet pleasing, soft and gentle, lacking her usual crispness. Yu Xiu glanced at her and said, "If the princess wishes, she may do as she pleases with little Bai. It is merely a dog. There is no need to take it too seriously." Shu Xin smiled mischievously. "I knew your highness would be magnanimous and not share the same pettiness as little Bai, nor be angered by the presence of a few more of his kind in the courtyard." Upon witnessing her return to her sharp-tongued demeanor, Yu Xiu felt a wave of relief, yet he sighed again, glancing at the peach trees in the courtyard, and asked, "Do you truly like peach trees, princess?" Shu Xin replied with a smile, "I am not particularly fond of peach trees. These are meant for your highness." Noticing Yu Xiu frowned slightly, she continued, "The Wang residence has been too desolate over the years, with only white flowers making it appear monotonous and dull. Thus, I intend to transform the estate." After a pause, she added, "Most importantly, I have observed that your highness's romantic endeavors have been rather unfortunate over the years. So I thought to plant some peach blossoms to improve your fortunes, hoping it might help you find a beloved maiden." Yu Xiu responded nonchalantly, "You are indeed quite generous, princess." Observing the vibrant red on her face, he could not help but sigh. She was still unwilling to reveal her true self to him. Shu Xin, beaming with delight, declared, "I have always said I am a person of great magnanimity. Miss Li Su from the Ministry of Rights harbors feelings for you and wishes to assist you in proposing to her. I wonder what your highness thinks of that." Recently, she learned that Li Su has not married into the Wang residence, so if you do not take her as a wife, I shall help you wed her. I have come to realize that bearing the title of princess does afford some advantages. At least, it makes giving orders quite convenient." Yu Xiu retorted coldly, "Shu Xin, you truly seem to revel in chaos." Her willingness to assist him in taking a concubine was indeed extraordinary. Shu Xin frowned slightly and said, "Your highness, you misunderstand. I am considering your future. Once you ascend the throne, it will be the time for me to receive my divorce decree. If your residence lacks even a concubine, the people of Fian City might label me as a jealous woman. My reputation is rather tarnished, and on the day of the wedding, I brought a green hat upon the prince, who is so exalted, while the townsfolk speculate that he will surely not favor me. For the past few years, the prince has not consorted with any woman, and I fear the rumors will suggest he possesses a penchant for same-sex affections. I am loath to bear such a disgrace myself, nor do I wish for him to be branded with that mark. Thus, I have devised a plan for him well in advance." Yu Xiu scoffed, saying, "Shu Xin, your thoughts are indeed thorough. However, I have already declared that in this lifetime, you shall never leave my side. Should you wish for a separation, it is utterly impossible." With that, he swept away with Minghua. Such a thought of same-sex affections is truly a testament to her imagination. In this world, perhaps only she would dare to utter such a thing about him. If there are to be such rumors in Fian City, they would undoubtedly originate from her. Shu Xin observed his demeanor and smiled faintly, her bright eyes filled with disdain. That night, as Yu Xiu lay in deep slumber, he was abruptly awakened by the crowing of roosters. He sighed, knowing full well who had brought those chickens into the palace. She truly wished to turn the royal residence into a cacophony. He could not tolerate any noise while sleeping, yet the crowing grew increasingly insistent, continuing until dawn, leaving him no choice but to lie awake until the first light of day. Gazing at the rising sun, he felt a sense of helplessness. She indeed had a talent for driving one to madness. He could not help but wonder, when would she ever hold him in her heart? The thought left him feeling rather forlorn. In the days that followed, Yu Xiu remained absent, while Shu Xin gleaned from the conversations of Qinglong and Fian that the emperor was gravely ill, likely to pass within days. A smile crept upon Shu Xin's lips. The struggle for the throne had evidently reached a critical juncture. Should Yu Xiu prevail, he would ascend as emperor. Should he fail, given Yu Zhao's temperament, he would hardly be tolerated. Yet, who ascends to the throne is of no concern to her. Whether Yu Zhao accepts Yu Xiu is equally irrelevant. On the fifth day, Her voice had nearly returned to normal. After a thorough examination, Qinglong informed her. The princess's voice is now mostly restored, but I advise against speaking loudly for the next few days to avoid straining your vocal cords. The swelling in your eyes has subsided, and with proper rest, you should fully recover. Shu Xian nodded in acknowledgement. Once the physician departed, Qinglong added, I wonder if the princess remembers our agreement? Shu Xian's eyes sparkled as she replied coolly, Of course I remember. Is it true that your prince now has the throne firmly in his grasp? Qinglong shook his head. All credit is due to the princess. This time, your prince may encounter significant troubles. Since the day you left the palace with the 13th prince, he has been exceedingly worried and has not been able to locate you. Originally, he was to attend an audience with the emperor, but unable to quell his concern, he personally ventured to Sinew Mountain Villa, thereby losing a critical opportunity. As he now beheld Shu Xian's true visage, he was taken aback. The woman he had deemed exceedingly unattractive turned out to be a great beauty, though her beauty paled in comparison to Gu Cici's grace. Shu Xian coldly remarked, It seems the Qinglong guard holds me responsible for hindering your prince's grand plans? Qinglong replied evenly, Not at all. He spoke of fear, yet his countenance betrayed no hint of trepidation. He continued, The Azure Dragon merely believes that the prince should not harbor affections for the princess, especially when her heart does not belong to him. Why should one endure such suffering in this entanglement? Shu Xian cast a fleeting glance at the Azure Dragon and inquired, Then, according to your counsel, what should I do? The Azure Dragon replied nonchalantly, Though I may not fully comprehend the princess's thoughts, I am aware of your deep affections for the 13th prince, while your heart seems entirely absent for the prince. 5 years ago, the prince lost his claim to the throne due to Miss Gu. Today, I would not wish for him to suffer a similar fate because of the princess. If he were to lose it again, reclaiming it would prove exceedingly difficult. Shu Xian smiled lightly. I find myself somewhat perplexed. It was your prince who sought me out, yet I have kept my distance from him, and here you are, admonishing me. She paused before adding, Most importantly, your prince's legs belong to him alone. If he wishes to seek me, how could I possibly obstruct him? The Azure Dragon sighed. Having served by the prince's side for nearly a decade, I understand his sentiments well. Once he falls in love, he disregards everything else. The princess is undoubtedly intelligent and must realize that the prince's pursuit of the throne is merely a matter of pride stemming from 5 years ago. From my perspective, should the prince fail to reclaim his position, the crown prince will undoubtedly make things difficult for him. Recently, from my observations, the prince has developed genuine feelings for the princess. If the princess harbors feelings for him as well, then consider my words unspoken. However, if your heart belongs solely to the 13th prince, I kindly request that you take your leave at your earliest convenience. Shu Xian responded with delight. In truth, that is something I wish to convey to your prince. I wonder if the Azure Dragon has any good suggestions? The Azure Dragon was momentarily taken aback. If the princess truly holds such intentions, that would be splendid. I assure you, once the time is ripe, I shall escort you out of the royal residence. Shu Xian chuckled. After all that you've said, this one statement resonates as genuine. The Azure Dragon smirked, about to speak, when the sound of footsteps approached from outside, prompting him to halt his words. Entering was the White Tiger, who, after bowing to Shu Xian, announced, Princess, a banquet is being held in the palace today. The Empress wishes to see you, and the prince has instructed me to escort you into the palace. Shu Xian replied with a smile. It is quite commendable that the Empress still remembers this ugly daughter-in-law of hers. Now she finally wishes to see me. How could I possibly refuse? Yuling, prepare my attire. I shall go meet my mother-in-law at once. Chapter 60. The ugly daughter-in-law finally meets her in-laws. She had assumed that her disheveled appearance and the tumultuous events she had caused would lead the Empress to avoid her out of fear of embarrassment. However, it seemed she had overthought the matter. Perhaps the Empress, with her regal grace and broad-mindedness, chose to overlook the chaos she had instigated. If that were the case, she felt compelled to commend her mother-in-law sincerely. The luncheon was held in the Changfu Palace, and when Shuxin arrived, the hall was already filled with guests. As she pushed open the grand doors of the palace, all eyes converged upon her, not due to her beauty, but rather her lack thereof. She had painted her face in a manner reminiscent of her previous self, with her right cheek vividly adorned in crimson, resembling blood. The gathering was comprised of royal relatives, the so-called noble kin, and the atmosphere of a royal feast was indeed boisterous. Yet, among the crowd, she recognized only a few: Yu Xiao, Yu Zhao, Yulin, and Xiao Yuran. Seated next to Xiao Yuran was a striking young woman clad in a light green palace gown, adorned with a golden hairpin. She was undoubtedly the 13th princess, Yume. Ignoring the scrutiny of the onlookers, Shuxin wore a subtle smile as she gracefully stepped into the heart of Changfu Palace. Today, she was attired in formal attire befitting a princess, a long gown of pale yellow embroidered with vibrant green edges, complemented by a delicate hairpin. The attire was exquisite, and the adornments were fitting, yet they seemed at odds with her appearance. The elegance of her garments starkly contrasted with her unattractiveness. Yushio's gaze shifted as she entered, reflecting a flicker of intrigue. Once again, she presented herself to the crowd in her former guise, and he couldn't help but wonder what trouble she might stir today. The recollection of her recent antics in the royal residence brought him a slight headache, leaving him at a loss for solutions. Disregarding the multitude of stares, Shushin took delicate steps toward the empress and bowed respectfully. Her demeanor radiated warmth and grace. Had it not been for the glaring crimson mark on her face and her notorious reputation, one might mistake her for an ordinary noblewoman. Yushio was taken aback by her unexpectedly gentle demeanor, realizing that she was not always the tumultuous spirit she had been known to be. Perhaps her behavior was a deliberate facade for the occasion of meeting the empress? This thought brightened his mood, suggesting that perhaps she did not entirely despise him after all. The empress smiled softly and, with maternal kindness, remarked, "You have been married to Shioer for several days now, yet you have not graced me with your presence. I have been quite concerned. Shioer mentioned that you have been unwell. I hope you are feeling better now." She did not question Shushin's absence, her tone imbued with genuine concern. Though in her 40s, the empress had maintained her appearance remarkably well, her skin resembling that of a woman in her 20s. Though the wrinkles at the corners of her eyes betrayed her true age, her features bore a resemblance to Yushio's. Today, she was resplendently adorned in a ceremonial gown, crowned with a phoenix tiara, and donned in a striking red robe embroidered with golden phoenixes, exuding both benevolence and dignity. As Shushin listened to the empress's words, an amused smile crept upon her lips. She found it hard to believe that the empress was unaware of the uproar she had caused on her wedding day. Yet here the empress stood, treating the matter as if it were inconsequential. Such composure was beyond her, and it appeared that the empress's ability to reign was certainly backed by her own cunning. With a warm smile, Shu Xian expressed, "During this period, my health has not been well, and I have not been able to serve tea to the empress mother. I acknowledge my fault and wish to offer my sincerest apologies." After speaking, she picked up a teacup from beside Yushio, instructed the attendant to fill it to the brim, and said, "I hope the empress mother can accept this cup of tea I have brought to make amends." However, before she could extend the cup, a female voice interjected. "The other day, I saw the fifth royal sister attending my wedding with the prince consort, yet now claims to be unwell. I fear the empress mother may not wish to see you, and you might not even dare to visit her. Such actions may suggest a lack of respect towards the empress mother." Upon hearing this, the room fell into a hushed silence. The empress spoke sharply, "Mayor, do not be unreasonable." Despite her admonition, her gaze remained fixed on Shu Xian, eager to observe her response. Recognizing the voice as that of Princess Yume, Shu Xian glanced back and noticed Xiao Yu ran beside her, his bright peach blossom eyes reflecting a myriad of emotions, grief, helplessness, and a hint of sorrow. With a gentle smile, Shu Xian stood in the hall, raised the teacup, and drank its contents in one swift motion. The empress furrowed her brow slightly. Yet Shu Xian remarked, "The princess has a point. My failure to serve tea to the empress mother is indeed my fault. I have heard that when a man errs, he often punishes himself with a few cups of wine. As I am not one to handle alcohol well and do not wish to lose my composure, I shall use tea in place of wine and self-impose 3 cups today to seek the empress mother's forgiveness." With that, she poured herself 2 additional cups of tea and drank them. A faint smile graced the empress's lips, and Yushio couldn't help but feel amusement at her audacity. Her self-imposed punishment of 3 cups was quite clever, though her calm demeanor stirred admiration within him. He had always known she was not one to be easily trifled with. Yume's provocations might not end favorably for her. He was curious to see how she would proceed. After finishing her tea, Shu Xian turned to Yume with a beaming smile and said, "It is indeed my fault for not serving tea to the empress mother. But illness is beyond my control. Life is fraught with uncertainties, and no one can predict what may happen in the future, including the union between the princess and the prince consort. The prince consort and I grew up together, playing as children, and at that time, I never imagined he would become a prince consort." Her radiant smile elicited faint laughter between the two, though some chuckled derisively, particularly those supporting Yushio. Others laughed in response to her remarks, such as Yu Zhao. A sigh escaped her lips as she recalled the day of Xiao Yuran's wedding, when she had already established a rivalry with Yume. Given Yume's spoilt nature, it was only to be expected that she would seek to trouble her. However, Shu Xian had no intention of maintaining a cordial relationship with either Yushio or this particular princess. Xiao Yuran had ultimately wounded her heart, and though she had wept and mourned, she still had to confront the reality of her circumstances. Observing Xiao Yuran and Yu Mei sitting closely together stirred discomfort within her. Even if Yu Mei refrained from provoking her, she would undoubtedly seek to instigate trouble. In her heart, she believed in the equality of all. There was no fear or intimidation, only the willingness or unwillingness to engage. When it comes to embarrassing matters, she remains indifferent, yet the lofty princess cannot afford to lose even a shred of dignity. Yu Mei recalls the day when Xiao Yuran rushed out of the banquet hall for her sake, and her resentment deepens. Clenching her fists beneath her brocade robe, she smiles and says, before 5th Empress married 5th Prince, her reputation had already spread throughout Fian City, and the events of her wedding day were particularly astonishing. Upon her words, the atmosphere in the hall shifts. Although it is a royal family banquet today, the events of that day were anything but glorious and are well known to all. Usually, people refrain from mentioning it out of respect for Yu Xiao, but today, the 13th princess's remarks are clearly intended to humiliate her. Yu Zhao, having heard Yu Mei's words, glances at Xiao Yuran and feels a sense of relief. Although both Yu Mei and Yu Xiao are born of the Empress, they do not appear as harmonious as he had imagined. Shu Xian maintains her composure, her smile radiant as she inquires, "Pray tell, what astonishing deeds did I commit that day?" Yu Mei coldly retorts, "You know very well what you have done." Shu Xian approaches Yu Mei's side, smiling as she says, "Forgive my ignorance, but I am uncertain of what the 13th princess is referring to." She is fully aware yet wishes to draw the admission from Yu Mei. Yu Mei narrows her eyes and icily responds, "You have failed to uphold your virtue and bore a child out of wedlock." At this proclamation, the expressions of those present vary widely. The Empress Dowager rebukes her sharply. "Mayor, do not speak recklessly. This matter concerns not only Shu Xian and Yu Xiao, but also the dignity of the royal family." The Dowager's reprimand is infused with genuine anger, as she thinks to herself how thoughtless Mayor is being. Shu Xian's smile fades, her almond-shaped eyes fixed on Yu Mei as she replies, "13th princess, your words are exceedingly harsh. Do you possess any evidence regarding this disgraceful matter?" She anticipated Yu Mei's mention of that day and remains unperturbed, regardless of what Yu Mei chooses to say. Yu Mei asserts, "That incident is known to all in the royal city. Had you adhered to your marital duties, how could you have such a large child? It is only because of my royal brother's tolerance that you remain unscathed. Had it been me, I would have long since divorced a woman like you who disregards her marital obligations." Her indignation swells as she speaks, her eyes filled with disdain. The memory of Shu Xian's disruption at her wedding only fuels her anger further. After her outburst, she glances sideways at Xiao Yuran, only to find her calmly sipping tea, seemingly oblivious to the exchange. Shu Xian sighs inwardly, recognizing that while Yu Mei may appear fierce, her depth is shallow, evidently spoiled by indulgence. Such words should not be uttered lightly. With a gentle smile, she counters, "If I recall correctly, you also attended the wedding of the prince and me that day. If I were indeed such a woman, how could I be seated here in peace today?" Yu Mei is momentarily taken aback, scoffing, "You explicitly claimed to have visited a brothel that day, yet now you deny it." Shu Xian gazes at Yu Mei and responds, "Your statement is indeed excessive. My virtue is not determined by you, but by the prince. And since you are so well informed about brothels, have you perhaps visited one yourself?" She paused for a moment and then said, "I just recalled that my cousin often frequents brothels, and the princess employed an extraordinary method to marry him. Could it be that the princess also visits such establishments? Might their initial acquaintance have occurred in a brothel?" Her conjectures and speculations grew increasingly absurd and far-fetched. If a dignified princess were to visit a brothel, it would be a disgrace to the royal family. Upon reaching this point, she turned back with a pitiful gaze towards Yu Xiao and exclaimed, "Your Highness, the princess has insulted me. You must speak on my behalf." The way she pouted made her own skin crawl. In the past, Yu Xiao would have been infuriated by her words, but since discovering her virginity that day, he recognized her purity amidst the swirling rumors. He understood that she was not one to overly concern herself with reputation, yet today, she sought his aid to vindicate her. Likely to embarrass Yu Mei, he could not help but sigh. Although his sister was cunning, she was also the most innocent among their many siblings, and she was no match for Shu Xian. He spoke earnestly. "What the 13th princess witnessed that day was indeed as such, yet you are unaware of the context. It is rare for everyone to be gathered here today, so I shall clarify on behalf of my wife. The incident that day was merely a jest between my wife and myself, intended to test the depth of my affection for her. While the execution may have been excessive, I assure you, my wife is pure and virtuous." His elongated eyes sparkled with emotion as he declared, Others may not understand this matter, but I am unequivocally aware. As he concluded, a smile graced his lips, and a hint of intimacy laced his words. Upon hearing Yushio's statement, everyone erupted in laughter. Yulin chuckled. So that is the case. That day truly startled us all. Fifth brother, you ought to inform us of such matters in advance to spare us, your brothers, the fright. Xiao Yuren's expression shifted as she processed Yushio's words, feeling a pang of bitterness, yet powerless to act. The implication of Yushio's tone suggested that he had likely consummated his relationship with Shu Xian. The memory of that day when Yushio took Shu Xian away flooded her mind, bringing a sharp ache to her heart. Shu Xian was taken aback by Yushio's defense. It was an unprecedented occurrence for him to advocate for her. His tone was gentle, his gaze affectionate. Yet, in an instant, she realized this was a matter of Yushio's reputation, and he would certainly align himself with her. Furthermore, it was the opportune moment to clarify the farce of that day. Shu Xian sighed inwardly. This wily fox, Yushio, truly knew how to seize a moment. Yushio smiled with unparalleled tenderness. I was also unaware of this matter beforehand. Had I not seen the token of your virginity on your hand that day, I might have been deceived as well. Thankfully, fate was kind to me, revealing the truth. Otherwise, I would have lost such a clever and delightful wife. Upon hearing this, Shu Xian's heart sank as she recalled the day she had been intoxicated. When she awakened, her outer garment had been removed, indicating that he had indeed lifted her arm to inspect. A surge of regret washed over her. Indeed, the destructive power of alcohol was undeniable. She had expended considerable effort convincing Yushio of her disloyalty, only to see it unravel in a single night. A discomfort settled within her. Yet she quickly recalled that the elaborate deceptions she had woven were intended solely to prompt Yushio to annul their engagement and pursue her own happiness. However, at this moment, she and Xiao Yuran had reached a critical juncture. Her image in Yushio's heart had become inconsequential. Whether it was perceived as virtuous or vile was left to his interpretation. Yet, the performance must continue. She approached Yushio's side, her voice dripping with sweetness, and said, Your Highness, such matters are best kept from the public eye. It suffices that we understand the truth. I am also grateful for your continual understanding. Witnessing the exchange, Xiao Yuran felt his heart sink. He had no words to counter her resentment or blame. Their past was beyond his purview, yet a wave of frustration coursed through him. She truly cared, and she was genuinely angered. The Empress had initially anticipated how she would navigate the challenges posed by Yume, but to her surprise, Shuxin had deftly turned the tables, ensnaring Yume instead. If the conversation continued, Yume risked being labeled as an indiscreet princess. At this juncture, the Empress recognized that Yume was no match for Shuxin. The Empress interjected, Mayor, your behavior is becoming increasingly excessive. She is your royal sister-in-law, and you ought to show her respect, both emotionally and rationally. To speak so now is utterly unreasonable. Moreover, your royal brother knows her character well. How dare you speak of her in such a manner? She huffed, adding, Fortunately, we are all family today. Otherwise, you would have brought shame upon the royal family. Yushio offered a faint smile, saying, Mother need not chastise the 13th princess. Ignorance is bliss, after all. Princess, do hurry and serve mother tea. Shuxin smiled with delight, exclaiming, To receive such profound affection from your highness, I cannot fathom how many lifetimes of merit I must have accrued. She continued, However, I have a word of advice for the 13th princess. Often, one must look beyond the surface of matters. Leaning closer to Yume, she whispered in a tone audible only to them, Your highness shows such concern for me. Perhaps you should instead focus on your husband. Beware, lest he forsake you. Should you become a discarded wife, your status as a princess will render you most pitiable. After speaking, she cast a warm smile towards Xiao Yuran, radiating joy and sunshine. Yet, only Yume could perceive the true nature of her smile, which to others appeared as mere friendliness. In that moment, she also caught sight of Yume's contorted expression. Sometimes, a smile served as a subtle defiance. Attempting to bully her was never an easy endeavor. Having grown up alongside Shuxin, Xiao Yuran was intimately familiar with her temperament. Observing her bright smile, reminiscent of spring's gentle waters, he felt a pang of sorrow, knowing that the more she smiled, the deeper her hidden sadness ran. Now, a chasm lay between them, and it seemed they would never return to their former selves, leaving his heart heavy with melancholy. Yet, deep within her heart, she quietly reassured herself that once she had fulfilled her master's task, she would whisk her away from this realm of conflict and strife. With a smile, Shu Xian accepted the teacup from the servant, bowed to the Empress Dowager, and said, Mother, please enjoy the tea. After sipping the tea, the Empress Dowager beamed with delight and remarked, My dear, Xiaoer has truly exquisite taste, marrying such a wise and gracious daughter-in-law. With that, she gestured to a nearby maid to present a box, which she personally handed to Shu Exine, saying, "This gift has long been prepared. Please open it and see if it pleases you." Shu Exine accepted the box and bowed, replying, "Whatever mother bestows, even if it is but a mere embroidered needle, is a treasure in itself. No need to open it. I shall undoubtedly cherish it." Her intuition warned her against opening the box here, for when the Empress Dowager handed it to her, a glimmer of calculation flickered in her keen eyes. She understood that some gifts should not be carelessly unwrapped, such as the 5 severed heads presented to her and Yu Xiao as a wedding gift. The memory of those ghastly visages haunted her dreams for nights on end, leaving her with lingering dread. The Empress Dowager chuckled, "Exener's words are truly sweet, and I greatly admire them. Bring forth a seat beside me." Before Shu Exine could respond, Yu Xiao interjected, "Mother, you have kept me in the palace for 3 days. Today, after much effort, I finally see my wife, and yet you seek to claim her for yourself. Is that not a touch unkind?" His elongated eyes sparkled with mischief, the mirth in his gaze undiminished. The Empress Dowager sighed. "Ah, indeed, marrying a wife has made you forget your mother. However, it brings me joy that Xiaoer has seen through the events of 5 years past. It seems you cherish your wife dearly." With a wave of her hand, she conceded, "Very well, I shall not be the villain. Exener, sit by Xiaoer's side, lest he accuse me of stealing his wife." Shu Exine giggled, and, without hesitation, settled beside Yu Xiao. Yet, the Empress Dowager's expression subtly shifted. In that brief exchange, she discerned that Yu Xiao truly loved Shu Exine and was ever protective of her. Shu Exine, too, appeared remarkably astute, as if she had grasped the underlying sentiments. The Empress Dowager had a fondness for clever individuals. Shu Exine placed the gift box from the Empress Dowager on the table, for the luncheon was about to commence. After enduring a torrent of grievances from Shu Exine, Yu Mei felt a sense of suffocation. As a favored daughter of heaven, she had never before experienced such indignities. Moreover, recalling Shu Exine's interference during her wedding to Qiao Yuran and the latter's subsequent pursuit, her anger only intensified. With a mocking tone, she remarked, "It seems that the 5th prince is quite fond of the 5th princess. I have heard that she plays the zither beautifully. Might we be so fortunate as to witness her talents today and enliven our gathering?" Shu Exine could not help but pout at the request. These ancients had an obsession with zither playing. Since her acquaintance with Yu Xiao, this was the 3rd time someone had asked her to perform, and it was decidedly lacking in novelty. Furthermore, how did Yu Mei perceive her to assume she would simply play upon request? Shu Exine covered her mouth with a gentle laugh. "Your Highness, the 13th princess wishes to hear my zither music once more. What do you suggest I do?" Yu Xiao couldn't help but shiver, for he had not forgotten that day's enchanting melody. He turned with a tender smile towards her, yet quickly addressed Yu Mei, saying, "Sister, you are indeed seeking distant pleasures while neglecting those close at hand. Have you forgotten that your husband is a master of music? No one here possesses musical skills that surpass those of the 13th prince. If it is music one desires, it must be none other than the 13th prince." Shuxin chimed in, "Indeed. I almost forgot that my cousin is exceptionally skilled with musical instruments. Today, as we all revel in happiness, how could we possibly do without my cousin's melodies? No, I should refer to him as the 13th prince now." Qiao Yuran felt as though he had been pierced by a blade. The very mention of the 13th prince caused him immense discomfort, yet his expression remained composed. He managed a slight smile, saying, "It is rare for everyone to be so joyful today. I shall graciously comply." He did not decline, and from within his robes, he produced a flute as pure as white jade, and began to play. The sound of the flute was enchanting, imbued with a touch of melancholy, longing, and sorrow. As the gathering listened to the melody, some faces reflected sorrow, while others expressed wistful sentiments. Upon hearing the flute's notes, Yu Xiao was suddenly reminded of Gu Cici's feigned death from 5 years prior, causing a pang of pain in his heart. In an instant, he recalled that his past affections had merely been a ploy, and a wave of resentment surged, causing his heart to ache anew. Yet, that very pain jolted him back to reality, and he realized that Qiao Yuran had infused his performance with internal energy, which, combined with the inherently sorrowful nature of the piece, easily evoked memories of past heartaches. What was Qiao Yuran's intention? His mind swirled with speculation as he turned to Shuxin, only to find her smiling, seemingly engrossed in the music. A spark ignited in his eyes as he scrutinized her glistening orbs, and a surge of anger welled up within him. He discerned the pain and reluctance reflected in Shuxin's gaze, along with a flicker of hope. Upon witnessing Shuxin's expression, he instantaneously grasped Qiao Yuran's purpose. Shushin had no internal strength and was utterly defenseless against his flute's enchantment. Alarmed, he seized Shushin's hand, yet she appeared oblivious. His gaze dimmed as he channeled his internal energy into her, causing Shushin to startle, as if awakening from a trance, and she turned to Yushio in surprise. As the melody concluded, Yushio led the applause, exclaiming, "The 13th Prince truly lives up to his title as the immortal of music. This piece has stirred deep sorrow within our hearts, as if all our hidden wounds have been laid bare. Given the joy of today, this melody seems rather ill-timed." Xiao Yuran replied coolly, "What my fifth brother says is quite true. It is my oversight. I shall play another piece." Without waiting for the crowd's agreement, he picked up the jade flute once more and began a new tune. This time, the melody was joyous and lively, dancing with spirit. Sometimes playful like a mischievous breeze ruffling treetops, at other moments light as dandelion fluff drifting through the air, and at times gentle like dew rolling over petals. As Yushio listened to this cheerful composition, Shushin's image immediately filled his mind, and a smile crept upon his lips, his narrow eyes brimming with delight. As she glanced at Shushin beside her, the latter's brow furrowed slightly. This time, he was well prepared. Although unaffected by Xiao Yuran's music, a twinge of sorrow stirred within him. He finally comprehended the true intention behind Xiao Yuran's performance of these two pieces, and he tightened his grip on Shushin's hand a little more. Shushin felt a sharp pain radiating from their clasped hands, and her previously muddled thoughts suddenly cleared in that moment. She frowned slightly and cast a glance at Yushio, only to find him gazing back at her, his eyes brimming with tenderness and concern. She offered him a faint smile before her attention shifted once again to Xiao Yuran. Upon noticing her gaze, Xiao Yuran's heart surged with elation, causing her hand to tremble slightly, nearly resulting in a misplayed note. Yushio let out a subtle sigh within himself. When he looked back at Xiao Yuran, his eyes were now filled with a warning. Yet, Xiao Yuran's smile remained unwavering as her music grew increasingly lively. Yume, at that moment, appeared utterly bewildered, having succumbed to the enchanting melodies. Yu Zhao, observing the actions of the three, momentarily displayed a fleeting glimmer of cold indifference in his eyes. As the piece concluded, Yushio spoke aloud. "The musical prowess of the 13th Prince Consort is truly remarkable. The initial composition evokes feelings of profound sorrow, while the subsequent piece brings forth sheer joy. Such soul-stirring artistry could only be achieved through deep inner cultivation." His words articulated the source of the audience's rapturous enchantment. Xiao Yuran, unfazed, retorted nonchalantly, "The music itself bears no relation to inner strength. Rather, it is born from the heart. What one contemplates reflects within the melodies." Her tone remained as composed as ever. Yushio smiled gently, turning to Shushin. "Pray tell, what thoughts did the princess conjure upon hearing the 13th Prince Consort's melodies?" With a bright smile, Shushin replied, "The first piece reminded me of a book I once read, which contained the poignant lines, 'Parting is as difficult as meeting. The east wind is powerless against the fading flowers.' And another, 'When will this water cease? When will this hatred end? I only wish that your heart mirrors mine, so that it does not betray the tears of longing.'" She spoke truthfully, recalling her deep sorrow at that moment, yet those lines of poetry had suddenly surfaced in her mind. Although she had long since forgotten most poems, for some reason, these verses emerged vividly. A hint of gentle resignation flickered in Yushio's eyes as he inquired further, "And what of the second piece?" Shushin pondered for a moment before answering. The second piece brought to mind the joyful moments of these past years. Yet, some of that joy has slipped away, and certain individuals are no longer as they once were. No matter how joyous an event, there inevitably comes a moment of parting. Happiness requires diligent guarding, rather than allowing fate to toy with it. Her smile remained, yet her eyes now carried a trace of coolness. Hearing her words, Yushio felt a wave of relief wash over him, and he spoke slowly. "Dear princess, do not dwell in sorrow. What is past is indeed past. Today, before the Empress, I vow to you, as long as I draw breath, I shall ensure your happiness." His eyes, like gentle waters, gazed softly at Shu Exine, devoid of the calculating mirth and pretense that usually accompanied them, replaced instead with a warmth that enveloped her. Shu Exine momentarily lost herself in his gaze, then covered her mouth with a light smile, saying, "Your Highness, you treat me with such kindness. There is no need for oaths. To marry you would be enough for this life." She cherished Yushio's tender yet profound gaze, feeling as though the wounds and pains within her heart had begun to mend. However, despite her words, Yushio discerned a flicker of resistance in her eyes, stirring an ache within him, though he understood that allowing her to accept him would require time. Yulin, observing the exchange, chuckled, "Elder brother, had I not witnessed this with my own eyes today, I would never have believed that my usually composed and astute fifth brother could utter such sentimental words. Yu Xiu's calm demeanor was well known, as was his deep affection. In jest, Yulin had often referred to him as a romantic sage, asserting that any woman he loved would be exceedingly fortunate. His remark drew laughter from those present. Yu Xiu offered a faint smile, responding, "Even you, sixth brother, find time to mock me. Yet, whether love is intense or fleeting, they are merely various excuses. In my view, cherishing what is before us is the wisest course. For me, what is past is but a memory, while what I possess now is everything. My lady, does my sentiment not resonate with you?" Shu Exine sensed the underlying meaning in his words, her heart fluttering momentarily, yet she sweetly replied, "Your Highness speaks truly." She couldn't help but ponder whether her past relationship with Qiao Yuran was indeed a bygone chapter. Yu Zhao interjected, "It is commendable that fifth brother can let go of past grievances and cherish the present. I raise my glass to you, wishing you happiness in your new marriage." With that, he lifted his cup and drank heartily. Yu Xiu smiled gently, raising his own cup in response, and then remarked, "Thank you for your concern, Crown Prince. I have long held your kindness in my heart, pondering how to repay it. Today, I also toast to you, wishing you smooth endeavors and enduring love with the Crown Princess." Yu Zhao's gaze turned frosty, seemingly oblivious to the barbs in Yu Xiu's words, and turned to his wife, Qin Shirong, saying, "Rong Rong, fifth brother is usually reticent. Though you may not be fond of drinking, today you must honor him." Qin Shirong, shy by nature, nodded and smiled faintly at Yu Xiu, expressing, "Thank you, fifth brother." She then raised her cup and drank, but nearly choked on the liquor, coughing softly afterward. Yu Zhao, ever considerate, handed her a teacup, embodying a tender marital scene. Witnessing this, Shu Exine felt a pang of pity for Qin Shirong, fearing she remained unaware that her husband viewed her as a mere target. With a light smile, she leaned against Yu Xiu and said, "Your Highness, I wish to eat that piece of chicken, but I cannot reach it. Would you be so kind as to help me?" Yu Xiu was momentarily taken aback. Yet she beheld the gentle curve of the smile that adorned her features, exuding a playful demeanor. However, her bright, clear eyes frequently darted towards Qiao Yuran across the table, harboring a flicker of anger within. Despite this, she wore a faint smile and, adhering to her words, Yu Xiu delicately served her a piece of chicken. Shuxin's laughter was as sweet as honey as she softly expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Your Highness." Yu Xiu returned her smile with warmth, gently taking her hand and saying, "As my princess, it is only natural for me to cherish and pamper you." If she wished for a performance, he would accompany her. Yet, while indulging in this playful charade, he too harbored his own intentions. He was acutely aware of Qiao Yuran's thoughts. Their affectionate display would undoubtedly provoke discontent within him. Stealing a sidelong glance, Yu Xiu noted that Qiao Yuran's gaze was fixed upon Shuxin, his enchanting eyes filled with sorrow and regret. Yu Xiu understood the source of Qiao Yuran's remorse. He likely wished that both he and Shuxin had perished together on that fateful day at Xuanyu Villa rather than endure such heartache. Having suffered himself, Yu Xiu comprehended the emotional turmoil Qiao Yuran was experiencing. Perhaps the shared pain would allow them to truly grasp its essence. Their affectionate gestures left Yu Zhao, seated at the table, feeling exceedingly displeased. His initial approach of using Gu Sisi to draw closer to Yu Xiu was driven not only by a desire for the crown prince's position, but also an ambition to topple Yu Xiu altogether. He had not anticipated that Yu Xiu would emerge from that shadow, flourishing in love with the seemingly unattractive Shuxin. Remembering his agreement with Shuxin, a dangerous glimmer flickered in his eyes. Meanwhile, Qiao Yuran appeared oblivious to their actions, preoccupied with serving himself. Yumei felt a surge of frustration. Despite having attempted to make Shuxin uncomfortable twice, Shuxin had effortlessly deflected her efforts, leaving Yumei feeling embarrassed. Observing their interaction, she turned to Qiao Yuran with a feigned sweetness. "Darling, could you please serve me that piece of bamboo shoot?" Qiao Yuran cast her a cold glance, remaining silent, yet he still complied, offering her the desired piece. Joy surged within her as she nestled closer to him, but he subtly shifted away, maintaining his composure. Yumei's delicate features turned an ashen shade in response. The Empress, seated at the head of the table, observed the unfolding dynamics with a serene expression, her dignified smile gracing her lips. It is often said that royal children vie for affection, yet today, witnessing the camaraderie among you brothers brings me great joy. Yiling stood, proclaiming, "Our harmonious relations are entirely attributable to mother's wise guidance." Shuxin found herself stifling laughter at this remark. The daily dramas of the royal family unfolded before her, each individual donning a mask in their lives. If they were not weary, she certainly felt fatigued just watching. Yuling's words prompted all present to rise, united in a chorus. We shall forever remember mother's teachings. Everyone stood, except for Shushin, who remained seated. Yushio gently tugged at her, signaling her to rise as well. Before she could respond, Yume interjected, does the fifth princess harbor any discontent towards mother? Shushin offered a faint smile and, rising slowly, replied, Mother, you embody grace and majesty, guiding your sons with wisdom and your daughters with skill. All of us royal children are deeply grateful for your nurturing. The reason I hesitated to rise and toast to the Empress was that I was pondering how she managed all this. Just as I was about to grasp the reason, I was abruptly interrupted by the 13th princess. The Empress smiled gently and asked, What do you think it is? After a moment of contemplation, Shu Xen feigned a headache and replied, Mother, I apologize, but the 13th princess interrupted me, and I cannot recall. After a pause, she added, Please allow me to think a little longer. Her delicate face crinkled in concentration. Yume coldly remarked, You likely show disrespect to the Empress, fabricating excuses in haste. Shu Xen ignored her, and after a considerable interval, when everyone believed she would not respond, she feigned an epiphany and declared, It is the Empress's benevolence towards all the concubines in the palace that inspires them to instill gratitude in their children for the Empress's kindness. Hence, despite the multitude of imperial sons and daughters, they share a bond of mutual affection. Furthermore, the Empress's unwavering devotion to the Emperor, caring for him day in and day out, has set a commendable example for all her children. With such a remarkable mother, how could we, as her offspring, allow her to worry? Naturally, we must coexist harmoniously. It was merely flattery, a task she found effortless. Yushio, though aware of her fabrications, found her words both reasonable and persuasive, and he offered her a faint smile. The Empress chuckled and remarked, You truly are a charming speaker. Shu Xen, with a respectful demeanor, replied, It is not my eloquence but the fact that the Empress is indeed our role model. Since it is flattery, let us indulge in it thoroughly. After the luncheon concluded, as everyone dispersed, the Empress turned to Shu Xen and said, Xener, stay and converse with your mother for a while. Shu Xen smiled softly and replied, It is my honor to receive your guidance. She realized she had become quite addicted to flattery today. Yushio, sensing the Empress's demeanor, understood she had something to discuss privately with Shu Xen. His eyes glimmered as he cheerfully said, It is rare for the Empress to hold such affection for Xen. It brings me great joy. You may speak, and I shall wait outside. With that, he smiled at Shu Xen and stepped outside. Once Yushio had left, the Empress said, Xener, I have heard about your matters with Shio. It is just the two of us here, so there is no need for you to feel constrained. Shu Xen smiled and replied, Since you have already heard about our affairs, I presume you have something to convey to me. The Empress looked at her with maternal affection and said, Today, I have been contemplating whether or not to share these thoughts with you. But seeing your intelligence, I now understand why Shio is so utterly devoted to you. She referred to herself as to foster a closer bond with Shu Xen. Shu Xen smiled slightly. Yushio was utterly devoted to her. She had not perceived it that way, as she felt their relationship was characterized by frequent minor disagreements and occasional major disputes, with both engaging in a battle of wits whenever they met. The Empress continued, I have long heard of your beauty, but you are even more unappealing than I imagined. I speak candidly. You will not take offense, will you? Shu Xen replied nonchalantly, My appearance is as it is. I am indifferent to the opinions of others. The Queen sighed and remarked, As women, you and I are well aware that there are few men in this world who do not concern themselves with a woman's appearance. To find a man who genuinely cares for you beyond your looks is indeed a rare feat. After a pause, she continued, You must have heard of Shioer's affairs from 5 years ago. Shushin nodded in acknowledgement. The Queen went on, I am Shioer's biological mother, having watched him grow since childhood. I know him better than anyone. I have also heard of your relationship with the 13th prince. My dear Shushin, let the past remain in the past. It is a rare fortune for a woman to find someone who loves her. One must learn to cherish that love. She seemed to recall something. Her eyes filled with sorrow. Shushin gently replied, Your Majesty speaks wisely, yet love cannot merely be dictated by words. It is the heart that decides. The Queen gazed at her and said, Both you and Shioer have suffered. Having endured pain, you should treasure one another even more. Her tone was kind and gentle, devoid of any regal arrogance, resembling that of a mother-in-law speaking to her daughter-in-law. In that moment, Shushin found herself growing fond of the Queen. This woman, who had ascended to the throne, possessed remarkable acumen, knowing precisely what to say in every circumstance. Shushin softly stated, I shall remember your words, Your Majesty. Cherish? She was uncertain how to nurture her feelings for Yushio. They had no real affection for one another, so what was there to cherish? Yet on the surface, she maintained a demeanor of obedience, knowing that this was not the time for dissent. The queen, in her maternal concern, resembled a mother caring for her son, and Shushin could not bear to contradict her. She had always been more receptive to gentle persuasion than to forceful commands. The warmth of the queen's tender gaze filled her heart with a sense of comfort. It had been so long since she had felt the embrace of maternal love that she had nearly forgotten its essence. In that moment, she inexplicably wished to regard the queen as her own mother. The queen approved, saying, "What a clever and obedient child you are. I genuinely care for you. But there are certain things I cannot express too openly at present. Once you become the queen, I will speak to you more candidly." Shushin was taken aback. What did it mean for her to become queen in the future? Did the emperor intend to bequeath the throne to Yushio? Suddenly, she recalled that the queen was Yushio's biological mother, and therefore, Yu Zhao could not be her son. It dawned on her that the affairs of the palace were ultimately dictated by this queen, who would naturally favor her own flesh and blood. Noticing the surprise in Shushin's eyes, the queen cautioned, "These words are our secret. Remember not to speak of them to others once you leave." There is no need for astonishment. I can see that you are already aware of much of this. Moreover, having been born into the Shi family, you understand many matters without my elaboration. Just as Shushin was about to respond, a eunuch appeared at the door, pacing anxiously. The queen inquired, "What is it?" The eunuch replied, "Your Majesty, the emperor has awoken from his afternoon slumber and has summoned you." The queen sighed and said, "Your father's health is deteriorating day by day. I must attend to the emperor and prepare his medicine. We shall converse again another time. Exiner, although this is our first meeting, I find a remarkable affinity with you and have taken a great liking to you. Since it is your first visit to the palace, allow Shoer to show you around." Shu Xian nodded gently, performing a courteous bow, after which the queen departed with her entourage of maids. Shu Xian furrowed her brow slightly as she walked slowly out of the door. Yu Xiao, who stood nearby, remarked playfully, "I had no idea you possessed such skill and flattery. Today you truly outdid yourself with your nonsense." His tone carried a hint of fondness. Shu Xian replied coolly, "Flattery? When did you ever see me indulge in such behavior?" With that, she disregarded him and continued to exit the grand hall. To expect her forgiveness was hardly straightforward. Just as Yu Xiao was about to pursue her, a figure approached him, saying, "My lord, the crown prince has stationed his men throughout Qianlong Pavilion. What shall we do next?" The figure was none other than Zhu Ke, whose long absence had left her bearing visible scars, rendering her once delicate features somewhat marred. Yu Xiao frowned slightly and said, "He is indeed impatient." Zhu Ke replied, "Perhaps he has discovered the false information transmitted to him through Luo Shi last time. Following the recent southern rebellion, the crown prince's inept handling led to you resolving the matter with remarkable efficacy. He must be suspicious now." Yu Xiao scoffed coldly. "Let him be suspicious. He has far more pressing concerns. He naively believes that securing Qianlong Pavilion ensures his safety. How foolish." He then added, "For now, remain within the palace and closely monitor any activities from Qianlong Pavilion. Inform me at once of any developments." Having said this, he prepared to leave. Zhu Ke nodded, understanding his intent to chase after Shu Xian. A flicker of coldness crossed her eyes. She gritted her teeth but refrained from speaking further, employing her agility to vanish amidst the flowers. Upon exiting, Yu Xiao found no trace of Shu Xian and sighed, realizing she was still upset with him. Meanwhile, Shu Xian wandered aimlessly within the palace, reflecting on the queen's words. From the queen's tone, it seemed the throne was destined for Yu Xiao. To be the queen might bring joy to countless women, yet she felt none. She craved not power, but simply the company of the one she loved. According to her agreement with Yu Xiao, once he ascended the throne, she would receive a divorce decree. However, observing Yu Xiao's current demeanor, it appeared he had no intention of parting ways with her. A bitter smile crept upon her lips. Their marriage had been orchestrated long before, and Yu Xiao's reluctance to divorce her stemmed from her remaining value to him. Yet suddenly, she recalled the genuine concern reflected in his eyes. Could it be that Yu Xiao truly loved her? She couldn't help but feel a twinge of self-mockery. A man like Yu Xiao could never genuinely love someone like her. The flowers in the imperial garden bloomed vibrantly, their delicate pink hues adorning the surroundings. The architecture within the palace is both grand and majestic, with eaves that soar in corners that are beautifully adorned, yet it harmonizes with the surrounding greenery. She smiled faintly. While the palace is undeniably exquisite, she harbored no fondness for it. Living in such an environment would be exceedingly tedious, akin to the distasteful Qin Wangfu. She wandered aimlessly, disregarding direction, moving forward at a leisurely pace, only to find herself increasingly remote, eventually confronted by a scene of crumbling walls and dilapidation. Her brow furrowed slightly in surprise. It was astonishing that such a glamorous palace harbored such desolation. She stood there, gazing distantly, realizing that this might indeed be the fabled cold palace. A sense of sorrow enveloped her for the women confined within, who had dedicated their finest years to vying for favor, only to be imprisoned in this lightless abyss for having committed some misstep. She pursed her lips. If Yushio truly ascended to the throne, she would find herself as his consort. Were she to be confined in this wretched place, she feared she would lose her sanity. No sooner had this thought crossed her mind than she felt a sudden wave of murderous intent behind her. Her heart clenched, and she swiftly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding an arrow that struck the ground. She turned to discern the identity of her assailant, but as she did, another arrow whizzed towards her. She had no time to consider who the perpetrator might be and cried out in desperation, "Help! There's an assassin." Her voice, once robust, had been rendered hoarse after a bout of tears, and she could barely manage 3 cries before her throat was raw. She noticed the surrounding silence. Being close to the cold palace, no matter how loud she shouted, it was unlikely anyone would come to her aid. Even if her cries were heard, they would likely be dismissed as emanating from the cold palace, where the fates of the women within went unnoticed, even in death. As this realization dawned on her, she cursed her ill fortune for having chosen to venture into such a cursed place. Her only recourse was to dodge and weave desperately, as the arrows seemed intent on her life. Each time she evaded, she narrowly escaped, yet the moment she turned to look behind, another arrow would come flying towards her. Shu Xian inwardly cursed. Who was this perverse individual tormenting her? If given the chance, she would ensure he paid dearly. Yet, at this moment, it was others who sought to take her life. Chapter 61. With no other option, Shu Xian dashed forward with all her might, hoping for a glimmer of survival. Yet, it seemed as though the arrows possessed a will of their own. With each step she took, they followed, landing perilously close to her heels. Panic surged within her, compelling her to run even faster, though her physical condition was far from optimal. After covering approximately a mile, she found herself breathless, yet dared not pause. Ahead lay a vast pond, and a wave of despair washed over her, fleeing from pursuers behind and confronted by an obstacle in front. As she hesitated, the sound of slicing air echoed behind her. Gritting her teeth, she prepared to leap into the water. At that moment, a pair of hands seized her, followed by 2 anguished cries. Turning her head, she beheld Xiao Yuren's concerned face, his enchanting peach blossom eyes filled with worry, the small red mole at the corner of his brow fluttering slightly. Upon seeing him, the pain from her once healed wounds resurfaced, and though the heart-wrenching sensation faded, it was replaced by a surge of anger. She smiled, her expression radiant, and teased, "Why is the 13th prince not accompanying the princess? What brings you here?" Internally, she sighed, pondering why he was always the first to appear in her moments of peril. His unwavering concern and vigilance only deepened her distress. The term prince pierced Xiao Yuren's heart, yet he remained silent, pulling her into his embrace. He held her tightly, as if wishing to merge their beings into one. That embrace imbued with unspoken longing, guilt, and self-reproach. His eyes, filled with sorrow, shimmered with unshed tears. Shu Xian felt the strength of his hold, as if her ribs might fracture under the pressure. A mix of anger and sadness swirled within her, but she jested, "What is the meaning of this, prince? If seen by the wrong eyes, one might think we are engaging in an affair. Besides, with the heat so oppressive, your embrace is making my clothes cling to me, almost as if you intend to assault me." In past crises, he had always appeared, yet this time, her heart was devoid of the joy it once held. No longer did she experience the anticipation or elation. Instead, a piercing pain settled deep within her. Xiao Yuran concealed his tears, eventually loosening his hold. His gaze fixed upon her. "Did you not always enjoy clinging to me? Before marrying Yushio, you sought every opportunity to draw me into your troubles. Yet today, you seem afraid." He wished to shield her from witnessing his vulnerabilities. He vividly recalled how, in previous moments of danger, his presence would spark a flicker of joy in her eyes, a look he cherished. Yet today, he found only a distant coldness and anger reflected back at him. He recognized his failures, the hurt he inflicted by marrying the 13th princess, and the burden it placed upon her. If he does not marry the 13th princess, she will inevitably suffer. Shushin's face bore a smile, yet her eyes were frigid. She remarked softly, "The 13th Duke just mentioned that was in the past when we were merely cousins. But now is now, you are the 13th Duke. And I am the Princess of Qin. 13th Duke, do you not think our family must have accumulated great fortune in our previous lives to be able to form a union with the royal family?" Xiao Yuren's face instantly paled, the red mole at the corner of his brow dimming significantly. He sighed and confessed, I know I have wronged you. I do not dare to seek your forgiveness, but I wish for you to understand the reason. 13th Duke. Will he forever bear this label when meeting the world? Must his love and happiness truly be sacrificed at the altar of power? He could not resign to such a fate. He had no desire for the so-called nobility. Shushin interrupted. Reason? I believe I require no explanation. I only know that I awaited someone to elope with at Shuanyu Villa, yet that person has now ascended to become the emperor's esteemed son-in-law. With a playful curve of her brows, she added, indeed, a son-in-law of the dragon. Who wouldn't he aspire to be a royal consort? Her words carried a hint of bitterness. She had once believed they had broken free from their constraints to embrace their true feelings. She thought such love, even without a future, could withstand trials and remain unwavering. However, reality painted a different picture. She understood his predicament. Yet she was faced with the undeniable fact that he had become the 13th Duke. Xiao Yuran sighed. Having known you for so long, you should realize I am not one to covet wealth or power. Regardless of your reluctance to hear my explanation, I must declare that my marriage to the 13th princess is merely a trap set by Yushio. He intends to have the crown prince suspect me as his ally, thereby enhancing his own claim to the throne. Shushin replied with a faint smile, and what of it? You have still become the 13th Duke, have you not? If memory serves, on that day when the 13th Duke took me out of the Qin Palace, you were already aware of this matter. The haste in which you whisked me away was likely to evade the wedding of the 13th princess. Do you know, on that day I was elated? I believed that the love I had yearned for over 3 years had finally blossomed. To this day, I still recall the joy I felt, despite some unease. And it truly brought me happiness. The elation of that day starkly contrasts with the indignation I feel now, leaving me somewhat perturbed. Xiao Yuran's eyes shimmered with delight. It is splendid that you already know all this. He was certain that with your intellect, you would comprehend his struggles. Shushin replied coolly, not only do I know this, but I also understand that had we truly succeeded in eloping that day, we would both have been marked as fugitives by the court. I would not be the Princess of Qin, and you would not be the 13th Duke. Such an outcome would indeed be quite amusing. With a shift in tone, her eyes turned icy as she continued, yet our elopement did not succeed, and so I remain the Princess of Qin, while you have indeed become the 13th Duke. 13th Duke? Have I spoken correctly? She did not wait for Xiao Yuran's response and continued speaking to herself. Yet I have come to realize that this situation is not entirely unfavorable. Though I do not wish to be the Qin Wangfei, it seems that Yushio treats me rather well. If we were to successfully elope one day, my life would not be so peaceful. The thrill of being a fugitive might initially feel refreshing, but as time passes, weariness would surely set in. Reflecting on this, I now see that my current life isn't so bad after all. Regardless of whether Yushio's affections are genuine or feigned, at least he performs his role exceptionally well. The experience of being the Qin Wangfei is not unpleasant. In fact, it is quite enjoyable. She has taken advantage of her position to create chaos within the Qin Wangfu, which has greatly eased her heart and allowed her to reclaim some of the grievances she endured from Yushio in the past. Xiao Yuran's eyes, once filled with joy, now reflected profound melancholy. His peach blossom eyes blinked slightly as he remarked, You do not wish to be the Qin Wangfei, and I have no desire to be the 13th Duke either. You can surely empathize with my helplessness. Perhaps, from a certain perspective, we are kindred spirits in our suffering. Shu Xian's gaze was deep and thoughtful as she replied, Indeed, we are fellow sufferers. However, you will never comprehend the feelings I experienced that day, loneliness, helplessness, and the worry that kept me by the brook all night, waiting for dawn. You cannot fathom that torment, that despair. And after all that waiting, I received the news of you becoming the 13th Duke. There was no hatred in her heart, only resignation. Rather than waiting in vain, it would have been better to have abandoned that hope from the outset. Now, their statuses had changed significantly. She had longed to obtain a divorce from Yushio, to be with him, but ever since his marriage, her feelings for him had transformed. Some emotions, once tainted by other factors, can never return to their original state. Xiao Yuran too felt a sense of helplessness. He gazed at her and said, You saw the events of that day. I had no other choice. In my heart, nothing is more important than your well-being. Shu Xian smiled faintly and replied, How foolish of you to consider yourself wise throughout your life. Do you not realize that this entire situation has merely been orchestrated by others, with you and I as mere pawns in their game? Perhaps our fate is too shallow, destined to be exploited by others. Yet, rather than this, it would have been better had we both perished that day at Shuanyu Villa. Then neither of us would harbor resentment. With those words, her almond-shaped eyes sparkled with a bright smile. Xiao Yuran grasped her hand and declared, I swear. Your place in my heart is irreplaceable. I could never bear to watch you perish. Shu Xian coldly retorted. But on that day, you chose your master. Qiao Yuran was momentarily at a loss for words. Shu Xian looked at him and softly said, in the past, I knew you would appear whenever I was in danger because you had always been by my side to protect me. Yet today, you are already aware that someone intends to do me harm, which is why you have been following closely by my side. The melodies you played today merely serve to convey your lingering affection for me. Yet, I must express my sincere apologies. I am unable to reciprocate your feelings as I once did. In the past, your visits to the brothel did not trouble me, as my love for you was not yet profound, and I understood that you merely sought to gather intelligence there. However, now that you are wed to the 13th princess, and I to another, we can never return to the days of yore. Her resentment towards you Xiao is justified, yet it does not grant her the right to forgive Qiao Yuran. Regardless, he is now married to the 13th princess. Although she has wed you Xiao, her unwillingness compels her to seek a dissolution of their engagement. Yet, what has Qiao Yuran done for them? Despite his reluctance to marry the 13th princess, he nonetheless did so. She is acutely aware that her confrontation with you made during the luncheon has precipitated the assassination attempt she now faces. Who would dare commit murder within the palace walls? The arrows were clearly aimed at forcing her into the water, creating a fade of drowning. For everyone knows that the true Shu Xian is not adept at swimming, having once fallen into a pond and developed a fear of water. Such drowning schemes are a common trope in time travel novels, a cliché device. Initially, she contemplated feigning death at the bottom of the pond to discern the identity of her would-be assailant, only for Qiao Yuran to intervene. In that moment, she realized the identities of those who wished her harm. Qiao Yuran must have perceived Yu Mei's intentions, prompting his timely arrival. As she reflected on these matters with clarity, a sense of ennui washed over her. While she once harbored animosity towards the 13th princess, she now views her as a mere victim of circumstance, born into a royal family. Can a life filled with adoration guarantee everlasting happiness? She doubts it, for she understands that, given Qiao Yuran's disposition, the 13th princess is unlikely to find true contentment. Qiao Yuran said softly, I know you can see through all of this, but why can't you consider my perspective? Shu Xian replied with a smile, while the 13th prince requests my empathy. Why do you not extend the same courtesy to me? There have been too many missed opportunities between us, rather than fate. It is our characters that have led us astray. Had you broken free of your constraints before my marriage was arranged, perhaps our circumstances would differ. Without these complications and conflicts, happiness could have been within our grasp. Her gaze shifted to Qiao Yuran as she continued. Perhaps our union was never meant to be. Nevertheless, I am grateful for your presence today. You have saved me time and again from peril. Such kindness is a debt I fear I shall never repay. As for the future, you will merely be the 13th prince to me. With that, she turned to leave. It is often better to clarify certain sentiments. She has always preferred to delineate her relationships with precision. Love is love, and hatred is hatred, devoid of ambiguity. A pang of pain struck Qiao Yuran's heart as he inquired, Have you truly fallen for him? Shu Xian glanced back with a smile. Loving him is preferable to loving you. At least he shows me kindness and does not abandon me by the creekside. Her words carried a subtle undertone of melancholy. The events of that day lingered in her heart, leaving an indelible mark. She felt this way because she had yet to completely relinquish her feelings for him. Perhaps one day, when she no longer harbored such feelings, they would merely exist as ordinary siblings. Qiao Yuran sighed and remarked, But you must understand, our current predicament is entirely of his making. The concept of karmic retribution certainly refers to him. Shu Xian scoffed, while he may have instigated many events. Our present situation is a consequence of our own choices. She gazed at him and continued, Am I not correct, 13th prince? Yu Xiao served as the catalyst. But he was not solely to blame. Her resentment stemmed from her concern for her relationship with Qiao Yuran. With a slight bite of her lip, Qiao Yuran inquired, I have a question for you. Once matters here are resolved, regardless of who ascends the throne, would you still consider retreating from the world with me? In that moment, hope shimmered in his eyes. This was the sentiment he had longed to express, for after enduring so much, he recognized that nothing surpassed the importance of happiness. He was acutely aware that his happiness lay in her hands. Shu Xian erupted into laughter, her mirth somewhat audacious. Retreat from the world? 13th prince, that is truly amusing. If Yu Xiao becomes emperor, I shall be the empress, revered by all. Who would not desire that? And if the crown prince ascends the throne, you, 13th prince, would have played a significant role in his rise. How could he possibly allow you to withdraw? How could he release the Qin king? I am the Qin king's consort. Do you truly believe I could escape such a fate? With that, she laughed again, tears of laughter spilling forth. Though her face beamed with joy, her heart ached unbearably. Retreating from the world? It was a dream she had longed for, yet could he truly offer it? If he genuinely wished to be with her, why wait until all matters were settled? The present moment could suffice. Yet, even if Qiao Yuran proposed eloping now, she would no longer follow him blindly as she once did. Those who have been wounded tread more cautiously in matters of the heart. Her bravado was merely a facade to mask her inner vulnerability. She was but an ordinary woman yearning for love, wishing for a place to heal her wounds in solitude when hurt. After a considerable time, she stifled her laughter and said, ultimately, even if I were willing, I fear it would merely be an empty hope. Upon hearing her words, Qiao Yuran's eyes sparkled with joy as he embraced her tightly, murmuring, as long as you are willing, I swear I shall never disappoint you again. His embrace was warm and secure, and she found herself yearning to lean into it. Over the years, he had remained by her side, a steadfast protector, yet he was also the one who had wounded her most deeply. Those moments of warmth left her somewhat bewildered, tinged with a hint of obsession and longing. During this period of suffering, that fleeting warmth felt incredibly comforting, yet she understood all too well that such warmth no longer belonged to her. Shu Xian chuckled with delight, inhaling the fragrance that lingered on him. She buried her head in the crook of his neck and, with a smile, declared, I have been disappointed once, and thus I am familiar with the agony of disappointment. I am unwilling to endure it again. Therefore, you may continue as your 13th prince consort, and I shall assume my role as the queen consort of the Qin. From this moment forth, we shall have no further connections. Having said this, she attempted to rise from his embrace. At that moment, an overwhelming force pulled her back, and before she could comprehend, she found herself nestled in another familiar embrace, one that exuded a scent she recognized, elegant and soothing, akin to orchids and musk. A melodious voice, as clear as a spring's murmur, reached her ears. The queen consort certainly moves swiftly. In the blink of an eye, she is here. His expression remained inscrutable, his narrow eyes narrowing slightly, a hint of danger flickering within them. Shu Xian felt a sharp tug on her hand, prompting her to glare at him. Yet he seemed oblivious, addressing Qiao Yuran. 13th prince consort possesses exquisite taste. Even a leisurely stroll has led you to this desolate palace. Qiao Yuran smiled faintly, replying, I had thought the prince would accuse me of clandestine meetings with the queen consort, caught in the act by none other than the prince himself. Upon hearing his words, Shu Xian could not help but chuckle. It was amusing to see Qiao Yuran embrace mischief. She recalled a time when she had pulled him into such schemes, and now he had turned the tables on her. However, Yu Xiu was no longer the same. He had seen her true visage, recognized her untouched state, and was aware that Qiao Yuran was her biological brother. Yu Xiu smiled faintly, stating, 13th prince consort certainly has a knack for jest. I am well aware of the character of my queen consort. She and the 13th prince consort grew up together. You have not won her heart. And even given you another decade, you would still fail. Therefore, whether today's moment is plentiful or scarce, it matters not. While he spoke, he tightened his hold on Shu Xian. Qiao Yuran remained unperturbed, his peach blossom eyes narrowing slightly, responding, the prince speaks wisely. Yet no matter the extent of his efforts or the might of his power in bestowing the title of queen consort upon my cousin, she will always remain herself, her heart forever untouched by the shadow of the prince. Of course, she will always remember who severed the bond of the pair. Shu Xian giggled beside them. Prince, cousin, are you two by any chance feeling envious? Her laughter rang out, seemingly carefree. Yet, at this moment, she could not fathom any other expression to wear. Qiao Yuran had transformed in her heart, while Yu Xiu still evoked feelings of resentment. In that instant, she felt a strange sense of amusement, not at their expense, but at her own folly. Clever and resilient as she was, she could not suppress a twinge of sorrow. Yu Xiu cast her a sidelong glance, remaining silent, while Qiao Yuran admitted, I confess I am indeed envious, but is the prince not the same? At the very least, I possess the happiness of having once occupied her heart. He sometimes could not help but reflect on the countless opportunities he had missed to be with her. Although Yu Xiu schemed to keep them apart, he too bore his share of the blame. In Yu Xiu's eyes, a hint of mockery persisted as he coldly remarked, the words of the 13th prince consort are truly amusing. Do you genuinely believe you are happy? Without awaiting a response from Shu Xian, he took her hand and strode towards the exit. Shu Xian offered a faint smile, remaining silent as he led her away, finding the two men rather tiresome. Seated within the carriage, she languidly reclined against its interior, deliberately avoiding Yu Xiu's gaze. She positioned herself at a distance from him, pressing closely against the edge of the carriage, resting against the wooden panel, her head slightly turned as she lazily observed the scenery outside. Having resided in Fian City for 3 years, she had encountered this landscape countless times. Yet, each viewing invoked a fresh sentiment. Life, too, is akin to the scenery along the roadside. She recalled her philosophy teacher once stating that, at different stages of life, one would be accompanied by various individuals, much like the changing landscapes. However, these companions are merely fleeting sights, as no one can walk with you for a lifetime. Even if someone could, their lifespan must be equally long, otherwise, it only breeds sorrow. As Yushio beheld her leaning within the carriage, a gentle breeze tousled her hair and caressed her flowing gown. Her gaze appeared somewhat distant, imbued with a subtle melancholy. Her delicate nose gleamed like jade, and her rosy lips were full and rounded. Sunlight filtered through the carriage curtains, casting a gentle shadow upon her face, bestowing upon her an air of profound depth. At that moment, he could only see the left side of her visage, devoid of any trace of red marks. He noticed that the palace attire she wore, unblemished by any red stains on the right side, harmonized beautifully with her elegance, exuding grace and refinement. Moreover, her expression, tinged with a hint of enchantment and sorrow, lent her an additional layer of wistfulness. This was the first time he encountered such a version of her. In his heart, she had always been somewhat mischievous and quirky, her lively eyes never at rest, brimming with vitality. He cherished this side of her, so full of spirit. The amalgamation of her ethereal charm and sorrow was undeniably alluring. He could hear the rhythm of his own heartbeat. Yet, at that moment, the trace of sorrow emanating from her was palpable, delicate yet rich, stirring a twinge of pain within him. He understood the source of her sadness, and a sense of helplessness welled within him, accompanied by a gentle sorrow, which was soon followed by a flicker of anger, laced with a tinge of bitterness. He found it incomprehensible that despite Xiao Yuran having married the 13th princess and leaving her by the brook, she could not forget him. Even though Xiao Yuran was her biological brother, she still loved him with unwavering devotion. Frustration gripped him. He could not fathom why he could not penetrate the walls surrounding her heart. His anger surged, enveloping him in a chill, and she seemed to sense his aura, glancing back at him only to offer a dismissive roll of her eyes, remaining silent. She detested those who radiated an air of cold menace for no reason, as such individuals easily disrupted her mood. She cherished the warmth of the sun, its gentle caress enveloping her in comfort, which is why she was drawn to men who exuded warmth, much like Xiao Yuran. Yet, ultimately, Xiao Yuran left her disillusioned. His presence in her life's journey was regrettably fleeting. Uncertain of what the future held or the paths they might tread, she sighed softly, resigning herself to fate. Some individuals and circumstances are simply beyond the realm of forceful pursuit. Yushio, on the other hand, was perpetually reserved in matters of the heart, especially following the wounds inflicted 5 years prior, which rendered his emotions seldom visible. However, whenever he encountered her, his feelings would often spiral out of control. This time, he sensed her distress stemmed from another man. He remarked coolly, "What is this?" Still unable to let go of him, Shu Xian scoffed coldly, retorting him, "Who is he?" She was well aware of whom he referred to. Her voice, laced with a hint of hoarseness, perhaps lent it an alluring quality, yet her tone dripped with disdain and mockery. To her, the presence or absence of someone in her heart bore little significance to Yushio. Their affair would conclude once matters were settled with a formal divorce decree. Should Yushio refuse to grant her a divorce, she would not hesitate to offer him one in return. Yushio leaned closer, saying, "Shu Xian, sometimes I wonder if your heart is truly black. How else could you be so heartless and ungrateful?" Shu Xian replied with a light smile, "If the prince is truly curious, he might as well dig it out and see. I assure you, it would be red." Yushio bit his lip and took her hand, imploring, "Tell me, what must I do to make you love me?" His elongated eyes held a flicker of confusion, deep affection, and a trace of anguish. Proud by nature, he seldom lowered himself to such vulnerability. This question had brewed within him for quite some time, and he had struggled to articulate it. Yet, upon voicing it, he realized that expressing it was far superior to keeping it locked away. At least now, he could gaze at her with a glimmer of hope, awaiting her response. However, observing her current demeanor made him second-guess himself. Perhaps this was not the opportune moment to inquire, as it would likely provoke her scornful laughter. Her sharp tongue had never spared anyone, and she had consistently dismissed his genuine feelings as mere sentiment. Granting her such an opportunity felt akin to courting humiliation. Upon hearing his words, Shu Xian turned to glance at him, smiling softly. "Your question is rather peculiar, my prince. Feelings are reciprocal. If you were to fall in love with me, I would undoubtedly reciprocate." Witnessing a flicker of joy in Yushio's eyes, she stifled a laugh. realizing he was far more endearing than she had initially perceived. She continued, as a form of recompense, perhaps one day I might come to love you, just as I once loved Xiao Yuran. Or perhaps I shall never love you at all, but surely one day your sincerity will touch my heart, and I will come to cherish you as one does a beloved pet. Having spoken, she was pleased to see Yu Xiu's face turn a shade of green. Her metaphor was indeed striking, so much so that it brought forth a fleeting joy that quickly retreated, leaving behind a palpable sense of resentment and anger. She found it hard to believe that someone like Yu Xiu could ever harbor feelings for her. As the saying goes, a woman adorns herself for the one she loves. Yet she had no such affection directed towards her. Her appearance remained unchanged, ugly as ever, but at least it provided her with a sense of security. Yu Xiu coldly remarked, Shu Exine, you truly are a heartless woman, yet regardless, you are still my princess. Everything unfolded as he anticipated, and he couldn't help but sigh internally. Although his words were icy, there was an underlying hint of insecurity in his own voice. The sole connection binding them was her status as his princess, and the most lamentable aspect was that she seemed to regard this title with utter indifference, continually wishing for him to dismiss her. Shu Exine laughed lightly. Your Highness, that statement of yours is rather peculiar. I am indeed your princess. There's no need for such reminders. Yu Xiu scoffed. Since you are aware of your status as my princess, you should also recognize your responsibilities, such as warming my bed. Shu Exine beamed. Warming your bed? Your Highness, I must have misheard. In this sweltering weather, you still require someone for that? Could it be that in your past indulgences, you have rendered yourself weak, now fearing the heat? She then inquired with a playful expression, if you require warmth in the summer, how will you endure the winter? Are you suggesting you might not survive it? Yu Xiu's narrow eyes narrowed slightly as he coldly replied, you will know how I fare should you choose to try. Everything she said and did was exactly as he had predicted. Shu Exine laughed without a care. I think I shall pass. I am particularly sensitive to cold. If I were to snuggle with an ice block, I fear I would freeze to death long before my time. While I don't aspire to live for a century, I certainly do not wish to meet my end just yet, so it would be prudent to keep my distance from you, Your Highness. Yu Xiu replied coolly. If you wish to distance yourself from me, I fear the opportunity has passed. The entire realm knows you are my princess. Should I not live long, there would be no one to protect you, and you would likely meet a similar fate. You are aware of the custom in the Desert Empire. If I die, my consort shall accompany me in death. Shu Exine coldly huffed, gazing out at the lush shade of the trees. Haven't you heard the saying? Good people do not live long, while calamities endure for 1,000 years. You, Your Highness, embody that very calamity, even if you wished to perish. It would hardly be so simple. Furthermore, even if heaven were to disapprove of your actions and sought to take you, it would first require you to draft a divorce decree for me. I have no desire to become a widow at a tender age, nor do I wish to be a mere burial companion. She glanced at Yu Xiu's darkening face and continued nonchalantly, truth be told, I wouldn't mind being a widow. But widows often bear the stigma of being husband killers, and once labeled, it becomes exceedingly difficult to remarry. I, on the other hand, wish to find a suitable partner and live a harmonious life in my later years. From the palace to the Qin Wangfu in the western part of the city, one must traverse a modest alley, flanked by towering ancient trees, exuding an aura of tranquility and elegance. Shuxin had previously wandered here, cherishing its serene ambience. Although Yu Xiu felt a tightness in his chest, ready to erupt, he managed to smile faintly and remarked, I thought you would be heartbroken for a long time after Xiao Yuran married the 13th princess. Yet, seeing you in such high spirits, it seems you did not love him as much as I presumed. Shuxin was about to retort when she noticed a subtle change in his expression. Qinglong, outside the carriage, whispered, My lord, there is a murderous intent. Even before Qinglong spoke, Yu Xiu had sensed a palpable aura of danger. It was overwhelmingly intense. His eyes narrowed slightly, a cold smile gracing his lips. That person truly could not wait. However, he was never one to be easily subdued. The moment Qinglong finished speaking, Yu Xiu seized Shuxin and leapt from the carriage, leaving her with a disorienting sensation of being airborne. Startled, she cried out, Murder. Yet, her voice, already hoarse from earlier, was now weak and raspy, despite her efforts to scream. Shuxin felt particularly unfortunate today, having been targeted for assassination twice in one day. Did she truly have so many enemies? Upon hearing her voice, Yu Xiu nearly faltered midair. Her tone was undeniably discomforting. Witnessing her reaction, he found himself stifling a laugh. Just moments ago, she had been so confident and composed during their banter, and now, faced with danger, she revealed such a contrasting demeanor. Whereas other women would seek protection in fear, she boldly shouted out. This thought stirred within him, prompting a realization. Perhaps her outward strength masked an inner fragility. He was suddenly reminded of the day after Qiao Yuren's wedding when she had wept inconsolably in the Wangfu, and he sighed inwardly. As Yuxiu carried her away from the carriage, it was cleaved in two by a blade. The horse that drew it emitting a dreadful cry as its neck was severed, collapsing into a pool of blood. Observing the swift and brutal movements of the assailants in black, Yuxiu snorted coldly and embraced Shuxin protectively. Shuxin was momentarily taken aback by his gesture, which was filled with a sense of safeguarding, warming her heart inexplicably. His protection felt starkly different from Qiao Yuren's distant guardianship. Yuxiu's was overt and self-sacrificial, choosing to risk his own safety rather than allow her to be harmed. Unlike Qiao Yuren, who only appeared when danger was imminent, she sighed softly in her heart, unable to suppress a smile. Why did she find it necessary to compare him to Qiao Yuren? They were entirely different types of men. Yet, she often sensed that Yuxiu's feelings for her bore a hint of ulterior motive. At times, she longed to ask him whether, without the connection to Shuxiang, he would have allowed her to be slain without interference. Now, however, she recognized that this was not the moment for idle speculation, especially given the gruesome sight of the horse lying lifeless in a pool of blood. As soon as Yuxiu touched the ground, the blades of the cloaked figures lunged towards him. With a chilling gaze, he slightly tilted his body, evading the lethal strikes. He then raised his foot and kicked, sending the two closest black-clad assailants flying over a yard away. Not far off, in a dimly lit loft, a pair of shadowy eyes gleamed with murderous intent. Clad in black, the figure wore a cold smirk, softly uttering, "Yuxiu, this time next year shall be your day of sacrifice. I can only hope someone will remember to visit your grave." Although Shu Xian had witnessed his clashes with Qiao Yuren, their encounters had always been subtle contests, never escalating to such fierce combat. It was at this moment that she realized Yuxiu's martial prowess was indeed formidable. While lacking the overwhelming inner strength and lethal precision of Ding Lu Jing, his skills were nevertheless exquisite and his strikes ruthless. The group of black-clad attackers appeared to be rigorously trained, showing no intent to spare him. After sending two adversaries flying, more swiftly closed in, he swiftly hoisted Shu Xian onto his back, drawing a soft sword from his waist with a flick of his hand. At that instant, she discovered that what seemed to be a black belt was, in fact, a sword. Clinging to his back, a wave of security enveloped her. He appeared slender, yet his back was solid and powerful, imbued with boundless strength. A familiar sensation washed over her as memories surfaced. She recalled a time when she had stirred trouble and crossed paths with a gang of ruffians in Fian City. In that dire moment, with her poison spent and no escape in sight, Qiao Yuren had appeared, lifting her onto his back and carrying her away from danger. The feelings of trepidation and joy from that day remained etched in her mind. Qiao Yuren, too, was slender but possessed a sturdy back. It was from that moment that her heart had begun to harbor feelings for him. Yet, accustomed to their playful banter, she had never recognized it as love. Until the moment she learned of the Emperor's decree for her marriage, when he was the first person to occupy her thoughts. She was utterly bewildered by the uncertainty of her life after marriage, only then realizing she had long nurtured deep affections for him. As the arrows shimmered with iridescent hues under the sun, their brilliance flickered past her eyes, prompting her to squint slightly. Memories flooded back, evoking the scene of Qiao Yuren's wedding day, a twinge of unmasked sorrow lingering in her heart. Yet, she understood that despite her profound love for him, barriers had formed between them. Perhaps, their fates were simply not aligned. At that moment, she pondered, had she not unearthed the secrets of her lineage the day before her wedding to Yuxiu, perhaps she could have overcome her inner demons, and they might have eloped, transforming their reality into something altogether different. Their love seemed to be riddled with misfortunes. Was it truly a matter of fate being too shallow? She could not tell. A piercing scream jolted her back to reality. As she opened her eyes, she beheld Yuxiu's sword slicing through the air like a blade. And in an instant, the once menacing black-clad assailants fell lifelessly before her. She could almost sense the terror that enveloped one of them in their final moments. Their wide eyes fixated on Yuxiu. As Yuxiu withdrew his sword, blood gushed forth, staining his white garments. She felt a warm trickle on her face, which she discovered to be a vivid crimson. With a sigh, she lamented her aversion to the metallic scent of blood, which always made her feel queasy. The cacophony of battle cries surged around her, and she momentarily froze, realizing that the number of black-clad figures far exceeded her expectations. Yet, Yuxiu was accompanied only by Qing Long and Baihu, whose agility and ferocity were remarkable. The ground was already littered with 7 or 8 corpses. Yet the black-clad assailants surged forth, as if under some sinister command, relentless like a tide. With one group vanquished, another followed closely behind. Her brow furrowed slightly as a revelation dawned upon her. Whether she wished it or not, she stood on the same front as Yu Xiao. Suddenly, she recalled the 5 severed heads that Yu Zhao had delivered to the Qin Wangfu, and it struck her that if Yu Zhao were to ascend the throne, he would not spare Yu Xiao, nor would he show her mercy. After all, she was the crown princess of Qin, regardless of her reluctance to acknowledge it. That title was hers. Xu Exin bit her lip, realizing that from the moment the emperor had decreed her marriage to Yu Xiao, her fate had become irrevocably entwined with his. In that instant, she comprehended the emperor's intentions. He sought to depose the crown prince and elevate Yu Xiao to the throne. The reasoning was simple. The emperor had bestowed her upon Yu Xiao, not Yu Zhao. She then recalled the words of the empress, and a long sigh escaped her lips. Of course, this development was not without the machinations of Yu Xiao and Xu Xiang. A flicker of gratitude washed over her. She was fortunate that the emperor had matched her with Yu Xiao instead of Yu Zhao, although Yu Xiao had his shortcomings. At least the Qin Wangfu was devoid of concubines and the ensuing jealousy that accompanied such rivalries. While Yu Xiao was cunning and ruthless, Yu Zhao was far more insidious. In comparison, Yu Xiao seemed almost endearing. The overwhelming presence of the black-clad figures instilled a sense of dread within Xu Exin, prompting her to clutch Yu Xiao a little tighter. As if sensing her fear, he calmly reassured her, "Do not be afraid. Even if I were to perish, I would not allow you to meet the same fate." Xu Exin was momentarily taken aback, feeling an inexplicable warmth from his words. Yet she retorted, "Have you forgotten? My lord, I just called you a calamity, so it seems you are unlikely to die anytime soon." Yu Xiao merely smiled faintly, choosing not to respond. As his sword cleaved through the air once more, eliciting another round of anguished cries, Xu Exin's gaze fell upon the ground, strewn with dismembered limbs and a river of blood, and she felt a wave of nausea wash over her. The black-clad assailants, intimidated by Yu Xiao's fierce onslaught, hesitated momentarily, but they were bound by their grim orders. If Yu Xiao did not fall, then it was they who would perish. Faced with certain death, they resolved to fight for a glimmer of hope. Exchanging glances filled with fear and determination, the black-clad figures recognized that Yu Xiao's prowess far exceeded their wildest imaginings. At that moment, one of the figures clad in black shouted, "Eliminate that woman." The others immediately understood. Each time they attacked Yu Xiao, he effortlessly thwarted their efforts. However, when they directed their assaults towards Xu Exin, Yu Xiao would invariably first incapacitate the assailant targeting her before countering those aimed at himself. Yu Xiao coldly huffed, "Protect the princess." Qing Long and Bai Hu exchanged knowing glances and swiftly repelled the enemies around them, positioned in a T-shape to shield Xu Exin. Seeing Yu Xiao's actions, a warm current surged within Xu Exin's heart. He was not as cold-blooded as she had imagined. He genuinely cared for her, fearing for her safety. Another round of brutal combat ensued. Qing Long, observing the agility of the black-clad adversaries and their formation targeting Yu Xiao's vital points, exchanged a glance with Bai Hu and said, "My lord, you must take the princess and leave. We will hold them off." Yu Xiao glanced at them and replied, "You will find it impossible to hold them off." He had already discerned that the black-clad figures employed a tactic of overwhelming numbers, determined to eradicate him today. Moreover, the absence of nearby civilians indicated that a trap had long been laid. The black-clad assailants, acutely aware of their dwindling numbers and increasing casualties, exchanged glances and lured Qing Long and Bai Hu away, simultaneously converging upon Xu Exin, who was situated behind Yu Xiao. Realizing their intent, Yu Xiao understood that the mastermind behind this plot sought his demise, daring to assassinate him within Fian City, a reckless audacity indeed. His gaze turned sharp, narrowing with a bloodthirsty intent. He muttered a low curse of despicable and shameless, raising his sword to defend against the onslaught. It seemed the black-clad figures had anticipated his move, as those before him simultaneously lunged toward his chest, rendering escape impossible. Witnessing this scene, Xu Exin furrowed her brows and involuntarily exclaimed, "Be careful." In that moment, her concern for him was genuine and heartfelt. Chapter 62. A cold smile flickered across Yu Xiao's lips as he slightly turned his body. With an unknown technique, he retreated 2 steps back. Despite this, a muffled groan escaped his lips as crimson blood flowed from his chest. After effortlessly dispatching 3 black-clad assailants, Yu Xiao inquired nonchalantly, "Are you concerned for me?" Perhaps due to his prolonged battle or the intensity of his emotions at that moment, his voice carried a hint of breathlessness, trembling slightly. Xu Exin smiled softly and replied, "How could I not be concerned? If you were to perish now, I fear I would not survive either." Her words rang true. At that moment, their fates were intertwined. Noticing the blood seeping from his chest, she sighed inwardly. His protective nature towards her was undeniably moving. Yet, the words of concern remained unspoken. If he could converse with her like this, he must be relatively unharmed. Yushio's eyes brightened as he asked, "Are you suggesting that we stand on the same side now?" Shu Xian chuckled playfully. "Do you believe I have any other options at this moment?" Yushio sighed. "It seems there are none left." Leaning closer to his ear, Shu Xian whispered, "Though I lack martial prowess, it does not mean I am to be slaughtered like a helpless fish." Yushio furrowed his brow slightly as more black-clad figures charged towards them. A faint smile graced Shu Xian's lips. The black-clad man, facing her, shuddered at the sight of her smile. He dared to swear that it was the most terrifying smile he had ever encountered. The right side of her face was stained a deep crimson, her lips curving upward. Her almond-shaped eyes narrowed. They conveyed an expression that was both playful and furious, combined with the darkened blood splatters on the left side of her face. It was indeed fearsome. That very word, fearsome, became the last thought of the black-clad man before he met a dreadfully swift demise. Without a sound or sensation, he ceased to exist in the next instant. Shu Xian despised the agonizing expressions of those who died in torment. Thus, her poison, while not instantly lethal, was designed to bring about a painless end. Initially unnoticed, it would deepen until dizziness overcame its victim, leading to silence. As Yushio witnessed the demise of the black-clad figures, he was momentarily startled. He noticed a slender bamboo tube had appeared beside him, hollowed in the middle, with a slight reddish powder lingering at its edge. Observing this, a smile crept onto his face. He had almost forgotten that she was not the kind to be easily subdued. He nearly forgot that he had once been nearly ensnared by her. He had forgotten how unfazed she was in the face of danger, her ingenuity always shining through. A slender hand reached before him, placing a white pill into his mouth. He was taken aback for a moment, then realized she was concerned he might also be poisoned, and was administering the antidote. A warmth blossomed in his heart. Perhaps, in this vast world, only she was truly deserving of him, not for her beauty, but for her character and spirit. Her subtle concern, devoid of words, was manifested solely through her actions, assuring him that the hardships endured during this period were not in vain. The companionship between them was sometimes rather simple. A gentle word, a small gesture, or a light action could often unveil one's innermost thoughts. The long sword in Yushio's hand was exceedingly sharp, capable of delivering instant death to its target. The black-clad assailants surrounding Shu Xian inexplicably collapsed lifelessly to the ground before they could advance within 3 steps of her. The remaining black-clad figures were taken aback. Initially numbering over 100, they had dwindled to merely 10 after the fierce skirmish, and fear was evident in their eyes. They could not comprehend why those who approached Shu Xian met with such inexplicable demise. The remaining assailants were filled with trepidation, teetering on the brink of collapse. One of them shouted, "Monster! That woman is not human. She is a monster." To them, only a creature of the supernatural could cause such unexplainable deaths. And if it were indeed the work of a monster, surely it would be a benevolent one. Upon hearing the black-clad man's exclamation, Shu Xian couldn't help but furrow her brow slightly. A monster? How could she resemble a monster? With a playful smile, she remarked, "My dear uncles, I am no monster but a living, breathing person. Come, feel for yourselves." The black-clad men were already paralyzed with fear. Had it not been for the dire command and the gruesome consequences of fleeing, they would have long since escaped. Who among them would dare approach her? Setting aside the lethal sword wielded by Yushio, merely recalling her formidable methods left them trembling. This frightful woman was truly terrifying. Noticing that the group of black-clad men dared not advance, but also did not flee, Shu Xian couldn't resist laughing. "You are all mistaken. I am neither a monster nor a mere human. I am a celestial fairy sent by the Buddha to rescue all beings. You should consider yourselves fortunate to be among the first to receive my salvation." Yushio couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth at her claim of being a celestial fairy. It was remarkable that she could conjure such a notion. While her original appearance could indeed be likened to that of a fairy, at this moment, half of her face was marred, resembling a specter, with droplets of blood splattered upon her, akin to a hellish demon. Both the azure dragon and the white tiger could not suppress their laughter upon hearing her words. Their princess was quite the storyteller. However, the remaining black-clad men found no humor in the situation, as the air around them was thick with the scent of death, and all they could hear was the pounding of their own hearts. Shu Xian had dismounted from Yushio's back and was cheerfully approaching them. Observing her actions, Yushio slightly furrowed his brow, a twinge of concern rising within him. Yet, despite his worries, he was aware of her capabilities. Who knew how many poisons she had concealed within her? Those black-clad men were no match for her. Still, his narrow, elongated eyes surveyed the surroundings. He could not allow her to come to any harm. With each step Shu Xian took forward, the group of black-clad men retreated. She furrowed her brow slightly and said, "You need not be afraid. Line up, and I shall escort you to the Western Paradise." Her face was alight with mirth, yet the smile bore a sinister quality. Her eyes danced with mockery, concealing a hint of murderous intent within. Suddenly, she heard a ticking sound and looked ahead, only to witness one of the cloaked figures in sheer terror, wetting himself in his trousers. She frowned slightly and pointed at one of the black-clad men, exclaiming, "What is the matter? At your age, you still wet your pants. Has your mother not told you that you cannot relieve yourself at will?" With that, she stepped forward. She understood that death was not to be feared. What was truly terrifying was the wait for death. Upon hearing her words, Yushio couldn't help but chuckle. She had scorned those cloaked men, yet not long ago, she had engaged in a similar act herself, albeit with a more decisive approach. The cloaked figures could no longer withstand the pressure of impending death. One of them screamed and fled, yet their escape depended on whether Yushio would allow it. The figure atop the distant loft seemed utterly astonished by the unfolding events. He gazed coldly at Yushio and Shu Xian, remarking icily, "You may have escaped this time, but you won't evade next time." His gaze shifted to the other cloaked men as he continued, "What a useless bunch. Over 200 of you couldn't even manage to kill 4 individuals. What purpose do such people serve?" Yushio merely smiled coldly, casting a glance toward the loft where the man stood. From the very beginning, he had sensed the aura of murder and ice emanating from that place. However, the world had yet to produce someone capable of taking his life. He was unafraid of the cloaked man, even if the latter believed Shu Xian to be his Achilles heel. The current situation was entirely turned around by her. The number of lives lost to her poison was not fewer than those they had claimed. With a gesture from Yushio, Qinglong and Baihu understood the cue and rose to pursue. Yet, the group of cloaked men had barely fled a distance of 10 zhang when a figure soared past, followed by a chorus of anguished cries. The cloaked men fell to the ground, their chests pierced by hidden weapons. Qinglong and Baihu checked for the breath of the fallen, and all were devoid of life. Qinglong turned back to Yushio, shaking his head. Yushio responded with a cold smile, softly stating, "What a ruthless method." His eyes shimmered with a profound, murderous intent. He was never one to be trifled with. Those who dared to challenge him would pay the appropriate price. Upon returning to the royal manor, the imperial physician arrived to tend to their wounds. Once the injuries were bandaged, Yushio commanded, "Qinglong, inform the Flying Sky Camp to seal off the entire imperial city. State that the Prince of Qin was attacked upon returning to the manor, and we suspect a large number of assassins have infiltrated the city. A thorough investigation is imperative." Qinglong complied without hesitation. Yushio continued, "Baihu, notify the commander of the valorous cavalry, Yuji Yi, to maintain vigilance over the palace. For the next few days, no unauthorized personnel are to enter. You shall lead 200 white-clad guards to secure the hidden dragon palace, stating that this prince has been attacked, and we must be wary of plots against the emperor." Baihu accepted the orders. Yushio added, "Xuanwu, behead those cloaked men and deliver their heads to the crown prince's residence, informing him that the imperial city is not safe. He must exercise caution and closely monitor his movements. I am curious to see how he will respond." Xuanwu queried, "What if the crown prince stirs up trouble?" Yushio coldly remarked, "Inform him that if anyone harbors ill intentions, these 200 heads are but offerings, and all who dare to threaten me shall meet the same fate as these 200 heads." Xuanwu nodded and exited the royal residence. Yushio turned to Zhu Ke and instructed, "You and Fian should closely monitor the happenings within the entire imperial city, particularly any movements of Qiao Yuran. Report to me at once if there is any news." Zhu Ke glanced at Shu Xin, who sat nearby tearing flower petals, before departing. Once the others had left, only the flower stem remained in Shu Xin's hand. She absent-mindedly gazed at the carpet of white petals, a deep mockery curling at the corners of her mouth. This flower was a peony, plucked while she passed through the front courtyard of the royal residence. The ground strewn with white petals resembled the sorrowful, yet hauntingly beautiful blossoms of a sacrificial offering. It was the first time she had heard Yushio strategizing against Yu Zhao, and with just a few concise words, he had elucidated all matters at hand. Though she had been tearing petals by the side, she could sense his murderous intent and the air of superiority he exuded, while he maintained a gentle demeanor before her. She knew him to be the most cunning and tyrannical person in the world. Yet, witnessing him for the first time suppress his smile and calmly instruct his subordinates, she understood that Yu Zhao lacked both the strategy and the ability to consolidate loyalty that Yushio possessed. Perhaps this composed countenance was indeed Yushio's true nature. He was a master of concealment. From his words, she discerned that he had been secretly cultivating his power, and that the entire imperial city was likely filled with his followers. Turning back, Yushio noticed her seemingly indifferent posture, though her dark eyes sparkled with intensity. He smiled faintly and approached her side, asking, "What occupies your thoughts?" Shushin responded with a subtle smile. "I ponder why this flower, flourishing on the branch, was plucked by me, only to be torn into this state afterward." Yushio was momentarily taken aback. Her words were rather perplexing. After a fleeting glance at him, Shushin continued, "I have contemplated for quite some time and finally understood. It is because this flower is too beautiful, too conspicuous. If it had the wisdom to temper its brilliance, like the inconspicuous wildflowers by the roadside, I likely would not have plucked it." Yushio discerned the underlying meaning in her words. She was alluding to the matters between him and Yuzhao. He seated himself beside her without looking at her, instead asking, "Why did you not resort to retreat this time? Are you, perchance, intrigued by my affairs?" He recalled her reaction when Yuzhao had previously sent those 5 heads. Shushin, still not meeting his gaze, focused on the scattered white petals and replied, "I have always upheld the principle of not offending others unless provoked. If someone threatens me, I shall not be merciful. However, your skirmishes do not concern me. I merely wish to witness the legendary prowess of the formidable King Qin." Yushio sipped his tea, observing her intently. "Oh, and what have you disowned?" Shu Exine gazed at him, chuckling softly. "The King of Qin is indeed as formidable as the legends suggest. And considering how many times I have provoked you in the past, it is a stroke of luck that I still thrive in this world." Her words were sincere. At that moment, she truly comprehended the profound meaning behind Qiao Yuren's warning about the King of Qin being not to be trifled with. She had dared to provoke him numerous times, her actions often audacious, and yet he had shown remarkable magnanimity in allowing her to live. Yushio's gaze deepened, revealing a hint of introspection as he gently took her hand and inquired, "If I had not forced you into marriage, would you have disliked me less?" This question had lingered in his thoughts. He recalled the day prior to their wedding when he visited her family's estate and saw the vulnerability in her eyes. Shu Exine withdrew her hand and replied coolly, "Your Highness, it seems you are asking this question rather late. Had you truly called off the engagement back then, I would certainly not have harbored such disdain for you." Noticing a flicker of disappointment in his eyes, she continued, "However, the circumstances are as they are. I believe it will be exceedingly difficult for me to ever love you." Yet, she expressed her gratitude for his timely rescue. It was not that she was cold-hearted, but rather that the wounds in her heart had yet to heal, making it impossible to love another. Her heart was simple to the point of being incapable of harboring affection for someone else while she was in love with one person. As for Yushio, at this juncture, her feelings of animosity overshadowed any affection she might have felt. Her journey with Qiao Yuran had been significantly influenced by him, and it was impossible for her to hold no resentment. Yushio sighed. "I once believed I understood how to love someone. Yet today I realize I have no grasp of love at all. I thought I was deeply in love with Gu Sisi, willing to forsake everything for her. However, I now see that what I felt was merely infatuation, drawn to her gentleness and beauty. When her warmth faded before me, so too did her allure, leaving only ugliness in my mind. That affection was never true love. I simply lacked the awareness at the time." His gaze was profound, yet tinged with a sense of release. Shu Exine regarded him and remarked, "Indeed, you do not comprehend love, nor what it truly entails. If you did, you would not behave like a madman, oscillating between frenzy and despair, even claiming to suffer deeply from love." As the previous fog of misunderstandings dissipated, Shu Exine removed her fade, while Yushio shed his obstinacy, allowing for a more candid exchange. They expressed grievances freely, devoid of the previous hostility that had characterized their interactions. Although Shu Exine bore resentment towards him, she found conversing with him far more relaxed than before. Perhaps it was because they now stood on common ground, fostering a sense of openness and diminishing suspicion. Yushio suddenly found himself appreciating this newfound dynamic. Not feeling anger but instead offering a gentle smile. "It appears you know me quite well." Her words were laced with sharpness, yet he discerned no animosity within them. It is indeed peculiar how clarity often eludes us until after the fact, revealing our true sentiments, especially in matters of the heart. Shu Exine cast him an eye roll, but offered no reply. Whether she understood him or not mattered little. Their relationship was merely contractual. Once this matter was resolved, he would remain himself, and she would remain herself, with no further ties. Should he wish to breach their agreement, she had her means of counteraction, though her growing familiarity with him would alter her approach. Yushio appeared to recall something, gazing at her as he said, "Today, Mother bestowed a gift upon you. Why not unveil it publicly?" Shu Xn pursed her lips and replied, "Last time, the Crown Prince sent over 5 severed heads, and even now, the memory sends chills down my spine. Who knows what bizarre items your mother might present? It is best not to look." The royal family. Each member possessed such profound thoughts. She had no desire to become their target. She had a fondness for gifts and a love for silver. Yet only for those treasures she genuinely cherished. Affection did not equate to greed. She adhered to the principle of accepting only what was appropriate. Yushio shook his head, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Truly, you are a conundrum. If you refuse to look, may I at least have the privilege?" Shu Xin withdrew the box from her bosom, extending it towards him. "You take a look and see what it is. If it holds value, you may gift it to me. If not, then it shall be yours." His amusement was evident as he listened to her words, but upon unwrapping the box, he was momentarily taken aback, his demeanor growing serious and silent. Shu Xin observed the contents, which appeared quite ordinary, a brown object resembling a hairpin, seemingly crafted from some humble material, twisted and unadorned. She could not suppress her disdain. "Your royal family is truly stingy. How can one of such high status bestow such a mundane gift upon her daughter-in-law?" Disappointment was unmistakable in her eyes. The crown prince had sent her 5 heads, while the queen offered a mere stick. She wondered if the royals were so impoverished that they resorted to such frugality. Yushio sighed. "Though this item appears unremarkable, it is, in fact, priceless. I never imagined Mother would present this to you." His gaze deepened, revealing a hint of concern. Shu Xn furrowed her brow, scrutinizing the object. Unable to discern its worth, unable to contain her curiosity, she inquired, "What secrets does this item hold?" Yushio regarded her thoughtfully and replied, "This is known as the Qiankuan hairpin, a token of affection bestowed by our founding emperor to the Empress Dowager prior to his ascension. While it seems simple, it was crafted by the emperor himself. After ascending the throne, he gifted the Empress Dowager countless treasures of gold and jewels. However, she, possessing a humble nature, eschewed opulence and cherished this hairpin. Even when adorned with her phoenix crown for the grandest of ceremonies, she would always don this very pin. As time passed, the emperor became accustomed to luxury, and with the increasing number of concubines in the harem, he grew increasingly detached from governance. The Empress Dowager's repeated counsel fell on deaf ears, leading her to be branded a jealous woman. Heartbroken, she ordered the delivery of a hairpin to Emperor Taizu and departed the palace. Upon receiving the hairpin, Emperor Taizu reminisced about past events and, upon hearing of the Empress Dowager's departure, felt a mix of regret and resentment. He sought her out personally, bringing her back to his side, neglecting the concubines, and focusing on state affairs. This marked the flourishing era of the Great Desert Dynasty, and subsequent generations attributed its prosperity to the Empress Dowager's hairpin, which was thereafter named the Qiankuan pin, worn by queens for generations. At this revelation, Shu Xin was taken aback, her mind swirling with questions. "You say this is the queen's token. What does it signify that your mother gifted it to me?" she inquired. Yushio replied with a smile. "Perhaps my mother perceives your extraordinary demeanor, seeing in you the grace of a mother of a nation." Shu Xin rolled her eyes and scoffed, touching her vividly red cheeks. "If such a visage can be deemed extraordinary, your mother's vision must be questionable." Yushio chuckled softly. "Perhaps my mother possesses the discerning eye to recognize the beauty that lies beneath your exterior. Or, like me, she values character over appearance." An involuntary shiver ran through Shu Xin as she stood, brushing off her skirts. "You may continue to be nauseating. I shall retire to my chambers." Yushio grasped her arm. "In truth, you've inferred much already, so why should I spell it out? Some matters are best clarified face to face. I have come to understand you more deeply since we began to know one another." Shu Xin replied nonchalantly, "The title of queen does not interest me." Yushio paused, a hint of surprise in his expression, before responding with a gentle smile. "You've guessed one aspect correctly, yet it is not the entirety. My mother's gifting of the hairpin carries dual significance. One, as you surmised, is her intention for me to elevate you to the position of queen upon my ascension. For she has discerned that Minister Shu is clandestinely assisting me with court matters. His immense power suggests that should I become emperor, his support is indispensable. Her message is clear. Regardless of your appearance, you shall be my queen. Once my foundation is secure, my first act will be to remove Minister Shu, as he poses a threat to the governance." Shu Xin was momentarily taken aback. The seemingly benevolent empress harbored such profound intentions. A mere act had conveyed numerous commands, perceptible only to someone like Yushio. Hesitant, she withdrew her foot, realizing that whether she wished to be involved or not, She had already waded into murky waters. With a resigned sigh, she asked, "And what of the second meaning?" Yushio replied coolly, "The second serves as a caution. If I lack absolute certainty in seizing the throne from the crown prince, I must refrain from reckless actions, lest I fall victim to unnecessary treachery." Shu Xian was puzzled. Why do the two interpretations differ so drastically? Suddenly recalling the Empress's previous words, she sighed. Realizing that Yushio's analysis mirrored conversations she had had with the Empress, though she had not comprehended their significance at the time. Those few gentle words, spoken with an exceptionally soft tone, concealed an abundance of intricacies. She lightly bit her lip, realizing that the depths of the palace's murky waters were far beyond her initial assumptions. Yushio replied, "This hairpin is called the Qiankuan pin. The first conjecture stems from the story of the Empress Dowager, while the second arises from its name. My mother merely seeks to convey that matters of succession and the throne are of paramount importance to the stability of the nation. Personal desires must not disrupt the state's continuity." Shu Xian sighed. "The affairs of your royal family are indeed extraordinarily complex." Yushio gazed at her, saying, "It is not your but our affairs. Upon marrying me, you have aligned yourself with my cause. This matter has become a foregone conclusion, regardless of your willingness." Shu Xian scoffed, "I have not yet married you. As of now, we have not even held the wedding ceremony, so we cannot be regarded as husband and wife." Yushio smiled faintly, choosing not to refute her, yet his eyes clearly communicated, "Whether you acknowledge it or not, the entire world sees you as my princess." Shu Xian recalled something and inquired, "What if your mother presented such a significant object to me, and I were to open it in front of everyone? How would that unfold?" She found it peculiar. She was unaware of the item's significance. If she were to unveil it publicly, would it not reveal the Empress's intent for Yushio to ascend the throne? If so, would that not dissuade Yu Zhao from harboring any ambitions, intensifying the rivalry between him and Yushio? Yushio's gaze turned contemplative. "If you were to open it, she would have declared her allegiance to me before all present. However, she is quite certain that you would not do so." Shu Xian questioned, "Why? On what basis does the Empress believe I would refrain from opening that box?" Yushio smiled enigmatically. "The reason is simple. I once recounted to her the tale of how the crown prince offered me 5 heads. Shu Xian shot him a glare, pouting. "Now I understand why you possess such a cunning nature. It appears to be hereditary. Engaging with those of royal blood is undeniably exhausting. A battle of wits intertwined with a myriad of complexities, each person's heart as unfathomable as the ocean." Yushio offered a faint smile, neither confirming nor denying her statement. Shu Xian stretched, declaring, "Enough of these troublesome matters. I shall not ponder them further, nor concern myself with your mother's intentions." Yawning, she added, "I am utterly fatigued now. You may continue your affairs at your leisure. I shall retire to my chamber for rest." With that, she paid no heed to whether Yushio acknowledged her, yawning as she ambled towards her room. Yushio smiled gently, not obstructing her. It was a remarkable feat for her to engage in such a conversation with him, and as for the rest, he believed that in due time, he would win her heart. Upon returning to her quarters, Yuling approached, asking, "Miss, how was your experience in the palace? Is it truly as beautiful as the storytellers proclaim?" Shu Xian chuckled. "The palace is truly magnificent. The ground is strewn with gold, and the walls are adorned with jewels. The little maids resemble celestial beings, while the young eunuchs bear an uncanny resemblance to the handsome Panin. However, there are also ferocious beasts within that devour their prey, leaving no bones behind." Before Yuling could respond, Chasing Wind shuddered and inquired, "Mother, is it truly that terrifying? If it were, how could the Emperor and Empress dare reside there, surrounded by so many guards ready to eliminate any threats?" Yuling discerned the underlying meaning in Shu Xian's words and playfully tapped Chasing Wind's head, saying, "You silly child, what do you know to speak so recklessly?" As her words lingered, she felt a sharp pain on her head, realizing that Shu Xian had also given her a gentle tap. Pouting, she asked, "Why did you hit me, miss?" Shu Xian retorted, "You claim Chasing Wind knows nothing, yet how much do you truly understand? Were you aware that today you nearly lost sight of your dear miss forever?" Yuling gasped, noticing the bloodstains on her clothing, and anxiously asked, "What transpired today?" Shu Xian recounted the events of the day, causing Yuling to tremble in fear. "Miss, this place is far too perilous. We must devise a means of escape." Shu Xian responded with a bitter smile, "Escape? Where could we possibly flee? If they dare to kill Yushio, what hope do I have? Without his protection, we would surely meet our end swiftly. The assassins today were undoubtedly sent by someone with immense power. Without Yushio's safeguarding, our chances of survival are slim. Moreover, Yu Zhao is not Yushio. He has no reason to be cautious." Yuling sighed. Miss, have you considered living alongside Prince Qin? He seems to treat you quite well. Perhaps we should remain in the prince's residence. Shu Exine furrowed her brow slightly. What? Have you abandoned your support for young Master Qiao? This girl, her resolve is far too fickle, swaying with the winds of fortune. Yu Ling sighed again. I have always supported young Master Qiao, but he is your biological brother. No matter how admirable a brother may be, he cannot compare to the power and influence of Prince Qin. She glanced at Shu Exine cautiously and added, furthermore, young Master Qiao made the grave mistake of marrying that insufferable princess. If you truly wish to rid yourself of him, I would seize the opportunity to win his heart and vex the 13th princess. Shu Exine glared at her. You little minx, when did you become so opportunistic? Pausing, she gazed intently at Yu Ling. Have you long harbored feelings for young Master Qiao? No wonder you could hardly move whenever he was near. Before Yu Ling could respond, Chasing Wind interjected. Mother, you cannot possibly be unaware. Recently, Prince Qin has showered her with gold and jewels, prompting her to extol his virtues in your presence. Before he could finish, Yu Ling struck him playfully. Chasing Wind retorted, so what if she accepted them? Why must you silence me? Yu Ling countered, I did accept them. But you are hardly any better. You devoured that exquisite piece of white jade cake yesterday, did you not? The eyes of Chasing Wind flicked towards Shu Exine before he spoke. I have indeed accepted benefits from the Prince of Qin, yet my stance remains resolute. Shu Exine turned to glance at him, and he continued with a disdainful pout. From beginning to end, I have never held any affection for that effeminate fellow, which is why I consistently support the Prince of Qin as my father. Noticing the glare from Yu Ling, he added, unlike certain individuals who opportunistically shift with the winds, let us not forget that the Prince of Qin is far more generous than that delicate man, and he is also more considerate. Therefore, I have no qualms about him being my father. Shu Exine, taken aback by his words, found herself both amused and exasperated. She had anticipated a more compelling rationale, only to be met with such frivolity. Rolling her eyes at both Chasing Wind and Yu Ling, she remarked, I now truly question my judgment in keeping such two fools around. Yet, I too am foolish. If this is how you both behave, I might one day find myself sold without realizing it. Yu Ling, with a flattering tone, responded, Miss, you are so intelligent. How could we ever manage to sell you? Nevertheless, given how events have unfolded, you must seriously contemplate your future. If you wish to be with young Master Qiao, then face all matters bravely. However, it feels rather inappropriate, given that he is your biological brother. Conversely, if you choose to be with the Prince of Qin, you cannot continue to reside in the prince's residence without any formal acknowledgement. Shu Exine paused momentarily, aware that Yu Ling spoke the truth. Reflecting on the recent events, she exclaimed in frustration, I shall not marry anyone. Perhaps living alone is the answer. With that, she threw aside the covers, lay back on the bed, and pulled the quilt over her head. Yu Ling and Chasing Wind exchanged glances, both too wary to speak further. As night fell, while Yu Ling and Chasing Wind had succumbed to slumber, Shu Exine felt an oppressive restlessness. Rising from her bed, she gazed out the window, lost in thought. The moon was absent from the sky tonight, and the gentle glow that typically filled the room was replaced by a delicate stillness, casting soft shadows. She murmured, Moon, please tell me what I should do. At this moment, every path seemed to have reached a standstill. She bore no resentment towards Qiao Yuran, yet her heart did not flutter for Yuxiu either. Perhaps, as Yu Ling had suggested, it was time for her to contemplate her own future. With her current status, remaining in the prince's residence indefinitely was untenable, and the prince's household itself was teetering on the edge of chaos. She understood that Yuxiu would protect her, but to dismiss all her lingering grievances was a feat she could not achieve immediately. Recalling how Yuxiu had been injured while rescuing her today, her heart stirred with a bittersweet sentiment. Though his injuries were not severe, she could not help but feel touched. Perhaps, as Yuxiu had claimed, his heart truly harbored feelings for her. Otherwise, he might not have performed such an act today. Reflecting on the myriad moments shared between herself and Yuxiu, she felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. Their encounters often resulted in a battle of wits, where she found herself on the losing end more often than not. Each defeat kindled her frustration. Why did she lose so frequently? On several occasions, victory had seemed within her grasp, only for him to unravel it all at the last moment. She was aware that she could be cunning, yet Yuxiu too resorted to trickery when faced with impending defeat. A faint smile graced the corners of her lips as she suddenly recalled her initial encounters with Qiao Yuran, moments marked by fierce rivalry, while unbeknownst to her, her heart had gradually succumbed to his charm. Would the outcome with Yuxiu be similar? She let out a wistful sigh, unable to answer her own question. At least, judging by the current circumstances, She found herself harboring less animosity towards Yushio than she had anticipated, or perhaps he was not as detestable as she had imagined. She pondered that if she had not held preconceived notions against Yushio, their relationship might have flourished into something entirely different. At that moment, a sigh broke the silence behind her, startling her. Turning around, she beheld a figure clad in white, silently standing just behind her. The individual, dressed in pristine white, exuded an air of elegance mixed with a hint of mischief, his dark hair casually tied with a silver ribbon. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly, revealing a beguiling smile. She was momentarily taken aback, and upon recognizing him, she could not help but pout in annoyance, exclaiming, "Flower butterfly, if you were to come. You needn't sneak up on me like a ghost. Scare me again, and I shall be wary of withholding your antidote." His presence reminded her of the threat she had issued on that fateful day, and amidst the myriad of recent events, she had nearly forgotten about him. With a resigned sigh, Flower Butterfly remarked, "For someone like me, a notorious figure, to stand by your side for so long without you noticing, what a failure I must be." His tone was filled with helplessness, yet it carried a playful undertone. A man acting coy? Good heavens! Shu Xian felt an involuntary shiver run down her spine. Flower Butterfly continued, "I have come today not only to seek the antidote, but also to offer my apologies. In this world, everyone knows that those who are practical are the true heroes, especially considering my life is in your hands. It is prudent to first win your favor." Shu Xian raised an eyebrow. He sighed again. "Encountering you was indeed my downfall. I never expected the rumored colorless woman of Fian City would turn out to be such a stunning beauty. Like any ordinary man, I was blind to the exquisite gems of this world. Today, I stand before you, Miss Shu Qi, to atone for my previous disrespectful words." Shu Xian could not suppress a light chuckle, suddenly understanding his intentions. She smiled faintly, saying, "The reputation of Flower Butterfly precedes you. It's clear why. I dare say many virtuous women have fallen victim to your sweet tongue, which is capable of charming even the most discerning hearts. You truly excel at winning favor." Noticing the spark in his eyes, she continued, "However, as you rightly observed, I am not an ordinary woman, and thus I am not swayed by your flattery." His expression darkened slightly as he sighed. "I knew you were no ordinary woman. I only hope you will not make my plight too difficult. To be scolded in front of others, especially knowing your formidable reputation, I can only plead with soft words, for my life rests in your hands." Shu Xian gave a light huff, but replied coolly, "It matters not that you did not recognize me on that day. It is of no consequence. I will not make things hard for you. I simply wish to inform you that I shall indeed provide the antidote, but only half the required amount." At this, Flower Butterfly's brows furrowed deeply. Shu Xian let out a cold snort, and said, "If you have any grievances, you are free to leave now." Hua Dai sighed. "I truly have fallen into misfortune, entangled with a woman I should not have provoked. Just tell me what you wish for me to do." Shu Xian smiled brightly. "My dear, I do not wish for you to do anything. I only want you to obediently remain by my side in the future. I lack martial arts. I need someone like you as my protector." Hua Dai lightly scoffed, "Though you possess no martial prowess, you are far mightier than the most formidable martial artists in the world. I doubt anyone could ever bully you, so whether you require my protection is inconsequential." To become her bodyguard, surely he had misheard. If his freedom were to be squandered in such a manner, it would be an immense loss. Shu Xian coldly retorted, "If you do not wish to stay by my side, you may leave at any moment." Hua Dai's face instantly fell, and with a hint of reluctance, he said, "How about this? If you find yourself in any danger, just let me know, and I'll rush to your side." Shu Xian yawned, "I am so tired. I wish to sleep now." With that, she disregarded him and walked straight to the bed. Hua Dai sighed, "Very well, I agree to whatever you say. It is my own misfortune that led me to provoke you." Shu Xian pouted, "Are you truly that aggrieved? On that day, you nearly took advantage of me. You are the first man in this world to behold my true visage, so you should feel honored." Noticing the disdain on Hua Dai's face, she continued, "I once vowed that whoever first gazed upon my countenance, I would marry. A classic trope from television, it should effectively frighten Hua Dai." Hua Dai shivered. "To be by Miss Shu Qi's side is my honor. I am not aggrieved in the slightest. A man must be flexible and adaptable. Setting aside the fact that she is a formidable character, she is now the princess consort of the Qin king. Even if she truly wished to marry me, I would not dare to accept. The last time he saw her, she was still a maiden, and he had already sensed there was more to her and Yushio than met the eye. Moreover, she was rumored to possess a peculiar temperament. For safety's sake, it was best to refer to her as Miss Shu Qi." Observing his choice of title, Shu Xian realized that he was an exceptionally perceptive individual, adept at discerning the thoughts of others. With a faint smile, she said, I am pleased that you feel this way about me. But you just mentioned that you willingly choose to stay by my side. I have not forced you. Hua Dai grinned. Indeed, I am here of my own accord. You have not coerced me at all. Yet, he could not help but think that while she had not forced him, she had controlled him with poison, leaving him no choice but to heed her words. At that moment, he recalled the words of his master from when he first embarked on his journey. If you are a man of vice, one day you will fall into the hands of a woman. He had once doubted that anyone could be so ensnared by a woman. Yet now he realized how astute his master truly was. It was as if everything had been foreseen. Yet, he could only blame himself. Of all the people to provoke, why did it have to be her? Shu Xian retrieved a vial from her bosom and handed it to him, saying, take this antidote for now. During this period, you should remain near the Wang residence. If I need to venture out, you will accompany me to ensure my protection. She was aware of Hua Hudi's astuteness and unparalleled agility. Should they encounter any peril, with her poison and his remarkable lightness of foot, preserving their lives should pose little challenge. Hua Hudi, ever the sycophant, declared, as long as I am by the young lady's side, no one shall dare to bully her. If we cannot prevail in a fight, we shall simply flee. Shu Xian cast him a disdainful glance, retorting, why are you so lacking in ambition, always thinking of escape? With a chuckle, Hua Hudi replied, whenever I go on dates with charming ladies, if their lovers or husbands are martial arts masters, of course I would flee. My life is of utmost importance. Shu Xian, somewhat exasperated, insisted, listen carefully to my words. The moment I step out of the Wang residence, you must remain at my side. Otherwise, should anything happen to me, your life will be forfeit as well. Hua Hudi sighed deeply, then inhaled sharply before vanishing into the night. Watching him depart, Shu Xian couldn't help but smile. He appeared exceedingly clever, yet was so easily deceived. With someone like him by her side, should danger arise and fighting or poison prove futile, they could always escape. In these times, one's life far outweighs the importance of face. Chapter 63. Shu Xian nestled in her room, engrossed in a book, when Mingyu arrived with a few mooncakes. She paused momentarily and inquired, what occasion is it today that we are indulging in mooncakes? Mingyu replied, might the princess have forgotten? Today is the Mid-Autumn Festival. The prince instructed me to bring some mooncakes for you, and this evening he will join everyone to admire the moon. Shu Xian was momentarily taken aback. How swiftly time flew by, and once again it was the Mid-Autumn Festival. She vividly recalled the first Mid-Autumn Festival upon her arrival in the Damo dynasty. Gazing at the luminous moon in the sky, she was inevitably reminded of her family in the 21st century, which filled her with profound sorrow. It was then that Xiao Yuran had provoked her, leading her to incinerate all of his musical instruments in a fit of rage. Reflecting upon that incident now, she couldn't help but feel a pang of melancholy. She gently bit her lip and let out a soft sigh. Surely, their bond was too fragile. If she continued to stubbornly cling to him, it would not only bring harm to him, but potentially doom the entire Xiang residence, turning their love into a mere offering at the altar of sacrifice. Since they both survived that fateful night at Xuanyu Villa, they could not succumb to death again. As long as they lived, a glimmer of hope remained, whereas death would extinguish everything. And how could she allow those who had caused her pain and severed their love to bask in their triumph? She recognized that her feelings for Xiao Yuran were not rooted in genuine hatred. She understood his helplessness. Yet, if she were to insist on being with him now, countless individuals would not spare them. She was acutely aware that eloping again was an impossibility. The events of that night at Xuanyu Villa served as a stark reminder that their love could not withstand the onslaught of power. No matter how formidable Xiao Yuran might be, he was still an ordinary citizen without any official title in the court, even if he were to amass great wealth. Should the authorities conspire against them, their fate would ultimately lead to ruin. Despite her heart brimming with bitterness and reluctance, she could only mask her anguish with sarcasm and scorn. She understood that if she did not let go, there would be no resolution between them, unless Xiao Yuran possessed the strength to rival Yu Xiu and Yu Zhao. Yet, she knew that such a feat was nearly impossible. Thus, she resolved to present herself as a bitter and resentful woman, appearing filled with hatred, finding fault with everyone, and hurling insults indiscriminately. But who could fathom the depth of her suffering? If she did not express some of her feelings, she feared she might lose her sanity. She was aware of Xiao Yuran's affections for her and his indecisiveness, yet she found herself compelled to be the one to sever their emotional ties. The love that could neither be cut nor clearly defined only exacerbated her anguish, and his as well. However, the unfolding events were increasingly beyond her control. The assassination attempt from that day remained a thorn in her heart. Yu Xiu's feelings for her were genuine. Who in this world would risk their life for another? Yet he had done so. Yet, Her heart still belonged solely to Qiao Yuran. If this continued, what was she to do? She did not wish to owe a debt of gratitude to Yushio, yet he had sustained injuries for her sake, and thus she was already indebted to him. Although Yushio's actions this time were a form of compensation for the pain he had previously inflicted upon her, how could she possibly be oblivious to the affection he harbored for her? Her heart, too, was flesh and blood, capable of sensing his concern. She clenched her teeth, her eyes misting over. What was she to do? Was there anyone who could guide her in this moment of turmoil? Just then, the cheerful voice of Chasing Wind reached her ears. Mother, the Mid-Autumn Festival has arrived, and there are mooncakes to enjoy. With that, he seized a mooncake that Mingyue had delivered and took a hearty bite. Shuxin suppressed the moisture welling in her eyes and couldn't help but chuckle at his voracious demeanor. Slow down, no one is competing with you for them. You eat as if you've never tasted a mooncake before. Chasing Wind, with his mouth full, replied, I've indeed never had a mooncake before. Every Mid-Autumn Festival, I could only watch others enjoy them, as I had no money to buy my own. One year, I picked up a mooncake from the ground and shared it with Bauer, but we ended up getting beaten because someone accused us of stealing. Shuxin, already feeling a pang of sympathy, was further moved by his words. She embraced Chasing Wind tightly and asked, Is that when you began to learn how to take things that do not belong to you? Chasing Wind was taken aback and exclaimed, Mother, you're incredible. How did you guess that? Shuxin smiled softly. Well, I am your mother. Of course I know you well. However, stealing is not a good habit. You must return all the haphazard items you have taken. Chasing Wind giggled and said, Didn't you always say that Prince Qin is a bad person? If I take a little more from his possessions, I can use them as travel expenses the next time we escape. Shuxin was momentarily stunned. This little rascal truly had a keen insight, even into her thoughts. With a serious face, she replied, Didn't you want him to be your father? Why are you now contemplating running away with your mother? Chasing Wind wrapped his arms around her waist and said, I do want him as my father, but you must like him as well. If you do not, then I want tea either. However, one must not neglect to take what is needed. The old man once said that one must be prepared for unforeseen events, thus avoiding being caught off guard. Shuxin pinched his little cheek and said, Silly boy, it's called making preparations in advance. While she scolded him, her heart was filled with a profound sense of connection. Truly, relationships between people are governed by fate. And her bond with Chasing Wind was a testament to that. Chasing Wind chuckled, and Shuxin ruffled his little head affectionately. Go call your sister Yuling, and then accompany me to the Wangfu to gather some chrysanthemums. I will prepare a delicious meal for you. In her past life, every Mid-Autumn Festival, her mother would make chrysanthemum meat for her, using freshly picked chrysanthemums that were slightly dried and then steamed with a mixture of fatty and lean meat. This culinary method infused the meat with a delicate fragrance of chrysanthemum and the rich aroma of the meat within the flowers. After the three of them jovially returned with the chrysanthemums, they ventured into the kitchen in search of suitable meat, only to discover that they were missing a crucial spice, fennel. Without fennel, the dish would turn out rather greasy. Shuxin recalled a shop in Fian City that sold it, and thus resolved to procure it herself. Things made with love are best crafted with one's own hands. However, as she reached the doorway, she was halted by the doorman. Fuming, Shuxin exclaimed, who decreed that the princess cannot leave. Fetch that scoundrel. The doorman was taken aback. Perhaps only a princess would dare to address the prince in such a manner. Just as he was at a loss, he heard Yushio's gentle voice. Is the princess intending to go out? Shuxin replied nonchalantly, Indeed, but it seems someone is preventing me from doing so. She had initially intended to hurl more invectives at the scoundrel, but recalling Yushio's various kindnesses, she found herself unable to utter those crude words. Yushio smiled softly, saying, I do not wish to inhibit your departure. Rather, I fear for your safety. However, if you truly wish to venture out today, I find myself with nothing to occupy my time and would be delighted to accompany you. Dressed in his flowing white attire, he appeared as serene as an ethereal being. It was once again the Mid-Autumn Festival, a day he cherished. In years past, he would celebrate it in the palace with the emperor and empress. Yet this year, due to the emperor's grave illness and his recent marriage, he had decided to spend the festival at the prince's residence. Shuxin cheerfully replied, Having you as my gallant protector is simply wonderful. She was aware of the potential dangers of venturing out, but with the assurance of Yushio's protection, her worries dissipated. The notion of him accompanying her was indeed a delightful prospect. Chasing Wind grasped Shuxin's hand with one and Yushio's with the other, exclaiming joyfully, Let us go shopping. The streets of Fian City were bustling with activity, undeterred by Yushio's recent edict. On the contrary, perhaps due to the festive atmosphere of the Mid-Autumn Festival, everyone appeared exuberant, with merchants displaying beaming smiles. Shuxin suddenly found beauty in such simplicity, An ordinary, unremarkable life felt more endearing than one of lavish excess. Consequently, a genuine smile graced her face, and upon noticing her joy, Yushio's lips curled upward slightly, a pleasant sensation indeed. However, the stark contrast between Yushio's handsome visage and Shushin's plainness drew the attention of passers-by, though neither seemed to mind. Eventually, the crowd recognized Yushio as Prince Qin, and upon seeing Shushin's plain appearance, they deduced her identity. Unmarried women, upon catching sight of Shushin, wore expressions of disdain, while casting flirtatious glances at Yushio. Shushin could not help but sigh. This outing felt akin to being a spectacle, with herself as the object of scrutiny. Biting her lip, she regretted her appearance for the first time, and coldly remarked, "Your Highness, perhaps you should walk alone, should I remain by your side. I fear I might be slain by the gazes of your admirers." Yushio, unfazed, retorted, "Have you not always been indifferent to the opinions of others? Why then, do you find yourself concerned this time?" A gentle smile graced his face, and his slender, elongated eyes radiated warmth. Before Shu Xin could utter a word, Chasing Wind interjected, "Is there something wrong with those women's eyes? Why do they keep blinking endlessly?" Shu Xin retorted, "Indeed, there is something amiss with their eyes, otherwise they would not be enamored with that wolf in sheep's clothing, and that sheep's skin is as white as snow." Yushio remained unperturbed, responding with a serene smile. "If I were a sheep, then you would be a rare purple-fleeced ewe." On this day, Shu Xin donned a light purple gown. Chasing Wind erupted into laughter, prompting Shu Xin to exclaim in anger, "What are you laughing at? Keep it up, and I shall not prepare any delicacies for you." The smile on Yushio's face deepened, as it was the first time he had witnessed her in such a state, her anger tinged with a hint of embarrassment. Ahead, there were vendors selling mask-like face coverings, and Chasing Wind insisted on making a purchase. Shu Xin, in one breath, bought 3, one for Yushio, one for herself, and another for Chasing Wind. As she handed Yushio his mask, she playfully remarked, "Your Highness, wearing a mask every day must be quite exhausting. Today, I present you with this mask, allowing your face to rest, and spare you the burden of preparing myriad expressions." Yushio accepted the mask with a bemused smile and replied, "When you speak of me, do you not reflect upon yourself? At times, you might consider shedding your stubbornness. Should you wish to lean on my shoulder, I would not mind lending it to you." Shu Xin paused, seemingly aware that he had discerned her thoughts. Biting her lip, she responded, "Thank you for your kind offer, Your Highness, but there are too many seeking your shoulder. Perhaps you should be more generous and lend it to those women who cast flirtatious glances your way." She paused before adding with a laugh, "However, there are indeed too many of them. If everyone leans in, they might inadvertently crush you." With that, she carefully took Chasing Wind's hand to watch the street performers ahead. Yushio sighed softly, pondering when she would reveal her true self before him, freeing herself from the burdensome stubbornness. He felt a twinge of regret. Had he understood her heart from the beginning, he might not have compelled her into actions she was reluctant to undertake, just as he intended to follow. A light figure stopped before him. He furrowed his brow slightly, leading the person to a secluded spot while still keeping an eye on Shu Xin and Chasing Wind. Zhu Ke spoke, "Your Highness, the Emperor fell gravely ill last night. Were it not for the 1,000-year-old Ganoderma that saved his life, I fear that today." She hesitated before continuing, "Yet, even with the Ganoderma, it is unlikely he will survive another 10 days. We must prepare ourselves promptly." A shadow of sorrow darkened Yushio's eyes as he replied, "I am aware. Have there been any developments from the Northern Army?" Zhu Ke replied, "General Wu Jiangnan of the Northern Desert is recommended by Du Tianqi. A few days ago, Xiao Yuran sent him a carrier pigeon, and shortly thereafter, the military camp in the Northern Desert began to mobilize. I fear that once the Emperor passes, Wu Jiangnan will likely lead his troops back to Fian City." Yushio smiled faintly and said, "I have had dealings with Wu Jiangnan. He is not one to be easily swayed by right or wrong. Furthermore, Ding Lujing once saved his life. Please invite Ding Lujing to the palace tonight." Zhu Qiue's face lit up with joy, but then she added, "Recently, a number of beggars have inexplicably appeared at the palace gates. It is evident that they possess martial skills, and I suspect they are associated with the crown prince, though their motives remain unclear." Yushio replied coldly, "Notify Qinglong and instruct him to discreetly incite several hundred citizens to create a disturbance at the crown prince's residence, claiming they have heard that taxes will increase following his ascension. He detests being surveilled. Thus he will feel compelled to send gifts in return to Yuzhao." Zhu Qiue's face radiated admiration as she exclaimed, "Your Highness, you are brilliant." Noticing that Shushin and Zhuefeng had vanished, Yushio felt a surge of anxiety and said, "If you have no other matters to attend to, you may take your leave." Zhu Ke hesitated but then said, "Your Highness, a few days ago, The butterfly returned to seek the princess again, and I suspect. Yushio cast her a cold glance and asked, "What do you suspect? That they share a forbidden relationship, perhaps?" Juke fell silent. Yushio's eyes, as frigid as ice, warned, "Remember, you are merely a servant, while she is your mistress. I am more aware of her virtue and character than you will ever be." Juke bit her lip but persisted, "But your highness, you are well aware that she belongs to Qiao Yuran, yet." Yushio smiled rather than showing anger, and said, "Juke, could it be that the punishment I meted out that day was too lenient, causing you to forget so quickly?" Juke knelt and declared, "My life belongs to your highness. You may take it whenever you wish. Yet, I fail to comprehend why you allow such a woman to act so recklessly within the palace." Yushio snorted disdainfully, "I will spare your life for now, but if you continue to blur the lines of authority, you shall meet the same fate as Luo Yu." With that, he swept away. Luo Yu was Yushio's personal attendant, a woman of remarkable martial prowess and intelligence, greatly favored by him. However, she mistakenly interpreted his affection as something more and repeatedly troubled Gu Sisi, leading Yushio to cast her into a dark chamber in a fit of anger. When she was released 3 days later, she was barely alive. Luo Yu, a headstrong woman, succumbed shortly thereafter without treatment. Juqia's expression shifted slightly. She realized he was fully aware of everything, yet tears welled in her eyes as she knelt with her head bowed. Yushio understood her feelings at that moment, and his heart darkened. Some emotions required cruelty. Continuing down this path would bring no benefit to either him or Juke. As Yushio traversed Chunyan Street in search of Shuxin, he found no trace of her. Remembering Yu Zhao's methods, he felt a surge of urgency. Abandoning his usual calm demeanor as he called out loudly in the street, "Shuxin." No one answered him, and he couldn't help but feel a pang of disappointment. Where had she gone? Was she in danger? Suddenly, he recalled that she had always longed to leave him, and he felt a profound sense of frustration. How could she be so willful? Even if she wished to depart, it should not be at this moment. Did she not understand that Yu Zhao would not spare her? The sound of a child's weeping reached him, resonating like a wailing wind. He hastily employed his lightness skill and rushed over, only to find Chasing Wind sobbing inconsolably in the street, with no sign of Shu Xian. A wave of relief washed over him. He knew the bond between Shu Xian and Chasing Wind, and she would never abandon the child to flee alone. Yet, his concern deepened. If she had left Chasing Wind behind, it was likely that danger loomed. He swiftly lifted Chasing Wind into his arms and inquired, "Where is your mother?" Amidst tears and snot, Chasing Wind replied, "My mother was taken away by bad people." Yushio felt a surge of urgency, but maintained a gentle tone. "Calm down, Chasing Wind. Tell me what happened." Chasing Wind wiped his tears and mucus on Yushio's clothes, continuing, "My mother and I went to buy fennel. And suddenly a group of people approached without saying a word and took my mother away. She managed to poison a few of them, but we cannot fight. One of them threatened her with me, and then they took her away. You must help me rescue my mother." He broke down into tears again. Yushio dismissed any concern for his now soiled clothing. His expression darkened. Today, he had been careless. If it were not for the critical moment of vying for the throne, he would have summoned Qinglong and Baihu to accompany him. With their presence, combined with Shu Xian's expertise in poison, no one in the world could pose a threat to her cleverness. Holding Chasing Wind close, Yushio reassured him, "Do not worry. I will ensure your mother is safe." He then let out a sharp whistle, and within moments, a burly man landed beside him. With a stern demeanor, Yushio commanded, "Seal off the entire Fian city. We must find the princess no matter what." The man nodded and vanished into the throng. Yet, Yushio's unease persisted as he searched for her whereabouts with Chasing Wind. As they approached Chunyan Street, where Shu Xian had previously directed him to observe a certain mural, a woman's piercing scream suddenly pierced the air. That voice was unmistakable. He swiftly scooped up Chasing Wind and rushed toward the source of the sound. There lay Shu Xian, sprawled on the ground with her hands clutching a small bag of fennel, while beside her stood the infamous flower butterfly, reaching out to seize her. Yushio's gaze turned icy, and he struck out at Flower Butterfly with precision. Caught off guard, Flower Butterfly was grazed by Yushio's palm, though he quickly evaded further harm. Shu Xian scrambled to her feet, momentarily stunned by the unfolding situation. Flower Butterfly exclaimed in distress, "Prince Qin, what is the meaning of this?" Chasing Wind dashed to Shu Xian's side, asking, "Mother, are you all right?" She rubbed her rear and replied, "I'm fine." Yushio coldly declared, "I have attempted to capture you multiple times, only to have you escape each time. Your audacity grows. How dare you target the wife of this prince? Today, you shall not escape my grasp." After speaking, the soft sword at his waist flickered, striking towards the butterfly with lightning speed. Although the butterfly's agility surpassed that of Yushio, His martial prowess was inferior, leaving him flustered and disoriented under Yu Xiu's relentless assault. In an instant, he bore the marks of battle upon his body, dodging desperately while exclaiming, "Prince Qin, this is a misunderstanding. Miss Shu Qi, you must speak up quickly. If you remain silent, my life is truly at stake." Shu Xian, witnessing the commotion, urged, "Yu Xiu, cease this at once." Upon hearing her plea, Yu Xiu's eyes darkened slightly, yet he halted, inquiring, "What misunderstanding?" Shu Xian chuckled, "Today, I encountered a perplexing group intent on abduction. Thankfully, the butterfly was present. Otherwise, I could not fathom my fate." Yu Xiu was momentarily taken aback, a glimmer of icy realization crossing his gaze as he questioned, "Are you suggesting that the butterfly saved you?" Shu Xian, still shaken by the event, affirmed, "Indeed. Had the butterfly not been by my side, I fear I would have been captured." She paused before adding, "However, it seems the prince, this so-called super bodyguard, was rather ineffective, vanishing when it truly mattered." Yu Xiu frowned, "But I saw you fall, and he reached out to grasp you. How do you explain that?" A faint blush crept across Shu Xian's cheeks as she replied, "That matter is trivial. You may inquire about that banana peel." Yu Xiu instinctively touched his nose, realizing that his anxiety had clouded his judgment, leading him to act without comprehending the situation. Had he maintained his usual composure, he would have surely noticed the banana peel. The butterfly, observing Yu Xiu's demeanor, grinned mischievously. "I have long heard tales of the prince's callous nature. Today, I see that such rumors are mere whispers, lacking substance. Your deep affections for the prince are truly moving." Seeing Yu Xiu's earlier tension, Shu Xian felt a warmth in her heart. Noticing the blood splattered across the butterfly's form, she inquired, "Are you injured?" At that moment, she grasped the advantage of having a bodyguard by her side. Yu Xiu, noting the concern in her eyes, felt a surge of irritation. He coldly huffed, and an aura of chill emanated from him, causing those around to feel a sudden drop in temperature. She displayed kindness to all, yet reserved her sarcasm solely for him, rarely offering a pleasant demeanor. The butterfly, perceiving Yu Xiu's expression, sighed. "Since you are unharmed and the prince has arrived, my presence is no longer necessary. I shall take my leave. Remaining any longer would risk his life." Not by Yu Xiu's hand, but by the frigid atmosphere he radiated. One must learn to recognize reality. Without waiting for a response, the butterfly gracefully vanished into the crowd. Once he departed, Yu Xiu asked, "How did you come to know him?" Shu Xian, unperturbed, laughed, "Did I not tell you before, my prince? He is my lover." With that, she took hold of chasing wind and headed towards the prince's residence. As she turned her head, a faint smile graced her face. The warmth of being cared for was truly delightful, a sensation she cherished deeply. She could perceive that the genuine concern reflected in Yu Xiu's expression was not feigned. A wave of warmth spread from her heart. Yet, as she recalled the group of captors from earlier, she let out a sigh. It seemed she could not break free from Yu Xiu's presence for the time being. Nevertheless, she could not help but ponder whether she was destined to remain by his side indefinitely. Yu Xiu sighed as well, finding amusement in her whimsical chatter. Were it not for his knowledge of her pure and virtuous nature, he might have fallen for her tricks. However, if she chose not to speak at that moment, he would allow her silence, confident that one day she would unveil her heart to him. The mid-autumn moon shone brilliantly, hanging high in the sky like a jade plate. Shu Xian brought forth the prepared chrysanthemum meat, placing it upon the stone table in the western courtyard. Yu Xiu picked up a piece and savored it, the fragrance of chrysanthemum enveloping his senses, while the meat was rich yet not greasy, tender and delectable. His eyes sparkled with delight as he remarked, "I never anticipated that my princess possessed such remarkable culinary skills. It appears I am indeed fortunate. However, this flavor is quite unique. I have never encountered it before." Shu Xian pouted slightly, responding, "Your Highness's palate is well known for its sophistication, and the chefs at the royal residence are undoubtedly skilled. I merely dabble in trivial dishes. I fear they may not meet your expectations. Additionally, my inherent laziness rarely compels me to cook, which might disappoint you." In truth, in the 21st century, she was an accomplished cook, but in the desert kingdom, her life was exceedingly comfortable. Though not entirely served hand and foot, she enjoyed meals prepared for her daily, never needing to lift a finger. Yu Xiu smiled gently, saying, "Having tasted this chrysanthemum meat that you prepared, I fear it will linger in my memory for a lifetime. With this flavor, disappointment shall be a thing of the past." The bright moonlight cast a soft glow upon her face, revealing a unique tenderness. Today, she was not as sharp-tongued as usual. Her demeanor was considerably subdued, making her even more endearing to him. Shu Xian replied with a soft smile, "Your Highness may savor it at your leisure. I have always believed in reciprocating respect. Today, Your concern has deeply moved me, and this meal serves as my gratitude. Yushio's narrow eyes sparkled with amusement as he looked at Shu Xian, asking, does this mean that every time I do something for you, I can expect a reward in return? Shu Xian chuckled lightly. Perhaps. Some things need not be stated explicitly. The essence of human interaction lies in mutual understanding. While she could elude his gentleness, she could not escape the sincere care he bestowed upon her. At that moment, Yuling approached with a jar of wine, stating, Miss, this is the last jar. She then removed the lid, releasing a fragrant aroma of sweet and sour notes. Yushio inhaled the scent, detecting a hint of fruitiness, and inquired, what kind of wine is this? It smells quite different from ordinary wine. As Shu Xian was about to speak, Yuling chirped in, of course it's different. This wine is brewed by my young lady herself, and it's absolutely delightful. It's a pity, though. We brewed 10 jars and gifted 5 to the third young master. He nearly consumed the rest, leaving only this one. Upon reaching this point, she noticed the change in Yushio's expression and quickly stuck out her tongue. Yushio's eyes darkened. It turned out this wine was brewed for Qiao Yuran. He replied lightly, so the princess is not only skilled in culinary arts, but also in winemaking. Such talents are indeed rare among ordinary young ladies. Shu Xian poured him a glass and said softly, although I am not adept at drinking, this wine is quite gentle on the body. Your Highness might as well give it a try. Yushio took a sip and the fragrance surged through his mouth, aromatic and sweet, yet with a hint of tartness. He praised, the wine carries the aroma of plums and has a rich depth. It's truly excellent. He then poured himself another glass. Shu Xian's gaze deepened as she remarked, has your Highness not noticed that this wine possesses a unique flavor? Yushio savored another sip and discovered that after the initial sweetness, a subtle bitterness emerged, so faint that it was nearly imperceptible unless one paid close attention. Once the bitterness faded, a gentle sweetness arose. Seeing Shu Xian's expectant look, he mused, bittersweet, sweet yet bitter. It begins with sweetness and culminates in bitterness. A faint haze of confusion flickered in Shu Xian's almond-shaped eyes as she replied softly, has your Highness not realized that the taste of this wine mirrors love, sweet and bitter? Beginning with sweetness and ending in bitterness? Love often lures one in with its sweetness, drawing them deeper without awareness, only to reveal the profound bitterness lurking beneath when emotions run deep. Only by enduring that bitterness can one truly savor the genuine sweetness within. At that moment, Yushio understood her invitation to drink was laden with intention. She wished to convey that she was currently experiencing the bitter fruits of her love for Qiao Yuran, while awaiting the sweetness it promised. His eyes narrowed slightly as he remarked coldly, but why is it that my love has always been bitter, devoid of any sweetness? Shu Xian bit her lip and replied, that is because your Highness is imbibing strong liquor, not the plum wine. Although the strong liquor is fragrant, it is solely bitter and harsh. People drink it merely for its aroma, oblivious to its bitterness. Today's events had revealed to her that Yushio's feelings for her were not solely utilitarian. There was genuine concern. Yet, her heart was not ready to accept him, and she was aware of his nature. Her rejections only fueled his determination to keep her by his side. After today, she could no longer speak to him with the same venom as before. Yushio gazed at her coldly and said, yet there are those who are drawn solely to the intensity of that flavor, compelled to drink that cup of wine, even if it is bitter and astringent, and force it down. Shu Xian retorted angrily, then you might as well drink poison. Yushio chuckled and remarked, you have spoken the truth. Love is indeed a vial of poison. Knowing full well that consuming it may lead to one's demise, we still plunge into it without hesitation. Do you understand why? Shuxin shot him a glare, but remained silent. He continued nonchalantly. This is what we call love, deep to the point of having no regrets. With a slight sigh, Shuxin turned to Yueling and said, the night is deepening. You should take Chasing Wind back to rest. Yueling noticed that the moon had just risen and did not perceive the night as particularly deep. However, recognizing Shuxin's troubled demeanor, she understood that there was something she wished to convey to Yushio and, with that in mind, took Chasing Wind away. Once they had distanced themselves, Shuxin addressed Yushio. I truly do not comprehend how you could ever love someone like me, who once bore an expression so grim that even ghosts would flee. Besides, you are well aware that my heart holds no place for you. Why then do you torment yourself? These words were not what she had intended to express. Yet she felt that clarity was necessary with Yushio. Yushio gazed into her eyes and inquired, what is this? Do you wish to confront my feelings for you? Is it out of pity for my sorrow or fear of your own affections? Shuxin retorted with a scoff. I merely want to convey that for someone devoid of feelings, no amount of effort on your part will yield any effect. Ultimately, You will only deepen your own wounds. I am not heartless, so I offer you this counsel. If you refuse to heed it, consider it as if I never spoke." With that, she grasped the wine jar, intending to leave. Yushio caught her arm and queried, "What is this?" The audacious Shushin also experiences fear. Frustrated, Shushin replied, "I believed I was the mad one, only to encounter an even more deranged individual like you." Yushio did not grasp the connotation of her words, but sensed it was not flattering. He chose not to inquire further and said coolly, "Did you not often declare that you could never love me? Why then do you bear such an expression now? Is your heart not wavering?" Shushin laughed lightly. "Indeed, I am wavering. I ponder whether, should you continue down this path, I ought to deliver a dose of poison to render you a fool. That would alleviate much trouble." Yushio replied wistfully, "At times, I would prefer to be a fool, for then I would be spared the unnecessary anguish and remain ignorant of what love entails. Merely existing as a pawn in this world." This was the first time Shushin had heard him speak such sorrowful words. She bit her lip and said, "You are already a fool. There is no need to envision yourself as one." With that, she turned to leave. Yet Yushio embraced her, smiling gently. "Indeed, if I am a fool, then so are you. However, your foolishness seems to regard the entire world as fools. Perhaps only someone as naive as Qiao Yuran would be swayed by your words." Shushin was taken aback, her eyes widening as she looked up at him. The moonlight illuminated his face, revealing clarity in his elongated eyes, yet they were filled with anguish. In that moment, she realized that her thoughts were transparent to him. He perceived her feelings with remarkable clarity. She coldly remarked, "I truly do not comprehend what the prince is saying." With that, she reached out to push him, but how could she possibly move him if he was unwilling? He held her tighter, and in the next moment, his kisses rained down upon her face. He murmured softly, "Shushin, could you not be so stubborn? Would it be possible for you to share a bit of your tenderness with me?" His embrace was suffocatingly tight, causing Shushin to feel increasingly uncomfortable. The wine jar in her hands slipped from her grasp and fell to the ground with a resounding crash, releasing its fragrant essence. That sound, unbeknownst to whom, shattered hearts, and the intoxicating aroma captivated someone's soul. She gritted her teeth and summoned all her strength to push him away, offering no reply as she swiftly darted into the west courtyard. Yet, though she had departed, her heart continued to race uncontrollably. Yushio observed her retreating figure, merely watching before he sighed deeply, remaining silent. After all, one must not be overly forceful. That morning, after breakfast, Shushin took a stroll in the royal garden with Yueling and Zhuefeng. Although she had been at the Qin Wangfu for some time, her interactions had mostly been a battle of wits with Yushio, leaving little opportunity to explore the estate. Despite the intense conflict between Yushio and Yu Zhao, and the critical moment of vying for the throne approaching, she felt powerless to assist and did not wish to dwell on such matters. Her thoughts were solely focused on whether to remain at the Qin Wangfu or to depart with Yueling and Zhuefeng once the situation resolved. She recalled her first visit to the Wangfu in early summer. Now, summer was fading and autumn was on the horizon. The lotus flowers in the pond had withered significantly, yet the dark green lotus pods were still visible. Bored, the trio decided to gather lotus pods. The pond's water was not deep. Rolling up their pant legs allowed them to walk in, the water barely reaching their knees. Uncharacteristically unladylike, Shushin removed her shoes and socks, rolled up her trousers, and stepped into the pond. Yueling followed suit, while Zhuefeng boldly jumped into the lotus pond fully clothed. Seeing her companions in the water, Shushin laughed and proposed, "Why don't we have a contest to see who can gather the most? The one who collects the least shall be responsible for cooking lotus seed porridge. What do you say?" Yueling replied with a smile, "Miss, although you are usually formidable, today you are destined to lose." With that, she produced a pair of scissors from her pocket and began snipping at the lotus pods. Shushin teased, "Ah, so my Yueling is quite cunning and well prepared. But your mistress is not to be underestimated." With that, she reached out and effortlessly snapped off a lotus pod. Zhuefeng chimed in, "Mother, give me the lotus pod. I shall help you collect them, and together we shall deal with that fierce woman." Yueling often scolded him and playfully tapped his head, so in his eyes, Yueling was indeed a harsh mistress. Yueling retorted angrily, "You little rascal, how dare you speak to me that way? I'll teach you a lesson." With that, she scooped up a handful of pond water and splashed it onto his face. Zhuefeng, not to be outdone, retaliated by throwing a handful of water back at Yueling. Watching the playful exchange, Shushin laughed heartily. Zhuefeng smeared mud on her face. She could hardly recall the last time she had laughed so unabashedly. All she felt was a sense of joy coursing through her body and spirit. Yueling exclaimed in anger, "Miss is a wicked person." At that moment, Yushio was in the study, deliberating with Qinglong and Baihu on how to deal with Yu Zhao. Suddenly, a burst of laughter reached his ears. Peering out the window, Yu Xiu caught sight of Shu Xian and her companions in playful revelry, and a faint smile crept upon his lips. Qinglong furrowed his brow and said, "Your Highness, I shall go and put a stop to them." He moved to exit, well aware that Yu Xiu preferred tranquility, especially with the three currently engaged in serious discussion. However, Yu Xiu replied nonchalantly, "Let them be. Their presence brings a semblance of vitality. I have grown weary of the somber days. A little change is not unwelcome." His tone was calm, yet a subtle joy flickered in his eyes. He cherished this side of her, the pure, endearing laughter, so different from the guarded smile she offered him. Qinglong was momentarily taken aback, and upon noticing the smile on Yu Xiu's lips, he felt a pang of surprise. The usually serene prince appeared to indulge that boisterous woman within the palace, suggesting a certain fondness for her. Some words lingered on the tip of his tongue, but he swallowed them back, momentarily lost in thought. Yu Xiu inquired, "Where were we in our discussion?" Qinglong was still in a daze when Baihu glanced at him and replied, "Xiao Yuran has taken Du Tianqi's token to Cangzhou this morning to mobilize troops. The Cangzhou governor, Ma Jinin, owes a great debt to Du Tianqi, and it seems Yu Zhao is prepared to gamble everything. I fear that should the emperor pass the throne to your highness, they may attempt a coup." Qinglong retorted coldly, "A coup? Do they truly consider your highness a weakling? They should take heed of the vast military power at your highness's command." Baihu interjected, "Indeed, 2/3 of the realm's military might rests with your highness. However, those forces are stationed far at the borders and in Liangzhou. Recalling them is no simple task. Although the Imperial Guard is ours, its deputy commander, Yu Hao, has also benefited from Du Tianqi's grace. Should Xiao Yuran present Du Tianqi's token, he might very well defect. Though Yu Lin commanded the Imperial Guard, he exercised little authority over it, with the true military power in Yu Hao's hands." Yu Xiu replied calmly, "Though Du Tianqi is deceased, his lingering influence remains. He was indeed quite capable, yet I harbor no fear of him. Qinglong, where is Ding Luqing at present?" On the Mid-Autumn Festival, he instructed Zhu Ke to find Ding Luqing, but he has since vanished. Yu Xiu pondered, suspecting that Ding Luqing had gone to the northern desert to join his beloved Emolan. Considering the time, he should be returning today. Qinglong's eyes brightened. "He is residing in and south of the city. I shall fetch him immediately." Baihu added joyfully, "With Ding Luqing, we have the strength of an army of 10,000. Just then, they heard a loud cry from Chasing Wind, "Let go of my mother." The three were startled, and Yu Xiu looked outside to see a figure in black whisking Shu Xian away. As Yu Xiu whistled, hidden guards rushed out swiftly to intercept the cloaked figure. The intruder forcefully pushed open a window and, with a deep breath, soared towards Shu Xian like a great bird. The black-clad man carrying Shu Xian sprinted ahead, displaying formidable martial prowess and impressive agility, effortlessly leaping over the walls of the royal residence. As the guards pursued, the man produced a concealed weapon from his garment. The projectiles flew with lethal speed, resulting in several guards succumbing to their wounds and plummeting from the air. It appeared that the cloaked figure had numerous accomplices, for as the remaining guards attempted to close in, they were met with a barrage of arrows from beyond the walls, causing more to fall. Yu Xiu furrowed his brows, biting his lip, and picked up a handful of stones from the ground to hurl at the black-clad man. The assailant deftly evaded the attack. Though his right leg was struck, yet he had already vaulted over the wall. At that moment, Yu Xiu found himself about 5 zhang away from the figure, feeling an unsettling familiarity in the man's silhouette. Without further contemplation, he leapt into pursuit. Upon clearing the wall, the black-clad man mounted a waiting horse, urging it to gallop away. He held Shu Xian aloft beneath his arm, allowing her to glimpse Yu Xiu racing after them. She cried out for help, realizing that had she not ventured into the water to gather lotus pods, she would not have discarded all her poison nearby. Had she been armed with poison, the black-clad man would not have succeeded so easily. This lapse in judgment stemmed from her belief that remaining within the confines of the royal residence would ensure her safety, never anticipating the audacity of these assailants to invade. However, in the next instant, upon witnessing the concern etched on Yu Xiu's face, she comprehended that in the eyes of those with ill intent, she had likely become Yu Xiu's Achilles' heel. Regardless of her wishes, she was now irrevocably aligned with him. Enraged, Yu Xiu summoned all his strength and propelled himself forward as if released from a taut bowstring, hurtling towards the black-clad man. Alarmed, the assailant realized he was about to be tackled, only to see another cloaked figure leap forth, brandishing a sharp arrow aimed at Yu Xiu's chest. Shu Xian gasped in shock, exclaiming, "Be careful." Despite her lack of affection for him, she could not bear the thought of his demise. Hearing her warning and witnessing the genuine concern in her eyes filled Yu Xiu with a flicker of joy. She indeed cared for him. In that critical moment, Yu Xiu faced a harrowing choice: to lunge forward, risking a fatal wound from the arrow, or to veer aside and preserve his life. Helplessly watching as Shu Xin was taken away. Chapter 64, as Yu Xiu witnessed the long sword thrusting toward him. He gritted his teeth and swiftly drew a sharp sword from his bosom. With a seamless motion, he brought his hands together and then apart, unleashing the blade like a shooting rainbow, shattering the dark-clad man's sword into 2 fragments. In the very moment of impact, the sword's tip pierced through his garments, lacerating his flesh and causing droplets of blood to splatter forth. His actions flowed with remarkable fluidity, drawing the sword, unsheathing it, and thrusting it forward, all executed in one breathtaking sequence. The dark-clad man was taken aback, unprepared for such a rapid response. In his moment of shock, Yu Xiu delivered a powerful kick, sending him sprawling. This singular act of obstruction propelled the man, burdened with Shu Xin, approximately 10 zhang away. Enraged, Yu Xiu lifted his foot to pursue. But the man he had kicked to the ground retrieved an object from within his robes and hurled it to the ground, releasing a cloud of black smoke. Instantly, Yu Xiu's vision was obscured, and by the time the smoke dissipated, Shu Xin had vanished without a trace. However, the injured dark-clad man had not fled far. Enraged, Yu Xiu leapt before him, striking him down with a single palm and then hoisting him aloft, demanding, "Speak. Who are you? Where are you taking her?" No answer was forthcoming, and Yu Xiu's brow furrowed, his narrow eyes glinting with murderous intent. He tore away the man's mask, only to find that he had already succumbed to death, a trickle of dark blood staining his lips, his countenance a ghastly shade of purple, clearly a victim of self-administered poison. At that moment, Qinglong and Baihu arrived, and upon seeing Yu Xiu's pallid complexion, exchanged glances. Qinglong spoke, "Your Highness, it appears this was a meticulously orchestrated plan. With the princess abducted, they are bound to come forth with demands." Yu Xiu replied coldly, "Demands? He is not worthy of such a privilege." "Qinglong, Baihu, accompany me to the crown prince's residence. I wish to see what game he intends to play." Qinglong cautioned, "Your Highness, it may not be prudent to visit the crown prince at this juncture. After all, we possess no evidence to substantiate that he was behind the princess's abduction, and should he deny it, we would be powerless to act. Moreover, the crown prince has been cultivating a rapport with Minister Shu. Even if he did abduct the princess, he would likely not harm her. Yet, I cannot shake the feeling that Xiao Yuren's intention to summon troops is a ruse, while the true objective is to seize the princess. Their lord has always been exceedingly composed, yet this time he appears consumed by rage, suggesting he may have developed genuine feelings for the heartless princess." Qinglong suddenly recalled a certain incident, a wave of unease washing over him. Yu Xiu's gaze was as frigid as ice, an aura of murderous intent enveloping him. With a cold snort, he declared, "There is no doubt that Xiao Yuran has departed, and if he sought to abduct the princess, he would not harm her maid, for he must know the princess treasures her dearly. Thus, I can conclude this is the doing of Yu Zhao. Should he dare to deny it, I shall raise the crown prince's residence to the ground." His voice, though not loud, resonated with a palpable threat. When Shu Xin was captured, Yuling had fought valiantly to intervene, only to be kicked away by the dark-clad man. Though she appeared to have suffered no grievous injuries, the harm inflicted upon her was nonetheless significant. The azure dragon and the white tiger felt a chilling aura emanating from him, causing them to shudder inwardly. In their memories, the prince had only exhibited such a murderous intent once on the battlefield. They had never witnessed him in this manner before. At this moment, the warmth that usually graced his countenance had vanished entirely, replaced instead by an imposing aura of sovereignty. His white garments did not diminish his ferocity, rather, they enhanced it. The droplets of blood on his chest resembling crimson blossoms, spreading outward in ripples. The white tiger interjected, "Your Highness, if the princess consort has indeed been captured by the crown prince, seeking her from him now would yield no proof. It would also imply that she is of great importance to you, which could embolden the crown prince to demand military support. Even if we were to lay siege to the crown prince's residence, it would be futile and might lead the emperor to perceive you as obstinate." The azure dragon added cautiously, "Your Highness, the white tiger speaks with utmost wisdom. It would be prudent to deliberate further." Yu Xiu replied coldly, "Their audacity to brazenly intrude upon the royal residence today clearly signifies their disregard for my authority. On that day of bloodshed, Yu Zhao must have discerned how crucial Shu Xin is to me. He has seen through my attempts at concealment. Instead of passively awaiting developments, I would rather take the initiative." The white tiger cautioned again, "But Your Highness, The emperor has been gravely ill these past few days. According to the physician, his days are numbered. Should the crown prince antagonize us deliberately or use the princess consort as leverage, he may threaten the throne itself. The concern mirrored in their exchanged glances. Both men were apprehensive about a recurrence of the events from 5 years prior. This situation was far more dire. Should Yuxiu fail to secure the throne this time? Given Yu Zhao's temperament, he would surely eradicate the entire Qin Wangfu. Yuxiu bit his lip, pondering. 5 years ago, he ensnared me with a beauty trap. And now he seeks to employ the same tactics again. Does he believe me to be a fool? His words were resolute. Yet internally, he grappled with the possibility that if Yu Zhao were to indeed leverage the throne against him, what should he do? Abandon Shuxin or forsake the throne to protect her? Confusion clouded his heart, the pains inflicted by Gu Sisi resurfacing in his mind. Yet he was acutely aware that Shuxin was entirely different from Gu Sisi. Both the Azure Dragon and the White Tiger were hesitant to respond, for this was a question devoid of answers. Upon returning to the royal residence, Chasing Wind approached him, tears streaming down his face. "Father, you must save my mother." He had just emerged from the pond, his hands caked in mud, and as he clutched Yuxiu's pristine white robes, he left several dark smudges upon them. Yuxiu frowned and asked, "Why do you call me father?" Chasing Wind's eyes were striking, as dark as ink, yet now they were crumpled in sorrow. His small face was also smeared with dirt, rendering him utterly pitiable. For reasons unknown, Yuxiu found himself indifferent to the mess, as this was the first time he had observed Chasing Wind in such a state since the boy had entered the royal residence, their conversations having been few and far between. Uncertain of the reason, he gazed into Chasing Wind's eyes, which bore a familiar glimmer. Such beautiful eyes, if adorned on a woman's face, would undoubtedly render her a breathtaking beauty. As this thought flickered through his mind, he suddenly recalled who possessed such exquisite eyes. A cold smirk crossed his face, causing Chasing Wind to feel an unsettling chill. Summoning his courage, Chasing Wind declared, "That is because my mother married you. And I believe you are far superior to that effeminate fellow, hence I think of you as my father." His reasoning was typically straightforward, yet his mind was filled with intricate schemes. He was acutely aware that, at this moment, only the Qin Wang before him could save Shu Xian. No one else could offer her salvation. To him, Shu Xian was the most significant person in his life. She had introduced him to the warmth of the world and imparted numerous lessons. Most importantly, she had provided him with a stable life. Since he had followed her, he no longer needed to scavenge for food or endure the disdain of others. He could also sense her genuine kindness towards him. Addressing Yuxiu as father was not a grave matter. Though he felt some reluctance, he believed Yuxiu to be far superior to Qiao Yuran. Moreover, merely calling him father would not diminish him in any way, and if it meant saving his mother, he would gladly call Yuxiu father 100 times over. Yuxiu retorted, "Effeminate fellow." Yuling interjected, "That refers to Mrs. Cousin, young Master Qiao-san." A smile involuntarily crept across Yuxiu's lips. The child had a knack for bestowing nicknames upon Qiao Yuran, and this one particularly amused him. Noticing the hint of joy on his face, Yuling, though not well acquainted with Yuxiu, gathered her courage and said, "My lord, I know the young lady has offended you, but please, for the sake of the master, save her. I am here to plead on her behalf." With that, she knelt before Yuxiu, pulling Chasing Wind down with her. Her voice trembled, tinged with a hint of sorrow. Yuxiu glanced at her, assisting her to rise as he said, "Get up. Even if you had not come to plead, I would still save her. She is your mistress, yet she is also my princess." Yuling was momentarily taken aback as she stood, stating, "I know the young lady often acts without considering the consequences, yet thankfully, my lord, you do not hold grudges against the small folk. Your feelings for the young lady surpass her expectations, though it seems she does not appreciate them." Yuxiu replied calmly, "How long have you been by your mistress's side?" Yuling, clutching her chest, her complexion pale, responded, 3 years. Yuxiu nodded, "Very well, I understand. You may leave now." He then called, "Mingyu, please summon the physician to tend to Yuling." After expressing her gratitude to Yuxiu, Yuling took Chasing Wind's hand to leave, but he clutched the hem of his garment, insisting, "Father, you promised me you would save mother." Yuxiu gently pinched his nose, saying, "I have always kept my word." Yet, he could not help but cast a sidelong glance at his pristine white garments, now in disarray from Chasing Wind's grasp. This young man, much like Shu Xian, is undeniably a source of trouble. Yuxiu sat composedly at the table in the crown prince's residence, sipping tea that was freshly brewed, its steam swirling gently in the air. He drank delicately, savoring each small sip, yet his gaze was profound, akin to a deep pool or the vast ocean, concealing a faint hint of murderous intent within its depths. The mist obscured the brilliance in his eyes, leaving only a subtle clarity, a hazy tenderness. The azure dragon and white tiger stood guard by his side, swords in hand. Yet, Yu Zhao could hardly believe that this air of elegance reflected Yu Xiu's current sentiments. With a bright smile, he entered, looking at Yu Xiu and saying, "It has been many years since the fifth prince last graced the crown prince's residence. Your presence today indeed adds much luster to it." Since the incident involving Gu Shishi 5 years ago, Yu Xiu had not visited the crown prince's residence. Rather than being heartbroken, he was consumed by anger. 5 years prior, he had severed ties with the crown prince over a woman, and now, he returned due to another. All past memories replayed in Yu Xiu's mind, yet strangely, when he thought of Gu Shishi, his heart felt no pain. She was neither worthy nor deserving of it. However, when the image of that deliberately disfigured woman flashed before him, warmth enveloped his heart. Her discerning, intelligent eyes brought a smile to his lips. But recalling her current predicament deepened the chill in his gaze. Were it not for him, she would not face such peril. On that day she was captured. He had already fortified the defenses at the Qin Wang residence, yet that cloaked figure moved freely within the palace, suggesting a deliberate scheme. Contemplating this, his eyes turned cold. Yu Xiu remained seated, yet smiled as he spoke. The crown prince's residence is inherently radiant. Even without my presence, it shines brightly. As you mentioned, my arrival merely enhances that brilliance. Soon, the light of the crown prince's residence may even eclipse that of the palace itself. Yu Zhao's smile faltered, and he replied coolly, "It is rather excessive for the fifth prince to come here after 5 years and speak in such a mocking manner." He glanced at Yu Xiu and continued, "If such words were to reach the ears of the discerning, who knows how they would be twisted." Yu Xiu smiled faintly, addressing Yu Zhao. "Your Highness has undertaken numerous endeavors these years, all for that position. So what if others here? Unless you are willing to see all your efforts over the past 5 years go to waste." Over the years, Yu Xiu had faced many hidden setbacks, harboring a deeper resentment towards Yu Zhao. Yet, due to the emperor's influence, they maintained a facade of brotherly respect, both loathing each other profoundly while greeting one another with smiles. For so many years, they had not torn apart their facade. During their rivalry, Yu Zhao had suffered more losses than Yu Xiu, having narrowly escaped death at Yu Xiu's hands several times. His hatred for Yu Xiu ran deep. Had it not been for him, the throne would have long been his. Yu Zhao's composure finally cracked, and he coldly stated, "I truly do not comprehend the intentions of the Qin Wang." Their relationship, beyond that of brothers, was steeped in enmity. Yu Xiu narrowed his elongated eyes slightly, filled with a murderous intent, yet spoke calmly. "The crown prince is, in truth, as clear-minded as a mirror. He merely wishes to wait for me to sever our facade. However, I have always believed that we, as brothers, need not escalate matters to such an extent. Yet at this moment, it seems futile to continue upholding this pretense." Yu Zhao coldly regarded Yu Xiu and replied, "I do not comprehend the intentions of the king of Qin." Yu Xiu smiled faintly and said, "Your Highness, burdened with countless affairs, surely does not need to concern himself with my motives. I wish to inquire if you have heard of my assassination?" Yu Zhao scoffed. "The incident of the king of Qin being attacked has become common knowledge throughout Feud City. How could I possibly be unaware? Moreover, you commanded the delivery of 200 severed heads. I truly do not grasp your intentions." Yu Xiu replied nonchalantly, "Those 200 heads were merely a gesture of reciprocity. Your Highness presented me with a wedding gift of such magnitude that I could not possibly refrain from responding in kind." He glanced at Yu Zhao, his expression tinged with regret, and continued, "I had initially thought you would feign ignorance, yet I did not expect your Highness to so generously acknowledge your awareness. Alas, perhaps my father's words hold truth, or perhaps I have offended you deeply, inciting such animosity that you would act in this manner." Yu Zhao retorted coldly, "What do you mean by that? Do you presume that the assailant in the alley was sent by me?" Yu Xiu's gaze shifted as he responded, "Originally, my father advised that among your many brothers, the one who neglects to visit you is likely your adversary. I was skeptical of this. Yet today, your brief words have left me in awe of my father's insight." Yu Zhao furiously exclaimed, "Do not slander here. My father is of unparalleled reputation. How could he utter such words?" After a pause, he added, "Do not think that because my father is gravely ill, you can speak recklessly." Yu Xiu sighed, "Your Highness, please calm your anger and allow me to explain. I do not cast aspersions. Rather, I have publicly claimed that I was attacked outside the palace without specifying the location. How, then, could you know that I was ambushed in an alley?" At this juncture, his gaze sharpened, coldly locking onto Yu Zhao. Yu Zhao faltered slightly, her demeanor turning icy as she replied, "They say the king of Qin is as cunning as a fox. I had my doubts. After all, If you were truly as astute as the rumors suggest, you would not have committed such a blunder 5 years ago. Yet upon meeting you today, I realize the rumors hold truth. You are indeed shrewd, digging a pit for me to fall into. The 200 heads you sent me stem from this, I presume? Yushio replied coolly. Those 200 heads were merely a customary exchange. Previously, Your Highness gifted me 5 heads as a wedding congratulation, and it would be unreasonable for me to respond with stinginess. I wonder if Your Highness was satisfied with that gift? He observed that Yu Zhao's complexion had turned pale, and continued, if His Highness the Crown Prince finds that gift too trivial, I shall, on another day, present to him the heads of all those within the Crown Prince's residence. At that time, I trust His Highness will be immensely satisfied. His tone was nonchalant, yet the words were laden with malice, and his icy demeanor conveyed an unmistakable aura of menace and authority. Yu Zhao scoffed coldly. Your Highness speaks so grandly. Are you not afraid of your own tongue? Yin Xiu replied in a low voice. This statement was indeed meant for the Crown Prince. I have long believed that my restraint over the past 5 years has merely been a source of amusement for others, even if I were of a timid nature. Devoid of any capability, when pushed to the brink, one is capable of anything. A beauty like jade is merely a beauty. Even a viperous heart within such a beauty holds no sway over me. Yet I know that the Crown Prince does care, though it may not be for the beauty, but rather for the throne he covets so dearly. This declaration unquestionably conveyed to Yu Zhao that no matter how captivating Gu Sisi may be, she pales in comparison to the significance of the imperial crown. 5 years prior, he had relinquished the position of Crown Prince to Yu Zhao. 5 years hence, he could just as easily reclaim the throne. Should Yu Zhao persist in his folly, he would not hesitate to annihilate the entire Crown Prince's residence. Yu Zhao's eyes gleamed like blades as he retorted, Do you truly believe you possess such capability? Yin Xiu replied coolly, Whether I possess that capability or not, Your Highness shall discover for yourself. Throughout their exchange, a smile lingered on Yin Xiu's face, until now, when a glimmer of lethal intent surfaced in his eyes, which, though gentle as jade, now bore a sharpness that was unmistakable. He paused momentarily before adding, If I am not mistaken, without Xiao Yuren's assistance, Your Highness would not dare to speak so audaciously to me at this moment. Upon Xiao Yuren's return, should he learn that during his absence from Fian City, you have acted against his beloved cousin, do you suppose the 5,000 elite troops he brings back will serve you or me? Yu Zhao's countenance turned a deep shade of anger, and he coldly declared, If I am not mistaken, the lady you mention must be your queen. Yin Xiu replied icily, She is the 7th miss of the Xiang residence, the cousin of Qiao Sengongzi, and indeed, my queen. Yu Zhao let out a derisive laugh, fixing his gaze upon Yin Xiu. So, Your Highness has made such a grand display at the Crown Prince's residence today, all for that ugly woman. However, if you have come for her, I must inform you that you have erred. She is not here. Yin Xiu's eyes darkened as he responded mildly, Oh? If that is the case, it seems she is in your custody. Yu Zhao replied coolly, I have only now realized that while 5 years ago, you fell victim to the allure of a beauty, 5 years later, you remain ensnared by the plight of an ugly woman. Your wisdom and martial prowess are indeed commendable, yet you cannot transcend the trials of affection. He neither confirmed nor denied, yet his tone was rife with disdain. Yin Xiu, known for his calmness and sagacity, typically outshone his brothers, yet today, he had made a foolishly grand gesture to the Crown Prince's residence for the sake of a woman deemed exceedingly unattractive. It is most unwise for a person to lay bare their vulnerabilities before their adversaries. After discerning the intentions of Yu Zhao, Yu Xiu realized that this unattractive woman held a far greater significance in his heart than he had previously comprehended. Yu Xiu coldly inquired, What do you desire? Yu Zhao, with a gaze sharp as a blade, retorted, You know precisely what I want. A hint of murderous intent flickered in Yu Xiu's eyes, and with a slight upturn of his lips, he asked, What if I refuse? Yu Zhao's eyes glinted with menace as she replied, Then you shall prepare to collect her remains. Yu Xiu's gaze turned icy as he warned, Should you dare to harm a single hair on her head, I guarantee that the entire prince's manor shall pay the price. Yu Zhao scoffed, You must possess the capability to do so. It is not that I underestimate you. Though everyone in Fian City trembles before you, I am not afraid. Yu Xiu regarded her coldly and declared, I assure you, the throne is mine for the taking, and I shall not allow you to injure her in any way. Yu Zhao remarked nonchalantly, If my information is accurate, she harbors no feelings for the Qin prince, but only for the 13th prince. Tell me, if I were to deliver her to the 13th prince, would his elite forces still assist the Qin prince as he claims, rather than aid me? Yu Xiu clenched his teeth. You dare? Yu Zhao retorted, Why should I not dare? She is indeed of great importance. With her, I can broker a favor with the 13th prince and win over Shu Xiang's heart. If I am not mistaken, Shu Xiang has some grievances against the Qin prince. The coldness in Yu Xiu's eyes intensified, though his expression remained composed as he replied, "The crown prince wishes to hear me offer the imminent throne in exchange for her. Does he not?" Yu Zhao's eyes narrowed slightly, and with a faint smile, he said, "That is indeed my intention. Yet that throne is not solely within the Qin prince's grasp. Do not forget, I am the crown prince, the true heir to the throne. You, Qin prince, are merely a traitor with ulterior motives. I am aware that you are an exceptionally astute individual, one who does not repeat the same mistake twice regarding the same matter. Thus, I wish to caution you. Shu Xian is not Gu Shishi. Her connections involve Qiao Yuran and Shu Xiang. You may proceed as you see fit. With her in my grasp, the throne shall undoubtedly be mine." His voice brimmed with self-satisfaction by the end. Yu Xiu coldly scoffed. "The crown prince seems to have calculated everything." Yu Zhao gazed at him and said, "That is because my opponent is the renowned Qin prince. In truth, I am not particularly fond of the rationale I previously mentioned. I prefer another." He paused before continuing, "In my heart, the Qin prince is a romantic paragon. Thus, if you were to exchange the throne for Shu Xian, you would truly be the epitome of a romantic." Yu Xiu responded icily, "Despicable and shameless." Yu Zhao smiled with a hint of pride. "Initially, I had no desire to sever ties with you, yet you have forced my hand." Yu Xiu, with a flick of his sleeve, rose to leave. Yu Zhao remarked, "You need not feel indignant. If you were to obediently comply, perhaps after my ascension, I might grant you a chance for survival. However, should you persist in your reckless defiance, I can assure you that I will eradicate you without hesitation." Yu Xiu halted his steps, turning back with a cold smile. "I reiterate my stance. 5 years ago, I could relinquish the position of crown prince to you, and I can reclaim it now. Even without Shu Xiang's assistance, I am fully capable of achieving my goals." With that, he swept his sleeve and departed. Yu Zhao slammed her palm onto the Zeton table, shattering it as she coldly declared, "Then let us see how this unfolds." Yu Xiu, undeterred, continued on his path, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Let us see," he mused, "who truly fears whom." Though his actions today had exposed his concern for Shu Xin, he was acutely aware that even if he kept his feelings concealed, as Yu Zhao stated, if she were to be captured, her value would be exploited. Once outside the crown prince's residence, Qin Long inquired, "My lord, what shall we do now? The crown prince is so ruthless, we might find ourselves at a disadvantage." Yu Xiu replied nonchalantly, "His words today were entirely within my expectations, and I am not afraid of his malice. However, with the princess in his grasp, I must indeed exercise caution." Qin Long bit his lip, questioning, "My lord, do you truly regard Miss Shuqi as your princess?" "To me, she is merely the 7th miss of the Xiang family, not a princess of the royal court. Although I address her as such, I have never truly acknowledged her in that role." Yu Xiu's eyes darkened, his voice icy. "Qin Long, do you recall what I once confided to you?" Qin Long knelt, pleading, "But my lord, do you wish to see the events of 5 years ago repeat themselves? I believe Miss Shuqi is unworthy of being your princess." "By who?" Sensing the cold fury gathering in Yu Xiu's gaze, a precursor to his wrath, interjected hastily, "My lord, Qin Long speaks foolishly. Do not take his words to heart." He then turned to Qin Long, admonishing, "What nonsense are you spouting? The princess is indeed the princess." Yu Xiu cast a glance at him, his tone frigid. "Were you aware that the crown prince would send someone to the palace to abduct the princess yesterday? The intelligence network of the Qin royal household is unparalleled. Few matters escape the notice of their spies. Therefore, the capture of Shu Xin suggests the presence of a traitor. While the Qin royal household may not be impervious, allowing a fly to infiltrate is no simple feat, especially in broad daylight before a multitude of witnesses. Such an affront would be a great disgrace to the Qin royal household." Bai Hu, taken aback by these words, replied swiftly, "My lord, even if Qin Long possessed the audacity, he would surely not dare conceal such news from you." However, Qin Long confessed, "Indeed, I was aware. I have always felt that the princess is unworthy of you, which is why I deliberately concealed this information when Fian related. My lord, I understand that my actions merit punishment, but I cannot allow you to err on the same matter twice." As Fian conveyed the message, she merely stated that someone intended to abduct Shu Xin. Furthermore, it had come to light that a few days prior, Shu Xin had indeed been kidnapped on the streets, with investigations revealing that the perpetrator was Qiao Yuran. Consequently, Qin Long assumed that this time too, it was the work of Qiao Yuran. Thus, he deliberately ordered the palace's shadow guards to be withdrawn, allowing Shu Xin to be easily taken away. However, it was evident that he had erred this time, as Shu Xin was captured. Fian soon reported that a spy had witnessed a figure clad in black escorting an exceedingly unattractive woman into the princess residence. Not only had he failed to discreetly remove Shuxin from Yuxio's side, but he had also unwittingly rendered her a vulnerability for Yuxio, who was being coerced by Yu Zhao. In retrospect, he felt a twinge of regret. Yet, given the circumstances, he found himself devoid of options. Baihu exclaimed in fury, "Qinglong, how could you be so foolish?" With that, he kicked Qinglong to the ground and knelt down, pleading, "Your Highness, though Qinglong has erred, his intentions have always been for your benefit. I implore you, considering his years of loyalty, to grant him a chance at redemption during this critical time." Having served alongside Yuxio for an extended period, they were acutely aware of the dire consequences of concealing the truth. They had witnessed Yuxio's merciless demeanor when enforcing justice, as evidenced by Zhu Ke, who bore the unmistakable scars of such a punishment, an especially cruel fate for a woman who cherished her beauty. Yuxio gazed coldly at the two men. Among the 4 elite guards, aside from Zhu Ke, the 3 men shared a bond akin to brotherhood. Baihu's kick at Qinglong was merely a gesture of leniency. He sighed and spoke icily. "Qinglong, having been by my side for so long, you should understand my temperament. Why would you commit such an act this time?" Qinglong replied, "I believe Miss Shuxi is unworthy of your highness, especially since her heart belongs solely to Qiao Yuran, who is aligned with the crown prince. She may very well be a spy planted by Qiao Yuran beside you. Thus, I have always sought to distance her from your side. This time, I mistakenly interpreted Fian's message, thinking that the one intending to take Miss Shuxi away was Qiao Yuran. Should Qiao Yuran have left with Miss Shuxi, not only would the palace coup have been averted, but it would also have cleared obstacles from your path." His misinterpretation stemmed from the note which not only indicated that someone sought to abduct Shuxin, but also contained the character for Qiao. This led him to conclude that Qiao Yuran was indeed the abductor. Now, reflecting on the note, Qinglong realized that someone had discerned his thoughts and had deliberately misled him, prompting his grievous error. A flicker of anger ignited in his eyes. He vowed to uncover the identity of the individual who had transmitted erroneous information and would not let them escape unscathed. Yuxio inquired, "Has she ever relayed any messages from me to Qiao Yuran?" Qinglong pondered for a moment before responding, "No." His expression shifted slightly. Yuxio then asked, "Has she ever inquired about information in a manner that raised suspicion?" Qinglong's countenance changed once more as he replied, "No. On that occasion, when we had matters to discuss, she preemptively excused herself. Moreover, I used my internal energy to ascertain her distance, and she truly moved far away, having heard nothing at all." Yuxio gently closed his eyes and inquired softly, "Do you truly comprehend the significance she holds in my heart?" Qinglong replied, "It is precisely because I am aware of her esteemed position in the prince's affections that I fear she may be exploited against you." Yuxio cast a cold glance at Qinglong and remarked, "Yet, by allowing her to fall into the hands of the crown prince, you are indeed facilitating her use against me." Qinglong's countenance turned ashen, and biting his lip, he said, "It was my oversight. I implore you to grant me death." Yuxio waved his hand dismissively, saying, "How foolish of you, the head of the 4 great guards, to commit such a blunder." Baihu quickly knelt beside them, pleading, "My lord, I beseech you not to take Qinglong's life. His actions were solely for your sake. Moreover, he has now recognized his error." He bowed his head repeatedly before Yuxio, suggesting, "If you wish to punish him, it would be more fitting for him to redeem himself by finding a way to rescue the princess." Yuxio sighed and asked, "Qinglong, are you willing to follow Baihu's counsel?" Having been by his side for so long, Qinglong and Baihu were more like brothers than master and servant. To execute Qinglong now would yield no benefit. With tears glistening in his eyes, Qinglong gazed at Yuxio and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you for sparing my life. I shall do my utmost to save the princess. If I fail, then you may execute me." At this moment, he finally realized his mistake. He had longed to drive Shuxin away from Yuxio, intending to seize this opportunity to eliminate her entirely, but inadvertently, he had harmed Yuxio. Yet, he could not afford to die now. He must not let the one who had fed him false information escape unpunished. In the dimly lit dungeon of the crown prince's residence, an ugly woman with a crimson face was bound to a large wooden post, her eyes gleaming with a hint of mockery as she observed the unfolding spectacle. Suddenly, a beautiful woman collapsed to the ground, and Yu Zhao, his face twisted in rage, shouted, "Who permitted you to bring this woman into the crown princess residence?" The thought of Yuxio's arrogant demeanor earlier that day ignited an inexplicable fury within him. While he believed that Gu Cc's act of bringing Shuxin back was not entirely unwise, he felt the need to vent his frustrations on someone. Gu Cc rose from the ground and retorted, "Your Highness, you were so triumphant before the Qin king. Why do you treat me thus now? Having been by his side for many years, she understood his temperament well. Before others, he was a refined gentleman, yet behind closed doors, a despicable scoundrel. She harbored resentment for the choices she made in the past, yet now Yushio would no longer grant her any chances. Though her beauty remained intact, the severity of her past actions had sealed her fate. Presently, she held no status in the crown prince's residence, and Yu Zhao's violent nature showed no compassion for the fairer sex. Shuxin interjected with a smile. The crown prince is rather ruthless, is he not? Even such a stunning beauty as this is not spared. It shows a complete lack of appreciation for delicate charms. Moreover, she merely once enticed the Qin king, and with the crown prince's consent, she ought not to be subjected to such treatment today. Stirring up trouble has always been her forte. Yet, in her heart, she was devising ways to escape from this predicament, cursing the butterfly for failing to protect her in the shadows. He, on the other hand, had not shown up until now. When next they meet, she would ensure he faced the consequences. The image of Yushio, with his concerned gaze and the scene of him risking everything to save her, flashed before her eyes, warming her heart. It seemed his declarations of love were not mere pretense, and he was not as cold-hearted as she had imagined. Upon hearing Gu Sisi mention that Yushio had come to the prince's residence searching for her, she felt a flicker of emotion, though it was merely a sentiment. Devoid of any romantic ties, Gu Sisi exclaimed in anger, "You wretched woman! Who gave you permission to speak?" Since her poisoning, despite consulting numerous esteemed physicians, her vision had significantly deteriorated. The once mesmerizing beauty of her eyes had lost its luster, now shrouded in dimness. She could still see some things, yet her sight was far from its former glory. Shu Xian, witnessing her current state after Yu Zhao had struck her, with her beautiful face swollen and her expression twisted in agony, appeared devoid of any charm. Yu Zhao coldly remarked, "Who permitted you to speak to the princess consort in such a manner? Get out of my sight." Shu Xian observed their interactions with disdain. Gu Sisi was truly insufferable. Despite Yushio's affection for her, she failed to cherish it, instead choosing to associate with the beastly Yu Zhao, only to bring upon herself further suffering and indignity. Initially, she felt a twinge of inferiority in Gu Sisi's presence, but upon seeing her disfigured state, she suddenly felt 1,000-fold superior. A sense of pride welled up within her, convinced that Gu Sisi deserved her fate. It was evident that Yu Zhao treated Gu Sisi poorly, and a thought crossed her mind. Could it be that Gu Sisi sought solace with Yushio at the prince's residence due to her dismal treatment by Yu Zhao? The mere thought caused her to sneer. If that were the case, she would look down upon this seemingly precious yet fundamentally flawed woman even more. Gu Sisi was indeed a tragedy of womanhood. Gu Sisi addressed Yu Zhao, "Although my eyesight is compromised at present, you cannot treat me this way. Do not forget who helped you ascend to your position as the crown prince. Today, as I assist in bringing this wretched girl to the palace, you should be thanking me, not treating me with such disdain." Tears welled in her eyes, exuding a pitiful aura. However, her swollen face rendered her expression grotesque. She could not comprehend why, despite all she had done for Yu Zhao, he continued to treat her with increasing cruelty. She admitted that her scheme to capture Shu Xian stemmed from selfish motives. Shu Xian had poisoned her eyes and stolen Yushio from her. Her hatred for Shu Xian ran deep, and she had intended to torment her thoroughly before ultimately ending her life. Yet, the moment she brought Shu Xian into the palace, Yu Zhao had discovered her plot, and the slaps he delivered to her face were all attributed to Shu Xian. Upon hearing her words, Shuxin inwardly scolded her for being an utterly foolish woman. Men detest it when women take credit before them. The more she proclaimed her contributions, the more annoyance it stirred in Yu Zhao. Indeed, with a resounding slap, another 5-fingered mark blossomed upon Gu Sisi's other cheek. That once delicate visage now swelled dramatically, the vivid red imprints rivaling, if not surpassing, the hue on Shuxin's face. Her beauty had vanished, leaving only an unseemly countenance. Yu Zhao spoke coldly, "Thank you? Thank you for tarnishing my reputation?" Shuxin was momentarily taken aback, realizing that Gu Sisi's Yushio indeed had an affair. She suddenly recalled the scene from that day when she had stealthily entered the Prince of Qin's residence, chuckling, "She hasn't tarnished your reputation. She merely meets her lover from time to time." Gu Sisi seethed, "Shuxin, you vile woman, what nonsense are you spouting?" Shuxin innocently smiled and replied, "Nonsense? I think not. I distinctly remember that night of the 3rd day of the 7th month, when you sneaked into the Prince of Qin's abode for a clandestine meeting. I even had a fierce argument with Yushio over it. In truth, she wished fervently that Gu Sisi would steal Yushio away. She was acutely aware that while there remained a glimmer of hope in Yu Zhao's hands, falling into Gu Sisi's clutches would lead to certain doom. On that day, Gu Cece had harbored murderous intent toward her, and she had even blinded Gu Cece with poison. Their feud had been sealed, even without Yu Xiao's involvement. Hence it was best for her if Yu Xiao eliminated Gu Cece. Even if Gu Cece were spared, she would not allow her to trouble her any further. After pondering briefly, Yu Xiao coldly remarked, Gu Cece, your pilgrimage to Wanfo Temple for my blessings seems to have turned into a prayer for Yu Xiao instead. You certainly know how to invoke blessings. His gaze was icy and distant. Gu Cece was momentarily stunned, then retorted, Your Highness, do you not see that this woman is merely spewing lies and slander? Yu Xiao replied frostily, Even if she is fabricating tales and spewing venom, what of your past with Yu Xiao? Is that also a product of my imagination? Tears brimmed in Gu Cece's beautiful eyes as she lamented, Your Highness knows full well that my heart has always belonged solely to you. My interactions with Yu Xiao were at your behest. Why bring up such matters now? Shu Xin suddenly felt a pang of pity for Gu Cece. Did she not realize that men would stop at nothing to achieve their desires, only to sever ties once their goals were met? This was true even in the 21st century, let alone in this feudal society. Yu Xiao's voice was cold as he declared old matters. When have I ever settled accounts with you? If I truly wished to confront you, I would not have allowed you to remain in the crown princess residence. Do not overestimate your own importance. Gu Cece rose from the ground, gazing at Yu Xiao, and said, Your Highness, while you do not hold our past against me, I wish to revisit it today. You once promised that upon the completion of our endeavor, I would become the crown princess. Yet here I stand, a shunned ghost, an unrecognized concubine. Were your prior vows mere fabrications? With a resounding thud, Gu Cece fell once more. Yu Xiao replied coldly, I vowed to make you the crown princess to ensure your safe withdrawal from this affair. However, you have not only lain with Yu Xiao, but also borne him an illegitimate child. Gu Cece, do not presume that I am ignorant of these matters. A woman of your disloyalty and impurity is unworthy of becoming my crown princess. Shu Exine, upon hearing this, was taken aback. Gu Cece had indeed borne a child for Yu Xiao. She suddenly recalled how Yu Xiao had once confided in her about his connection with Gu Cece. But the conversation had ceased at the mention of Gu Cece's feigned death, with no reference to her pregnancy. Given Yu Xiao's nature, had he known of Gu Cece's condition, he would undoubtedly have brought his child to his side. The absence of such mention indicated his ignorance of the situation. With this thought, she couldn't help but curl her lips in disdain, privately cursing Yu Xiao as a scoundrel. Yet, a sudden heaviness filled her heart. That wretched Yu Xiao was indeed a lecher, having indulged with Gu Cece before their marriage. She found herself chastising Gu Cece as well, for being so alluring yet utterly unreserved, engaging in intimacy without the sanctity of marriage. Recalling Yu Xiao's concerned demeanor when she was abducted, along with the risks he took to save her, only intensified her inner turmoil. She bit her lip fiercely, the pain jolting her back to reality. Her heart belonged to Qiao Yuran. Yu Xiao's past liaisons with other women had no bearing on her. This was her reasoning. Yet the bitter pangs of jealousy surged within her, refusing to be quelled. A tempest of frustration brewed in her heart, igniting a desire to strike out in anger. Chapter 65. In Gu Cece's beautiful eyes, despair and injustice filled her gaze. It seemed she had come to a realization, and suddenly she burst into laughter, exclaiming, At last. I understand what Mingzhu meant when she said the crown prince is a heartless and ungrateful man. I had always doubted it, but now it is abundantly clear. Alas, it seems my understanding has come too late. I forsook Yu Xiao's tenderness and deep affection, only to follow you so devotedly. And my poor child has lost his life because of it. The Mingzhu she referred to was a concubine of Yu Xiao, who had died under mysterious circumstances a year prior. In hindsight, it was evident that her demise was not without reason, but rather the result of someone's deliberate machinations. One could only fear that she had crossed someone's wishes, thus suffering an unexpected punishment. Since returning to Yu Xiao's side, he had only touched her once, and thereafter had not laid a finger on her. Throughout the years, she had awaited his summons, believing herself to be the most exquisite among all his wives and concubines, convinced that one day he would recognize her worth. Yet, as the years passed, she witnessed Yu Xiao marrying one concubine after another, even elevating the daughter of a general to the position of crown princess. His indifference towards her grew with each passing day, his heart becoming increasingly callous. Now, it was exceedingly difficult for her to even catch a glimpse of him. Yu Xiao coldly remarked, So, have you discovered the merits of Yu Xiao? Do you regret it? If you have come to appreciate him, why not obediently return to his side? I have no intention of keeping you. Upon hearing this, Shu Exine could not help but curl her lip, while she indeed despised Gu Cece. Witnessing Yu Xiao treat a woman who would forsake everything for love in such a manner struck her as exceedingly cruel. Yet, Her current status as a hostage dictated that her priority was to preserve her own life. Their quarrels and conflicts were of no concern to her. She bit her lip, forcing herself to refrain from meddling. Tears streamed down Gu Cici's cheeks as she looked at Yu Zhao with a pitiful gaze, saying, "You are mistaken. All these years, I have never regretted my choice. I have only longed for the day when you would recognize my worth." Shu Xian could not help but roll her eyes. This woman was truly beyond redemption. The flicker of sympathy that had briefly ignited in her heart vanished entirely upon hearing Gu Cici's words. Although beautiful, she was utterly foolish. A sense of indignation welled up within her. Yu Xiu was indeed the world's most foolish fool, having given up his position as crown prince for such a dim-witted woman. It seemed his intelligence was not vastly superior to Gu Cici's, especially considering he had fathered a child with her. Surely that child would be a simpleton. What else could result from two fools? Yet, at that moment, an inexplicable sadness stirred within her. Love often has the power to reduce one's intellect to zero. Sometimes, one knows full well that a certain person is not meant to be loved, yet cannot help but fall for them. At times, one wishes to let go, yet finds it exceedingly difficult to do so. Even now, she could not move on from Qiao Yuran, fully aware that their union would be fraught with insurmountable challenges, yet still harboring a glimmer of hope in her heart. Yu Zhao paused momentarily, then coldly declared, "If you are aware of your mistakes, then return to your western courtyard without delay." Gu Cici bit her lip, lowering her head as she ascended with a submissive demeanor. Yet, as she passed by Shu Xian, her eyes brimmed with animosity, a hatred so palpable it seemed poised to consume Shu Xian. Startled, Shu Xian recognized the unmistakable malice in Gu Cici's gaze. Having fallen into her clutches this time, Gu Cici would not easily let her slip away. Nevertheless, she resolved not to yield to Gu Cici's oppressive aura. With a radiant smile, she returned Gu Cici's glare, for such a woman hardly warranted sympathy. She cursed herself for not being more resolute last time, for sparing Gu Cici's life. Emerging from the tunnel, Yu Zhao reached to untie the ropes binding Shu Xian, his tone nonchalant, yet laced with suppressed ire. "Cici is rather thoughtless, causing the princess to be alarmed," he remarked flatly. Shu Xian replied with a bright smile, "Indeed, she lacks decorum, having bound me for so long that my back aches. However, with the crown prince personally untying me, it all seems worthwhile." With that, she stepped towards the tunnel. Yet, before she could take 3 steps, a burly man blocked her path. Furrowing her brow, she said, "The crown prince has personally freed me from my bonds, which indicates I should not have been captured in the first place. What is the meaning of this?" Yu Zhao replied coolly, "I am well aware of how much the king cherishes the princess. Since your marriage, you have not visited the crown prince's residence. It is a rare occasion for Cici to invite you, so you shall stay here for a few days." Turning to Yu Zhao, Shu Xian's eyes sparkled with sarcasm. "A few days in this dungeon? The hospitality of the crown prince's residence is truly unique." The corners of her mouth curled slightly as she added, "Speaking of my marriage to the king, I have yet to properly thank the crown prince for the rather special gift he bestowed upon me." Yu Zhao smiled faintly. "The princess is a distinguished guest of this palace and should ideally reside in the guest chambers. Unfortunately, due to an influx of visitors, all rooms are occupied, leaving no space available. Moreover, with so many outsiders, it would disturb the princess's rest. While this basement may be humble, it offers tranquility and safety." He paused before continuing. "As for the gift the princess mentioned, the king has recently reciprocated with an equally grand present, merely a customary exchange. This gift also bears the princess's merit. Thus I ought to treat the princess with utmost care." His words, though courteous, belied a cold demeanor, his eyes glinting with lethal intent. Shu Xian felt a surge of frustration. Yu Zhao and Yu Xiu were indeed comparable in their eloquence, both speaking sweetly while their actions were utterly distasteful. Yet, in comparison, she found Yu Xiu slightly more palatable, as at least he would not confine her to such a dismal place. From Yu Zhao's words, she could also deduce that the mastermind behind the assassination attempt on her and Yu Xiu was undoubtedly Yu Zhao himself. In her heart, she cursed Yu Zhao, calling him a turtle bastard, yet on the surface, she wore a foolish smile and said, "Your Highness, the Crown Prince, your thoughts are indeed extraordinarily comprehensive. Although this place is shrouded in darkness, it possesses a unique charm. Throughout my life, I have never resided in such an environment. Your Highness is truly exceptionally clever. You must have realized that I grew weary of towering buildings and soft beds, which is why you found such an unconventional place for me to stay. I am immensely grateful." As she spoke, she moved closer to Yu Zhao. Seeing the flush on her face, Yu Zhao felt a surge of revulsion and took a step back, stating, "The Princess of Qin is too courteous. You are the designated choice for the position of empress by the Queen Mother. Naturally, I must treat you well. Shu Xian was momentarily taken aback, then replied with a smile, Your Highness, your news is remarkably well informed. It seems there is a traitor in the Qin Wangfu. Yu Zhao smiled faintly and replied, The Princess of Qin is indeed astute, and I am greatly impressed. With a mere sentence from me, you have discerned the entirety of the situation. However, while my information is accurate, so too is that of the Qin Wang. I am uncertain how many of his spies are present within my own crown prince's residence. Shu Xian sighed deeply and remarked, It appears that I cannot even feign ignorance in front of your highness. It is a pity for Luo Shi's exquisite painting. After a pause, she inquired, May I ask how long your highness intends for me to reside in the crown prince's residence and what your plans entail? Yu Zhao sighed in turn, saying, If she possessed half of your cleverness, perhaps she too would be the crown princess. Upon hearing his words, Shu Xian was momentarily stunned and turned to look at him, asking, What do you mean by that, your highness? Yu Zhao replied with a faint smile, I have a great fondness for intelligent women, particularly those who are exceptionally filial and never defy the Queen Mother's wishes. As you are the Queen Mother's chosen candidate for Empress, I naturally intend to establish you as such. As he spoke, his eyes glimmered with calculation. Shu Xian inwardly cursed him for being twisted but maintained a cheerful demeanor, asking, Does your highness mean to marry me? Yu Zhao replied coolly, Miss Shu Qi is indeed remarkably intelligent. No wonder Yu Xiao is willing to confront me for your sake. While he praised her cleverness, his eyes reflected disdain. Shu Xian frowned slightly and said, But your highness, I am currently the princess of Qin. Do you intend to covet your brother's consort as well? However, I believe your highness possesses better judgment than that. You would not disdain my appearance. Yu Zhao smiled coldly and remarked, You already have a 5-year-old child before marrying Yu Xiao. Why feign purity before me? Furthermore, with your ambiguous relationship with Qiao Yuran, would you truly care about such matters? Shu Xian replied calmly, If my memory serves me right, Qiao Yuran has diligently served the crown prince over the years. I had assumed you would say that after eliminating Yu Xiao, you would reward me to Qiao Yuran. However, I did not expect your highness to possess such profound schemes. Even contemplating this method, I am genuinely impressed. She paused and then burst into laughter. Yu Zhao regarded her coldly and asked, What are you laughing at? Shu Xian laughed joyfully. I find delight in knowing there are kindred spirits beneath the heavens. What astonishes me further is that despite my appearance, I can still be deemed a femme fatale. Truly, the heavens have been kind to me. Noticing a hint of perplexity in Yu Zhao's eyes, she elucidated. I once believed I was shameless, yet I did not anticipate that His Royal Highness would be even more so. No, he is shameless beyond compare. With that, she erupted into another fit of giggles. Yu Zhao's expression darkened, and with a cold huff, she retorted, There is no need for such mirth. For perhaps one day you shall be grateful to me, or perhaps you will find yourself kneeling before me, begging. Shu Xian, with a mischievous grin, replied, If His Royal Highness desires my gratitude or supplication, it is hardly a challenge. Should you wish to witness it, I could implore you right now. Observing a flicker of doubt in Yu Zhao's eyes, she feigned earnestness. Your Highness, I beseech you, grant me the favor of eliminating Yu Xiao so that I may marry you. At that moment, she could not help but curse inwardly. These royal individuals are utterly deranged. Yu Xiao has schemed to ruin the bond between Qiao Yuran and me, and now, Yu Zhao seeks to meddle further. If only I had poison at my disposal, I would ensure he suffers agonizingly until his demise, forcing him to gaze longingly at the beauties within the manor without ever touching them. How delightful it would be. Yu Zhao scoffed again, adding, Your Highness truly comprehends my sentiments. I have long held disdain for Yu Xiao. Since that day, I laid eyes upon you in the residence. You have occupied my thoughts incessantly, and I yearn to wed you. The news I received today is beyond splendid. Your Highness, I implore you marry me. Her eyes sparkled with hope as she uttered these words, feeling a wave of revulsion wash over her. Yu Zhao's tone remained frosty, yet was laced with satisfaction as she remarked, Yu Xiao is indeed a pitiable creature. The woman he loves does not return his affections, for her heart belongs solely to me. Despite the coldness of her voice, pride radiated from her demeanor. Shu Xian added, Your Highness is truly wise. Yu Xiao is indeed a wretched soul. How repugnant that Yu Zhao believed herself to be adored by all. Since the assassination attempt, her view of Yu Xiao had shifted. Witnessing Yu Zhao's attitude towards Gu Shishi, she recognized Yu Zhao's cruel nature. Although Yu Xiao was cunning and had harbored murderous intentions towards her, he paled in comparison to Yu Zhao's danger. For her own survival, she resolved to comply with Yu Zhao's whims, rationalizing that uttering a few distasteful words would not lead to her demise. Yet her thoughts lingered on when Yu Xiao would come to her rescue, pondering how she might extricate herself from this predicament. The stark contrast between Yu Xiao and Yu Zhao illuminated the former's virtues. Yu Zhao's disdain deepened, and she coolly declared, "In that case, it seems the future princess of Qin shall remain here for a while longer, until I ascend the throne and can grant you your freedom." Shu Xin responded cheerfully, "Then I shall eagerly await your highness's arrival to escort me away." Such a loathsome person as Yu Zhao aspired to ascend the throne. The notion was laughable. With a flick of her sleeve, Yu Zhao departed the underground chamber, accompanied by a burly man. He once believed her to be exceptionally unique, deserving of Yu Xiao's profound concern, only to discover that she was merely an ordinary woman of poor taste. Had she continued to engage him in their verbal sparring, he might have found it somewhat refreshing. Yet, her sycophantic remarks, though repugnant to his ears, were somehow gratifying. After Shuxin was freed from the dungeon, she felt a wave of nausea wash over her, nearly retching. Yet, a flicker of anxiety crept in. This dungeon was likely no ordinary prison and situated within the prince's estate. Would Yu Xiao be able to locate her? This thought left her feeling disheartened. Throughout their acquaintance, she had persistently contended with him, casting considerable aspersions upon his character. He professed to love her, yet perhaps harbored some resentment as well. Regardless of the chaos she stirred, he had consistently shown her forbearance. A peculiar sentiment arose within her as she recalled Gu Cici's recent actions, and she couldn't help but feel a twinge of pity for Yu Xiao. How could he fall for someone so devoid of individuality? Someone with whom he could even bear children? She involuntarily let out a soft huff. The memory of Gu Cici's venomous gaze as she departed filled her with trepidation. Devoid of any poison or means of defense, she was now as powerless as any frail woman. How could she possibly escape this wretched dungeon? Previously, she had blinded Gu Cici with poison, yet now she found herself at her mercy. From her observations, Gu Cici would undoubtedly not let her slip away easily. During their last encounter, it was evident that although Gu Cici was not an exceptional martial artist, she possessed considerable skills. Should Gu Cici decide to make her life difficult, Shuxin would have no recourse but to submit. A wave of despondency washed over Shuxin as she pondered her predicament. What was she to do? The dungeon was stifling, offering no possible means of escape. It was devoid of any daylight, and she had lost track of time, drifting in a haze yet profoundly tranquil. Each day, someone would deliver meals to the dungeon's entrance, decent fare consisting of 2 meat dishes, 2 vegetable dishes, and a soup. Aware that escape was futile, she resigned herself to the rhythm of life within the dungeon. Eat when it was time to eat, sleep when it was time to sleep. Her greatest asset lay in her ability to gauge the situation and adapt accordingly. Though she relished a good argument, she would never engage in fruitless quarrels. Despite her penchant for chaos, she would not lose her footing. Just because she could not escape at this moment did not mean she would remain trapped indefinitely. Furthermore, she recalled Yu Xiao's expression of concern when she was captured, knowing he would not allow her to languish in Yu Zhao's confinement. As Yu Zhao had indicated, she still held some value. Since her betrothal to Yu Xiao, her life had been consumed by bickering and scheming, and she had never experienced such solitude. With her fate in the hands of others, she paradoxically felt a sense of security. She began to cherish this rare moment of tranquility and solitude. It was in this stillness that she could genuinely reflect upon the events of recent times. Thoughts of Qiao Yuran brought an inexplicable pang to her heart. They were 2 souls in love, yet one was a princess and the other a prince consort, inexplicably positioned in opposition to one another. She understood that a significant part of his motivation for marrying the 13th princess was to protect himself, yet that form of protection left her feeling somewhat helpless. She harbored a disdain for such safeguarding. Similarly, in her attempt to shield him, she adopted a resolute demeanor. But the facade of hatred often left her heart aching with sorrow. How could they, powerless and insignificant, possibly transcend the myriad of obstacles before them? At times, she pondered that had they both perished on the hills behind Xuanyu Manor, perhaps she would harbor no resentment, or perhaps in their next incarnation, they would experience a different outcome, free from the current anguish. Initially, her feelings towards Yu Xiao were steeped in hatred, so intense that she wished for his demise. However, throughout their interactions, his unwavering patience evoked a sense of guilt within her. Since their acquaintance, she had caused numerous troubles, yet he had silently borne them all. Although he had also inflicted pain upon her and had once sought her life, she recognized that his forbearance was considerable, tinged with a hint of indulgence. Her reckless behavior could not be divorced from his tolerance. She was aware of his love for her, yet she felt a twinge of animosity. Another man resided in her heart, leaving little room for him. Moreover, she often suspected that his concern or affection was somewhat feigned, for he was adept at concealing his true intentions. To him, she was a person of significant utility, and loving someone like her might be a risk too great to take. For those of royal blood, love has always been a luxury. The allure of the throne eclipses all else, much like the perverse nature of Yu Zhao. In public, they donned a facade of grandeur, yet in private, they were far worse than beasts. And now, captured, she feared that Yu Zhao would not easily release her. The very thought of what Yu Zhao had said made her feel nauseated. In comparison, Yu Xiu surpassed Yu Zhao a millionfold. In the depths of the dungeon, her mood was surprisingly serene. As for love, she decided to leave it to fate. Whether deep or shallow, whatever destiny brought, she would surrender it all to her heart. She lost track of how long she had been in the dungeon. Initially, she could discern day from night, but eventually, she could no longer tell. Resigned, she ceased to differentiate, quietly awaiting her fate. She knew that Yu Zhao could not imprison her for eternity, and, understanding Yu Xiu's temperament, she was certain he would never abandon her. What she did not realize was that Yu Xiu had mobilized all the resources of the secret department to rescue her, scouring every corner, nearly overturning the entire prince's residence. Although he had located the secret passage where she was held, Yu Zhao had fortified the area with such rigorous defenses that not even a mosquito could infiltrate. And though Yu Xiu had severed ties with Yu Zhao, he could not lead thousands of cavalry to lay waste to the prince's manor. Within the Qin Wangfu, Yu Xiu sat in his study, gazing thoughtfully at the spring painting she had created during her last visit, a faint smile gracing his lips. She is truly remarkable. Despite being a maiden, she can create such audacious and unconventional art, having deceived him on several occasions. Her whimsical nature leaves him both speechless and in admiration. Often, he finds himself pondering what extraordinary thoughts occupy her mind, how she can articulate such an array of peculiar ideas, and how her words, as daring as the explicit illustrations she produces, leave one astounded. The sunlight outside is resplendent, the early September weather remains sultry, and the bamboo curtains fail to block the sun's brilliance, casting mottled patterns on the floor while the heat invades the study. The southern window stands wide open, allowing a refreshing breeze to waft in, alleviating some of the stifling warmth within. Yu Xiu gathers the paintings, leaning against the chair's backrest, his gaze drifting contemplatively toward the window. The leaves remain lush and verdant, shimmering softly under the sunlight. Clad in white garments as pure as snow, his hair casually tied back with a band. It cascades lazily down his neck. Not a single bead of sweat adorns his forehead. He appears fresh and immaculate. He recalls his initial encounter with her, dressed similarly. Though that day unfolded in a pavilion, he vividly remembers the slightly infatuated expression that graced her face upon seeing him, her dark, lustrous eyes filled with admiration. He also recalls his own feelings upon first meeting her, a mixture of surprise and intrigue, for it is rare for any noble lady to exhibit such boldness. Yet, he admires her. It is a rarity to encounter a woman so resolute in pursuing her own happiness. Women of the Damo dynasty are generally gentle and elegant, and she is undoubtedly an exception. At first glance, he did not perceive her as unattractive, for in his heart, the significance of beauty and ugliness had long since faded. In retrospect, he finds himself grateful to that once hurtful beauty. Had it not been for her, he might have succumbed to society's obsession with appearance. From her, he learned that no matter how beautiful one may be, a darkened heart renders one utterly unappealing, transforming them into a grotesque figure. He admires her steadfastness and determination, even though the object of her affection is not himself. While this realization brings him a sense of helplessness, he cannot help but envy Qiao Yuran. If he were in her position, he would never allow her to slip away. Yet, she loves another with unwavering devotion, and the thought of relinquishing her to pursue her heart's desire pains him deeply. He often contemplates whether it is futile to persist in his affections, pondering if granting her freedom would be the kinder choice. However, each time this thought crosses his mind, his heart aches with the weight of his unwillingness to let go. His slender fingers tap rhythmically against the table, and he could almost hear her teasing voice echoing in his ears. What is there to tap about? If you keep it up, the table will be reduced to splinters. If she were here, she would surely say something like that. A faint smile graces his lips as he unconsciously murmurs, Shuxin. Xuanwu, observing him with a hint of concern, casts a glance at Yu Xiu and remarks, Your Highness. The princess is still in the hands of the crown prince. Yu Xiu shuts his eyes momentarily and exhales a deep sigh, replying, I am aware. After a brief pause, he adds, Has Yu Zhao troubled her in these past few days? She had long been acquainted with his sharp tongue and keen wit, and all she hoped was that she would remain unharmed. Xuanwu replied, According to reports from the brothers in the Dark Department, the crown prince has not troubled the princess. Her meals are delivered punctually every day. Moreover, it is said that he still seems to harbor intentions towards the princess, perhaps due to the fact that the empress once gifted her the Chinkoan hairpin. He glanced at Yushio, then continued, "It appears he is still contemplating the princess." Yushio retorted coldly, "Since my father fell gravely ill, my mother has assumed the reins of power. The crown prince is indeed capable of anything. Yet, these matters are not as he imagines. If he dares to lay a finger on her, I shall ensure he experiences the bitter taste of losing everything." Xuanwu, his brow furrowed with concern, said, "But, my lord, the emperor is in a precarious state. If the crown prince chooses to leverage this, I fear the events of 5 years ago may repeat themselves." Yushio turned to look at Xuanwu and asked, "Are you, like Qinglong, worried that my heart may lead me to forsake the kingdom for her?" Summoning his courage, Xuanwu replied, "My lord, I know it is not my place to comment on your personal affairs, but it seems to me that the princess has no place for you in her heart. If the princess reciprocated your affections, I would not dare to speak thus. However, if you are risking so much for a woman who does not love you, it seems somewhat inappropriate and not worth such peril." Yushio gently patted Xuanwu's shoulder and said, "Xuanwu, your words reveal that you have never experienced love. If you had, you would understand the profound gratitude that accompanies it." Xuanwu remained silent, and Yushio continued, "And if I were to truly abandon her now, she would not only be in danger, but also vulnerable to being exploited by Yu Zhao." At that moment, a soft sound came from the window, and Xuanwu drew his sword, thrusting it towards the source of the noise. A woman's voice cried out, "Stop!" Recognizing the voice, Yushio's eyes flickered with disdain as he waved his hand, saying, "Xuanwu, let her go." Upon seeing the newcomer, Xuanwu snorted coldly, standing guard beside Yushio, his eyes filled with vigilance. The woman, breathtakingly beautiful, laughed and said, "The 4 great guards of the king of Qin are indeed as formidable as their reputation suggests, showing no mercy in battle, and are fiercely loyal to the king." Yushio replied coolly, "I wonder what brings the crown prince's consort to seek me?" His tone was gentle, yet his gaze was as frigid as ice. Upon hearing the term crown prince's consort, Gu Cici's expression changed slightly, a wave of bitterness washing over her. Biting her lip, she said, "Am I not allowed to visit you without reason? Do I hold no other significance in your heart beyond being the crown prince's consort?" Yushio narrowed his eyes slightly, a smile creeping onto his face as he said, "Of course you do. In my heart, you remain a woman with the heart of a viper, a petty person lacking vision, and a foolish individual who cannot recognize what is good." Gu Cici's face drained of color, and she murmured, "Is that all I have left in your heart? Have you truly forgotten our feelings entirely?" Her voice resonated with profound sorrow, her exquisite face marred by melancholy. Yet her once beautiful eyes had lost their luster, rendering her unable to convey the emotions she yearned to express. Yushio glanced at her, offering a faint smile as he remarked, "I wonder what sort of relationship the crown prince's concubine wishes to maintain with me. Indeed, we once shared feelings, but that was 5 years ago." Gu Cici's stunning visage was etched with reluctance as she stepped closer, clasping his arm and imploring, "Xiao, I know you are angry with me. If not for my intervention, the position of crown prince would have been yours. But you must understand, I have my own grievances." With that, she leaned into him, casting a subtle glance toward Xuanwu, urging him to withdraw. Her intent was unmistakable. She desired solitude with him, devoid of any outside presence. Yet, even she, despite her naivety, comprehended that times had changed, and the affection between Yushio and herself had waned considerably. Moreover, following his previous rejection, she felt uncertain about her current approach. The reason for her visit today was her hope that her facial wounds had healed, allowing her to present her most beautiful self before him. Unbeknownst to her, however, in Yushio's heart, her appearance held no allure whatsoever. Yushio neither pushed her away nor dismissed Xuanwu, merely stating, "Your grievance stems from your affection for the crown prince." He then glanced at her arm and continued, "You are now the crown prince's concubine, and I have already taken a princess as my wife. I implore you to conduct yourself with dignity." With that, he subtly extricated himself from her grasp. Refusing to concede, she attempted to entwine herself with him once more, only to be met with Xuanwu's cold steel blade blocking her path. Gu Cici bit her lip and declared, "Xiao, it is only natural that you harbor resentment towards me. But you cannot treat me with such indifference." Ignoring the threat of Xuanwu's sword, she pressed forward, and the blade grazed her neck, drawing forth a trickle of blood. She shot a glare at Xuanwu, who merely snorted dismissively, remaining silent. Yushio, without casting her a glance, returned to his seat at the table. His tone light and airy as he remarked, "Indifference? That term is more suited to the crown prince's concubine, is it not? After all, who pretended to be dead and fled from my life 5 years ago. In my eyes, Gu Sisi has long been akin to a ghost. Tears glistened in her eyes as she spoke pitifully. Xiao, how can you treat me this way? With that, she lunged towards him once again, but Xuanwu shifted. Blocking her path once more, his gaze filled with warning. A single step closer would bring more than mere scratches. Yu Xiao smiled faintly, saying, when you utter those words, perhaps you should reflect on your own heart. You have always harbored feelings solely for the crown prince, never for me. Tears streamed down Gu Sisi's cheeks as she sobbed. If I told you that you have always occupied a place in my heart, would you believe me? Yet, her eyes, once vibrant with life, now resembled those of a lifeless fish, blind yet grotesquely unappealing. Yu Xiao turned to look at her, coolly responding, if I told you that a rooster could lay eggs, would you believe that too? Did she truly consider him a fool? 5 years prior, he had suffered a significant loss at her hands. How could he be so foolish as to trust her words again after such a time? Gu Sisi let out a deep sigh and said, I acknowledge my wrongdoing towards you. Your words today leave me speechless. Yet there is one matter I have concealed from you for 5 years that I must reveal now. She glanced at Yu Xiao, only to find his gaze fixed upon the scroll on the desk, entirely ignoring her. Gritting her teeth, she continued, the crown prince has not favored me for all these years. I have deeply regretted returning to his side, for he has never held me in his heart. After I left you that day, I became pregnant. Her eyes remained locked on him, and upon hearing her words, he blinked slightly before lifting his gaze to meet hers. Yu Xiao replied coolly, are you implying that because you bore my child, Yu Zhao no longer desired you? Gu Sisi nodded fervently. Yet, Yu Xiao chuckled, his tone icy as he retorted, I still vividly remember the lies you told me 5 years ago. There is no need for you to weave such fabrications again. No one would believe them. Hearing his words, Gu Sisi felt a surge of urgency, exclaiming, Xiao, I know I deceived you 5 years ago, but you must believe me. This time I am truly speaking the truth. Yu Xiao's eyes shone with a chilling mirth as he replied, if you are indeed being honest, should I then express gratitude to the crown prince for raising my child for 5 years? He paused before adding, if you are to lie, at least concoct a plausible reason. Given Yu Zhao's nature, how could he possibly allow you to bear my child? Even if he permitted it, where's the child now? Do not tell me he has vanished, and Yu Zhao has since abandoned you. Most importantly, our relationship has always been pure. How could a child arise from it? His tone was frigid, as cold as ice. Gu Sisi bit her lip and said, that fateful day, when I was intoxicated, you clearly. Never mind. I shall not speak of that matter. The crown prince indeed did not allow me to keep the child, but when he discovered my condition, the child was nearly 7 months along. He forced me to consume safflower, yet the child stubbornly survived. I thought perhaps this was my debt to you, and I resolved to give birth to him regardless. However, when the time came, he sent someone to take the child away. The person he sent, upon seeing how small and utterly adorable the baby was, could not bring himself to do it, and ultimately left the child at the city god temple. He was a lovely little boy. As Yu Xiao listened to her tale, he found it utterly amusing. Her lies were spun without any forethought, and such absurd fabrications could only arise from her. He recalled the events of 5 years ago, realizing that his infatuation had blinded him, igniting a flicker of anger within him. Yet, he maintained his detached demeanor and asked, is that so? If the child is alive, where might he be? Tears welled in Gu Sisi's eyes as she replied, when that man abandoned the child at the temple, he saw an old beggar take the baby away. As of now, I have no idea where he is. She is, after all, a woman. No matter how cruel her heart may be, the bond between mother and child is profound. For all these years, she has been consumed by regret whenever she reflects on this matter. Initially, she believed that the child would not survive. However, the person who took the child away committed a crime, and in a moment of desperation, urged her to seek out Yu Zhao, revealing the entire situation to her. Yu Xiao coldly remarked, Gu Sisi, there is likely no woman more malicious than you in this world. You deceived me, and yet you show no concern for your own flesh and blood. You must have been bewitched by Yu Zhao, utterly devoid of conscience. Although he was unaware of who fathered the child, it was likely Yu Zhao himself. Yet, Yu Zhao's treatment of his own child was nothing short of ridiculous. Gu Sisi wept, I truly do not neglect him. It is merely that my strength is insufficient. You are aware of the crown prince's temperament. How could I dare contradict his wishes? When the child was born, I glimpsed him once. He has 3 dark moles on the soles of his feet. If you truly seek him, it should not be too difficult for someone of your capabilities. Yu Xiao replied coolly, seek him? What purpose would that serve? To bring him back, so that I might welcome you into the Qin Wangfu, as the Qin Wangfei? Moreover, between us, nothing has ever transpired. Now you claim to bear my child. How could I possibly believe you? He paused before continuing. I advise the crown prince's concubine to devise a more suitable excuse when fabricating lies. Your reasoning is utterly pathetic. Though they had shared a bed, that incident occurred when she was intoxicated, and his love for her was such that he would never have taken advantage of her in that state. On that night, due to an incident in the fief of Liangzhou, he had instructed Mingyue to care for her before departing for Liangzhou, never laying a finger on her. Yet, she absurdly claimed to carry his child. Gu Sisi ceased her tears, exclaiming, "How can you be so heartless? He is your own son. You may disregard me, but you cannot speak of him in such a manner." Yu Xiu closed his eyes, stating, "Your words are tiresome. I have pressing matters to attend to. You should return. I do not wish for any further misunderstandings with the crown prince." With that, he cast a glance at Xuanwu, signaling for her departure. Xuanwu gestured to her, saying, "Crown prince's concubine, this way please." Gu Sisi's eyes brimmed with disbelief as she forcefully pushed Xuanwu aside and approached Yu Xiu. Her vision blurred as she collided with a small bookshelf. Grasping the hem of Yu Xiu's garment, she implored, "How can you treat me this way? Have you truly forgotten the kindness of our past?" Yu Xiu regarded her coldly, though a flicker of surprise ignited within him. Her eyes seemed to be clouded. Gu Sisi continued, "Yu Xiu, do not tell me you have fallen for that hideous creature." Yu Xiu frowned, retorting, "I detest when others refer to my wife as a hideous creature. In my heart, she is the most beautiful." A smile graced his lips at the mere mention of her. How ridiculous it was for her to make herself appear so unseemly. Gu Sisi bit her lip, declaring, "It seems the prince is truly smitten with that ugly beast. Do you not realize that she is not only ugly in appearance, but in heart as well? My current state is entirely due to her doing." Yu Xiu suddenly recalled the events at the Moon Elder Temple and found himself momentarily lost in thought. He remembered her words from that day and could not help but shake his head. It turned out she had implied that she had taught Gu Sisi a lesson, though he had not anticipated that the repercussions would be so severe. He then considered that Gu Sisi's most exquisite feature was indeed her eyes. And Shushin truly understood the art of striking at the heart. He spoke lightly, "If you do not wish to harm her, why would she take action against you?" Gu Sisi clenched her teeth and retorted, "Xiu, does she hold a more significant place in your heart than I do?" Yu Xiu did not even glance at her as he replied, "She is my princess, while you are merely a consort to the crown prince." The implication was unmistakable. Fury filled Gu Sisi's eyes as she declared, "I cannot believe I have been bested by that hideous creature. I shall return and kill her." With that, she turned to leave. Yu Xiu's voice turned icy. "If you dare to harm a single hair on her head, I will not hesitate to end your life right now." As soon as his words fell, Xuanwu's sword swiftly emerged from its sheath and was poised against Gu Sisi's throat. Staring at Yu Xiu, disbelief clouded her eyes. "You would treat me this way for her?" Yu Xiu remained silent, but added, "You have a choice now. Assist me in rescuing her, or face my wrath without mercy." His gaze was filled with lethal intent. Gu Sisi was taken aback. This version of Yu Xiu was unfamiliar to her. In her memories, he had always been gentle and affectionate, tolerant of her mistakes, never raising his voice. And yet here he was, presenting such a fierce countenance towards her. Anger surged within her. If Yu Zhao had treated her thus, she could have accepted it, but even the ever-gentle Yu Xiu was now so cold. If Shushin were a stunning beauty, she could have perhaps reconciled with that, but Shushin was, in fact, an exceedingly ugly woman. What right did such a woman have to vie for Yu Xiu's affection? Her dulled eyes fixed on Yu Xiu as she asked, "Xiu, do you love her, or do you love me?" Yu Xiu scoffed lightly, "Do you love Yu Zhao, or do you love me?" Gu Sisi paused before asking, "Xiu, if I were to tell you I wish to leave Yu Zhao, would you still accept me?" Yu Xiu did not even spare her a glance. "Let us discuss this after rescuing Shushin. No one is foolish enough to fall into the same trap twice, and at this moment, she could hardly be considered a trap for him." After clenching her teeth, she said, "I understand. I shall return for now. Xiu, you must seize the throne and then come to the crown prince's residence to fetch me." Yu Xiu stood tall and silent, and witnessing his demeanor only fueled Gu Sisi's hatred for Shushin, though she said nothing as she swiftly slipped out the window. As soon as she departed, Yu Xiu instructed, "Xuanwu, inform the brothers in the Dark Division to follow her closely. Once she returns to the crown prince's residence, she is likely to seek out the princess. If she manages to access the secret passage, ensure our men find a way to infiltrate. Her intentions may pose a threat to the princess." A flicker of delight crossed Xuanwu's face, for Yu Xiu's firm rejection of Gu Sisi was indeed a cause for celebration. In his heart, he held no animosity towards Shu Xian, yet he harbored an intense disdain for Gu Shishi. When she had entered moments ago, he could not help but feel a wave of anxiety for Yu Xiu. Fortunately, the outcome was not dire, and Yu Xiu could fall in love with any other woman, provided it was not this one. Observing Xianwu's expression, Yu Xiu let out a faint sigh, realizing that even his guards seemed to share an aversion towards Gu Shishi. It appeared he had been truly bewitched in the past. Suddenly, a figure stepped into the room and, with a slight bow, addressed Yu Xiu, "Your Highness. The Emperor has passed away." Yu Zhao's body swayed slightly as he raised his gaze to the window. Outside, the sun had vanished, leaving behind a dim and uncertain twilight. While inside, the pale moonlight had silently illuminated the room. He had known this day would eventually arrive, yet its reality still brought a tinge of sorrow. For he had lost his father. He understood that among all his father's sons, he had been the most cherished. However, being born into a royal family, the bond of kinship was never as profound as that of ordinary families, tainted as it was by the complexities of power and intrigue. He was acutely aware that his father's death would mark the beginning of a struggle for the throne. In the days to come, the seemingly peaceful city of Fian would likely be stained with blood. A gust of wind arose outside, sweeping into the room and dispersing the stifling heat. The atmosphere was undeniably shifting. He let out a deep sigh, his elongated eyes filled with sorrow. Yet, moments later, a fierce glint emerged within them, sparkling with intensity amidst the dusk and the glow of lamps. He spoke with a calm resolve. "Xianwu, go inform Fei Yan. Ensure that the news of my father's passing is kept under wraps until tomorrow morning, when it can be disclosed to the civil and military officials of the court. Most importantly, this matter must be delayed for a night. Yu Zhao must not learn of it tonight." Chapter 66. In the Hidden Dragon Hall. Yu Xiu sat pensively before the Emperor's dragon bed. The Emperor lay silent, lifeless, while the Empress beside him wept softly. She spoke gently. "Xiu, your father has passed away and bestowed upon you the throne. Here is your edict of succession." With that, she handed him a bright yellow scroll. Yu Xiu accepted the scroll without unrolling it, letting out a sigh. "Mother, you must know that the eldest brother will not relinquish his claim easily." A glimmer of resolve flashed in the Empress's eyes as she replied, "This matter is not solely in his hands. Even if he resists, he will find himself powerless. Should he dare to stage a coup, I shall eliminate him." Yu Xiu understood well the lengths to which his mother could go. She had ascended from a mere palace maid to the matriarch of the 6 palaces through a treacherous path, wielding both ruthless tactics and profound cunning. With a composed demeanor, Yu Xiu said, "There is no need for concern, mother. I am well prepared. Furthermore, if the 3,000 elite cavalry you command were to confront the 50,000 troops led by Chang Xiao Yuran, they would be of little significance. It would be wiser to reserve your cavalry for future endeavors." He mentally calculated that Ding Lu Jing would return from Liangzhou with reinforcements by the following day. If Yu Zhao disregarded the edict entirely, would a fierce struggle for the throne truly unfold? The Empress gazed into Yu Xiu's eyes and said, "I know you are prepared, but I have heard that he has taken Shu Xian captive." Her eyes burned with intensity. "Xiu, you are my only son. I am acutely aware of your character, and I will not allow the events of 5 years ago to repeat themselves." Yu Xiu narrowed his elongated eyes slightly, looking at his mother with a calm demeanor. "You fear that the eldest brother will use Shu Xian to coerce me into abdicating, do you not?" Noticing the murderous intent in her gaze, he reassured her. "There is no need for such apprehension, mother. This will not happen again." The Empress sighed deeply, her gaze drawn to the flickering candlelight. "I understand that you have never held the throne in high regard. Your temperament is ill-suited for a royal lineage." Her tone turned icy as she fixed her gaze upon Yu Xiu. "However, you must understand that if you do not ascend to the throne, there will be no future for us. You know Yu Zhao's nature well enough. He will not allow us to live in peace. Therefore, Xiu, you must not show weakness. You cannot allow a woman to lead you into peril once more." Yu Xiu's gaze was somber, yet he remained silent. The Empress continued, "I recognize your deep affection for Shu Xian, but I can also see that her heart does not belong to you. It is not worth sacrificing so much for a woman like her. The lessons of 5 years ago should suffice." Her eyes were sharp as she looked at Yu Xiu. "Once you ascend, all the women in the realm will be yours. Why cling to her?" Though she had given the Qian Kuan hairpin to Shu Xian, it was merely a ruse to gauge whether Shu Xian still harbored feelings for Qiao Yuran. Although the results of the trial did not disappoint her, she remained uneasy about Shu Xian. Once Yu Xiu ascended the throne, the first person she intended to eliminate was Shu Xian. A woman who had tarnished Yu Xiu's reputation could not be permitted to linger by his side. Yu Xiu's gaze darkened as he addressed the Empress. "Mother, did you ever love father?" The Empress was taken aback, and Yu Xiu continued, "You never truly loved father. Your presence beside him for all these years was merely for the sake of power, seeking to make him regret. Yet, despite your maternal grace, have you ever truly forgotten him?" The Empress retorted angrily, "What nonsense are you spouting?" Yu Xiu replied coolly, I merely wish to remind you that although you now embody maternal authority and stand as the most esteemed woman, has this brought you joy over the years? When you are alone, the sorrow in your eyes may fool father, but it cannot deceive your son. Mother, we share a bond of understanding, having both suffered from love. How could I not comprehend your thoughts? The empress swayed slightly and asked, what are you trying to say? Yushio's eyes were as deep as the ocean as he softly responded, I do not wish to say much, but witnessing your solitary sorrow over the years, combined with my experience 5 years ago with Gushishi, has made me acutely aware that life is not solely to be lived for power. Like you, despite commanding immense influence, your existence has not been one of happiness. As for me, a smile graced his lips, and he added gently, beyond the pursuit of power, I yearn for happiness. If one lives solely for their own glory, it can indeed be quite tragic. Life is not merely about status. Even with 3,000 beauties in the harem, if none are of genuine affection, then even a myriad of beauties merely adds to one's sorrow. The empress, filled with anger, stared at Yushio and demanded, what do you intend to do? Yushio smiled faintly, his eyes clear as he replied, like her, I simply seek my own happiness. He vividly recalled her words when he had captured her. The sparkle in her eyes at that moment had deeply moved his heart. The empress coldly warned, have you forgotten the suffering you endured? Are you truly willing to forsake the world for her? Yushio's gaze was somber as he replied, if one is unhappy, what significance does possessing the world hold? I lament for my father. In his harem, there is not a single woman he genuinely cherishes. Those women remain by his side solely for his status, devoid of love. The empress furiously exclaimed, do you truly wish to plunge both yourself and your mother into dire straits for her? Yushio calmly stated, there is no need for you to be angry. These are merely your assumptions. What tomorrow holds remains uncertain. The empress leaned back in her chair, her body trembling with fury, declaring, a son grows beyond the control of his mother. Her eyes were filled with wrath. Yushio gazed at the queen and remarked, regarding the matters of the past, even if you choose not to speak of them, it does not imply that I am unaware. The queen stared at Yushio in astonishment, inquiring, what are you trying to convey? Yushio's eyes glinted like a blade as he replied coolly, I seek not to elaborate. Merely to inform you that everyone possesses the right to pursue their own happiness, and not all will make choices akin to yours. Meanwhile, Shushin had lost track of time in the dungeon. Apart from her initial encounter with Yu Zhao and Gu Sisi, no one else had spoken to her. She felt a growing sense of suffocation, her previously tranquil heart now increasingly anxious. One day, as the mute servant entered to deliver her meal, she implored loudly, please speak to me. I am nearly suffocating from silence. Unable to contain herself, she shouted. The mute servant gestured to his throat and waved his hand, indicating his inability to speak. With a sigh, Shushin unexpectedly seized the mute servant's hand, which filled his eyes with terror. Yet, she remarked, it appears you are not truly mute by nature, but rather rendered so by someone's malice. Their heart is indeed cruel. Beyond her skill in poison, she also possessed knowledge of healing, though she seldom applied this talent, as healing did not guarantee survival. The mute servant stared at her wide-eyed, and she continued, you are not inherently mute, hence there is hope for your recovery. Suddenly, the mute servant knelt before her, bowing earnestly, his expression unmistakably conveying that if she could discern his condition was not congenital, then she might indeed restore his voice. Shushin chuckled, so? You wish for my assistance in your healing, do you? He nodded eagerly. She added, but aiding you without any benefit for myself seems illogical. After all, no one engages in a losing venture in these times. After a moment's thought, the mute servant gestured, and she understood he was indicating that if she could cure his muteness, he would find a way to aid her escape. Shushin's eyes sparkled as she warned, you must not renege on your promise. Otherwise, I shall not only render you mute once more, but also make you deaf. He nodded solemnly. Contemplating further, Shushin mused, your request for my healing is not insurmountable, yet I lack the necessary herbs here to assist you. Her eyes brightened as she proposed, how about this? I will provide you with a medicinal prescription, and you shall procure the herbs. I will then teach you how to utilize them. The mute servant's eyes brimmed with hope, and he bowed deeply once again. Shushin smiled brightly, saying, do not be so formal. Expressions of gratitude can wait until after your recovery. She then listed several medicinal ingredients and instructed him to gather the necessary acupuncture implements. After committing these to memory, the mute servant departed with the food container. Later that evening, after serving her dinner, the mute servant surveyed the surroundings, ensuring no one was present, before discreetly retrieving a packet of herbs and an assortment of acupuncture tools from the bottom of the basket. Shushin clapped him on the shoulder, beaming, you truly are a diligent child. The mute servant, slightly taken aback, pouted. At nearly 20 years of age, being referred to as a child by someone who appeared scarcely older than 20 was a source of bemusement. Shu Xian paid no heed to his expression, gesturing for him to sit properly, only to see her needle swiftly pierce the corresponding acupoint. It had been a considerable time since she had performed acupuncture, and her technique had grown somewhat unrefined, her force a tad excessive, causing the mute servant to break into a cold sweat. She offered an awkward chuckle, stating, "It has been quite a while since I treated anyone, and the lighting here is rather dim, so errors are inevitable." In truth, her skills had dulled, unrelated to the illumination. The mute servant, eager for relief, did not hold her accountable, but merely cast a glance in her direction. Shu Xian continued, "I will need to administer acupuncture twice daily to help expel the toxins, alongside medication. We should see initial results in 3 days. If there is no improvement, it would indicate my own limitations." She spoke not to discourage him, but rather because his prolonged poisoning rendered recovery uncertain. A flicker of disappointment crossed the mute servant's eyes, yet he nodded in acknowledgement. She patted his shoulder reassuringly, saying, "Rest assured, I shall do my utmost." The mute servant was unable to speak, and each time he lingered a bit longer within these confines, no one uttered a word. Moreover, the guards outside the dungeon were as impenetrable as iron, leaving those inside with no chance of escape. Shu Xian had initially contemplated incapacitating the mute servant and assuming his guise to flee, but he was exceedingly astute, leaving her no opportunity. Thanks to his care, she had at last discerned whether it was day or night outside, and the chill seemed to deepen with each passing day. On this particular day, the mute servant entered the dungeon bearing a silk quilt, prompting a sigh from her. Autumn had indeed arrived. She recalled Yushio's words, that the emperor would not survive the summer, and now that early autumn had descended, she feared significant events were imminent. One day, as she sat on the bed lost in thought, overwhelmed by boredom, she reflected on the mute servant's assertion that she had been confined in this dungeon for 7 days. Today marked the 3rd day following his acupuncture treatment, and according to the texts, he ought to have been able to vocalize by now. Regrettably, he remained as silent as ever, and she had exhausted all the medicinal herbs. The 7 days in the dungeon felt infinitely longer than the 70 days outside. Her heart was laden with uncertainties, leaving her with no choice but to wait. A series of sounds echoed overhead, and in her melancholy, she replied without turning, "Leave the food. I am not inclined to eat right now. It is far too stifling here." A melodious female voice chimed in from behind, "Not eating? If you do not eat now, you may find no opportunity to eat again, and soon you shall forget what it means to feel stifled." The voice was enchanting, yet the words were harsh. The voice paused momentarily before adding, "The dead feel nothing." Shu Xian turned to see Gu Shishi, who appeared as ethereal as a celestial being. With a faint smile, she remarked, "I had thought you would visit me daily, yet you have only now chosen to come." Internally, she remained guarded, for she harbored no fondness for Gu Shishi. The latter replied coldly, "You should consider yourself fortunate that I have only now come to see you, granting you a few extra days of life." Shu Xian blinked, responding, "Is that so? In that case, I ought to thank you for allowing me to live a few days longer. But does the prince know you are here?" She noticed a flicker of terror in Gu Sisi's eyes and smiled, saying, "It appears that the crown prince is unaware. If he knew you dared to seek me out, he would likely have you killed." After saying this, she clicked her tongue a few times, then continued regretfully, "What a pity for your beauty, born with a celestial visage. Yet your heart is as foul as a latrine." Anger flared on Gu Sisi's face, but she quickly retorted with a cold smile, "You are going to die anyway. Indulging your verbal sparring is of no consequence." Shu Xian felt a slight shock, but still maintained a radiant smile. "You wish to kill me? I advise you to abandon that thought. Do you know what the crown prince said to me the other day? He declared that upon ascending the throne, he would make me his empress, while you—" She cast a chilling glance at Gu Sisi. "The crown prince has said that you are unworthy even to warm his bed." She successfully observed the fury etched on Gu Sisi's face and continued, "What is wrong? Are you angry? But what use is your anger? The one you desire has no place for you in his heart. Don't you realize that the more furious you become, the more unappealing your visage appears?" Before she could finish, a sharp pain stung her face, yet she pressed on. "A woman like you is a true disgrace and sorrow. Those who treasure you, you treat as mere grass, while you regard those who see you as grass as treasures. Not only are you foolish to the extreme, but you are also despicable." A glimmer of disdain sparkled in her eyes. "It is one thing to be base, but to be shameless as well. They say a good horse does not turn back to eat old grass. Yet you are even less than livestock and still wish to return to that old grass." Thankfully, Xiao is not entirely foolish. He has seen through your worthless facade and will kick you aside. Shu Xian's words dripped with venom as she spat insults while enduring pain. She secretly retrieved poison from her sleeve. The herbs she had procured in recent days were meant for crafting poison, a means of escape. She had been provoking Gu Sisi merely to divert her attention. Lacking martial prowess, she could only succeed in one decisive strike, so even if she were struck, she must endure. Gu Sisi's complexion shifted from green to purple, resembling a dye shop in disarray. She coldly stated, "If you wish for a fleeting moment of verbal triumph, go ahead. What I cannot comprehend is how a man like Xiao could possibly fall for a woman as ugly as you." Shu Xian smiled brightly. "That is because, though I may be unattractive, I possess a heart of extraordinary beauty. Thus, Xiao has fallen for this ugly creature and no longer desires you, the venomous beauty." The poison was already firmly in her grasp. She sought the perfect moment to strike, aiming for a single successful blow. Gu Sisi snorted coldly, "Regardless of your looks, you will not see Xiao again, nor will you become empress." For this very morning, news of the emperor's demise has spread throughout the palace. Both Xiao and the crown prince have gone to the palace, and no one will come to rescue you. Shu Xian was momentarily stunned. The emperor was finally dead. No wonder Gu Sisi had arrived here so smoothly. It turned out Yu Zhao had gone to the palace. She sighed softly. The title of empress held no allure for her, yet she did not wish to die. As long as she desired life, no one could take it from her. Shu Xian sighed. "Is that truly the case? It appears I cannot escape this calamity today." Her eyes brimmed with sorrow, the poison powder poised to unleash. Yet, before Gu Sisi could thrust her long sword, she collapsed to the ground. Shu Xian couldn't help but feel a moment of bewilderment. How could Gu Sisi fall without releasing her poison? Upon closer inspection, she noticed the mute servant had somehow appeared at her side, gesturing urgently for her to flee. Still dazed, Shu Xian was pulled away by the mute servant toward the exit of the underground passage. She glanced back at Gu Sisi, uncertain of her fate. However, as they emerged from the tunnel, they unexpectedly encountered Yu Zhao, startling Shu Xian. The mute servant's gaze flashed like lightning. Grasping a long sword to shield Shu Xian behind him, Yu Zhao coldly remarked, "Very well, Yu Xiao truly possesses remarkable capabilities. To have the mute servant, who has languished in the princess residence for a decade, under his command is quite the feat, yet, no matter his prowess, he cannot save you today." With that, the surrounding guards closed in on them. In truth, the mute servant was not Yu Xiao's man. He was merely a guard from the princess residence who had been silenced and imprisoned by Yu Zhao for his misdeeds. Upon realizing his remorse and diligence, Yu Zhao had appointed him to manage the dungeon. Shu Xian sighed, aware that the mute servant was not a pawn of Yu Xiao, but simply wished to rescue her. A pang of guilt struck her. She had promised to cure his muteness but had yet to fulfill that promise, and he had treated her with such sincerity. She understood that neither of them could escape the prince's residence today. A direct confrontation would only lead to death. Her eyes darted, and while the mute servant was unprepared, she swiftly used a silver needle to strike several acupoints on his back. After days of treating him, her acupuncture skills had significantly improved, and the mute servant silently collapsed to the floor. Shu Xian feigned a flattering smile, saying, "Your Highness, I had no desire to accompany him, yet he insisted on taking me away. How utterly detestable. Thankfully, Your Highness arrived just in time." Her demeanor was somewhat sycophantic and rather vulgar. Yu Zhao snorted coldly. "It seems you have a grasp of reality." Observing her face, he furrowed his brows. "There is likely no woman in this world more unattractive than you." Gu Sisi's methods are indeed ruthless. He understood that her presence here implied Gu Sisi must be in the dungeon, likely with little chance of survival, yet he refrained from sending anyone to investigate. To him, Gu Sisi had lost her value since aiding him in seizing the throne 5 years ago. Had it not been for her unparalleled beauty, he would have already ended her life. Shu Xian pouted, "Of course, I know the way of the world. Yu Xiao has always been fierce towards me. Where is the gentleness of the crown prince?" As these words left her lips, she felt a wave of nausea. Yet, deep down, she reminded herself that she had no other options. Yu Zhao, feeling somewhat triumphant, remarked, "It seems you are far more astute than Gu Sisi. I did not misjudge you. Follow me into the palace." To ascend to the throne was his lifelong ambition, and for this dream, he had exhausted every means. As the crown prince, he was determined to inherit the empire. Shu Xian nodded. "It is indeed an honor to be by your side, Your Highness." Deeply disappointed, Wang Xiu ultimately proceeded to the palace to assume his role as emperor. Yu Zhao let out a soft snort, seizing her hand and leading her forward. However, upon reaching the entrance of the crown prince's residence, they encountered Yu Xiu, clad in a flowing white robe. Standing in the autumn breeze, he appeared somewhat desolate and languid. his dark hair billowing gently in the wind. His elongated eyes rested upon Shu Xian, revealing a blend of nostalgia and concern. Behind Yu Xiu stood a multitude of concealed guards from the Qin Wang residence. Gazing at him, Shu Xian found herself momentarily entranced. He was as elegant as jade, exuding an unparalleled grace, and the genuine concern in his eyes was unmistakable. A fleeting doubt crossed her mind. Was his kindness merely a feud, a means to exploit her? Yu Xiu's brow furrowed slightly upon noticing Shu Xian's swollen face, a sight that was undeniably alarming. And a flicker of anger ignited in his eyes, revealing a hint of lethal intent. Accompanied by Qin Long and Xuan Wu, along with a retinue of guards, they sprang into action. The moment Qin Long and Xuan Wu spotted them, their swords were drawn, aimed directly at Yu Xiao. With an air of indifference, Yu Xiu remarked, "Does His Highness the Crown Prince intend to return my princess to me? If so, I shall express my gratitude in advance." While his words conveyed thanks, his eyes brimmed with menace. Yu Xiao responded coldly, "The Qin Wang is overly courteous. From this day forth, she is no longer your princess, but my princess." A hint of brutality tinged his gaze, which was rife with murderous intent. Shu Xian felt a surge of anger at Yu Xiao's words. What kind of world was this? Wasn't it utterly disgusting for Yu Xiao to presume her consent as his princess? Yet, finding herself at his mercy, she dared not fully resist. Managing to maintain a faint smile on her face, Yu Xiu's brows knitted in displeasure. He knew Yu Xiao's character all too well, and such words were indeed repugnant. He glanced at Shu Xian, only to find disdain and a touch of contempt reflected in her expressive eyes. Suddenly, he understood that she had merely endured a superficial injury. At that moment, he recognized the advantage of her disheveled appearance. She had concealed her beauty as a means of self-preservation. Considering Yu Xiao's temperament, if he were to see her true visage, it might provoke unwelcome thoughts. This was the first time Yu Xiu realized the merit in her decision to present herself in such an unflattering manner, and he comprehended her reasons for adopting such an unappealing guise. Narrowing his elongated eyes, a glimmer of danger flickered as he spoke. The Crown Prince's temperament is indeed peculiar. Do you take such pleasure in competing with me for women? Allow me to clarify, Shu Xian is not Gu Sisi. You cannot seize her from me. Yu Xiao scoffed. You were defeated by me 5 years ago, and you shall meet the same fate again. Shu Xian, tell the Qin Wang. Are you truly willing to remain by my side? Disgust surged within her, yet she replied with a cheerful demeanor. Your Highness the Crown Prince and the Qin Wang are simply incomparable. One resides in the heavens, the other in the depths. Anyone with even a modicum of discernment can see who possesses greater power. Upon hearing her words, Yu Xiu instantly grasped her meaning, a hint of amusement glimmering in his elongated eyes. He was well aware of who represented heaven and who embodied earth. In her ink-dark eyes, a flicker of brilliance emerged as she directed her statement towards Yu Xiao, glancing at Yu Xiu thereafter. She continued, the entire city of Fian knows that my feelings for the Qin Wang are solely filled with hatred, devoid of love. With this declaration, a trace of derision danced upon her lips. The dichotomy of love and hate had long plagued her, whether in love or in hate. Both emotions were but fleeting wisps of smoke. Who amongst them could truly endure forever, and who could cultivate a harmonious existence? Yu Xiu furrowed his brow slightly. Yet upon meeting her gaze, he noticed a fleeting sadness in her eyes, causing his heart to skip a beat. The faint glimmer within her gaze vanished as swiftly as it had appeared. He allowed a soft smile to grace his lips and remarked, Shu Xian, I recall once informing you that in this lifetime, you shall never escape my side, regardless of your choices or whom you may love. If you choose to live without me, I shall not hesitate to leave your corpse behind. Shu Xian scoffed at his words, loathing the implication. She was neither his plaything nor his shadow. Why should she remain tethered to him? Yet, in that moment, she found herself wishing to distance herself from Yu Xiao more than anything else. Only through comparison does one recognize the disparity. Observing their expressions, Yu Xiao's eyes sparkled with delight as he declared, Yu Xiu, your fate is destined to be that of my defeated foe. Yu Xiu retorted coldly, perhaps, but I may lack love, yet I shall acquire power. Even if you manage to seize every woman by my side, you will merely earn the title of a thief. And one day you shall learn the true meaning of a fate without a complete corpse. As for women, once I ascend the throne, all the women across the realm shall belong to me. Why then should I fret over an ugly woman? His tone was frigid, filled with an aura of menace, devoid of warmth. Shu Xian's eyes brightened at his words, a smile gracing her lips. Yu Xiao huffed disdainfully, I am well aware of your tactics. Your greatest skill lies in deception. But let me assure you, I have never failed to acquire what I desire, be it a woman or a position of power. Upon hearing this, Shu Xian recognized Yu Zhao's character and felt a pang of sympathy for Yu Xiu. Having such a brother was indeed his misfortune. Yu Xiu sighed. Is it truly so? I do not share your view, Yu Zhao. I feel nothing but pity for you. Your father's remains are yet to cool, and you shamelessly engage in such vile deeds, even seizing your own sister-in-law. You are thoroughly repugnant. Your reckless abandon shall meet its reckoning today, as I shall rectify your actions on behalf of our father. As his words fell, Xian Wu's sword lunged towards Yu Zhao, yet before it could reach him, the guards at Yu Zhao's side intercepted. The two clashed for several exchanges, neither gaining the upper hand, before retreating to their respective masters. Xian Wu huffed a few times, his cold gaze fixed upon Yu Zhao, the tip of his sword aimed menacingly in his direction. Yu Zhao let out a cold snort and said, Yu Xiu, the officials and royal kin of the court may fear you, but I am not afraid of you. We both know that the moment our father passes away will be the moment our complete rupture occurs. After speaking, he clapped his hands thrice, and a contingent of guards surged forth from all directions of the crown princess residence, encircling Yu Xiu with bows and arrows drawn. Yu Xiu's expression remained unchanged as he coldly gazed at Yu Zhao, saying, So the crown prince has long been prepared. I must confess, I am truly terrified of your guards. However, I wonder how they compare in prowess to the assassins from that day. Yu Zhao shot a sidelong glance at Yu Xiu. His eyes filled with disdain as he coldly replied, Yu Xiu, do you still wish to engage in verbal sparring at this juncture? Today, I shall show you what a hedgehog truly is. With that, he raised his hand, and the guards drew their bows taut as a full moon. Shu Xian was slightly taken aback. Though she held no affection for Yu Xiu, she found him far more endearing than Yu Zhao. Witnessing Yu Xiu in a disadvantaged position stirred her concern for him. Yu Xiu smiled faintly and remarked, You repeatedly claim to understand me. Yet are you aware of one particular trait I possess? That is, I refrain from actions unless I am entirely certain of success. His smile was gentle, yet his eyes brimmed with murderous intent. It was time for certain individuals and matters to be resolved. The bonds of blood within the royal family are, in truth, non-existent. As soon as he finished speaking, Yu Xiu let out a soft whistle, and the sound of hooves echoed from all directions. Yu Zhao's expression shifted slightly. His cold gaze fixed on Yu Xiu as he inquired, The imperial guards have been subdued by me. Where do you gather your forces from? Yu Xiu expressed his disdain, saying, There are armies beyond just the imperial guards. Do you truly believe the title of King Qin is but a mere facade? He paused before continuing, Today, I am curious to see whether I shall be turned into a hedgehog or if you shall be reduced to mere mush. No sooner had he spoken than a group of red-clad warriors surrounded the outer circle of Yu Zhao's guards. A series of anguished cries followed, as each of the red-clad guards fell, pierced by arrows. These warriors, armed with longbows and arrows, bore large swords upon their backs. His tone was calm, yet his words were laden with menace. In Shu Xian's eyes, he stood there, clad in white, exuding an aura of authority. A kingly presence emanated from his being, embodying the essence of dominion. Some individuals are born as sovereigns, and their attire bears no relevance. Shu Xian paused momentarily, finding this version of Yu Xiu somewhat unfamiliar. Aside from the killing intent and dominance he displayed when commanding the 4 guards after being besieged, she had rarely encountered him in such a manner. Observing him now, she realized she preferred this incarnation of him over the refined and gentle facade he typically wore. A man must possess a certain presence. Regardless of Qiao Yuren's coldness or fury, he could not match Yu Xiu's commanding aura. Perhaps it was his pair of peach blossom eyes that rendered him incapable of exuding such dominance. Yu Xiu and Qiao Yuren were indeed two extremes of masculinity. Yu Zhao's eyes reflected a hint of astonishment as he gritted his teeth and said, Yu Xiu, I must admit, I have underestimated you. I never anticipated that the renowned Crimson Army would indeed be under your command. He paused momentarily before continuing. Perhaps I should have foreseen that the chaos in the south was orchestrated by you. Hence these crimson soldiers are undoubtedly yours as well. Yu Xiu let out a cold snort and replied, You have merely discovered this too late. There is no opportunity for regret now. Yu Zhao scoffed, Is that so? Perhaps your reputation for being formidable is indeed true. However, today, even if it costs me my life, I shall take someone down with me. With that, he seized Shuxin from behind and pressed a sharp blade against her throat. Shuxin inwardly cursed Yu Zhao as a despicable scoundrel, but smiled and asked, Your Highness, what is the meaning of this? Ignoring her, Yu Zhao turned to Yu Xiu and taunted, Yu Xiu, do you not pride yourself on being a romantic? I am keen to witness just how deeply you feel for this ugly creature. Is it true disdain or genuine affection? Which is more captivating? Gu Cici's allure or this ugly one's? Seeing Yu Zhao's actions, Yu Xiu's gaze turned cold as he asked icily, What do you intend to do? Yu Zhao replied with a frigid tone. You, being so astute, should already know my intentions. Why bother to inquire further? A smirk of triumph curved his lips. And Yushio understood that he had surely won this gamble. Despite all Yushio's scheming, he could not escape the bonds of affection. Shuxin's eyes flickered, a faint smile gracing her lips as she attempted to ingratiate herself. Your Highness, were you not intending to take me into the palace? Why then do you now hold a sword to my neck? Be cautious, Your Highness, swords are merciless. With that, she raised her hand, attempting to dislodge the blade from her throat. Yu Zhao's eyes brimmed with disdain as he coldly retorted, with your appearance, do you truly believe I would find you appealing? Were it not for Yushio's concern for you and the fact that my mother bestowed the Qian Kuan hairpin upon you, I would have taken your life the moment Gu Sisi brought you into the prince's residence. Shuxin's eyes sparkled with defiance as she exclaimed. So you have been using me all along. How could that be? Internally, she berated him, thinking him a pervert who believed every woman in the world would fall for him. She tightened her grip on the poison powder in her hand, calculating how she might incapacitate Yu Zhao and safely navigate past his guards to Yushio's side. Yushio found her words mildly amusing. Had he not sparred with her on numerous occasions and understood her nature, he too might have been deceived. Her eyes conveyed a vivid expression of resentment and sorrow, leaving him quite impressed. He recalled their first encounter when she had him completely ensnared, were it not for her drunken state that night. He feared he might never have realized the truth. Yu Zhao barked, silence. Speak another word, and I shall end your life this very instant. Yet Shuxin burst into tears, exclaiming, how can you be so heartless? You promised to make me your empress. Now that Yushio has arrived, you wish to kill me? Are you even a man? You have no courage at all. Do not tell me you fear Yushio. Her cries were thunderous, so much so that Yu Zhao, being the closest to her, felt a dull pain in his eardrums. Yu Zhao exclaimed in anger, cease your cacophony. How could I possibly fear him? Yet, Shu Xian was unwilling to heed his words, her sobs growing even more intense. Through her tears, she lamented, I did not make a fuss. If you had confessed your fear of Yushio earlier, I would never have agreed to enter the palace with you. Now, you have left me utterly humiliated in front of him, and I can no longer earn his affection. You are merely using me, you heartless wretch. Her demeanor resembled more of a shout than a cry. Yushio's lips curved slightly upward. She was indeed quite skilled. To anyone observing, she appeared as a discarded wife in a secluded chamber, yet he understood that this was merely a feud. She was seeking an opportunity to escape. However, her voice was excessively loud. Even from a distance, it pierced his ears. Yushio leaned slightly toward Xian Wu and instructed, the princess is distracting the crown prince. As soon as she makes her move, seize the opportunity to rescue her. Xian Wu nodded in acknowledgement. At that moment, a guard whispered something into Yushio's ear, causing him to pause, a deeper chill settling across his expression. The events of the day were becoming increasingly intriguing. Perhaps it was true that those who wielded power were the true sovereigns, the true emperors. Yu Zhao, growing impatient with Shu Xian's incessant wailing, threatened, if you cry out once more, I shall mar your face. Shu Xian's cries intensified to a deafening pitch, and she retorted, if you wish to disfigure me, then do so. I have long since wished to end this existence. What does it matter if I become even more grotesque? Yu Zhao was momentarily taken aback. It was universally acknowledged that women cherished beauty, yet he had evidently forgotten that she was already hideously unattractive. Additional ugliness mattered little. However, he was aware that should he truly inflict harm upon her, he would lose all leverage in negotiations with Yushio. Consumed by rage, he swiftly sealed her acupoint, finally granting his ears some respite. He coldly addressed Yushio, if you genuinely wish to save her, then present the imperial edict in exchange for her. Shu Xian's heart surged with anxiety. Her poisonous powder was on the verge of being released, yet Yu Zhao's action had rendered her powerless. With her hands full of toxic powder, she could neither disperse it nor save herself. Biting her lip in frustration, she contemplated how to extricate herself from this predicament. Just then, a gust of wind swept through, igniting a flicker of hope within her. Even if she could not escape or eliminate Yu Zhao, she resolved to deliver a grand gesture in return. Yushio coldly inquired, Imperial edict? What edict? Yu Zhao glared at him and retorted, do not feign ignorance before me any longer. His Majesty has already issued an edict of succession to you. He commanded Fian last night to deliver the decree to you. If you wish to preserve your life, hand over the edict. The incessant noise from Shu Xian had frayed his nerves to the point where he could no longer refer to himself as this palace, and simply used I instead. Yushio replied with indifference, I had assumed you would barter with Shu Xian for your life. Yet here you are, offering her life in exchange for the edict. Yu Zhao, I fear you have become so blinded by the allure of the throne that you have forgotten, no matter how significant the throne may be, it cannot outweigh your own life. Yu Zhao let out a cold snort and said, Yu Xiao, are you perhaps afraid? Your guards must have informed you that Xiao Yuran has already brought an army. I fear they have reached the outskirts of the imperial city. Once his forces arrive, you will find yourself with no escape. As he spoke, the sound of hooves echoed outside the prince's residence. Yu Xiao's expression shifted. Yu Zhao continued, I shall count to 3. If you do not hand over the summons, I shall slay this ugly wretch. With that, he gently traced his sword across Shu Xin's neck, blood oozing from the wound. Shu Xin glared fiercely at Yu Zhao, her hatred boiling within her. Though she cared little for her appearance, she cherished her neck, believing its smoothness and length enhanced her grace. Now, with this blade drawn, she feared the potential for a scar. Yu Xiao's gaze was sharp as a knife. He understood that if he surrendered the summons to Yu Zhao, he would forfeit his chance at the throne. He held no fear of Xiao Yuran's army. As long as he possessed the summons, Xiao Yuran would not dare to act against him. However, if he refused to give the summons to Yu Zhao's temperament suggested he might indeed kill Shu Xin. If Shu Xin were to perish, Xiao Yuran would undoubtedly seek vengeance upon Yu Zhao upon his arrival, leaving Yu Xiao a chance to ascend the throne. Yet, without the summons, Yu Zhao would certainly eliminate him to prevent future threats. A fierce light sparkled in Yu Xiao's narrow eyes. Qinglong, by his side, noticed his expression and sighed. Having accompanied Yu Xiao for a long time, he began to comprehend Yu Xiao's intentions. Regret swelled within him. He had intentionally allowed Shu Xin to be captured by Yu Zhao, hoping to sever Yu Xiao's affections for her. Yet, his actions had backfired, ultimately harming Yu Xiao and aiding Yu Zhao. Perhaps Yu Zhao was right. Their lord was indeed a romantic. Having lost his claim to the throne 5 years ago over Gu Sisi, and now risking it again for Shu Xin. Qinglong wished to dissuade Yu Xiao from his course of action, but knew that once Yu Xiao had made a decision, it was unalterable. Moreover, he had promised to assist Yu Xiao in rescuing Shu Xin. Shu Xin reflected on the troubles she had caused Yu Xiao since their acquaintance, repeatedly bringing him disgrace. She had always believed his tolerance stemmed from her being the daughter of Shu Xiang, merely a means for him to leverage Shu Xiang's power to secure the throne. Yet, as perceptive as she was, she now realized that Yu Xiao had obtained the imperial succession summons, signifying that the throne was already within his grasp, rendering her devoid of value. A mocking thought crossed her mind regarding Yu Zhao. What use was it to capture her? How could Yu Xiao possibly be threatened by him? She had lost her worth. If Yu Xiao handed the summons to Yu Zhao, it would mean relinquishing the throne, and Yu Zhao's nature suggested he would not be satisfied with mere power. He would seek Yu Xiao's life. Weighing the options, even if Yu Xiao's love for her ran deep, he would never surrender the summons to Yu Zhao. Furthermore, their relationship lacked depth, despite Yu Xiao's declarations of love. She found it hard to believe. The throne and life are undoubtedly worth far more than her own existence. A wave of despair washed over her heart. Had she not been so cautious, had she cast aside the poison powder sooner, she might have subdued Yu Zhao and seized the chance to escape. Yet, at this moment, her acupoints had been sealed, leaving her no opportunity to act. Although the wind had carried the poison powder from her hands onto Yu Zhao, the fabric of his clothing would delay its effect for the time being. Was she truly destined to perish here today? The thunderous sound of galloping hooves echoed behind her, revealing that Xiao Yuran had arrived with her troops. She sighed inwardly, aware that this moment marked the point of no return. She mourned for herself, contemplating whether her life had reached its conclusion or if a twist of fate awaited her. Chapter 67. At that moment, Yu Xiao spoke calmly. If you wish to summon the decree, so be it. However, you must not harm a single hair on her head. With that, he tossed the decree towards Yu Zhao. Shu Xian was momentarily taken aback. He had actually given the decree to Yu Zhao for her sake. Her mind went blank, unable to comprehend his actions, leaving her in a state of confusion. Could it truly be as he claimed? Did he genuinely love her, willing to sacrifice everything for her? She found it hard to believe that the cunning and scheming Yu Xiao would relinquish his coveted throne for her. Yet, despite her disbelief, the reality before her was indisputable. A surge of inexplicable emotion welled up within her, rendering her somewhat disoriented. Did she truly hold such an important place in Yu Xiao's heart? She lifted her gaze to meet his, and at that moment, he was also looking at her. His slender, elongated eyes were filled with tenderness. Upon witnessing the astonishment in her eyes, he seemed to grasp her thoughts, and a bitter smile crept upon his lips. It was only then that he realized she had never truly believed in his love for her. Dressed in white, Yu Xiao stood in the wind, exuding an indescribable elegance and an undeniable integrity. Her heart skipped a beat as she realized that everything he had said to her over this long period was genuine. Yu Zhao, hearing Yu Xiao's words, felt a surge of joy. As Yu Xiao tossed the decree, he quickly seized Shu Xian and hurled her towards Yu Xiao. With a swift motion, he leaped towards the decree. Shu Xian felt her body lift off the ground, spinning in midair, her mind still struggling to process the earlier events. She repeatedly questioned herself. Was Yu Xiao truly sincere? Was he genuinely sincere? In that moment, she felt utterly dazed and foolish. When she finally regained her senses, she found herself plummeting downwards, panic engulfing her. The ground below was a hard stone surface, and she knew all too well how unforgiving it could be. Yet, at that moment, she was rendered speechless and immobile, powerless to alter her fate. She instinctively closed her eyes, bracing for the impact, anticipating excruciating pain. Surely, even if her head did not crack open, her backside would surely be bruised. However, instead of the anticipated agony, she landed in a warm embrace, enveloped in a familiar fragrance reminiscent of orchids. Upon opening her eyes, she found herself gazing into Yu Xiao's strikingly handsome face, who met her with a gentle smile as he effortlessly lifted her into his arms. Seeing his smile, Shu Xian felt as though he had never appeared so agreeable before. Previously, she had likened his narrow eyes to those of a fox, yet at this moment, she could clearly discern warmth and concern emanating from them, making them appear extraordinarily beautiful, more so than Xiao Yuren's alluring peach blossom eyes. A wave of warmth surged through her. It had been so long since she had felt such comfort. Amid the myriad events of late, she found herself overwhelmed, unable to untangle her thoughts. Throughout her encounters with Yu Xiao, she had never truly perceived any benefits. Yet at this moment, she realized that throughout their long companionship, she had thought that Yu Xiao's words were merely playful banter, never expecting them to be genuine. He had forsaken his royal title for her. To claim that her heart felt no stirrings of emotion would be a falsehood. Doubts crept in regarding the authenticity of the edict he had cast to Yu Xiao. Nevertheless, regardless of its truth, he had come to her aid rather than abandoning her. A flicker of sentiment welled in her almond-shaped eyes, and when Yu Xiao gazed upon her, she met him with a faint smile, one devoid of her usual sharpness or mischief, instead imbued with a delicate warmth. Like distant mountains or nearby waters, it was hazy as smoke, gentle as flowing streams, and full of charm. Yu Xiao was momentarily taken aback. It was the first time he had witnessed such a smile from her, so exquisite and pure. A subtle joy blossomed in his heart. Initially a mere whisper at the corner of his mouth, gradually seeping into his eyes, and eventually permeating his very soul. A nourishing and beautiful feeling surged within him. And at that moment, he finally comprehended that everything had been worth it. Even though love was still absent in her eyes, he felt a profound sense of contentment. He had always believed that one day she would come to love him. The thunderous sound of galloping hooves drew near. A figure streaking towards Yu Xiao like a shooting star. Clad in black, the assailant struck with ferocity. Yu Xiao narrowed his eyes slightly, executing a swift maneuver to evade the attack, cradling Shu Xian in one arm, while drawing his soft sword with the other, the blade striking out like a venomous serpent. Shu Xian spun within Yu Xiao's embrace, still reeling from the earlier shock, and upon recognizing the incoming assailant, she gasped once more, none other than Xiao Yuran. Xiao Yuran's peach blossom eyes were icy, brimming with lethal intent, as he coldly commanded, Yu Xiao, set her down. Today, you may yet preserve your life. Behind Xiao Yuran loomed a dark mass of iron cavalry, their hooves kicking up a cloud of dust that shrouded the prince's residence in a veil of mist. This was the first time Shu Xian had witnessed him in such a guise. The softness that once graced his brow had vanished, replaced by an air of unwavering resolve. She found herself momentarily stunned. In her heart, Xiao Yuran had always been gentle, his somewhat enchanting visage perpetually adorned with a subtle smile. She had not anticipated that the absence of that smile would reveal such a formidable demeanor. Suddenly, she felt a sense of estrangement from this version of Xiao Yuran, a different emotion swelling within her, causing an ache in her heart. Yu Xiao smiled lightly, stating, "In my heart, I shall never alter my intentions for the sake of survival." He glanced at Shu Xian and continued, "She is my princess. Thus, she shall forever remain my princess." Unyielding to any threats or crises, with a glint of menace in his eyes, he declared, "In this world, few can pose a threat to me." In an instant, the thunderous sound of hooves echoed from the southeast. Xiao Yuran's expression shifted slightly, while Yu Xiao's lips curled into a faint smile, as if to say that Ding Luqing had arrived at just the right moment. A trace of disdain flickered in Xiao Yuran's peach blossom eyes as he coldly remarked, "The sound of hooves is still 10 miles away. Even if Ding Luqing's horse is swift, it will take a quarter of an hour. Within that time, I could cause your blood to spill on the spot." Beside him, Yu Zhao declared, Xiao Yuran, I command you to kill the Qin Wang Yuxiu this instant. He is a treacherous minister, intent on usurping the throne. Yuxiu retorted icily. I wonder who it is that seeks to usurp the throne? Does the crown prince even have the courage to produce that edict for all to hear? He glanced at Xiao Yuran, adding, Today, despite your 5,000 troops behind you, this king is not afraid. Even without Ding Luqing's imminent arrival, it would be no difficult task for my red-clad guards to delay you for a quarter of an hour. Ignoring Yu Zhao, Xiao Yuran fixed his gaze on him and coldly replied, I have never underestimated the abilities of the Qin Wang, but I wonder if his heart is as ruthless as his methods. Will he choose to bury the entire populace of Fian City alongside her? Or will he let her go? The choice is yours. As he spoke, his eyes briefly fell on Shu Exine, and they softened with deep affection. Yet, upon noticing the swelling of her cheeks, a spark of fury ignited within him. Yuxiu scoffed. I did not expect the heart of the 13th prince to become so merciless. However, do not forget, she is now my consort, while you are merely the 13th prince. Moreover, I trust you have heard that the moment you departed from Fian City, your master set his sights on her. Such a person is hardly worth your sacrifices. Heed my counsel. Withdraw your troops and restore peace to Fian City, granting tranquility to the people. Xiao Yuran retorted coldly. Am I to retreat and allow you to ascend the throne? Before Yuxiu could respond, Yu Zhao interjected urgently, Xiao Yuran, what more wasteful words do you have for him? If you delay any longer, Ding Luqing will arrive, and with him, trouble will follow. If Yuxiu truly ascends as emperor, you know well his methods. Given your entanglement with his consort, do you truly believe he would spare you? Xiao Yuran cast a glance at Yu Zhao, who continued, At this moment, if you eliminate Yuxiu, I can guarantee that once I ascend, you will enjoy boundless riches and honor. Furthermore, once Yuxiu is dead, your cousin will belong to you. Shu Exine felt a wave of nausea wash over her at Yu Zhao's words. She had always wanted to be with Xiao Yuran. Yet the current situation left her wavering. If Yuxiu were to die this time, she would owe him an insurmountable debt of gratitude. He had forsaken the throne for her. How could she allow him to perish because of her? With a cold glare, Shu Exine retorted, Yu Zhao, how shameless you are. On that day, I was taken captive. At one moment, he spoke of bestowing me upon Xiao Yuran, and at another, he claimed I possessed the Qian Kuan hairpin, wishing to elevate me as his consort. Such a duplicitous scoundrel, indeed. You are utterly despicable, shameless, and devoid of humanity. Should you ascend to the throne, you would undoubtedly become a tyrant, a foolish ruler. After saying this, she turned her gaze toward Xiao Yuran and remarked, If it is said that Yuxiu would slay you upon becoming emperor, then after Yu Zhao assumes the throne, you would have lost your worth, and with your command over a formidable army, coupled with your master Du Tianqi's influence. Do you truly believe that someone as unscrupulous as Yu Zhao would let you be? Xiao Yuran shifted slightly, and Yu Zhao, enraged, retorted, You vile wench, what nonsense are you spouting? He then turned to Xiao Yuran and declared, I assure you, if you kill Yuxiu today, I will grant you the title of King of Dingnan and bestow upon you a golden medal of immunity. No matter the transgressions you commit, I shall not hold you accountable. Shu Exine laughed mischievously and replied, The crown prince is truly shameless. You call me a vile woman, yet it is you who embodies the very essence of depravity. You swore to marry me, yet when Yuxiu arrived and proved too formidable, you resorted to threats. The wounds on my face were inflicted by you, and the marks on my neck were your doing. You, who are so fickle, your words are as empty as the wind. Who would believe you is destined for misfortune? The injuries on her face were originally inflicted by Gu Cici. Yet she laid all the blame squarely on Yu Zhao. In a fit of rage, Yu Zhao exclaimed, You ugly hag, what drivel are you uttering? After all, he is of royal lineage. His skills in cursing and deceit cannot compare to Shu Exine's. However, Shu Exine seemed to revel in her verbal assault. Continuing, I may be ugly, while Gu Cici is beautiful, yet at least I am pure and virtuous. Unlike that beauty, who, despite her lovely appearance, harbors a dark heart. A wicked heart is one thing, but to betray you so openly with countless affairs, even bearing children with her lovers. Yu Zhao's face darkened with fury. While Yuxiu could not suppress a laugh, her insults left him utterly speechless. Shu Exine chuckled again and said, And you, a man who wears the green hat daily, take such pride in it. What do you have to boast about, supporting the offspring of others? She paused her laughter, adopting a serious tone. Yet you are indeed remarkable, managing to sustain the children of an illicit affair. Were I in your shoes, I would have long since taken my own life, for living in such disgrace is unthinkable. In that moment, Yu Zhao could no longer maintain his composure. He propelled himself into the air, sword drawn, aiming to strike her. Both Yu Xiao and Xiao Yuren's expressions shifted slightly, eager to intervene, yet they watched in astonishment as Yu Zhao suddenly plummeted from the air, crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. All were taken aback, and then a swift figure emerged. Grinning as he remarked, "Did your mother not teach you that one must never strike a woman indiscriminately? Such actions invite retribution." He added silently to himself that provoking the wrong woman also invites consequences. When he came to a standstill, it was none other than the butterfly of flowers. Shu Xian laughed with delight, but scolded, "You wretched butterfly of flowers, why do you appear only now? Where have you been these past few days? I told you that upon my departure from the Prince of Qin's residence, you were to remain by my side for my protection. Yet here you are, arriving late. Do you seek death?" The butterfly lamented, "You have stated that I must leave the palace for you to reveal yourself, yet you were captured within the Qin palace. So this matter does not concern me." In truth, he had been devising ways to rescue Shuxin, but the dungeon was heavily guarded, leaving him without any opportunity to act. Shuxin, upon hearing his words, felt a mix of exasperation. This scoundrel was indeed a master of excuses, and she resolved to find another opportunity to teach him a lesson. Yu Zhao rose from the ground, rubbing his waist, and declared, "Xiao Yuran, I command you to eliminate this entire group." Xiao Yuran responded coolly, "Does that include His Highness the Crown Prince as well?" Yu Zhao's attempt to harm Shuxin was exceedingly excessive. Yu Zhao paused, suddenly comprehending his precarious situation, suppressing the fury within. He spoke in a somewhat obsequious manner, "I assure you, if you eliminate this group today, I shall fulfill all my previous promises. As long as you kill Yu Xiao, I will overlook the matter concerning Shuxin and organize a grand wedding for you." Noticing Xiao Yuran still hesitating, Yu Zhao's eyes reflected a mixture of impatience and resignation. It seemed he recalled something and pulled a jade pendant from his robe, saying, "Are you truly disregarding your master's words?" Just then, a feminine voice interjected, "Elder brother, what position do you leave me in if you allow my fiancé to wed another woman?" The crowd fell silent as Yume, dressed in simple attire, emerged through a side door. Upon seeing Yume, Shuxin sighed. The day's events had spiraled into chaos, with everyone arriving. Yet, her gaze darkened, regardless of her willingness to accept it. Xiao Yuran was now the fiancé. In an instant, however, a sense of acceptance washed over her. Perhaps life inevitably presents certain choices. Yu Zhao, upon spotting Yume, was momentarily at a loss for words. Yume shot Shuxin a glance filled with resentment before stepping to Xiao Yuran's side, saying, "Fiancé, spare my fifth brother. When it comes to ruling, he is far more suited than elder brother." Yu Zhao retorted angrily, "I can tell you now that Xiao Yuran's heart does not belong to you. It is Shuxin he desires. You are destined to be the forsaken one." Yume scoffed, "Elder brother, I am but a sister. How can you speak of me so?" Yu Zhao coldly replied, "Yet you are currently undermining my grand plans. Who says Yu Xiao is more fit to be emperor than I?" A flicker of disdain ignited in Yume's eyes as she coolly stated, "I merely speak the truth." In a fit of rage, Yu Zhao slapped her, huffing, "No wonder Xiao Yuran holds no affection for you. You are truly unworthy of love. You deserve to be abandoned." Xiao Yuran, witnessing Yu Zhao strike Yume, furrowed his brow slightly, but did not intervene. At that moment, the sound of hooves grew ever closer, echoing from a distance of about a mile. Xiao Yuran spoke coldly, "Yu Xiao, I offer you a chance. I will count to 3. If you release Shuxin, I shall support your claim to the throne. Otherwise, I shall ensure your blood stains Fian City today." He began to count 1. Upon hearing Xiao Yuran's words, Yu Zhao could not help but erupt in anger, exclaiming, "Xiao Yuran, you ungrateful wretch." Yet, he found himself momentarily powerless. Shu Xian glanced at Xiao Yuran and then at Yu Xiao, her heart a tumult of emotions. At that moment, Yu Xiao was also observing her, his eyes filled with warmth, a subtle smile gracing his lips, accompanied by an air of determination. She bit her lip, letting out a soft sigh. Yu Xiao smiled faintly and stated, "Xiao Yuran, there is no need for you to count. I shall not entertain such a transaction. If relinquishing her were the price for the throne, I would have done so long ago, without waiting until now. For me, I would sooner wish for her demise than see her return to your side. She is destined to be mine." His gaze turned cold as he continued, "Moreover, my fate is determined by myself alone. No one else shall dictate it. Or perhaps, Xiao Yuran, you have yet to witness the true extent of my capabilities, leading you to believe I am easily trifled with?" With that, he scooped up Shu Xian and leaped away, swiftly making his escape towards the prince's residence. Ding Lu Jing was approaching fast, and he could no longer afford to delay. Xiao Yuran, taken aback by Yu Xiao's unexpected retreat rather than an assault, felt a grudging admiration for his adaptability. A cold smile touched his lips as he gestured, signaling the archers behind him to draw their bows, ready to strike at Yu Xiao. Yet, no matter how swiftly Qiao Yuren's forces readied their arrows, they could not match the speed of Yu Xiao's crimson-clad guards. Their bows were drawn taut, and as their arrows flew, a cacophony of anguished cries filled the air, leaving many of Qiao Yuren's archers fallen on the ground. With a disdainful snort, Qiao Yuren commanded the rear line of warriors to raise their shields, blocking much of the oncoming barrage from the Crimson Guards. With another wave of his hand, arrows were released once more. Despite the valor of the Crimson Guards, many fell without the protection of shields. As Qiao Yuren prepared to pursue Yu Xiao, he felt an unseen force restraining him. Turning around, he found Yu Mei gripping his arm. Frowning slightly, he coldly demanded, "Let go." Tears brimmed in Yu Mei's eyes. Yet her resolve was unwavering as she implored, "My husband seeks to chase after another woman, who happens to be my sister-in-law. How can you let him go?" Qiao Yuren attempted to pry her hand away, but she clung to him with all her strength, rendering him unable to shake her off. He noticed Yu Xiao had already helped Shu Xian into a carriage outside the palace, and realizing time was of the essence, he angrily commanded, "Let go." However, Yu Mei held on fiercely, her eyes filled with sorrow as she implored, "I know your heart belongs to her, but have you ever considered my feelings? I am your rightful wife." At that moment, Qiao Yuren was beyond the capacity to heed her words. He raised his hand to strike her, but upon seeing the hurt and pleading in her eyes, he found himself unable to bring it down. Biting his lip, he pressed on her acupoint, rendering Yu Mei unconscious as she crumpled to the ground. Without a second thought, he utilized his lightness skills and soared away. Only the obstruction of Yu Mei remained. Yet Yu Xiao's carriage had already galloped approximately 10 zhang away. Qiao Yuren could no longer afford to hesitate. Upon seeing a deputy general riding nearby, he seized the man and unceremoniously hurled him from his horse. In one swift motion, he mounted the steed himself and urged it into a swift run. Clenching his teeth, he resolved that this time he must capture Shuxin, for he understood that missing her again would render the task of bringing her to his side infinitely more arduous. Once Yu Xiao and Shuxin boarded the carriage, he reached out to release the acupoints binding her. Qinglong interjected, "Your Highness, Qiao Yuren is already in pursuit. How shall we respond?" Yu Xiao replied calmly, "Let him chase. Simply use your internal energy to deliver this paper to him, and he will surely withdraw his forces." With that, he produced a somewhat yellowed sheet of paper from his robes. Qinglong took the paper, stepped out of the carriage, concentrated his internal energy, and crumpled the paper into a ball, hurling it directly at Qiao Yuren. Assuming it to be a concealed weapon, Qiao Yuren sidestepped to catch it, only to find it soft to the touch. Momentarily taken aback, he unfolded the paper while still on horseback, and his expression shifted. Glancing around, he noticed a cloud of dust rising not far off, indicating that Ding Lujing and his cavalry were approaching. With a resigned sigh, he halted his horse at the bridge. Standing on the bridge, he gazed ahead, witnessing the carriage carrying Yu Xiao and Shuxin enveloped in a thick cloud of dust, rendering it impossible to discern its form or the figure of Shuxin within. Sadness crept into Qiao Yuren's peach blossom eyes. Yu Xiao had indeed taken her away. Lost in contemplation on the small bridge, tears glimmered in his eyes, and once they faded, they were replaced by a palpable aura of vengeance. Clenching his teeth, he ultimately chose silence. Beneath the bridge, the water flowed swiftly, crystal clear, yet it could not conceal the rigid and helpless silhouette of him standing above. Some encounters, once lost, linger for a lifetime. Some affections, once distanced, become nearly impossible to rekindle. Qiao Yuren stood on the bridge, watching as the carriage vanished into the dust. He understood that within that haze lay Ding Liujing's iron cavalry. Having witnessed Ding Liujing's prowess in warfare and command, he recalled the tale of how a mere 10,000 soldiers had routed 100,000 from Beiming, a legendary feat of the Demo dynasty. He knew that in terms of martial skills and strategic deployment, he could not rival Ding Lujing, yet he also recognized that Ding would not launch an immediate attack. Yu Xiao would never gamble the lives of all the citizens of Fian City. Where the carriage had passed, only the whisper of the wind remained, accompanied by the swirling dust. Moments later, even the wind subsided, the leaves ceased their rustling, and the dust settled, leaving no trace behind. The sky was a vast expanse, adorned with floating clouds. Yet no evidence remained of the carriage's passage. On the official road leading to Liangzhou, silence reigned, as though the carriage had never traversed that path. Observing Qiao Yuren lost in thought, the deputy general could not help but inquire, "Your Highness, should we pursue or return?" Qiao Yuren had yet to respond when she heard Yu Zhao's exasperated voice. "Qiao Yuren, how could you let Yu Xiao go? Do you not realize that once he reaches Liangzhou, it is akin to releasing a tiger back to the mountains?" There will be no opportunity to eliminate him thereafter. Xiao Yuran turned her head, casting a cold glance at Yu Zhao, and replied, "If your highness is so formidable, why did you not eliminate Yu Xiu directly just now? Why must you insist that I take action now?" Yu Zhao paused momentarily, anger flaring within him. "Who do you think you are to speak to me in such a manner?" Xiao Yuran replied nonchalantly, "It is your highness who should be cautious with such terminology. I recall when I sought troops from Cangzhou, you promised me that not a single hair on Shu Xian would be harmed. Yet what did you do, your highness?" Yu Zhao's expression shifted uncomfortably, but he retorted coldly, "Xiao Yuran, remember clearly that you are the 13th Prince Consort, not Shu Xian's husband." Xiao Yuran cast him a sidelong glance, her peach blossom eyes brimming with disdain. "Your highness, you must also remember that I am a disciple of Du Tianqi and am under no obligation to obey your every command. Should I choose, I could just as easily lend my support to the king of Qin." Yu Zhao was momentarily taken aback, fury welling within him, yet he found himself powerless against her. In terms of martial prowess, he could not match Xiao Yuran. In terms of military strength, after this coup, the troops in Cangzhou were entirely under his command. With 50,000 soldiers at his side, he realized that if he were to rebel, he would have no means to deal with her. He forcibly suppressed the anger within, forcing a smile that did little to alleviate the discomfort it evoked. "I was merely jesting with you. There is no need to take it to heart." Yet the smile on his face was more disconcerting than reassuring. Xiao Yuran replied coolly, "If your highness is joking with me, I certainly shall not take it seriously. Fortunately, you did not truly harm her. Otherwise, we would have to settle our accounts thoroughly." With that, she disregarded Yu Zhao and turned to lead her deputy back toward the palace. Yu Zhao seethed with hatred, yet he dared not reprimand her further. For he realized that today as Xiao Yuran was no longer the same as before. She was no longer the Xiao Yuran who would not dare to defy him. As he sat upon his horse, his fury reached a boiling point, and he vowed that once he ascended to the throne, he would be sure to deal with Xiao Yuran first. However, as this thought crossed his mind, a sharp pain suddenly pierced his abdomen. He cried out in agony, and his body could no longer withstand the strain, collapsing to the ground. Xiao Yuran heard his cry and frowned slightly, reining in her horse. She approached Yu Zhao's side and asked, "Your highness, what is the matter?" Yu Zhao gasped, "It hurts." As he spoke, beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. Xiao Yuran dismounted and noticed him clutching his abdomen, blood seeping through his fingers. Her brows furrowed slightly as she inquired, "Your highness, are you all right?" With a loud cry, Yu Zhao fainted. Xiao Yuran observed his condition, a faint smile gracing her lips. She knew well that she was not someone who could be easily bullied. Those who dared to mistreat her would ultimately pay a painful price. Xiao Yuran let out a cold snort, effortlessly tossing Yu Zhao onto the horse's back before leaping up herself, commanding, "Return to the palace." Shu Xian, curious about what Yu Xiu had inscribed on the paper for Qin Long, could not help but inquire. What did you write that allowed him to retreat his troops so easily? Although seated in the carriage, she could see Xiao Yuran's every movement, stirring a pang of sorrow within her heart. Yu Xiu feigned an air of mystery, replying, "That is a secret between him and me. If you treat me well, perhaps one day, when I am in a good mood, I will tell you." With that, his narrow eyes squinted into a line, revealing a mixture of delight and depth. Shu Xian scoffed lightly, retorting, "Who cares?" Yet moments later, she pressed on, "What exactly did you write?" Yu Xiu smiled faintly, but did not answer. She pouted, seemingly recalling something, and asked, "Yu Xiu, where are we headed?" Yu Xiu glanced at the yellowing leaves outside the carriage and replied, "Liangzhou." Shu Xian was taken aback, asking, "Why are we going to Liangzhou?" Before Yu Xiu could respond, Qin Long interjected, "It is quite unfortunate that the prince has always praised your intelligence. Today I realize you are not only lacking in wit, but rather quite foolish." In Qin Long's mind, it was difficult to associate her with the status of a princess, for he had never truly regarded her as one. Shu Xian rolled her eyes at him, saying, "Yes, I am the fool, and you are the clever one. Now, please tell me how we are to return." Qin Long grimaced, saying, "The prince has given the summons to Yu Zhao, rendering him unable to take the throne. Furthermore, Xiao Yuran is bringing troops back. Although Ding Lujing is adept at commanding an army, he has only brought 10,000 soldiers this time. The prince is compassionate toward the common folk. If a battle were to erupt, it would surely devastate the entire Fian city and allow others to reap the benefits. Thus, we must avoid confrontation for now." After saying this, he huffed, "Our journey to Liangzhou is all thanks to you." As soon as he finished speaking, Yu Xiu shot him a cold glance, prompting him to promptly shut his mouth. Shu Xian turned to Yu Xiu, asking, "Did you truly give the summons to Yu Zhao?" Although deeply moved by his willingness to exchange the summons for her, she still found it hard to believe that Yu Xiu, who had always aspired to be emperor, would so easily relinquish the throne. Recalling the earlier scene, she could not help but feel a twinge of melancholy. Her heart was in turmoil. What was she to do? Yushio smiled lightly, gazing at her. Otherwise, what do you think it was? Shu Xian sighed. Yushio, despite the world's praise of your brilliance, why do you not consider using a fake summons to deceive Yu Zhao? Yushio's narrow eyes narrowed slightly as he replied with a faint smile. Do you think Yu Zhao is so easily deceived? He can discern the authenticity of a summons merely by examining the color of the envelope. How could one fool him? They are brothers, and he knows Yu Zhao's character all too well. Shu Xian bit her lip, saying, Yushio, it seems I owe you a great favor. With that, she let out a heavy sigh. He could have claimed the throne this time, yet once again, it slipped through his fingers because of her. Yushio smiled gently and said, You are my princess. We are all on the same side, so there is no question of owing favors. His laughter was exceedingly joyful, and his slanted eyes sparkled with mirth. Shuxin bit her lip and replied, It seems we are not very familiar yet. Yushio took her hand, gazing into her eyes, and remarked, We have shared the same bed. If that does not constitute familiarity, then what does? His eyes were tender as water, and whereas she had previously thought him to be pretentious, she now recognized that his gaze was genuine and filled with affection. Compared to before, her feelings had shifted remarkably. Witnessing such a gaze made her heart skip a beat. She pouted and said, But I distinctly recall our agreement. Once everything is settled, regardless of who becomes emperor, you must grant me a divorce. Now that matters had reached a conclusion, upon reflection, they shared no ties. Thus, even if they had once shared a bed, it no longer held significance, and without significance, it surely could not be deemed familiarity. Yushio listened to her ramblings without anger, looking at her and saying, You have a point. We are not familiar, so the favor you owe me must be repaid. As for how to repay it, I shall need to ponder. A faint smile graced his lips as his gaze remained fixed on Shuxin. Shuxin bit her lip and teased, Are you suggesting that I owe you a life for such a heavy favor, and must repay it with my body? After speaking, she looked at Yushio with a playful glint in her eyes. Yushio could not help but laugh. Indeed, you know my heart well. I wonder how you feel about that. Shuxin chuckled lightly. In retrospect, our past experiences were rather unpleasant. How about we put all of that behind us? I shall see if I can learn to love you. If I do, then I will willingly offer myself to you. But if love eludes me, her gaze wandered to Yushio. If love eludes me, I shall find you an unparalleled beauty to be your princess. What do you think? Her eyes sparkled like a crescent moon, adorable in every way, and the playfulness in her gaze infused her with a vibrant spirit, replacing the previous sharpness with a touch of gentleness. Yushio smiled joyfully. You are quite right. Let us forget the past. If I were to remember the time you soiled my bed, I would never want to go near you again. However, if you grant me this chance, I assure you, you will surely fall in love with me. His words were brimming with confidence. Shuxin's cheeks flushed as she remarked, If you had not harbored ulterior motives, I would not have resorted to such desperation. Yushio, I warn you, should you touch me without my consent again, I shall make you as timid as Yu Zhao. With that, a hint of satisfaction danced at the corner of her mouth, her smile radiating pride. Yushio recalled that Yu Zhao had once restrained her acupoints, and now, upon hearing her mention it, he inquired, What have you done to Yu Zhao? Shuxin smiled brightly and replied, It's nothing much. He kept me confined for so long while desiring me to be his queen, so I decided to bestow upon him a grand gift. Given the circumstances, I wager he won't be meeting his end this time, though he may find it difficult to. She glanced around as she spoke, and Yushio, with his elongated eyes fixed upon her, asked, Difficult to what? Shuxin chuckled and said, Difficult to remain human. As her words left her lips, Yushio and Qinglong exchanged a glance, fear evident in Qinglong's eyes. He then said to Yushio, My lord, I shall fetch the carriage. With that, he lifted the curtain and exited. Yushio sighed as he watched Qinglong leave, saying, You may treat Yu Zhao as you wish, but do not dare to impose such upon me. If I were to lose my humanity, who would be left to seek your happiness? With that, he playfully blinked at Shuxin. Shuxin, taken aback by his candidness, recalled her previous disdain for Yushio, which had led her to speak frivolously in front of him. However, her mindset had evolved, and she could no longer indulge in meaningless banter. Hearing his words now made her cheeks flush as she retorted, No one has ever claimed they would marry you. She sighed inwardly, aware of the numerous sacrifices Yushio had made for her. He had even forsaken the throne for her sake. Her heart, being flesh and blood, could not remain unmoved. In addition to her burgeoning feelings, a sense of guilt lingered, though Yushio had known her for a long time. Witnessing her behave in such a girlish manner was a first. Previously, she had been so resistant, so obstinate. He recognized that her feelings for him had transformed. If relinquishing the throne could earn her genuine affection, perhaps it was not such a grave loss, especially considering Yu Zhao's uncertain grip on power. He offered a slight smile, choosing not to press her further. Matters of the heart, he believed, should follow their natural course. Silence enveloped them, creating an oddly warm and harmonious atmosphere within the carriage. Sunlight streamed through the curtain's gaps, illuminating her face. Her delicate lips moved slightly, reminiscent of tender petals. Yushio's throat tightened. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming urge to kiss her, having savored her sweet, fragrant essence before. Just then, Shuxin seemed to recall something and asked, "Yushio, what will become of Yueling and Juefeng now that we have escaped? If they remain in the palace, they may be in peril." As soon as she spoke, the intimate atmosphere dissipated. Yushio sighed internally but seized the opportunity to sit beside her, reassuringly stating, "You need not worry, they are safe. Before I departed for the Crown Prince's residence, I instructed Zhuke and Xuanwu to bring them here. If I am not mistaken, they are likely en route now." Shuxin furrowed her brow, expressing her concern, "But if they leave like this, will Yu Zhao send soldiers to pursue them?" Yushio gently brushed her nose and remarked, "Qinglong speaks the truth. You are indeed not as clever as I anticipated. Did you not just claim that you poisoned Yu Zhao? If that were the case, he would not send anyone to deal with them. As for Qiao Yuran," he glanced at Shuxin and continued, "he should cherish the bond you share with them. Even if he were to capture them, I doubt he would harm them." Shuxin sighed but remained silent. Her gaze was distant, her brows slightly furrowed, and she uttered something rather disjointed. "Yushio, do you truly not have any regrets?" Yushio inquired, "Regret what?" Shuxin looked intently at him and said, "You sacrificed the throne, which was within your grasp, to save me. Do you not feel remorse?" With one arm wrapped around her waist, Yushio gazed into her eyes and replied, "After all this time, have you not realized that the throne was never of paramount importance to me? If it were 5 years ago, I would not have relinquished my position as heir for Gu Sisi. To me, happiness is the ultimate treasure." A fleeting image of his mother's melancholic eyes crossed his mind. He had disappointed her. Fearing her intervention in today's affairs, he had instructed Fian to confine her. He had anticipated this outcome ever since the emperor's passing. Yet, the chaos of the present moment astonished him. Qiao Yuran's feelings for Shuxin were indeed sincere. Shuxin bit her lip and said, "But Yushio, you are fully aware that my heart does not belong to you. Why then, do you treat me so kindly? You have sacrificed so much for me. Do you not fear it will all be in vain? And throughout these years, you have been so consumed with the desire for the throne. Do you truly believe this is worthwhile?" She always thought that a person like Yushio would not fall for a woman without reason, even with Gu Sisi's example in mind. Yushio regarded her with deep affection in his eyes and replied, "Because I once promised you that I would make you love me and provide you with happiness. Thus, I must strive for that. Regardless of whether you accept my feelings, I will express my thoughts towards you, undeterred by your attitude. In my heart, I have always believed that a person's heart is tender and will eventually recognize my sincerity." He then added nonchalantly, "As for the throne, it is merely a reflection of my unwillingness to accept defeat. Whether I attain it or not is merely a fleeting concern. Moreover, who says I cannot be emperor at this very moment?" A mist of emotion welled in Shuxin's eyes, only to vanish moments later. She felt deeply touched. This somewhat capricious and selfless love was precisely what she had longed for. Yet, she did not wish to reveal all her feelings to him, suppressing her overwhelming emotions, and asked, "Do you intend to return and lead an army against them?" Yushio replied calmly, "It is not my intention to lead an army back. But if I venture to Liangzhou, they will not let me go easily. I have never been the type to be at the mercy of others, and I certainly will not submit to them. Moreover, though I harbor no ambitions for the world, they perceive my heart as belonging to the realm. Thus, my every action is merely a means of self-preservation." The implication is as clear as day. Shu Xian sighed and remarked, "I had thought that my journey to Liangzhou would usher in a period of tranquility. Now it appears that such hopes were but delusions." She continued, "However, having poisoned Yu Zhao, it seems he will not be able to confront you for the time being." Yushio sighed deeply, gazing at her, and inquired, "Do you truly not understand, or are you merely pretending?" Shu Xian asked in confusion, "What do you mean by understanding or pretending?" Seeing her sincerity, Yushio continued, "Have you not realized that Yu Zhao is now but an empty vessel? The true authority lies with Qiao Yuran. The majority of military power is currently in her hands. And with Yu Zhao poisoned, he will merely become a useless pawn, incapable of governing the court." Shu Xian paused, taken aback, and questioned, "Are you suggesting that he wishes to be emperor?" Yushio smiled faintly, stating, "When it comes to the role of emperor, Qiao Yuran may indeed be more suited than Yu Zhao. However, I shall not allow the fortunes of the Yu family to slip into another's grasp. Shu Exine bit her lip and replied, I have grown up alongside him. He is not one to covet power. In her memory, Qiao Yuran always wore a cheerful expression, his almond-shaped eyes sparkling. Though he possessed great cunning, his love was solely for wealth, which explained his numerous business ventures. She had always believed Qiao Yuran to be more suited for commerce than politics, yet today he exuded an unfamiliar aura. She momentarily forgot that such an astute individual would excel in either business or governance. Yu Xiu's gaze was profound, his eyes shimmering with insight as he addressed Shu Exing. In your heart, he remains flawless, yet he has ultimately abandoned you to become the 13th Prince Consort. Noticing her lips move, he added, You might argue that his choice was made out of necessity, and I bear significant responsibility for that decision. But have you considered that true love would compel one to sacrifice everything, even life itself, rather than yield to coercion? Shu Exine glared at him, and Yu Xiu continued, In your heart, you know the past Qiao Yuran, not the present. He may hold affection for you, yet he harbors resentment towards me. Perhaps, at this moment, the very empire of the Yu family is what he despises most. Shu Exine's expression darkened, and she retorted coldly, I care not for the trivial matters of your kind. Yet I will not allow you to make such reckless conjectures. It is not merely because he was once my beloved, but because he is my brother. Today, she finally recognized that her previous affection for Qiao Yuran had been somewhat blind. After all, he was her biological brother. Regardless of their union or her consumption of the childless potion, there could never be a future for them. Hearing her words, Yu Xiu burst into laughter. Shu Exine shot him a sidelong glance, and after a moment, he finally stifled his mirth, saying, You have finally come to understand. He is indeed your biological brother. Shu Exine could not help but be slightly taken aback, yet she sighed softly and said, Indeed, he is my biological brother, regardless of my willingness. That remains an undeniable truth. Perhaps the essence of love lies in its profound intensity. She paused momentarily before continuing. However, at this moment, I find myself disinclined towards that so-called passionate love. I believe that a simple, unadorned existence is truly what matters. Perhaps it is a consequence of having endured a wound, which has made me appreciate the value of tranquility. In her past life, she had relentlessly pursued a love that would leave an indelible mark. Yet, after experiencing the tumultuous romance with Qiao Yuran, she realized that the most precious form of happiness is that which is serene. Her gaze grew contemplative, as the jolting of the carriage caused the light in her eyes to flicker between depths and shallows, rendering her somewhat dazed. Yu Xiu looked at her, his eyes filled with tenderness, and took her hand, saying, Sometimes, upon reflection, I feel you are the fortunate one. At least the person you once loved was worthy of your affection, while the one I loved was utterly undeserving. She never held a place for me in her heart. When I came to this realization, I found myself unable to suppress a lingering resentment towards her. In hindsight, such animosity was unwarranted, for she simply was not worth it. He then gazed into Shu Exine's eyes and remarked, Perhaps we are alike, both having endured pain, which grants us a clearer understanding of what happiness truly is. In my heart, I too believe that simplicity is the essence of joy. It is merely our circumstances that dictate that love cannot be excessively unremarkable or casual. A wave of sorrow washed over Shu Exine. From the very first day she awoke in this world and learned she was the daughter of a prime minister, she understood that her love would never flow as smoothly as that of ordinary people, destined instead to become a pawn in the game of politics. Hence, she had always sought her own love, and upon realizing she was to marry Yu Xiu, she felt an intrinsic aversion. Yet now, reflecting on it, she recognized that fate had treated her quite favorably. Despite the chaos she had caused, it had bestowed upon her a rather commendable man in Yu Xiu. As a prince, he had faced her many deliberate provocations with a degree of kindness, aside from a moment of harshness after their wedding due to societal expectations. He had generally treated her well, allowing her to survive to this day. Moreover, he had genuinely developed feelings for her. Previously, she had doubted this, assuming there was more of a utilitarian aspect to their relationship. Now, she found it impossible to deny, as the truth was laid bare before her. Individuals like Yu Xiu, who had experienced love and loss, perhaps come to cherish feelings even more deeply, for it is through loss that one learns to treasure what remains. With a gentle smile, she said, You speak wisely. By this reckoning, could we be considered kindred spirits? Yu Xiu replied with a smile, Indeed, we are both kindred spirits. His gaze was warm, filled with affection as he regarded her. She returned his gaze, a hint of mischief dancing in her eyes, and could not resist teasing, Yu Xiu. Has anyone ever told you that when you look at someone like that, it can come across as rather flirtatious? Yu Xiao sighed, momentarily at a loss for words. In such a tender moment, how could she utter something so deflating? Yet, he quickly realized that if she were not to speak such whimsical remarks, then she would not truly be herself. 3 days later, the carriage arrived at the frontier city of Liangzhou, where Yu Xiao and Shu Xian took refuge in a modest inn. Just as they settled in, a carriage came racing towards them. Upon seeing Chasing Wind descend from the vehicle, Shu Xian felt a surge of joy. However, as she glanced around, she found no sign of Yu Ling, which caused her brow to furrow slightly. The moment Chasing Wind spotted Shu Xian, a broad smile broke across his face as he sprinted towards her, calling out, "Mother, mother, I missed you so much." Yet, in his haste, he failed to notice a banana peel on the ground and tumbled head over heels. Shu Xian couldn't help but chuckle as she rushed to help him up, saying, "Can't you walk slowly? I won't run away." With tears glistening in his eyes, Chasing Wind rubbed his backside and pouted, looking rather pitiful. "You wouldn't run away, but I'm afraid the bad people might take you again," he replied. Seeing his distressed expression, Shu Xian's heart softened. Though they were not bound by blood, their bond was as strong as that of a mother and son. Gently, she inquired, "Does it still hurt?" Wiping away his tears, Chasing Wind replied, "Not anymore." Shu Xian placed a tender kiss on his forehead and said, "Good boy. Just be careful next time and don't be so reckless." Chasing Wind paused for a moment, then smiled and promised, "I will listen to you from now on and won't be naughty again." Shu Xian looked around but still did not see Yu Ling, prompting her to ask, "Chasing Wind, where is your sister Yu Ling? Why aren't you with her?" Chasing Wind pouted, clearly displeased, "Don't mention her. That wicked woman, I dislike her." While Shu Xian was aware of their playful banter, she had always thought of it as a form of interaction. However, hearing Chasing Wind's words now filled her with an unsettling premonition. "What exactly happened?" she asked. Chasing Wind pouted and replied, "After that day when the bad person took mother away, when father went to save you." Shu Xian interrupted, "Father? Who do you mean by father?" Startled, she turned to glare at Yu Xiao, who remained calmly seated at the table, sipping tea. Chasing Wind pointed at Yu Xiao, declaring, "He is my father." Shu Xian coldly retorted, "Since when did he become your father?" It was quite remarkable how Yu Xiao had managed to earn Chasing Wind's willing acknowledgement. Yet, she had forgotten that on the day of their marriage, Chasing Wind had already referred to Yu Xiao as father. Chasing Wind scratched his head. "Let us not talk about that for now. Let us discuss the wicked woman." The reason he called Yu Xiao father was due to an incident when he had forgotten to bring his clothes while bathing and ran out in the nude to fetch them. Unbeknownst to him, he encountered Yu Xiao returning from outside. Though still young, he felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment and hastily covered himself with the nearest piece of clothing, which happened to be Yu Xiao's. Given Yu Xiao's well-known fastidiousness, when he confronted Chasing Wind with a dark expression, the boy quickly apologized and changed the subject, asking Yu Xiao to help rescue Shu Xian. Yu Xiao found the situation amusing and said half-jokingly, "I can help you rescue your mother, but you must call me father from now on, not just when you need something from me." Thus, upon encountering Yu Xiao, the boy began to address him as father. Despite being exceedingly busy during those days, Yu Xiao was touched to see him waiting at the door daily, inquiring about Shuxin's whereabouts. Moved by this display of concern, Yu Xiao asked how he had met Shuxin. The boy recounted how he had stolen Shuxin's silver note, lost it all, and fortuitously encountered her, deliberately omitting the part where Shuxin had threatened him, as he found it too embarrassing. It was then that Yu Xiao realized that Chasing Wind was merely an orphan. His deep concern for Shuxin evoked an unexpected wave of compassion within Yu Xiao. Despite his young age, the boy displayed profound loyalty and affection. In that moment, Yu Xiao's perception of Chasing Wind shifted. Initially, he had wished to take advantage of Shuxin, but now he genuinely regarded Chasing Wind as his own son. Chasing Wind, astute as he was, sensed the authenticity of Yu Xiao's feelings toward him and found Yu Xiao far more admirable than Xiao Yuran. Thus, he willingly called him father. When Shuxin observed Chasing Wind change the subject, she couldn't help but glare at Yu Xiao once more. Yu Xiao merely smiled faintly, unperturbed. Chasing Wind continued, "I waited at home for father to bring mother back, but as night fell, neither returned. Instead, I encountered that effeminate man." Shuxin furrowed her brow and asked, "Xiao Yuran went to the Prince of Qin's residence?" Chasing Wind replied, "Yes, he stormed in with a group of people. When that wicked woman saw him, she hurried over to him, and later, she followed him away. She wanted to take me along, but I refused. He was fierce with me, and just then, the wicked old woman and Uncle Xuanwu arrived and took me away, claiming that mother and father were together." The wicked old woman he referred to as Zhuke, who had previously slapped Shuxin, prompting Chasing Wind to give her a nickname. Xuanwu chuckled from the side. "Now you see, I wasn't deceiving you." Chasing Wind teased him back with a laugh, while Zhu Qiue's expression darkened. Xu Xin smiled faintly. She was now clear on the general course of events, but felt somewhat helpless. Yu Ling had ultimately chosen to remain by Qiao Yuren's side. She had long discerned Yu Ling's special feelings for him, but had never spoken of it. Such matters of the heart, she mused, are best left to fate. Chapter 68. Liangzhou, situated in the southeast of the Desert Kingdom, is ironically its most prosperous region. Since ancient times, it has been said, when Liangzhou thrives, the entire desert is well fed. When Liangzhou suffers drought or flood, the desert trembles thrice. Thus, Liangzhou abounds with resources, serving as the economic lifeblood of the entire Desert Kingdom. The reason Yu Xiu chose to go to Liangzhou is that it is his fiefdom, with soldiers who are entirely his trusted confidants. Originally, Liangzhou had no military force, but he had secretly planned for 5 years to transform it into the area with the most troops in the Desert Kingdom, second only to the border regions. Given Liangzhou's wealth, maintaining such a military presence is hardly a challenge. Consequently, Yu Xiu became the wealthiest prince in the Desert Kingdom, and when he married Xu Xian, he bestowed upon her a bridal gift far exceeding that of an ordinary prince. Upon arriving at the capital of Liangzhou, Qingyu City, Xu Xian could not help but express her admiration. The city's splendor rivaled that of Fian City, perhaps even surpassing it, bustling with merchants. In Qingyu City, the prince's mansion had long been constructed, though it was simply referred to as the Wangfu since there was only one prince in Liangzhou, Yu Xiu. As Xu Xian stepped into the Wangfu, she was momentarily taken aback by the abundance of peach trees planted within. She had not anticipated that her earlier jest would be taken to heart by Yu Xiu. She glanced back at him, and noticing her gaze, he smiled softly, saying, "In retrospect, peach trees are far superior to white magnolias. The latter are merely for admiration, their blooms perched high and difficult to reach. In contrast, when spring arrives, peach blossoms bloom in delicate pinks, lively yet graceful. Most importantly, peach trees bear fruit in autumn, making them both beautiful and practical." Xu Xian felt a wave of dizziness upon hearing his words, marveling at his imagination. Yet, she understood the underlying message. The white magnolia represented Gu Sisi, while the peach blossoms symbolized her. However, she was not particularly fond of peach blossoms. Her previous remark had been made out of frustration, prompting her to have Baihu procure a few peach trees. Pouting slightly, she remarked, "Peach trees are rather commonplace, attracting bees and butterflies. While their fruit is edible, the fuzziness is off-putting. They lack the charm of camellias." Yu Xiu paused momentarily before responding. "Do you prefer camellias?" Xu Xian replied with a smile. "Not that I adore them, but I know camellias are challenging to cultivate and quite precious. If ever I find myself in need, I could discreetly sell a few pots for silver, unlike these peach trees, which no one would want even if offered for free. Moreover, camellias possess a certain elegance that peach blossoms lack, making them more visually appealing." A hint of helplessness flickered in Yu Xiu's eyes. Her words always held reason. Nevertheless, he replied calmly, "If you favor camellias, I shall have Baihu bring a few pots over tomorrow." Xu Xian smiled lightly. "Yu Xiu, you are no longer the person I first met. Now, you acquiesce to everything I say. Are you not afraid that this will lead you to lose your individuality?" A hint of indulgence flickered in Yu Xiu's eyes as he said, "Do you truly wish for me to bicker with you endlessly? As long as it does not pertain to matters of great consequence, what harm is there in occasionally yielding to you?" Xu Xian replied with a charming smile. "I never would have guessed that the refined Prince Qin is indeed a sentimental soul." Yu Xiu responded with a sidelong glance. "What of it if I am a sentimental soul? Besides, you once promised me that we would live together harmoniously, so I find joy in this." Xu Xian sighed. "I still prefer the Yu Xiu who quarrels with me daily. Your current demeanor is rather tedious." Yet, despite her words, her heart brimmed with happiness. The feeling of being cherished was truly delightful. She now sensed a genuine semblance of romance blossoming between her and Yu Xiu, and this sensation was indeed pleasing. Yu Xiu remarked coolly, "I have come to realize that engaging in verbal sparring with you is hardly a wise choice. I have no desire to be driven to the brink of exasperation." Xu Xian smiled gently. "It seems the prince's self-awareness is commendable." Yu Xiu could not help but touch his nose, as if the measure of his self-awareness was not for her to determine. The group devoted an entire day to tidying up the prince's residence. Yu Xiu resided in the Wutong Pavilion, while Xu Xian, accompanied by Chasing Wind, took up residence in the nearby Green Willow Pavilion. Just as they settled in, a white dove fluttered into the courtyard, and Yu Xiu untied a note from its leg. Upon unfolding the note, a faint smile graced his lips. Ding Lu Jing, who was nearby, inquired, "Is there trouble in Fian City?" Yu Xiu replied nonchalantly, "It cannot be deemed a crisis. Everything is as I anticipated." After a brief pause, he continued, Yu Zhao has ascended the throne, appointing Qiao Yuran as regent. While confining the Empress Dowager, he has branded me a traitor and is now gathering troops to launch an assault. A cold smirk played at the corners of Ding Lujing's mouth. Qiao Yuran has become regent? This is becoming quite interesting. Yu Zhao may be the emperor, but granting such a title to another suggests his reign will be anything but stable. Yu Xiu's gaze darkened, a smile touching his lips. You are entirely correct. Yu Zhao merely bears the title of emperor, while Qiao Yuran orchestrates everything else. Yu Zhao is unworthy of the throne. His actions are a disgrace to our Yu family. He was profoundly disappointed in his elder brother. Ding Lujing shook his head. Yu Zhao's heart has been corrupted by the allure of power. Such a person is indeed unfit to rule. And as for the grievances between you and Qiao Yuran, they are only deepening, further entangling Shu Xian. Have you considered what might transpire if you and Qiao Yuran were to encounter each other on the battlefield? How would Shu Xian fare? A glimmer of light danced in Yu Xiu's eyes, his expression turning somber. He spoke slowly. How she fares will be determined by her own choices. At this juncture, there is no turning back. Ding Lujing sighed. Xiu, sometimes I find it difficult to articulate my thoughts about you. You tend to act on emotion far too often. This time, abandoning the throne for her, do you comprehend the multitude of challenges you will face henceforth? Yu Xiu let out a light snort and said, Lujing, I have always believed you to be the one who knows me best. How could you utter such words? When you speak of me, have you ever paused to reflect on yourself? You lingered in the northern desert for so long for Mo Lan, after all these years. Have you truly let go even a little? Ding Lujing curled his lip and replied, You shouldn't always bring up Mo Lan whenever I mention your affairs. She is far superior to the two women you love. Gu Cici's heart only holds Yu Zhao, and as for Shu Xian, it seems she has not completely moved on from Qiao Yuran. Yet Mo Lan's heart held solely for me. It was merely that our fate was too shallow. Upon finishing, profound sorrow clouded his eyes. Yu Xiu retorted coldly, You need not seek such excuses to remember Mo Lan's virtues. When she was alive, I hardly saw you treat her with kindness. Besides, even if Mo Lan were perfect, she is no longer of this world. Thus, Ding Lujing, I advise you to find a woman and marry, otherwise, unless you wish to remain a lifelong bachelor. As for my relationship with Shu Xian, you need not worry. I can manage it. Ding Lujing bristled. Yu Xiu, you truly are ungrateful. Is it not true that harsh truths are often bitter? You know full well that Shu Xian's cunning surpasses even yours, yet here you stand, boasting. I cannot fathom how such a being as you emerged from the heartless imperial family. Once deceived is enough. Do you wish to be deceived again? Yu Xiu remained unperturbed, offering a wry smile. If you ever come to a realization, do let me know. To be honest, I too find it perplexing. Ding Lujing, struggling with his indignation, replied, Yu Xiu, you are beyond redemption. Yu Xiu smiled faintly. Whether I am beyond redemption, I am well aware. The fact that Gu Cici did not drive me to an early grave indicates my resilience. I am not destined to perish anytime soon. Shu Xian claims I am not a good person, which might just ensure my longevity. Thus, even if I am indeed beyond saving, I will not meet my end hastily. You need not fret unnecessarily. Ding Lujing sighed. Xiu, for your sake, truly wishing for you to live a long life, I have news to sell you. Offer me 100,000 taels of silver in exchange. Yu Xiu laughed heartily. When did the once money-disdaining Ding Lujing become so mercenary? Ding Lujing replied, My disdain for wealth stemmed from my lack of need. However, I have come to realize that life without silver is indeed intolerable. I currently lack even the means to burn paper money for Mo Lan. Encountering you, a wealthy benefactor, I must extract a little from you. Yet my intentions remain benevolent. I only ask for 10,000 taels. Were it anyone else, I would likely demand 100,000, and you would willingly comply. Therefore, Yu Xiu, you ought to be grateful for such a good friend as I. Yu Xiu shot him a sidelong glance. Oh, ever since I met you, my romantic endeavors have been fraught with misfortune. What news could you possibly have to sell me? Ding Lujing gazed at him calmly. Qiao Yuran has arrived in Liangzhou. Is this news worth 10,000 taels? Yu Xiu paused, slightly taken aback. How could you know a piece of information that my covert operatives could not uncover? I suspect this news is merely a fabrication born of your financial desperation to swindle my silver. Ding Lujing gazed at Yu Xiu and remarked, In terms of gathering intelligence, I may not match your prowess, yet do not forget that some of the troops currently under Qiao Yuran's command are my former subordinates. If I desire to uncover some information about Qiao Yuran, do you think that would be impossible? Yu Xiu regarded him coldly and replied, Ding Lujing, when did you become so cunning? With that, he produced a stack of banknotes from his pocket and pressed it into Ding Lujing's hands, stating, Here are 50,000 taels. If the information proves reliable, I shall provide you with the remaining 50,000. Ding Lu Jing smiled with delight, not bothering to count the notes, and simply tucked them into his bosom. He earnestly told Yu Xiu he has already arrived at Qingyu City. As for which inn he is residing in, given Prince Qin's capabilities, I believe it would not be difficult to ascertain. Money was of little consequence to him. Even if Yu Xiu were to renege, this sum would suffice for a considerable time. Yu Xiu shot him a cold glance, choosing not to speak further, and proceeded directly towards the Green Willow Pavilion. Inside, Shu Xian was teaching Chasing Wind how to paint, seemingly having procured a variety of colorful brushes, which she used to fill a large wooden board with hues. Upon closer inspection, one could discern that the painting depicted a small dog chasing butterflies across a grassy field. Noticing Yu Xiu's entrance, Shu Xian smiled and asked, "Isn't it beautiful?" Yu Xiu replied nonchalantly, "It surpasses any of your previous works by leaps and bounds. I truly did not anticipate that you could create such an endearing piece. However, the style is rather peculiar. I have never encountered anything like it before." Shu Xian paused momentarily, then laughed. "There are many things you have yet to see. Besides, what expertise do you possess in painting?" Chasing Wind interjected, "Mother, what kind of paintings did you create in the past?" Shu Xian's cheeks flushed slightly, and she frowned. "Adults are speaking. What business do children have interrupting?" Chasing Wind pouted. "I am not a child. I am an adult." Before he could finish, Shu Xian radiantly smiled. "Indeed, Chasing Wind has grown up. I almost forgot. Have you memorized the 3-character classic I taught you yesterday? Would you recite it for me now?" Chasing Wind scrunched his face in apparent distress and exclaimed, "Mother, my stomach hurts. I need to excuse myself." Without waiting for Shu Xian's response, he clutched his stomach and hurried out. Yu Xiu chuckled. "It seems that one truly becomes like those they associate with. Even his excuse mirrors yours. An outsider might genuinely believe he is your son." Shu Xian smiled lightly and replied, "If the prince has time to wander here instead of attending to military affairs, he must have something on his mind." Yu Xiu raised an eyebrow and looked at her. "Is it not permissible for me to visit you without a particular matter at hand? Can I not come to see you simply because I miss you?" Shu Xian responded with a gentle smile. When did the prince's tongue become so glib? With such sweet words, why not charm the daughter of King Ning? Perhaps she could be of assistance to you, while flattering me yields no benefit whatsoever. Her voice was soft and clear, yet one could discern the subtle bitterness underlying her words. Prince Ning is the sole prince of a different surname in the Desert Dynasty, with his fief located in Yunzhou, adjacent to Liangzhou. If Yu Xiu could secure his assistance at this moment, dealing with their adversaries would undoubtedly be much more assured. It appears that Prince Ning holds Yu Xiu in high regard. Shortly after their arrival in Liangzhou, he dispatched a letter in hopes of establishing a collaborative partnership. Shu Xian has also heard that Prince Ning's daughter, Ning Zhiyu, has been unable to forget Yu Xiu since their encounter in the imperial capital during her last audience with the emperor. The delivery of that letter from Prince Ning is likely closely tied to Ning Zhiyu's sentiments. It is rumored that she is his only daughter, whom he treasures immensely and to whom he is utterly obedient. Yu Xiu sighed and remarked, "Shu Xian, has anyone ever told you that you are rather ungrateful?" He knew that he could not conceal certain matters from her, nor did he intend to. However, since the rumors about marrying Li Su as a concubine surfaced, he had little expectation from her in this regard, yet he still longed to see a flicker of concern on her face. Instead, during their time in Liangzhou, while she no longer confronted him with the same sharpness as before, her demeanor remained tepid. Shu Xian furrowed her brow slightly and inquired, "No one has ever said that. May I ask, Your Highness, in what way am I lacking in conscience?" Yu Xiu gazed out at the already withered leaves and replied, "If you possessed a conscience, you would not still be unwilling to marry me. Are you still unable to let go of him?" After arriving in Liangzhou, he had broached the topic of remarrying her, only to be met with her unreserved refusal. Her reasoning was simple. "Although I no longer harbor hatred towards you, it does not mean I could love you. I am grateful for your past deeds, but I truly cannot offer myself to you now. Most importantly, the debt of gratitude I owe you is too great, and I am still uncertain whether my feelings for you are rooted in gratitude or love." Having learned from past experiences, Yu Xiu was reluctant to press her. As she had stated, love ought to unfold naturally. Yet, patience is finite, and he had already granted her ample time, which she had met with consistent indifference. In truth, the duration he had given her was not extensive, less than a month, but to him, it felt like an eternity. She truly knew how to torment him. Shu Xian rolled her eyes at him and said, "Does the prince feel inferior to him? Is there such a lack of confidence in yourself?" Yu Xiu was momentarily taken aback, but she continued with a smile, "Just give me a little more time. Everything has its process." She was fully aware that a place for Yu Xiu had already been carved in her heart. Yet memories of his past actions made it difficult for her to forgive him so quickly. Someone once advised her that men should not be spoiled or hastily agreed with. Otherwise, they would fail to appreciate what they easily obtain. Yushio replied with a hint of melancholy. I wonder how long your timeline is. Please do not let me wait until my hair turns white. Shu Exine laughed lightly. Rest assured, I will not make you wait until your hair turns white. Even if it does turn white, I have ways to restore its color. He couldn't help but feel speechless, letting out a long sigh. She was indeed his nemesis. He glanced at her, paused, and then looked into her eyes, saying, he has come to Liangzhou. Shu Exine was momentarily taken aback, raising her gaze to him and asking, when did he arrive? What is his purpose? You don't intend to kill him, do you? A hint of coldness crept into Yushio's eyes as he replied, whenever I mention him, you seem to perk up, yet you claim to have moved on. There was an underlying tone of faint anger in his voice. Shu Exine smiled lightly and said, you and he are now at odds, yet he is not my enemy. Setting aside our past relationship, he is still my biological brother. As for you, her gaze danced playfully, and with a bright smile, she continued, I may not have fallen for you yet, but I certainly do not harbor any dislike. Given your considerable wealth, I plan to cultivate you as my long-term benefactor. Therefore, in my self-interest, I hope you two do not become adversaries. Yushio inquired, what do you mean by a long-term benefactor? Shu Exine was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled, let Prince Qin interpret that as he wishes. She could hardly explain that it was a term from the 21st century, and any further elaboration might elevate his ego excessively. Someone once told her that love is akin to simmering soup. It requires a gentle, slow boil. If the heat is too high and the cooking too hurried, the soup may overflow, and achieving the perfect flavor becomes elusive. Her romance with Xiao Yuran had started too slowly and then escalated too quickly. She did not wish for her feelings to mirror those of the past. After repeating the phrase long-term benefactor several times, Yushio's eyes began to sparkle as he gazed at Shu Exine, who was smiling gently in return. Internally, he felt elated, though his exterior remained composed as he remarked, I truly cannot comprehend how your mind harbors such a plethora of chaotic thoughts. He looked at Shu Exine again and added, however, you must understand that with him arriving in my territory, I cannot easily let him slip away. Shu Exine's eyes darkened as she looked at Yushio and asked, what do you intend to do with him? Kill him? Or perhaps confine him? Yushio's eyes narrowed slightly as he responded, I bear him no deep-seated grudge. Yet we stand on opposing sides. From my perspective, eliminating him is the most expedient course, and he likely feels the same about me. You must not forget that incident in Fian City. He truly intended to kill me. Had he not been prepared, that day could have been exceptionally perilous. Shu Exine bit her lip and said, in truth, you need not have informed me of his arrival in Liangzhou. You could have simply killed him, sparing yourself the need to seek my counsel and avoiding your own dilemma. Yushio sighed deeply. I have indeed contemplated whether to disclose this matter to you. But after much reflection, I deemed it better to tell you, for he is your brother. If I were to kill him without your knowledge, you would likely resent me profoundly in the future. Shu Exine huffed lightly. Yet now that you have informed me, I will not permit you to kill him. Will you then harbor a deep-seated resentment towards me? Yushio cast a fleeting glance at her and remarked, you should be aware of my capabilities. No one can escape my grasp when I intend to kill. Furthermore, I know he has come here solely because of you. But you must also comprehend that after he let go that time, he never had another chance. Shu Exine sighed softly and replied, Yushio, you are quite insufferable, creating unwarranted troubles for me. She glanced at him again and continued, I truly do not understand why, in your struggle to the death, you must drag me into it as well. Yushio raised an eyebrow and said, this matter is one you should ponder yourself. If you were to let him go, these problems would cease to exist. Shu Exine shot him an exasperated look and retorted, then I might as well distance myself from you. He is my elder brother, and that would spare me from having to choose. Yushio's voice turned cold as he warned, you dare? Shu Exine narrowed her almond-shaped eyes slightly and replied, you know my courage is neither great nor small. There is nothing I fear in this world. Noticing the frost in Yushio's gaze, she added with a light smile. However, the prince is now my benefactor. How could I dare to offend him? Not only must I refrain from inciting his ire, but I must also endeavor to ingratiate myself. Yushio regarded her and declared, from now on, do not refer to me as prince. Call me Shio. Shu Exine laughed joyfully and teased, Shio? As in to repair? What does the prince require mending? Observing the fury in Yushio's eyes, she continued with a hint of flattery. If there truly is a part of you that requires repair, do not hesitate to inform me. While I may excel in the art of poison, I also possess some knowledge of healing. Yushio could not help but sigh. He found himself no match for her in a battle of wits. The following morning, Shu Xian awoke to discover that the trees in the courtyard had turned a desolate yellow, a reminder that autumn had deepened and the air had grown chilly. Recalling that Chasing Wind had been complaining of thirst lately, she resolved to procure some dried fruits and beans to prepare a nourishing 8-treasure porridge for him. Having made her decision, she noticed Chasing Wind still nestled in bed, and a smile graced her lips, her eyes sparkling with warmth. Sometimes, the act of giving to others brings its own happiness. The marks on her face had long been washed away. In this place, she was no longer the infamous ugly girl of Feifeng City. The crimson had faded, revealing skin as smooth as jade. Though not breathtakingly beautiful, she was indeed charming. As she approached the gates of the prince's residence, she suddenly felt her garment tugged by something. Turning around, she saw a small child holding onto her hem. The child looked up at her and said, "Sister, your letter." With that, the child handed her an envelope. Frowning slightly, she accepted it, and, upon opening it, found a single line of poetry inscribed within. "Delicate dice rest upon red beans. Do you not know the longing that pierces to the bone?" She paused, a wave of recognition washing over her as she recalled the peculiar gift Zhou Yuran had presented to her on her birthday, a die with red beans that spoke of yearning. Her heart surged with mixed emotions, and she wished to inquire of the child where the letter had come from. But when she turned around, the child had vanished without a trace. Shu Xian could not help but sigh. He had long revealed to her that she held a place in his heart, though she had remained blissfully unaware. On that fateful day, Xiao Yuran truly yearned to elope with her, yet he remained ensnared by his inner demons. She gently bit her lip, pondering whether all people and events only attain true realization at the very last moment. Had they eloped then, what might have been the outcome? Linglong dice, crimson beans. Does the bone-deep longing know? She was uncertain. Had she known then of his genuine affection, perhaps she would have devised every possible means to flee with Xiao Yuran. Life, it seems, is rife with missed opportunities and missteps. As she strolled through the bustling streets, she recognized that those adorned with camellia embroidery were the hidden guards of the royal palace. Upon entering the thoroughfare, she immediately spotted several of them and sighed softly, realizing that Yuxiu was likely scouring the city for Xiao Yuran's whereabouts. Alone amidst the vibrant streets, Shu Xian felt a pang of solitude. In this foreign realm, Xiao Yuran was the first to treat her sincerely, yet the two shared an abundance of mischances. Although not typically melancholic, she found herself adrift in a sea of nostalgia, softly reciting the lines of longing that pierced to her very core. She sighed, contemplating the futility of such deep yearning. Regardless of love's intensity, he remained himself, and she, herself. A faint smile graced her lips. There was no need to dwell on the past. Instead, she resolved to focus on the life that lay ahead, understanding that the past was but a chapter to be closed. Spotting a shop selling dried fruits by the roadside, she intended to venture inside. However, before she could reach the store, an elderly man at a nearby liquor shop called out, "We sell exquisite green plum wine. If it displeases you, it costs you nothing." Green plum wine. Shu Xian furrowed her brows slightly, astonished by his audacity to shout so boldly. Yet, upon reflection, she realized that while green plum wine was familiar to her, it was an enigma to others, as it did not exist in the Demo dynasty. It was a concoction she had taught the servants of the Xiong residence to brew. Her gaze flickered, and she sighed, aware that Yuxiu was also privy to the matter of the wine. "Excuse me, sir, how much do you sell this wine for?" she inquired. The old man, his hair as white as snow yet brimming with vitality, replied, "To those who appreciate this wine, it is free, yet for those who lack such discernment, a single pot is worth a fortune." Shu Xian smirked. "It seems your boss has become quite the businessman. What is next? Will pawnshops and gambling houses cease to operate? Replaced by inns?" The old man paused, casting a glance at her, then responded with a mild smile. "Our boss believes in offering what is valuable." Shu Xian retorted coldly, "Tell him that with his disposition, running a pawnshop or gambling house would be far more lucrative. If he truly intends to open this so-called inn, he should prepare to lose all his money." Her message was clear. She wished for neither Xiao Yuran to encounter misfortune nor for Yuxiu to face difficulties. She hoped he would withdraw gracefully and spare her further distress. The old man smiled gently. "Business inherently involves both gains and losses, should one lose everything. It is not the end. Starting anew is always an option, for the wealth of the world is inexhaustible." Shu Xian let out a soft scoff, feeling that there was no further need for discussion. However, the old man continued, "My dear lady, you must have heard the saying, it is easy to seek priceless treasures, but rare to find a lover. True affection in this world is as precious as gold, akin to a jar of green plum wine, which tastes sweet and sour, yet carries a hint of bitterness for those in love. To the loveless, however, that green plum wine is merely a beverage, devoid of any discernible flavor. I see you are both beautiful and wise. Why not step inside and savor its fragrant essence? Shu Xian chuckled lightly, replying, I cannot afford your wine, dear sir. Should I fail to appreciate its flavor, you might demand 1,000 taels of silver from me, and as a penniless person, I would have nothing to offer. You might then suggest I sell myself to settle the debt, which would be a grave misfortune. Hence, I must decline your kind offer. With that, she lifted her foot to leave. Some encounters are perhaps better left unseen. At that moment, a slightly somber male voice interjected, What is this? Now you do not even wish to see me? The voice was hauntingly familiar, yet the face was utterly strange. Shu Xian smiled faintly. I have never met you, sir. So what do you mean by not wishing to see you? After a moment's pause, she added, However, I feel compelled to offer you a word of advice. Your complexion appears pallid, and there is a darkness in your brow. It would be wise to head north rather than southeast. Remaining here could lead to calamity. It would be safer to return north to ensure your peace. This remark was a subtle message to Qiao Yuran, indicating that Yuxiu was already aware of his presence in Liangzhou, urging him to tread carefully. She was no longer the person she once was, and there was no possibility of returning to their previous relationship. She could say no more, uncertain whether he would heed her warning. After delivering her counsel, she turned to leave once more. Qiao Yuran called out, And if calamity were to befall me, what of it? If my desires remain unfulfilled, I would not mind perishing here. The importance of life and death sometimes pales in comparison to the value of happiness in life and tranquility in death. Shu Xian retorted angrily, If you are so eager for death, why not simply buy a block of tofu to throw yourself against? Qiao Yuran replied coolly, A block of tofu is hardly lethal. It would be better to hang oneself with a noodle. These exchanges were reminiscent of their past quarrels, where Shu Xian had taught Qiao Yuran such phrases. While tofu may not kill, it could drown, and noodles could lead to a fall. With a sigh, Shu Xian remarked, Since the proprietor has praised your green plum wine so highly, it would seem remiss of me not to partake. However, let me clarify that I shall only drink and will not pay. The old man chuckled. It is rare to find someone who appreciates such fine wine. How could I possibly accept your silver? Please, step inside. He gestured for her to enter. Upon entering the seemingly ordinary tavern, Shu Xian was surprised to find that it concealed a world of wonders. Beyond the narrow entrance lay a spacious room, complete with a small courtyard, which housed a well beside a stone table, all shaded by a magnificent tree. Upon entering the courtyard, Shu Xian found herself enveloped in a warm embrace, imbued with the familiar, delicate fragrance reminiscent of fresh grass. She sighed softly, yearning to extricate herself from this hold. Yet it tightened around her as if attempting to meld her into his very being. Frowning slightly, she uttered, Qiao Yuran, release me. It hurts. The embrace remained as comforting as ever, yet her heart was no longer at ease. Qiao Yuran loosened his grip gently, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he replied, Your disguise is rather poor. Do you truly wish to court danger? Are you unaware of Yuxiu's relentless desire to see you perish? He removed the layer of human skin that masked his face, adding, My disguise is not inherently lacking. It merely serves to deceive others. Yet before you, there is no need for pretense, and thus, it is riddled with flaws. As for the outcome of my confrontation with him, that remains an uncertainty. Shu Xian regarded him firmly, stating, If you have come to gather intelligence for the sake of restoring order, I advise you to return to Feud City promptly. However, if your purpose here is due to me, I urge you to relinquish that notion, for I can plainly assure you that I will not return with you. Certain matters and words are best expressed directly. Ambiguous conjectures only serve to heighten the melancholy between them. Moreover, they could never return to their former selves. A shadow of self-mockery crossed Qiao Yuran's eyes, yet they brimmed with affection as he responded, To gather intelligence, I need not come personally. You must realize that my true purpose for being here is you. Shu Xian met his gaze resolutely, asserting, I care not for your reasons. But as I have already stated, I will not accompany you back to Feud City. A hint of sorrow flickered in Qiao Yuran's eyes as he replied, I know you still harbor resentment towards me, yet you are aware that I was left with no choice that day, unwilling to engage in further fruitless banter. She replied coolly, Whether you were compelled or willingly acted, it matters not to me. Her gaze shifted, icy as she continued, Were you forced into marriage? Does that imply someone could also compel you in the bridal chamber? How many times must I reiterate the dangers present here for you to comprehend? Qiao Yuran gazed at her with a profound depth, saying, What if I told you that I have never consummated my marriage with the 13th princess? Would you believe me? Sunlight filtered through the treetops, illuminating his face, and the warmth radiating from his peach blossom eyes reflected a tenderness that was unwavering and gallant as ever. Shu Xian paused, taken aback, and turned to meet his gaze, surprise flickering in her eyes. Noticing her astonishment, he gently took her hand and declared, "With you may. We share only the title of husband and wife. In my heart, your position is irreplaceable." Seeing her reveal her true self to the public weighed heavily on him. As he felt a twinge of loss, he understood that if she chose to present her true face before Yu Xiao, it signified her acceptance of him. Although he had glimpsed her true visage before, it had been a fleeting encounter, shrouded in the shadows of night, lacking the clarity that the daylight provided today. On that day, her heart ached like a twisted knot, yet it could not compare to the emotion she felt today. His charming demeanor captivated him even more, leaving him somewhat perplexed. Why, with her beauty that could topple kingdoms, did she choose to present herself in such a manner? Moreover, her appearance bore a striking resemblance to that of Aunt Shui, yet her expressions and allure far surpassed Aunt Shui's, who spent her days in the residence weeping. He had no fondness for women who wept incessantly. Rather, he adored her carefree laughter and her unconventional approach to life. Shu Xian gazed at him in mild surprise. His eyes retained their familiar warmth, filled with profound affection, and the red mole at the corner of his brow seemed to pulse with unspoken anticipation. She cherished his gentleness, soft as the spring waters of March, melting her heart entirely. In that moment, she finally comprehended what it was that drew her to him, his tenderness and warmth, a sensation she had never experienced before in her life. In the solitude and loneliness of this alien world, she found herself hopelessly submerged in his kindness. Qiao Yuran noticed her silence, and within his eyes lay the same tender feelings as before. He smiled softly, a warmth akin to a gentle spring breeze caressing her heart, a sensation both comforting and familiar. Autumn had deepened, the air had turned cool, and leaves fluttered down, carried by the swirling autumn winds. Today, Shu Xian wore a dark green long dress, while Qiao Yuran donned a black robe, complemented by the golden sun and dancing leaves, a picturesque scene of warmth and beauty. "Xian, come with me," Qiao Yuran urged. "I assure you, this time you shall not be disappointed." He indeed would not let her down again. The military power of the Desert Dynasty was largely under his control, with the exception of what Yu Xiao commanded. Now, he possessed the capability to rival Yu Xiao. With Yu Zhao suffering from illness, utterly incapable of managing state affairs, everything within the court was at his discretion. Qiao Yuran understood that he now had the means to offer her happiness. They had already missed too much and could not afford to miss any more. One must bravely confront all challenges rather than evade them. Seeing Shu Xian lost in thought, her gaze somewhat distant, he pulled her into his embrace. Whispering softly in her ear, "Trust me, I will bring you happiness. Come with me." The scent of fresh grass enveloped her as she inhaled deeply, his voice rich with emotion and a hint of seduction. She realized that this might be the perfect moment to join him, yet her senses were conflicted. While she savored his fragrance and listened to his voice, her mind conjured the image of another, a figure clad in white, graceful and refined. It was as if she could see the tenderness in his long, narrow eyes. Confusion washed over her. When had he claimed her heart? Her heart was tinged with a gentle joy, interspersed with waves of uncertainty. When she thought of Yu Xiao, only his silhouette filled her mind, not the debt of affection she owed him. Qiao Yuran interpreted her silence as acquiescence. He let her go and gazed into her bright, crystalline eyes, saying, "This place is perilous. We must depart at once." With that, he grasped her hand and attempted to lead her away. The pain in her hand jolted her back to reality as she observed Qiao Yuran's slight anxiety. She bit her lip and replied, "I'm sorry, but I cannot leave with you." Qiao Yuran paused, taken aback, and inquired, "Why not?" Noticing the dazed look in Shu Xian's eyes, a flicker of anger ignited in his charming gaze. He asked cautiously, "Have you fallen for him?" Shu Xian's eyes were deep, calm, yet luminous. She looked at Qiao Yuran and said, "I cannot ascertain whether I love him, but I cannot accompany you today. Though it is human nature to be selfish, I cannot indulge in such selfishness. We have missed too many chances before. While you now possess the capability to protect me, I owe him far too much." After a moment's pause, she continued, "For some, a single missed opportunity leads to a lifetime of regret. Yet what you and I have missed is far more than just once." A shadow of anguish crossed Qiao Yuran's enchanting eyes as he gazed into hers. "You must understand. What we have is not merely a matter of missed chances, but rather a cruel separation by fate. How can you love him? Have you so swiftly forgotten how he treated you?" A chill passed through Shu Xian's almond-shaped eyes, yet she replied softly, "I have not forgotten how he treated me, but I also remember the sacrifices he made for me. Xiao Yuran looked deeply into her eyes and said, "If I told you that if you come with me, I would relinquish all the power I have gained, would you then agree?" Shu Xian was momentarily taken aback, then bit her lip and responded, "Wouldn't that only lead to you sending someone to bring me back again? Wouldn't we merely be repeating the past?" She looked at him, adding, "If this were to replay, I wonder if I would have the courage to endure it once more. Therefore, cousin, it would be best if you returned to Fian City." Xiao Yuran's eyes were filled with sorrow as he asked, "How could this be?" Just as Shu Xian was about to respond, a deep male voice interrupted. "This is entirely normal, for she is the princess of this kingdom." With that, she fell into another warm embrace. Shu Xian was momentarily stunned. Yu Xiao had found her so swiftly, indicating only one thing. Coldly, she remarked, "You had someone follow me?" Yu Xiao did not deny it, responding merely, "I told you, I would not easily let him go." Shu Xian positioned herself in front of Xiao Yuran, declaring, "I also said I would not allow you to harm him." Xiao Yuran scoffed, "Yu Xiao, do you truly believe that everything in this world is within your control? If that is your mindset, I suggest you reconsider your arrogance." He glanced at Shu Xian and said, "Xian, if you agree to come with me now, I assure you, no one shall harm you in the slightest. I shall be safe too." Yu Xiao replied nonchalantly, "Your hearing seems impaired. She has already declined your offer." He had been watching since Shu Xian entered the hotel, hidden just outside the door. Upon witnessing Xiao Yuran pulling her into his embrace, an overwhelming desire surged within him to leap forth and slay Xiao Yuran. Yet, when he heard Xiao Yuran inquire whether she would accompany him, his heart raced uncontrollably. Yu Xiao found himself pondering the possibility. If she chose to depart with Xiao Yuran, what course of action should he take? Would he resort to killing Xiao Yuran? Uncertainty clouded his mind. Yet he understood her character well enough to fear that she might indeed wish to stand by Xiao Yuran. Should she truly opt for Xiao Yuran and fiercely protect him? What then? Would he be compelled to eliminate her as well? He could not answer the myriad of hypothetical scenarios he posed to himself. However, when Shu Xian's rejection of Xiao Yuran reached his ears, elation flooded his being. Her refusal of Xiao Yuran, did this not signify her acceptance of him? The joy in his heart was ineffable, yet upon witnessing her cold demeanor, he could not help but let out a deep sigh. She was still, after all, shielding Xiao Yuran. Xiao Yuran, with a frosty demeanor, remarked, "You seem to be overly self-important. Now I understand why she would decline me. It is merely because you have arrived, and she wishes to protect me. Xian, is this not so?" As he spoke, hope glimmered in his peach blossom eyes. Shu Xian found herself at a loss for words. The reasons for her actions were unclear even to her. So how could Xiao Yuran possibly comprehend them? She attempted to speak, but Yu Xiao interjected, "You may be overestimating your significance. Do not forget your station, nor hers. You are the 13th prince, and she is my princess." Yu Xiao's gaze was as frigid as ice, and he continued, "You abandoned her at Xuanyu Villa. From this moment forward, you two share no connection. Paths diverge and bridges disband. You have no right to be with her any longer." Xiao Yuran's eyes sparkled with derision as he retorted, "Is that so? If I am unworthy of her, then what of you? Do not forget how you orchestrated our separation. In her heart, there is only hatred for you, devoid of love. The only reason she remains by your side is out of guilt for having caused you to lose the throne. Yu Xiao, if you exploit her compassion to keep her with you, it is rather shameless." Yu Xiao's eyes were icy, and he replied coolly, "I have no desire to engage in this futile war of words with you, for you shall not survive this day." No sooner had his words fallen than archers surrounded the hotel. Chapter 69. The corners of Xiao Yuran's lips curled slightly upwards, her peach blossom eyes narrowing as she spoke. "Do you think I would dare to step onto your territory without preparation? Yu Xiao, it may not be as easy for you to kill me." As her words echoed through the air, a series of anguished cries rang out. A significant portion of the archers stationed on the wall had been dispatched by a group of guards. Shu Xian, overhearing their exchange, felt an unusual sense of frustration. She had never considered herself a source of calamity, yet these two men insisted on treating her as such. The incessant bickering between them gave her a headache. And before she could interject, they were already at each other's throats. She bit her lip and asked, "Have you two finished your quarrel?" Seeing both men turn their gaze towards her, she chuckled and continued, "If you haven't finished, please carry on. I, for one, have no time to spare for your chatter, as I intend to buy some nuts. However, if you have concluded your argument and wish to fight, please do so now. I shall take my leave to avoid any collateral damage." With that, she turned on her heel and strode towards the door. She understood that she could offer no assistance here, nor did she know whose side to take. She wished not for Xiao Yuran to be slain by Yu Xiao, nor did she desire harm to befall Yu Xiao. Since she could not help, she decided to let them resolve their issues themselves. Knowing well that Xiao Yuran was no timid creature, both Yu Xiao and Xiao Yuran were taken aback by her words. They had been embroiled in a heated dispute. While she appeared completely detached from the situation, a smile tugged at the corners of Xiao Yuran's mouth, and this demeanor suited her perfectly. Yu Xiao, however, let out a sigh involuntarily. He wished she would exhibit a hint of preference for one over the other, thereby offering him a choice. A sudden thought crossed his mind. Her intention to buy nuts indicated that she would remain here. If she chose to stay, it would mean staying by his side. Yu Xiao's eyes sparkled with delight, and it seemed Xiao Yuran had come to the same realization as she reached out to pull Shu Xian along, saying, "Xing, come with me." Yu Xiao's right hand bent slightly, striking at his acupoint with a cold remark. It seems the world's rumors about the charming immortal are not unfounded. He enjoys entangling himself with married women. Xiao Yuran sidestepped, countering with a sharp retort. The world claims that Prince Qin is devoted to love. Yet little do they know he is merely a petty man who uses his power to break apart couples. As they exchanged words, they had already traded over a dozen blows. Shu Xian stood at the doorway, glancing back at the two with disdain, and coolly declared, "You two may continue your battle at your leisure. I shall take my leave." With that, she walked out of the hotel, not bothering to look back. Initially, she had harbored some concern for Xiao Yuran, but witnessing the current situation, she realized her worries were unfounded. Xiao Yuran was no longer the naive individual of yore. Her presence here indicated that she was well prepared. Just like today's meeting, she had evidently made ample preparations, and it was likely that numerous guards were stationed within that room. While they may not be able to kill Yu Xiao would not be able to harm him either. Given Xiao Yuran's capabilities, she would not engage in a prolonged battle with Yu Xiao. She must have devised an escape plan prior to her arrival, ensuring her safe departure today. She vividly recalled the incident from a year and a half ago when she had inadvertently entangled herself with a band of outlaws. Though Xiao Yuran appeared to be acting alone in her rescue, he had meticulously orchestrated a trap that lured the entire group of bandits into the open, ultimately leading to their apprehension by the soldiers in ambush. He was never one to act impulsively. His actions were always underpinned by careful planning. Perhaps it was precisely due to his nature that the two of them were destined to miss each other. Let them be, she thought, lacking martial prowess and power. And with both of them being stubborn, she felt utterly powerless to intervene. Outside the hotel, the sun shone brightly as she stretched languidly, only to let out a sigh. She found herself devoid of the desire to prepare porridge and, feeling rather lethargic, made her way towards the Wangfu. Just then, she heard a man sigh and turned to find Ding Lu Jing. With a slight curl of her lips, she remarked, "Your brother is inside fighting. Aren't you going to help him?" Ding Lu Jing replied coldly, "How can there be a woman as heartless as you in this world? One of them is your biological brother, and the other is your husband, and yet you show no concern whatsoever." On his shoulder, Mi Fan bounced playfully, and upon noticing Shu Xian, it leaped down in a flash, only to dart onto her shoulder and plant a quick kiss on her cheek. Shu Xian caressed Mi Fan's smooth fur, smiling softly as she retorted, "You're not much better than I am. Why don't you go assist your brother instead of standing out here? Besides, what good would it do for me to be there? They wouldn't heed my words." Ding Lu Jing sighed. "They have already finished fighting. What purpose would my presence serve?" He had arrived a bit late. Otherwise, Xiao Yuran would have already been captured. After uttering this, they exchanged a knowing smile. Ding Lu Jing then asked, "I am curious, which of the two men would you choose now?" Shu Xian glanced at him and replied nonchalantly, "Whichever one wins, I shall choose. That seems fair, does it not?" Ding Lu Jing was momentarily taken aback, then sighed deeply. "Xiao falling in love with you is destined to be his calamity." With a playful grin, Shu Xian countered, "Imolan falling in love with you is likewise her misfortune." Ding Lu Jing blinked in surprise and inquired, "Did Xiao inform you of this?" If Yu Xiao had divulged the matter concerning him and Imolan, he would seek retribution from Yu Xiao. Shu Xian beamed brightly. "Your friend seems to treasure you dearly. He would never divulge your past. I merely happened to overhear your conversation the other day." With a sigh, she added, "If I were Imolan, I would not be so foolish as to sacrifice so much for you, only for you to realize her worth after her demise. It is truly tragic." Ding Lu Jing's expression darkened, and he retorted angrily, "What nonsense are you spouting?" With that, he raised his hand as if to strike her. Yet, there was not a trace of fear in her eyes. She looked at him with a smile in her almond-shaped eyes and teased, "A man who strikes women is hardly a good man, and only a fool like Imolan would regard you as a treasure." Ultimately, Ding Lu Jing sighed. "Perhaps you speak the truth. I am not worthy of such devotion from Imolan." His eyes were filled with sorrow as he spoke. Seeing the sorrow in his eyes, Shu Xian felt a twinge of compassion and sighed. In truth, you need not be so despondent. Mo Lan acted of her own volition, and you have stood by her grave for 5 years. If she were aware from beyond the grave, she would surely feel joy. Ding Lu Jing remained silent, and as she was about to speak, she noticed Yu Xiu emerging from the hotel with a dark expression. He grasped her hand forcefully and demanded, "What do you truly desire?" Shu Xian sighed again, replying, "I genuinely wish for nothing but for you two to resolve your conflicts peacefully. Each of you is dear to me, and I cannot bear the thought of any harm befalling either of you." She had deceived everyone, yet she could not deceive herself. Her resolute stance with Qiao Yuran stemmed from her desire to protect him, intending to escape with him when the time was right. However, events had unfolded far beyond her expectations. Qiao Yuran now wielded enough power to rival Yu Xiu, and her emotions had diverged significantly from her initial intentions. Yu Xiu had been injured for her sake, displaying genuine concern, and had forsaken his throne for her. How could she remain indifferent? Presently, she wished for neither Qiao Yuran nor Yu Xiu to face peril, yet they were at odds with one another. Oh heavens, who could tell her what to do? She longed for someone to provide her with an answer. Yu Xiu smiled faintly and said, "Do you truly believe that is possible? When a person attains power, do you think he would willingly abandon everything to wander the world with you? Not every man in this realm is like him." Shu Xian bit her lip and asked, "Yu Xiu, if one day you were to choose between the throne and me, what would your decision be?" As he opened his mouth to respond, she interrupted, "There is no need to answer directly. If you were to claim that you would choose me, I would find you insincere. Conversely, if you said you would choose the throne, I would feel a twinge of disappointment." Yu Xiu sighed. "Then how would you like me to respond?" "You are such a foolish woman. Have I not already made my choice before you?" Shu Xian gazed at him with wide, almond-shaped eyes. "I wish for you to ponder your answer, but should you take too long, I would conclude that the throne holds greater significance for you. After all, as you said, no man would relinquish his hard-won power for a woman. Yet, if you were to answer me without hesitation that you would choose me, I would." She sighed. "Thus, there is no need for you to respond to this hypothetical." His white garment bore faint stains of blood, the origin of which was uncertain, whether his own or Qiao Yuran's, leaving her with a sense of helplessness. This question was intended for Qiao Yuran, but he was not present to provide an answer, and she could surmise his choice. He would not dare defy a command from his master, let alone make an outrageous choice. As Yu Xiu was about to speak, Ding Lu Jing patted his shoulder and said, "Xiu, I now understand why you fell in love with her." Yu Xiu furrowed his brow, and Ding Lu Jing continued, "It seems the wounds received from Gu Shi were not enough. You seek someone to continue your torment." With that, he turned and walked away, distancing himself by more than a yard. Yu Xiu's face turned a shade of blue, his hands clenched into fists as he uttered each word with intensity. Ding Lu Jing. Yet all he could see was Ding Lu Jing's mischievous grin. Yu Xiu was presently in his study, reviewing official documents, and without lifting his gaze, he inquired, "Qinglong, how is this year's autumn harvest in Liangzhou? If war breaks out next year, will we have sufficient supplies?" Qinglong replied, "This year has yielded an abundant harvest in Liangzhou. However, due to the prince's tax reductions over the years, the revenue is not overly substantial. Nonetheless, there is still a surplus to manage the upcoming year's warfare." Yu Xiu nodded thoughtfully and asked, "How much surplus silver remains in the treasury?" After a moment of calculation, Qinglong responded, "Approximately 13 million taels remain. And with the 2 million taels acquired from the princess last time, the total amounts to 15 million taels." Following the recent events, Qinglong's attitude towards Shuxin had softened considerably. He now found it increasingly natural to refer to her as the princess. Upon hearing about Shuxin's substantial sum, a smile crept onto Yu Xiu's lips as he remarked, "It appears your princess is indeed a master of finance, effortlessly amassing 2 million taels from our grand wedding." Qinglong chuckled. "I never anticipated that a woman would willingly compromise her own prospects for marriage in such a manner. Her character is truly astonishing." Noticing Yu Xiu's gaze upon him, he added hastily, "Most importantly, the prince possesses a discerning eye for talent, having wed such a remarkable woman." Having spent considerable time with Shuxin, Qinglong had been subtly influenced by her demeanor. Yu Xiu glanced at Qinglong before returning to his documents, teasingly stating, "Qinglong, when did you become so skilled at flattery?" Qinglong smiled modestly, "Your Highness, I am merely speaking the truth. On that day when I made such a grave mistake, were it not for the princess's intercession, I would have met my demise at your hands." Her composure truly deserves admiration. After Shuxin had rescued him, Yu Xiu had intended to punish Qinglong, but it was Shuxin who pleaded for his clemency. Since that day, Qinglong's animosity towards Shuxin had transformed into respect. Yu Xiu found this amusing. fully aware that Shu Xin's plea was not born of sheer benevolence, but rather a recognition of his need for capable individuals, coupled with a desire to maintain Qinglong's loyalty. She had not only provided Yuxiu a means of retreat, but also rendered a significant favor to Qinglong. Her cleverness genuinely surprised him. However, Yuxiu refrained from exposing this. Recognizing that Qinglong's respect for Shu Xin was not entirely unwarranted, he remarked lightly, "I have noticed that since the princess saved you, you have taken on more of her traits. Your words have become considerably sweeter." Qinglong laughed. "That is indeed due to the princess's adept guidance." Yuxiu shook his head with a smile before inquiring, "How are the preparations for the autumn sacrificial rites progressing?" Qinglong responded, "Everything is in order. It only requires the prince and the princess to preside over the ceremony." Yuxiu acknowledged with a sound of agreement and asked, "Is there anything else you wish to discuss?" Qinglong looked at Yuxiu and replied, "Your Highness, after allowing Qiao Yuran to escape that day, I scoured all of Liangzhou but could find no trace of him. The autumn sacrificial rites are of great significance in Liangzhou, and I fear he may attempt to disrupt them." Yuxiu remarked lightly, "It would be splendid if he comes to stir trouble. What I fear is his absence." His tone was calm, yet a palpable aura of menace emanated from him. Qinglong murmured, "But, my lord, how do you intend to handle the situation with the princess? Are you not concerned she might intervene? You are well aware of her temperament. If she chooses to be unreasonable, we are utterly powerless against her." Yuxiu set down the brush and gently blew on the official document, allowing it to dry before closing it. He then replied, "You need not worry about that. I have my own methods." Reflecting on her actions that day, he couldn't help but feel a flicker of anger. How could she allow him and Qiao Yuran to engage in such a fierce struggle while she remained aloof? He found himself yearning to know who truly held more significance in her heart, him or Qiao Yuran. Yet, contemplating this question only served to vex him further. Shu Xian had maintained a cool demeanor towards him, not as confrontational as before, but her indifference left him uncertain whether she cared for him or not. Such ambiguity was most tormenting. Qinglong observed Yuxiu but remained silent. Yuxiu said, "Are you suggesting that, given the princess's disposition, I am powerless against her?" Qinglong chuckled. "If you were to disregard the princess, there would be countless ways to handle matters. However, from my observations, it is evident that you have elevated her to the highest esteem. If the princess were oblivious to your affection, it would be one thing. But how could she not be aware of her exalted status?" Yuxiu retorted coldly, "Qinglong, who provides your salary, me or the princess?" Qinglong, undaunted, replied, "Though my pay comes from you, I am well aware that should the princess become enraged, you would find yourself quite helpless." Noticing the glint of frost in Yuxiu's eyes, he quickly added, "Yet, the princess remains merely the princess, while you are my savior. Therefore, should a quarrel arise between you and her, I shall undoubtedly stand by your side. Choosing sides is always of paramount importance." As Yuxiu's lips curled into a slight smile, Qinglong felt a chill run down his spine. He had accompanied Yuxiu for long enough to know that such smiles often heralded his wrath. He hastily said, "My lord, the camellias from the White Tiger are likely already procured. I shall go and check." Shu Xian had once taught him a strategy, of the 36 stratagems. Fleeing is the best. He had previously deemed it a tactic for the inept, yet now he discerned the wisdom in that saying. Yuxiu sighed, reflecting that since Shu Xian had joined him in Liangzhou, apart from Zhu Ke, the other 3 guards had been utterly tamed by her. He harbored doubts about whether they still recognized him as their prince. Gazing at the withering leaves outside the window, a faint smile played upon his lips. During the autumnal sacrifices, he was curious to see what kind of commotion Qiao Yuran could stir up. In the Green Willow Pavilion, Shu Xian found herself rather bored by the window. Outside, a few willow trees stood, yet their branches were devoid of greenery, the leaves having long since turned a desolate yellow. She loathed the cold and despised winter. Now, as autumn deepened, the trees were nearly bare, and winter loomed nearby. A gust of wind swept through, causing the bare willow branches to sway gently. She instinctively pulled her collar up, despite knowing the wind would not reach her. Yet an inexplicable chill crept over her. At that moment, she felt a wave of warmth behind her, accompanied by a familiar scent. With a faint smile, she inquired, "Does your highness not have official duties to attend to today? What brings you here?" Yuxiu did not respond directly, but gently took her hand, frowning slightly as he remarked, "Your hands are so cold." He then enveloped her small hand within his larger one, sending warmth coursing through her body. Realizing he was channeling his internal energy to dispel the cold, she chuckled softly, "Your highness truly knows how to be considerate." Her face bore a playful expression, yet her heart felt warm. Yuxiu pouted slightly, saying, "Yet it seems someone does not appreciate it at all." Shu Xian, with a mischievous smile, retorted, "What must I do to make your highness feel I truly cherish this?" With a gentle tug, he drew her into his embrace, murmuring, "Shu Xing, what am I to do with you?" His embrace was warm and comforting, a sensation she relished. The subtle, refined fragrance that wafted from him made her want to linger in his arms indefinitely. He towered over her, and as she leaned against him, all she could see was his neck. Suddenly, she noticed his broad chest, which offered a sense of security. Responding to his words, she nuzzled against his chest and laughed softly. "Are you going to instruct me on how to deal with Xiao Yuran again and forbid me from intervening?" Yuxiu abruptly swept her up in his arms, startling her. With a mischievous glint in his narrowed eyes, he chuckled, "You are mistaken. Xiao Yuran's matters will be handled by Ding Lu Jing." Right now he appraised her with a lingering gaze. "Right now? All I desire is to share the clouds and rain with my princess." With that, he carried Shu Xian towards the intricately carved bed. Unfazed, Shu Xian wrapped her arms around his neck and teased, "If you've been too celibate for too long, I wouldn't mind helping you find a few ladies." She then scrutinized him from head to toe, adding, "With your looks and physique, I'm certain many would gladly share a bed with you." Yuxiu sighed deeply, placing her gently on the bed before lying down beside her, still fully clothed. "Do not push me," he warned, "for if you urge me too forcefully, I might not hesitate to take what I want." His words were fierce, yet his eyes held clarity, gazing at the bed's ceiling, his heart heavy with melancholy. Shu Xian smiled softly, blowing gently in his ear, "Is that so? Your words make my heart flutter." As Yuxiu turned over, she was caught off guard, and his lips met hers unexpectedly. He smiled faintly and, reaching out, pulled her into his embrace, tenderly kissing her sweetness. His kiss was infused with his essence, overwhelming her senses as his tongue eagerly sought the sweetness within her mouth. Each time their lips touched, he found himself losing control. Her flavor was so delightful, captivating him completely. Shu Xian did not reject his kiss, yet for some reason, she suddenly thought of Gu Shishi, which stirred a hint of displeasure within her. She remarked coolly, "Your Highness, are you so impatient? Do you wish to become like Yu Zhao?" With that, she playfully blinked at him. Yuxiu sighed. "What if I were to force myself upon you?" Shu Xian chuckled. "It would matter little. Perhaps I would end up like Gu Shishi, with child, and then seek out my cousin to bear another. Along with chasing wind, I would have 2 children." Yuxiu frowned. "You know of Gu Shishi's pregnancy?" After a brief contemplation, he realized she must have learned about it during her time at the prince's residence. Yet, knowing this mattered little. That was Gu Shishi's child, not his. His relationship with Gu Shishi was unequivocal. Reflecting on it now, he felt a tinge of regret for his sincere affection towards her, which had yielded such a response. Shu Xian smiled faintly. "If one wishes to keep a secret, one must refrain from doing anything." Yuxiu replied with a light smile. "So, you are envious." Noticing Shu Xian's nonchalant demeanor, he continued, "If I were to tell you that my relationship with Gu Shishi is innocent, would you believe me?" Shu Xian pursed her lips. "If I told you that cats have stopped eating fish and now eat grass, would you believe it?" She would not forget the scene where Yuxiu and Gu Shishi had acted before her. She could not be convinced they were unrelated. However, many things in this world cannot be discerned merely by sight, but must be felt with the heart. Eyes often deceive, while the heart never lies. Yuxiu sighed in resignation. "I knew you would not believe me. In everyone's eyes, it is evident that Gu Shishi and I share something. I now understand the meaning of suffering in silence, unable to express my pain." Shu Xian raised her eyes to see the sorrow in his gaze, his expression earnest and genuine, leading her to feel uncertain. She had once wronged Yuxiu, and the world had believed her, for she understood that in such matters, people tend to trust a woman's words. Yet, if that woman were to speak falsehoods, it would be a different story. But Gu Shishi was unlike her, and a thought crossed her mind. Could Gu Shishi be entangled with other men besides Yuxiu? The mere notion sent a chill down her spine. If Gu Shishi were indeed such a woman, then all she endured would be of her own making. Yet, she was uncertain of the truth, and regardless of whether it was real or not, it belonged to the past and bore little relevance to her present. She couldn't help but sigh. "I always thought the prince was a passionate romantic as well as a lecher. To think that he would not even touch such a stunning beauty placed before him is truly admirable. His self-control surpasses even that of the legendary Lu Xiaohui, which is no small feat." Her words dripped with playful mockery. Yuxiu gently embraced her, saying, "It is because of love that one learns to respect, and it is through respect that one refrains from doing anything she dislikes." Shu Xian, carefree, laughed. "If that's the case, then the prince doesn't love me at all. He always forces me to do things I don't wish to." Yuxiu's eyes sparkled as he replied, "Silly girl, you claim not to be jealous, yet it appears you have overturned a pot of vinegar." Noticing the slight pout of Shu Xian's lips, he added, "Perhaps I have not done enough in the past. But I assure you, I never intended any disrespect. Besides, you are entirely different from her. If I did not employ certain methods to keep you by my side, you would likely have eloped with Qiao Yuran long ago." Reflecting on their past interactions, his heart swelled with emotion. Shu Xian coldly retorted, "So you now admit to being despicable and shameless?" Yu Xiu smiled lightly. "In your eyes, I am indeed despicable and shameless. While he will always be perfect in your mind, won't he?" A hint of bitterness arose within him, and his voice turned slightly frosty. Shu Xian turned her head and huffed. "You only just realized that? I'm going to sleep now. You can leave." With that, she pulled the blanket over her head. Yu Xiu observed that although the wind blew outside, the sun hung high in the sky. Who sleeps during the day like this? Her behavior seemed rather childish. He gently said, "Sleep well. I shall also rest, as I am quite tired." With that, he too pulled the quilt over himself to sleep. Hearing his voice, Shu Xian couldn't help but laugh in exasperation. "Yu Xiu, there is probably no one in this world more shameless than you. This is my bed. You should return to your own room." Yu Xiu replied calmly, "The entire royal residence is mine, including the green willow pavilion in this bed. What harm is there in my sleeping here?" Shu Xian sprang up from the bed, declaring, "I've changed my mind. I'm not sleeping anymore. You can sleep by yourself." She attempted to get out of bed, but before she could move, Yu Xiu swiftly pulled her into his embrace. With a mischievous grin, Yu Xiu said, "I wish to sleep with you." Then, taking advantage of her surprise, he pressed on her acupoint, laying her beside him and wrapping his arms around her. It was safer to restrain her, should she decide to use some poison against him. Given her temperament, she might act out in an outrageous manner, leaving him utterly embarrassed. But did he still have any dignity left before Shu Xian? Shu Xian exclaimed in anger, "Yu Xiu, you pervert." Yu Xiu sighed, "Is this what you call perversion? If you do not provide me with a definite wedding date, I shall resort to even more perverse methods to deal with you." Her furious expression, with furrowed brows and a pouting mouth, was undeniably adorable. Shu Xian could not help but feel a mixture of amusement and frustration as she coldly remarked, "If you continue like this, I shall never marry you." She detested being coerced by others. Yu Xiu gently responded, "You expressed a desire to sleep, so I offered to accompany you. Is it wrong for me to wish to draw closer to you?" He realized that since being with her, he had also learned to be a bit spoiled. In truth, he had always possessed that tendency. Shu Xian found herself bemused. Was this truly the same refined man she once knew? With a huff, she fell silent. Yet Yu Xiu tightened his embrace, saying, "Xian, the autumn sacrificial ceremony is in 2 days. Will you accompany me?" This ceremony was a significant event for Liangzhou, which he had previously managed alone. Today, however, he longed for her companionship, for the presence of another was far more comforting than solitude. Most importantly, a resolution between them was overdue, if they continued to prolong this. He feared he might lose his sanity. Shu Xian retorted, "No, you should go alone. If I attend, I might just unleash my wrath and poison all your subjects." Yu Xiu dismissed her threat lightly, replying, "If you are truly so heartless as to harm those innocent people, then by all means, do as you wish." After spending so much time with her, he understood her to be the quintessential case of a sharp tongue coupled with a tender heart. Shu Xian fumed, "Tomorrow, I shall poison everyone in the royal residence." Yu Xiu chuckled, "You are part of the royal household as well. Do you wish to share your fate with me so soon?" Shu Xian was momentarily speechless, wondering when he had become so mischievous. The following morning, aside from chasing wind and Shu Xian, everyone in the royal residence was afflicted with a sudden bout of diarrhea. The lavatories had become the most frequented spot in the entire residence. Yu Xiu could not recall how many times he had rushed to the restroom that night, utterly exhausted. He sat pale-faced upon an intricately carved chair, his expression dark. Ding Lu Jing, beside him, weakly remarked, "Xiu, in future quarrels with Shu Xian, please refrain from dragging the entire royal household into it. We are innocent." The chaos had begun the previous night, initially leaving everyone bewildered. Eventually, a servant had overheard Yu Xiu proclaiming that he would assist everyone in relieving their bowels. Thus, they believed they were all partaking in a royal reward. If anyone has objections, feel free to voice them to the prince. Wishing you all a pleasant experience. This single remark had turned Yu Xiu into the scapegoat. Had it not been for his intimidating presence, the entire household might have revolted. Yu Xiu shot him a cold glance and said, "You seem firmly in Shu Xian's camp now. Why hasn't she looked out for you this time?" Ding Lu Jing grumbled, "You are my brother, and I have always supported you, but now I see no benefit in that loyalty. I am merely dragged into this predicament. I swear this is the most I have ever suffered in my life. She truly is ruthless." He regretted not having endeavored to please Shu Exine more often, as it might have spared him from this current plight. Yushio let out a soft snort and remarked, "Haven't you always claimed she was rather commendable? Only now do you realize how ruthless she can be." Ding Luqing sighed heavily and replied, "Xiao, I was mistaken. From the moment of your grand wedding, I sensed she was no ordinary woman. Today, I have come to realize she possesses remarkable means to deal with you. In the past, whenever I spoke ill of her, you would become irate, shielding her fiercely. Now, it is evident that in this royal residence, the one who truly holds authority is her, not you." Yushio retorted coldly, "If you have come to this realization, why not seek her favor and request the antidote?" Ding Luqing wore a pained expression as he lamented, "Do you think I haven't tried? She insists that since you and I are steadfast brothers, I must accompany you in your enjoyment. Yushio, I have never regretted having you as a brother until now. Truly, it is better to offend a petty person than to cross a woman." At this juncture, he felt a sharp pain in his abdomen and quickly covered it, exclaiming, "I must take my leave for a moment." With that, he dashed into the latrine. Yushio couldn't help but sigh. She truly was formidable. Just as he contemplated voicing more complaints, another wave of pain surged through him. He shouted from outside the restroom, "Ding Luqing, are you done yet?" The commotion continued until dusk when it finally subsided. The following day, during the ritual, Shuxin sat in the carriage, full of vitality, while Yushio appeared weary and pallid beside her. The others in the royal residence had found peace by evening, yet he had endured until this morning. Feeling nauseous at the mere sight of the latrine, even dreading the thought of putting on trousers. After a sleepless night, his complexion was dreadful, and the normally sprightly form felt utterly exhausted just climbing into the carriage. He longed to retreat to his chambers for a proper rest, yet the ceremony must proceed. Shuxin, seemingly oblivious, cheerfully inquired, "Why does the prince look so unwell? Would you like to rest while I preside over the ritual?" Yushio replied icily, "I am quite well. Thank you for your concern, my princess." He felt a flicker of anger. How could she treat him so dismissively? The ordeal of the past 2 days had been almost unbearable. Shuxin giggled, "I know the prince as well, which is why I will treat him exceptionally." Her smile radiated warmth akin to the gentle sun of March, providing immense comfort. Yet, despite her cheerful demeanor, Yushio felt no warmth. The ache in his backside persisted. Burning fiercely, he scoffed, "You are undoubtedly the finest princess in all the land. Marrying you must be a blessing from a previous life." Then he shifted his tone, glaring at her, "Perhaps my indulgence has led to your unruly behavior." He coughed lightly, the cold air having taken its toll on him, and he sensed the onset of a cold. Seeing his pale complexion, Shu Exine felt a twinge of guilt within her. Yet the memory of him confining her to the bed for an entire afternoon ignited a flicker of anger. Nevertheless, her heart was still softened. She pouted slightly and gently clasped his hand. Yushio mistook her gesture for an attempt to placate him and coldly remarked, "What is this? Regret?" Yet, he allowed her to hold his hand. To his surprise, Shu Exine retorted, "What is there to regret? The prince has yet to suffer any real consequence, and I remain far from my goal. Should you dare to trouble me again, it won't merely be an upset stomach next time." Though his pulse felt weak, it appeared nothing grave was amiss, and he exhaled a silent sigh of relief. Yushio abruptly withdrew his hand, stating coldly, "I have made my decision. Whether you agree or not, on the 8th day of the 12th month, I shall marry you. If you refuse, I shall take what is mine by force. Should you dare to use poison again, I would not hesitate to sever your hands first." Shu Exine felt a surge of indignation but grinned at him, saying, "Prince, with your handsome demeanor and charm, it is a blessing from many lifetimes for me to wed you." Internally, she chastised him for his relentless use of force, lamenting his lack of affection and tenderness. She warned herself to be cautious, lest he provoke her to the point of becoming someone like Yu Zhao. As this thought crossed her mind, she scolded herself for her ungratefulness, feeling a swirl of conflicting emotions that left her somewhat bewildered. Upon observing his slightly pale visage again, her heart ached, prompting her to question whether her actions had been too harsh this time. Yushio scoffed, "I have told you many times, do not call me prince. Call me Xiao." Shu Exine retorted with a playful huff, "The prince who has been reprimanded. Ha, perhaps you should be called the dismissed prince. It seems your name was destined to foretell that once we wed, I shall have the authority to dismiss you." Yushio seized her hand, exclaiming, "You dare?" Shu Exine playfully stuck out her tongue, "You know well whether I dare or not. Just now, you were unwilling to hold my hand. So why should I let you hold mine now?" With that, she withdrew her hand. Yushio glared at her coldly, yet she continued to tease, "Perhaps it is best if I hold the princess' hand. Look at your delicate fingers, softer than those of ordinary women, a clear sign of a life of luxury. Unlike my own bony hands." As she spoke, she flirtatiously caressed his hand. Just as Yushio prepared to respond, she swiftly raised her hand, dropping a brown pill into his mouth. Caught off guard, he swallowed it before he could react, furrowing his brow as he asked, "What have you made me consume?" Shu Exine chuckled. "Why? It is poison, of course. You've been suffering for 2 days without succumbing. Thus, I thought I would administer a stronger remedy to ensure you do not bully me any further." Yushio's gaze turned slightly cold as he circulated his internal energy, only to find a comforting warmth enveloping his dantian. His entire being felt remarkably at ease. Although he lacked the vigor he had prior to his ailment, he experienced a refreshing lightness akin to that of recovering from a severe illness. It dawned upon him that the substance she had given him was not poison, but rather a restorative elixir. He could not help but lift his eyes to her, noticing the subtle upward curve of her lips, an expression of triumphant mischief in her eyes. The autumn sunlight bathed her face in a gentle glow, highlighting her playful demeanor. Her complexion was exquisite, fair and delicate. Her lips a rosy hue, soft as dewdrops, with her almond-shaped eyes glimmering subtly, black as ink. The anger that had once consumed him dissipated entirely upon witnessing her smile. He sighed inwardly, acknowledging how easily she could sway his emotions. The thought of the pill she had provided filled him with a sense of joy. Deep down, she truly cared for him. Despite her harsh words, her heart remained tender. Narrowing his elongated eyes, he smiled faintly and declared, "With over a month until the 8th of December, I shall bestow upon you the most magnificent wedding. The autumn festival is the most significant occasion in Liangzhou, a time when the common folk express their heartfelt wishes to the heavens for a bountiful harvest in the coming year. In this agrarian society, where livelihoods hinge on the whims of nature, such blessings are of utmost importance." Situated inland, Liangzhou is traversed by several rivers that flow towards the eastern sea, rendering it susceptible only to flooding, alleviating the threat of drought. Upon their arrival at the sacrificial site of Luoxia Mountain, Yushio and Shuxin were greeted by a sea of people. As soon as the royal carriage appeared, the crowd fell to their knees in reverence. Their voices echoed in unison, chanting, "Long live the prince." Shuxin, observing the throngs kneeling before them, leaned in closer to Yushio and whispered, "It seems your subjects hold you in high esteem. You have not reigned in vain." The spectacle before her was astonishing, revealing Yushio's significant standing in the hearts of the Liangzhou populace. What she was unaware of was that prior to Yushio's bestowal from the emperor, Liangzhou, despite its prosperity, had attracted much covetous scrutiny, with every preceding official eager to exploit its wealth, leading to widespread discontent among the citizens. Once Yushio assumed control, he swiftly set about reforming the administration, rigorously punishing corrupt officials and adjusting tax burdens, thus winning the hearts of the people. It was his benevolence towards the common folk that earned their respect. Culminating in the scene Shuxin now beheld, Yushio sat upright, his gaze fixed ahead, and calmly stated, "This is not a matter you need to doubt." Shuxin sighed, expressing, "What a pity." In this moment, Yushio, despite his desire to maintain an air of authority, could not help but inquire softly, "What is so regrettable?" With utmost seriousness, Shuxin replied, "The pity lies in the fact that you are not the emperor, unable to extend your benevolence to every corner of the desert dynasty, leaving many of your subjects still suffering in dire straits. Regrettably, this tranquility is merely a facade. Your subjects remain oblivious to the impending flames of war. By next year, not only will their taxes increase, but they may also find themselves displaced." Noticing the furrow in Yushio's brow, she continued, "If you wish to spare your people from suffering, I have a proposal." Yushio retorted coldly, "What do you intend to do?" Though her seriousness was rare, an unsettling premonition arose within him. Shu Exen smiled faintly, "I do not wish to do anything. I merely wish to inform the prince that this war is not inevitable." Yushio scoffed, "Do not entertain those nonsensical ideas. I shall not consent. Let him negotiate with Qiao Yuran. Not a chance. Furthermore, this realm belongs to the Yu family. How could Qiao Yuran dare to interfere? What infuriates me most is her audacity to act as a mediator. If she were to fall into Qiao Yuran's hands, it would be a marvel if he released her." Shu Exine stuck out her tongue, realizing he had already anticipated her thoughts. Impressive indeed. She pouted, "Yushio, you should recognize that you and Qiao Yuran could negotiate. Perhaps he does not even desire the Yu family's dominion." Yushio shot her a sidelong glance, his tone icy. "He may not covet the Yu family's realm, but he certainly desires my princess." With a derisive snort, he added, "To me, whether it be the Yu family's kingdom or my princess, no one shall harbor designs upon them. What vexes me further is that my princess still yearns to be with him. Do you believe I would negotiate with him? If you wish to approach him yourself, then you might as well abandon the thought." Shu Exine, feeling her intentions laid bare, turned her head away in anger, unwilling to engage with Yushio. Yet he persisted. You would do well to suppress those frivolous notions. If I did not wish to provide you with a stable life, to spare you from a life of evasion, I could easily forsake this territory of Liangzhou. I could take you away to live in seclusion, severing you from those chaotic ideas. Having been raised within the royal family, he had grown weary of constant scheming and longed for a more tranquil existence. Shu Xian pouted. Are you suggesting that if war were to break out, it would be instigated by me? Yushio regarded her pointedly. What do you think? As she felt a wave of frustration rising within her. She was about to retort when the carriage came to a halt. Qinglong was beside them, stating, Your Highness, please disembark. Yushio extended his hand to assist her down, but Shu Xian, still fuming, ignored him and huffed, leaping from the carriage herself. Unbeknownst to her, her skirt had snagged on the axle, and as she jumped, she tumbled directly to the ground, where stones lay scattered. Should she fall, even if her head did not crack open, she would certainly land in a most undignified manner. Chapter 70. Unexpected pain yet, despite the unforeseen discomfort, Shu Xian ultimately halted a foot above the ground. Internally, she exhaled a sigh of relief, as the gentle voice of Yushio graced her ears. Though this is a sacrificial rite, the altar has yet to be reached. The sincerity of the princess is evident to the people of Liangzhou. There is no need to kneel upon dismounting the carriage. Upon glancing back, she met Yushio's eyes, which sparkled with mirth, causing her ire to swell. She replied with a feigned smile, Thank you, Your Highness. Yet, she could not resist stepping forcefully on his foot. Yushio winced in pain, but bore it stoically. Though a subtle change in his complexion revealed his discomfort, he remarked lightly, We are all family. There is no need for such formality. Ding Lu Jing, observing their exchange, could not help but chuckle, interjecting, The people of Liangzhou are well aware of the affection shared between the king and the princess. But must such sentiments be displayed before so many witnesses? Shu Xian frowned slightly, realizing that she had fallen and been caught in Yushio's embrace. Their prolonged conversation must have appeared remarkably intimate to onlookers. As she surveyed her surroundings, she found that most of the citizens showed deep respect for Yushio, bowing their heads, while only a few gazed upon them, their mouths agape in astonishment. Biting her lip, she snorted disdainfully and swiftly extricated herself from his arms. The site of the sacrificial ceremony lay atop a lofty mountain, and the ascent to Luoxia Mountain was arduous, requiring one to walk. Moreover, the essence of the ritual demanded genuine sincerity, necessitating a gradual climb to truly grasp the depth of that sincerity. Shu Xian gazed at the towering peak and sighed deeply, contemplating the exhausting trek ahead. Casting a glance at Yushio beside her, she noticed his composed demeanor, choosing to ignore him. With a cold huff, she gritted her teeth and began her ascent, only to find herself breathless halfway up. As she rested against a rock, Yushio approached her side, suggesting, Climb aboard. He then half-squatted before her. Turning her face away in defiance, he smiled softly. If you prefer not to have me carry you, then by all means, continue at your own pace. With that, he began to rise. Shu Xian let out a small grunt, and just as Yushio was about to depart, she leapt onto his back, giggling, With such a strong and capable bearer, why should I tire myself? She marveled inwardly at his enduring spirit after 2 days of travel. A rarity indeed. A wistful sigh escaped her lips, her gaze deepening. Yushio could not help but chuckle at her antics. At the mountain's summit lay a flat expanse, adorned with a grand stone tablet and a temple nearby. The tablet bore inscriptions of the deities of heaven and earth, while the temple displayed a pair of stone-carved couplets. The first line read, Heaven and earth grant abundance, and the second, May the winds be gentle and the rains be timely. Shu Xian furrowed her brow, commenting, This is the most peculiar couplet I have ever encountered. Rather than a couplet, it resembles a whimsical poem, and the rhythm is quite irregular. Yushio glanced at it briefly and explained, This is a couplet composed by the people of Liangzhou, simply a humble plea to the heavens for favorable weather. Upon reflection, one might discern a semblance of truth in the notion that only when the winds are favorable and the rains gentle can one find sustenance, and with sustenance, one can cultivate an appealing visage. Yet as these thoughts crossed his mind, an unsettling feeling crept in. He had frequented this place annually, yet this year, an inexplicable disquiet gnawed at him, the source of which eluded articulation as the light in his eyes flickered. Shu Xian felt a wave of incredulity wash over her. If the couplet rendered her speechless, then Yushio's words left her utterly confounded. The ensuing ritual, draped in tiresome invocations, bored her to the core as she knelt there, battling the urge to succumb to slumber. A sidelong glance at Yushio revealed him kneeling beside her, his countenance grave and imbued with a devout demeanor. She whispered, "How much longer?" She yearned to convey that favorable weather is not simply a matter of supplication. Even if she articulated the sentiments of the 21st century, he would remain oblivious. Yushio replied softly, "Soon," without even turning his head. She pressed on, "Did you return for these rituals every year?" Yushio merely nodded, choosing silence over further conversation. The ennui enveloped her, and she dared not gaze around too brazenly, acutely aware of the throng of townsfolk kneeling behind her. Thus, she fixated her bright eyes on her surroundings, until her attention was captured by a piece of pale yellow cloth fluttering at the altar's edge, dancing gracefully in the mountain breeze, a delightful distraction, though a twinge of resignation crossed her mind. He had indeed arrived. Once the ceremony concluded, it was midday, and as per tradition, the assembly proceeded to the small temple for a modest meal. Amidst the interlude, she seized the moment while Yushio was momentarily distracted and slipped to the temple's side door, where she encountered Xiao Yuran clad in black. Despite his altered appearance, his physique was unmistakable to her. Upon spotting her, Xiao Yuran's eyes sparkled with delight. "I knew you would recognize the significance of that yellow cloth. Let us depart swiftly." Shu Xian certainly understood its meaning, for in their days at the minister's residence, she had fashioned a kite from a similar yellow cloth, which had ultimately become ensnared in the treetops of the southern courtyard. He had once made her plight exceedingly difficult during that incident. Thus the memory of the cloth lingered vividly. Furthermore, the piece at the altar had been distinctly cut into the shape of a kite. How could she not recognize it? She bit her lip and replied, "I have already told you. This place is not suitable for you. I shall not leave, so you must depart quickly." The debts of gratitude were too numerous for her to consider leaving. Xiao Yuran gazed at her with a hint of melancholy. "Have you truly fallen for him? Have you so swiftly forgotten all that he has done for us?" Noticing her silence, he added, "I will not leave unless you come with me." Shu Xian scoffed. "Do you genuinely believe you can take me away?" "Setting aside my willingness, the treacherous terrain of Luoxiao Mountain is rife with hidden threats. Even if you possessed extraordinary strength, escaping alone would be a formidable challenge, let alone with me in tow." "Xiao Yuran, your naivete is staggering." Xiao Yuran, gazing into her eyes, countered, "Do you think I am blind to Yushio's machinations? Most of the common folk here are merely his guards. The reason I have taken such a risk to come and rescue you has already been accounted for. Therefore, if I do not take you away today, I shall not depart from this place." Shu Xian exclaimed in anger, "Xiao Yuran, I never anticipated you would become so obstinate. I can clearly tell you that if I do not wish to leave with you, you shall not take me." In that moment, Xiao Yuran was no longer the composed individual she once knew. She understood that he would not normally take such risks. Yet today he had ventured so greatly for her sake. Xiao Yuran bit his lip, his enchanting eyes filled with sorrow. Though this place is a den of danger, the multitude of people renders it an opportune moment for escape. Xian, this is our best chance to flee. If we miss it, I cannot foresee when such an opportunity may arise again. He silently vowed that this time, come what may, he would take her away. Now that her heart had turned towards Yushio, he could scarcely bear to imagine the consequences of allowing her to remain by his side. Shu Xian sighed, "Cousin, you must know very well that we are ill-suited for one another." Xiao Yuran gazed at her and said, "Yuling has already informed me that your previous refusal was due to overhearing my conversation with Shu Xiang. However, you did not hear the latter part. Although I am Shu Xiang's biological son, you are not his daughter." After Yuling settled into the duke's residence, she noticed that he was consumed with thoughts of Shu Xian. On the day he prepared to set out to rescue her, she advised him to give up on Shu Xian, for she had not only become the princess of Qin, but was also his own sister. Why persist in such a futile endeavor? Upon hearing Yuling's words, Xiao Yuran was taken aback and hurriedly inquired about the matter. Yuling recounted how she and Shu Xian managed to escape Yushio's grasp and return to the Xiang residence, detailing how they eavesdropped on the conversation between the two of them at Shu Xiang's door. Xiao Yuran could not help but exhale deeply, finally understanding that her previous rejection stemmed from the misconception that they were siblings. Reflecting on her willingness to journey far away with him, he could not help but feel a surge of emotions. She was far braver than he, willing to be with him under the mistaken belief that they were blood relatives. Just this alone required an immense amount of courage. How many layers of constraints had she broken through to make such a decision? After listening to Yuling's words, Xiao Yuran yearned to fly to Shu Xian's side instantly, to bring her back to Fian City and cherish her lovingly. However, upon seeing her, he noticed a change in her demeanor. Her eyes still held concern, yet lacked the tenderness they once shared. He recalled the efforts Yushio had made, and while he could empathize with her feelings, he feared even more that she might fall for Yushio. Thus, he resolved more firmly to take her away, willing to risk everything, even if it meant facing danger alone. Shu Xian was momentarily taken aback, murmuring, "What do you mean? If she is not Shu Xiang's daughter, then who is she?" Xiao Yuran surveyed their surroundings and replied, "This is not a place for conversation. We must leave here first, and I shall explain everything properly. If we do not depart soon, Yu Xiao will likely arrive." Shu Xian's heart stirred, and after a moment's contemplation, she bit her lip and declared, "Very well. I shall leave with you." Her desire to depart with him stemmed from a yearning to uncover her own identity. Moreover, she was acutely aware of Qiao Yuran's temperament. If they did not leave now, the arrival of Yu Xiao would likely spell great trouble, for today was unlike their previous encounter at the hotel. She wished to spare Qiao Yuran from inflicting harm upon Yu Xiao, just as she wished to prevent Yu Xiao from harming Qiao Yuran. As she was about to approach him, a pair of strong hands abruptly pulled her back, and she heard Yu Xiao's cold voice say, "Do you truly believe you can take her away today?" No sooner had Yu Xiao spoken than a dozen guards encircled Qiao Yuran in a crescent formation. These guards were elite among the hidden sentinels, each possessing formidable martial skills. The lofty and steep Luanxia mountain loomed behind Qiao Yuran, with an abyss stretching endlessly. Shu Xian glanced up at Yu Xiao, only to find his face ashen, his demeanor as frigid as ice. The warmth that once resided in his slender, elongated eyes had been replaced by an unmistakable aura of deadly intent. Yu Xiao averted his gaze from her, fixing his cold stare upon Qiao Yuran, and declared, "You have repeatedly dared to wreak havoc on my territory. Do you think me a fool? Since your disappearance at the hotel, I have searched high and low for you, only to discover that the 13th prince possesses remarkable skills in disguise. Today, I must also extend my gratitude to the princess. Without her, identifying the 13th prince amidst the crowd would have proven exceedingly difficult. Let me make myself abundantly clear. Not only will you fail to take her today, but your life shall also be forfeit." Shu Xian gritted her teeth, gazing intently at Yu Xiao. "So you anticipated his arrival all along, using me as bait to draw him out?" Anger welled within her. How could Yu Xiao act in such a manner? Yu Xiao tightened his embrace around her, saying, "You are quite astute. Do you truly believe he would pass up such an opportunity to seize you? Do you think I would be so foolish as to allow him to run rampant? From the day you poisoned him to induce his distress, he had already discerned your intentions. What appeared to be a malicious act concealed profound significance. Yet, your poison was indeed potent, and despite my best efforts to counter it, the jade bead upon me could not neutralize the affliction that merely caused diarrhea. Even though I lack the strength to confront Qiao Yuran, it does not imply that my guards lack the capability to do so. While everyone in the royal mansion may have been afflicted, the guards stationed outside remain unscathed, and the provisions for my subordinates in the secret and crimson guards do not originate from the manor. Thus, your poison finds no purchase here. I admire your cunning. Yet my heart cannot hide its disappointment and sorrow. You still harbor feelings for Qiao Yuran. What am I to do? Today, Luanxia Mountain is undoubtedly a den of peril." Shu Xian found herself momentarily at a loss for words. Qiao Yuran coldly stated, "Yu Xiao, I am well aware of your various schemes. As I have said before, my willingness to come here signifies my ability to leave unscathed. Otherwise, I would not have come." Yu Xiao coldly scoffed. "Do you think that after falling for your trick once, I would be foolish enough to fall for it again?" No sooner had he finished speaking than a piercing scream echoed through the air. The expression on Qiao Yuran's face shifted slightly, as Yu Xiao remarked, "Your caution is indeed remarkable, yet it does not guarantee absolute safety. If the same tactics could still be employed against me, I would truly be a fool." Yu Xiao had sensed something amiss in the arrangement of the temple and the stone tablet, and was suddenly reminded of an incident at the hotel where Qiao Yuran had concealed men in a dry well, allowing him to escape unscathed that day. Beneath the temple lay a tunnel, and when Qiao Yuran had sent people to infiltrate, the space had been too confined, leading him to widen it slightly. It was precisely due to this alteration that he inadvertently struck the foundation of the tablet, causing it to sink an inch. Such minute discrepancies may elude the notice of ordinary individuals, but Yu Xiao was known for his meticulousness, visiting this place annually with a remarkable memory, allowing him to detect even the slightest change. The previous cries of anguish were the sounds of the guards Qiao Yuran had ambushed being slain. Qiao Yuran coldly remarked, "The king of Qin lives up to his reputation. What a skillful maneuver. For a man, having a worthy opponent can indeed be a source of great pleasure." Though he harbors deep animosity towards Yu Xiao, he cannot help but admire his capabilities. Yu Xiao responded with a faint smile, "You flatter me." Qiao Yuran glanced around. He was not far from the cliff's edge. Although the weather was splendid that day, behind Luanxia Mountain flowed a river, shrouded in mist, while a fog loomed behind him. He smiled faintly and said, "Yet, despite the king of Qin's prowess, It would not be an easy task to take my life. As soon as his words fell, a voice shouted, "This is bad. There's a fire." Almost immediately, the scent of burning filled the air, accompanied by an overwhelming wave of heat. Shu Xin turned to see flames erupting from the mountainside. Luanxia Mountain, being a site of worship, had never seen its trees felled by the local people who revered the divine. Now, in the heart of autumn, the underbrush lay dry and the ground was carpeted with fallen leaves. A single spark could set the entire mountain ablaze. In a mere moment, the fire blazed vigorously. The flames, meeting the dry kindling, crackled loudly, sending blackened debris swirling through the air. Looking down from the summit, one could see not only the fire but also a sky filled with swirling dust. At that moment, the mountain was crowded with worshippers. As the flames surged, panic ensued among the people. The treacherous paths offered no means of escape, leading to a cacophony of cries. Some, unwilling to be consumed by the flames, plunged from the cliffs, while others fell into the inferno. With so many people, the elderly, weak, and children were trampled underfoot, and the crowd, like headless flies, scattered chaotically, devoid of compassion for those on the ground. In an instant, countless lives were lost or injured. Witnessing this scene, Shu Xin was aghast. How had the once gentle Qiao Yuran become so ruthless? She looked at him and asked, "Why did you set the fire? Those people are innocent." Her voice was thick with disappointment. Where had the kind-hearted youth gone? Had he truly become so consumed by greed that he had lost all semblance of his former goodness? Yu Xiu's expression turned ashen, and he roared, "Qiao Yuran, you are truly despicable and shameless." Qiao Yuran was momentarily taken aback, as if this situation had caught him off guard. Gritting his teeth, he gazed at Shu Xin and asserted, "That fire was not set by me." Their relationship had suffered greatly due to a past misunderstanding, and he was unwilling to let further miscommunications arise. Some matters needed clarification. What he had done was his doing, and what he had not done was not his responsibility. Shu Xin coldly retorted, "If it wasn't you, then who else could it be?" 13th Prince. You truly disappoint me. Yu Xiu would never set fire to his own people. Qiao Yuran staggered slightly at her words. By addressing him as 13th Prince, she had clearly drawn a line between them. He murmured, "Having grown up together, you should know what kind of person I am, do you not?" As if recalling something significant, he turned to Yu Xiu and continued, "Yu Xiu, the truly despicable and shameless one is you. In your quest to make her detest me, you would sacrifice so many innocent lives." Shu Xin was taken aback. Although she was unaware of Qiao Yuran's character in their childhood, her interactions with him over the past 3 years had shown her that he was not the type to harm even the smallest creature, let alone commit acts of utter ruthlessness against others. She could not help but glance at Yu Xiu. Upon noticing her gaze, a flicker of pain rose within Yu Xiu's eyes. It pained him deeply that she would doubt him based on Qiao Yuran's words. He spoke with a subdued bitterness. "What? Do you truly believe him? Do you genuinely think I would resort to such cruelty against my own people just to keep you?" Seeing the confusion etched on Shu Xion's face, he continued coldly, "If you truly think that way, then I shall not keep you. You may go with him." With that, a profound sadness enveloped his features. Shu Xion bit her lip. Yu Xiu was willing to forsake his throne for her. Hearing such words from him reassured her that he could never commit such an atrocity. During their time together, while she could not claim to know him entirely, she understood that although he could be ruthless in his dealings, he cherished his people dearly and would never harm the innocent. Qiao Yuran coldly declared, "Yu Xiu, spare us your pretenses. Who else could it possibly be if not you?" He then attempted to approach Shu Xion, but the guards pointed their swords directly at him. Yu Xiu ignored him and turned to Shu Xion, asking, "Do you trust me or him?" Shu Xion replied in anger, "I trust neither of you. All I know is that if we do not extinguish the fire now, countless innocents will suffer." Yu Xiu's gaze darkened, yet he maintained his calm demeanor, instructing Zhao Ziki, "Go inform Qinglong to take people to put out the fire." One of the guards promptly obeyed. A murderous glint appeared at the corner of Yu Xiu's mouth as he coldly declared, "Today, I demand to see Qiao Yuran's corpse." As his words echoed, the guards lunged towards Qiao Yuran with their swords drawn. Shu Xion gasped in shock, attempting to speak, but felt a sudden numbness envelop her body. Realizing that Yu Xiu had sealed her acupoints, she exclaimed in fury, "Yu Xiu, you cannot kill him." In Yu Xiu's eyes, a flicker of anguish emerged as he gazed into hers and declared, "Perhaps in this world, only you would believe he would refrain from igniting that fire, while I shall never hold such a conviction." Their enmity was palpable, a stark dichotomy where it was either one's demise or the other's. Were their positions to be reversed, it was conceivable that Yu Xiu might indeed resort to such drastic measures. Qiao Yuran executed a sweeping maneuver to thwart the guard's assault, leaping into the air with a skillful thrust aimed at one of the guards. A pain scream escaped him as Qiao Yuran severed his arm, causing the remaining guards to momentarily falter. Seizing the opportunity, he exclaimed, "Yu Xiao, you are more despicable than I had imagined, stooping to such tactics. Beware, for the heavens shall strike you down." Though his martial prowess was formidable, the guards were no ordinary adversaries. Their skills, while not as refined as those of the Qinglong and Baihu, were harmoniously coordinated. As he momentarily diverted his attention to speak, they seized the chance to press their attack again, and a deep gash opened on his left arm, blood cascading down and mingling with the dry autumn earth below. With a cold smile, Yu Xiao replied, "Rest assured, the heavens are watchful. Those who commit heinous acts will be dealt with accordingly. However, I have little faith in divine justice. Today, I shall act as the hand of fate." As his words fell, the guards shifted into formation, their blades glinting ominously as they launched a fierce onslaught towards Qiao Yuran, the air thick with murderous intent. Seeing the dire situation, Shu Xian cried out in fury, "Yu Xiao, release him, or I shall harbor resentment towards you for eternity." Qiao Yuran, while countering the attacks, urged, "Xian, do not plead with him." Yet before he could finish, a sharp pain pierced his left foot. Grinding his teeth, Yu Xiao retorted, "Even if you vow to hate me forever, I must kill him today. His ruthlessness cannot go unpunished. To spare him would be an affront to the people of Liang'o." Noticing the fury in her eyes, he continued, "If you believe my motives are selfish or that I have ensnared you in a vile trap, know this, you are partially correct. For reasons both personal and public, I shall not relent in my pursuit of his death." With that, he called out softly, "Ding Lu Jing, if you do not intervene, you shall lose your friend today." His voice, though gentle, brimmed with authority. Shu Xian gasped in shock. If Qiao Yuran could barely contend with these guards, how could he possibly withstand Ding Lu Jing? She had witnessed Ding Lu Jing's terrifying martial prowess firsthand. Ding Lu Jing slowly approached Yu Xiao's side, but cast a glance at Shu Xian, sighing, "Shu Xian, one must always make choices. You cannot forever waver between Xiao and Qiao Yuran. Today, I shall make that choice for you." With that, he unsheathed his great sword, launching himself towards Qiao Yuran like a shooting star. Ding Lu Jing felt a twinge of reluctance. As an observer, he understood that this tangled mess required a swift resolution, and perhaps he was destined to be that decisive blade. Despite the possibility that Shuxin may come to despise him in the future, the entanglement among the three would inevitably lead to mutual devastation if it continued. Shuxin exclaimed angrily, "Ding Lu Jing, if you dare to harm him in the slightest, I. She struggled to conjure a threat, her eyes darting as she declared, "I will ensure your future days are filled with unrest. And that Molan will never forgive you for eternity." Ding Lu Jing, while advancing towards Qiao Yuran, retorted, "Molan has long since perished. What forgiveness could there be? Besides, you do not even know her, nor the events of that time." The mountain wind howled, tousling his long hair, his visage sharp as a blade. Yet, upon hearing Molan's name, a trace of sorrow flickered across his resolute face. Nevertheless, his swordsmanship remained merciless. With a single, sweeping strike, he forced Qiao Yuran to the precipice. Already injured, Qiao Yuran found herself unable to withstand his assault. Her body dangled precariously, her feet teetering on the edge of the cliff, the earth beneath her crumbling, sending stones cascading into the abyss below, echoing for what felt like an eternity. The cliff was shrouded in mist, obscuring the depths beneath. A single additional strike from Ding Lu Jing would be sufficient to send her plummeting, whether by sword or by fall. His sword danced with the elegance of a comet, swift and ruthless, offering no respite. One strike pushed her to the edge, while another surged forth like a stampede, sealing off her escape. The only way to counter this lethal maneuver was to retreat 3 steps, yet she stood at the brink, with no path of retreat left. To remain steadfast would mean being impaled by Ding Liujing's blade. Witnessing the dire situation, Shuxin gasped in horror, biting her lip as she implored, "You recounted the circumstances of her death to me, based on my analysis. She was merely angry and consumed a potion that temporarily halted her blood flow. She is not truly dead." Yu Xiao, upon hearing her words, felt a jolt of surprise. He had been present when Molan passed, having confirmed her lifelessness at the time, which now sowed seeds of doubt within him. Yet, upon gazing into her eyes, he discerned a flicker of light, indicating that her claims were mere fabrications, prompting a resigned sigh within him. Ding Lu Jing, astounded by her revelation, exclaimed, "Is what you say true?" At that moment, his strikes had become repetitive, leaving no room for retreat. He watched helplessly as Qiao Yuran's body plummeted like a severed kite toward the depths below. Panic surged within him as he reached out in a desperate attempt to grasp her, but by the time he retracted his attack to save her, she had vanished from sight. Shuxin, witnessing this turn of events, felt a surge of rage and frustration, causing her to bellow and collapse to the ground. Unbeknownst to her, Yushio had sealed her acupoints, obstructing her circulation, and in her heightened emotional state, the subsequent shock caused blood to rush to her heart, leading to a momentary lack of oxygen in her brain, rendering her unconscious. Yushio, alarmed, hurried to release her acupoints, gently shaking her as he urged, "Shushin, Shushin, please awaken." Unable to hear her response, he grew increasingly anxious and hurriedly reached out to check her breath. Though faint, it was still present, and he could not help but release a sigh of relief. When Shu Xian awoke, it was already the dawn of the second day. She felt a heaviness in her chest, and, upon moving slightly, heard Chasing Wind's delighted voice exclaim, "Mother, you're finally awake. You scared me to death." Upon opening her eyes, she saw Chasing Wind's bright, dark eyes filled with concern gazing at her, warming her heart. She softly reassured him, "I am fine." Chasing Wind, patting his chest, insisted, "You still say you are fine. You've been lying here for 3 days, and I have been terrified." With that, he clasped his hands together and knelt on the ground, murmuring a prayer. Shu Xian furrowed her brow slightly, curiosity piqued, and asked, "What are you doing?" Chasing Wind replied, "The day you were brought back by Father, I prayed to heaven to keep you safe. I never expected it to truly work. So I am here to thank the heavens." He vividly recalled the sight of Yushio bringing Shu Xian back, which had frightened him greatly. Despite his relentless inquiries, Yushio remained silent about what had transpired. Thus, he kept vigil by Shu Xian's side day and night. Noticing the bloodshot eyes, disheveled hair, and dirt-streaked face of the little boy, her heart swelled with warmth. When she had initially taken Chasing Wind in, it had been for certain purposes, yet over time, they had developed a profound bond. Despite their lack of blood relation, she could see his genuine affection for her. He truly regarded her as his own mother. Contemplating this, tears brimmed in her eyes. She gently patted his small head and said, "Silly boy, I still need to protect you. How could anything happen to me?" Chasing Wind inquired further, "Mother, what exactly happened that day?" "I asked Father, but he said nothing." The day Yushio had brought Shu Xian back to the manor in a disheveled state had startled him greatly, prompting him to cling to Yushio and demand an explanation. Yushio simply instructed him to take care of Shu Xian and offered no further details. During her days of unconsciousness, he remained by her side, never daring to leave. Yushio had suggested he go rest in another room, but he refused. When fatigue overtook him, he would curl up beside her bed for a brief nap, but never allowed himself to sleep too deeply, fearing he would miss her awakening and be unable to care for her. He dreaded the thought of her never waking again, and throughout these days, he shed countless tears. Usually, he played with Rice, Ding Lu Jing's pet, yet during these days, Rice sought him out daily, often jumping onto his shoulder and chirping at him, which he ignored. In his moments of extreme melancholy, he would confide in Rice, though the creature could only chirp in response. Since the moment Shu Xian fell unconscious, Yushio had remained at her side, while matters in the manor multiplied. He entrusted Ding Lu Jing with handling affairs for a few days, but Ding Lu Jing, detesting such responsibilities, found himself overwhelmed and often complained to Yushio. To this, Yushio retorted, "That day, it was you who pushed him off the cliff," which left Ding Lu Jing momentarily speechless. On that day, it was indeed Yushio who compelled him to take action. Yet, after the incident, Yushio effortlessly absolved himself of all responsibility, leaving him to endure the repercussions alone, while still uttering sarcastic remarks. In days gone by, he would have certainly stormed off in indignation. However, understanding that Yushio was also deeply troubled at that moment, he chose not to hold it against him. Chasing Wind, having gleaned some understanding from the conversation between Yushio and Ding Lu Jing, was somewhat aware of the situation's context, though he lacked complete clarity. He had also overheard the doctor mention that Shu Xian fainted due to excessive emotional turmoil, yet he was too young to grasp the concept of such distress. Perhaps his unfavorable impression of Qiao Yuran contributed to his indifference towards her fate. The scene from that day replayed vividly in her mind, and with a soft sigh, she reflected, "You are still young. Even if I explained what transpired that day, you would not comprehend." A surge of resentment welled up within her. Chasing Wind, with his bright eyes fixed upon her, remarked, "That day, I asked Father, and he said the same." He too felt a tinge of anger towards Yushio, for it was Yushio who had taken Shu Xian out, and he ought to have ensured her safe return. Shu Xian was momentarily taken aback. Yushio had indeed expressed such sentiments. However, just the thought of him reignited her anger, causing a sharp pain in her chest. She clutched her heart and inhaled deeply, declaring, "You are never to call Yushio father again." Chasing Wind's eyes widened in confusion as he inquired, "Why not?" In truth, he had merely said it out of habit and held a degree of admiration for Yushio. He appreciated Yushio's demeanor and secretly believed that only someone as remarkable as Yushio was worthy of his deeply respected mother. Shu Xian coldly retorted, no means no. There need not be so many questions. Her icy tones startled Chasing Wind. In his memories, she was often light-hearted and rarely bore such a frigid expression. He gently placed his small hand on her chest and said, if mother says not to call, then I won't. I obey everything you say. The doctor mentioned that your condition cannot endure further anger, or it will worsen. While he agreed with Shu Xian, his mind was already plotting a future opportunity to teach Yu Xiu a lesson for inciting such fury in his mother. Hearing his words, Shu Xian felt a pang of regret. Chasing Wind had no part in the incident, and it was unjust to be harsh with him. Softening her tone, she said, be good. Overwhelmed with mixed emotions, she found herself at a loss for words. Footsteps echoed at the door, and Shu Xian glanced over to see him standing there in white robes, looking particularly haggard. Upon noticing that she had awakened, he hastily approached and exclaimed, you are finally awake. Do you know how worried I've been during this time? Shu Xian scoffed, responding, Chasing Wind, your mother wishes to rest. Please shoo the flies out of the room. Chasing Wind blinked his large eyes in bewilderment, questioning, Mother, it is so cold outside. Where would the flies come from? Shu Xian could not help but feel at a loss for words. This young man was remarkably clever at times, yet incredibly foolish at others. Just as she was about to speak, Yu Xiu interjected, Chasing Wind, you have been taking care of your mother for several days without proper rest. You must be weary by now. Go and rest. I will tend to your mother. Chasing Wind widened his eyes and exclaimed, you must not bully my mother. His instinct told him that his mother's illness was undoubtedly linked to Yu Xiu. Yu Xiu offered a wry smile and gently patted his head, saying, understood. Go and rest. Chasing Wind turned to Shu Xian and declared, Mother, if he dares to bully you again, just let me know, and I shall take revenge. After making this proclamation, he gestured defiantly at Yu Xiu before turning to leave. Once Chasing Wind had departed, Shu Xian let out a cold snort. Yu Xiu inquired softly, is there anywhere else you feel unwell? His voice was gentle and steady, infused with more concern than in times past. Shu Xian replied indifferently, thank you for your concern. Your Highness, I am quite well. As long as you refrain from hovering around me, I feel comfortable. However, the moment I see you, discomfort arises. Yu Xiu could not help but smile ruefully. I know you will be angry with me, but even in your anger, you should not jest with your own health. He reached out to touch her forehead, but Shu Xian firmly brushed his hand away, gazing at him coldly as she said, I appreciate your kind intentions, Your Highness. But a life as inconsequential as mine cannot bear your immense kindness. His eyes were bloodshot, stubble covered his chin, and weariness etched across his face. The once handsome and refined visage had faded, leaving behind only a look of exhaustion. Upon seeing him in such a state, Shu Xian momentarily froze. Yet the rising anger within her swiftly extinguished any flicker of sympathy. A flash of pain crossed Yu Xiu's eyes as he asked, what do you mean by that? Shu Xian replied coolly, it means nothing. If my memory serves me correctly, we had an agreement. Once the matter of seizing the throne is resolved, we shall have no further ties. Now that the matter is concluded, I am grateful for your hospitality during this time, but given your exalted status, I cannot impose any longer. Yu Xiu's eyes narrowed slightly, a flicker of anger igniting within him as he struggled to contain his emotions. You speak foolishly. You are my princess, now and forever. I could never cast you aside. Despite his attempts at restraint, Shu Xian could still perceive the tremors of his voice. With a playful smile, she produced a piece of paper from beneath her pillow and handed it to Yu Xiu, saying, I had anticipated that you would be a man of empty promises, so I prepared this for you in advance. Yu Xiu did not take the paper. Instead, he looked into her eyes and asked, what is this? She appeared quite frail, her face devoid of color, her lips pale and cracked. Yet her eyes still sparkled with determination. With a radiant smile, Shu Xian declared, it is, of course, a divorce decree. This divorce decree was prepared by her while she was still in the Qinhuang mansion. Fearing that Yu Xiu might have a change of heart, she had written it early and kept it close. Initially believing it to be unnecessary, she recalled the fierce battles between them and decided to keep it as a memento. However, she did not anticipate that it would become relevant at this moment. Yu Xiu's expression shifted slightly, and he coldly declared, I have told you. I will never divorce you in this lifetime. Shu Xian curled her lips in disdain and retorted, who says that only you can divorce me? Why can't I divorce you? Anger flickered in Yu Xiu's eyes as he growled, Shu Xian, have you ever heard of a wife divorcing her husband? No matter how unconventional you are, I will not allow you to act recklessly in this matter. With a faint smile, Shu Xian replied, Haven't you always felt that I am at odds with this world? Well, let me tell you, I truly do not belong to this world. So the various rules of this realm hold no sway over me. Regardless, I am giving you this divorce decree today, whether you acknowledge it or not. From this moment forward, we have no further ties." Yushio was taken aback, momentarily unable to process her assertion of not belonging to this world. Was her peculiar behavior a reflection of that truth? Seeing the anger and astonishment on his face, she continued with a smile. "There is no need for the prince to be so surprised. I merely hail from another realm." Her eyes shimmered as she looked at Yushio and added, "However, since I am still recovering, I wish to stay in the Wang mansion for one more day. You are a magnanimous person, and there are many vacant rooms in the mansion, so surely it wouldn't be a bother." With that, she pressed the divorce decree into Yushio's hands. He finally regained his composure and coldly replied, "I do not care who you are or where you come from. Once you enter this world, you must abide by its rules. Moreover, to me, you are merely Shu Xian, the seventh miss of the Xiang residence, my princess, and nothing else." With that, he ignored the divorce decree, clenching it tightly in his fist until it disintegrated into shreds. Shu Xian, filled with fury, exclaimed, "I don't care whether you acknowledge it or not. You and I are completely unrelated." She glanced at Yushio and added, "It seems your capacity is not as vast as I imagined, as you won't even allow me to stay an extra night in the mansion. Very well. I shall take chasing wind and leave." With that, she attempted to rise from the bed. Yushio grasped her arm. His eyes filled with sorrow as he gazed at her and asked, "Is he truly that significant in your heart? Are you willing to sever ties with me for him?" Shu Xian scoffed, yet smiled as she replied, "Are you jesting, your highness? With someone as exceptional as you, who could possibly disregard you? However, he is my kin, the only person in this world who has ever treated me well. You made me witness your act of killing him. What would you do if you were in my position?" Yushio was left momentarily speechless as her gaze turned frosty, and she coldly stated, "As you said, he deserves to die, but in my heart, he cannot." In Yushio's eyes, despair was evident as he gazed at her and asked, "Is it that for you? Death signifies a new opportunity? Or perhaps, for you, my demise is the only way you could cease to harbor resentment towards me?" Shu Xian was momentarily taken aback, unable to respond. Deep down, she knew she did not wish for his death, yet she replied, "What the prince says is indeed true. Perhaps only the death of one of us can resolve this enmity between us." Yushio's heart was laden with sorrow as he murmured, "If you were to leave me, it would be akin to a living death for me, a torment I do not wish to endure again. Rather than suffer, it would be better to end it all. That way, I would feel no pain, and you could live in this world free of hatred, finding your happiness." Shu Xian remained silent, casting him a cold glance. It would have been better had she not looked. The sight startled her as he swiftly drew a dagger from his bosom and plunged it fiercely towards his own heart. The dagger glinted ominously, causing her eyes to ache with its brilliance, while his face bore not only anguish but also an unwavering resolve. His slender eyes met hers, exuding a tenderness reminiscent of the past, yet within that tenderness lay profound pain and regret. His hand, however, was merciless, as if the strike was aimed not at his own flesh, but at another's. How could he treat himself in such a manner? Her heart clenched tightly. He couldn't truly be contemplating suicide, could he? She had merely spoken thoughtlessly. She also understood that should that blade descend, Yushio would likely not survive the encounter. Chapter 71. Shu Xian wished to intervene, but was too late. A jet of blood erupted from Yushio's heart, gushing forth like a fountain. She was momentarily frozen in shock, unsure of how to respond. The sound of his collapse jolted her from her panic, and she could not help but exclaim, "Yushio, what are you doing? You are such a scoundrel." Yet her voice, once sharp and clear, now trembled slightly, laced with the sound of impending tears. A faint smile graced Yushio's face. The sparkle had vanished from his elongated eyes, replaced by an unusual tenderness. With a feeble voice, he murmured, "Once I am gone, there will be no one left, no one to compel you to do what you do not wish to do." Tears flowed uncontrollably down Shu Xian's cheeks as she bit her lip and retorted, "Yushio, don't think that if you die, everything will be resolved. If you truly leave this world, I will hate you for eternity." Though she was not typically squeamish at the sight of blood, witnessing Yushio's life force ebb away shattered her heart. An overwhelming dread seized her, unlike anything she had encountered before. For the first time, she felt genuine fear, her body trembling slightly as she desperately tried to maintain her composure. She extended one hand to press against his chest while the other trembled uncontrollably as she sought his pulse, but her shaking hands could not locate it. Frustrated, she abandoned the attempt and cried out, "Someone, please come quickly." In Yushio's eyes, she had always been composed and astute. He had never witnessed her in a state of panic. Even when ambushed in that alley, she had remained calm, her bright eyes observing the chaos with clarity. When Xiao Yuran perished, though she was filled with anger, she maintained her cool, showing no signs of distress. Yet now, her dark eyes were filled with terror and concern, tears streaming down her face, evoking deep sympathy. Her hands shook violently. He sighed softly within, murmuring, "If I were to die, you would surely grieve for me, wouldn't you?" Shu Xian wiped her tears with her empty hand, sobbing as she declared, "Yu Xiu, I warn you, if you truly die, I will forget you immediately and marry someone else." A hint of amusement flickered in Yu Xiu's eyes as he asked, "If I survive, would you consider marrying me?" Through her tears, she cried, "You promised to marry me on the 12th day of the 8th month. Therefore, you cannot die." Her voice resonated loudly, likely echoing throughout the entire royal residence. Yu Xiu inquired, "Then, do you still wish to divorce me?" His voice grew softer, nearly fading away. The final word escaped his lips almost inaudibly. Shu Xian wiped her tears again and declared, "I will not divorce you. I want you to marry me." Her hands pressed against Yu Xiu's wound, and as she did so, blood smeared across her face, rendering her a ghastly sight. The metallic scent of blood filled her nostrils, intensifying her fear. Upon witnessing his frail condition, she implored, "You must not speak any further, Yu Xiu. I command you, do not succumb to death. If you were to perish, I would never forgive you in my next life." Yu Xiu's eyes had lost their luster, yet a faint smile graced his lips. The azure dragon was the first to rush in, and upon seeing Yu Xiu's chest gushing with blood, he was stricken with horror. He promptly sealed several of Yu Xiu's major acupoints and swiftly laid him upon the bed. Shortly thereafter, the white tiger dashed in, hastily bringing along the specialized physician from the royal residence, who, being of advanced age, struggled to keep pace and was unceremoniously carried by the white tiger. Shu Xian stood dazed at the bedside, observing the frantic activity around her. She approached and inquired, "How are you faring?" Yu Xiu lay pallid upon the bed, his breath barely a whisper, his eyes closed in silence, offering no response. The azure dragon coldly remarked, "The prince's current plight is entirely due to the princess's doing. Seeing him in this state, do you feel any comfort within?" Yet, upon noticing the tear stains on her face and the blood that adorned her features, he could not help but sigh, realizing that even the seemingly heartless princess could possess such profound emotions. As Shu Xian wept softly, she bit her lip and asserted, "I merely exchanged a few casual words with him. I never expected him to end up like this." After a moment, she cried out, "Yu Xiu, you must not die." The azure dragon scoffed, "I truly cannot comprehend it. The prince cherishes you deeply, even forsaking his claim to the throne for your sake. Yet, you remain so indifferent towards him. Not only are you cold, but you've entangled yourself with Qiao Yuran, leaving the prince in turmoil. Do you understand the anguish he feels?" Tears brimmed in Shu Xian's almond-shaped eyes as she murmured, "I did not." But as she reflected on her recent actions, it indeed seemed to resonate with the azure dragon's assertions, causing her to bite her lip in distress. The azure dragon, not even glancing in her direction, coldly declared, "It would be best for the princess to leave. The prince is unlikely to perish in this moment. But should he truly die, I shall ensure you accompany him in death." Noticing her stillness, he pressed, "Do you require the prince's demise to feel content?" Shu Xian was enveloped in guilt, questioning herself, what would she do if Yu Xiu truly died? The mere thought sent a pang of anguish through her heart, and she whispered, "If he were truly to die, I would not need you to kill me. I would willingly join him in death." The azure dragon was momentarily taken aback by her words. At that moment, she turned towards the door, realizing that her presence was not only unhelpful but could hinder their efforts. She slowly exited, the biting cold wind outside cutting against her face. An icy reminder of her plight. Memories of her time with Yu Xiu flooded her mind, and she sighed deeply. Although they had often been at odds, he had showered her with affection. He had sacrificed so much for her, while she had done nothing in return, and now she had driven him to such a state. In the rear courtyard of the royal residence stood a pre-constructed loft, where she sought refuge, curling up alone and weeping in solitude. At this moment, she finally comprehended why some people assert that one must never utter harsh words to those they cherish. Phrases such as "get lost" or "don't ever return" or even "may you die" ought to be strictly avoided. To utter such words only invites excruciating pain, a pain that pierces the heart, a pain so unbearable that it makes one wish for death. She wiped away her tears, leaning against the loft, observing the comings and goings in the Wudong pavilion. Worry and fear surged within her heart, as concern and sorrow engulfed her. She silently pleaded, "Yu Xiu, you must not die." She couldn't help but question herself. What would she do if Yu Xiu truly perished? In her daily life, she always felt a certain indifference towards the concept of death, believing that everyone inevitably faces it. Yet today, she found herself gripped by an overwhelming fear. No matter how aloof she appeared, she could not deceive her own heart. She tugged at her hair in frustration, regret washing over her like a tide. If Qiao Yuren's death had brought her profound sorrow, it had also deepened her understanding of what it means to cherish. However, Yu Xiu's act of self-destruction left her feeling utterly helpless. Only at this moment did she realize that her feelings for Qiao Yuran and Yu Xiu were entirely different. She recognized that she held affection for both men. Her feelings for Qiao Yuran were suffused with a deep attachment. In this foreign world, he was the first to offer her warmth, and his kindness had ensnared her heart. He always appeared by her side during her moments of peril, bestowing her with care and warmth, leading her heart to unwittingly become ensnared by him. Yet, recent events had revealed that some individuals are not as admirable as they seem. They possess flaws and harbor shadows previously unknown to her. The fire on Laoxia Mountain, though not ignited by Qiao Yuran, was undeniably linked to him. In her heart, it was exceedingly difficult to forgive his seemingly perfect self for such a reckless act. The entangled relationship between them only intensified her torment. Yet Yu Xiu truly should not have taken his life. She yearned to convey to Yu Xiu that she was just beginning to understand her feelings for Qiao Yuran, which leaned more towards dependence than romantic love. According to the 21st century's perspective, such feelings might not even be classified as love, perhaps representing another manifestation of affection. When love reaches a certain point, it transforms into familial love. Fate seemed to toy with her. Qiao Yuran was not her biological brother, yet during this period, she had inadvertently cultivated a tender affection that had matured into a familial bond. It was as if some lies, when repeated often enough, morph into truths. For a time, she had convinced herself that he was her true brother. Just as she was preparing to accept him as such, he revealed that he was not her brother. She longed to ask him if she were not the daughter of Xu Xiang, whose daughter was she. But before she could voice her question, he had already fallen from the cliff. The precipice was so high, and she feared that his fate was dire. Thus, she found herself furious with Yu Xiu. When people become enraged, they often speak without thought. However, upon witnessing the blood gushing from his chest, she was utterly terrified. How could he commit such an act? What should she do if Yu Xiu were to perish? When this thought surfaced in her mind, she was taken aback, realizing the distinction between Yu Xiu and Qiao Yuran in her heart. Her feelings for Qiao Yuran were merely familial, while her emotions for Yu Xiu were steeped in love. She acknowledged that her initial reaction towards Yu Xiu was one of aversion, having read countless time travel novels in the 21st century, all featuring the cliché trope of the heroine paired with a prince. She had always looked down upon such tales, even harboring a hint of disdain. Surely, in this world, there could not be so many princes. How could these exalted figures possibly fall in love with the unconventional women who traversed through time? Furthermore, which prince was not surrounded by a multitude of wives and concubines? She had never believed that there existed a cat that did not eat fish, nor could she accept that men would be so fervently devoted to love. She deemed such love unrealistic. However, when all of this unfolded in her own life, she discovered that love indeed transcends social status. Whether the individual was a lofty prince or an ordinary commoner mattered little. What truly counted was the authenticity of the man's affection and the depth of his love. Would he be willing to sacrifice everything for the one he cherished? Previously, she had often thought that those who lived and died for love were somewhat foolish, lacking in practicality, and that men who resorted to threatening women with death exhibited a certain weakness, appearing effeminate. Yet, in Yu Xiu, she perceived a different essence. At this moment, she felt that if Yu Xiu were to truly die, she feared she could not continue living, burdened by profound guilt and remorse, coupled with an overwhelming love. Yu Xiu appeared gentle and refined, yet she was acutely aware of his formidable presence, an aura of authority that commanded respect. Yet, this very man was also deeply affectionate. 5 years ago, he relinquished his status as crown prince for Gu Sisi, and 5 years later, he sacrificed his throne for her sake. Her heart swelled with emotions of gratitude and guilt. To forsake a kingdom for the sake of beauty might seem foolish to the world. Indeed, Yu Xiu was rather naive. Despite knowing she harbored feelings of dislike towards him, he loved her unconditionally, treating her with utmost kindness and willing to give everything for her. Initially, she was indifferent. But gradually, she found herself touched. What immense courage it must require to love someone so unwaveringly. For her, she had always sought a man who valued her beyond mere appearances. She believed that love, stripped of all external allure, revealing the depths of one's heart, could endure the test of time and be deemed true love. Both Qiao Yuran and Yu Xiu achieved this. Yet Yu Xiu took it a step further. He was willing to forsake everything for her and do anything she desired. She understood his motives for wanting to eliminate Qiao Yuran, setting aside the various political divides. He harbored hatred for Qiao Yuran, as he was aware of her affections for him. From a man's perspective, he sought to remove the rival. However, he remained oblivious to the fact that her feelings for Qiao Yuran had undergone a transformation. When love faded into familial affection, how could she not protect Qiao Yuran? It was only at this moment that she finally clarified the emotions swirling within her heart. Familial affection evokes deep concern, while romantic love compels one to live and die for another. Yet, how could he be so foolish as to plunge the dagger into his own chest with such resolve? She had always believed that life would persist even in the absence of a loved one, but at this very moment, she realized that while one might survive without the other, the manner of living would starkly differ. Should Yuxiu perish this time, she feared her entire existence would be marred by unease. She owed him far too much. Their relationship, rather than being born from guilt, had gradually blossomed into genuine affection over time. The memories entwined in her heart coiled around her like a venomous serpent. In a fit of frustration, she yanked at her hair, chastising herself for being the greatest fool in the world. Indeed, she was the most foolish of all. Her feelings ran deep, yet she remained blissfully unaware. Qiao Yuran had paid a steep price for her emotional hesitance. Would she too suffer the same fate? As blood gushed from his chest, she understood that her recent indifference towards Yuxiu was merely a self-deception. Some emotions inevitably diverge from our expectations, and some individuals we believe we could never love have already captured our hearts unbeknownst to us. She scolded inwardly. Yuxiu, you are truly a scoundrel. You are well aware of all human frailties, and I am a simpleton, only now becoming aware of my own folly. The attic was frigid, and she curled into a ball, gazing at the setting sun, murmuring, Heavenly Father, please do not let Xiu die. Though she had never believed in deities, she now sought solace in something greater. Outside the attic, a youthful voice called out, Mother, where are you? It was Chasing Wind, standing amidst the breeze. His expression frantic as he searched, his little face flushed from the cold, his voice hoarse and slightly quavering with suppressed tears, revealing that he had been searching for her for quite some time. Her heart inexplicably softened, and she descended from the attic, calling out, Chasing Wind, I am here. He rushed into her embrace, sobbing uncontrollably. I thought you were gone. Please don't leave me. His cries were heart-wrenching, tears mingling with his runny nose. A warmth enveloped Shu Xian's heart. She suddenly felt fortunate to have someone so concerned for her in this unfamiliar world, someone willing to forsake everything for her. What more could she possibly resent? Life invariably demands that we confront myriad challenges and cultivate various abilities, and letting go is one such skill. Throughout this time, she had remained ensnared in her own stubbornness, unable to release her past sentiments, which had inflicted grave harm upon the one who genuinely loved her. This hurt stemmed solely from her reluctance to relinquish. Such a mistake was utterly outrageous, for one as astute as she. It was perplexing that she had not yet discerned the truth. Had it not been for Yuxiu's crimson blood, she might have continued in her error indefinitely. Yet, to learn this lesson at the cost of blood felt excessively cruel. Every individual must take responsibility for their actions. Shu Xian wiped the tears from Chasing Wind's face and gently kissed his forehead, saying, Silly child, how could Mother ever abandon you? Chasing Wind grasped her hand and said, Mother, your health has only just begun to improve. The doctor advised against exposing yourself to the cold. Let us not linger here any longer. We should return indoors. Upon seeing the blood on her face, his heart ached profoundly. Such a simple statement brought tears to Shu Xian's eyes. Noticing her distress, Chasing Wind anxiously asked, Mother, what is the matter? Are you feeling unwell again? Allow me to fetch the doctor. With that, he firmly led her towards the green willow pavilion. Shu Xian gently held him back, saying, Mother is fine, Chasing Wind, do not worry. Yet, Chasing Wind, resolute in his care, disregarded her reassurances and insisted on taking her back to the pavilion. Once there, he tended to the fire in the stove, stoking it to a brighter flame. He fetched a basin of water and helped cleanse the blood from her face. Shu Xian felt a warm sensation in her heart. Chasing Wind's concern was genuine, direct, and uncomplicated. Standing by the window, she gazed towards the Wutong Pavilion, where a profound silence reigned. Biting her lip, she said to Chasing Wind, Accompany me to the Wutong Pavilion. Chasing Wind glanced at her, hesitating momentarily, but eventually nodded in agreement. However, as they approached the entrance of the Wutong Pavilion, they were intercepted by Zhu Quebec. Shu Xian inquired, How is the prince? Zhu Kei's expression was as cold as winter ice, devoid of any warmth, as he replied, Thanks to the princess, the prince is still alive. Hearing this, Shu Xian felt a wave of relief wash over her, dismissing the chill in Zhu Kei's words, and added, I wish to see the prince. Without hesitation, she stepped forward, intent on entering. Zhu Ke swiftly positioned his sword before her, causing her to pause in surprise. He reiterated, "Princess, I must insist you return. The prince is still alive, but should you enter, it may jeopardize his condition." Shu Xian furrowed her brow and asked, "What do you mean?" Zhu Ke cast a sidelong glance at her and explained, "The doctor has stated that the prince's wounds are severe, and he is currently resting. If you were to enter, it could provoke his emotions, and should he become agitated, it may worsen his injuries beyond repair. Therefore, I implore you, for the prince's sake, do not compel me to act against your wishes." Though his words were courteous, his demeanor was stern and resolute. Shu Xian was momentarily taken aback, and with a long sigh, she declared, "If he does not wish to see me, then I shall wait here until he awakens." With that, she settled onto a nearby wooden stump. Yet, her health had not fully recovered, and after enduring so much emotional turmoil, she felt faint and unsteady, nearly collapsing to the ground. Chasing Wind, witnessing her distress, rushed to support her and, with a fierce glare at Zhu Ke, exclaimed, "What arrogance is this, you wretched bird? You wield nothing more than a feather, as if it were a scepter. When my father awakens, I shall ensure he addresses you properly." Since Shu Xian had jokingly referred to Zhu Ke as a wretched bird previously, Chasing Wind had taken to calling him that ever since, much to Zhu Ke's dismay, as he found himself demoted from evil matron to wretched bird. Zhu Qiue's expression shifted slightly, yet she maintained her composure, stating, as a subordinate, "My duty is to prevent unauthorized individuals from entering. If the prince wishes to impose punishment, that is his prerogative, but the young master and the princess cannot be implicated." Although Chasing Wind is not Yu Xiu's son, he affectionately refers to Shu Xian as mother, and Yu Xiu treats him quite well. Despite the absence of a formal command, the residents of the royal manor address him as the young master. As Chasing Wind attempted to approach once more, Shu Xian firmly grasped his arm and said, "Your father is still recovering. We ought not to disturb him. Let us wait until he feels better before visiting." With that, she led Chasing Wind back to the Biliu Pavilion. Shu Xian couldn't help but sigh. Chasing Wind truly had a knack for provoking Zhu Ke, calling her a dead bird in her presence. It was no wonder Zhu Qiue's countenance soured. However, Shu Xian's initial impression of Zhu Ke had already been unfavorable, thus she allowed Chasing Wind to proceed. In Wudong Pavilion, Yu Xiu stood by the window, observing as Shu Xian departed with Chasing Wind. He voiced his complaint. "Ding Lu Jing, do you not think this action is rather harsh?" She appeared quite haggard. Noticing her pale complexion and slightly unsteady gait filled his heart with tenderness and concern. His elongated eyes reflected both care and reluctance. This just seemed to have been taken too far. Ding Lu Jing scoffed coldly. "Harsh? Yu Xiu, did you not find it cruel when you borrowed from the bloodstained garment? Now that you witness her distress, you deem it merciless?" He paused before continuing. "If you truly care for her, why not summon Zhu Ke to bring her here, allowing you to cherish her properly? Yet, should she discover that those she holds dear are merely deceiving her, how do you think she would respond, given her temperament?" Yu Xiu sighed. "I simply feel that she appeared rather weak upon leaving. You must understand, she is still unwell. Am I being too excessive in my treatment of her?" His words were undeniably somewhat rhetorical. Ding Lu Jing regarded Yu Xiu. "If she holds you in her heart, she will suffer, while you, in turn, feel sorrow for her. Yu Xiu, you truly embody a peculiar contradiction." He paused again before adding, "However, from my perspective, your actions today are indeed excessive. Yet, for someone as stubborn as her, if you do not apply some pressure, she may very well collide with the tree of Qiao Yuran." Yu Xiu gazed at the swaying treetops, lightly remarking, "My decision was made out of necessity. You know well the significance of Qiao Yuran in her heart. Moreover, I had previously made a promise that once the succession matter was settled, I would dismiss her. I have already evaded once. Should I attempt to do so again, it may prove futile. I have exhausted all means to retain her, yet I fear that continually leveraging the throne against her will burden her unduly. Thus, I resorted to utilizing your blood-stained garment. I can only hope, as you suggested, that it will unravel her heart's knot." Despite his words, his brow remained furrowed. Ding Lu Jing languidly leaned back in his chair. Who would have thought the illustrious King Qin would resort to such tactics? More remarkable still is your acknowledgement of it. Such candor is indeed rare. His eyes sparkled with amusement. Yu Xiu cast a sidelong glance at him, and Ding Lu Jing continued, "It is quite remarkable that Shu Xian, who appears exceedingly astute and well-versed in medical knowledge, has been so easily deceived by you this time. The blood in that bloodstained garment is clearly sheep's blood, which is considerably thinner and more pungent than genuine human blood. Furthermore, that dagger merely punctured and retracted effortlessly. Your pretense is truly commendable. How could such a discerning person as she not perceive the ruse? I wonder if it is due to your exceptional acting skills or her own flustered concern. Yushio sighed and replied, my acting is not particularly exceptional. Had she been a tad more observant and taken the time to feel my pulse, my charade would have crumbled. Ding Lu Jing chuckled softly, then continued, I simply cannot fathom your two hearts, both undeniably entwined, yet you persist in this charade. How long do you intend to convalesce here? Given her keen intellect, she will inevitably uncover the truth someday. Are you not afraid that when she learns of your deception, the misunderstanding will deepen? You are well aware of her stubborn nature. Once she sets her mind to something, she will pursue it relentlessly, and who knows what she might do then. A hint of worry clouded Yushio's gaze as he replied softly, I shall remain as long as I can. When the time comes for her to discover the truth, I will devise an appropriate method to address it. Nevertheless, I must admit her performance today took me by surprise. A smile graced his lips as he continued. It seems she truly harbors feelings for me. Otherwise, she would not have been so flustered earlier. The memory of her anxious demeanor and the concern reflected in her bright eyes filled him with joy, and he longed to embrace her tenderly. Yet, the play had reached this juncture, and no matter how joyful he felt, he could not conclude it thus, lest he invite even more dire consequences. Ding Lujing smirked and said, the king of Qin is indeed a sentimental soul. As a good friend, I have said all that I needed to say and done what I could do. The rest is up to you. Oh, and should she ever discover that your injury is fabricated, do not, under any circumstances, reveal that the blood-stained garment belongs to me. I wish to live a few more years, and that girl's knack for vengeance is utterly maddening. Yushio smiled lightly. Did you not claim that I am your dearest friend in this life? If she were to find out, how could you, as my good friend, remain uninvolved? Ding Lujing retorted angrily. Yushio, you truly are a scoundrel. Yushio chuckled gently. You have long known what manner of person I am. Ding Lujing seethed. I shall go tell her you are feigning death. With that, he attempted to rise. Yushio, unfazed, replied, very well, go ahead and inform her. Then tell her that the bloodstained garment is yours. What do you think her reaction will be? You still wish to glean information about Molan from her, do you not? I advise you to abandon that thought. She knows nothing of the events from years past, and has drawn her conclusions based solely on fragments of information. Jing, you must understand, she can deceive without so much as a flicker of her eyes. Ding Liujing's complexion appeared somewhat ashen, and he spoke in a subdued tone. Jing, why not remain here and keep me company? Since you have chosen to partake in this charade, we must commit wholeheartedly to it. After all, you are my dear friend. The emphasis on the term dear friend was palpable from Yushio. Ding Lujing, feeling helpless, replied, Yushio, to have crossed paths with you as a friend is indeed my misfortune. A flicker of hope crossed his face as he continued. I am well aware she was speaking nonsense that day. How could she possibly know anything about Molan? Yet, there are moments when I wish her words were true. It would grant my heart a glimmer of hope. Noticing the sorrow reflected in his eyes, Yushio sighed. Jing, when you label me as a romantic, you should reflect on your own situation. 5 years have passed, and you still cannot let go. The primary difference between us now is that I understand the value of cherishing those who are present. If love has been kindled, it should be nurtured, otherwise, it only amplifies the agony within. In my heart, there exists no individual unworthy of love. It solely depends on whether that person is deserving of your affection. And you, my friend, are truly a fool. A hint of resignation clouded Ding Liujing's gaze as he murmured, it is not that I cannot let go. Rather, I owe her far too much, and I am at a loss as to how to repay it. Yet she offers me no opportunity. Yushio patted his shoulder and reassured him, do not dwell excessively on this. Perhaps what she said holds truth. Molan may indeed still be alive. A bitter smile graced Ding Liujing's face as he glanced at Yushio, replying, let us hope your words bear fruit. Yushio, with a faint smile, inquired, have you found Xiao Yuren's body beneath the Laoxia mountain? Ding Lujing responded, I have instructed my men to scour the cliffs beneath Laoxia mountain thoroughly. Yet his body remains unfound. He sustained severe injuries when he fell. Given the height and steepness of the cliff, survival seems impossible. Furthermore, wild beasts often roam that area, and it is quite plausible that they may have consumed his remains. A chill entered Yushio's eyes as he retorted, even if wild beasts devoured his flesh, remnants of his bones would surely remain. I refuse to believe that the beasts could render him entirely to nothing. Ding Lujing nodded in agreement. You make a valid point. However, I have already dispatched men to meticulously search the valley below, and while we did discover some bones, they appeared to be remnants from long ago. Certainly not from recent days. Yushio scoffed. If that is the case, he is likely still alive. The day he set fire. claiming the lives of several hundred innocent civilians, demonstrated a heart devoid of compassion. Allowing him to roam this world is indeed a grave danger. His eyes narrowed slightly as he added, if he has escaped from Liangzhou this time, the battles next year will likely be exceedingly fierce. Ding Lujing coldly replied, while I may not possess your cunning, warfare is my forte. Should I encounter Qiao Yuran on the battlefield, I shall ensure he meets his end. His words were laced with an icy resolve, and his round eyes were filled with a murderous intent. In but a fleeting moment, the aura of lethality was supplanted by a profound sense of helplessness. The years of a martial existence had rendered him somewhat weary of slaughter. He spoke softly, Xiao. Once this conflict subsides, I yearn to visit the homeland of Molan. I truly detest this life of perpetual violence. Can't you brothers find a semblance of peace? Yu Xiao replied with a bittersweet smile. Do you think I revel in warfare? Were it not for being driven to such extremes, I would much prefer to wander the world with Shu Xian. With that, he let out a deep sigh. Shu Xian lay beside Chasing Wind, who, exhausted from recent tribulations, had succumbed to a deep slumber. Yet, every time she closed her eyes, the haunting image of Yu Xiao bleeding from his chest intruded upon her thoughts. Biting her lip, she sat up abruptly, an unsettling worry preventing her from returning to sleep. She donned her garments, tiptoeing out of bed. Grabbing the white fox fur coat gifted by Yu Xiao, she wrapped it around her shoulders and gently exited the green willow pavilion. The early winter air was chilling to the bone. As she stepped outside, a gust of cold wind swept past, causing her to shiver involuntarily, prompting her to pull her coat tighter. The sky was clear and the bright moon hung high, though its icy glow seemed to shiver in the frigid air, casting a pale light that illuminated the ground below. It bathed Shu Xian, who hesitated outside the Wutong pavilion, in its silvery radiance. For the first time, she felt fear, tinged with a hint of uncertainty. Biting her lip, she scolded herself internally, reminding herself that regardless of what awaited her inside the Wutong pavilion, she must face the consequences. In the stillness of the night, Zhu Ke had likely retired for the evening, and the Wutong pavilion was enveloped in an eerie silence. As she entered, no one obstructed her path. Approaching the bedroom, she hesitated momentarily, yet a flicker of resolve crossed her almond-shaped eyes, compelling her to stride forward. Inside the Wutong pavilion's bedroom, a solitary lamp flickered dimly, casting a warm glow that filled the room amidst the cold of the late night, creating an illusion of warmth and magnifying the shadows of the furnishings, stretching her slender silhouette long across the floor. She approached the bed, noticing a young maid dozing with her head propped on the warm stove, while Yu Xiao lay beneath the quilt, his complexion pale. His eyes retained their familiar gentleness, and the long lashes cast shadows that resembled delicate fans upon his eyelids. The young maid stirred at the sound of footsteps and, upon seeing Shu Xian, softly said, Princess, the prince is resting. The doctor advised against disturbing him at this hour. The night is cold and heavy, and you should return to your quarters. With that, she gestured respectfully for Shu Xian to leave. Shu Xian regarded the maid with a cool glance. This matter is no longer your concern. You may withdraw. But, princess, the maid began. Shu Xian's almond eyes turned icy. You acknowledge me as princess, yet dare to disregard my words? Tomorrow, I shall see to it that you are sold into a brothel. Her composure restored, she regained the astuteness she had always possessed. The young maid was startled, for while she was not well acquainted with Shu Xian, she had heard of her fierce reputation and was aware of Yu Xiao's deep affection for her. Thus, she dared not utter a word, bowing respectfully before retreating. Once the maid departed, Shu Xian couldn't help but let out a soft sigh. She seated herself at the head of Yu Xiao's bed, reaching beneath the brocade quilt to grasp his hand, pressing it against his pulse, which felt weak and feeble. A slight frown creased her brow as she glanced at Yu Xiao before checking his breath, which was faint and labored. A deep sigh escaped her lips, and her eyes glistened with unshed tears as she stifled a sob, trying to keep silent. Beneath the quilt, Yu Xiao tightened his grip, a different sensation swelling within him. Were it not for his understanding of her temperament, he might have wished to rise and embrace her tenderly. However, all he could do now was endure. After a considerable time, Shu Xian managed to regain her composure and murmured softly, Xiao, why are you so foolish? I was merely speaking casually. How could you take it to heart? Her voice was barely above a whisper, laced with profound regret and a hint of sorrow. Yet, as she spoke, her words caught in her throat, and she coughed gently to clear it. Yu Xiao felt a pang of regret. Her health was still fragile, and it troubled him to think if her presence here might cause her harm. Concern welled up from deep within him, and despite his body tensing beneath the quilt, he forced himself to remain composed. After she finished her soft cough, she continued, Perhaps you still believe that my feelings for Qiao Yuran surpass those for you. Otherwise, I wouldn't grieve so much at his passing. But you do not realize that in my heart, your place far exceeds his. The emotions I held for him were merely familial affection, and since you relinquished your throne for my sake, I have come to understand your genuine feelings for me. Yet, what I feel is predominantly gratitude. She cast her gaze out at the bright moon, then spoke softly. During my time in Liangzhou, I struggled to discern whether my feelings for you stemmed from gratitude or true love. A heavy burden weighed on my heart, making me feel indebted to you, which clouded my own emotions as I sought to sort through them. After a brief pause, she continued, however, upon witnessing your blood seeping from your chest today, I finally grasped the true thoughts and feelings within me. I had thought my feelings were merely a result of my indebtedness, but in that moment, I realized I genuinely care for you. Yet you. Her voice trembled with emotion, mixed with soft sobs, and after a lengthy pause, she managed to say, but you were so cruel to stab yourself like that. Yu Xiao, you have gone too far. Upon hearing this, Yu Xiao felt an overwhelming joy. She truly cared for him and had indeed fallen in love with him. At that moment, he longed to hold her tightly and kiss her deeply. Shu Xian continued, therefore, Xiao, you must not falter. Please recover swiftly. Do not let me bear the weight of guilt and sorrow as I navigate through life. Upon hearing her words, Yu Xiao felt an overwhelming sense of joy within him. He let out a soft hum, prompting Shu Xian to express her delight and ask in a hushed tone, Xiao, you're awake. How do you feel? Are you any better? I'll fetch a doctor for you. Her voice trembled slightly, yet his hand gently grasped hers. And as Yu Xiao opened his eyes, he regarded her with a calm gaze and softly replied, I am fine. He endeavored to make his voice sound as weak as possible. Noticing the redness in Shu Xian's eyes, which sparkled with concern, he smiled faintly and remarked, did you not say I was a calamity? You also mentioned that good people do not live long, while calamities endure for 1,000 years. It seems I am not departing so swiftly. Shu Xian bit her lip, responding, I was merely speaking nonsense before. It's surprising you remember. Regardless of whether you are a calamity or a good person, all I desire now is for you to be safe. A warmth enveloped Yu Xiao's heart as he gazed at her, asking, you do not harbor resentment towards me? Shu Xian shook her head, saying, I acknowledge my own stubbornness. Yet you are rather foolish to have truly thrust a knife into your chest. Yu Xiao, how cruel you are. If you were to die this time, you would want me to mourn for you for a lifetime, wouldn't you? The corners of Yu Xiao's mouth lifted slightly, though a look of pain crossed his face. She quickly admonished, your wounds are too severe. Do not move about. A sense of pride surged within Yu Xiao as he asked softly, are you concerned about me? The feeling of being cared for was undeniably delightful. Had he known that feigning injury would elicit such concern from her, he would have employed Ding Lu Jing's bloodstained garments much sooner, disregarding the potential repercussions of being exposed. Shu Xian smiled, teasing, do you not wish for my concern? Yu Xiao's eyes sparkled with joy as he inquired, will you still divorce me? He had previously asked her this question after his mock injury, and was unable to resist, asking once more, relishing her answer. Shu Xian paused in surprise, scolding, you still recall that matter, even in your current state. Yu Xiao replied wistfully, in my heart, you hold more importance than the throne, even more than my own life. How could I possibly forget? Shu Xian's almond-shaped eyes curved into a smile reminiscent of a crescent moon as she chuckled. The fact that you remember this implies your injuries are not too grave. At the very least, you will not die. Did you not say that according to the laws of the Desert Dynasty, a woman cannot divorce her husband? Observing the glimmer of joy in Yu Xiao's eyes, she continued with a laugh, however, I am not a citizen of the Desert Dynasty, so I shall not adhere to your customs. A trace of anxiety flickered in Yu Xiao's eyes as he murmured, you do not intend to stubbornly leave me, do you? A wave of unease washed over him. Shu Xian giggled, I married you by imperial decree, but I was unwilling. Thus, such a marriage is not valid, and of course, I must divorce you. Noting the worry in Yu Xiao's eyes, she smiled charmingly and added, as I once stated, we must forget the unpleasantness of the past and start anew. To divorce you would mean to erase all the displeasures associated with the imperial edict. Did you not say we would wed on the 8th day of the 12th month? Then, on that day, we shall marry again. In Yu Xiao's eyes, joy brimmed abundantly. If not for his pretense of injury, he would have eagerly embraced her, cherishing her tenderly. She was truly a little sprite skilled in tormenting him. Her words sent his spirits soaring to the heavens, only to plummet back to earth, and then ascend once more. Fortunately, he was not genuinely hurt. Otherwise, her mere remarks would have driven him to despair. Observing the fluctuations of emotion in Yu Xiao's gaze, Shu Xian chuckled, however, marrying me comes at a price. I recall you once promised me a grand wedding. Let me be clear, If it is not sufficiently splendid, I shall not marry you. Yu Xiu inquired. In your eyes, what constitutes a grand affair? After a moment's contemplation, Shu Xian replied. My betrothal gift must amount to 200,000 taels of silver, accompanied by the finest jewelry and textiles. Additionally, truth be told, she was uncertain of what else she desired. Though she had once been betrothed to Yu Xiu, her mind had been a chaotic tangle at that time, rendering her oblivious to such details. She had no knowledge of the betrothal gifts he had provided or the dowry prepared by the residents. Thus, when the conversation reached this point, she found herself at a loss for further demands. Her eyes blinked playfully as she added, moreover, my husband must devote his heart solely to me, never allowing his affections to stray toward another woman, nor even casting a glance in their direction. Yu Xiu could not help but chuckle. Now I understand why Qiao Yuran has repeatedly declined to marry you. It seems your conditions for marriage are rather stringent. While not being enamored with other women is not particularly difficult, refraining from even a single glance at them is utterly impossible. After all, half the world consists of women. Should I banish them all to distant lands? Upon hearing the name Qiao Yuran, Shu Xian's gaze dimmed momentarily. She had once expressed similar sentiments to him. Yet the responses he and Yu Xiu had given were worlds apart. Different individuals possess diverse interpretations of love, and distinct personalities yield varying answers to identical questions. She found herself enamored with Yu Xiu's response. Chapter 72 Shu Xian offered a gentle smile and remarked, such a notion seems rather unrealistic. The essence of that statement about not looking at other women suggests that your eyes can no longer accommodate any other females. Yu Xiu, with a serious demeanor, responded. That is, of course, a natural sentiment. Noticing the melancholy in her gaze, he continued, are you still resenting me for having killed Qiao Yuran? Shu Xian's eyes shimmered softly. Her voice tender as water. Resentment is inevitable. Yet, if I were to consider your perspective, I would comprehend your feelings. After all, your current status is in opposition to his, and his actions indeed pose a threat to you. By eliminating him this time, you diminish a genuine adversary for the upcoming conflict next year, which is undoubtedly beneficial for the common people. Were I in your position, I would have acted likewise. However, from my standpoint, he remains my brother. His declaration on the cliff that I am not his true sister leaves me pondering my own identity. My father must surely be aware of this matter. Yet, upon reflection, it seems irrelevant whether I am recognized or not. I am not the authentic Shu Xian, so why should I concern myself with her true identity? I am simply myself. A glimmer of appreciation flickered in Yu Xiu's eyes, mingled with a touch of sympathy as he inquired, you mentioned that you do not belong to this world. What exactly does that entail? What kind of world do you hail from? He was intrigued by the notion of a realm that could give rise to such an extraordinary woman. Shu Xian smiled softly, responding succinctly, it is a world where men and women are equal, devoid of emperors and ministers, with no class distinctions. Everyone is treated equally, and women can hold positions and engage in commerce just like men, provided they possess the capability to do so. There are also many delightful wonders, though you might not grasp them if I were to describe them. Yu Xiu smiled faintly and said, indeed, I may not fully understand, but I wish to learn more about your world, as it would also deepen my understanding of you. He observed her thoughtfully and added, now I finally comprehend why you possess such an array of peculiar thoughts. Shu Xian felt a warmth in her heart, replying with a gentle smile, in our world, those thoughts are quite ordinary. She blinked and continued, if given the chance, I would cultivate all the women in this world to embody the essence of those in my realm. Yu Xiu grimaced. If all the women in this world became like you, then the men would surely be in dire straits. Shu Xian scoffed lightly, you men are exceedingly selfish. Yu Xiu tenderly grasped her hand, saying, everyone is inherently selfish. Do you not wish for me to set my eyes upon any other woman? Noticing her pout, he gently added, in truth, are we not alike? I too wish for your heart to harbor no other man, and would gladly send all men in this world to dwell elsewhere. Shu Xian smiled softly. Are you truly lacking in confidence in yourself? Yu Xiu forced a smile and said, I have always been confident, yet since our acquaintance, I have felt my charm diminish. In the presence of other women, they regard me as a treasure, but in your heart, I seem no more than a blade of grass. Shu Xian shot him a glance, and was about to respond when a male voice interjected, you two have been exchanging sweet nothings here for quite some time, and I can hardly bear it. If you wish to indulge in romantic banter, please choose a more suitable time and place. It's the middle of the night, and while you may not wish to sleep, I have endured a long day of your antics and am thoroughly exhausted. Moreover, Miss Shu Qi, given the severity of Xiu's injuries, he should be resting. If you continue this way, I fear he may not survive such exertion. Shu Xian's face flushed slightly as she saw Ding Lujing emerge from the inner room with a smile. It turned out that he and Yu Xiu shared a bond akin to brotherhood, while Shu Xian had always been reluctant to share a room with Yu Xiu. Hence Ding Lujing's continued residence in the Wutong Pavilion's inner quarters. Yu Xiu glared at Ding Lujing, aware that he was being reminded of his significant blood loss during the day, even with potent tonics and the skill of the physicians in the Wang residence. Recovery would not be swift. He wearily remarked, Ding Lujing, has anyone ever told you that you are quite bothersome? Ding Lujing responded with a radiant smile. Those who say I am bothersome are often harboring ulterior motives. Xiu, does your wound still ache? Would you like me to assist you with changing the dressing? He shot a mischievous glance at Yu Xiu. Yu Xiu replied coolly, if the dressing is to be changed, it should be done by a physician. Your clumsy hands are more likely to harm than heal. Furthermore, this is hardly the appropriate time for such an endeavor. Shu Xian interjected. I share your concerns about Ding Lujing's clumsiness. Allow me to assist you instead. With that, she began searching for the ointment. Her words caught both men off guard. Yu Xiu shot a fierce glare at Ding Lujing but gently said, it's quite late, and the weather is cold. You are not in the best of health yourself. Perhaps you should return to your room and rest. Such matters can be entrusted to the maidservants. Ding Lujing eagerly chimed in. Mingyu. Shu Xian interrupted. You have done so much for me. Let me do something for you today. Having found the ointment, she approached Yu Xiu's bedside with her supplies. Yu Xiu felt a cold sweat break out in his palms. At that moment, he was at a loss for how to refuse her. He had longed for her gentleness. Yet her current tenderness filled him with trepidation. He could scarcely imagine how she might react if the truth were revealed. Noticing his unusual expression, Shu Xian asked with concern, what is it? Are you feeling unwell? She then grasped his hand and checked his pulse. Yu Xiu felt overwhelmed and awkwardly replied, I am fine. Perhaps I am just a bit uncomfortable from talking for too long. He concentrated on making his pulse feel even more erratic. Upon hearing his words, Shu Xian remarked, your pulse seems even more feeble than before. Her concern was unmistakable, and an odd feeling stirred within her. His injuries were severe, yet the pulse presented an unusual irregularity. Her expertise in poison was remarkable, but her medical skills were somewhat lacking. Had her abilities been as proficient as those of the court physicians, she would have undoubtedly detected the anomaly by now. With that, she reached out to grasp the lapel of Yu Xiu's robe. Just then, Mingyue entered and said, Princess, the prince's injuries are grave. The doctor has advised that the medicine on him cannot be changed at this moment. Doing so would cause further bleeding, which could pose a serious threat to his life. The prince seems unwell, likely due to prolonged conversation. It would be best for the princess to return to her quarters and rest. Once the prince has recovered, you may converse with him again. Upon hearing this, Shu Xian withdrew her hand, her eyes filled with regret as she murmured, rest well, I shall return to see you tomorrow. Mingyue added, I will take good care of the prince, so the princess need not worry. Shu Xian nodded, casting one last glance at Yu Xiu before departing. As she left, a collective sigh of relief escaped the others. Yu Xiu regarded Mingyue with appreciation, saying, fortunately, Mingyue is astute. Otherwise, I fear I would have encountered great trouble today. He then cast a cold glare at Ding Lujing, remarking, you ought to mind your own business and sleep soundly. What on earth are you doing wandering about at this hour? Ding Lujing replied with a grin, I had no intention of coming out, but I found it impossible to endure your endless exchange. Your acting skills are improving by leaps and bounds. Yu Xiu huffed, you seem to thrive on chaos. Ding Lujing sighed, you mistake my good intentions for mischief. Think about it. How could someone stabbed in the chest, having lost so much blood, maintain such spirits and converse for so long? It appears she is overly concerned for you. Otherwise, she would have noticed the anomaly. You ought to thank me. Though I caused you a moment of alarm, it also convinced her of your genuine injury. Yu Xiu scoffed but found himself at a loss for a retort. Mingyue interjected. Your Highness, I have been tasked with investigating the incident of the fire at Luoxiao Mountain on the day of the sacrifice. No suspicious items were found at the scene, so I instructed my men to observe for any dubious individuals in Qingyu City and unexpectedly discovered the presence of the sixth prince. Yu Xiu frowned. What brings the sixth brother here? A shadow of understanding crossed his eyes, followed by a cold smile. If the sixth brother has traveled such a distance to visit me, as his elder brother, I must extend my hospitality. Ding Lujing's gaze deepened as he regarded Yu Xiu. Do you suspect he is the one responsible for the arson? Yu Xiu replied calmly. I shall not hastily draw conclusions before the matter is clarified. However, regardless of who set the fire that day, I will not let it pass lightly. The lives of the people of Liangzhou are invaluable. Ding Lujing sighed, and Yu Xiu continued, Mingyue, please invite the sixth prince to the royal residence. It has been quite a while since I last saw my royal brother, and it is only fitting that I extend my hospitality. Ding Lu Jing lamented. Everyone yearns to be born into a royal family. Yet only those who have experienced such a life truly comprehend its essence. Yu Xiu sighed, but chose to remain silent. Meanwhile, Mingyu had gone to summon Yulin. But Yulin had already departed from Liangzhou to Yunzhou. Although Yulin was not summoned, an unexpected visitor arrived uninvited. Yu Xiu was seated at his desk, reviewing official documents, when he overheard Zhu Ke at the door exclaim, "The princess has come to visit the prince again." Her voice rang out, tinged with a hint of loneliness. Upon hearing this, Yu Xiu could not help but exhale deeply and swiftly reclined back onto the bed, feigning a severe injury. The act was not without its challenges. Despite the significant progress in their relationship and the knowledge that she harbored feelings for him, joy turned to frustration as he could neither embrace her nor seize the opportunity to indulge in her affection, instead having to lie obediently on the bed, pretending to be ill. Meanwhile, the pile of documents on his desk had reached mountainous proportions. Ding Lu Jing, witnessing Yu Xiu's antics, couldn't suppress a smile, finding it quite astonishing that even the composed Yu Xiu could display such vulnerability. It seemed the allure of love was indeed irresistible. He sighed. To tell one lie requires a multitude of others to uphold it. Yu Xiu shot him an irritated glare, yet in the next moment, his expression waned, his face growing paler with feigned weakness. Shu Exine entered, pushing an object before her, beaming as she said, "Xiu, your wound has nearly healed. The sun outside is splendid today. Let me take you out for a stroll." Yu Xiu noticed that the object had a large wheel on one side, with a seat resembling a chair in the center. Curiosity piqued, he inquired, "What is this contraption?" Shu Exine set the object down and approached him, explaining, "We call this a wheelchair. When someone is unwell and unable to walk, but wishes to enjoy the outdoors, they can sit in this. Give it a try. I had Chasing Wind push me around this morning. Although it's not as finely crafted as those back home, it serves its purpose." With that, she beckoned Ding Lu Jing to assist in lifting Yu Xiu onto the wheelchair. The wheelchair was a creation of her own design, painstakingly drawn based on her recollection, and constructed by the artisans of the Wang residence over 3 days. Ding Lu Jing, upon seeing the wheelchair, exchanged a glance with Yu Xiu, and the spark of understanding ignited between them. Shu Exine, noticing their shared expression, couldn't help but ask, "Is there something amiss with this chair?" Yu Xiu smiled gently. "For some time, Jing and I have been contemplating how to mitigate losses in the upcoming war next year, but we have yet to discover a suitable method. Seeing your wheelchair has undoubtedly sparked ideas in Jing's mind as well." Ding Lu Jing grinned back at him and remarked, "Truly worthy of having fought alongside me on the battlefield. The route from Liangzhou to Fian City is predominantly flat, even in areas that are not. They primarily consist of slopes, making it ideal for cavalry engagements. However, cavalry battles often involve the deployment of tripwires, leading to a stalemate. If we were to make slight modifications to this wheelchair," Yu Xiu then remarked, "by adding sharp blades to the sides of the wheelchair, it transforms into the most formidable tripping device in the world, becoming an exceptionally powerful weapon." Upon uttering this, the two exchanged a knowing smile. A flicker of melancholy glimmered in Shu Exine's eyes, only to vanish moments later. She lightly chided, "Yu Xiu, despite your injuries, you still ponder such matters. It seems your condition is not as grave as it appears." After assisting Yu Xiu into the wheelchair, Ding Lu Jing added, "If you think his injuries are too trivial, why not stab him once more?" Shu Exine sighed, "I can handle poison, but with a sword, I must decline. I truly fear the sight of blood." Her gaze danced towards Ding Lu Jing as she smiled faintly. "If ever you find yourself wishing for oblivion, just let me know. I shall provide you with a potion that guarantees no suffering." Ding Lu Jing glanced at Yu Xiu and cautioned, "Be wary, Xiu, if you ever offend your princess. It may not merely be a single sword wound you endure." With that, he winked at Yu Xiu, who pretended not to notice. Shu Exine blinked and asked, "Are you two concealing something from me?" Yu Xiu chuckled awkwardly. "What could possibly be hidden from you? You were supposed to accompany me for a stroll, remember?" Shu Exine smiled gently. "In my chatter with you both, I almost forgot." Outside, the sun shone brilliantly, presenting a rare fine day. The courtyard was devoid of wind, the warm rays enveloping them in utter comfort. As the three lounged in the sun, Yu Xiu realized that for the first time in many years, he was experiencing such leisurely tranquility. Although he had always appeared to be a carefree prince, he had been embroiled in constant intrigue and calculation, and today, due to his feigned injuries, he could cast aside all worries and bask in the sunlight of the royal courtyard, feeling an unprecedented sense of ease. Indeed, this day was a precious gift of leisure amidst life's chaos. The trio engaged in aimless banter when Qing Long approached, announcing, "Your Highness, Prince Ning requests an audience." He cast a glance at Shu Xian. Shu Xian, with her eyes sparkling, remarked, "Congratulations, Your Highness. Your future father-in-law has arrived." While her words conveyed congratulations, her eyes bore an icy demeanor. Yu Xiu replied with a faint smile, "I have only one father-in-law, and that is Minister Shu. If the princess wishes for me to avoid them, then so be it." Shu Xian cheerfully countered, "Prince Ning has traveled a great distance from Yunzhou. It would be somewhat impolite for you not to meet him." She turned to Qing Long. "Please escort Prince Ning to the parlor. The prince will join shortly." Given the proximity of Yunzhou and Liangzhou, Prince Ning's visit likely harbored ulterior motives. How could one not meet him? Qing Long glanced at Shu Xian and added, "Your Highness, Princess Ning has also arrived." The princess he referred to was none other than Ning Jiyu, the daughter of Prince Ning. Shu Xian's face lit up with delight. "Even better. I have yet to meet the stunningly beautiful Princess Ning." Yu Xiu, well versed in her temperament, sighed inwardly. The more joy she expressed, the more anger brewed within her, and he couldn't help but worry that Ning Jiyu was destined for misfortune. In his eyes, a faint glimmer of light flickered. Although he held no fear of Prince Ning, should the prince choose to assist Xiao Yuran, the proximity of Yunzhou to Liangzhou posed a significant concern. If next year he were to launch a direct assault on Fian City, and Prince Ning seized the opportunity to attack Liangzhou, it would indeed become an exceedingly troublesome matter. A trace of worry crept into his heart. Upon their arrival in the reception hall, they found Prince Ning Hao and Princess Ning Jiue already seated, enjoying tea. Ning Hao, a man in his 40s, donned a dark-hued satin robe adorned with subtle patterns, cinched at the waist with a white jade belt. He wore an official hat encrusted with jewels, his square face framed by thick brows and large, spirited eyes, exuding vitality. In contrast, Ning Jiue appeared to be around 15 or 16, clad in a pink cotton jacket with a white fox fur shawl draped over her shoulders. Her skin was as fair as snow, and her enchanting phoenix eyes sparkled with brilliance. With a slightly elevated nose and a petite, rosy mouth that complemented her attire, she appeared both charming and vivacious. As Shu Xian entered the hall, she distinctly caught a glimpse of surprise in Ning Jiue's eyes, though it vanished almost instantaneously. A subtle smile graced Shu Xian's lips, for she recognized that Ning Jiue was a woman of considerable cunning. Upon the arrival of Yu Xiu, Prince Ning promptly rose and inquired, "Your Highness, you appear unwell. Is something amiss?" His voice resonated like thunder, filling the room. Shu Xian couldn't help but frown slightly. His booming voice was nearly deafening. Yu Xiu offered a subdued smile, explaining, "A few petty thieves intruded during a recent ritual at the palace, and I sustained a minor injury in the ensuing scuffle. It is of no consequence. However, it is indeed discourteous of me not to rise in greeting you, given your long journey." Shu Xian pursed her lips, bemused by the notion of being referred to as a mere petty thief. Yet, she quickly realized that Yu Xiu's words served as the most suitable excuse. He could hardly admit to being in such a state due to her actions. Men, after all, must preserve their dignity. Furthermore, the news of the fire on Laoxiao Mountain during the autumn festival had likely spread throughout the entire desert kingdom. Prince Ning furrowed his brow, remarking, "Those thieves possess an audacity that is truly remarkable, daring to wreak havoc within the territory of the Qin prince. Should they venture into Yunzhou, I shall ensure they meet a most brutal end." His succinct statement clearly articulated his position. Yu Xiu maintained a calm demeanor, replying with a faint smile, "They are but petty thieves, and I shall deal with them myself. There is no need to trouble Prince Ning." A flicker of displeasure crossed Prince Ning's face as he retorted, "Your Highness speaks as if I were an outsider. Yunzhou and Liangzhou have always been closely allied in the southeast. Your affairs are my affairs." His words conveyed both concern and his unwavering stance. Ning Jiue, seated beside him, gently tugged at her father's sleeve, saying, "Father, you truly are becoming forgetful. The Qin prince merely implies that they are insignificant thieves. How could he possibly be incapable of handling such matters? If you continue to meddle, you may inadvertently belittle the Qin prince." Her voice was melodious, her demeanor graceful yet slightly petulant, making her appear irresistibly charming. Her implication was unmistakable. Prince Ning paused, then burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Ah, my dear Yue, your insight is indeed remarkable. I am but an old fool. Pray, do not take offense, Your Highness." He chuckled, yet his eyes sparkled with intensity. Shu Xian could not help but scoff internally. To be a prince of the Damo dynasty, he must possess certain abilities. How could he merely appear as a clumsy brute? The interplay between the father and daughter was indeed amusing, yet her smile resembled the gentle warmth of a March breeze. Yu Xiu's countenance revealed no sign of displeasure. He spoke softly, like jade. I am grateful for Prince Ning's kind intentions. How could I possibly take offense? Ning Jiyu smiled lightly, remarking, "It has been a year since I last saw King Qin, and he remains as gracious and elegant as ever." Yu Xiu replied nonchalantly, "You flatter me, Princess Ning." After a brief pause, he continued, "As the prince and the princess have traveled a great distance, I should host you properly. Unfortunately, I am feeling unwell and fear I may neglect you both." Prince Ning declared warmly, "We are all kin. There is no need for such formality. Even though it is my first visit to the Qin Palace, you should focus on your recovery, my lord." Ning Jiyu offered a gentle smile. "What my father says is quite true. There is no need for concern, your highness." She surveyed the surroundings and added, "Given your severe illness, it would be best for you to rest in your chambers. Let the princess accompany us on a stroll through the palace." Turning to Shu Xian, she said, "Would you kindly notify the princess? I have long admired her reputation, yet have never had the fortune to meet her. Today, I wish to converse." Unable to discern Shu Xian's true identity, she mistook her for a mere maidservant assisting Yu Xiu in his wheelchair. Shu Xian's infamous reputation preceded her. Her current appearance, having shed her disfigurement, left those unfamiliar with her unable to recognize her as the renowned Shu Xian. Just as Yu Xiu opened his mouth to speak, Shu Xian cheerfully interjected, "The princess has not been feeling well lately and may not be able to converse with you, my lady. If you and his highness find it dull, I would be delighted to accompany you and Prince Ning on a tour of the palace." Her dissatisfaction lingered. Observing her modest black and white cotton coat and simple hairstyle, she did not resemble a princess but rather a maid. Her ill-famed reputation led many to consider her unremarkable, and now, with her blemishes concealed, those unfamiliar with her would not recognize the charming young woman before them as the illustrious Shu Xian. Yu Xiu and Ding Lu Jing exchanged glances, both puzzled by her intentions. Ning Jiyu glanced at her, inquiring, "And you are?" Hesitant to jump to conclusions about the woman so close to Yu Xiu, she sought clarity first. Shu Xian smiled gently, "I am Mingyu, the prince's personal maid, responsible for his daily care. If the princess has any requests, please feel free to instruct me." A flicker of derision crossed Ning Jiyu's eyes, yet she maintained a delicate smile, teasing, "Prince Qin keeps such a lovely maid by his side. Does he not fear Princess Qin's jealousy? It appears he does not dote on the infamous woman as the tales suggest. Otherwise he would not have such a beautiful maid in his company." Yu Xiu glanced at Shu Xian, stating, "My princess possesses a great capacity for understanding. She would not concern herself with such trivial matters. Moreover, my affection for the princess is profound and unwavering. I am not one to judge by mere appearances. Even if a beauty of unparalleled grace were before me, she would pale in comparison to my beloved." Shu Xian chuckled, responding, "Your highness speaks true. My lady possesses a virtuous character, exhibiting great tolerance and kindness. She has even suggested on several occasions that you take a concubine, yet you have always declined, including the renowned beauty Li Su from the capital. Thus, it seems that aside from the princess, no one else could possibly capture your gaze, which is why she feels secure in your love. As for my own looks, they are merely average and hardly comparable to Miss Li Su. If you cherish the princess so dearly that you do not take Miss Li Su as a concubine, how could you ever be interested in me? You jest, your highness." Her words, while self-flattering, subtly conveyed to Ning Jiyu that she ought not to harbor any illusions about Yu Xiu. Both Yu Xiu and Ding Lu Jing found themselves nearly choking on her exaggerated praise of virtue and generosity, while Yu Xiu managed to maintain composure. Ding Lu Jing could not suppress his laughter, and had it not been for the presence of the Ning royal father and daughter, he might have rolled on the ground in mirth, utterly unable to discern any semblance of virtue in her. A hint of melancholy flickered in Ning Jiyu's eyes as she gazed at Yu Xiu and sighed. "I have long heard of your deep affections, your highness. One should marry a man as devoted as you." She continued, "Miss Shu Qi is fortunate to have captured your heart. It is truly enviable." The Ning king interjected, "The Qin king's devotion is indeed admirable, yet a man of ambition should not forsake his royal duties for a woman. It seems rather frivolous. I hope my words do not offend you, your highness." Yu Xiu replied with a gentle smile, "I have heard such sentiments from the Ning king before. Everyone has their own perspective, and there is no reason for me to take offense." He glanced at Shu Xian and then at the Ning king, adding, "As for what is worthwhile or not, the essence of such experiences is known only to oneself. Whether it is happiness or failure, let the world weigh in on it. Why should I be overly concerned?" At this juncture, his gaze deepened, and he continued softly, to the eyes of the world, "It may seem I have missed the prime opportunity to ascend the throne, yet I do not entirely agree. Who says I am merely a piece of meat on the chopping block, And who can guarantee that the throne in the north is assuredly his? His tone was light, and his voice soft, yet it emanated an undeniable aura of authority. Shu Xian found herself drawn to the commanding presence that Yuxiu exuded. She believed that a man should radiate masculinity. In this moment, she understood that his succinct remarks were meant to signify to the Ning king that he held no regard for Yu Zhao and Xiao Yuran, and that the imperial throne would eventually be his. With just a few brief sentences, he conveyed his feelings for her without allowing the Ning king to underestimate him. A subtle smile graced her lips. Ning Zhiyu, filled with admiration, remarked, "I am truly fond of the Qin king's profound affections. If only the Qin princess were not ill, I would certainly seek her counsel on how to win the heart of the Qin king." Shu Xian interjected playfully. "If the princess wishes to meet the lady, it may take some time. However, if the princess desires to know what kind of person the lady is, I would be more than willing to share all, should you find the time." Ning Zhiyu smiled amiably at her, saying, "Then I must trouble Miss Mingyue." She had already discerned that Shu Xian was not an ordinary maid. She likely held a certain status in Yuxiu's heart, yet she remained merely a maid. Shu Xian replied with a smile, "Your Highness is too polite." After Ning Wang and Ning Zhiyu settled in, Shu Xian pushed Yuxiu back to Wudong Pavilion. Feeling a twinge of envy as she remarked, "The charm of Prince Qin is indeed substantial, as the young lady has come to him willingly. That Ning princess is truly a captivating beauty." Yuxiu replied with a faint smile, "Who do you think is more beautiful, her or Gu Sisi?" Shu Xian's eyes sparkled, yet she replied lightly, "In terms of appearance, she indeed cannot compare to Gu Sisi. However, unlike Gu Sisi, she is backed by the entire Yunju. If the prince were to gain the support of Ning Wang, seizing your kingdom would likely be as easy as pie. Were I in your position, I would take that Ning princess as a concubine. Firstly, it would secure Ning Wang's assistance, and secondly," she giggled, "it would mean another person to care for the prince, granting him even more blessings." Yuxiu chuckled in both exasperation and amusement, saying, "Your suggestion is rather astute. But if Ning princess were to declare, 'I do not wish to be a concubine, I want to be the primary wife,' would the princess also relinquish her position to Ning princess?" Shu Xian snorted derisively. "Yuxiu, you certainly have a vivid imagination." Her eyes brimmed with a hint of menace. Yuxiu took her hand, sighing, "There is no need for such fanciful thoughts. If I truly cared for the throne, I would not have entrusted the edict to Yu Zhao back then. Furthermore, even if Ning Wang chose to support me, it does not necessarily mean I must marry Ning princess. Not every man shares my foolishness, prioritizing love over dominion. In the hearts of most men, power reigns supreme. Ning Wang's arrival in Liangzhou is merely to assess the military situation, determining who stands a better chance in the coming conflict, so he can find a reliable ally." He gazed at her tenderly, stating, "Thus, whether I marry Ning Zhiyu is secondary. What truly matters is whether I possess the strength to earn his assistance. Do you believe this prince of a different surname can be easily won? Precisely because it is so difficult to attain. He will cherish it all the more and would not gamble his wealth and honor recklessly. His desire to marry Ning Zhiyu to me is simply to deepen our ties. However, the decision of whether to marry or not does not rest solely with him." He paused before continuing, "Similarly, since marrying you is indeed not an easy matter, I will never forsake my happiness merely to secure another ally." A faint smile graced Shu Xian's face, yet she pouted slightly, saying, "But you are aware that today is not like any other. If Ning Wang were to turn against us and assist Yu Zhao, it could lead to immense trouble in the event of war. Should you suffer defeat, given Yu Zhao's temperament, your life may be in peril. Do you truly wish to wander the earth with me?" Sitting beside Yuxiu, the worry in her eyes was unmistakable. Yuxiu's slender fingers gently caressed her dark hair as he softly remarked, "Indeed, wandering the world can be quite delightful. Such days, devoid of pursuit, should be filled with happiness." However, as soon as he uttered these words, he lightly tapped her on the head and teased, "Do you truly perceive me as so ineffectual? Unable to even contend with Yu Zhao?" Shu Xian frowned, rubbing her head, and retorted, "Yuxiu, how dare you strike me? Just wait and see how I deal with you." With that, she playfully blinked and lightly patted his chest. Yuxiu's face contorted in mock agony as he exclaimed, "Are you attempting to commit fratricide?" His act was remarkably convincing. Shu Xian scoffed, "This demeanor of yours is indeed deserving of a reprimand." Yuxiu, his complexion pale, replied, "You know full well that I am injured. Why strike me precisely on the wound? Do you genuinely wish to become a widow?" His words were laced with feigned strength, yet he appeared to be in considerable pain, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead. Noticing his distress, Shu Xian's concern deepened, and she asked, "Are you all right?" Yuxiu sighed, "I should survive this." Yet inwardly, I am filled with mirth, despite maintaining a pallid visage. It is truly delightful to feel cared for, especially from you. A hint of regret flickered in Shu Xian's eyes as she expressed her concern. Let me check. If the wound were to reopen, it would not be a trivial matter. Yu Xiu's heart tightened, and he replied calmly, I merely sought to frighten you. No need for such alarm. The weather is frigid, and my body is not as resilient as it once was. Should it open, the ensuing chill would only complicate matters further. I am well aware of my own injuries. Observing the genuine concern in her gaze warmed his heart, leading him to regret deceiving her. He gently suggested, if you doubt me, feel my pulse, and you shall discern the truth. With that, he extended his hand toward her. Shu Xian placed her fingers on his pulse, which was steady and strong. Uncertainty crept into her expression. Yu Xiu, noticing her gaze, was startled. To reassure her, he refrained from altering his pulse's rhythm, fearing it might arouse her suspicion. Unexpectedly, Shu Xian simply smiled and remarked, those who practice martial arts are indeed fortunate. To recover so swiftly from such grave injuries within just a few days is no small feat. Yu Xiu breathed a sigh of relief inwardly, yet maintained his composure as he replied, my quick recovery owes much to you. When one is amidst joyful events, their spirit soars, by letting go of past grievances. Your presence uplifts my mood, naturally hastening my healing. Shu Xian offered no comment, merely smiling softly. On the following day, after Ning Wang and Ning Zhiyu had settled in, Shu Xian was in the courtyard airing out bedding. Such tasks were typically assigned to the maids, yet she had long been accustomed to taking matters into her own hands, lifting the bedding and carrying it outside. Just then, Ning Zhiyu approached and greeted, Miss Mingyue. Observing Shu Xian's efficient actions, a smile unconsciously graced her lips. Shu Xian's eyes twinkled as she asked, what can I do for you, Your Highness? Her face radiated warmth and joy. Ning Zhiyu glanced at the green willow pavilion beside her and remarked, Miss Mingyue is merely a maid in the royal mansion, yet she resides in this green willow pavilion, which surely indicates her favored status with Prince Qin. Shu Xian replied with a faint smile. The prince has always treated us servants exceedingly well, and since I am responsible for the prince's daily needs, it is convenient for me to live nearby. An empty room is simply that, empty. Ning Zhiyu chuckled lightly and inquired, is there something wrong with your princess? I wish to pay her a visit. Shu Xian grinned playfully. The princess is not in the mansion at the moment. If the princess wishes to see her, I fear she may have to wait some time. Ning Zhiyu expressed a touch of regret. Yesterday, Mingyue mentioned she wanted to speak to me about the princess of Qin. I wonder if she is free now? Shu Xian's eyes sparkled with mischief as she replied, the princess has likely heard tales of the princess and the prince. I wonder what sort of person the princess envisions her to be. Internally, she scoffed, for as the saying goes, the good do not come, and those who come are not good. Ning Zhiyu replied nonchalantly, it is merely hearsay. How could it possibly compare to Mingyue's understanding of the princess? Shu Xian's gaze shifted thoughtfully. The princess is an exceptionally kind person, gentle in temperament, empathetic, and delightfully clever, with a profound affection for the prince. She had intended to commend herself, yet found that such tender words felt oddly misplaced when applied to her own character. A hint of uncertainty flickered in Ning Zhiyue's eyes as she asked, isn't it true that your princess caused quite a stir on her wedding day? How could she be considered gentle? Shu Xian maintained her composure and replied, the events of the wedding day were merely a farce created by the princess and the prince. The prince stated that a bit of commotion during the wedding would help deepen their bond, and the princess also remarked that love which withstands trials is the truest love. Ning Zhiyue's eyes darkened with contemplation as she remarked, Prince Qin is indeed quite unique. However, I have heard that your princess is remarkably unattractive. Is that true? Shu Xian recalled how she had once depicted herself and chuckled. The princess's appearance is certainly not commendable, yet once you spend time with her, you will find she is unlike ordinary women. She is imbued with an aura of vitality that makes one forget her looks. She nearly extolled her own praises, her smile growing more radiant, for perhaps only she could so unabashedly extol herself without a hint of embarrassment. Ning Zhiyu smiled softly, is that so? After hearing your words, I am all the more eager to meet the princess of Qin. Your appearance may not be striking, but it exudes a comforting presence, and I enjoy conversing with you. With that, she directed a smile towards Shu Xian, whose grin was sweet, revealing two charming dimples. Shu Xian grinned mischievously. Thank you for the compliment, princess. Since you hold me in such high regard, why not reward me? She was perhaps the only one bold enough to ask for something so openly. Ning Zhiyu paused in surprise, and Shu Xian continued with a laugh. I am merely jesting. The princess need not take it to heart. Ning Zhiyu removed a jade bracelet from her wrist and handed it to her, saying, I feel an instant kinship with Mingwei, and I have long desired to present you with a token of our meeting. I momentarily forgot in our conversation, but though this jade bracelet may not be the finest, it is crafted by the artisans of the Baoyu workshop. I hope you will cherish it. Shu Xian replied. Oh, how can I accept such a gift? Yet, without hesitation, she received it and adorned her wrist with the bracelet. The jade was translucent, clearly of superior quality. Ning Zhiyue, observing her demeanor, smiled lightly and remarked, as long as Mingwei likes it, that is enough. It looks delightful on you. However, beneath her words lay a glimmer of disdain. She had a penchant for those who were greedy, recognizing that a person's avarice was a significant vulnerability, one that could be easily exploited. Shu Xian couldn't help but smirk internally but continued, allow me to confide a secret, but you must promise not to share it with anyone else. Ning Zhiyue's eyes sparkled with interest as Shu Xian continued, the prince was injured due to the princess, though I am not entirely certain of the details. As far as I know, the prince would do anything for the princess. Her so-called secret was as good as nothing. After speaking, she glanced at Ning Zhiyue and inquired, is it true that the princess has come to Liangzhou for the prince? Ning Zhiyue's cheeks flushed slightly as she confessed, I feel a connection with you and wish to be honest. I have admired Prince Qin for a long time. Ever since our encounter in Fian City and hearing of his dedication to love, I have been particularly drawn to such a man. This is why I accompanied my father here. Shu Xian smiled, her eyes shimmering. The prince is indeed remarkable, making it difficult for anyone not to be captivated. Yet, a sense of unease stirred within her. Ning Zhiyue's gaze grew dreamy as she added, indeed, but as you mentioned, the heart of Prince Qin belongs solely to Princess Qin. I wonder how one could possibly move him to dismiss that unattractive princess. Shu Xian began to scold silently in her heart, yet maintained a smile as she asked, does the princess aspire to be the prince's primary consort? A flicker of determination flashed in Ning Zhiyue's eyes as she declared, no woman wishes to share her husband with another. Then, as if recalling something, she nonchalantly inquired, but tell me, what are the prince's interests? What does he enjoy eating? Shu Xian replied lightly, he enjoys everything the princess prepares. Whatever delights the princess, he relishes. Ning Zhiyue's brow furrowed slightly. Shu Xian suppressed a laugh, masking her amusement with a gentle smile. She regarded Ning Zhiyue and remarked, the prince is utterly devoted to the princess. If you wish to be the primary consort, it may not be an easy endeavor. Ning Zhiyue's eyes brimmed with resolve as she stated, as long as I am determined to accomplish something, success is inevitable. Now, please tell me more about the temperament of your princess. What are her interests? Shu Xian noticed a fleeting glimmer of malice in her eyes and couldn't help but scoff inwardly. The jade bracelet had indeed become a coveted prize. She replied coolly, the princess is a free-spirited individual, acting on impulse. In my opinion, there is nothing particularly admirable about that, yet the prince simply adores her. If the princess wishes to take her place, it is likely not an easy feat, Ning Zhiyue remarked coolly. It appears that although the Qin Wangfei may not possess beauty, she is indeed a person of considerable wit. Yet, in her heart, she could not accept this notion. What right did an unattractive woman have to ensnare Yu Xiao? Shu Xian remained noncommittal, merely offering a faint smile. At that moment, Mingyue approached, saying, Wangfei, the fabric you requested from the cloth shop has been delivered. Would you like to take a look? Shu Xian couldn't help but notice the astonishment on Ning Zhiyue's face, her mouth forming an O shape and her Danfeng eyes wide with disbelief. Feeling somewhat disheartened, Shu Xian had initially intended to tease Ning Zhiyue, but found her plans thwarted far too quickly. She replied with a composed demeanor, I understand. I shall go at once. Internally, she scolded Mingyue for her poor timing, recalling her earlier thoughts about the cold weather and the impending new year, which had prompted her desire to make cotton jackets for both Yu Xiao and Chasing Wind. She had chosen a piece of fabric from the shop, but had to arrange for its delivery to the Wangfu due to a stock shortage. Ning Zhiyue scrutinized her and inquired, you are the Qin Wangfei? Shu Xian responded with a playful smile, I fear I may disappoint the princess. I am not as unattractive as the rumors suggest. Ning Zhiyue's face flushed, and she murmured, I hope the Wangfei does not take offense at my earlier words. Shu Xian smiled gently, I bear no ill will, my tolerance surpasses that of the princess. I often advise the Wangye to take a concubine, yet it is quite futile. As you know, he is rather stubborn and does not heed counsel. Given your affection for the Wangye, should the opportunity arise, I shall earnestly persuade him. Even if the princess cannot be made a secondary consort, there is a possibility of being taken as a concubine. As for the position of primary consort, alas, it seems the princess may have missed her chance. Her face radiated with a brilliant smile, her gaze imbued with warmth. Yet she noted with satisfaction that Ning Zhiyue's complexion had turned a shade of dark red. Inwardly, she scoffed, contemplating how Ning Zhiyue could possibly remain in the Wangfu after attempting to usurp her man. Just as she anticipated, the following day, Ning Wang departed the Qin Wangfu with Ning Zhiyue. Chapter 73. In the grandest gambling house of Qingyu City, a magnificently dressed man sat at a gaming table alongside an extraordinarily handsome and enchanting young man. The elegantly attired gentleman possessed dark, lively eyes that sparkled with mischief, while the strikingly beautiful young man captivated all who beheld him, leaving them momentarily forgetful of their surroundings. Such a visage would surely leave many a woman in the world longing. The splendidly adorned man was, in fact, Xu Xin in disguise, while the exceptionally alluring figure was Hua Dai. On that day, Hua Dai had accompanied Xu Xin to Liangzhou, though he harbored a deep disdain for life within the royal mansion. He seldom lingered there, indifferent to the happenings within its walls. He only ventured to the mansion on the nights of the full moon to procure his antidote from Xu Xin. Consequently, he remained in the vicinity of Qingyu City, indulging in the pleasures of life, drinking and flirting with charming ladies. His behavior, however, had become significantly more restrained after Xu Xin issued a stern warning. Should he attempt to coerce any young woman into compromising situations, he would never receive his antidote again and could await his demise. Initially baffled by the term XXOO, Xu Xin candidly clarified its meaning, leaving Hua Dai with a face as sour as a bitter melon. The abandonment of that particular pastime was a source of profound sorrow for him. Yet, he soon discovered an intriguing truth. Whenever he set his sights on a woman, his efforts at seduction were invariably successful. Due to the improving relationship between Xu Xin and Yuxiu, their means of communication transformed. He no longer needed to loiter outside the royal mansion. Instead, he acquired a unique flute, and whenever Xu Xin played its notes, he would promptly appear. At this moment, Hua Dai furrowed his brow as he observed Xu Xin's actions. Since their entrance into the gambling house, she had been on a losing streak, having already lost 100,000 taels of silver within less than an hour, much to the delight of the dealer. A throng of onlookers surrounded them, as Xu Xin's bets, placing large wagers and consequently losing, had enriched the gamblers significantly. Eventually, it became apparent that whenever she made a large bet, everyone else would bet small, and when she opted for a small wager, the others would all bet large, ensuring that those who bet against her would inevitably win. Frustrated, Xu Xin cursed. "My luck is truly abysmal today. I am undeniably unfortunate." The dealer replied, "If the young master finds his silver insufficient, he is welcome to retrieve more and return tomorrow. Our prosperous gambling house always welcomes your presence." Xu Xin shot a sidelong glance at the dealer and retorted, "Do you look down upon me, thinking I am worth only 100,000 taels?" The dealer, seasoned in the ways of the wealthy, had encountered many affluent individuals. Yet he knew that even the richest would not typically carry such vast sums in their pockets daily. Doubt crept into his mind, for Xu Xin's attire and demeanor resembled those of a nouveau riche individual, and the opulent clothing she donned seemed somewhat ill-fitting, as it was not originally hers. She had procured the lavish garment from a ready-to-wear shop, and given her petite stature, none of the men's clothing available suited her. Thus, she chose the most extravagant outfit that caught her eye. From her incessant cursing while gambling, the dealer began to speculate about her identity. After much contemplation, he concluded that she must be the child of Liang Ziqing, the wealthiest man in Yangzhou, who had fled from home to escape his father's insistence on marriage. Today marked her first venture into Qingyu City, and feeling quite overwhelmed, she resorted to gambling. The dealer harbored a certain disdain for such affluent youths. Yet he found them intriguing, for they were blissfully unaware of the world's harsh realities, the importance of money to ordinary folk, and the arduous nature of earning a living. Casinos and brothels have always welcomed those who embrace loss. Upon hearing Xu Xin's words, the dealer couldn't help but ponder how much silver she still possessed to gamble away. Noticing the dealer's expression, Xu Xin let out a cold snort and produced a large stack of banknotes from her sleeve, tossing them onto the gambling table. Enraged, she declared, "Let me show you not to underestimate me." Her demeanor exuded arrogance. The dealer's eyes flickered over the pile of notes, each worth 1,000 taels, amounting to about 500,000 taels in total, and he couldn't suppress a smile. Bowing respectfully, he said, "It is not that I look down upon you, young master, but rather that you are indeed no ordinary person to possess such wealth. With this much silver, you may gamble to your heart's content." In their world, those with silver were revered, while those without were scorned. Their long-standing principle was to win the elders' silver into their own pockets while draining the younger's resources. Xu Xin, brimming with confidence, raised her chin defiantly and exclaimed, "Now you see that I am no ordinary person. Come, Let us continue to gamble. The dealer's eyes sparkled with interest. Yet he maintained a gentle demeanor, asking, how would you like to wager, young master? Shushin coldly replied, my method is quite simple. I shall bet on the high or low. Today, I refuse to believe in my misfortune. If I am to gamble, I will wager it all. As her words echoed, the onlookers gasped, thinking her utterly mad. She had already lost so much, yet dared to gamble again. That sum of 500,000 taels could open 10 silk shops and 10 embroidery houses. The dealer was momentarily taken aback. In all his years at the casino, he had never encountered someone like Shushin. He chuckled softly. Might I suggest you contemplate this carefully? Should you lose this round, you may find yourself without enough to return home. His words were intended as a caution, but they were also a subtle provocation, knowing that those who are warned often gamble more fiercely. Indeed, Shushin erupted. Are you looking down on me? Is your gambling house not here for people to wager? Even if I lose my trousers, it is still my choice. You merely focus on your dealing. The dealer glanced at her and said, I am only offering a word of advice. Shu Xian retorted angrily. I care not whether your intentions are noble or malevolent. It's my prerogative to gamble as I please. Unless, her eyes darted mischievously, unless you fear losing, and then have no silver to repay me. The dealer smirked coldly. Everyone in Qingyu City knows that Wanli Money House has never honored its commitments, nor has it ever been truthful. A bystander chimed in. That much is true. If you intend to gamble, do so swiftly. These gamblers thrived on chaos, eager for the opportunity to profit. After a disdainful snort, Shu Xian addressed the gathered crowd. I invite all present to bear witness. Should I lose, this entire pile of silver shall belong to the dealer. However, if the dealer loses, he must compensate me in full. Noticing her clumsy handling of the dice, the dealer coldly remarked, your words underestimate Wanli Money House. Before all, I declare that should we lose, we shall pay this young gentleman tenfold, and if he loses, he need only leave behind this stack of banknotes. The crowd of gamblers erupted in cheers, for it had been years since anyone had wagered in such a manner. Shu Xian smiled subtly, responding, then we have an agreement. A tenfold compensation means that if I win, I shall earn 5 million taels. With that, she placed her stack of banknotes on the table, while the other gamblers placed their stakes on the larger bet. Hua Dai, having witnessed gambling all his life, was astonished to see Shu Xian engage in such a reckless gamble without understanding the craft. Though he did not lack for silver, he could not bear to watch her squander it so carelessly. Leaning closer, he whispered, Seventh young master, do you not think this game is a bit too grand? If I did not know your nature of never suffering losses, I would not dare to utter such words. He harbored another thought. Rather than relinquishing that silver to the casino, she might as well give it to him, and then he could enjoy the pleasures of life. Yet, that thought remained unspoken, for he knew her capabilities all too well. Shu Xian winked at him, declaring, what I seek is the thrill. Had Hua Dai not known her to be impervious to loss, he would have been less anxious. However, witnessing her continued losses, especially in such a significant final bet, filled him with dread. He glanced at her and warned, be cautious, your heart may race too fast. With a dazzling smile, Shu Xian replied, fear not. If I were to perish, I would have company. In the afterlife, I would have a super handsome gentleman by my side, which would be quite the honor. Hua Dai sighed and obediently fell silent. The dealer smiled faintly, his eyes gleaming with shrewdness, and inquired, young master, have you made your decision? Shu Xian glanced at the dealer and confidently replied, I have made my decision. Her eyes sparkled like stars in the night sky. Just as the dealer was about to unveil the drum, Shu Xian cheerfully declared, I've changed my mind. I want to bet on big. With that, she placed all her silver notes on the big option. The dealer smirked inwardly, thinking to himself that regardless of whether she chose big or small, she was destined to lose. However, he maintained a calm facade and asked, are you certain of your choice, young master? Shu Xian nodded firmly. This time, I won't change my mind. As her words echoed, the other gamblers hastily placed their coins on the small option. Just as the dealer was about to lift the drum again, Shu Xian interjected, wait. The dealer furrowed his brow, pondering her change of heart. She continued, I believe betting on big is too risky. I shall opt for small instead. With that, she placed all her notes on the small option. The dealer scrutinized her, asking, are you certain you will not change again? Shu Xian replied with unwavering composure, I will not change. The dealer nodded, preparing to unveil the drum once more. But Shu Xian called out, hold on, I've reconsidered. I've decided to bet on big. As the saying goes, only the big brings fortune. So I shall bet on big. The dealer, growing increasingly impatient, bore with her indecision. Each time he attempted to reveal the drum, she would alter her choice. After 5 or 6 such instances, his patience was wearing thin. By the 10th time she changed her decision, he could no longer contain his annoyance and coldly remarked, "Your indecisiveness is making it difficult for us to conduct business." Shu Xian sighed. "My father often says I am indecisive. Very well, let us settle it this time. I will bet on big, and I shan't change." With that, she placed all her silver notes on the big option once more. The dealer snorted derisively and abruptly lifted the drum, causing a gasp to ripple through the room. Shu Xian erupted into laughter, exclaiming, "3 sixes. It seems fortune smiles upon me today. I've finally won a round." Hua Dai observed her demeanor and, upon seeing the dice, was initially taken aback, but soon smiled softly, realizing that she had been playing the fool to catch the wise. At that moment, her previous concerns evaporated entirely. After all, how could someone as astute as her possibly suffer such a loss? The dealer's expression darkened. He distinctly remembered pulling the lever and setting it to 3 ones. How could it possibly have turned into 3 sixes? Perhaps her constant switching had caused him to miscalculate. He was reluctant to concede. Yet Shu Xian had firmly stated her intentions before placing her bets. Struggling to suppress his anger, he asked, "You've won 5 million taels this round. Will you continue to wager?" Shu Xian grinned. "Of course I will wager. It seems fortune is finally turning in my favor." With that, she placed her winnings alongside her initial stake on the big option once more. After several rounds of gambling, she noticed that this establishment was quite similar to that of Feud City, albeit with minor variations that did not hinder her winning streak. This time, the dealer was more astute, warning her, "Once you place your bet, you must not change your mind." With a joyful smile, Shu Xian declared, "I have no regrets." No sooner had her words fallen than the dealer's drum was struck, revealing a winning combination of 4, 5, and 6. She laughed heartily, exclaiming, "I told you so." After such prolonged misfortune, it's high time for a turn of luck. "Dealer, pay up." The dealer, beads of sweat forming on his brow, recalled that he had clearly set the odds low. How could there be any mistake? He glared at Shu Xian, accusing, "You are cheating." Shu Xian narrowed her almond-shaped eyes slightly and retorted coldly, "Are you suggesting that I am cheating simply because I won a substantial amount? When I was losing continuously, you never accused me of cheating. Is it possible that this Wanli casino lacks the funds to pay me and is resorting to tricks?" The onlookers murmured in agreement. Hua Dai gently tugged at her sleeve and whispered, "Have you perhaps gone too far this time?" Without turning to meet his gaze, Shu Xian quietly replied, "It's only thrilling when the stakes are high. Just wait and see. The real excitement is still to come. If it weren't fun, I wouldn't have brought you along." Her words were laced with playful irony. Hua Dai sighed, unable to fathom her thoughts, and felt a mix of apprehension and curiosity as he trailed beside her. As the dealer prepared to speak, a composed middle-aged man approached. He clasped his hands before Shu Xian and stated, "The Wanli casino never resorts to deceit. However, the stakes you just gambled were rather high, and we do not have sufficient funds on hand today. I shall write you an IOU. You may take it to the Yuan Bank to exchange for silver." With that, he gestured to a servant who produced ink, paper, and a seal. The man swiftly penned a note, stamped it, and handed it to Shu Xian. Shu Xian recognized this man from her previous visit to the Yulong tea house. He was Luo, the right-hand man of Qiao Yuran. However, her appearance had changed so much that Luo did not recognize her. Had he known she was the infamous Shu Xian, he likely would not have dared to gamble with her. Upon examining the note, Shu Xian frowned and questioned, "You expect me to believe that I can use this piece of paper to retrieve silver at Yuan Bank? Surely, you are attempting to deceive me." Luo smiled lightly. "You may not be aware, but both Wanli Casino and Yuan Bank are under my management. I have already affixed my seal and notified the bank's manager. You need only present this note to claim your silver." Shu Xian's heart soared with delight at the prospect of 1 million taels of silver. Such a fortune seemed too easy to acquire. She smiled faintly and replied, "I shall take your word for it this time." Luo then inquired, "Might you be interested in another round of gambling with me?" Shu Xian sighed inwardly, realizing that the silver would not come so easily. Although she had won those 2 rounds due to her understanding of the tricks commonly employed at Qiao Yuran's casino, she knew Luo was one of his most skilled gamblers. The debt of 100,000 taels she owed to Qiao Yuran was indeed thanks to Luo. However, considering the tuition paid for that 100,000 taels had resulted in such substantial earnings, it seemed quite a worthwhile exchange. Though uncertainty gnawed at her heart, she maintained an outward calm, responding with a cheerful smile, "If I were to win this time, the house would owe me 20 million taels of silver, enough to purchase half of Qingyu City." Her eyes sparkled as she continued, "But you are merely a small gambling establishment. How can you possibly possess such vast sums to pay me?" The man known as Camel smiled faintly, "My employer is immensely wealthy. Do not doubt that even 20 million taels is a trifling sum for him. If you dare to bet, the stakes are yours. Butterfly, assuming that given her character, she would eagerly accept the challenge, was taken aback when she replied, however, I have already won 10 million taels, a sum sufficient to sustain me for a year and a half. I do not wish to gamble any further. With that, she turned to leave, fully aware that while she possessed a spirit of adventure, she would not engage in a gamble she knew she would lose. Yet, she had scarcely taken 3 steps when a burly figure blocked her path. Camel spoke calmly, you are quite right, but our establishment has rules. Since you have won such a considerable amount, you must play another round. He was confident that, should Shushin gamble with him, her defeat was inevitable. Turning back, Shushin regarded Camel coolly, I am not averse to this round, but I fear you might end up losing your trousers. As she spoke, she sought an escape strategy, realizing that Camel's audacity stemmed from his complete assurance in reclaiming her winnings. Aside from being a master gambler, he was also a formidable fighter. She had heard Xiao Yuran commend him, claiming his martial prowess and cunning rivaled her own, while Butterfly, though adept in agility, was likely outmatched. The gambling house was now packed, and she estimated that more than half of the crowd consisted of its patrons, surrounding her with intent. As her eyes darted around, contemplating her options, she tightened her grip on the fan in her hand. Yet, as she did so, a smile crept onto her lips, and a newfound confidence glimmered in her gaze. Camel observed her closely. Why not wager and see how the outcome unfolds? I consider myself well-versed in gambling across the land, yet I have never encountered a worthy opponent. Today, I am eager to discover your capabilities. Shushin replied with a playful grin. In truth, I am not a gambler. If I lose, it would merely mean returning to my original stake. While should you lose, 20 million taels is no trifling matter. Do you not fear your employer's wrath? Camel smiled serenely. My employer has entrusted the management of this establishment to me, confident in my abilities. To instill trust, he took pen and paper, documenting the sum of silver to be wagered and setting it aside. Shushin settled into a chair at the center, lazily stating, Then I too wish to see just what abilities you possess. The butterfly, seasoned in the art of deception, sensed an unusual atmosphere that permeated the air, causing a flicker of unease within her. Although the Jade City belonged to Yushio, at this gambling den, he and his 4 formidable guards were conspicuously absent from her side. Should peril arise, she would find herself at a distinct disadvantage, and thus her heart raced with trepidation. Leaning closer to her, he whispered, What is your level of confidence? Shu Xian replied softly, Not even 1%. The butterfly was momentarily taken aback, exclaiming, Not even 1%, yet you dare to gamble with him? With a gleeful smile, Shu Xian responded, It is precisely because of that uncertainty that I wish to gamble. I crave the thrill. The butterfly, taken aback by her words, found herself at a loss for words. Though she was well acquainted with Shu Xian's character and harbored a multitude of grievances, she could only grumble silently. She began to survey the surroundings, seeking an escape route. Camel, possessing keen hearing, discerned their hushed conversation amidst the chaotic milieu, a sly smile creeping upon his lips. He had long recognized Shu Xian's lack of gambling prowess. Yet he was aware that the dealer would not extend her any leniency. Could her previous wins merely be attributed to luck? The thought nagged at him. In high-stakes gambling, the dice must have been tampered with, making it implausible for her to have emerged victorious. Confusion and suspicion swirled within him. Camel inquired, What does the young master wish to wager? Shu Xian chuckled, I am not well versed in gambling. I prefer to guess high or low, just as before. Camel furrowed his brow slightly, but replied, Is merely guessing high or low sufficient to determine victory? This has always been the simplest of gambling methods, typically favored by novice gamblers. If you truly intend to gamble in this manner today, it may well become the most lucrative wager ever made in such a simplistic game. With a sigh, Shu Xian confessed, At home, my father is quite strict, and I have rarely engaged in gambling, so aside from guessing high or low, I know nothing else. Since Camel's arrival, her tone had softened. It was not an affectation of sophistication, but rather a desire to avoid drawing attention to herself. Her admission elicited a chorus of astonished murmurs from the crowd, as a person utterly unfamiliar with gambling dared to enter a wager of millions of taels. Was it ignorance or audacity that propelled her? Camel, recognizing the validity of her words, yet remaining skeptical, replied coolly, Then let us proceed as you suggest. Lin Yan, fetch a new set of dice. Once the new dice arrived, Camel intended to place them into the drum, but she stepped forward, saying, Allow me to inspect these dice. Camel smiled faintly. An individual who lacked knowledge of gambling would glean little from mere observation. Without hesitation, he handed the dice to her. She pretended to examine them before blinking innocently and stating, "In truth, I cannot discern much from them, but I do have an affinity for new things." With that, she lifted her head and flashed a cheerful smile at Camel. Her eyes sparkled with a smile, curving like a crescent moon on the horizon, enchanting and playful, as if she transformed into a different person from moments ago when she remained solemn. The Camel felt an inexplicable flutter in his heart. The thought startled him as it surfaced in his mind. Although he had long discerned that Shu Xin was disguised as a woman, he had encountered numerous extraordinary beauties during his travels, yet none had ever stirred such emotions within him. With a playful giggle, Shu Xin elegantly flicked her fan, and with a soft smile, returned the dice to the Camel, saying, "I shall still bet on big." Her voice was extraordinarily gentle, and her smile, utterly adorable. However, the glimmer in the Camel's eyes had dimmed, replaced by a hint of infatuation as he asked dreamily, "You bet on big?" Shu Xin nodded and confidently placed all her silver on the big bet. Then, as if struck by an idea, she suggested, "Why don't we raise the stakes a little more?" The Camel, bewildered, inquired, "How do we raise the stakes?" With a playful flutter of her eyelashes, Shu Xin proposed, "Beyond the silver on the table, if you lose, this gambling house will be mine. And if I lose, I shall forfeit my father's silk shop in Yunzhou to you. What do you think?" The butterfly was momentarily taken aback, unable to suppress his curiosity. "Where did you acquire a silk shop?" Shu Xin did not respond, but shot him a fleeting glare. He quickly comprehended that should she win, she would claim the gambling house, while if she lost, the silk shop was merely a ruse, a trick to avoid losing. Observing her confidence, he sensed her assuredness in winning this round. Yet, a sliver of unease flickered within him as he caught a glimpse of the expression in the Camel's eyes, and he recalled her earlier demeanor, a smile tugging at his lips. Having encountered countless individuals, how could he not see through her little game? It was precisely how he had fallen into her trap. The Camel acquiesced, very well. He then instructed his servant to present the gambling house's contract. A nearby attendant whispered, "Master, are you not playing too high?" Ignoring him, the Camel thought it irrelevant. His gambling prowess was unparalleled. Having never met a challenger, how could he possibly lose to someone who barely knew the game? Shu Xin smiled faintly. "It can begin now." The Camel nodded, deftly placing the dice into the drum, skillfully shaking it. The butterfly, witnessing the Camel's technique, could not help but exclaim, "What a marvelous method!" Though he frequented gambling houses and had seen many wager, he had never witnessed such finesse. The Camel remained silent, and after shaking, he unveiled the drum. 3 sixes. A collective gasp swept through the crowd, particularly from those within the gambling house, their faces awash with disbelief. The master gambler, who had never lost, had indeed been bested by someone who hardly knew how to gamble. Shu Xin giggled, bowing slightly to the Camel. "Thank you for your graciousness." With that, she seized the deed to the gambling house and the silver the Camel had written down, dragging the butterfly as she swiftly exited the doors of the Wanli gambling house. As soon as Shu Xin stepped out the door, she exclaimed, "Butterfly, it's time to showcase your talents." The butterfly was momentarily taken aback, and Shu Xin playfully tapped his head with her fan, saying, "That means to flee. We must return to the royal residence for safety." Rubbing his head, the butterfly, somewhat resigned, asked, "Why should we run away?" Shu Xin replied with frustration, "Are you really that foolish? If you've deceived others out of their silver, of course, you must escape. Do you wish to wait here for them to turn you into minced meat?" At that moment, a loud shout erupted from outside the gambling den. Without further ado, the butterfly scooped her up and swiftly employed his lightness skill, soaring towards the royal residence. Meanwhile, the henchman inside the gambling house awaited the signal from Camel, who stood there, observing as Shu Xin and the butterfly vanished through the entrance. The henchman assumed he had ulterior motives and contemplated intercepting them, yet dared not act, instead keeping their eyes fixed on Camel. As Shu Xin and the butterfly exited the gambling house, Camel shuddered, his eyes regaining clarity. Upon realizing that Shu Xin and the butterfly were gone, and that the pile of silver notes and promissory notes on the table had vanished, he was taken aback and inquired, "What transpired?" The only memory he retained was of the woman disguised as a man, unfurling her fan before him. Suddenly struck with a thought, he gasped, could this be the legendary enchantment technique? One of his attendants, noticing his dazed expression, ventured, "Master, are we truly going to allow that young man to take our gambling house?" Camel seized the attendant, fuming, "What did you just say?" The attendant trembled, stammering, "Did you not just lose the gambling house's contract to that young man?" Camel, incensed, commanded, "Hurry and send someone to retrieve him." The henchman rushed out of the gambling house, only to find that the butterfly and Shu Xin had already vanished without a trace. Elated, Shu Xin sat in the green willow pavilion, counting her silver notes, reveling in her newfound wealth. She had secured her dowry and could now marry in splendid fashion. After a moment's contemplation, she gathered all the silver notes and promissory notes, summoned the azure dragon and white tiger, and accompanied by dozens of guards, made her way to the Wanyuan Bank. Upon her grand arrival, she presented the substantial stack of silver notes to the manager for conversion into cash. The manager's face darkened upon seeing the amount, and he squinted, asking, "What? Does your large bank lack the ability to exchange this sum?" He quickly clarified, "It's not that we can't, but your arrival was so sudden that our vault lacks sufficient silver. Please wait a moment while I fetch it." With that, he sent his assistant to summon Camel. Observing this, Shu Xian remained unfazed, casually stating, "I intend to withdraw all these silver notes today. If you cannot fulfill this, prepare to close your doors for good." Her tone, though calm, was decidedly impolite. The manager, sensing her formidable resolve, nodded in agreement. Within moments, Camel arrived, flanked by dozens of henchmen. Upon seeing him, Shu Xian giggled, "You're too kind. I merely came to collect my silver. There was no need to summon so many to assist." The camel coldly remarked, "You have enchanted me with your beguilement, leading me to lose my silver. Do you truly believe you can walk away with it today?" Though he spoke thus, he could not help but feel a twinge of astonishment upon seeing the guards brought by Shu Xian. Who exactly is this woman? And from whence did she summon such formidable allies? Shu Xian scoffed, "So you truly intend to renege on our agreement? When we gambled, we merely stated that the outcome would be determined by a single round. Never did we stipulate the methods to be employed. Furthermore, you never claimed that enchantment was off limits. Deceit had always been her forte." She couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. As for enchantment, she possessed no such talent. What she excelled at was concocting various poisons, which she would then cunningly deploy against her targets. The camel retorted, "You are rather forthright, admitting your tactics. If you had any sense, you would return the silver, and we could consider the matter settled. Should you choose to remain obstinate, well, do not blame me for being ungracious." His words were harsh, yet he lacked complete assurance. Upon witnessing her arrival with such a retinue, he had already dispatched a servant to summon reinforcements. Seeing his actions, Shu Xian exchanged a glance with Qing Long, who understood and ignited a firework, standing calmly at her side. Their princess truly possessed remarkable ingenuity. It was a mystery how she had procured so many banknotes. Although they were well aware of the immense wealth of Wanyuan Bank, it was a civilian establishment, and as officials, they had no means of seizing the silver directly. Now, however, Shu Xian had come bearing notes to procure the silver. Yet, Bai Hu felt a sense of unease. He was acutely aware of Shu Xian's capabilities. The amount of silver at stake was substantial, and he feared she might resort to exceedingly unsavory methods. Moreover, she had led them out of the royal palace without consulting Yushio. Who could say what trouble she might stir? Shu Xian coldly laughed. "When you initially gambled with me, was it not because you believed I would falter at the game? Furthermore, I was on the verge of departing. Yet you insisted I remain. Now that you have lost, you dare to cast aspersions upon me. Reflect upon your conscience. Is it not true that you coveted my silver?" Thus instigating this wager, the camel found himself at a loss for words. Shu Xian continued, "You clearly run an illicit gambling den, yet due to your considerable influence, none dare oppose you. Suffering loss is merely part of the game, but I am a person who refuses to be taken advantage of. Hence, your defeat at my hands is hardly surprising." She paused momentarily before adding, "In truth, you did not lose to me, but rather to your own avarice. Had you not sought to win my 500,000 taels, none of this would have transpired." She gestured, "Qing Long, go collect the silver." Upon realizing her extraordinary background and the validity of her arguments, the camel felt a sense of dismay. Though her demeanor was somewhat brazen, she had articulated the essence of the matter. However, if all the silver were to be removed by them, the branch in Liangzhou would be rendered incapacitated. And should Xiao Yuran pursue the issue, how could he possibly bear the consequences? As the azure dragon advanced, the camel swiftly interposed himself, prompting a cold snort from the azure dragon, who struck with lightning speed towards the camel's face. The camel, quick to react, ducked and aimed a blow at the azure dragon's chest. The azure dragon, with a frosty grunt, thrust his palm forward to counter. Their palms collided with a thunderous bang, causing both to stagger back 3 steps. The camel, taken aback, scrutinized the individuals brought by Shu Xian once more. Noticing the situation, Shu Xian felt a sense of clarity and cheerfully remarked, "I have come merely to collect what is rightfully mine, so I must ask you to step aside." The azure dragon gestured for the guards, who methodically entered the treasury, unceremoniously flinging open the doors to reveal a vast array of gleaming silver and gold. With a mischievous grin, Shu Xian exclaimed, "Shopkeeper, did you not claim there was no silver? What then is this?" While she had little concept of the amount of wealth before her, the sight of the towering piles of gold and silver brought a radiant smile to her face. At that moment, the camel's reinforcements arrived, wielding long blades, and the camel coldly commanded, "Place all the silver down. Let today's events be as if they never occurred." The azure dragon retorted with a chilling laugh, "You shall regret those words." With that, he whistled, and soon footsteps echoed from all directions. The camel was taken aback, turning to see his men surrounded by a group of formidable individuals clad in sleek black attire. Realizing he faced formidable opponents, the camel assessed Shu Xian from head to toe and inquired, "Who exactly are you?" The azure dragon's prowess impressed him, and upon observing the agility of the guards, it was evident they were no ordinary servants. It dawned upon him that only the Qin Wangfu could muster such elite guards. Yet, given the Qin Wang's reputation for discretion and elegance, it seemed improbable that he would orchestrate such an affair. Puzzled, he had no choice but to voice his curiosity, even in defeat, to ascertain the identity of his adversaries. Shu Xian, perceiving his expression, understood that he had likely deduced their origins. She smiled lightly and responded, "Return and inform your master that I shall safeguard this sum of silver for him. Should he wish to reclaim it, he may come to the Qin Wangfu to seek me. Oh, and I almost neglected to mention, I am the Qin Wangfei." With that, she turned and entered her carriage, departing with a flourish, her entourage laden with silver closely following. The staggering amount of wealth necessitated over 300 carts for transport, and she was too indifferent to count the total, knowing she had made a tremendous profit this time. Unbeknownst to Shu Xian, the treasury was not originally intended to hold such a vast sum. In light of the impending conflict, Qiao Yuran had decided to consolidate all of Liangzhou's silver for transport back to Fian City. But he had not yet had the opportunity to do so when Shu Xian seized it all. The silver in this treasury represented Qiao Yuran's accumulated income from Liangzhou over the years, totaling over 20 million taels, surpassing the annual tax revenue collected by Yuxiu in Liangzhou. Furthermore, the silver stored in Liangzhou exceeded the total combined amounts of all other states and prefectures. The reason is quite simple. Liangzhou is the most prosperous region of the entire Desert Dynasty, where commerce flourishes and the populace enjoys a certain affluence. What Shu Xian remains unaware of is that her actions, which seized the silver from this place, have directly influenced the subsequent events, causing significant damage to Qiao Yuran's numerous enterprises. Some of these enterprises are even facing closure as a result of this incident. For instance, the money houses are struggling due to insufficient funds and the looming threat of war, prompting the common folk to withdraw their silver, fearing for their safety. Consequently, Qiao Yuran, already wounded by this incident and needing to procure military supplies, finds herself unable to pay the silver owed, leading to the abrupt closure of all money houses within the Desert Dynasty overnight. In a study, Yu Xiu and Ding Lujing were engaged in discussion when Yu Xiu called softly, "Qinglong." To his surprise, Xuanwu entered and bowed, stating, "Qinglong has accompanied the princess on an errand and has yet to return." Yu Xiu furrowed his brow, bewildered. The princess has no acquaintances in Liangzhou, nor any pressing matters. With the grand wedding just 2 days away, what could she possibly be doing? Xuanwu replied, "I am uncertain of the specifics, but I do know that this morning the princess took Huadai out for a while, and then instructed Qinglong and Baihu to lead several hundred guards from the secret division, claiming they were to retrieve silver." Ding Lujing chuckled, "Xiao, might it be that your princess has secretly saved a sum of money and is now retrieving it as a dowry?" Yu Xiu shook his head before arriving in Liangzhou. She was imprisoned by Yu Zhao in the dungeon. Even if she had silver, she could not have brought it with her. Moreover, to require hundreds of individuals to collect silver suggests a substantial amount. Given her temperament, it is more likely she has taken them to instigate a fight. He recalled her once expressing her desire to display her authority when given the chance. At that moment, another firework lit up the sky, prompting Yu Xiu to frown. That is Qinglong's signal. They have brought so many people and still have not resolved the situation. It appears that significant trouble is at hand. "Jing, accompany me." A wave of anxiety washed over him. Although he had previously conveyed to the guards that the princess's commands were tantamount to his own, allowing her to mobilize personnel without his consent, his initial intention had been her safety. Yet, here she was, a true troublemaker. He pondered whether he should retract that authority. Otherwise, who knows what chaos she might unleash. Just as the three were about to exit the palace, they spotted Shu Xian returning in a carriage, singing an unfamiliar tune and laughing heartily. Ding Lujing and Yu Xiu exchanged glances. Upon seeing Yu Xiu, Shu Xian exuberantly shouted from the carriage, "Xiu, we have struck it rich." Before the carriage had even come to a halt, she attempted to leap down. Her reckless behavior sent Yushio into a panic. Though the carriage was not particularly high, it was still moving forward, and she had no martial skills. What was she thinking? In his moment of concern, he swiftly employed his lightness skill to catch her as she staggered towards the edge of the carriage. Shushin inhaled the fragrant aroma that lingered around him, chuckling softly as she extricated herself from his embrace, and exclaimed, "Shio, this time we have struck it rich." Yushio, with a stern countenance, retorted, "Are you not aware of how perilous your earlier actions were? You, who usually appears so astute, should surely recognize the dangers of disembarking the carriage in such a manner." He disregarded the boxes entirely, opting instead to reprimand her. Shushin playfully stuck out her tongue and replied, "I knew you would catch me." Noticing his displeased expression, she added with a charming smile, "I promise I won't dare do it again. Your fierce demeanor is quite frightening." Her voice took on a coy tone, laced with a hint of childlike mischief. Ding Lu Jing, observing from the side, shuddered slightly and teased, "Would you two prefer to indulge in your nauseating antics in the privacy of your room, or might you consider the appropriateness of the setting?" He noted their flirtations amidst the throng of royal guards, who, in their embarrassment, averted their gazes. Shushin, with a dismissive huff, ignored him and grasped Yushio's hand, saying, "Come, take a look. These are all silver and gold. What do you think? My dowry will certainly bring you prestige." She resembled a child showcasing her treasures. When she noticed Yushio still frowning, she insisted loudly, "Open all those boxes." The carriage ahead had already entered the royal residence, and the guards complied with her request, unveiling box after box filled to the brim with gleaming riches, their golden radiance illuminating the dreary day. Yushio and Ding Lu Jing were taken aback, exchanging bewildered glances before Yushio, his brow furrowed in confusion, inquired, "Where did you acquire such a vast sum of silver?" With a beaming smile, Shushin replied, "I won all of it." Her tone brimmed with pride. After all, her union with him was anything but meager. It dawned upon her that she possessed a remarkable talent for gambling. Yet upon reflecting on the recent events, she realized that this form of gambling bore a striking resemblance to robbery. Had they lacked sufficient strength, it was likely they would not have been able to bring such wealth home. Chapter 74. In Yushio's impression, Shu Xian was not one to gamble, so he inquired, "With whom did you engage in such games?" Shu Xian chuckled and recounted the events of the day, leaving both Yushio and Ding Lu Jing in a state of astonishment. Once she finished, Yushio sighed deeply, "As you have said, I might as well relinquish my title as prince. The annual taxes from Liangzhou do not amount to the chaos you have stirred today. Yet your actions were undeniably perilous. You dared to gamble with only the butterfly as your companion." He was at a loss for words to express his thoughts on her recklessness. Looking into his eyes, Shu Xian replied, "You have done so much for me. It is only fitting that I contribute in some way." Yushio was momentarily taken aback by her words and couldn't help but ask, "Are you saying that everything you did today was solely for my sake?" Shu Xian pouted, "What need do I have for such a large sum of silver alone? Did you not mention your need for it? I merely sought to assist you in acquiring some. Besides, if I find myself in want, I could always pawn your heartlock." Yet, a shadow of concern lingered in her heart, hoping that this war would never come to pass. The path she traversed with Qiao Yuran was not of her choosing. Some people and some emotions, once relegated to the past, remained forever lost. Yushio was profoundly touched by the first half of her statement, yet the latter part left him both amused and exasperated. He sighed and admonished, "I truly do not understand where you derive such nonsensical notions. I must warn you once more, do not speak of pawning the heartlock again, or else you shall have to beware of my wrath." Shu Xian giggled, "Very well, I shall not pawn the heartlock, I shall merely sell it." Noticing the stormy expression on Yushio's face, she continued with a smile, "With my knack for making money, how could I possibly be reduced to selling the heartlock? Unless, of course, you were to cast me aside. Only then would I consider parting with it." Yushio sighed again, "In this world, it is likely that anyone could forsake me, but you shall never be among them." On the 8th day of the 12th month, a day of peace, auspiciousness, happiness, and health, the winter sky remained shrouded in mist, and the waters of the palace pond had frozen over. Yet, the atmosphere within the palace was filled with joy. Vibrant red lanterns and ribbons adorned the estate, and the bright red candles blazed fiercely in the hall. Every door was decorated with auspicious characters, and the festive spirit dispelled much of the winter chill. Within the palace, people moved about busily. The servants had been preparing everything necessary for the grand wedding since dawn, their faces alight with joy. They sincerely wished for their prince's happiness, and each person devoted themselves to their tasks, striving to excel in their duties. In the Wutong Pavilion, Yushio sat with a furrowed brow, seemingly lost in deep contemplation. Ding Lu Jing inquired. Xiao, are you certain he will come today? Yu Xiao replied pensively. As long as he draws breath, he shall undoubtedly arrive. A glint of determination flashed in his eyes as he continued. I do not wish for any unforeseen incidents on this day of marriage. Therefore, Jing, I entrust everything to you. Ding Lu Jing nodded affirmatively. Rest assured, with me here, should he dare to show up, I will ensure he leaves in a most unceremonious manner. His eyes were sharp as blades, and his face bore an expression of unwavering determination. Yu Xiao nodded slightly and said, Then I must trouble you more? Ding Lu Jing patted his shoulder and replied, Why should we be so formal, being brothers? Yu Xiao smiled faintly, yet a shadow of sorrow clouded his gaze as he sighed. Though the royal family has many brothers, there is not a shred of genuine affection among them. Yet I have you, a friend closer than a biological brother. Heaven has indeed been kind to me. Life often teaches us to be content, and fate is fair. It grants us these blessings but takes away others. Ding Lu Jing smiled gently and remarked, Xiao, what troubles you today? Why so sentimental? Yu Xiao replied pensively, I still remember my last marriage to Shu Exine, which was intended to gain the support of the Xiang family, yet unexpectedly led me to discover my true love. Most of life is beyond our control, and fate has played a few tricks on me. As memories surfaced, he couldn't help but feel a sense of nostalgia. For some reason, he felt particularly melancholic today. Ding Lu Jing gazed at him with envy and said, You have your own happiness, but what about me? I have no idea where my happiness lies. It seems that fate has played even bigger tricks on me. He sighed again. Yu Xiao understood that Ding Lu Jing was thinking of Imo Lan. He looked at him and said, Do not dwell on it too much. Imo Lan's spirit in heaven would surely wish for your happiness. A shadow of pain crossed Ding Lu Jing's eyes as he replied softly, How wonderful it would be if life were always as it was at first sight. If only I and Imo Lan were not separated by the so-called enmity of family and country, perhaps I would not be in such anguish. Maybe I would have already married and had children. He then smiled and added, Today is your joyous day. Let us refrain from speaking of such inauspicious matters. I will go arrange the guests. You should enjoy your role as the groom. Yu Xiao smiled gently and continued, However, after your marriage, do take care of your princess. Do not spoil her too much. If you continue to indulge her, she may ascend to the heavens. Yu Xiao looked at him and said, And if she does ascend to the heavens, what of it? Ding Lu Jing shook his head and replied, Xiao, you truly are beyond redemption. With that, he stepped out. As he walked away, he pondered, when will he find his own happiness? He hoped that day would not be too far off. Outside, the temperature was frigid, and the morning mist hung thick in the air, the cold wind biting at his face like a knife. Yet, his face was resolute, his eyes reflecting both a blessing and a tinge of sadness. He remembered the first time he met Imo Lan, on a morning much like this one. Though the weather in the northern desert was far colder than in Liangzhou, it was a day when water froze upon contact, yet in retrospect, that winter morning felt incredibly warm. To be with the one you love is indeed a profoundly joyful experience. A hint of tenderness unconsciously flickered in his sharp gaze. He vividly recalls that morning when, as usual, he led a group of soldiers in their morning exercises. After their training, he mounted his horse and galloped across the vast desert. His mood that day was somewhat somber, for a battle against the northern Mings was imminent, and his soldiers were far from being as robust as their adversaries. The disparity in numbers weighed heavily on his mind, filling him with unease about how to approach the impending conflict. Winning against a superior force requires not only extraordinary courage, but also the audacity to confront the challenge head-on. Deep within the desert lay an oasis he had once visited. However, in the biting cold of this season, he feared that the oasis would be devoid of any greenery. Yet, on that day, he found himself yearning to wander there, recalling that it seemed to be home to winter-sweet blossoms. Though he had never been fond of flowers, the immense pressure he felt compelled him to seek some semblance of vitality to uplift his spirits. To his disappointment, he did not find the winter-sweet that day. Instead, he encountered a figure clad in crimson seated upon the snow, a young woman named Imo Lan. Her scarlet attire was strikingly vibrant, contrasting sharply with the desolate landscape, infusing the already silent oasis with life. At first glance, he felt an inexplicable connection, as if she embodied the vitality he sought. As he approached her, he realized that while her robe was dazzling, it paled in comparison to her beauty. She possessed the deep-set eyes characteristic of desert women, clear, transparent, and vibrant. Her complexion, while not particularly fair, radiated a healthy glow. Her nose was slightly elevated, sharp, and well-defined. Upon noticing his approach, a playful glimmer appeared in her lively eyes, and her first words astonished him. I admire your appearance and demeanor. From this day forth, You shall be my man." Her voice rang like a lark, yet her bold proclamation startled him. In many ways, she bore a resemblance to Shu Xian, both daring and tenacious women, which made it difficult for him to feel anger towards her, despite his tumultuous experiences with Shu Xian. However, he felt a surge of irritation at her audacity. He was not fond of such brazen behavior. As he sought to ride away, Imolan nimbly leaped onto his horse. He was taken aback by her agility. But what astonished him even more was the fluffy white creature that followed her closely. He attempted to dislodge Imolan from the saddle, yet she tightened her grip around his waist. The snowy creature then leaped onto his shoulder, its tiny pink mouth gently kissing his cheek, nearly causing him to tumble off his horse in fright. He had always harbored a profound fear of anything resembling a mouse, and Imolan seemed to sense his unease. With a laugh, she reassured him, "This is me Fan, my best friend. Don't worry, he won't bite." Then, giggling, she added, "What a big man you are. Afraid of a little ferret. You are simply adorable." At that moment, he realized that the furry creature was indeed a ferret, and he found it utterly perplexing that someone would consider such a small animal a dear friend. Moreover, it was the first time in his life that anyone had called him adorable. How could a man of stature be described in such a manner? The wind intensified. Reminiscent of that day, he galloped across the desert with Imolan. A faint smile graced his lips as he witnessed Yushio's grand wedding. Unexpectedly, he felt a surge of sentimentality. Perhaps everyone harbors a yearning for happiness deep within their hearts. A flash of red darted before his eyes, causing him to momentarily freeze. That fleeting crimson figure echoed the memory of his first encounter with Imolan, and his heart began to race fervently. He called out, "Imolan." Yet, after uttering her name, he sighed, fearing he had become utterly mad with longing for her. She was gone. How could she possibly appear here again? The figure was remarkably agile, swiftly leaping into a tree, ignoring him, and settling upon a branch. The woman clad in red possessed a slender form, her face obscured by a veil of red silk. Ding Lu Jing was taken aback by her dexterity. In his recollection, only Imolan and Zhu Ke exhibited such prowess among women. The sight of this figure intensified his heartbeat as he called again, "Imolan." This time, his voice held a hint of certainty, yet trembled with uncertainty. At that moment, Mi Fan, who had been nestled in his arms, sprang forth with great speed into the embrace of the red-clad woman, chirping excitedly. The woman gently cradled Mi Fan and lifted it to her lips, bestowing a tender kiss through the veil. Mi Fan chirped in response, as if conversing with her. The woman paid no heed to Ding Lu Jing, nor did she respond to his calls. Yet, a glimmer of mirth danced in her bright eyes. Upon noticing his approach, she swiftly leaped northward with remarkable agility. Ding Lu Jing, observing her grace and form, felt increasingly assured yet more agitated. He called out loudly, "Imolan, where are you going? Wait for me." However, the red-clad woman dashed away as he drew near, her lightness surpassing even Zhu Quebec. He could no longer afford to concern himself with anything else, unleashing his own skills to pursue her with all his might. His martial prowess was unparalleled, though his agility paled in comparison to that of Hua Hudi. This woman, however, seemed to match him in skill. They raced forward, he in hot pursuit, covering nearly 50 miles until they reached a bustling town, alive with festivities. The red-clad woman vanished into the throng, and Ding Lu Jing was momentarily taken aback. He hurried after her, only to encounter a wedding procession adorned in crimson. He paused in shock, and by the time he regained his senses, the red figure had completely disappeared among the crowd. Desperation clawed at him as he exclaimed, "Imolan, I know you are still angry with me, but please, do not ignore me." His voice echoed through the marketplace, yet no one answered. A wave of despondency washed over him, leaving him feeling hollow as he stood on the street corner, surrounded by the cacophony of drums and gongs. He sighed, realizing it was yet another day of celebration. Just then, a troubling thought surged in his mind, and he gasped, realizing the gravity of the situation. Swiftly employing her lightness of foot, she hastened towards the royal residence. The atmosphere within the palace was bustling, filled with a multitude of guests. Anyone who could claim even a slight connection to the Qin Wang eagerly flocked to the celebration. Forging a relationship with the Qin Wang was undeniably a matter of great honor. At the end closest to the palace, Shuxin sat gracefully at the dressing table, while Mingwei attended to her hair. In accordance with tradition, on the day of their marriage, Yushio would come to escort Shuxin from the inn to the palace. For the first time, Shuxin felt an unprecedented sense of tranquility. Her heart had previously resembled an inn, lacking a permanent abode. Yet today, following her union with Yushio, she was poised to embrace a life that truly belonged to her. Although the future remained uncertain, happiness was already within her grasp. With the one she loved by her side, all challenges seemed trivial. She was unafraid of battle, no matter how formidable the 800,000 troops might be or how frail the 300,000 soldiers from Liangzhou. With him beside her, all was right in her world. Deep within, she harbored a hope that Xiao Yuran would comprehend her subtle hints and abandon this senseless conflict. Together, they would face all adversities, which would hardly be considered dire. Gazing into the copper mirror at her delicate visage, Shuxin could not help but smile faintly, her ink-black eyes brimming with joy. To marry the one she cherished and pursue her own happiness had always been her aspiration, and fate had been exceptionally kind, allowing her to meet Yuxiu. Today, she donned a splendid crimson wedding robe, exquisitely crafted with intricate dark patterns of dragon and phoenix, bordered with pure white fox fur, which accentuated her fair and rosy complexion. Adorning her hair was a golden hairpin, and her meticulously styled hairdo complemented her refined features, lightly enhanced with makeup, while her bright eyes sparkled with vitality. Once Mingyue had completed her adornment, she could not help but exclaim, "Princess, you usually appear rather unkempt. I always thought you were merely of average beauty. But today, in this attire, you are truly captivating." Shuxin relished the compliment but pouted slightly, responding, "Are you suggesting that I am ugly in my everyday appearance? A bride is always the most beautiful, not solely for her looks, but for the joy and subtle shyness that accompany her impending nuptials." Mingyue laughed. "When I first encountered the princess, I was nearly taken aback by your appearance. It was indeed a sight to behold. I wondered how the prince could marry such an unsightly bride. Was he perhaps in a fit of pique? It was only later that I realized the prince possesses discerning taste." Shuxin shot her a glare, saying, "You are cleverly disguising an insult while subtly praising your prince." Mingyue replied earnestly, "Princess, given the circumstances, I must speak candidly. For a long time, the 4 chief guards and I held certain biases against you. I have played tricks on you, and you have done the same to me. We were not particularly inclined to respect you, but we were courteous out of regard for the prince. However, at this moment, we hold you in great esteem." Shuxin blinked in surprise and asked, "Your sentiments seem to have changed remarkably. How can there be such a stark contrast?" The bright moon gazed at Shuxin and remarked, "In the past, we perceived you as lacking the grace befitting a true lady, overly sharp-tongued, and possessing a remarkable lack of self-awareness due to your unsightly appearance. However, after engaging with you, we discovered that you are entirely different from our initial assumptions." Shuxin looked back at Mingyue, slightly furrowing her brow, and inquired, "Then what am I truly like?" A glimmer of amusement appeared in Mingyue's eyes as she replied, "You possess an extraordinarily intelligent heart, one that is inherently kind and deeply values the people and things around you. I admire your tenacity." Shuxin pursed her lips and said, "Am I really as you describe? I nearly missed the chance with your prince due to my stubbornness. So looking back, life sometimes necessitates letting go. Clinging desperately to a single tree may ultimately lead to one's downfall." Before Mingyue could respond, Chasing Wind entered the room with a cheerful demeanor, exclaiming, "Mother, you and father have finally wed. Henceforth, it is only fitting that I call him father." Shuxin playfully tapped his head and retorted, "You understand the concept of propriety?" Chasing Wind, rubbing his head, chuckled, "Of course. However, I have been pondering something that I am unsure whether to voice." Shuxin laughed and said, "Is there truly anything you hesitate to say? Stop pretending and speak your mind." With that, she pretended to strike him again. Chasing Wind evaded her playful gesture and said, "All right, I shall speak." He widened his bright, dark eyes, biting his lip as he continued, "What I wish to express is that if you and father have your own children in the future, you must not forsake me or cast me aside." As he spoke, he looked at Shuxin, a hint of worry evident in his deep, dark eyes. Upon hearing his words, Shuxin paused, reflecting on the subtle melancholy she had observed in Chasing Wind during his moments of solitude. It became clear that this little one had been contemplating such matters. Sensing her silence, Chasing Wind grew anxious. "Mother, I do not wish to presume that you would treat me as your biological son. I only hope to remain by your side. I can endure hardship, but I cannot bear a life of instability and hunger. Most importantly, I love you, mother, and wish to stay with you, never depart." As he spoke, tears welled in his eyes. Shuxin sighed, a mix of exasperation and amusement washing over her as she scolded gently, "You truly are a foolish child. Have I ever said I would abandon you? Leaving aside the question of when I might have my own children, even if that were to happen, I have promised to care for you for a lifetime. Did you not remember my words? It was my negligence not to clarify this to you." She realized that the boy was overly sensitive, contemplating the future far too deeply. Chasing Wind, momentarily taken aback, soon understood her sentiment and dove into her embrace, saying, "Last night, I had a dream that you no longer wanted me, and it frightened me." At this, he began to sob softly. Shuxin, both exasperated and amused, reached out to gently stroke his head and reassured him. "As long as you behave and do not provoke my ire, how could I ever wish to be without you?" The bright moon also urged gently, "Young master, today marks the wedding of the prince and princess. It would be wise to refrain from tears, as it brings ill fortune." Chasing Wind hastily wiped away his tears. Seeing the genuine emotions reflected in his eyes, Shu Xian realized that she was the most significant person in his world. She could not help but recall her own helplessness when she first arrived in this realm, understanding his heartfelt fears. Outside, Yushio's voice called, "Xian, are you ready?" Mingyu smiled with pursed lips and remarked, "Your Highness, you are rather impatient. The prince is still preparing, and there is ample time before the auspicious moment." She added, "Your Highness, you cannot enter just yet. It would be inauspicious." Yet, Yushio, unable to contain his impatience, stepped inside. With a faint smile, he declared, "Fortune is not determined by the heavens. It is I who decides." Upon seeing Shu Xian's appearance, he paused slightly, then gently took her hand, saying, "I knew you were beautiful, but you surpass all my expectations in this attire." Without regard for the presence of others, he lifted her hand to his lips and bestowed a soft kiss upon it. Shu Xian, unbothered by such formalities, replied with a smile, "I have just discovered how sweet your words are." Soon to become his bride, her heart brimmed with uncontainable joy. Today, he donned a bright red wedding robe, shedding his usual plain white garments. She felt that this version of him exuded a touch of warmth and liveliness. The vibrant red attire accentuated the festive glow on his face, rendering him both handsome and dashing. Though she had always known him to be exceptionally attractive, she had not anticipated such striking allure. His face radiated with joy, a stark contrast to the smiles he had shown her when they first met. This smile emanated from a deep-seated happiness that could not be suppressed. His long, narrow eyes now held a gentle warmth as they gazed upon her, and she adored this side of him. His tenderness was imbued with profound affection, and most importantly, that warmth was solely directed towards her. Their eyes locked, revealing the depths of their affection and tenderness, leaving both feeling immeasurably happy. Mingyu sighed softly, noting that the princess's disregard for etiquette seemed to have influenced the prince, who now appeared unconcerned with such formalities. She couldn't help but marvel at the princess's charm. The once reserved prince, who had been as gentle as jade, now exhibited a spectrum of emotions since meeting her. In truth, Mingyu had intended to convey a significant message to Shu Xian, that the prince was the finest man in the world, and she should cherish this love. The prince had suffered from past heartbreak, and she hoped that the princess would not cause him further pain. Yet, witnessing the tenderness in their exchanged glances, she felt her words would be superfluous. The depth of their affection was so profound that there was no need for her concern. However, as it was their wedding day, it was inappropriate for the prince to linger here any longer. Mingyu smiled and suggested, "Your Highness, perhaps you should wait outside, with me by the princess's side. You need not worry about her running away." Yushio offered a faint smile, and Shuxin gazed at him, saying, "Though I do not believe in such nonsensical things, if they grant me perfect happiness, I would believe in anything. Yushio, wait for me outside. When the auspicious moment arrives, come to fetch me. In this life, I shall forever be your bride." Yushio sighed, "Yet, I can hardly wait any longer." His once calm and indifferent eyes were now filled with urgency. When happiness lies before one, the heart invariably becomes anxious, grappling with both desire and fear of loss. Shuxin couldn't help but chuckle, gently kissing his hand. "Rest assured, not only in this life will I be yours, but in the next life as well, so I won't run away." Yushio's eyes brightened, and he playfully brushed her nose, saying, "You must keep your word." Shuxin replied, "When have I ever broken my promise? I just fear that you might not want me." Noticing the warmth in Yushio's gaze, she teased, "You truly are insufferable. I've just applied my makeup, and now you've smudged it." Mingyue, overhearing Shuxin, couldn't help but laugh, while Yushio felt a mix of exasperation and amusement, as such a warm atmosphere had been disrupted by her words, yet he continued to wait outside. However, before he could descend the stairs, a wail pierced the air. "Bad man, let go of my mother." This was followed by the sounds of a struggle, and Mingyue shouted, "Release the princess." Startled, Yushio swiftly employed his lightness skill to leap to the small building, only to see a cloaked figure hastily carrying Shuxin away through the open window. Without a moment's hesitation, Mingyue dashed after them. In a fit of urgency, Yushio seized a pot of hot water from the table and, channeling his inner energy, sent the boiling water hurtling toward the assailant with remarkable speed, even outpacing Mingyue. A muffled grunt echoed as the hot water struck the back of the cloaked figure, causing him to falter momentarily. The water, freshly brewed and still steaming, likely scalded his back. In the next instant, Mingwe had caught up and launched a fierce attack on the assailant. Taken aback by her formidable strikes, the cloaked figure found himself at a disadvantage. Though Mingwe was not one of the 4 great guards, she was the leader of the covert guards, her identity shrouded in secrecy, even from the palace guards. Her agility and prowess were on par with the elite, which was precisely why Yushio had assigned her to protect Shushin. Despite the general awareness of her martial skills, few knew just how exceptional they were. Now, in this dire situation, she could no longer afford to conceal her identity. With Shushin in his grasp, the assailant grew increasingly disoriented, and Yushio leaped through the window. The cloaked figure realized that if Yushio joined the fray, there would be no chance of escaping with Shushin. Meanwhile, the palace guards, alerted by the commotion, began to converge from all directions. At that moment, 3 shadowy figures swiftly approached. One of the men in black discarded an object, and immediately, a thick cloud of smoke billowed forth. Yushio was positioned at a distance, evading the smoke. Yet he observed 4 men in black carrying Shu Xian as they hurried northward. He let out a cold snort, disregarding everything else, and propelled himself forward like an arrow released from its bow. Regardless of the imminent danger, nothing mattered more to him than Shu Xian. However, a flicker of doubt arose in his mind. Where had Ding Lujing gone? In the face of such turmoil, why had he not appeared? Was he in peril? As this thought crossed his mind, he instinctively dismissed his earlier concerns. Ding Lujing's martial prowess was unparalleled. How many could truly pose a threat to him? The actions of those men ignited a fire of fury within him. Had his kindness towards them rendered them audacious enough to abduct his beloved wife? Enveloped in a murderous aura, the warmth in his narrow eyes faded, replaced by a piercing intensity. The air around him crackled with hostility. The individuals before him appeared to possess considerable agility, and some of their silhouettes seemed strikingly familiar. His mind raced, calculating every possibility before him, and he cast aside any thoughts of whether he was a match for them, unleashing his full speed in pursuit. As the moonlight awaited the dissipating smoke, Mingyu was startled by Yushio's demeanor. She hastily ignited a signal flare, and in an instant, Qing Long, Bai Hu, and Xianwu raced towards her after spotting the firework. Shu Xian, held captive by the man in black, felt a wave of frustration wash over her. Why was she so unfortunate, constantly being snatched away? She was not some coveted delicacy to warrant such treatment. Most importantly, each time she was abducted, she found herself unarmed with poison. Just the night before, she had pondered whether to carry some poison with her. But who would expect a bride to bring poison to her wedding? Moreover, Liangzhou was Yushio's territory. Who could truly harm her here? Originally indifferent to worldly matters, her love had made her entangled in them, leading her to encounter such misfortune. She silently vowed to herself that she would never again forget to carry poison, regardless of the occasion. The captor was a woman, and Shu Xian recognized the familiar scent wafting from her, especially the muffled sound she made when struck by Yushio's hot water. It was a sound she knew all too well. Witnessing Yushio's desperate chase and his concerned expression warmed her heart, yet a pang of sadness lingered. Why did her wedding have to be fraught with such calamity? She hoped fervently that Yushio would rescue her. Although she lacked martial skills, she understood that the 4 captors not only possessed remarkable agility, but also formidable combat abilities, which made her sigh in resignation. Softly, she implored, "Zhu Ke, release me, and I shall plead with the prince to overlook your actions this time." The black-clad captor hesitated for a moment, and her pace gradually slowed. As the captor faltered, Yushio closed the distance between them. Shu Xian's heart leaped with joy. But she quickly added, "I know you've always harbored feelings for Xiao, yet you must be aware that he regards you merely as a servant, harboring no other intentions. If you were to release me now, it would still be timely. However, should you persist in your stubbornness, the consequences may be utterly dire. He will not only fail to love you, but may even come to despise you." The figure cloaked in black hesitated slightly, and the companion by Shu Xian's side, witnessing the situation, swiftly seized her from the man's grasp. They leaped with agility towards a nearby river. Shu Xian was taken aback. She feared they intended to drown her in despair. Yet, her fears were unfounded, for just as they were about to plunge into the water, a small boat sped towards them. The man, still holding Shu Xian, landed securely at the bow of the vessel. The other 3 figures in black followed suit, and upon seeing Yushio approaching, they hastened their escape. In that fleeting moment, the boat surged forward, propelled by the wind and current, its oarsman evidently employing internal energy. His martial prowess was formidable, and in mere moments, they had traversed dozens of yards, leaving Yushio, despite his remarkable lightness of foot, unable to catch up. Enraged, Yu Xiu found himself helpless, for the treacherous rapids lined the left bank, devoid of any boats. He could only watch helplessly as the vessel receded into the distance. A gust of wind swept through, overturning the oarsman's cloak, revealing a pair of almond-shaped eyes that glimmered with a hint of amusement. None other than Xiao Yuran. Yu Xiu seethed. Xiao Yuran, release her at once, or you shall surely regret your actions today. With a cold snort, Xiao Yuran dismissed his words. Standing nonchalantly at the bow of the boat. Once aboard, the black-clad figure relinquished his hold on Shu Xian. She wasted no time and rushed to the bow. Catching sight of Yu Xiu's anxious expression, dressed in crimson, his face was a mask of anguish. Panic surged within her as she called out, Xiu. In that instant, Yu Xiu staggered slightly, blood escaping from the corner of his mouth, a forewarning of his affliction. Shu Xian's heart shattered. She realized that Yu Xiu's illness not only prohibited him from exerting himself, but also from overusing his internal energy. He had pushed his limits to save her. Teetering on the brink of collapse, witnessing Xiao Yuran abduct her, he felt utterly powerless to rescue her, leading to a surge of blood and a re-emergence of his old ailment. Upon hearing her cry, Yu Xiu's heart ached even more, and he finally coughed up a torrent of blood. At that moment, Qinglong, Baihu, and Xuanwu arrived. Upon seeing Yu Xiu's state, they were struck with alarm. Qinglong rushed to support him, urgently exclaiming, Your Highness, what has happened to you? Yu Xiu offered no reply, his breath faint and barely perceptible. In a moment of desperation, Qinglong lifted him in his arms, just as Ding Lu Jing arrived. The sight before him filled Ding Lu Jing with horror and regret, and he shouted furiously, Xiao Yuran, you are truly despicable and shameless. The ship sailed with remarkable speed, and by the time fresh blood spurted from Yu Xiu's mouth, he had distanced himself further from her. Silent tears streamed down Shu Xian's cheeks, her heart heavy with sorrow, anguish, and overwhelming concern. She cast a glance back at Xiao Yuran, her eyes slightly askew, and coldly declared, I will not go with you. Her naturally stubborn temperament flared up once more. A tinge of sadness washed over Xiao Yuran's eyes as he inquired, Have you truly fallen for him? Her gaze was filled with pain, causing him immense heartache. The indifference in her eyes pained him deeply in his memories. She was always animated, her expressive eyes sparkling with laughter or mischief. Yet today, everything about her felt utterly foreign. The unfamiliarity in her gaze and words pierced his heart like a dagger. He had anticipated that after he had fallen from the cliff, their reunion would evoke at least a few words of concern from her, but instead, she greeted him with resolute declarations. Shu Xian looked at him and said, Cousin, do you know? Some encounters, once missed, are lost forever. I will not go with you today, and if he suffers any misfortune, I shall hold you in contempt for all eternity. Upon seeing the determination etched on her face, Xiao Yuran felt a jolt of alarm. Confused about her intentions, he recalled her past demeanor, and a troubling thought crossed his mind. Just then, she suddenly leaped into the icy river. On the riverbank, Qinglong could not help but exclaim in alarm, Princess. After calling out, he quickly regained his composure, hastily igniting fireworks and commanding others to fetch a small boat. Ding Lu Jing was momentarily stunned. She had actually jumped from the boat. The girl who always complained of the cold had chosen to plunge into the frigid waters rather than be taken away. Glancing again at the nearly unconscious Yu Xiu in his arms, he was struck dumb. Suddenly, he understood that Yu Xiu cherished her deeply, and she, in turn, loved him profoundly. Their bond had unknowingly grown remarkably strong. Xiao Yuran felt a surge of panic, reaching out to grasp her, but by then, she had already plunged into the river, his hand only catching a corner of her skirt, a vibrant red, painfully bright against the somber backdrop. Once she hit the water, she swam quickly toward the shore. The red wedding robe she wore stood out starkly against the winter river, yet it was oversized and padded to ward off the cold. As it soaked up water, it became heavy and cumbersome, and given her frail constitution, no matter how proficient a swimmer she was, reaching the bank was an insurmountable challenge. The moment she entered the water, the frigid currents enveloped her from all sides, the biting cold causing her body to ache. The voluminous wedding robe, once a symbol of joy, now felt like a leaden weight, rendering her immobile. Gritting her teeth, she resolved to swim to the shore, for her groom awaited her there. Her beloved was still uncertain of his fate. On this day of their grand wedding, she could not bear to be separated from him so soon. Some loves are worth living and dying for. If one has chosen to love, then one must love completely. Before her, the gentle and jade-like smile of him seemed to reappear, and in her ears, his caring words echoed once more. She bit her lip resolutely and reminded herself that she must persevere, no matter the cost. he must endure as well. For the sake of their happiness, neither of them could afford to perish. They had yet to consummate their union and experience the joys of a blissful life together. How could they contemplate death now? Regret welled within her as she reflected on their lengthy companionship, which had always been tethered to reason rather than passion. Despite occasional intimate gestures, they had never crossed that sacred boundary. In the 21st century, her mother had once imparted to her the wisdom that a girl must love herself and reserve her first time for her wedding night. For a long time, she had dismissed her mother's views as antiquated, believing such notions irrelevant in modern times, mere remnants of absurd conventions. Yet, despite her outwardly liberal words, she had remained exceptionally conservative in practice, steadfastly guarding her boundaries, with her mother's words influencing her subtly yet profoundly. Today, however, she felt an overwhelming sense of regret. Why had she not united with him sooner? Why cling to those so-called ridiculous rules? They were in love. Why should they not be together? Why did fate play such cruel tricks on her? She had once loved Xiao Yuran, only to miss the opportunity time and again. Now, having finally fallen for Yuxiao, she found herself entangled in relentless trials. She yearned to tell fate that this jest was far from amusing and begged for it to cease. All she desired was her happiness, to be with the one she cherished, free from those nonsensical restrictions. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she gritted her teeth, assuring herself that she could endure it all. Yet, the icy waters enveloped her, and despite her desperate struggles, her frail body could not withstand the relentless assault of the chill, her limbs quickly succumbing to numbness. As a wave surged forth, she felt her strength ebb away, and casting a final glance towards the shore, she saw Yuxiao cradled in the embrace of the Qinglong, oblivious to life or death. A wave of dizziness overcame her, and she could no longer hold on. Her fragile form sank toward the riverbed. Observing her plunge into the water, Xiao Yuran felt his heart shatter, and he cried out in despair, "No." In his recollection, Shu Xian could not swim, and given her frail constitution and aversion to cold, her leap into the frigid depths seemed perilous beyond measure. Without hesitation, he swiftly discarded his outer garments and followed her into the depths. How could she be so obstinate? How could she act so recklessly? How could she be so resolute, leaving no room for him to intervene? It was the first time he questioned whether he had erred, whether he had pressed her too tightly, or perhaps if his stubbornness had driven her to such extremes. Yet, at that moment, he had no opportunity for contemplation. A singular thought consumed him. She must not die. The river flowed swiftly. Though the winter waters lacked the ferocity of summer's torrents, they were still perilous. In that fleeting instant, the distance between them and the water was nearly a yard apart. He leaped into the water and swam swiftly toward her. But the current was fierce, and he was fighting against it. Despite exerting all his strength, he remained a considerable distance away from her. In the icy river, the bright red gown she wore was strikingly beautiful, exuding an enchanting allure. Yet, amidst the chilling waters, there lingered an unusual sadness. After much effort, he finally drew closer to her, but before he could grasp her, she had already sunk to the riverbed. Alarmed, he plunged into the depths. But since his last fall from the cliff, his vitality had waned. Now, immersed in the frigid water, he felt his strength dissipating, his vital energy swirling chaotically within him as the cold penetrated his very being. He could not afford to hesitate. If she perished, he would never forgive himself for eternity. The 4 individuals on the boat were evidently taken aback by the unfolding scene. A woman among them cried out urgently, "Steer the boat. Hurry to save her." Her voice was delicate yet piercing, filled with anxiety. Though she was unaware of the intricate relationships between the 3, the sight before her stirred a profound sorrow within her. The course of events had taken an unexpected turn that day. Always resolute and a believer in love, she had experienced the pain of loss, allowing her to comprehend the depth of anguish at this moment. Yet, the river flowed swiftly, and with the wind at their backs. There was no time to alter their course. Most critically, none aboard the small vessel possessed any skill in navigating the water. They were helpless as the boat drifted northward with the current. The wind lifted the woman's veil, revealing her deep-set eyes and prominent nose, which now reflected shock. The reckless actions of the 3 men left her aghast. Suddenly, memories of her own love surged within her, igniting a whirlwind of anxiety. From the riverbank, Ding Lu Jing caught sight of the woman's visage and exclaimed, "Emolan." She glanced at him, closed her eyes, but did not respond. The boat continued its journey, borne away by the wind and water, until it vanished from sight. Ding Lu Jing then looked down at Yuxiao in his arms, noting the pallor of his face and the faintness of his breath, and let out a deep sigh. Heartbreak and despair. The unexpected turn of events on this day of joy had truly left him reeling. Chapter 75. Ding Luqing found himself bewildered by the whims of fate. If he had hesitated to confirm that the woman in red he encountered that morning was indeed Mo Lan, he was certain that the figure seated at the bow of the boat was unmistakably her. In all the realm, only she possessed such agility and those profoundly captivating eyes. At that moment, members of the Dark Division had procured a small boat from an unknown source, hastily paddling it into the river. However, at this juncture, Shu Xian and Xiao Yuran had both vanished into the turbulent waters, leaving behind only a vibrant red wedding gown drifting at the river's center. As the small boat approached, they could only retrieve that gown. The dark guards, in vain, shouted across the river, "Princess! Princess!" The vast expanse of water remained eerily silent, and their fervent cries echoed back from the valleys, devoid of any response. The adept swimmers among the dark guards plunged into the depths where Shu Xian had disappeared, yet found nothing, leaving them shivering from the cold. Ding Luqing gazed at the small boat, yearning to pursue it and reclaim Mo Lan. Yet, with Yu Xiu in such a dire state and Shu Xian unaccounted for, he could not be so selfish as to abandon them. Gritting his teeth, he resolved that as long as he knew Mo Lan was alive and well, he would believe he could find her again. She was destined to be his. The immediate priority was to save Yu Xiu. In the Wutong Pavilion, a solitary lamp flickered, and Ding Luqing helplessly kept vigil at Yu Xiu's side. He had been in a coma for 3 days, and the physician warned that Yu Xiu's condition was perilous, with his survival resting solely on fate. Throughout these days, Ding Luqing had been channeling his internal energy into Yu Xiu, hoping to provide some assistance. However, each time he infused his energy, it vanished as inexplicably as a cow sinking into the ocean, leaving Yu Xiu's pulse as weak as it had been 3 days prior. During this time, Yu Xiu remained in a semi-conscious state, occasionally murmuring Xian. In his sleep, Ding Luqing, feeling utterly helpless, administered several doses of his precious healing elixir, the soul-reviving pill. At last, Yu Xiu's breath stabilized somewhat, prompting a faint sigh of relief from Ding Luqing. Observing Yu Xiu in such a state filled Ding Luqing with profound sorrow. He sat despondently at the bedside, his once sharp gaze now clouded with melancholy. He and Yu Xiu had always shared a bond of mutual suffering. On this occasion, Yu Xiu's wedding was a moment he genuinely celebrated. If he were to find no happiness in his own life, he could at least take joy in his best friend's happiness. Yet, these past 3 days had been torturous, akin to being fried in boiling oil. Ding Luqing felt an inextricable connection to Yu Xiu's plight. Had it not been for his entanglement in Xiao Yuran's schemes, Shu Xian would never have been taken. Regret gnawed at him, but the mere thought of Mo Lan sent his heart into turmoil. He had been unable to comprehend how Mo Lan could ally with Xiao Yuran or why she would choose to assist her. Why had she feigned death 5 years ago? Where had she been all these years? Why had she refused to see him? Their recent encounter had been shrouded in secrecy, leaving him perplexed and unsettled. Too many questions plagued him, leaving him in a state of confusion. Meanwhile, his heart remained in turmoil, restless and agitated. What was he to do? A staunch skeptic of the supernatural, he found himself clasping his hands in prayer, beseeching the heavens for protection, hoping to turn misfortune into fortune for Yu Xiu. Otherwise, he feared he would never forgive himself for the rest of his life. The vibrant red characters of happiness plastered on the door and windows became the epitome of irony. The glaring red, once a symbol of joy, now marked the day of parting instead of celebration. The overwhelming presence of red in the room only served to exacerbate his irritation. From this day forth, he harbored a deep aversion to the color. It no longer represented festivity, but rather the essence of blood. In recent days, the Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Black Tortoise, and Bright Moon had mobilized all the resources of the royal residence to seek the whereabouts of Shu Xian. They had scoured the river thoroughly. Yet no trace of Shu Xian or Xiao Yuran could be found. Was Shu Xian alive or dead? Ding Luqing was uncertain. The only course of action left to him was to send someone to search for her while remaining by Yu Xiu's side. He understood that his protection was equally vital to Yu Xiu. Having lived a life of solitude, despite the multitude of brothers surrounding him, only one true friend existed in his life. A soft cough jolted him back to reality. He noticed Yu Xiu's eyelids fluttering, filling him with joy. He hurriedly called out, "Xiu, how are you?" Yu Xiu slowly opened his eyes, anxiety flickering within them as he inquired about Xian. He had lost consciousness before she leapt into the river and remained oblivious to the events that followed. Ding Luqing hesitated, unsure whether to divulge the truth about Shu Xian to Yu Xiu, but after a moment's contemplation, he finally said, "She was taken away by Xiao Yuran." He told his first lie. The notion that she had been taken away by Xiao Yuran was certainly preferable to the grim alternative of her drowning in the river. Although her current whereabouts remained a mystery, the search results from the past few days indicated a low probability of her survival. Given that Yushio had just regained consciousness, it was uncertain how he would react to the news of her demise. If his emotions were to spiral out of control, the consequences could be dire. The physician had advised that his survival hinged on fate, and now that he had finally awakened, how could one allow him to face any further distress? He rationalized his deceit. Yushio's gaze dimmed, and he sighed deeply. He turned to Ding Lujing and asked, "What of the Azure Dragon and White Tiger?" Ding Lujing responded, "They have gone in pursuit of Qiao Yuran, hoping to rescue Shu Xian." A sigh escaped him at that moment. He comprehended that a single lie necessitated countless others to safeguard it. Once a lie was uttered, weaving additional deceptions became a far simpler task. His demeanor was somewhat unnatural. Had it been any other day, Yushio would surely have discerned the underlying truth. However, today, still recovering from his illness and having witnessed Shu Xian being taken aboard the vessel by Qiao Yuran, he paid no heed to the subtle differences in Ding Liujing's tone. Yushio struggled to sit up, his countenance devoid of its usual warmth, now marred by an air of frostiness. He inquired softly, "How long was I unconscious?" Ding Lujing sighed and replied, 3 days. "The physician says you have yet to fully recover. Focus on resting. I shall take charge of the search for Shu Xian." The depths of Yushio's eyes were filled with melancholy, his eyelids slightly reddened. Upon witnessing his disheartened demeanor, Ding Lujing could not help but exclaim, "Xiao, trust me. I will surely assist you in retrieving Shu Xian. Please, do not let your anger consume you." Yushio cast a fleeting glance at him and replied with a faint smile, "Jing, the other day I glimpsed a figure cloaked in black. It bore a striking resemblance to Mo Lan, particularly with those agile skills, which were undeniably reminiscent of her." Ding Lujing looked at Yushio and said, "Xiao, I am truly sorry." Yushio, taken aback for a moment, sighed and replied, "You have done nothing to wrong me. Rather, it is Qiao Yuran who is exceedingly cunning." The moment Ding Lujing uttered his apology, he understood why he had not appeared that day. He knew Ding Lujing's character well, that he was a man of his word who would never abandon his post without cause. Noticing the lingering guilt in Ding Lujing's eyes, Yushio offered a gentle smile. "Now that we know Mo Lan is alive, your happiness is not far off." Ding Lujing's vulnerabilities had been exploited, leaving him with no choice but to accept the situation without reproach. How could someone as deeply sentimental as he fail to comprehend Ding Lujing's hidden thoughts? Ding Lujing bit his lip and lamented, "Yet her sudden appearance fills me with disappointment." His eyes were heavy with sorrow. Yushio smiled softly. "Is it not better that she lives rather than perishes? As long as one breathes, hope remains, does it not?" Ding Lujing paused, and as the thoughts of Shu Xian flooded his mind, anxiety gripped his heart. Just as he was about to speak, Yushio interjected, "You should summon the Qinglong and Baihu back. It has been 3 days without a trace of her. She has likely been taken to Fian City by Qiao Yuran, so there is no need to pursue her further." Ding Lujing sighed as Yushio reclined gently against the pillow, speaking softly. "We have been awaiting the next year's battle, and I have longed to share joyful moments with Xian before this conflict. I even hoped to find a way to resolve this war, but as events have unfolded, it seems I no longer have the luxury of avoiding battle." Ding Lujing looked at Yushio and asked, "Xiao, are you implying?" A glint of resolve flashed in Yushio's eyes as he declared, "Perhaps I have been overly lenient towards them, leading them to believe I am an easy target. From this moment forth, I shall ensure Qiao Yuran regrets his choice. Since this war is inevitable, why should I remain the passive one?" Ding Lujing sighed deeply, "But it is the dead of winter, and the new year approaches. Perhaps we should delay until after the festivities to avoid unsettling the troops." Yushio responded calmly, "You make a valid point. Yet is there not a saying, 'Strike when the iron is hot'?" With that, his tone sharpened, his gaze fierce as a blade, "And I shall deliver Qiao Yuran a surprise attack when he least expects it. I am curious to see how he intends to celebrate this new year." Ding Lujing had known Yushio for many years. They had once driven Baiming from the Desert Kingdom together. This was only the second time he had witnessed such an expression on Yushio's face. The first was on the eve of their battle against Baiming, when he had devised a flawless strategy, and his gaze had mirrored that of today. Yushio then inquired, "Where has Yuke gone?" Ding Lujing replied, "Since the day of your grand wedding, I have not seen her again." In truth, he had recognized Zhuqiue's silhouette on the river that day, and could not help but let out a gentle sigh. Yushio replied indifferently, "Instruct Mingyue to issue a kill order. I shall never wish to see her again." The one thing he could not tolerate in his life was betrayal. Though Zhuqiue's utility was immense, this betrayal was something he could not endure under any circumstance. Those who could not be of service to him must be eliminated. Ding Lujing sighed. I knew you would make this decision. I have already given the order. Zhu Qiue's error this time was indeed egregious. If she believed that by taking Shuxin away, she could win your favor, it was a most foolish thought. With the assassination order from the secret department, no matter where Zhu Ke fled, she would only meet with death. Upon hearing Shuxin's name, pain filled Yuxiu's eyes once more. Observing his expression, Ding Lujing let out a long sigh. Shuxin felt engulfed in a chilling aura. Her entire body was cold, as if her bones might shatter, and her internal organs felt as though they would freeze solid. After a while, the sensation of coldness began to dissipate, yet she knew that such a feeling was perilous when she could no longer feel the cold. She would be perilously close to death. In a daze, a hand tightly grasped hers, yet that hand, like her own, bore no warmth. Just as this thought crossed her mind, a sudden warmth surged through her body. She paused, realizing that the owner of that hand was channeling vital energy into her. She could not help but smile. At such a moment, what use was that fragment of vital energy? Ultimately, it would only lead to their mutual demise. And along with the cold, a suffocating sensation overwhelmed her. She felt her life was replete with regrets. How could her wedding day be fraught with such turmoil? Why was the simple happiness she desired so elusive? She pondered that perhaps death would bring an end to her troubles. Yet how would Xiao accept the reality of her demise? The sight of the blood he coughed up pierced her heart. It was the second time he had bled for her. She recalled the last time he had bled due to her anger, when the doctor warned that if he could not control his emotions, he would be in grave danger. This time, would he manage to survive the ordeal? Conflicted emotions surged within her. If she were to die while he lived, it would surely cause him immense pain. Yet, deep down, she wished for his continued existence. His life had been fraught with challenges, as he, too, sought that elusive, simple happiness. Yet like her, he found it difficult to attain. In her selfish heart, she hoped he could live happily. Darkness enveloped her entirely, and in her fleeting awareness, she sensed someone pouring a thick, bitter concoction down her throat. Despite the bitterness of the medicine, she found herself inexplicably fond of the warmth it brought as it settled in her stomach. Perhaps she was too cold, to the point where even the slightest warmth became something she cherished dearly. As the warmth faded, darkness enveloped her once more. A bitter smile crept upon her lips. Was this what they termed hell, a punishment that rendered her devoid of anyone's presence? Yet, fate showed her some mercy, for one day. She beheld the light and the sun. Upon opening her eyes, she realized that the sun filtered through the window, illuminating her from a simple yet cozy bed. A glance around revealed a starkly minimalist room, furnished only with a table, 2 chairs, and a bed. She paused, furrowing her brow at the unfamiliarity of her surroundings. Attempting to sit up, a wave of dizziness overwhelmed her, compelling her to collapse back onto the bed, her head resting painfully against the wooden frame. The sensation of pain was a reaffirmation of her existence, prompting a faint smile. After all, how could a troublesome soul like hers easily succumb to death? With a sigh, she pondered her survival. Where could she possibly be? As if in response to her musings, a woman, seemingly in her 40s, entered the room. Upon noticing her awake, a flicker of surprise sparkled in the woman's eyes. With a gentle smile, she greeted, "You are awake." The woman, who must have been a beauty in her youth, radiated warmth, making the entire room feel sunlit. Her tone was calm, as if she were merely waking from a slumber, delivering an utterly ordinary salutation. For reasons unknown, the sight of this woman struck a chord of familiarity within Shu Exen, as if she had encountered her before, particularly in the contours of her brow and eyes. She returned the smile, asking, "Did you save me?" After a prolonged silence, her voice emerged, slightly hoarse. Was she traversing through time once more? The thought crossed her mind to inquire about the era, or perhaps feign amnesia. The woman smiled faintly, nodding. "It is indeed a miracle that you survived." A soft smile graced Shu Exen's lips. How delightful it was to be alive, devoid of the torment, her heart now brimming with hope. Suddenly recalling Qiao Yuran, she inquired, "Did you happen to see another man while rescuing me?" The woman glanced outside, her brow knitting in contemplation. "A man? I did not see anyone. Now, let me assess your condition." She extended her hand to check Shu Exen's pulse. Lowering her gaze to her hands, Shu Exen was taken aback by the sight before her. They resembled gnarled claws more than hands. Most alarming was the dark, grimy discoloration that marred them, strikingly grotesque. Noticing the peculiar expression in Shu Exen's eyes, the woman continued, "Your constitution is naturally cold, and having survived such prolonged exposure to frigid waters is no small feat. Why fret over the appearance of your hands? Survival is a blessing in itself." She paused before adding, "Though the coldness within you remains significant, you are no longer in grave danger." Upon hearing the state of her hands and the woman's words, Shu Exine was thoroughly startled and hastily asked, "Is there a mirror?" Regardless of whether she had traversed time, she ought to be aware of her own appearance. The woman smiled gently and remarked, "Perhaps it's best not to gaze upon your reflection just yet, lest you frighten yourself." Noticing Shu Exine's furrowed brow, she continued, "Your frostbite is presently at its worst, as it is in the process of healing. It would be wiser to wait until the scabs have fallen away before you take a look, to avoid any shock." Shu Exine bit her lip and replied, "Are you suggesting that I look unattractive at this moment? If that is indeed the case, then it serves me right. I used to revel in donning an unappealing guise, and now I have truly become a fright." The woman blinked and said, "In my eyes, there exists no concept of beauty or ugliness. Furthermore, a person's worth is not determined by their appearance. A kind-hearted individual, regardless of their looks, possesses an intrinsic beauty, while a wicked person remains ugly, no matter how striking they may appear." Her gaze revealed a hint of longing. Upon hearing the woman's words, Shu Exine offered a slight smile, pleasantly surprised to encounter such a person in this secluded valley. Perhaps it is only those as serene as she who dwell alone in such a place. The woman, taken aback by Shu Exine's smile, remarked, "I cannot quite fathom why, but there is an inexplicable affinity I feel towards you, as if we have met before." Shu Exine, momentarily taken aback, gazed into the woman's face and replied, "I too find you quite familiar." Her eyes darted about as she added, "You remind me of my mother." Her words were not crafted to ingratiate, but stemmed from a genuine sentiment, akin to the feelings she harbored for her mother in her past life. The woman frowned slightly, saying, "I am yet unmarried. How could I possibly have a daughter of your age?" Shu Exine playfully stuck out her tongue and inquired, "How long have I been here?" The woman calculated and responded, "You have been lying here for 11 days. After a pause, she added, "The new year is fast approaching." A fleeting shadow of sorrow crossed her eyes as her words trailed off, lacking coherence. Shu Exine sensed that the woman harbored her own narratives, yet her heart had grown weary of meddling in others' affairs. During this period, although she had been living with Yuxiao, her mind had been tormented by the relationship between him and Xiao Yuran. The mere thought of Yuxiao and Xiao Yuran caused her to sigh deeply. She wondered how Yuxiao was faring and whether he could overcome this ordeal. Xiao Yuran had jumped into the river alongside her, yet he remained unaccounted for. She had no idea if he was safe. She had initially hoped to celebrate the new year with Yuxiao, yet even before the festivities commenced, they had been cruelly separated, her heart aching inexplicably as she pressed her hand to her chest. Observing Shu Exine's distress, the woman's expression was fraught with concern. She sighed and said, "You do not appear to be an ordinary person. When I rescued you, I assumed you had jumped into the water willingly, and I hold disdain for such cowardice. I had no intention of saving you. Yet your indomitable will to survive shone through. Despite your frail state, you managed to persist. So, in truth, it was not I who saved you, but rather, you saved yourself." Shu Exine smiled at her and asked, "Where is this place?" The woman replied, "This is an unremarkable valley, situated to the north of Liangzhou and south of Qingzhou, which originally bore no name. After I took residence here, I named it Yaolong Valley." Upon hearing this, Shu Exine could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. Avoiding a time travel was fortunate. Otherwise, where would she find Yuxiao? She had promised him that they would be together through countless lifetimes. If she truly did traverse time, how would they even begin to search for one another? Shu Exine then inquired, "How long will it take for my body to recover?" The woman replied calmly, "At most a year, at least 3 months." Shu Exine exclaimed in astonishment, "How could it take so long? Is my condition truly that grave?" As she attempted to take her pulse, she realized that her hand was devoid of sensation. Her arm, too, appeared dark and lifeless, which startled her greatly. Noticing her distress, the woman smiled gently and said, "When I found you, your entire body was cold, blue, and purple. You were hardly alive. To have brought you to this state is already quite an achievement." Shu Exine's expression turned sour as she asked, "Will there be any aftereffects? If I survive but cannot move my hands or walk, it would be better to be dead." The woman reassured her, "If you follow my advice to soak in the hot springs for a few months and use my specially formulated ointment, you should be able to return to your former self." Shu Exine let out a breath of relief, but the woman added, "Though your body may heal completely, the coldness within you is severe. Should you encounter wind and chill in the future, it could prove perilous." Shu Exine smiled lightly and replied, "In that case, I shall simply cuddle a heater whenever the weather turns cold." The woman paused momentarily, then laughed, "Your disposition is quite carefree. I appreciate that. For now, focus on recuperating here." Shu Exine returned her smile. "I am Shu Exine. How should I address you?" The woman answered, I am Shui Qingru. You may call me Aunt Shui. Isolated from the world, Yaoang Valley was experiencing the harshness of winter, yet, due to a hot spring behind the mountains, there was unexpectedly green grass in the sheltered areas of the valley. Gradually, sensation returned to her hands and feet. Shui Qingru's medical skills were indeed remarkable. After soaking in the hot springs for over 10 days, she could finally walk unaided, though she still felt numbness, itchiness, and pain upon touching the ground. Being well-versed in medicine, she understood these sensations were signs of recovery. One day, as Shui Qingru lifted her garments to assist her in soaking in the hot spring, Shu Xian was taken aback by the frostbite covering her body. It was then she truly realized the miraculous nature of Shui Qingru's assertion that her survival was indeed a marvel. Shu Xian grew fond of the valley's humid warmth. Once she regained mobility, she would sit on a large rock atop the hill every noon, lost in thought. Each time she perched on that stone, her mind would whirl with concern for Yuxiu. If not for her lingering weakness and inability to walk far, she would have surely devised a way to escape the valley by now. With such worries occupying her heart, the days of recuperation stretched on interminably. She yearned for his warmth and missed his tenderness. Each time she recalled the sight of him spitting blood, her heart ached as if it were being twisted. She often sat in silent prayer for his well-being, hoping fervently that he would survive. Her heart was laden with uncertainty, often tangled in her own thoughts. When her health improved, she would venture to the cliffs nearby, searching for any trace of Qiao Yuran. Yet, a gnawing worry gripped her. Qiao Yuran had leapt into the frigid waters alongside her that day. She had been rescued, but if he had not been discovered in time, the outcome could be dire. Even if he had been saved, if his rescuer lacked medical knowledge, he could face grave danger. Thus, her search was fraught with inner conflict. She longed to uncover his fate, while simultaneously dreading the day she might find his lifeless body on the riverbank. Nevertheless, she mustered the courage to look within her means. But day after day passed without any sign of him. Unbeknownst to her, while she searched for Qiao Yuran, he was frantically seeking her as well. The Valley of the Medicine King was secluded. Although it lay by the river, it was separated from the world by dense woods, shrouding its inhabitants in obscurity. That day, Qinglong and Baihu reached the riverbank, but she had already been taken away by Shui Qingru. They searched nearby villages thoroughly, yet they had no inkling that she was but 10 miles away, hidden in a valley. She often pondered how she, Yuxiu, and Qiao Yuran had ended up in such a predicament. She struggled to comprehend it, or perhaps she had already grasped the truth, yet she despised the answer. The entanglement of the three had led to an uncertain fate for all. She bore no resentment towards Qiao Yuran for taking her away. Their brief encounter on the boat left her with countless words unspoken. Yet, the moment was ill-suited for conversation. She sensed the thorn of resentment lodged in his heart. But how could she convey her feelings to him clearly? She recognized he was ensnared in the web of his own making, unable to escape. His fixation on her and his hatred for Yuxiu left her feeling both grateful and helpless. She longed to tell him that sometimes letting go is not only an act of self-liberation, but also a gift to others. Love, when coerced, ultimately becomes a poison that harms both oneself and the beloved. She wished to explain that her scheme to take his silver was born out of desperation. She merely wished for him to abandon the conflict and to relinquish her. Yuxiu had taken root in her heart, and with only one heart, small and limited, she could accommodate but one person. He had become her past, while her present and future belonged solely to Yuxiu. She had hoped Qiao Yuran would understand her subtle hints, but he ultimately disappointed her, amplifying the situation instead. The tragedy on their wedding day was not solely his misfortune. It was a calamity shared by her and Yuxiu as well. The bitter fruit born of the three entangled lives had to be endured by all. Yet, despite everything, she harbored no hatred for Qiao Yuran. She could empathize with his suffering. She only hoped that the events of that day would impart wisdom upon him. And more than anything, she wished for him to live safely and joyfully, ultimately finding his own happiness. Her state of mind gradually became more serene with each passing day. The time spent in the mountains was long and intriguing. Occasionally, she would self-deprecatingly muse that perhaps the pain of her wedding day could resolve a war that ought never to have arisen. If that were the case, then the tribulations faced by the three of them must have been painfully justified. Little did she know that Yuxiu believed she had been captured by Qiao Yuran, and the war had been ignited long before. The valley was tranquil and profound, while the world outside was engulfed in flames of conflict. On New Year's Eve, 100,000 troops from Liangzhou crossed the Qingshui River, striking directly at the army of the Desert Dynasty in Qingzhou. There were no forewarnings before the assault, and when Ding Luqing arrived with his forces, the Chengzhou barracks were in the midst of celebrating the new year. Ding Luqing's adeptness in military strategy was fully showcased. In that battle, he decimated Qingzhou's 300,000 troops with his mere 100,000. That New Year's Eve became a nightmare for the Desert Dynasty. The massacre shook the very foundations of the dynasty, pulling the lethargic courtiers back to the forefront of war, reminding them that the tranquility of the Desert Dynasty had come to an end, and chaos was about to ensue once more. That night, rivers of blood flowed, and mountains of corpses piled high. This was Ding Luqing's second victory over a numerically superior force after defeating Baiming. The battle was executed with remarkable finesse, effortlessly transforming Qingzhou's barracks into the military camp of King Qin of Liangzhou. Yet, it was also brutally merciless, nearly annihilating the entire 300,000 troops. However, it exhibited great compassion, as the common people of Qingzhou suffered not a scratch. It was only 3 days later that they learned of the events of that fateful night. It was precisely this battle that marked the commencement of hostilities between the North and South. Fian City responded swiftly, not crumbling under pressure. After abandoning the 300,000 troops, they quickly established a defensive line to impede Ding Luqing's advance to the north of Qingzhou. By March, a rampant plague spread, affecting both Liangzhou's and the Desert Dynasty's armies to varying degrees. The epidemic spiraled out of control, intensifying with each passing day, leaving piles of corpses across Qingzhou's land. The only silver lining of the plague was that it temporarily stalled the war, as both sides sought skilled physicians in hopes of containing the outbreak. While war did not claim the lives of the common folk, the plague, like a demon, snatched away their vibrant lives. In an instant, Qingzhou transformed into a hell on earth. 20 days after Xu Xian awoke, the shackles on her face began to fall away. The new flesh beneath the restraints itched terribly, and she longed to remove them. Yet her knowledge of medicine warned her that frostbite could leave lasting scars. Despite the unbearable itch, she had to endure. As the shackles gradually descended from her face, Shui Qingru observed her increasingly peculiar countenance, which bore hints of inquiry intertwined with threads of sorrow. Unable to contain herself, Xu Xian jested, "Aunt Shui, do you see me in such a manner because you have discovered that beneath these restraints lies an unadulterated beauty?" Shui Qingru could not help but chuckle, yet she retorted, "Is your mother named Shui Qingchu?" Xu Xian shook her head, replying, "I do not know. My mother passed away early, and I was raised by my father." It is not that she deliberately concealed the truth. Rather, she genuinely did not know the name of Xu Xian's mother. By the time she arrived in this world, Xu Xian's mother had already passed away. She held no interest in her affairs and did not inquire about her surname or given name. To her, it was Xu Xian's concern, not hers. Shui Qingru furrowed her brow slightly and asked, "Do you know who your father is?" Xu Xian pondered for a moment and replied, "I do not know either." She had intended to say that her father was Xu Xiang, but on that fateful day, Xiao Yuran had informed her that they were not biological siblings, and since Xiao Yuran was Xu Xiang's biological son, she could no longer claim to be Xu Xiang's daughter. Without knowing whose daughter she was, she felt lost. Shui Qingru exclaimed in frustration, "How can you not know who your own parents are? There is no one as muddled as you in this world." The most perplexing part was that she had long discerned Xu Xian's extraordinary intelligence. Xu Xian chuckled and said, "Aunt Shui, there is no need to be so angry. I genuinely do not know who my parents are. My adoptive father raised me, and all along, I believed he was my biological father. However, only recently did I discover that he is not my father at all. As for who my real father is, I had not yet found the opportunity to ask before I fell into the river." Shui Qingru's anger subsided somewhat, and she sighed, "I see. Yet, you truly are quite muddled." After a pause, she looked at Xu Xian. Although the shackles on her face had just been removed, and the skin on her face bore some differences in hue, resulting in a somewhat mottled appearance, her countenance was strikingly similar to that of another, possessing a graceful and ethereal quality, yet with an added vivacity and a diminished gentleness. She continued, "There are many who resemble each other in this world. How could you possibly be her daughter? She was so gentle, married to someone of high standing. How could she have raised such a coarse girl like you?" With that, she let out a soft sigh. Over the course of their time together, she had come to understand Xu Xian's nature well. Her demeanor and actions lacked the grace befitting a lady of high birth. How could such a girl have been raised within the confines of a grand estate? Xu Xian inquired, "You say I resemble her. Who is she?" A hint of sorrow flickered in Shui Qingru's eyes as she sighed. "She is my elder sister. Years ago, my sister and I both studied under the revered physician, learning the art of medicine together. I preferred a steady approach to healing. Thus my master taught me the principles of traditional medicine, while she favored daring methods, seeking victory through risk, and was instructed in the art of using poison for healing. Yet, Despite her expertise with poison, she possessed a gentle disposition, making it difficult to perceive her as a master of toxins. Upon hearing this, Shu Xian was taken aback and asked, "Does she not possess a book on poisons, detailing the methods of curing and concocting toxins?" Shui Qingrou's eyes widened with suspicion as she inquired, "How do you know this?" Shu Xian sighed, "There is indeed such a book in my wardrobe. I often peruse it in my leisure." It seems that this Shui Qingrou truly is Shu Xian's aunt. Shui Qingrou cast a careful glance at Shu Xian, her eyes glimmering with delight as she remarked, "If that is the case, you must share some connection with her. You bear such a striking resemblance. She could very well be your mother." After a moment of contemplation, she sensed a flaw in her deduction and inquired, "Who is your adoptive father?" Shu Xian replied, "It is Shu Jingyan." Shui Qingrou recognized the surname Shu and the name Jingyan, yet she furrowed her brow. "I have not heard of this individual." Shu Xian took Shui Qingrou's hand and said, "Regardless of whether I am your sister's daughter, in my heart, I regard you as my aunt. You have saved my life, and I shall be sure to repay you well in the future." Shui Qingrou waved her hand dismissively. "My act of saving you was not motivated by any expectation of recompense. I have no desire to engage in worldly grievances. I can see that your heart is still burdened with many concerns. Once you have fully recovered, you should venture out. My inquiry into your background was merely prompted by lingering thoughts of her. If you truly are her daughter, it would sadden me. It seems a pity for someone as astute as she to have passed away so young." She could not help but reminisce about the events of yesteryears and the reasons behind her solitary existence in this valley, which left her feeling somewhat distressed. Shu Xian then asked, "What kind of person was Shui Qingchu?" Shui Qingrou sighed. She was the most intelligent woman in the world, yet could not fathom matters of the heart. She was the most skilled in the art of poison, yet possessed a heart of compassion. She was a beauty beyond compare, yet neglected her appearance, rendering herself unrefined. Though she appeared indifferent to societal norms, she harbored the softest of hearts. Shu Xian couldn't help but laugh. She indeed embodies a paradox. For some reason, I find myself drawn to Shui Qingchu's character, though it is lamentable that she departed this world too soon for me to meet her. Otherwise, we would have undoubtedly made an invincible mother-daughter pair. It dawned on her why Shu Xiang had treated her so well. It was likely due to the similarities in both her appearance and temperament to Shui Qingchu. Shui Qingrou smiled faintly. Alas, fate is envious of beauty. She fell in love with someone she should not have and entangled herself in trouble. Yet her stubborn nature would not allow her to turn back until she had met with disaster. I advised her countless times, but she refused to listen. And in the end, she nearly cost me my life, prompting my retreat to this valley of the Medicine King. Shu Xian sighed. It sounds as though she was quite the character, though perhaps a bit too willful. Suddenly, she recalled her arrival in this world, with one side of her face painted a vivid red. In hindsight, it seemed that Shui Qingchu had intended it as a form of protection. Born in the Shu residence, she was destined to become a pawn in securing Shu Xiang's position, and evidently, Shui Qingchu wished to spare her from such a fate, deliberately making her appear unattractive to ensure a life of modesty and stability. However, Shui Qingchu could not have foreseen that even in such a guise, Shu Xian would still be unable to escape the designs of fate. Shui Qingrou sighed once more. Indeed, she was far too headstrong. Shui Qingrou recounted the tale of Shui Qingchu to Shu Xian, who, after organizing her thoughts, could not help but furrow her brow slightly. Yet another cliché love story. Yet another entangled romance. She had grown weary of such triangular relationships, one prince, one chancellor, with their affections intertwined in a convoluted manner. At the time of her retreat to Yaowang Valley, Shui Qingrou was oblivious to whom Shui Qingchu had truly aligned herself with, and thus, she remained unaware of her genuine parentage. It was indeed a vexing predicament, akin to a narrative that reaches a pivotal moment yet leaves the conclusion unheard. Approximately 3 months passed, and the chill within Shu Xian's body had not been entirely dispelled. Due to Shui Qingchu's influence, Shui Qingrou had been particularly diligent in alleviating her coldness. Thanks to Shu Xian's cooperation, her recovery surpassed Shui Qingrou's expectations. Shu Xian also shared her experiences involving Yu Xiao and Xiao Yuran with Shui Qingrou, who sighed deeply but refrained from commenting. However, she discerned from the longing and sorrow that occasionally flickered in Shu Xian's eyes that there were countless concerns weighing on her heart. Thus, as she neared the completion of dispelling the coldness from Shu Xian, she presented her with a medicinal prescription and a map, guiding her to exit the valley. The valley was a picturesque haven. However, as the time to depart drew near, Shu Xian felt a pang of reluctance. Shui Qingrou, perceiving her sentiments, sighed and remarked, If you truly cherish this place, after reuniting with your beloved, bring him here for a brief sojourn. Shu Xian chuckled. I shall bring him to visit you. Please do not dwell too much on my absence during this time. Shui Qingru shot her a glare. I sincerely hope you will not disturb my tranquility in the future. Shu Xian responded with a smile. A prolonged tranquility makes one yearn for a touch of liveliness. Shui Ai, some matters have lingered long enough. There is no need to hold them to heart. I believe my mother was unaware that you harbored feelings for him too. From Shui Qingru's eyes, she perceived the connection between Shui Qingru and Shui Qingchu. They both loved the same man, embroiled in a love triangle layered with another. Shui Qingru was momentarily taken aback before regaining her composure, exclaiming in anger, "What nonsense are you spouting?" Shu Xian stuck out her tongue playfully. Shui Ai, love is love. There is no shame in it. Rest assured, I shall return to visit you. With that, she laughed and turned to walk along the path in the valley. But at that moment, as she glanced back, her heart was a tumult of emotions, and tears streamed down her cheeks. She had never realized she could be so sentimental. During her time with Shui Qingru, she had unconsciously come to regard her as family. In this world, she was the second person to treat her unconditionally well, perhaps even her only kin. Observing her departure, Shui Qingru sighed softly. You and your mother bear a striking resemblance. Had I possessed even half of Shui Qingchu's resolve in my youth, perhaps I too would have discovered my own happiness. As Shu Xin emerged from the valley and reached the outskirts of the small town, twilight had already descended, and her stomach was grumbling with hunger. She sought a tavern to rest and indulge in a hearty meal. However, the condition of the town was far removed from her expectations, rather than a quaint settlement. It resembled a ghost town. Although it was now early spring and the weather had turned warmer, the streets were eerily deserted. The buildings in the town bore the marks of neglect, with crumbling walls and shattered tiles strewn across the street, creating a desolate atmosphere in the fading light. Shu Xin's brow furrowed involuntarily, as everything around her seemed to bear the scars of war. A sigh escaped her lips, accompanied by an unsettling feeling. This conflict had indeed erupted. Yet, how could it have deteriorated to such a state in merely 3 months? The air was thick with the stench of decay. Ahead, a stray dog was gnawing at something by the roadside. Curiosity piqued. She approached only to discover the creature feasting on a human corpse. The face was grotesquely decomposed, and the sight was utterly ghastly. Overcome by nausea, she leaned against the wall and began to retch. However, as she steadied herself against the wall and peered through a small window, panic engulfed her. The room was filled with lifeless bodies. In the dim light, the corpses were already decomposing, swarming with maggots. A wave of intense revulsion washed over her, prompting even more violent retching. Yet her hunger was insistent. And despite her efforts to expel the contents of her stomach, only bile was released. After a prolonged struggle, she regained her composure. Gritting her teeth, she began to knock on doors throughout the town, hoping to find a place to stay. However, she could no longer muster the courage to push any doors open, opting instead to call out, "Is anyone there?" Despite her desperate cries echoing through the empty streets, no one responded. Darkness enveloped her, and the distant howls of stray dogs filled the air. Though she had always prided herself on her bravery, the eerie ambience of the dilapidated town, coupled with the chilling wind, sent shivers down her spine. The horrifying images she had just witnessed surged back into her mind, and fear washed over her like a tidal wave. Compelling herself to remain calm, she crouched at the street corner to catch her breath when, without warning, a pair of hands grasped her shoulders.